Lee, what are you spacing out for? Get moving now. The young man sitting on the bench was jolted back to reality by the sharp scolding. He looked up toward the source of the voice. An elderly man with white hair and a stocky build was jogging toward him with a pace that defied his age. Realizing the coach was heading straight for him, he quickly stood up from the bench and hurried back into the team formation on the court. This life really is terrible. Li Mu repeated his defensive drills mechanically, but his thoughts had already drifted far beyond the court. As someone who had been reincarnated, he was still lost in deep self-doubt. Cliché movie plots had only existed in his fantasies before. But now the tangible sensations around him and a scene that felt nothing like a dream forced him to accept that he had accomplished something extraordinarily rare in this world, returning to the past. Tracing time back 3 months. Li Mu, a senior player at the University of North Carolina, suffered an accidental injury during an inter-team practice. While fighting for a rebound, the momentum carried him off the court, and the back of his head slammed hard against the wooden floor. When he woke again, Li Mu from 2023 had unexpectedly become the master of this body. Looking at the two unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar middle-aged people before him, he mumbled their names. But his memories were as torn and blurry as shredded paper. It took him nearly half a month in the hospital to digest the original story of this body. Li Mu lay in the hospital bed, his mind continuously replaying the final scene of his previous life. Back then he had been caught in a match-fixing scandal in the Hwan National Basketball League. As team captain, he had been benched by the head coach during the most critical moment of the game. Bound by the obedience expected of a professional player, he had not chosen to challenge the decision on the spot. He watched helplessly as the hard-fought lead his team had clawed for all game was effortlessly overtaken by the opponent in the final moments. An entire season's worth of effort had been rendered meaningless. Determined to seek a reasonable explanation for his teammates who had fought all season, he chose to go alone to confront the management. When only the two of them remained in the office, the general manager, seeing no one else around, brazenly pulled out a stuffed envelope from his desk drawer and placed it in Li Mu's hands. His face full of wrinkles stretched into a sycophantic smile. Brother Mu, understand the situation. The other team needs to avoid relegation. We're just doing them a small favor. After saying this, he deliberately patted Li Mu's shoulder as if seeking the other's understanding. Li Mu hadn't expected the other man to try to win him over this way. His face full of disgust, he forcefully shook off the hand reeking of money, slapped the envelope onto the manager's face, then wordlessly stood up and walked toward the locker room door. The moment the door closed, he left behind only one sentence. I refuse to wallow in the same filth as you bastards. Everything I've heard today will become evidence when I report to the league. Left behind, the general manager looked utterly unconcerned. He picked up the envelope from the desk, stared at Li Mu's departing figure, and suddenly spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the floor. He muttered something incomprehensible. Only fragments like overestimating yourself, and you'll pay for this, could be heard. What followed shattered Li Mu's worldview even further. He went to report the matter with full confidence, only to discover that after accepting his materials, they merely went through the motions. Instead, the general manager framed him, claiming that as captain, Li Mu had demanded a salary raise, and when negotiations failed, he had publicly led the players in a strike during a critical game moment, ultimately causing the team to lose its advantage. When the league announced its punishment decision, and during the critical preparation period, the general manager strutted into the arena with the ruling in hand and announced in front of the entire team that the club had decided to suspend him for 1 full year. Upon hearing the news, Li Mu's face was filled with disbelief. A surge of fury erupted from the depths of his heart. With bloodshot eyes, he lunged forward and pinned the manager against the wall with his arm. Before he could throw a punch, one of the manager's henchmen struck him on the back of the head with a blunt object. He lost consciousness, and when he opened his eyes again, he had transmigrated into this new body. It took him some time to fully understand the situation. It was 1995 now. His family had come to America during the commercial boom years. His parents were ordinary people. Influenced by the social atmosphere of the time, his young and hot-blooded father had resolutely brought his new bride to America, determined to carve out their own piece of the world. But language barriers, cultural differences, and countless other problems left his parents struggling on this side of the world. With the help of fellow townsmen, they barely managed to open a small Chinese restaurant in Chinatown to survive. It was also around this time that he was born into the world. While absorbing the previous host's memories and struggling to accept this new reality, he stood before an unfamiliar front door and couldn't help but sigh. I've really transmigrated, haven't I? Just one blow to the head had sent his soul hurtling back through 28 years of time. Such a story was truly novel, but the facts before his eyes forced him to believe that everything happening was real. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. This was the first time Li Mu had encouraged himself internally since arriving in this world. With this thought, he pushed open the door of the Chinese restaurant. His legendary story in the NBA and the World Basketball Arena began to be etched into memory from this very moment. Inside the meeting room, the players were lounging around in small groups, discussing the upcoming opponent they would face. As the spiritual leader of the team, Rasheed Wallace was describing to his teammates how he would dismantle the opponent in the next game. The others burst into laughter, the entire room filled with a relaxed atmosphere. It was as if the championship trophy had already been reserved for them. Suddenly the meeting room door was pushed open forcefully. The veteran Coach Smith entered, his face dark as he stared at the cheerful young men. He stood silently at the doorway, having clearly overheard every word of the conversation. Behind him, Limu looked slightly awkward while assistant coach Kevin pretended to know nothing, lowering his head to gaze at his blue and white sneakers. Following his gaze, Limu noticed they were the latest released sneakers, the Air Jordan North Carolina Blue Limited Edition, a hidden perk for the North Carolina team. As an honorary alumnus, Jordan had long sponsored the entire team's gear. The meeting room fell into dead silence. Rashid, who had been roaring with laughter moments ago, now sat upright in his seat, as if nothing had happened. As the head coach, Smith had taken over the team in 1961, and with his decisive style and experience coaching, Jordan commanded absolute obedience from every player. Seeing the team quiet, he stepped inside, slammed the playbook onto the table, and barked, "You all seem pretty cheerful, don't you? Do you think you've already won the championship? That you're the undisputed top pick everyone wants? Ha, damn it. With your lazy attitude, you're not worthy of a championship. Go pray to God. Pray that he makes you champions in your dreams." After a long silence, no one responded. Coach Smith continued his tirade. "Speak up. Aren't you proud? Look at yourselves. You're nothing special. Have your achievements made you superior to every team in the league? Rashid, will you be this year's MOP? You can keep being arrogant, but if you lose the game, don't come crying to me like a lady. My team will never open its doors to someone like you." Hearing this, Rashid's face darkened, but he dared not retort against the stern old man. Just as he was pondering how to break the awkwardness, the team's other core player, Jerry Stackhouse, stood up and spoke first, breaking the deadlock. "Coach, I believe Rashid won't become a lady. After all, with his carefree nature, if he ever turned into what you described, we'd be unable to bear it. We'd definitely throw him out of the locker room and hang a sign on the door reading, 'Rashid Lady Wallace not allowed.'" At this, the players bent over, burying their faces in their knees to stifle their laughter. Even the victim, Wallace, couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Only then did the whole team dare to laugh, freely joking about how ridiculous Wallace would look in women's clothing. Seeing the team relax, Coach Smith finally let go of his stern expression, allowing the young men to fool around. Once the room quieted, Smith paused and then stated the purpose of the meeting. "Boys, I know you're all confident about March Madness, but every opponent we face from now on is a tough one. Keep this momentum. It's great. I hope you take every game seriously. I believe that with your talent you can become a championship team. But only if we become a team more disciplined and cautious than any other. Don't be overconfident and never underestimate any opponent." Seeing the teammates respond positively, he was very satisfied with their answers. Then he seized the moment and announced to everyone the situation regarding Limu. "Also, from today onward, Lee will no longer participate in the remaining games. He will become a new member of our coaching staff. This is based on the upcoming schedule and personal development. Every one of you must express gratitude to Lee. He chose to step back and help each of you. So you must all work hard and not let your brother's kindness go to waste." With that, Coach Smith turned to face Limu, leading the applause for him. The players, witnessing their head coach's action, followed suit, applauding in the most heartfelt way to express their thanks to Limu. After the applause died down, Smith gestured for Limu to come forward. Limu didn't hesitate and strode to the front. Coach Smith stepped aside to give him space. Looking at the players below, Limu's heart was pounding. He steadied himself, cleared his throat, and began, "Brothers, I'm glad to be back with you in this way to continue sharing the journey with the team. In the upcoming games, Kevin and I will help you improve in targeted ways. Of course, I'll still train with you. Don't slack off. After all, I'm not retiring. I'm just not playing anymore." His humorous remark diffused the solemn atmosphere. Limu continued lightly, "If I happen to demolish some of you in practice, I might reconsider being an assistant coach. After all, if I can thrash championship members, I could use that resume to find a job in another league." But his tone shifted, and he spoke from the heart. "For me, my college basketball career is nearing its end. I don't want to leave the court with regrets. Brothers, please help me. I will do everything I can to support you. Let's become a truly worthy championship team." With that to show his determination, Limu stood still and bowed deeply to everyone present. This formal gesture made everyone realize he wasn't joking. He genuinely wanted to win a championship before retiring. Yet his behavior, so different from before, still surprised the team. He used to be quiet and withdrawn, often feeling inferior due to the gap between his skills and the team's overall level, barely exchanging more than a nod with his teammates. Someone had even suggested he leave the team to make room for fresh blood, but Coach Smith refused, citing his years of service and contributions. Within the team, he only got along well with Stackhouse, as they shared similar personalities and enjoyed studying tactics privately. But after recovering from his injury, he seemed reborn, actively communicating, interacting, and blending in with all his teammates. Through his actions, he earned the acceptance of this bench player and won everyone's respect. In response to Limu's statement, the boisterous Wallace was the first to stand up. As captain, he led by example, his deep voice stirring the teammates. "If no one speaks up, I'll go first. No matter what happened before, if Lee is willing to go this far, we can't let him down. No need for words. Brothers, stand together." Inspired by Wallace, the players stood up one after another. When it was Stackhouse's turn, he didn't say anything, but simply stood and began to clap. This gesture spurred the others, and a symphony of applause filled the room. Taking in the scene around him, Li Mu's eyes reddened uncontrollably, and deep inside, he slowly regained his confidence. The injustices he had suffered in his previous life were by some twist of fate granting him a second chance. This made him silently resolve. In my past life, I was a player at others' mercy. In this life, I will make sure everyone knows. Even if I can no longer step onto the court, I can still make the entire basketball world remember my name. Time swiftly arrived in March, and the highly anticipated March Madness was about to commence. Teams from various conferences were fervently preparing for the tournament. Rashid, rebound, rebound. Are you a piece of cake? Letting him snatch the rebound right over your head. You useless. Jerry, pass the ball. Can't you see the open space on the baseline? The defender is already double-teaming you, and you're about to turn it over. Why didn't you pass? Get down here and sit on the bench. Inside the training facility of the North Carolina team, the veteran coach, Smith, his face red with anger, was relentlessly berating the two core players on the court. The scolded duo exchanged awkward glances, looking at each other in bewilderment. After Stackhouse was substituted off the court, he extended his left hand and high-fived Li Mu, who was about to replace him. Coach Smith stood beside Li Mu, still fuming, and said, "Li, when you get on the court, play the backup shooting guard. Instruct everyone to move the ball more, focus on coordinating with Rashid, especially on protecting the boards. Our next opponent has a tough customer." Li Mu nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, then ran to his team's half to discuss the next play with Wallace. Their next opponent was the University of Arkansas from the same conference. In NCAA history, they were also the championship team of that year. As the team's core, Corliss Williamson ultimately won the MOP and was selected by the Kings with the 13th pick in the subsequent draft. Facing the season's championship team in the very first round, Li Mu couldn't help but complain inwardly. Could it be that my time travel altered the timeline? But regardless, since he had accepted the challenge, he would do his utmost to achieve the goal. Rashid Corliss is a skilled interior player. In the next game, you must seize the initiative from the outset and dominate the paint. Your job is to push him out of the key, force him to take mid-range shots. That's not his strength. So from now on, you need to get used to battling opponents in the post. A teammate inbound the ball to Li Mu, who then advanced it to the front court. While dribbling and advancing the ball, Li Mu continued to analyze the situation for Rashid. After listening, Rashid nodded thoughtfully. At the top of the arc, Li Mu tapped his head to signal Rashid for a screen. In response, Rashid immediately slid from the paint to the arc and set a solid pick for Li Mu. After using the screen to drive into the lane, Rashid shed his defender, sprinted toward the basket, and raised his hands high to signal his position to Li Mu. Seeing this, Li Mu delivered a high lob pass toward the rim. Rashid did not let Li Mu's patient feed go to waste. He jumped from the spot, snatched the ball in midair over his defender, and slammed it through the hoop with ferocious power. After the finish, Rashid felt an unprecedented ease. The state of play made him instinctively roar on the court. This was exactly the momentum Coach Smith wanted to see. Time quickly arrived on game day. The two opposing teams entered the arena to warm up. 5 minutes before tip-off, Coach Smith gathered all the players for a final pre-game huddle. Today is our first game of the March Madness tournament, and this is our do-or-die battle. Everyone here knows what this game means. If we lose, we'll be going home to watch others play on TV. I don't have much to tell you. I only have one demand: play loose and go all out. As the captain, Wallace immediately raised his hand above his head, signaling everyone to raise their right hands and gather together. You heard him, fellas. Once we step on the court, we give it everything. Trust every teammate beside you. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3, North Carolina. With the final ritual before the game completed, the starters turned and stepped onto the court. Li Mu returned to the bench and sat down beside Smith and Kevin. On the court, the white and blue jerseys of the North Carolina players formed a stark contrast with the crimson of the Razorbacks. Wallace and Williamson locked eyes, both filled with anticipation for the game. As the referee signaled both teams were ready, he tossed the ball into the air. The players jumped for the tip-off, and the game officially began. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first game of this year's March Madness. On the court, we have the North Carolina Tar Heels facing the Arkansas Razorbacks. These two teams are widely regarded as the most likely to emerge from the South region. To see them clash in the opening round, we can only say God is fair. At the commentary desk, NBA legend Bill Walton was passionately calling the game. Since his retirement, his humorous and witty personality on the sidelines had made him popular among fans. ESPN promptly offered him a commentator role, allowing the retired star to smoothly transition to a new job. The first half quickly neared its end, and North Carolina State remained in a deficit. At the start of the game, Rashid initially held an advantage in his matchup against Williams. However, the opposing head coach's in-game adjustments were superb. After calling a timeout, he deployed forward players to double-team Wallace alongside Williams and instructed all players to disrupt North Carolina's ball movement. The 2-on-1 situation quickly plunged North Carolina's interior offense into a brief period of confusion. The team's other core, Stackhouse, was also affected by the press defense and struggled to find his rhythm. He sat dejectedly, head drooping, breathing heavily. Li Mu, seated on the bench, observed the game situation. The grim circumstances made him unconsciously tighten his grip on the pen in his hand. Although they had known before the game that this would be a fierce battle, they only realized during the actual game that they had underestimated their opponent's strength. The reason champions are formidable is their deep foundation. Winning easily was nothing but an illusion. The first half ends with North Carolina trailing Arkansas 37-44. Both teams displayed excellent competitive form in the first half, but Arkansas was clearly better prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue to follow the game's progress in the second half. As the buzzer signaling the end of the first half sounded, Bill Walton commented on the game with a hint of regret. In his view, perhaps North Carolina with two NBA prospects should have been the stronger team. In the locker room, veteran coach Smith's face betrayed no emotion. He stood silently before the whiteboard. Kevin and Lee Moo, standing nearby, also remained still, ready to receive the coach's instructions. The players sat on their seats, exchanging glances. Clearly they were disheartened by the first half loss. Snap out of it. Don't be so downcast. The game is far from over. Here's how we'll play in the second half. Just as everyone was wondering how to break the stalemate, Coach Smith decided to change his strategy. The setback in the first half did not weigh heavily on the coaching staff. The opponent's tactical execution proved more resolute than theirs. Thus, to secure victory, they needed to implement every strategy flawlessly in the second half. Before the break, the coaching staff conducted a brief analysis of the situation on the sidelines. Kevin retrieved the latest statistics sheet from the scorers table and reported to Coach Smith. Currently, the rebounding count is 16-21 in their favor, and the turnover ratio is 6-2. Most of our turnovers stem from poor pass execution, which wasted our offensive possessions. Lee Moo took the stat sheet and added, "Our two core players have been severely drained. Since they started double-teaming, Rashid hasn't received a single pass in the low post. Particularly during our offensive sets, they've collapsed the defense heavily, and the defender guarding Jerry has been hounding him from the moment he catches the ball in the backcourt. This is a key reason we're trailing at halftime." Coach Smith stood with arms crossed, frowning in thought. After a long pause, he said, "Let's change the starting lineup in the second half. We need to attack from the opening tip. Put Jerry on the bench. If they want physical play, we'll give it right back to them. A head-on collision." Lee Moo dismissed the idea immediately. His experience as a professional player in later years and the modern evolution of basketball told him that success at the highest level hinged on spacing and teamwork. Star players should be the finishers in clutch moments. Excessive attrition only undermines their effectiveness. Before heading to the locker room, Lee Moo followed closely behind Smith and voiced his suggestion, "Coach, I think it's better to keep Jerry in the starting five. Instead of grinding through a physical battle, we should create more space. Jerry and Rashid can run more pick-and-pop plays, drawing the defense out of the paint. That will open up driving lanes." In an era that emphasized physicality, his proposal was bound to be questioned. But Lee Moo, armed with foresight from the future, understood that basketball evolves with the players' strengths. If he could instill this philosophy into them before they entered the league, it would undoubtedly broaden their career opportunities. Coach Smith didn't immediately refute his idea. Instead, he explained, "Whenever Jerry is on the court, the opponent targets him for defense. Even when he moves without the ball, it's hard for him to receive passes cleanly. Playing him alongside Rashid doesn't orchestrate the offense well. It's better to use him as a scorer off the bench." Smith's reasoning was not without merit. Given the tactical level and mainstream views of the time, his approach, though conservative, ensured the team's overall stability in the long run. It guaranteed that a core player would always be on the floor to maintain a baseline and maximize the contributions of every roster member. But Lee Moo believed the moment was critical. If they didn't seize the initiative in the second half, they would lose their best chance to overtake the lead, and the opponent would suffocate them until the final buzzer. With this concern, he offered his insight. Jerry can get opportunities through pick and rolls. Spread the entire floor beyond the arc. Have Rick starting center and Rashid set double screens for Jerry at the top of the key. Jerry decides which side to attack. The screener must set a solid pick. The opposite player can slip to the open space and also block Jerry's defender from chasing. Then clear the paint for Jerry to isolate. If neither option works, use the pick to let Rashid take mid-range shots or even three-pointers. This was the 4-to-5 pick-and-roll tactic later created by then Clippers head coach Doc Rivers. By using repeated screens and fake picks, it confuses the defender about the ball handler's direction and the screener's next move. The famous elevator door play evolved from this 4-to-5 pick-and-roll concept. However, this tactic had a fatal flaw. If the defenders communicated well, stayed with their assignments, and rotated promptly, they could seal off the ball handler's driving and passing lanes, rendering the screener's value moot. Upon hearing this, Coach Smith simulated the play in his mind. After deliberation, he concluded it was feasible, but too risky. If they failed to capitalize, they would be vulnerable to counterattacks. "What you're saying isn't wrong, but I still prefer to stick with the established tactics for now. We still have room for error." Smith's words were ambiguous, but it was clear he favored the first plan. Back in the locker room, Smith quickly announced his decision. "Jerry, rest and save your energy. Rashid, you and Rick work on setting screens to create mismatches and force defensive rotations. Everyone else focus on off-ball movement. Capitalize on their mistakes to score, and we'll have a chance to take the lead." Lee Moo understood Smith's reluctance to adopt his proposal. After all, asking a coach who had once mentored Michael Jordan to let his assistant orchestrate the crucial moments was far-fetched. But fate seemed determined to let Lee Moo make his mark tonight. Soon his opportunity arrived. Smith's tactics worked initially. They capitalized on turnovers, launched fast breaks, and tied the game in short order. Arkansas quickly called a timeout and deployed a small ball lineup with Corliss at center. Their plan was to exploit Rick and Rashid's presence on the court by using speed and quick transitions to suppress North Carolina's momentum. Arkansas's adjustment gave North Carolina trouble. The opponent's small, fast, and precise style disoriented the Tar Heels' offense. Turnovers piled up, and in just 3 possessions the opposition went from tying the game to taking the lead. A hint of worry finally crept onto Coach Smith's face. After a long silence, Smith made a move. As if making a momentous decision, he handed the reins of the team to Lee Moo. He stared at Lee Moo for a long time, then said with a grave expression, "On the next play I'll call a timeout immediately. From then on you and Kevin will handle the lineup and tactics. But you must keep the score close in the coming possessions. Otherwise the final moments will only get worse." He thrust the tactic board into Lee Moo's arms, then whispered with Kevin, who nodded repeatedly before walking over to Lee Moo waiting for the timeout. "Guys, we're behind, but we still have a chance. Here's the plan, Jerry. You replace the point guard. Rashid and Rick, you play the 4 and 5. The offense begins with the point guard. The 4 and 5 set a double screen at the top. The point guard uses the screen to drive, and the screeners must dive toward the paint. Rashid, if Jerry goes off Rick's screen, you pop out to the perimeter. Shoot as soon as you get the ball. Make Corliss respect your range. Jerry, drive to the rim when you can. The defense is out of the paint. Your job is to draw fouls. If they sag off, pull up and hit the mid-range jumper. The 2 and 3 cut across the baseline to create open looks. Clear out the paint for the point guard. If you get the ball, shoot with confidence. Make it, and it's yours. Miss it, and I'll take the blame. Coach, is that all right?" After finishing the setup, Lee Moo turned to the head coach for approval. Smith, however, didn't want Lee Moo to shoulder the responsibility. Since he had handed over command, he shook his head and added, "I gave you the board. Win, and it's your credit. Lose, and I'm fully accountable." With that affirmation, both Kevin and Lee Moo grew more confident. After Kevin detailed the movements and lineup instructions, the team's core rallied everyone. 3 minutes left. Let's execute Lee's plan and give them a surprise. Guys, one more time. 1, 2, 3 Tar Heels. Rashid, who had been targeted all game, let out a long sigh. He knew that everything now depended on their performance in the final stretch. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the last 3 minutes. The score is 63-68 in North Carolina, trailing Arkansas. Interestingly, the Tar Heels' final adjustments are being made by their assistant coach, who is also a player doubling as a coach. Let's see how this unfolds. Bill Walton provided a brief introduction during the timeout, not wanting to overshadow the game itself. The players returned to the court. The final 3 minutes would decide the outcome. Lee Moo, taking on this responsibility for the first time, crouched by the sideline, nervously biting his nails. For Lee Moo, this game was his chance to showcase himself to the global basketball world, and it was a one-time opportunity. Chicago United Center, an unlit room. A man in a suit leaned back on the leather sofa, the smoke from the burning cigar in his hand shrouding his face. Across from him, the television was playing a basketball game, now at its final moments. Through the reflection, the solemnity on his face was visible. "Take it easy, Mike. The game isn't over yet." The door opened, and a man walked in carrying 2 glasses of whiskey. He sat down on the sofa next to the man, handed him one of the glasses, and spoke in a somewhat comforting tone. "Phil, why would Coach Smith give such an important play call to an assistant coach? I heard he's just a player, coach." The man, his tone laced with anger, took the whiskey and questioned the man opposite him. But the man opposite merely watched the game on TV, soothing him with a relaxed tone. "Regardless, you have to trust Smith. He has his reasons." The 2 men in the room were none other than the Bulls coach and player Phil Jackson and Michael Jordan. As a distinguished alumnus of North Carolina, Jordan had followed the Tar Heels' March Madness schedule every year since entering the league. Although he had been away from the court for 2 years and had only recently announced his return to the game, he had kept up this habit. But this year's first game had presented such a scene, and especially what was about to happen on the court, giving him an inexplicable sense of unease. This feeling of sitting in front of the TV watching the younger generation play, yet feeling powerless to help. It was a sense of frustration. He wondered if in the future, when he sat courtside watching the Hornets play, he would feel the same empathy. Lee Moo stood at the sidelines, intently watching the progress of the game. Arkansas, as the reigning champion of the season, seemed to have anticipated the opponent's next move. Immediately after entering the court, they executed a 1-3-1 defensive formation, aiming to maximize pressure on the ball handler and cut off off-ball movement. On the first offensive set, Stackhouse was trapped by the guards at the high post, nearly causing a turnover. Fortunately, he managed to pass the ball to an open Wallace, who knocked down the shot, making the score 65-68. How can this kind of play win? The ball handler gets trapped as soon as he crosses half court, and the screeners haven't even set a pick. I think Dean is losing his mind. Even after the score, Jordan continued to grumble about the offensive approach. Demanding perfection in every move on the court, he could not tolerate a failed play. In his eyes, even a made basket could be a failed execution. Not everyone is you. The fact that they didn't execute the play shows they haven't practiced it. If they try it more, it might work wonders. Phil Jackson picked up his whiskey again, took a small sip, and analyzed the situation from a coach's perspective. "Keep watching. I believe they'll win this game." As Phil had said when the first play failed, Lee Moo immediately shouted to the players on the court, "Watch your positioning. When setting screens, pay attention to the defenders. Make sure the picks are solid." After the defensive stop, Stackhouse pushed the ball up court, organizing Rick and Wallace to set screens for him. Once he confirmed that the interior defenders had been drawn to the free throw line, he immediately used the left side screen to drive, shaking off the defender behind him and the big man, who stepped up, scoring an easy basket. The 5-point lead was instantly cut to 1 and Arkansas's advantage evaporated. See, this tactic is quite interesting. Arkansas is afraid of Wallace's mid-range shot, so they can't easily leave him. They pull the help defender out, clearing space for the ball handler. This play exploits the opponent's psychology, but it's hard to repeat. Arkansas will definitely tighten their defense next time to prevent the pick and roll. With just one play, Jackson had already pinpointed the strengths and weaknesses of the tactic. One could not help but admire the Zen Master's unique insight as a head coach. Beside him, Jordan did not respond, his eyes still glued to the action on the court. Time passed with each possession change, but the score remained unchanged. Both sides kept raising the intensity. As the clock ticked down to the final minute, Limu couldn't help but feel tense. On the next possession, North Carolina's shot was knocked out of bounds by Arkansas, who then called their final timeout to set up their defense. Limu seized the moment, grabbed the clipboard, and immediately outlined the offensive plan. When we inbound the ball, we'll run a variation. Jerry, you'll inbound. Everyone else line up at the free throw line. Rashid, you'll be at the front. The idea is for the others to set screens for you. Jerry's job is to get you the ball. If you have space, take the shot. If not, the others must block Corliss so he can't follow Rashid. Then Rashid, you drive and seek contact, draw a foul. Another new play. Rashid, entrusted with the crucial role, wore a serious expression. Executing a brand new tactic as the finisher in a critical moment was undoubtedly a significant challenge, adding to his pressure. Rashid, follow Lee's plan. But I'll add one thing: if you can't get space, go to the baseline to receive the ball. Don't turn it over. You and Jerry run a pick and roll and then a backdoor cut. But it must be quick. If there's no opportunity, execute immediately. Coach Smith's words undoubtedly calmed the players. After a brief adjustment, they returned to the court with 30 seconds left on the clock. At the baseline, Stackhouse held the ball over his head. The defender in front of him immediately jumped to disrupt the inbound pass. The offensive players at the free throw line set screens. Wallace used the screen to run toward the 3-point line. The defender guarding him followed closely, but was blocked by the screener. Only Corliss managed to fight through the screen and stay on Wallace. Just as it seemed the inbound pass would be a turnover, Wallace suddenly pointed upward and then dashed toward the paint. The long-standing chemistry between them allowed Stackhouse to instantly understand, and he lobbed the ball into the air. Corliss seemed to realize the opponent's plan and stayed close. In the vast arena, all eyes were on the two players. Wallace leaped and Corliss followed suit, but Wallace's athleticism prevailed. He caught the ball midair with one hand and slammed it through the rim, posterizing Corliss. The baseline referee immediately blew his whistle, signaling the basket was good. After a second of silence, the crowd erupted. Bill Walton, abandoning his usual composure, shouted into the microphone the lead. What a play! North Carolina has taken the lead with a perfect alley-oop. 20 seconds remaining and neither team has any timeouts left. Corliss, now the highlight victim, showed no trace of ease. He received the ball and immediately faced Wallace, trying to avenge his humiliation with a game winner. Wallace in turn glared at his opponent, guarding him tightly without giving an inch. Corliss initiated a one-on-one at the high post, backing down his defender inch by inch toward the paint. Just as he made a spin move to shake off Wallace and attempted a layup, the trailing Wallace reached out and swatted the ball away with both hands. The buzzer sounded and the referee signaled the end of the game. Wallace had sealed the victory with a block. 69-68 in North Carolina had defeated Arkansas and advanced to the next round. The 1995 NCAA champion, now due to Limu's presence, had unexpectedly become the first stepping stone on North Carolina's path to the title. The North Carolina players stormed the court, huddling together to savor the victory. Coach Smith, as if winning the championship, sprinted onto the court despite his age, celebrating with his players. Rashid, at the center of the celebration, roared with emotion. Suddenly, he looked around, searching for someone. Spotting Limu celebrating at the edge of the crowd, he parted the crowd, grabbed Limu, hugged him, and then tossed him into the air, shouting, "This is Lee. He's our hero." The other players, quickly realizing, caught Limu as he descended, and echoing Wallace's chant, tossed him up again. "See, I told you they'd win." Watching Jordan's expression shift from frowning to relaxed, then to a long exhale, his face still carrying traces of the emotional roller coaster, Phil Jackson couldn't help but tease. Jordan suddenly stood up and said, "Phil, I'm going to the next game in person. I'll take that day off. I want to see for myself." Clearly in the mind of the heir, Jordan, Limu, who had successfully called 2 plays, had sparked intense curiosity. After the game, the locker room was a mess, evidence of the Tar Heels' post-game celebration. Only a few players remained, packing their bags to leave the arena. Coach Smith, who had celebrated with his players, slumped into a seat, preparing for an interview with ESPN. When asked why he had handed over the play-calling duties to his assistant coach in the final moments, the old coach seemed to snap out of his thoughts. He took the microphone, faced the camera, and said, "No reason. I just believed he could do it. He is, barring Michael, my most brilliant protege. Without a doubt, he is my future successor." The day after the game, the front pages of major sports news outlets and newspapers were dominated by yesterday's match, with bold headlines declaring, "Buzzer beater comeback. The 3 minutes that belonged to North Carolina." The mentor behind the flying man, he is my future successor, the mysterious young man from the East, the mastermind behind the reversal. In no time at all, every major media outlet was scrambling to report on every detail of the game, and Li Mu, the strategic mind behind the turnaround, naturally became the center of everyone's attention. A student who had entered UNC on academic merit rather than athletic scholarship, Li Mu had enjoyed merely a handful of court appearances over 4 years and an ignorable on-court presence. Yet one impromptu tactical intervention instantly propelled him into the spotlight, igniting fierce debate and flooding every major sports forum with stories about him. Meanwhile, Li Mu himself was completely unaware of the media storm swirling around him. On the second day of his break, Li Mu returned alone to the UNC practice facility. After finishing his personal training and a shower, he retired to his office and began preparing the tactical manual for the next game. Just as he was buried in his materials, the door behind him opened. A man walked in carrying a stack of papers, paused when he spotted Li Mu set the papers on the desk, and asked, "Still working today? Haven't you seen the headlines? You're practically the biggest name on our team right now." The visitor was Kevin. Li Mu, hearing these words, looked thoroughly bewildered and asked, "What headlines? I haven't seen any news today." Seeing Li Mu's utter disbelief, Kevin walked over, paused the game footage playing on the television, and switched the channel to ESPN's sports news program. The screen displayed clips from yesterday's contest while the anchor recapped the final result. The annual NCAA Madness officially began yesterday. In yesterday's matchup, UNC hosted Arkansas at home and ultimately staged a dramatic reversal, winning 69-68 with a buzzer beater. Of particular note, in the final 3 minutes, UNC head coach Dean Smith relinquished on-court command authority to one of his assistant coaches. What made the story even more remarkable was that this assistant coach was also an active player, making yesterday's game his first competitive appearance. After taking over the tactical board, he successfully orchestrated 2 brilliant plays in succession, guiding the team to a late-game reversal and victory. Li Mu himself declined to give any post-game interviews. Public interest in him continues to climb. This program will keep tracking UNC's schedule. Please stay locked to ESPN Sports Channel. Those people really have nothing better to do. That was Li Mu's first reaction after watching the entire broadcast. As a transmigrator from a later era, Li Mu had clearly underestimated how fiercely people in an information-scarce age craved gossip. Given the opportunity to seize a story that could capture public attention, every news outlet naturally would not let it slip away. Currently, information about Li Mu had become a highly contested resource among major media organizations, with ESPN's sports division leading the charge. "I don't know whether they're idle or not, but I do know you're certainly going to face sustained outside attention." Hearing Li Mu's complaints, Kevin found it altogether unsurprising. Having served as an assistant coach during the Jordan era, he himself had endured numerous interviews when the spotlight burned hottest, though every reporter's focus had been fixed on Jordan. Watching Li Mu in his current position, Kevin could vaguely recall that same sensation of standing beneath dazzling public scrutiny. By the way, keep a close watch on your email and phone. Someone may come looking for interview segments. It seemed as though Kevin was recalling past experiences when he specifically reminded Li Mu. Li Mu merely nodded blankly and threw himself back into his work. Time flew by unnoticed until afternoon. Li Mu looked up at the clock on the wall and realized he had been in the office for nearly a full day. Just as he was about to invite Kevin to grab a meal at the cafeteria, an email notification appeared on his computer screen. Opening it, he found the sender was the ESPN Sports Feature Department. The letter read, "Dear Mr. Li Mu, we are the ESPN Sports Feature Program team. Thank you for taking the time to read this email amidst your busy schedule. We sincerely invite you to participate in our feature interview program. We will continue to communicate with you regarding the specific interview time and process, and we hope to receive your reply as soon as possible. See, I told you so. Think it over carefully." Behind him, Kevin read the email content and flashed a mischievous smile, patting Li Mu on the back before speaking. Li Mu turned around and asked earnestly, "Tell me honestly, should I really go ahead with this interview? I went through this kind of thing myself back in the day. It's simply chatting about the people and events around you. But I was always the supporting character in those interviews, so I never learned how to properly interview the protagonist. Anyway, think it over first. I'm heading to the cafeteria to order some food. I'll wait for you." Kevin seemed lost in nostalgia as he spoke, then left the office for the cafeteria, leaving Li Mu alone in his chair pondering for a long while. After what felt like an eternity, as though he had reached a decision, Li Mu began typing on his keyboard. "I am Li Mu. I have received your letter. Thank you most sincerely for the program team's invitation. At present, I am actively preparing with the team for the remaining schedule of March Madness, and it is temporarily inconvenient to accept interviews. This is my personal contact information, XXXXXXX. I look forward to discussing specific interview details with you in our future communications. Thank you." After typing the final character, Li Mu stretched his arms with a sense of relief and rose from his chair. His gaze fell upon the blackboard across the room where the names of the opposing teams for their next matches were recorded. He studied it for a long while, then a confident smile suddenly appeared on his face. He walked up to the blackboard and circled one name with chalk to mark it as a priority. The name read Damon Stoudemire. Damon Stoudemire, the linchpin of the Arizona Wildcats, posted an impressive average of 22. 8 points, 4. 3 rebounds, 7. 3 assists and 1. 7 steals per game that season, solidifying his status as the team's undeniable cornerstone. Although he stood only 178 meters tall, the prowess he displayed on the court still made the University of North Carolina cautious. In Limu's memory, in the upcoming draft, Stoudemire would be selected 7th overall by the Toronto Raptors and go on to claim the Rookie of the Year honor. This guy is really tough to deal with. In the office, the 3-man coaching staff was reviewing the Wildcats' materials. Coach Smith, his eyes fixed on Stoudemire's scouting report, lifted his head and glanced at the opponent's game footage, unable to help but remark. Limu and Kevin exchanged glances, confirming their shared thoughts. Then Kevin handed the documents to Coach Smith and said, "This is a tactical report that Lee and I wrote together. We've been watching their game footage from this season and discovered a weakness. Their lineup lacks consistent shooters, and the team mainly relies on high-pressure defense and fast breaks for offense, with Stoudemire serving as the team's commander. We believe that if we can get Stoudemire into foul trouble and cut off their passing connections, we might achieve a different outcome." Coach Smith shook his head and immediately dismissed the idea. "I've considered this tactic as well, but I think it's rather impractical. First, the Wildcats have already anticipated these issues and will implement an unlimited switching defense. Second, none of our players can dominate their opponent one-on-one for the entire game. Even Jerry can only barely hold his own, as evidenced in previous encounters. I think we'll have to stick with the pre-planned tactics for the next game." Limu seemed to have anticipated Coach Smith's reaction. He followed up calmly, stating his own view. "Coach, if we want to win the next game, we must activate Jerry. Last game he was suppressed by Arkansas for the entire match. Having him match up against Damon actually gives us an advantage, but right now he's carrying a heavy burden. He's been distracted during training. If we can help him let go of these burdens, maybe he can take on Damon." As for his old friend, Limu knew him inside out. Over 4 years of college, they had gone from teammates to close friends, and Limu was well aware of his inner struggles. Although he was a gentleman off the court, once he stepped onto the court, he would shed his usual demeanor and reveal his competitive side. His poor performance in the last game dealt him a blow. If Limu could untie his mental knot, he believed he could successfully activate him. "I've seen Jerry struggle since the last game, but this is something he has to overcome on his own, and no one can help him." Coach Smith let out a long sigh, expressing his concern. Although Stackhouse had teamed up with Wallace to complete the game winner in the last game, his overall performance was indeed unsatisfactory. With his competitive nature, he certainly wouldn't be satisfied with such a performance. "Lee, there are only 3 days until the next game. Since you proposed this idea, you're responsible for solving this problem. Go ahead and get that guy back on his feet." After much deliberation, Coach Smith decided to let Limu give it a try. After all, in this team, only Limu had the closest relationship with Stackhouse. If he could successfully wake him up, it would certainly benefit the whole team. Limu, having accepted the task, vowed to complete it. He then stood up and headed toward the court. "Jerry, come on, let's play one-on-one. Let me check your training progress." On the training court, the players were all working hard. Limu's words were like a stone thrown into a lake, quickly stirring up a chain reaction. All eyes turned to Limu. The other protagonist mentioned, Stackhouse, was standing on the court holding a basketball, obviously bewildered by being suddenly called out. But facing the one-on-one challenge, he felt a bit confused, yet found no words to refuse. However, his subsequent actions showed his attitude. He readily accepted the challenge. "Lee, did the coach send you to be my sparring partner?" The training ground was utterly silent, so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. Jerry Stackhouse stood facing Limu, holding a basketball in his arms, and asked coldly. To him, any challenge on the court must be answered through basketball. This was Stackhouse's creed on the hardwood. As someone who had clawed his way up from the bottom, he knew exactly what he owed his success to, even when the challenger was Limu. Limu didn't respond. Instead, he walked to the side and slipped off his jacket, revealing a North Carolina blue practice jersey underneath. He bent down to tighten his shoelaces, then stepped onto the court, strode straight toward his opponent, and gestured for the ball, without any expression. "Let's play 3 points. I haven't been on the court in a while, so give me some practice." Stackhouse looked at Limu, who was slightly shorter than him, his eyes unreadable. After a moment, he handed the ball to Limu and said in a low voice, "Ball's yours." "Check ball." The other players on the training ground voluntarily stepped off the court, leaving only the two facing each other. Smith and Kevin also came out of the office and leaned against the wall, watching the impending duel. In the veteran coach's mind, who won or lost didn't matter. The key was how Limu would address Jerry's inner demons. Back on the court, Limu had the ball and prepared to attack. He tentatively stepped forward with his right foot, saw that his opponent didn't bite, then drove in the opposite direction and began his break. Jerry immediately closed in on Limu, not giving him any space to drive. Seeing his advance blocked, Limu pulled the ball behind his back, created a step of separation, and released a mid-range shot that swished cleanly through the net. 10-0. Limu took the lead. "I feel like Lee's skills have sharpened even more. That shot was crisp and decisive," remarked Wallace from the sideline, his eyes lighting up at Limu's offense. Stackhouse picked up the ball from the ground and attacked immediately, his quick drive catching Limu off guard and tying the score in an instant. The two on the court seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, simultaneously intensifying their defensive pressure on each other. They both stopped each other's attacks, and the score remained stuck at 11 for nearly 8 consecutive possessions until Stackhouse finally broke the deadlock and took the lead over Limu. The two had been locked in a matchup without exchanging a word, but Li Mu finally broke the silence. Jerry, you're playing well, but you're still hung up on that past game. Why can't you let go of that obsession? What makes you think I care about that game? I suggest you focus on the court. Stackhouse picked up the ball from the baseline, passed it back to Li Mu, and immediately assumed a defensive stance. It was clear that Li Mu's words had struck a chord. Seeing that he was unwilling to discuss it, Li Mu knew it wasn't yet the right time to force the issue. He said nothing more, took the ball, and drove immediately. When Stackhouse lunged at him, he gathered the ball and executed a Euro step, sinking the shot and bringing the score to match point. It was Stackhouse's turn to inbound. Once again at the same starting point, he didn't attack quickly, but instead carefully considered how to shift Li Mu's defensive focus. Just as he was pondering, slap, Li Mu pounced from a hidden angle, cleanly swiped the ball away, controlled it, and drove toward the paint. Recovering, Stackhouse chased after Li Mu, raising his hand to block the shot, hoping to redeem his earlier mistake with a block. But Li Mu seemed to have anticipated his move. Using his offhand to hold Stackhouse at bay, he created a sliver of space. When the moment was right, he executed a jump stop, creating a step of separation. Stackhouse, fooled, jumped immediately, convinced the shot was coming. But just as he thought he had successfully defended the play, Li Mu held the ball at his side and didn't shoot. As Stackhouse flew past him, Li Mu finished with a simple layup to end the game. Stackhouse spun out of position, stood frozen in place, as if he hadn't yet processed what had just happened. Everyone on the sideline watched the scene unfold. Some players didn't understand what had occurred. Smith, who had been observing the duel, spoke up. This guy is really clever. He used Jerry's anxiety in the final moments to force a mistake, then capitalized on Jerry's desperate urge to redeem himself to win the game. But this hasn't solved the underlying issue. Kevin, take the team for drills now and give them some private space. Under Kevin's organization, the team returned to training. Li Mu pulled Stackhouse over to the bench and handed him a towel. Seeing that his teammate was still lost in his own world, Li Mu said nothing, simply sitting quietly beside him. I don't know how I ended up like this. Whenever it's the final moments of a game, I get nervous, afraid of making mistakes. But the more I fear mistakes, the more I lose the ball. After sitting for a while, Stackhouse let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. Off the court, he could lower his guard and talk heart-to-heart with a friend. Li Mu seemed to have already prepared his words, echoing his thoughts. Jerry, in my hometown, there's a saying, be unbound by form like water. Water is both soft and hard. It roughly means that one should not be confined to a single state, if face any situation with a clear mind and adapt to the circumstances. Since that last game, you've been dwelling on your poor performance. That's why you got nervous at the critical moment in this duel, and I found your weakness. Jerry, let go of your obsession. Make peace with yourself. The team needs you. In the next game, you'll be matched up against Stoudemire. Only you can handle him. Li Mu's words stirred a wave deep within his heart, washing away the stubborn obsession. These words were only a means to help him break free, or whether he could truly emerge from the darkness depended on himself. Now that Li Mu had done what he could, he left the rest to time. Li Mu stood up from the bench and headed toward the locker room. Smith had been waiting for him at the door for some time. As they approached, Li Mu spoke first. I've said what I needed to say to him. Whether he can move past this depends on whether he can understand those words. Now all we can do is wait. Lee, if Jerry can't get through this, we need to prepare other options, Coach Smith said, without elaboration, simply informing him of his plan. Li Mu looked back at the bench and saw that he was no longer sitting there, but had returned to the training court and joined the drills. A grin spread across his face. I think we won't need other plans. He'll definitely handle Stoudemire in the next game. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye, and the game against Arizona arrived as scheduled. During the final team practice before the match, Li Mu found Stackhouse in the treatment room, where he was undergoing muscle stretching with the help of the team doctor. A glimmer of life had returned to his eyes, no longer vacant as in recent days, showing that he was gradually emerging from the shadow of his slump. Jerry, the opponent's starting lineup, is out. Damon is starting at point guard tonight. The coach asked me to remind you to tape your ankles well, because you'll be matched up with him the whole game. You're responsible for guarding him full court. Li Mu handed the playbook to Stackhouse, who merely glanced through it hastily before returning it. Lee, please tell the coach that I'm ready. Seeing him like this, Li Mu couldn't help but punch him on the shoulder and tease, kid, if you mess up tonight, you're in for it. The punch was a bit heavy and Stackhouse winced, clutching the spot, while a long-lost relieved smile spread across his face. Seeing him in this state, Li Mu felt a newfound confidence. Time quickly arrived at evening, just an hour before the game officially started. Li Mu was organizing the players to enter the court for warm-ups, when suddenly a large crowd poured into the previously quiet arena. Turning around, he saw the entrance tunnel packed with people. At the center of the crowd, a man in a gray leather jacket and sunglasses had become the focal point. Under the protection of security, he waved to the crowd, then slowly pushed through the encirclement, heading toward the North Carolina bench. Oh, why is he here this year? While Li Mu was still puzzled, Kevin spoke first. The visitor walked toward their direction, and Kevin greeted him with a warm embrace, exchanging pleasantries like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. The players from both sides who were warming up on the court suddenly stopped their drills. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Oh my God, it's Michael." Instantly, all the players on the court rushed over, surrounding the man in the middle. "Lee, don't just stand there. Come over. This man needs no introduction. He's Michael Jordan." Kevin's words struck everyone present like a bolt of lightning. Li Mu's body mechanically obeyed Kevin's command, walking toward the tall man until he stood right in front of him. The man took off his sunglasses, revealing the deep, piercing eyes underneath. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he extended his large right hand to Li Mu. "Hello, Li. I'm Michael Jordan." "Jordan? This is freaking Jordan." Li Mu's mind finally snapped back to reality, and a wave of shock washed over him. The man before him was actually Jordan. He had only ever seen him on TV or the internet before. Now he was standing face to face talking with him. "Hello, Michael. I'm Li Mu. It's a great honor to meet you." Regaining his composure, Li Mu immediately stepped forward, extending both hands to clasp Jordan's, introducing himself with excitement. Just as Li Mu was at a loss for what to do next, an angry shout came from behind. "You punk. You come back without telling me, sneaking over here on your own. Do you even have any respect for me as your coach?" Turning around to follow the voice, Li Mu saw Coach Smith standing outside the crowd. Though his tone was laced with anger, the smile on his face was unmistakable. Jordan's expression also grew emotional upon seeing his mentor. He pushed through the crowd and jogged straight toward Smith. Kevin elbowed the still-dazed Li Mu, pointing to the shot clock on the sideline to signal that the game was about to start. Seeing this, Li Mu snapped out of it and immediately organized the players to prepare for tip-off. Soon the arena was packed with spectators who had come to watch. Both teams' starting lineups were ready, stepping onto the court for the opening jump ball. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to tonight's game. The matchup is between North Carolina and Arizona. In their last game, North Carolina staged a dramatic comeback against Arkansas in the final moments. Let's see if they can replicate that miracle tonight. Also, we have a very special guest in the house tonight, North Carolina's legendary alumnus, Michael Jordan. As a legend of the North Carolina program, Michael still holds many of the school's all-time records. With him here in person tonight, let's see if he can bring good luck to the Tar Heels. Please stay tuned. As the sideline announcer introduced him, Michael Jordan stood up from his seat and acknowledged the crowd. The audience responded enthusiastically, and thunderous applause erupted in the arena. With the referee's signal, the game officially began. After the jump ball, North Carolina gained possession first. Stackhouse received the ball and began directing his teammates on their positions. "Jerry, we're matched up again. Even Michael is here tonight. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I stole the ball from you right in front of him and scored?" Damon Stoudemire, the defender, was right in front of him, trying to disrupt Jerry's concentration with trash talk. Just as Jerry was about to pass, Damon reacted quickly, stole the ball, and drove to the basket for an easy layup before Jerry could recover. "Hey, what do you think, Jerry? I told you so. Look at your coach on the sideline. His face is already turning sour." After the play, Damon taunted the slow-reacting Jerry. Coach Smith's face was ashen. To be humiliated like that on the first possession made him want to call an immediate timeout and pull Jerry off the court. Coach taking him out now would surely crush Jerry's confidence. The game has just started. If he doesn't perform well later, then we can sub him out. Is that okay? Seeing Smith's expression, Li Mu sensed trouble. As Smith was about to walk toward the scorer's table, Li Mu quickly grabbed his arm and pleaded for another chance for Jerry. "Jerry, what the hell are you doing? If you can't play, get the hell off the court." Just as the coach and player were arguing over the timeout, Jordan, sitting on the sidelines, couldn't hold back anymore. He stood up abruptly and in front of the entire arena pointed at the player on the court and cursed. Jerry's face instantly turned dark. He looked around at the audience, whose expressions shifted from surprise and shock to mockery and ridicule. Somewhere in the stands, someone started chanting, "Get off! Get off!" The opposing Mighty Mouse wasn't about to miss such an opportunity to taunt his opponent. He faced the crowd, waving his arms, urging his teammates to join in the jeers. "That bastard wants to start trouble, doesn't he?" The hot-tempered Wallace saw this and immediately wanted to charge over and knock the short instigator off the court. The arguing coach and player on the sideline realized the situation was about to spiral out of control. Li Mu, caring little about whether it would hurt Jerry's confidence, used the timeout to stop Wallace along with his teammates. Meanwhile, the Mighty Mouse high-fived his teammates, and as he returned to his bench, blew a whistle at the North Carolina players. "Damn it, Lee, don't stop me. I'm going to kill that little runt." Still fuming, Wallace saw the scene and was about to confront the Arizona players on their bench. "Enough. Everyone sit down. If you don't want to play, get out of the gym right now." Smith's voice was filled with fury as he shouted at the chaotic bench. The roar brought the players to a temporary calm, and they sat down, exchanging uneasy glances. "Jerry, how could you make such a mistake? What are you even doing? Don't go back in. Let the rotation player take your spot." Before anyone could react, Smith focused on Jerry and began to tear into him. Jordan, standing behind Smith in the stands, watched coldly as the coach berated the player he had just yelled at. Under the heavy gaze of two towering figures, Stackhouse felt a lump in his throat and an overwhelming discomfort. Just as he was about to be crushed, Li Mu's words gave him some strength to hold on. "Coach, although Jerry's mistake was indeed inexcusable, pulling him so hastily plays right into the opponent's trap. Since we made our plan before the game, we should stick to it. If we keep letting them lead us by the nose, we'll be the ones who end up losing." Jordan, standing in the stands, wore a stern expression, his eyes unreadable, whether anger or something else. But upon hearing Li Mu's words, he became intrigued. It was Li Mu who had saved the team with his miraculous adjustments in the final moments of the last game. Part of the reason Jordan had decided to attend tonight's game was to see this very person. He was genuinely curious whether this guy was a genius with extraordinary talent, or just a lucky fool who stumbled into success. Coach Smith highly regarded Lee Moo as a player, but as head coach he hated having his in-game decisions questioned. After thinking it over he softened his tone slightly. Jerry, I'm giving you one last chance. If you keep playing like this you won't see any more playing time tonight. Lee, if this decision costs us the game, don't ever offer any tactical suggestions again. Hearing Smith's words, Stackhouse looked up and cast a grateful glance at Lee Moo, who deliberately ignored it, standing aside listening to the coach's tactical instructions. Lee Moo knew from the coach's tone that he wasn't joking. He and Jerry were now bound together in fate. If the team lost tonight, neither of them would come out well. The timeout ended, and the players were about to return to the court. Jordan pulled Stackhouse aside, leaned in close, and whispered, "That kid is no match for you. Don't dwell on that turnover. If he dares to trash talk you make him shut up by beating him. And once he's quiet, trash talk him back, let him know whose home court this is." Seeing Stackhouse nod, Jordan patted his shoulder, hoping to give him a little boost. Back on the court, the entire team locked their eyes on the mighty mouse, and Stackhouse had etched his opponent's image deep into his mind, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Sitting on the sideline, Lee Moo stared at every move on the court, silently praying. All we can do now is go all out. Win or lose, it's all up to you, Jerry. The smug expression on Arizona's face instantly twisted into a grimace. After being toyed with in such a manner, the North Carolina players returned to the court, unleashing the pent-up fury that had been simmering within them, venting it all at once upon their opponents. Stackhouse transformed into a cold-blooded killer, showing no mercy against Stoudemire. Using Wallace's screen to cut into the paint, he finished over the opposing center stationed in the restricted area. On the defensive end, Wallace swatted Stoudemire's layup off the backboard, with the emphatic rejection stifling Arizona's comeback attempt in its cradle. After several consecutive setbacks, the deficit continued to widen. With Stackhouse knocking down another three-pointer from the top of the arc, Arizona's head coach could no longer remain seated, promptly calling a timeout as the score stood at 11-2. Stackhouse finally let out his pent-up frustration. As both teams headed off the court, he flashed a 5-0 gesture toward his opponents, signaling that they had scored 5 consecutive baskets while the other side had not managed a single stop. Faced with such blatant provocation, the Arizona players, who had been brimming with energy at the start, now dared not respond. Stoudemire simply pretended not to see it and walked straight back to the bench. "Great job, boys. That's exactly how we should play." Jordan stood courtside to welcome the returning players, emphatically high-fiving them. The atmosphere on North Carolina's bench stood in stark contrast to that of Arizona's. The old coach, now free of the earlier anger, stood before his players holding a clipboard as he began outlining the next set of instructions. "You're playing well, but don't get too excited. The game is far from over. We need to keep up the defensive intensity. The opposition will make adjustments, so don't let your guard down. Keep pushing, boys. Let's secure this victory. Jerry, well played. Keep it up until you knock them down." Smith's words undoubtedly served as a calming reassurance for the players. The next step was to maintain the momentum and preserve the lead until halftime. A hint of a smile finally crept onto the praised Stackhouse's face. Subconsciously, he searched the crowd for Lee Moo, who stood by, and secretly gave him a thumbs up. The unspoken bond between friends often needed no words. A single gesture or expression conveyed everything that needed to be said. The timeout ended, and both teams returned to the court with their starters still on the floor. The game resumed, and after the break, Arizona finally adjusted, leading to a back-and-forth battle. At halftime, the score stood at 30-27. Undeniably, Stoudemire's skill ran deep. Despite the unfavorable circumstances, he managed to keep the game tight, holding the deficit to within 3 points. This clash naturally caught the attention of the scouts seated courtside. Back in the locker room, Coach Smith's expression was far from relaxed. The opponent's performance on the court had exceeded his expectations. Though they had maintained the lead throughout the first half, the opposing team's overall defense was solid, making it difficult to widen the gap. If they slipped even slightly in the second half, the hard-earned advantage could vanish in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the clipboard, walked over to the players, and made his decision. "Boys, this is a tough game. We're going to shorten the rotation. Our starters will play through the entire second half. Pay extra attention to avoid excessive fouling. Some of you already have 3 fouls in NCAA. 5 fouls result in disqualification. Since they want to play mind games, we'll fight them to the end." Facing Arizona's aggressive momentum, the usually composed Coach Smith chose to embrace a fiery approach. When the best go head-to-head, it's all about who backs down first. At the decisive moment, there was only one word: fight. This decision had already been agreed upon by the coaching staff before the game. Speaking of which, it was Lee Moo who first proposed the suggestion. If the game remained deadlocked, the opponent would inevitably leverage their strengths and execute relentless switching defense. In such a scenario, they must exploit the lone star scoring ability of their starters, target the opponent's defensive weaknesses, and dismantle their overall defensive system. As the second half began, the opposition continued to use the same rotation that had helped them close the gap in the first half. The spotlight of the game was bound to return to the protagonists on both sides. It was time to show their true cards, and nothing could be held back. The score remained tight until the final moments, with North Carolina still leading by 2 points. The situation on the court had turned brutal. North Carolina had lost 2 players to fouls, including Wallace, while Stackhouse carried 4 fouls. On Arizona's side, Stoudemire also had 4 fouls, and their vaunted defensive rotation had been forced to sit due to excessive fouls. With 1 minute remaining, Arizona had the ball. Stoudemire brought it up the court while his counterpart Stackhouse, hampered by foul trouble, could only guard him from a step away. Stoudemire seized the moment, pulling up for a 3-pointer over Stackhouse. The ball arced through the air and nestled into the net under the gaze of the entire arena. Arizona finally took the lead on that shot with only 20 seconds left on the clock. Just when everyone expected North Carolina to call a timeout, Coach Smith appeared unusually confident. He signaled a 1 gesture to the players on the court, who understood immediately. After inbounding from the baseline, the ball was given to Stackhouse. He raised 1 hand, signaling for everyone to clear out space. Since he had given up the basket, he was determined to answer in the same way. Double team him. Double team him. Don't let him go one-on-one. Don't foul. Arizona's head coach saw the intended attack and made a quick decision. The on-ball defender promptly executed the tactical instruction, leaving his own man to form a double team with Stoudemire. Just when everyone expected the ball to go to the open man, Stackhouse's move defied all expectations. Facing the aggressive double team, he searched for an escape route, but found none, so he passed to an open teammate. Arizona's coach felt as if victory was within his grasp, his joy nearly overflowing. But before he could even prepare to celebrate, his smile froze. The defender's attention was entirely drawn to the ball handler. Stackhouse immediately cut back to the baseline, while the player at the top set a screen. Only when the ball was swung to the opposite corner did they realize the grave mistake. The help defense came quickly, but Stackhouse's release was even faster. Facing the closing defender, he remained remarkably composed, making a decisive move. He rose and fired, releasing the 3-pointer. As the ball left his hands, the shot clock began its final countdown. 3, 2, 1. The sideline commentator erupted, "Lights out. The ball goes in. A god has descended. Perfect revenge. Stackhouse hits the game winner against tight defense." Some time had passed since the game against Arizona. When Lemieux recalled the final game-winning shot, he couldn't help but think of Ray Allen's clutch 3-pointer in the NBA Finals against the Spurs. Stackhouse's buzzer beater would become a classic moment in his future career. After North Carolina's consecutive buzzer beater comebacks, the team garnered sustained media exposure and elevated attention from the outside world. Riding this wave, the players gained more options. Standing at a crossroads, each harbored their own thoughts. Were they ready to declare for the NBA draft? The question that arose was, should they risk injury for an NCAA championship or preserve their value to secure a higher draft pick? Human desire defies explanation, especially in an era where money reigns supreme. Gaining enough exposure leads to more opportunities, an immutable truth. As the season progressed, North Carolina advanced through subsequent games and eventually reached the championship stage. However, the players' hesitance and conservative play during the process cast doubt on whether the team could ultimately claim the title. Rasheed Wallace was the first to notice this issue. As one of the team's leaders, he clearly sensed his teammates' lackadaisical attitude during games. Wallace, as the core player, naturally received numerous tryout invitations from professional leagues. But in his mind, winning the championship for North Carolina was the sole objective. Different perspectives, seek common ground while respecting differences. Yet Wallace couldn't comprehend this. Long-suppressed dissatisfaction would eventually erupt. During a practice session, Wallace watched his teammates' continued sloppiness. When a teammate allowed an easy layup due to poor defense, he finally snapped, "What the hell? I always have to cover for you. If you can't defend, then get the hell off the court." The teammate was clearly stung by the remark. The two immediately squared off in a tense confrontation, but other teammates quickly separated them, preventing a brawl. Coach Smith brought the two to his office to mediate the conflict. Mediation was a generous term. In reality, it was a one-sided reprimand. Though the practice court couldn't see inside the office, the walls couldn't contain Smith's angry shouts or the sound of objects being slammed onto the floor. Before long, both emerged from the office with downcast expressions, but the rift between them remained unresolved, and they parted on bad terms. The conflict exposed everyone's true thoughts. The players on the court were distracted, and the team seemed to have lost the momentum of their earlier winning streak. After practice, the veteran coach specifically asked the coaching staff and the two core players to stay behind while the others filed out. "You guys go wash up, then we'll head to the restaurant together. My treat today." This was Lemieux's first team dinner since his transmigration. Although only 5 people were present, including Smith, the coach seemed genuinely pleased. Once the dishes were served, the old coach, seated at the head of the table, gestured for everyone to enjoy. Seeing that no one else was about to speak, Wallace grabbed his knife and fork and started eating. Nothing mattered more than food. Observing this, the others also began to eat. Everyone seemed to reach an unspoken agreement to remain silent throughout the meal, not breaking the brief tranquility. After everyone had finished, Coach Smith, who had been silent all along, finally broke the silence. "I invited you here today for no particular reason. We're all adults. We can speak openly. Rasheed, I know you'll announce your draft declaration after the finals, so I didn't go into detail this morning in the office. Jerry, same for you. I know exactly what you're thinking. Last season, the team only reached the Final Four, so you too didn't consider declaring. You felt frustrated and wanted to win a championship before entering the draft. I won't hide it from you. Several NBA teams and agencies have already contacted me for your information. Once you announce your draft entry, agents and NBA tryouts will come flooding in. He paused, then continued, but the other players aren't like you two. They have limited talent. For them, this championship is far less important than earning money in a higher level league. If they can't make it to the NBA, they'll have to settle for a contract in lower tier leagues or leave basketball altogether for other careers. Human nature is something you should never try to fathom. But living for oneself, no one can blame anyone for that. From their perspective, giving everything for a championship is right because they are the one in a million talents. Even if they fail to win the title or get injured, it won't significantly affect their future draft stock. But from the perspective of ordinary players, going all out for a championship, even if they win, only brings glory to the core players. They themselves gain little, and if injured, they'd have to bear the hefty medical costs. The Cinderella story rarely works in reality. In his past life, Lee Mu came from a small-town background. Through hard work and relentless training, he climbed from a sports school to a local team, then to a professional team. He could empathize with the struggles of grassroots players. At that moment, Wallace had an epiphany. He understood why the coach had been stricter with him in the office, why his words were filled with rebuke. They were laced with many unspoken difficulties. Filled with shame, he pondered for a long while before speaking slowly. I understand, coach. I'll give my all in the finals. I'll do everything I can to win the championship for the team. Though the core players' inner conflicts were resolved, an even more troubling problem now confronted Coach Smith. Their upcoming opponent in the finals was the University of Maryland, whose core player was Joe Smith, the future #1 pick in the 1995 NBA draft. To be honest, in Coach Smith's eyes, this championship no longer held the same importance. He had coached Michael Jordan and won a title. He was already a life winner. Yet the sense of duty as a coach still drove him. If he could lead this team to a championship and add a layer of security to everyone's future careers, then no matter how difficult, he would give it a try. Thus, the greatest challenge now was how to ignite the fighting spirit of the other players. Just as the old coach was about to address the group, telling them to train hard without too many worries, he would handle the rest. A voice cut in, interrupting his words. Coach, since we've already reached an agreement on the previous matters, leave the rest to us. During the game, we won't let you down. Lee Mu sat in his chair, his eyes brimming with confidence. When he looked at the others, their faces all bore the same expression, astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. Damn it, what is Lee doing? I really can't hold on much longer. The early April sun cast a dazzling glare upon the sandy beach as the North Carolina players underwent their sand training. Today's training was entirely in the hands of two assistant coaches, while head coach Smith was actively communicating with the school regarding the details of the next game. Rashid, keep going, don't fall behind. Look at the others. Everyone is ahead, and you're the only one holding us back. Kevin and Lee Mu stood at the top of the sand dune, looking down at the players struggling to climb. In the distance, a panting figure was laboring upward. Watching Wallace, who was unstoppable on the court, now so utterly exhausted and trailing at the back, was quite comical. The two exchanged glances and then smiled at each other. After a while, all the players had successfully reached the summit. Lee Mu finally spoke. Good work, brothers. Let's continue with the sand sprints. The finals are imminent, so let's give it our all. He was met with a chorus of groans and complaints. The thoroughly exhausted Wallace couldn't help but ask, Lee, what's the point of all this training today? What does it accomplish? Anticipating this reaction, Lee Mu calmly answered everyone's doubts. After you finish this sprint, go try a sprint on the court. If your time isn't faster than before, I'll do as many sets of sprints as you did. Hearing this explanation, many players' eyes lit up. The prospect of improving their on-court performance was exactly what they desperately needed. Stackhouse and Wallace, who had already reached an agreement with Lee Mu, raised no further objections. They led the charge down the slope, ready to jump into a new round of sprint training. Kevin, standing nearby, remarked admiringly, Lee, what exactly is that secret you mentioned at the dinner? Even Coach Smith is willing to run errands for you, and those two guys follow you around like they've been hypnotized. Lee Mu just smiled faintly without directly answering. Give me some time, and I can rally these guys' spirits again. Time rewound to the previous gathering. Just as Coach Smith was fretting, Lee Mu's firm reply interrupted his thoughts, and his subsequent words opened a new door for him. Coach, leave the next 2 days of training to Kevin and me. I'll find a way to get everyone back on track. But there's something else I'd like you to help us secure. If we can get it, it might give the players a huge morale boost. Regarding the first proposal, he agreed without much thought. But as for the second matter, he didn't dare to commit easily. Who knew what tricks this kid had up his sleeve? I have no problem with you taking over training, but you need to tell me exactly what you want me to fight for. Otherwise, no deal. Coach Smith's tone was firm, as if he suspected a trap that would lead to disaster. Seeing the old coach's reaction, Lee Mu was both amused and exasperated. He couldn't reveal the matter in front of the others. They could only find out during the finals. So he simply said, Coach, I'll tell you later. Right now it's just an idea, and I'm still missing some information. Once I have everything, I'll let you know. Hearing this, Coach Smith didn't press further, but said sternly, since you want to take charge of training, I have no objection. But I hope you can get the players' mental state back on track before the game. This match is crucial for them. Lee Mu nodded, then turned to the three others. I'll need everyone's cooperation for the training. Rashid, the upcoming sessions will be tough. Be prepared. You and Jerry need to set an example. Wallace, still unaware, readily agreed. The other two also assented without much thought, leading to the scene at the beginning. As for Li Mu's plan the day after the gathering, he came to the office and laid out his entire strategy. After hearing the full scheme, the old coach's eyes sparkled with surprise. After giving Li Mu a few instructions, he hurriedly grabbed a stack of documents and left the gym, leaving the bewildered players staring at his retreating figure. Brothers, our opponent in the finals this year is Maryland. This team has been on a roll since the start of the March Madness, climbing all the way from the bottom. Their core is Joe Smith, a versatile player. Barring any surprises, he's likely to be this year's #1 pick. The defensive pressure on us is indeed significant. Inside the tactical room, the players gathered after training following Coach Smith's instructions to watch Maryland's game footage. After playing the video, Li Mu pointed out the opponent's strengths to the team. As the only senior on the team and a member of the 1993 championship squad, Li Mu, though unremarkable on the court, commanded respect. His excellent execution during the March Madness had helped the team overcome numerous hurdles, earning him the players' full recognition. However, many players still showed hesitation in their eyes, clearly worried about previous issues. According to Coach Smith, several players had already received offers from overseas leagues. After the finals, they planned to immediately sign with agents and head abroad for trials. If they got injured or performed poorly during the finals, the fate of those contracts would be uncertain. Seeing everyone still undecided, Li Mu knew it was time to lay his cards on the table. Just as he was about to explain the plan, a loud bang sounded. Coach Smith burst open the tactical room door, beaming with excitement, waving a document in his hand. "We did it. We succeeded. Li, you're a goddamn genius." The crowd's attention shifted to Coach Smith, who ignored their stares and strode directly to the front desk with a document in hand. Raising it triumphantly, he announced with delight, "I know some of you feel there's no hope of being selected by an NBA team, which is why you hesitate and hold back. I don't blame you. For securing your future is only human nature. That's why Li Mu submitted a proposal to the school, helping everyone secure a bigger stage. This championship final will be broadcast nationally by ESPN, and multiple player follow cameras have been specifically set up to capture your highlight moments. So all of you must stay focused. Seize this hard-won opportunity and showcase yourselves to the world." At that moment, every player's face showed shock, while those who had been hesitating now had no reservations left, only excitement. As the mastermind behind it all, Li Mu wore a knowing expression, as if he had anticipated this outcome from the start. This was the direction history was taking and the inevitable path ahead. The reason he proposed this now was that since the 1990s, America had been promoting the NBA, globally aiming to establish itself as a basketball powerhouse. Li Mu's proposal to broadcast the NCAA championship nationally was meant to enhance the league's image and boost the visibility of major universities. While this idea had been raised before, funding, sponsorship, and broadcasting contract issues had prevented it from being realized. Broadcasting the championship would boost ESPN's viewership ratings, increase exposure for both schools, and generate revenue sharing to support future recruitment and provide each participating player with greater visibility while offering teams more talent to evaluate. In everyone's eyes, this was a genuine three-way win-win situation. I had this realization while watching the tape that day. Why couldn't we pursue a national broadcast opportunity? At the time, I thought if it worked out, it would help increase the team's exposure and open up more opportunities for the professional league. I never expected that actually trying it would succeed. Li Mu took over from the old coach's words and explained his thoughts to everyone. Meanwhile, the plans he and the other four had made were coming together at this moment. The results clearly showed success. Let's not say anything else about it. Once we're on the court, we fight. I had a poor attitude during training a few days ago which caused conflict, and I apologize to everyone. But for this game, I want to win it together with everyone, lift the trophy, and cut down the nets with you at home. So for the next match, I'll give it my all, and I hope you brothers can put aside past grievances and work together with one heart to bring home this championship." Seeing everyone immersed in joy conversing with their teammates, Wallace slowly rose, cleared his throat, and declared his determination before them all. "The opportunity has come to us. Whether we reach the top depends on us." From the crowd came someone's voice, followed by response after response. Eventually, all the players stood up, with two core members representing them shouting in unison to the coach, "Coach, we are all ready." Though this roster may not be the most talented squad he had ever coached, it was certainly the most unified. Coach Smith's eyes grew moist at the sight, having poured his life's work into shaping this team's culture. With everyone now united in purpose, his inner worries faded away, replaced by boundless confidence. Turning his gaze to Li Mu, the force behind this transformation, Smith watched him step forward from the bench to his current position, willing to play a supporting role behind the scenes before the brightest stages, creating a larger platform for the players. Such character and composure made him sigh that he was truly growing old. The future belonged to these young men. Li Mu observed the team's unity and knew his objective had been achieved. Seizing the moment to press forward while momentum was high, he could maximize the impact. He stepped forward and spoke. "Brothers, a human life spans only about 30,000 days. When faced with decisions, we often falter and opportunities slip away in the blink of an eye. But consider this. Why did we choose basketball in the first place? If given a chance at a game-winning shot, would you take it? For me, I'd always take that shot, whether it goes in or not. The moment you choose to shoot, that becomes your defining moment. We have more opportunities, more choices, and a clearer path to success than most people, because sometimes we live for moments just like this. Li Mu's words struck like a bolt, jolting the hesitant players awake. They recalled their original passion for basketball, the hardships they'd endured along the way, and the regret they might feel if they shrank back at the final moment and looked back someday. With that, their doubts finally melted away. If the stage and opportunity were already in place, there was no reason to hold back. Li, why so serious? Come clean. Where did you pick up that beach sprint training? You've been secretly training behind our backs, hoping to start in the finals and show us what you've got, haven't you? Wallace's words broke the tension, and the players' stern expressions quickly dissolved into laughter. Upon hearing beach sprint training, the old coach's eyes widened with surprise, and he immediately turned to Kevin beside him. What have you two been training these past couple of days? What's this beach sprint training Rashid mentioned? After hearing Kevin's explanation and feedback, the coach finally understood and immediately lunged toward Li Mu in mock anger, cursing under his breath. You kid. Why didn't you share this training method earlier? What were you afraid of showing off in front of me, so you wouldn't lose your spot later? Li Mu had already noticed Smith's movement from the corner of his eye and didn't dodge. After all, the old coach was only putting on a show. Once the kick had passed, Li Mu grinned and helped steady him, mindful of his age and the responsibility he'd bear if the coach fell. He then explained, this training method comes from a special program back in my hometown. During previous vacations when I returned with my parents, I had the chance to learn some basics from local peers, but I hadn't fully understood the complete training approach and key points at that time. It was only while watching beach volleyball recently that I realized their training methods aligned remarkably well with what I was trying to achieve, so I decided to give it a try. I didn't expect the results to be so effective. As a transmigrator, Li Mu possessed training techniques far ahead of his era, but revealing everything at once would have been too conspicuous and risked attracting unwanted trouble. Past life experiences had taught him the value of concealing his abilities when necessary, so he brushed off everyone's questions with a vague excuse. Nobody would let him off that easily with such an explanation. This time the old coach delivered a solid kick to Li Mu's rear, speaking with a mix of intimidation and threat. You're full of tricks, kid. With 5 days until the game, I'll be monitoring everyone's training closely throughout this period. You're getting down on the court and training alongside them. Lead by example and share any good methods you have. Keep hiding and holding back, and I'll make sure you don't even play in the finals. Li Mu, still grimacing from the kick, cursed under his breath. He actually meant it. Brushing off the pain, Li Mu understood the coach was just laying down the law. Clutching his side, he grinned and replied, yes. I'll get it done. Over the following days, Li Mu once again experienced the hardships he had felt when first joining a professional team years ago. For 3 full days, Coach Smith had him training alongside the team members. Keeping his methods closely guarded, he revealed little about the training regimen. Though the old coach never voiced his complaints, he silently increased the training volume, each time subjecting Li Mu's relatively frail frame to relentless torment. Damn it. This is clearly abuse of power for personal revenge. After finishing the day's training, Li Mu collapsed onto his bed. The memory of the old coach's casual, one more set, sent shivers down his spine. Cursing under his breath, he quickly drifted off into sleep. The days passed swiftly until the finals arrived. With the match broadcast nationwide, public interest far exceeded that of any ordinary game. Host institution UNC made an unprecedented decision to suspend classes for a day, pouring substantial human and material resources into decorating both the campus interior and exterior. That afternoon, the team held their final practice before the game. When players entered the arena, they were struck by a massive banner displayed outside featuring every team member, igniting a surge of pride within each of them. Years later, this matchup would serve as merely a career turning point for them, yet its significance might surpass any future contest, for it was through the baptism of this game that they might truly become qualified professional players. 2 hours before tip-off, the opposing team arrived at the venue and began their on-court warm-ups. The moment Joe Smith stepped onto the hardwood, every eye in the building locked onto him. Professional scouts in the stands tracked his every move, their pens flying across scouting reports without pause. As a ball-handling power forward, he possessed a reliable mid-range jumper and dominant presence in the paint, though his defense remained a relative weakness. While his full potential would never be realized in later years due to various circumstances, he was more than sufficient to rule the NCAA landscape. Originally from Norfolk, Joe Smith had dreamed of attending UNC all along. But lacking recognition and still developing his game at the time, he was naturally turned down by the veteran coach. Maryland was the only school that offered him a full scholarship, which he promptly accepted. Under Coach Williams' guidance, he steadily refined his skills. This season, he had been a consistent 20-point, 10-rebound contributor, leading Maryland deep into the finals. Outsiders predicted that if he could lead Maryland to the championship, he would lock up the #1 draft pick. By the time practice wrapped up, the UNC duo had long been seated courtside, observing their opponents and discussing strategies. Suddenly, Li Mu appeared behind them, plopping down beside Stackhouse with an arm draped over his shoulder, grinning mischievously. Want to make a bet? I'm saying Rashid won't be able to contain this guy tonight. I think he'll put up 20 points and 10 rebounds. Please, I'll make my own wager. If this kid manages 10 rebounds and 5 assists against me tonight, I count it as my loss. Wallace, sitting nearby, caught every word of their exchange and clearly bristled at his teammate's skepticism. In his view, if he allowed some unknown player to snatch the championship so easily, it would be a massive blow to his reputation. Wallace had complete faith in his own abilities. Fine, I'll join in too. Go ahead and boast all you want. This guy is the best player of the region. Don't let his lean frame fool you. There's more to him than meets the eye. Let's wager 5 beach sprints. What do you say, take it? Stackhouse, who had done some research on his opponent, watched as Wallace casually accepted the bet without a second thought. His calm demeanor suggested absolute confidence in winning the matchup. Noticing this, the two exchanged a knowing glance and shared a subtle expression only they understood. It was clear they both believed the kid was in for a rude awakening. An hour before tip-off, fans began flooding and filling every seat, while the front rows became a gathering spot for NBA executives and star players. Holy shit, isn't that Shaq? He actually showed up. At the broadcast desk, a commentator reviewing notes looked up and spotted a towering figure in the crowd, only to realize it was none other than O'Neal. He was genuinely stunned. The young man beside him was Penny Hardaway, and together they had propelled the Magic to the top of the Eastern Conference this season. Shaq, ever the cheerleader, enthusiastically high-fived fans all around. Hardaway, more refined in manner, stood to wave politely at the surrounding spectators before settling back into his seat, his graceful demeanor winning the affection of many female fans. Just as everyone assumed this dynamic duo would dominate the night's attention, 3 men slowly emerged from the entrance. The leader, a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses, walked ahead with 2 others trailing behind. As they entered the arena, sharp-eyed spectators noticed something unsettling. After double-checking, one fan pushed his companion and gestured toward the trio. The friend glanced over and immediately gasped, "God, it's Michael." Yes, it is Michael. Jordan had returned to North Carolina once again, but this time he was not alone. The man leading the group was none other than Phil Jackson, head coach of the Bulls, while Scottie Pippen walked at Jordan's side. All eyes that had been fixated on Shaq now shifted to Jordan's party. The younger generation, Shaq and Hardaway, graciously stepped forward to shake hands with the legendary trio. After a brief exchange, both parties took their seats, but the buzzing conversation along the sidelines continued unabated. Jordan surveyed the arena, then looked up at his solitary blue and white No. 23 jersey hanging above the court. Gazing at the UNC players finishing their warm-ups on the sidelines ready to enter whenever called, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps after today a few more numbers will join mine hanging from the rafters. With just minutes remaining before tip-off, both teams had completed their warm-ups, and each head coach submitted their starting lineups to the officials. Shortly before taking the court, Smith gathered all his players and shared his heartfelt thoughts with them. "Gentlemen, simply being on this stage means we've already won. Thank you all for your unwavering support along the way. Now look around, at the fans in these stands, at the teammates beside you. I hope you don't feel burdened by comparison. Treat this as an ordinary game. I am deeply honored to coach each of you at this pivotal moment just before my retirement. Thank you, and I wish you all the best. Now it's your turn to perform. I have only one request: do not be afraid, do not rush, do not get injured. Go enjoy the stage and show everyone who you are." This was not a typical pregame pep talk. It was the old coach's life advice. There was no pumped-up energy here, only quiet reflection and deep contemplation of the journey. As they stepped onto the court, the world around them seemed to fade into silence, yet they could all hear the same whispered words in their hearts. "May God bless us and bring us home with glory." Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of this year's NCAA March Madness. The matchup tonight is between North Carolina and Maryland. We can see many NBA players in attendance. On our left are Shaquille O'Neal, Penny Hardaway, Scottie Pippen, and of course the legendary North Carolina icon Michael Jordan. The players are now heading to center court for the tip-off. Let's watch and see. With a whistle, the referee tossed the ball into the air. Wallace, with a quicker leap, snatched the tip, and the game officially began. In the early stages, both teams probed each other's limits. For several consecutive possessions, neither side raised the defensive intensity. It wasn't until the score began to separate that Maryland trailing started to push harder. Joe Smith's dominance in the NCAA came from his reliable mid-range jumper and finishing ability around the rim. When he nailed 2 pull-up jumpers in a row, Wallace dismissed it as mere luck. But on the next possession, when Smith threw down a dunk over his defender, the previously relaxed Wallace finally sensed something amiss. Suddenly, Stackhouse appeared beside him and quipped, "Ready for extra practice, Rashid? He's already got 8 points." North Carolina finally felt a sense of urgency. On their offensive turn, Wallace posted up early, sealing Smith in the paint, and reached out a hand to call for the ball from Stackhouse. As he caught the ball and prepared to turn for a revenge dunk, he was suddenly double-teamed inside. Before he could react, the ball was stripped away. Fortunately, a teammate on the wing rotated over to foul, breaking up the play. North Carolina quickly called their first timeout. The veteran coach was far from satisfied with the team's recent performance, especially the turnover at such a critical moment when the gap was widening. Wallace sat on the bench, dejected, his head drooping as he anticipated a torrent of scolding. But unusually, Coach Smith didn't explode. Instead, he knelt patiently before the players, pointing out the cause of the turnover, and had Lee Moo bring up the statistics. The coaching staff observed that Maryland, compared to other opponents, favored gambling defense, often using double teams in half-court sets to force turnovers. However, this approach carried risks. If the help defense and double teams were too aggressive, they could leave gaps, demanding exceptional speed and quality from the helper. "Coach, maybe we should move the ball more. One-on-one plays don't seem like a good option right now," Li Mu suggested to the veteran coach after informing the players of the opponent's tendencies. The coach agreed wholeheartedly, instructing the players to move actively on the next possession, share the ball, and disrupt Maryland's defensive rotations. After the timeout and free throws, North Carolina reorganized their offense. As the players started crossing and cutting, they felt something different. Once they began moving, their foot speed felt faster than before, and their steps seemed lighter, carrying an unusual agility. From the stands, the sharp-eyed Phil Jackson noticed immediately. Pointing at the North Carolina players, he said to the two beside him, "Watch closely. They're moving faster than at the start, and it's not forced. They seem unburdened. They must have trained specifically for this." The players on the court gradually realized it too. When they found their opponents struggling to keep up, while they themselves felt effortless, they understood the earlier special training had paid off. Stackhouse, orchestrating the offense, executed the plan. He delivered the ball to a teammate cutting into the paint, who left his defender a full step behind and laid it in. The game went back and forth until near halftime, with North Carolina gradually taking control of the score. The crowd sensed the shift in momentum. Waves of cheers and encouragement chipped away at Maryland's confidence. Sensing danger, Coach Williams immediately called a timeout and began urgent adjustments. On the leading side, the North Carolina team was already envisioning lifting the trophy on their home court, while the veteran coach considered bringing in bench players to give them some spotlight. Li Mu's gaze drifted to the Maryland bench, where the opponent had just finished their huddle. Coach Williams and Li Mu locked eyes. In the other's eyes, Li Mu caught a glint of malice. A sudden wave of unease washed over him. Seeing his teammates still basking in joy, he pushed past the players in front of him, ignoring the coach's ongoing instructions, and raised his voice, shouting, "Everyone protect yourselves. They might resort to dirty tricks." But the players, lost in the thrill of leading, brushed off Li Mu's warning. The interrupted coach, noticing Li Mu's unusually serious expression, couldn't help asking, "What's going on? We've played Maryland before. They're not that kind of team. I can't explain it right now, but we must be cautious. Coach, trust me. If we get ambushed, it'll be too late to regret." Seeing Li Mu's insistence, the coach had to concede. He then addressed the players in a near-commanding tone. "Everyone, you must strictly follow Li's request. Protect yourselves." Only then, with the stern expressions of both Smith and Li Mu, did the players realize it wasn't a joke and nodded in agreement. Back on the court, Maryland brought in substitutes, and Joe Smith sat on the bench resting. Having their star player on the bench during a crucial moment to close the gap seemed unbelievable to the crowd. Then what followed ignited fury among all North Carolina fans. A Maryland player dribbled up the court, signaled for a pick, and Stackhouse, guarding him, immediately chased over the screen. As he fought through the pick, the screener discreetly used his body, leaning into Stackhouse. Before he could react, contact was made. Unable to dodge, Stackhouse was sent flying, crashing straight into the sideline advertising board. The sight was jarring. A foreboding feeling filled Li Mu's heart, and what happened next enraged everyone present. The referee rushed forward immediately. After confirming Stackhouse's condition, he signaled to the scorer's table an offensive foul on the attacking side, change of possession. This action instantly ignited the North Carolina players. Coach Smith, who had been watching over Stackhouse, stood up and began unleashing a torrent of fury at the referee. The players, clamoring to enter the court, searched for the culprit. Li Mu firmly held Wallace back. It was unimaginable. If he hadn't stopped him in time, the finals would have turned into a multi-person WWE brawl. Stackhouse lay on the sidelines, curled up in agony. In the moment he was sent flying, he instinctively shielded the back of his head with both hands, thus retaining consciousness. Yet the pain of the impact still surged through his entire body. After restraining the restless players, Li Mu immediately rushed to Stackhouse's position. The team's doctor, after a preliminary examination, shook his head at Li Mu, indicating that he could no longer participate in the remainder of the game. The opposing sides were separated by security personnel who had arrived, and Stackhouse was placed on a stretcher by the medical staff before being hurriedly taken away from the court. Both teams' players returned to the sidelines at this moment. The referee, who had been relentlessly berated by Coach Smith, was evidently infuriated by the veteran coach's actions. Only now did he recover and immediately rush to the scorer's table, signaling a technical foul while pointing toward the North Carolina bench. A technical foul was assessed against the North Carolina team for unsportsmanlike conduct, granting Maryland a free throw. If the opponent's foul had been something Li Mu anticipated, this technical foul was beyond his expectations. Under the watchful eyes of the home crowd, the referee blatantly ignored the opponent's flagrant foul, causing one of the home team's key players to be injured and leave the court, and then penalized the home team with a technical foul. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the University of North Carolina. Many spectators spontaneously gathered, shouting toward the scorer's table, "Cheating! Cheating!" But the head referee chose to turn a deaf ear, signaling both teams to return to the court for the free throw. "Those Maryland bastards playing dirty like this. Damn them." Jordan, sitting among the crowd, said bitterly to the two beside him after witnessing it all. The scene brought back memories of his rookie year facing Detroit's Bad Boys. Phil Jackson, on the other hand, did not absorb the words. Instead, he remained unusually silent, his gaze fixed on Li Mu from the moment the conflict erupted. From the very first instant of the incident, this young man had handled everything with perfect composure. Ever since Michael returned from watching the game last time, he had been talking about this young man's courage and magnanimity, which had piqued his strong interest. After all, very few people earn Michael's recognition. Today, having seen him in person, he was indeed extraordinary. After Maryland executed the free throw possession, returned to North Carolina, but the players had no heart left to run the final play. When the whistle blew, the entire North Carolina team did not interact with the home crowd as usual. Everyone immediately returned to the locker room. Bang! A violent crash echoed in the locker room. Coach Smith was hurling the tactical board against the wall, his aged face flushed crimson from the fierce movement. Limu said nothing, simply picked up the tactical board which had been broken in two, then went to the office to fetch a new one. Having vented his anger, the veteran coach regained his composure. When he looked at his players, he saw their expressions were all dejected, clearly affected by the opponent's dirty tricks and the referee's biased calls. If they maintained this mood, they would lose their competitiveness in the second half. With this thought, the old coach forced himself to rally and address the players. What happened is in the past. We must look forward. According to the team doctor's preliminary diagnosis, Jerry is not seriously injured. But as a precaution, he has been sent to the hospital for further examination, and he will miss the second half. But if the opponents think this will make us yield, they underestimate us. Since we've come this far, there's no reason to admit defeat. Hearing that Starkhouse was fine, the players finally let out the breath they had been holding. Now that the most critical issue was resolved, the next step was to focus entirely on the remainder of the game. Everyone present now bore the burden of winning the championship for Starkhouse. Seeing the fiery fighting spirit in his players' eyes, Coach Smith was eager to strike, while the iron was hot, quickly arranging the starting lineup and tactical adjustments for the second half. But Starkhouse's absence created a shortage on the guard line and limited tactical options. Starkhouse was the team's offensive starting point. The substitute would have to shoulder the entire team's offense. After scanning the roster and pondering repeatedly, no suitable candidate was found. Coach, let me give it a try. Although I haven't played a formal game with everyone for a long time, I've been training every day. Limu returned to the locker room with a new tactical board. In fact, he had been standing at the locker room door while the coach was speaking, but he had not entered so as not to interrupt. It was only when the coach was about to arrange the second half lineup that he stepped in. Are you sure you can play? Attracted by the voice, the old coach turned around and saw Limu standing behind him, then immediately voiced his doubt. The earlier decision to have him stop playing and serve as an assistant coach was based on an assessment of his overall level. Looking at the results, that decision had not been wrong. But in daily training, Limu had been acting as a coach on the floor, guiding the players to familiarize themselves with tactics and execute plays remarkably well. Moreover, his one-on-one duel with Starkhouse last time had indeed been won on pure merit. So this proposal suddenly piqued Coach Smith's interest. Let me try, Coach. It's better than having everyone endure such a long rotation. If I don't play well, you can always pull me out. To say Limu willingly gave up being a player would be a lie. After all, in his past life, he had struggled for years to become a professional player. But returning to this era, the times and his physical condition were vastly different. If he chose to start as a player, he would surely have to travel a much longer road with no clear hope of success. Yet now an opportunity to step back onto the court and possibly lift the championship trophy reignited that flame within him. The old coach stared at Limu for a long time. Their conversation was overheard by the players, and to Limu's request, they all expressed support and approval. Everyone had witnessed Limu's dedication to the team during this period. Wallace in particular chose to show his support through action. He walked to Limu's former locker, opened the door, and took out the jersey that had not been worn for a long time. After smoothing it out a little, he handed the jersey to the old coach. Taking the jersey, the old coach made up his mind and returned it to its rightful owner. Put on your jersey quickly, then go warm up on the court. You'll start the second half. Stepping back onto the competition court, Limu's heart swelled with a myriad of emotions. Since his transmigration, he had never been given a chance to play, and now returning to the court, he found himself on the stage of the finals. Gazing at the packed audience and the jerseys suspended from the arena rafters, Limu silently encouraged himself before immersing into the warm-up. Look, Lee is actually training. Could it be that they plan to let him play in the second half? On the stands, Jordan was observing the warm-up drills of the North Carolina players. Amidst the crowd, he suddenly spotted Limu's figure. His unremarkable height and yellow skin tone stood out conspicuously. His first instinct was that he must have been mistaken, but after repeated checks, he confirmed it was indeed him. Pointing at the figure, he spoke to the two beside him. Limu was now stretching his body. For him, a familiar yet foreign sensation flooded his entire being. Deep within, as a player, the hunger for the game was awakening the restless soul that had been dormant. After completing a simple warm-up, the match was about to begin. Before taking the court, Coach Smith pulled Limu aside. Expecting tactical instructions, Limu was surprised when the coach simply patted his shoulder and spoke as if to his own child. Just now, watching you warm up, it struck me. How could any player not yearn to play? Ever since you became my assistant, your outstanding performance almost made me forget that you are also a player. Go ahead and let loose out there. The next moments belong to you. Hearing the old coach's heartfelt words, Limu was momentarily at a loss for a response, but he could feel the recognition radiating from him. He nodded, mumbling a reply, "Leave it to me." Then he returned to the court. As the game resumed, when Li Mu took the ball and began advancing, the audience and commentators were taken aback by his appearance. During halftime, the ESPN commentators had been discussing who would replace Stackhouse in the rotation for the second half. Yet no matter how they calculated, they never anticipated it would be Li Mu, as the team's recent rising star Li Mu's entrance also drew the attention of many female fans. The scouts were also surprised. Although Li Mu's performance as an assistant coach had garnered considerable notice, he was after all just a part-time assistant. Given his game performance over the past few years, no team would be interested. Thus, Li Mu's appearance added a layer of suspense to the second half. Back on the court, the very first possession saw Li Mu initiate the offense. Advancing into the front court, he scanned for teammates cutting to the basket. The player guarding Li Mu had been briefed by the head coach about Li Mu's profile before taking the court. Convinced that this game would be easily handled, he saw Li Mu looking for an opening on the perimeter and chose to double-team Wallace on the baseline with a teammate. Left wide open, Li Mu, sensing the opponent's disdain, rose for a three-pointer. However, the rust of long absence was evident. The ball clanked off the front rim and was rebounded by Joe Smith under the basket. Securing the ball, Smith immediately sprinted toward the other end, shook off his defender, and threw down a thunderous dunk on an empty court, narrowing the deficit once more. The failed first attempt did not demoralize North Carolina. Instead, the players consoled Li Mu, urging him to relax and keep attacking. Encouraged, Li Mu silently motivated himself. In the next possession, he scored over his defender, and the home crowd erupted in cheers. The game escalated in a back-and-forth exchange of offense and defense. Gradually acclimating to the rhythm, Li Mu found his groove, orchestrating the team's offense and delivering numerous brilliant assists, laying the foundation for the lead. On the other side, Maryland clung to the game behind Joe Smith's performance. The stalemate persisted until the final moments, when the turning point arrived. With 3 minutes remaining, Wallace was called for a foul during a defensive transition. It was his fourth foul. One more would send him to the bench. Reluctantly, Coach Smith substituted Wallace. Now North Carolina had lost its anchor. Although they still held the lead, the scales of victory were tipping toward Maryland. To be safe, Coach Smith called a timeout. With no star player on the floor, he instructed the team to apply full court pressure to maintain the advantage. After the timeout, possession returned to North Carolina. Without Wallace, their offense struggled. After a missed shot, the entire team adhered to the tactic, abandoning offensive rebounds and retreating to stick to their defenders. However, the disparity in skill was too great. Their defense was as fragile as paper before Joe Smith, who over the defender extended his arm and gently laid the ball in. Seeing the lead shrink to 3 points, Li Mu signaled to his teammates, indicating he would attempt an isolation play. After receiving affirmative nods, Li Mu faced his defender. Given North Carolina's successful string of playmaking, the defender assumed Li Mu would continue to orchestrate rather than attack himself. Seizing the opportunity when the defender gave him space, Li Mu decisively rose for a three-pointer. Perhaps the heavens acknowledged this resolute shot. The ball arced through the air and swished cleanly through the net, stretching the lead to 6 points. After Li Mu's three-pointer, Joe Smith swiftly switched defenders, taking on the responsibility of guarding Li Mu personally. In the critical moments of the game, any lapse in concentration could decide the outcome. After Maryland quickly scored 2 points, Li Mu matched up with Joe Smith for the first time in the game. Using a screen, Li Mu drove toward the baseline. Just as he rose for a mid-range shot, Joe Smith lunged from the side, leaped high, and swatted the ball out of bounds. Faced with an insurmountable gap in ability, an opponent's weakness might still be a height one could never reach. After being blocked, Li Mu shook his head in resignation. With only 1 minute left on the clock, Coach Smith called his final timeout. It was now or never. He reinserted Wallace, instructing the players to avoid fouls at all costs and preserve the lead. On the next possession, Li Mu fed the ball to Wallace in the low post. Perhaps weighed down by 4 fouls, Wallace hesitated to play aggressively. After a physical struggle, he uncharacteristically missed the shot. Joe Smith grabbed the rebound and calmly advanced to the front court. After a series of dribbles, he rose for a three-pointer over Wallace's defense, and the ball, as if disregarding the defense, nestled into the net, cutting the lead to a single point. Joe Smith now dominated both ends of the floor. His silent demeanor and all-encompassing play silenced the home crowd. The only sound was the crisp bounce of the ball. North Carolina advanced the ball forward, but the opponents had already deciphered their strategy, clinging tightly to Wallace. Shoved repeatedly, a surge of anger ignited within Wallace. He pushed back with his arm, falling directly into the trap the opponents had laid for him. They had been using constant small moves to provoke him, hoping to ignite his temper. The defender collapsed to the floor. Li Mu, witnessing the scene, silently cursed. The referee immediately signaled an offensive foul against Wallace. With his foul count reached, free throws were awarded and Wallace was ejected due to fouling out. Realizing what had happened, Wallace exploded with rage. Being ejected at this moment was tantamount to handing the victory to the opponent. The player who had drawn the offensive foul was now celebrated by his teammates as if they had already won. In their eyes, making both free throws would secure the game. Stepping to the free throw line, he took a deep breath and released the first shot, swish. Then the second, swish again. The score was reversed. North Carolina had no timeouts left, and only 10 seconds remained. The expressions on the faces of the home fans were eerily uniform. Reluctance and bitterness mirrored in their eyes. Jordan O'Neal and others watching from the stands also believed the game was beyond salvaging. On the bench, Wallace draped a towel over his head, hiding his face from view. But the observant could see the big man's body trembling as if sobbing. The old coach resignedly crossed his arms over his chest, bowing his head as if in contemplation. If miracles truly existed in this world, the miracle itself could only be oneself. Li Mu prayed silently within, and the only response came from the future version of himself. Dribbling rapidly to the front court, Li Mu bypassed the screen and drove decisively toward the baseline. Joe Smith shadowed him every step. One step away from the basket, Li Mu leaped, and Smith raised both hands, jumping high, determined to block the shot. Under everyone's gaze, Li Mu twisted in midair, creating separation from Smith. Smith sensed the danger and lunged his hand toward the other side, but it was too late. Having turned, Li Mu summoned every ounce of strength and flipped the ball over Smith's outstretched arm before crashing out of bounds from the force of his effort. The ball grazed Smith's fingertips, and under the watchful eyes of all, kissed the backboard. As if all the preceding moments were mere stepping stones, the ball bounced off the board, fell straight down, and brushed the net before dropping through. The shot clock lit up, and the final buzzer sounded. The game was over. The court, which had been silent, erupted in an instant at the moment of the game-winning shot. Every viewer in front of the television was reminded of the dramatic scene that had just unfolded by the commentators' hoarse shouts. The ball goes in. North Carolina hits the buzzer beater. What a thrilling game. In the final moment, Li Mu challenged Joe Smith one-on-one and completed the game winner with an incredible spinning layup. Let us congratulate North Carolina on winning this year's championship. They have endured many hardships along the way, but in the end they finally got their wish. Congratulations to North Carolina. On the big screen broadcasting live, the scene of the game winner was being replayed repeatedly. As the instigator of the game-winning shot, Li Mu lay on the court floor, his mind constantly replaying what had just happened in that instant. The memories of his past life and the experiences of this life converged, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart, unable to calm for a long time. All the teammates immediately rushed over, pulling Li Mu up from the floor, without hesitation, embracing him tightly in a big hug. Their faces, indistinguishable whether from excitement or joy, were streaked with tears. The North Carolina players who had flooded onto the court like fish leaping were now running around the court, shouting and celebrating wildly. Some even jumped onto the scorer's table at the sideline, leading the crowd in cheering with raised arms. On the bench at the other end of the court, the Maryland players seemed not yet to have come to terms with the fact that a game they thought they had secured had slipped away at the last moment. Joe Smith, who had been guarding Li Mu, still stood under the basket staring at the scene before him, frozen in disbelief. Come on, the game's over. Stop watching. Don't tell me you want to celebrate with the youngsters. Phil Jackson stood up and patted Jordan, who was cheering and jumping beside him. The spectators around them then realized that the composed and cold Jordan they had seen on television was now like an ordinary person, celebrating and cheering with everyone. This expression was even more excited than when he won a championship. Phil put in a word with Jerry. Give him a training camp contract to try. Trust me, he won't let you down. You saw what he did today. I'm really interested in this kid. Jordan, being pulled away, followed Phil as they walked out of the arena. He kept chattering incessantly in Phil's ear, but the Zen master seemed to purposely block out his words. He turned to Pippen, who was behind him, and asked, Scotty, what do you think of this kid? Pippen, who had been silently following the two, was suddenly called upon. He looked up and began to speak. The man who had been silent all night. His performance was indeed surprising, but it's just one game. You can't see much. However, it might be worth considering him for the training camp. Phil heard this answer, but did not respond. He continued walking out with a blank expression, but inwardly he seemed to have already formed a plan. As for the present moment, it was left for North Carolina to savor the taste of victory. Back inside the arena, the celebration for North Carolina continued. Both teams' players had already left the court and returned to the locker rooms. The North Carolina players hastily changed into championship t-shirts, ready to receive the baptism of victory. Meanwhile, the home fans, guided by the arena's control, were reviewing North Carolina's championship history. The cheers were incessant, and everyone was immersed in joy. Go ahead, boys. This victory belongs to you and to everyone who worked hard for it. Now it's time to enjoy it all. In the player tunnel, Coach Smith, his face beaming, addressed all the players. His tone was extremely excited, and the water stains on his jacket clearly indicated that he had just experienced the celebration. Faced with the veteran coach's words, the players were extremely excited. Stackhouse, who had just finished a checkup at the hospital, saw the game winner on TV and, ignoring the team doctor's advice, hobbled out of the hospital and took a taxi back to the arena. He had waited too long for this moment. For him, there was no way he could miss this grand ceremony. Li Mu, standing at the front of the crowd, had been dazed at first, but after confirming that he had indeed won the game for the team, he finally came to his senses. Like every other player, he was immersed in the revelry and joy with his teammates. Adjusting their attire, led by Li Mu, the players ran in unison toward the court. After passing through the player tunnel, the sudden bright light made everyone squint. When they looked at the arena again, a spotlight was shining directly onto the center of the court, where the North Carolina championship trophy sat quietly on the award podium. When all the team members had ascended the podium, the lights on the center of the stage gradually dimmed, and the championship ceremony officially commenced. The excitement of the home crowd had reached its zenith. Cheers and shouts rang out unceasingly. A celebration unique to the people of North Carolina was about to unfold. The host gestured for silence from the audience, and then spoke. Today is a celebration for all the alumni of North Carolina, a victory belonging to every person from this university. In today's game, we have successfully defeated the University of Maryland, and after a 2-year hiatus once again, claimed the championship. Now let us welcome the champions. At the host's signal, the spotlight at the apex of the arena instantly illuminated the center of the stage, and all the cameras in the venue focused squarely on the players. The team members appeared once more under the gaze of everyone standing upright on the stage, raising their heads and hands to greet the crowd. Their faces beamed with confident smiles, and the youthful exuberance unique to them reached its peak. Guided by the host, the players introduced themselves to the audience in turn, starting with head coach Smith. When it was Lee Moo's turn, the entire arena erupted in prolonged applause and cheers. Many female spectators even stood up excitedly, winking and blowing kisses at him. Clearly, these fans had become admirers of Lee Moo, and after today's game, he had become the most prominent celebrity on campus. After the introductions were completed, the university's leadership and the NCAA president delivered a brief summary of the March Madness season, as per tradition. Then the NCAA president presented the championship trophy on stage and personally handed it to head coach Dean Smith. When the championship trophy was within arm's reach of the players, the excitement within them transformed into a disorderly pounding of their hearts. After Coach Smith accepted the championship trophy, the players immediately rushed toward him, reaching out to touch the trophy. Smith held the trophy with both hands and slowly raised it above his head. At that moment, the players finally let out relieved smiles. They jumped excitedly, gathering their hands together, all laughing freely. Wallace then took the microphone from the host and declared to the entire arena, "This trophy belongs not only to us, but also to every person from North Carolina. Let everyone celebrate together." The atmosphere had been pushed to its extreme. Everyone present was immersed in this euphoria. Even Lee Moo, known for his composure, relaxed his mind. He put his arm around Stackhouse, and together they bounced and cheered on the stage, their eyes filled with unreserved smiles. After the brief revelry, the ceremony moved to its final event. The award for the most outstanding player of the game, the MOP trophy, was to be presented. If the championship trophy is the ultimate recognition for a team, then the MOP trophy represents the highest individual value of a player's performance during the game. Earning the MOP honor would add a layer of assurance for a player's high draft selection in the upcoming NBA draft. When the trophy was brought onto the stage, the players' gazes were instantly fixed upon it, their eyes burning with intense desire. As for the MOP candidate, in everyone's mind there were only two names: Rasheed Wallace and Stackhouse. However, in this game, Stackhouse was injured and played only half the game. Wallace, on the other hand, had been outmatched in his duel with Joe Smith, finishing the game with only 10 points and 8 rebounds, and was even ejected in the final moments. Therefore, during the selection process, the NCAA committee also included Lee Moo, who had secured the victory, as a candidate. The arena fell silent once more. The league president, under the gaze of everyone, placed the MOP trophy beside him, picked up the microphone, and said slowly, "Now I will present the MOP trophy to the championship team. This trophy is awarded to recognize the player who made the greatest contribution to the team during the game. In today's game, North Carolina demonstrated the qualities of a championship team: well-trained, resilient, and tenacious. Together with Maryland, they delivered a spectacular matchup for us. Next, I announced that after a comprehensive evaluation by the league, the MOP winner of this game is Lee Moo." When he heard that he had been selected, Lee Moo's mind went blank for a brief moment. He had never imagined he would be chosen as the MOP. The team showed little surprise at the news of Lee Moo's selection. The players all applauded, offering warm congratulations to Lee Moo. Pushed and shoved by everyone, Lee Moo gradually stepped forward. The league president handed him the trophy and extended a hand for a handshake. After completing these motions mechanically, head coach Smith nudged him with his elbow. When Lee Moo came to his senses, he realized he was about to perform the net-cutting ceremony. He slowly climbed up the ladder, took the scissors under the gaze of the entire arena, cut a small section from the bottom of the net, held it in his hand, raised it to show the crowd, and then accepted the celebration and cheers from all. The celebration for North Carolina had ended, but a discussion about Lee Moo immediately caused a massive uproar across the United States. The next day's headline read, "Upset. The farce behind North Carolina's championship. The most undeserving MOP in history. The most undeserving MOP in history." The nearly 2-month-long tournament finally came to an end. After North Carolina's championship victory, everything seemed to return to calm, but for Lee Moo, the true test was only just beginning. "This is an absolute joke. A player who never stepped on the court, serving as a part-time assistant coach throughout the tournament, then playing half a game in the finals as a substitute for an injured starter, and he still gets the MOP. Through our program, I want to ask the selection committee, what exactly are the criteria for this award?" In the studio of ESPN sports program, the renowned American Young E. Smith was vehemently expressing his views, grimacing at the broadcast camera with a face full of fury. In his eyes, awarding the MOP trophy, the highest honor, to such an obscure young man was an insult to the sport itself. Smith's rhetoric indeed echoed the sentiments of a portion of the population. From their perspective, giving the MOP trophy to a non-native player, especially one of the yellow race they looked down upon, was utterly unacceptable. Some went so far as to mail letters and even razor blades to the NCAA office demanding a re-evaluation of the MOP award. As for the external controversy, Li Mu turned a deaf ear. After the finals, the team disbanded on the spot, and players began their vacations preparing for the next steps. Li Mu declined invitations from Stackhouse and Wallace for a Hawaiian getaway and immediately returned to the Chinese restaurant in Chinatown, retreating into the attic room. 2 months of nonstop competition had exhausted him completely. He planned to rest well for a while before considering further matters. Thus, while the outside world frantically searched for the newly crowned MOP, few knew that the Li Mu they were desperately seeking was sound asleep in his own bed, to borrow a phrase from a later era. Home is home, be it ever so humble. A few days later, in the early morning, Li Mu groggily opened his eyes, propped himself up with his hands, and leaned against the wall behind him, dazed for a moment. He tried to recall the memories of the past few days. 3 days had passed during the holiday. He had barely left the house, spending almost all his time sleeping except for eating and answering the call of nature. Only today did he truly recover. With this thought, Li Mu quickly got out of bed, washed up, and went downstairs where his parents were busy attending to customers. "You brat. Finally decided to come down. One would think you died up there. Get over here and help." His father, wiping tables, heard the footsteps on the stairs and yelled without looking up, a classic Eastern parenting style. No matter how favored their child was, there were always moments of irritation. Clearly, the pride and excitement of witnessing Li Mu play and win the MOP on TV that night had been forgotten. The next day in the shop, he told every customer that his son was the new MOP, his smile smoothing away the wrinkles of years of hard work. Li Mu said, "Oh," and went to the kitchen to make himself breakfast. As a child raised in a Chinese restaurant, whipping up a couple of simple dishes was a breeze. Perhaps it had been too long since he felt this relaxed. Li Mu began to hum softly while cooking, prompting his mother, who was prepping ingredients, to ask, "What's got you so happy? Is winning the championship making you that smug?" Li Mu let out a silly laugh, not answering his mother's question. He carried his breakfast to the checkout counter, sat down, and turned on the TV to a sports news channel, eating while watching. He hadn't followed the outside world for days and didn't know what major events had occurred. As he wolfed down his food, the TV broadcast a Smith's classic roar. "That concludes tonight's game schedule. Let's turn our attention back to the NCAA. Recently, several players have announced their entry into this year's NBA draft, including some top prospects. Meanwhile, this year's new MOP, Li, has vanished without a trace since the season ended. According to our program's communication with the North Carolina coaching staff and players, Li left the team immediately after the finals. No one knows where he is nor what his next move will be. Here I want to say a word to Li. If you're watching our program right now, please give the fans an explanation. Come forward soon. We are all waiting for your decision." This moral blackmail was indeed lethal. His father, who had been serving customers, hurried over upon hearing it, snatched the remote, and turned off the TV, muttering indignantly, "These bastards are always pushing others around, so easy to talk when it's not their own problem." Although his father usually showed little concern for him, even when he sat on the bench during games, and turned a deaf ear when Li Mu tried to confide in him, often responding with a cold, "You brought this on yourself." This had strained their relationship in his past life. But since his transmigration, Li Mu had often noticed the silent love his parents showed him through small details. Gaining a deeper understanding of Eastern parenting, he could now empathize with this kind of inarticulate, contradictory parent-child bond. Since his transmigration, his parents had noticed the gradual easing of their relationship. They assumed it was because Li Mu had come to his senses after his injury, completely unaware that their child was no longer the same person. Li Mu did not stop his father's action. In his eyes, he was still a child who needed constant care. But even without the antics of a Smith, Li Mu had already made his own plans. Since the outside world had already set the stage for him, he was ready to ride the wave and give everyone a huge surprise. "Hello, Li's Chinese restaurant. Would you like to place an order?" "What? You're looking for Li Mu? Okay, I'll get him. Muir, it's for you." Just as Li Mu was lost in thought, his mother's call from the kitchen brought him back. He stood up, walked to the back, and picked up the phone. A familiar voice came through. "Hey Li, it's Kevin. Thank goodness you finally answered. The outside world has been looking for you like crazy. I'll make it quick. Remember you agreed to an ESPN interview. They had the office number. Since the finals are over, they're ready to set it up. If you're free, come back tomorrow. I can't hold them off much longer." "Okay, I understand. Please tell ESPN I'll be available tomorrow. I can do the interview." After receiving the brief message, Li Mu made an immediate decision. It was exactly what he needed. Just as he was thinking about how to counterattack, an opportunity landed right in front of him. He hung up, briefly informed his parents that he would return to school the next day, then walked straight out of the restaurant. Leaning against the door, he basked in the sun, looking up at the azure sky. Squinting, he muttered to himself, "Coming one after another, huh? Good. I can't wait." Time swiftly arrived at the appointed hour. Li Mu deliberately rose early, freshened up, and changed into a casual outfit. After breakfast, he told his parents he was heading back to school to record a program, then hurriedly bid them farewell and rushed toward the campus. Stepping through the school gates once more, his mood was utterly different from before. 2 months ago, when Li Mu first entered North Carolina, he had been filled with uncertainty about the road ahead. Now looking back on that brief period of competition, he realized that if he had made any wrong choice, then his current situation would surely have veered off course. With a light and cheerful heart, Li Mu jogged straight toward the gymnasium. Pushing open the gym doors, the arena that had been packed with spectators just days ago now felt eerily quiet. Head coach Smith and Kevin were organizing a group of players for a sprint training session, seemingly evaluating potential recruits for the next freshman class. When Smith recognized the person entering, he waved him over. As Li Mu approached, the coach spoke. "You're here? The interview is scheduled for noon, so we still have time. These are the new recruits here for tryouts. Help Kevin and me run some physical tests on these kids. I'll go organize the roster." With that, he handed over the documents. Li Mu said nothing more, nodded, and took the papers. After the old coach turned and headed back to his office, Kevin sidled over, instructing the recruits to begin the next test, while muttering quietly. "What have you been up to these past few days? You have no idea how many people have come to school looking for you. You're famous now. Opinions on your MOP award are divided. Some support it, others oppose it. And today your interviewer is a Smith. Good luck to you." Li Mu flipped through the roster of recruits, lifting his head only to reply, "I've been catching up on sleep at home. I was too exhausted these past few days to reach out. As for today's interview, I don't care. I know exactly what they're after. Without traffic, media wouldn't have any buzz. Just wait and watch the show at noon." As he spoke, Li Mu's eyes suddenly scanned across the list and landed on a familiar name. He looked up at the recruits undergoing physical tests, quickly locking onto a player of unremarkable height. After confirming several times, he called out, "Stephen Marbury, please come over." Startled at being called, Marbury exchanged a glance with Li Mu, then jogged over and stood before him. "Hello, Li. I know you, the new MOP. You played a great game last time. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Stephen. What can I do for you?" Looking at the still slightly immature smiling face before him, it was hard to connect this young man to the future ruler of the Chinese Basketball League, a player known for his ruthless on-court style and decisive clutch moves in later years. Flipping through the documents in his hand, Li Mu began to ask, "Nothing much. I saw your stats and noticed you performed excellently in high school. Thought I'd get to know you." If Li Mu had told him he was from a future China and that they had become friends through multiple encounters on the court, who knows if Marbury would have thought Li Mu was a bit off. But there was no help for it. After being transported through time, this was the first time he had met a genuine old acquaintance. Though the other didn't know him, the feeling of encountering a familiar face in a foreign land brought Li Mu a sense of comfort. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Marbury returned to the testing lineup, and Kevin leaned in to whisper to Li Mu, "You've got sharp eyes. That kid's been on our radar for a while. He's made a name for himself playing high school ball in New York. Coach Smith personally went to Brooklyn to invite him for a tryout. He wasn't interested at first, but after watching the finals, he suddenly decided to come take a look. Too bad Georgia has already offered him a full scholarship. Our chances are slim." It was clear that Marbury had long been a target for North Carolina. According to the normal course of history, he would join Georgia Tech next season and, after a stellar performance, be selected 4th overall in the draft. But because of Li Mu, an unexpected twist had caused Marbury to waver in his college choice. To Li Mu, Marbury was a rival and friend from his past life. For both emotional and practical reasons, he wanted to help him achieve a better future. So he decided then and there, even if he had to drag him, he would drag Marbury to North Carolina. How to persuade Marbury to willingly join North Carolina was a matter for later. For now, the priority was handling the interview. After assisting with the evaluations, the interview time drew near. Learning that Marbury would stay at North Carolina for a few more days of tryouts, Li Mu said his goodbyes and headed alone to the designated interview location. The interview room was set up in the team's recruiting office. By the time Li Mu arrived, most of the preparations were complete. The on-site director was the same one who had directed the finals broadcast. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Smith walked in slowly from the door, holding a cup of coffee. Upon seeing Li Mu, he unhurriedly approached, extended his free hand, and forced a friendly expression onto his naturally stern face, attempting to appear amiable. "Hello, Li. I'm delighted to be your exclusive interviewer today. I hope we can have a productive session." Li Mu extended his hand with a forced smile, but inwardly he felt nothing but contempt for the man. If he hadn't been thoroughly familiar with the interviewer's tactics from his past life, he might have been led by the nose. The set featured 2 facing sofas with a small coffee table between them. After a brief handover, the interview officially began. The cameras adjusted and zoomed in. Smith signaled that everything was ready, and the cameraman responded with an okay gesture. "Hello, everyone. Today I'm honored to bring you this exclusive interview. Sitting across from me is Lee from the University of North Carolina. I'm sure you're all familiar with him." As he spoke, the camera turned to Li Mu. He raised his hand, waved at the lens, then lowered it. Smith continued to delve deeper into the topic. As we all know, during this year's March Madness, North Carolina faced many hardships, but ultimately lifted the championship trophy. As the veteran on this young team, whether serving as an assistant coach or stepping onto the court in a time of crisis, you performed admirably. Because the public knows very little about you, that's why we have this program today. I appreciate the attention, but I'm just an ordinary person. Being part of this team, advancing and retreating together with everyone. That's what I'm grateful for. Li Mu took the cue, but Smith's pivot was immediate. However, recently discussions about you have become a hot topic among fans. Public opinion on your performance is divided. First, your college court performance was not outstanding. It was barely passable. Your emergence during March Madness is attributed to Coach Dean Smith's praise of you. Second, regarding the MOP award this year, although it was made clear early on that it would be given to the player who performed best in the tournament, many people outside are not convinced. They believe the trophy should have gone to Joe Smith. So, I'd like to ask you on behalf of everyone, a player who only appeared in single-digit games in a season, does such a flash-in-the-pan performance truly qualify for the MOP? Thankfully, the show was not live, any production mishap could be salvaged through editing. But facing the relentless questioning, Limu remained unruffled, even responding with self-deprecating humor. First, I've always known exactly where I stand in terms of ability. So I willingly accepted the role change. I understand the fans' doubts, but basketball is a team sport. Everyone on the team is indispensable. If I could help the team go all the way in my own way, that's probably why someone as weak as me stayed on the roster. Otherwise, I'd have been cut long ago. At this, Limu couldn't help but laugh. Then his tone shifted. Moreover, because I deeply understand the gap between myself and others, I'll take this opportunity to answer a question everyone has been waiting for. I will not enter this year's draft. Next, I'll consider whether to stay in school or seek a professional coaching position. As for the MOP controversy, as a player who stepped in temporarily, a single game's performance cannot break everyone's preconceptions. But as a part-time assistant coach, I never neglected my training just because I wasn't playing. I kept training with the team every time. My appearance in the finals was based on the coaching staff's consideration and the approval of the entire team. As for me winning the MOP, I only have this to say to the doubters: you are not qualified yet. If you have time to question me, focus on your own affairs. Every industry has its rules. Since this rule was established long ago, awarding it to me is theoretically and practically sound. After finishing his statement, Limu caught a glimpse of Smith's face darkening beside him. The crew members felt a chill run down their spines. Who would have thought that the usually polite Limu would suddenly lash out on the program, not leaving the show any face at all? But looking at his calm, even relaxed expression, it was hard to imagine such words coming from his mouth. The reactions of everyone present exactly mirrored their inner thoughts. Only a few remained unmoved. It was undeniable that this game had earned him many haters, but seeing their reactions only strengthened Limu's resolve. If you dare gossip behind my back, just wait. I'll hit back hard. The originally scheduled 2-hour interview session concluded in under an hour following Limu's counteroffensive responses. After the recording ended, an awkward silence hung heavy in the air. Hoste. Smith was genuinely infuriated by Limu's remarks. The moment the cameras stopped rolling, he excused himself to use the restroom and left the venue with a dark expression. Only the person in charge remained on site, looking somewhat at a loss. He immediately apologized to Limu. Having climbed up from the bottom himself, he deeply resonated with Limu's words and could empathize with his sentiments. Limu paid no heed to the hostile glances directed at him by others due to his sudden outburst. After shaking hands with the person in charge and offering a polite farewell, Limu departed from the recording venue. With time still early, he turned around and headed back to the gymnasium. Upon seeing Limu return to the gymnasium once again, both Coach Smith and Kevin were quite surprised. By all rights, he should have still been continuing the program at this hour, so Kevin asked out of concern. Limu offered some vague and incoherent excuses, subtly letting it be known that they would understand once they watched the program. He sensed that something had transpired and chose not to press further, while Coach Smith, observing Limu's reaction, also refrained from asking more questions. Once things settled down, Limu took a seat on the sidelines and began watching the afternoon's 5-on-5 tryouts. Watching the newcomers displaying extraordinary athleticism on the court, he couldn't help but feel the stark differences in physical aptitude across races. Among them, Mabry stood out as the most electrifying performer. Despite his unremarkable height and lean frame appearing insignificant among the newcomers on the court, he scored against his opponents through various methods and nearly executed a thunderous dunk over a defender. The three on the sidelines were stunned, particularly Limu, who was greatly surprised. Having faced this Mabry multiple times in his memories, he knew him as a fundamentally grounded player, making this brutal style of play entirely unprecedented. No wonder this guy was selected 4th overall in the historically deep 1996 draft. With just this physical gift and offensive prowess, he more than deserved that draft position. After claiming the championship, Starks and Wallace held press conferences simultaneously announcing their intent to enter the upcoming draft. This meant North Carolina would lose 2 core players, and without timely reinforcements, the team would lack competitiveness in the next season. So for this selection process, Coach Smith took a hands-on approach. In his plan, once he groomed another leader for the team, he would step down. He had spent so many years in this role, it was time to enjoy the next phase of life. After the tryouts concluded, Coach Smith decided to stay behind with Mabry alone and invited the team's recruitment director. They planned to have dinner together to discuss bringing Mabry onto the team. Under Limu's persuasion, Coach Smith was already considering reserving a full scholarship for him. After confirming he had nothing else to do, Limu bid farewell to Coach Smith and the others. Before leaving, he made an arrangement with Mabry to practice basketball together in a couple of days. This expectation was particularly meaningful to Mabry, given how rare it was to face an MOP in competition. After finishing his day's schedule, Limu didn't head straight home. He took a taxi to a shopping mall in the city center. Today's interview came with a subsidy. In a strict sense, this was Li Mu's first pot of gold since transmigrating. After browsing through the mall, Li Mu returned home with bags in hand, thoroughly satisfied. Upon arriving home, he gave the gifts to his parents separately. Though his parents complained about his spending habits, the slight tremble in their hands as they received the presents revealed their inner joy. After briefly recounting the day's events, Li Mu went upstairs to his room, bringing the day's journey to a close. Early the next morning, while Li Mu was still asleep, the special interview program about him had already begun building anticipation. It was evident that after yesterday's conversation they realized it would generate considerable buzz, so they deliberately chose not to edit this episode. The goal was to preserve the authenticity of their exchange. When the opening sequence began playing, Li Mu's words to the camera, "You're not qualified yet," were repeated on the big screen. This immediately sparked an uproar. Many who had anticipated seeing Li Mu falter under a Smith's various provocations found their expectations completely upended. They felt as though Li Mu had delivered a stinging slap in response, and thus a campaign against him officially commenced. As the full program aired, they gained a thorough understanding of what had transpired, yet this only intensified their discontent. "You're nothing but lucky. Who do you think you are standing here teaching us how to behave? What right do you have?" Such sentiments began spreading and fermenting among everyone. Some went even further, filming videos of fans gathering to write words like arrogant and clown on Li Mu's jersey, setting it ablaze and tossing it into a trash can. As they watched it consumed by flames little by little, they appeared increasingly delighted. The situation gradually veered off course, spiraling toward uncontrollable territory. A few days later, before the restaurant opened for business, Li Mu's father discovered red paint splattered across the walls during a routine delivery. The obscene phrases scrawled upon them left him stunned. Only then did Li Mu grasp the gravity of the situation. If he continued to swallow his pride, their obsession would only intensify, severely disrupting both his parents and his own lives. After dealing with the red paint at the entrance, Li Mu filed complaints with the media and law enforcement about these irrational acts. Their only response was hollow promises. In their eyes, such behavior had become commonplace. They'd witnessed far worse. Just as Li Mu found himself at a loss, someone appeared to resolve his troubles. On the night following the Bulls game, Jordan, wearing jersey number 45, stood courtside fielding questions from reporters. That evening, they faced the Pistons at home, and Jordan secured the victory with a near triple-double line of 17 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists. Michael, a recent interview video has been circulating widely online, featuring Li Mu from UNC and Smith. Due to Li Mu's comments, many fans view him as overly arrogant, which has severely damaged his reputation. How do you view this situation? Jordan, who had already turned to leave, stopped upon hearing the question, and his expression darkened. He was clearly already aware of these matters. He turned back and returned to the sidelines, speaking with conviction, "I don't have much to say on this. Everyone has their own perspective, and no one can manipulate the narrative. But some people sow discord openly and covertly, attempting to manipulate public opinion for their own gain. To me, such behavior is nothing short of clownish." Smith, do you know why so many people despise you? Because you're nothing but a circus act. When did you earn the right to question the decisions of a professional basketball league? You've never played basketball at any professional level, nor have you worked in the sport. You should be grateful God gave you a mouth so you can drone on television and deceive those lacking critical thinking. I was there for the entire game that day, and from my perspective, Li Mu outperformed everyone on the court. His performance won me over. Those questioning him should re-watch the game footage and ask themselves whether they're truly superior. As for Smith, I'd advise silence. Listening to you discuss basketball is a waste of life. Jordan's stern expression combined with these commanding words silenced every interviewer present. His protective remarks rapidly spread across all sectors, shifting the tide of public opinion on the entire matter. Learning of all this, Li Mu felt no satisfaction despite the turnaround. What Jordan did astonished him. Is this what they call obsessive fandom? These actions, aren't they what devoted fans do to defend their idols? Wait, could Jordan be my fan? Although Jordan had been away from the court for 2 years, his innate commanding presence as a longtime ruler and his unparalleled influence in the industry successfully began to shift the tide of public opinion for Li Mu. But the complete reversal depended on another person's statement. Following Jordan's remarks, Shaquille O'Neal used his official verified account on a forum to share his stance on the matter. He posted a background image of Jordan celebrating after hitting a game-winning shot over the Cavaliers in the 1989 playoffs, leaping into the air, and succinctly added, "You hit the nail on the head." The implication was clear: the league's overlord and a rising superstar had reached a consensus on the same issue, which was like a powerful dose of medicine for all opposing fans and media. The next day, major mainstream media outlets tacitly pulled down the headline news about Li Mu from their front pages. The other protagonist of the storm, Smith, was immediately handled by ESPN's public relations. On that day's program, his co-host announced that Smith was temporarily leaving his position due to health reasons with no set return date, and that he would continue hosting the show in the meantime. As for public opinion, the situation was immediately reversed thanks to the alignment of Jordan and O'Neal. Fans who had only dared to silently support Li Mu in private finally had their moment of vindication. They expressed their rejection of others and their disdain for being associated with them in forums, praising the attitudes of Jordan and O'Neal. They also frequently revealed how much they admired Li Mu, expressing deep incomprehension of his decision to forego the draft. Many called for him to reconsider participating in the draft, promising that regardless of whether he was selected, they would always follow and support him, as if they would stand by him forever. Those once formidable opponents could no longer be seen in the forums, leaving only a few staunch believers still engaging in debates with fans. In a short time, Li Mu had transformed from being universally condemned to being universally adored. This dramatic reversal of fortune from heaven to hell, even Li Mu, who had experienced online public opinion attacks many times, was drenched in cold sweat. After all, Westerners meant what they said, and his past life's experiences were just empty talk, coming and going quickly. To protect the restaurant and avoid risks, his parents immediately closed the establishment. The family lived frugally on the second floor for a few days. As outsiders, such treatment was not exaggerated. They had become accustomed to it. While they were speculating how long it would take to return to normal life, the sudden appearance of two legendary figures cleared all obstacles for Li Mu, paving the way ahead. After confirming that no one would harass them anymore, the Chinese restaurant reopened. The farcical storm finally ended, and everyone's life returned to normal. At that moment, Li Mu received a call from Coach Smith. "Come to the team. Didn't you agree to spar with Marbury last time? Jerry just came back for training these days. Give him a good lesson before he leaves. Also, I have a guest waiting for you. He came specifically to see you." Li Mu naturally remembered the first request. Even if Coach Smith hadn't mentioned it, he had planned to return to the team when he had time. Due to the recent turmoil, he had to delay. Seeing that Marbury was about to return to New York, time was running out. As for the second matter, he had no clue. Although public opinion had turned around, he couldn't imagine who would come specially to visit him at this time. After failing to get an answer from various inquiries, he made a decision: return to school immediately and personally meet this mysterious guest. Hurrying back to campus, Li Mu saw Coach Smith and others at the gym. Marbury was currently one-on-one with Stackhouse. Both glanced at the newcomer, but were too immersed in the duel to pay attention to Li Mu. He stood aside, not interrupting, quietly watching the contest on the court. The collision of talents always highlights why the strong are strong. The duel between Stackhouse and Marbury was like looking into a mirror, but one was swift as thunder, the other calm as still water. After going through ups and downs, Stackhouse had become more mature. His former arrogance had vanished, replaced by respect and serious treatment for every opponent. Facing Marbury's fierce attacks, Stackhouse always resolved them in the simplest way. In contrast, Marbury, exhausted after several failed attempts, was always just a little short when it was his turn to defend. Although he had a tough time, his expectations grew higher. The opponent before him was the biggest challenge he had encountered during this trip to North Carolina, but that only made him more excited. Competing and learning from such an opponent would make him stronger. After several rounds, Marbury eventually lost. At this stage, Stackhouse had acquired a mature mentality reflected in his increasingly refined skills. After the duel, Li Mu stepped forward to hand Stackhouse a bottle of water and a towel. After a brief chat about recent events, he turned to look at Marbury, who was slumped at the base of the hoop. He reached out and pulled him up. Despite his tired face, Marbury's face was still full of smiles, showing that the exchange had been very beneficial to him. "Stefan, how are you feeling? Do you want to rest a bit more? I'll go change and warm up." Marbury waved his hand. No, that round really wore me out. It's getting late, I have to head back this afternoon. But I have to say, you guys are really amazing. Jerry told me before we played that he once lost to you in a one-on-one. I can't imagine how strong you are. You're the MOP, how could anyone doubt you? If I had more energy, I'd definitely want to play and learn from you more. Li Mu was amused and exasperated. He had originally hoped to play a game with Marbury, but unexpectedly that one sentence had inadvertently elevated his status in Marbury's mind. At that moment, Marbury, though exhausted, couldn't hide the anticipation and excitement in his eyes. After a pause, as if making a decision, he said to Coach Smith, "Mr. Smith, thank you for inviting me to visit North Carolina. It has been very beneficial. When I go home, I will make my college decision as soon as possible." Coach Smith quickly stepped forward, enthusiastically shaking Marbury's hand, looking like it wouldn't be a problem to recruit him. Just as the two were getting along, Coach Smith suddenly remembered something. He pointed to the closed door of the office and urged Li Mu to go in. "I almost forgot. Since you're not playing, go to the office now. The guest has been waiting for you for a long time." Looking in the direction of the finger, Li Mu remembered the second matter. He had been so engrossed in watching the game that he had forgotten. He jogged to the door, knocked with his knuckles, and when he heard a positive response from inside, he pushed the door open. A tall, energetic, middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa. When he saw Li Mu, he stood up to greet him. Seeing that the newcomer didn't recognize him, the man introduced himself. "Hello, Li. I'm Phil, the head coach of the Chicago Bulls. This is our first meeting. I'm here today to extend an invitation to you on behalf of the Bulls." The man before him was none other than Phil Jackson, the legendary figure known as the Zen Master, who had built both the Bulls and Lakers dynasties. Li Mu could hardly believe it, pinching himself to confirm he was not dreaming before finally snapping back to reality. Phil Jackson, representing the Bulls, was extending an offer to him. These keywords flooded his mind all at once, making it difficult for him to process in that moment. He struggled to part his lips and sought confirmation from the other party. "Are you saying the Bulls want me to join the team?" Seeing the disbelief on Li Mu's face, Jackson was not offended. Calmly, he gestured for Li Mu to sit down and began to explain. To be honest, I have been quite interested in you. During the finals, Michael and I came to watch you play. Both your on-court guidance as an assistant coach and your performance during the finals exceeded expectations. I have discussed with Coach Smith on many occasions privately. This visit was a decision made in consultation with the team. We are willing to offer you two options. One, although you have decided not to enter the draft, we are still willing to sign you. Once free agency opens, we will provide a training camp contract allowing you to participate in the summer league and preseason games. Whether you earn a roster spot will depend entirely on your performance. 2, join my coaching staff, focusing primarily on player development and tactical training. How you choose is entirely up to you. However, this is all about next season. You have ample time to consider your options. For a period of time, Limu was still processing the information in his mind, pondering deeply before finally grasping the purpose of his visit. Facing this olive branch, he did not show wild excitement. Instead, after calming down, he began to analyze his current situation. Although this offer was indeed tempting, making a hasty decision could result in losing everything. If he joined the Bulls as a player, he doubted he could survive until the end of the summer league. Although he carried the honor of the MOP award, he understood that luck had played a significant role. With the physical capabilities of this body, barely making it through the college league was already a challenge. If he moved to a higher level, he was well aware of the pressure and challenges he would face. Admitting that he could not compete at a higher level was indeed a blow to his pride, but Limu knew the weight of dreams versus reality. So what if he won MOP? In his past life, how many players who received that honor eventually faded into obscurity? There were countless ambitious souls. How many truly walked a smooth path? After a storm of thoughts, the first option was decisively eliminated. Then what about the second? Limu tried hard to recall what had happened at this point in his previous life. Soon he remembered next season the Bulls would assemble their triumvirate and set a new franchise record. 72 wins and 10 losses in the regular season, marking the beginning of their three-peat and laying the foundation for the Bulls dynasty. It was then that Limu realized, if he could join the Bulls next season, he would become part of their legendary history. But opportunities and challenges existed side by side. How would he establish himself within the Bulls? How would he handle relationships with the core players? Was he compatible with Phil Jackson? These intangible yet uncertain matters were precisely the most difficult parts. Perhaps sensing that Limu had fallen into deep contemplation, Phil Jackson knew such matters could not be rushed. He had done what he needed to do. Now it was time to wait for Limu to make his own decision. Thinking of this, he cleared his throat lightly. Seeing that Limu had returned to the present, he continued, "Lee, take your time to think it over. I am in no hurry. When you are ready, feel free to contact me anytime. Here is my information." Saying this, he took out a fountain pen from his pocket, snatched a piece of paper from the table, quickly scribbled a string of numbers, and handed it to Limu. Watching the note being offered, Limu hurriedly stood up and received it with both hands in a respectful manner. Although Phil Jackson had behaved with warmth and approachability, Limu knew that assuming he could abandon propriety based on that alone would be far too naive. This gesture pleased Phil greatly. As a figure of historical stature, he naturally had his own temperament and boundaries. Limu's demonstration of social grace was just right, neither excessive nor lacking in courtesy. Phil smiled, patted Limu on the shoulder, and then indicated he was preparing to leave. "Mr. Phil, your invitation truly overwhelms me with honor, which makes me all the more cautious. I will give you an answer as soon as possible." Standing at the entrance of the arena, Limu communicated his thoughts to Phil in a sincere tone. In truth, Limu had already made up his mind. After weighing the pros and cons, he had decided to choose the second proposal, to join the Bulls as an assistant coach. At present, his professional knowledge was insufficient to immediately step into the role. He decided to study the relevant knowledge first. Therefore, regarding the invitation, he had also decided to wait a while before revealing his thoughts to the other party. Understanding Limu's meaning, Phil Jackson merely waved his hand gently. "I am not in a hurry. You can think about it more. If you have the opportunity, you could also come to Chicago to explore the city and learn about the team. I believe you will be inspired." After a brief exchange, the two stood in place, shook hands, exchanged farewells, and then Phil Jackson turned and entered his car, heading toward the airport. Limu watched the vehicle gradually disappear from sight, his heart filled with numerous reflections. He never imagined that one day he would have a face-to-face conversation with such a person, let alone the opportunity to work alongside him. Thinking of this, Limu shook his head and rubbed his temples. Thinking too long had left him mentally exhausted. Fortunately, there was still time. Before joining the Bulls, he intended to make careful plans. Since he had made his decision, he needed to prepare to face the challenges ahead. Ahead of Limu lay a rugged and uneven path. Only by overcoming it could he become a legend. Time often flies like a white pony, passing a crevice, fleeting and brief. Yet the NBA season remained unaffected by the butterfly ripples caused by Limu's unexpected arrival. In his first year back on the court after returning from retirement, Michael Jordan was unexpectedly eliminated by the Orlando Magic in the playoffs. Meanwhile, the young force led by Shaq and Penny in the Eastern Conference charged forward with momentum, only to be swept aside by Hakeem Olajuwon's effortless mastery in the finals as Houston's second championship trophy was lifted in Orlando. Everything seemed scripted in advance, with the victor always being the chosen one. Olajuwon's triumph sent waves of urgency rippling through Chicago. If they could not halt the Three-Peat, the entire city would lose its fire to challenge for the league championship once more. Toward the end of May, a series of roster reinforcements centered around Jordan began to take shape. Damn it, why is the weather here so damn cold? Stepping out of the aircraft cabin, Limu prepared to stretch after hours of sitting, but was met with a biting cold wind that seeped into his exposed skin. He quickly zipped up his jacket and muttered a curse under his breath. Walking out of the terminal, he glanced up at the sign and murmured, "O'Hare International Airport. This place is massive." Feeling as overwhelmed as a country bumpkin entering the Grand Garden, Limu was fascinated by everything around him. He stepped to the curb, flagged down a taxi, and said, "Please take me to the United Center." A month earlier, after secretly making his decision, Limu had immediately begun preparing for his upcoming role. The first thing he did upon returning home was come clean to his parents. Expecting significant resistance, he was surprised to find they were not taken aback by his decision. Instead, they seemed to have already known about it, offering no opposition. Looking at his child, who now towered over him, their faces wore expressions of deep satisfaction. "Since you've grown up, the road ahead is yours to walk. But no matter what, this will always be your home, and we will always wait for you to return." These were words his parents had carefully pondered before speaking to him, perhaps hoping deep within that they would become a truth he never forgot. After communicating with his parents, Limu shut himself away from the outside world and returned to his attic. He thoroughly went through a series of borrowed books from the library, spending nearly all his time cooped up there except for occasional trips back to campus to check out more materials. After witnessing the Bulls' elimination, Limu dialed the contact number Phil Jackson had left behind. After concisely stating his decision, a hearty laugh came from the other end of the line. "Ha ha ha, no problem, Lee. Welcome to the Chicago Bulls coaching staff. We're waiting for you anytime." After briefly confirming the reporting time, Limu planned to say farewell to everyone before heading to Chicago. Returning to the North Carolina arena, he found many self-disciplined players already organizing voluntary training sessions. Head coach Dean Smith was patiently instructing the newly recruited players on tactical essentials. Noticing Limu's arrival, Smith asked the players to continue their own drills, then draped an arm around Limu's shoulder and led him into the office. The mentor and student sat facing each other on the sofa. On an early spring morning, sunlight filtered through the window and refracted onto the floor, gradually warming the room, yet neither of them spoke, as if both were at a loss for words. Perhaps sensing the slight awkwardness, Limu broke the silence first. "Coach, I've come to say goodbye. I'm preparing to sign with Chicago and join Mr. Phil Jackson's staff." The old coach leaned back against the sofa, seemingly having already anticipated this outcome. He rose and retrieved a prized cigar from his desk drawer, trimmed it with a cutter, lit it, and took a deep drag. After a long moment, he exhaled a swirling ring of smoke, and as if just regaining his senses, continued from where Limu had left off. "Although I guessed what you do long ago, hearing it directly from your lips still feels unreal. To be honest, when that kid Phil called me, I already guessed his purpose. I'll admit going to him offers you more development potential than staying here. But that young Phil just owes me another favor now." As he spoke these words, Coach Smith wore an expression of pure delight, and only he had the privilege to call Phil Jackson kid. Under the old coach's teasing, the atmosphere eased somewhat, and he continued with his earlier topic. "Lee, I plan to step down in about 2 years. Steven has already announced publicly that he's joining us. I intend to stay and guide this kid through before hanging up my coaching hat. As for who succeeds me, I'd like to hear your opinion when the time comes. But that's all for later. What matters most to you right now is how to establish yourself there. You're smart and understand how to navigate relationships, but professional teams are different from ours. The competitive pressure is far greater and the risk of being fired looms at any moment. So you must stay alert, communicate more with Phil and the rest, and while Michael won't be a problem, everything beyond that is up to you." This moment felt less like words between teacher and student and more like heartfelt advice from an elder to a junior. Limu nodded, indicating he had etched every word into his heart. The old coach's face broke into a long-awaited smile. He extinguished his cigar, gazed at the young man before him, and though he had much more to say, he could find no starting point. Finally, he condensed his countless words into a single sentence. "The professional league is not as simple as you think. Stay safe and take care of yourself." With that, he brought the conversation to a close. Before he knew it, the appointed time had arrived. Early that morning, Limu finished packing and headed out. Accompanied by his parents, he arrived at the airport. Just as he had embraced his parents and turned to board, a voice from a distance made Limu pause. Turning around, he saw Coach Smith, Kevin, and Weber rushing toward him. Having heard today was his departure day, they had silently agreed to come see him off. Gazing at these familiar faces about to part ways, Limu's eyes welled up with tears, but he immediately tilted his head back, pretending to have a stuffy nose, and quickly wiped his eyes. Weber, now clad in North Carolina team gear and officially on the roster, couldn't help but laugh at Limu's awkward state. "Lee, how can a grown man be crying? How are you supposed to compete with me in the future?" Ridiculed into recovering his composure, Limu playfully kicked Weber in the rear, as if angry, feeling greatly relieved at the other's pained expression. "You brat, train hard from now on. If coach ever tells me you're slacking off, watch out. I'll bring Michael back to teach you a lesson." Amid Weber's defiant protests, boarding time was running out. Limu waved farewell to everyone and hurried away. Seated by the window, watching the land below gradually shrink and disappear forever, Limu's heart was filled with trepidation. Soon the plane reached the stratosphere. With some time still before reaching Chicago, he accepted the sleep mask offered by the flight attendant, placed it over his eyes, and prepared to close them for a rest. Just before closing his eyes, a sudden thought flashed through his mind: should I visit Jordan first or Krause? Standing at the entrance of the United Center, Limu looked up at the vast edifice, his heart brimming with a myriad of emotions, and could not help but speak. I have to say, this arena is indeed quite large, but it's still a bit smaller compared to my past life. The United Center, originally constructed in 1994, was put into use last year. As one of the few colossal arenas capable of accommodating 21,000 people, it was no small feat in the 1990s. Yet in Limu's eyes there was still a noticeable gap compared to his previous life, though it was hardly a major flaw. The mere thought that this would henceforth be his home turf stirred a surge of excitement within him. Stepping into the United Center during the off-season, the arena was occupied only by a handful of staff members. The receptionist at the front desk rose with practiced ease, greeted Limu, and inquired about his purpose. After explaining his intentions, the receptionist dialed the direct line to the head coach's office. Upon clarifying the situation, the voice of Phil Jackson came through from the other end. Please bring him to my office. Thank you. Following the receptionist, Limu boarded the elevator heading to the office. As the elevator ascended, he curiously surveyed the entire arena, taking in its internal structure. Soon they arrived at the destination. Exiting the elevator, they reached the office, whose door was slightly ajar. The receptionist pulled it open, making way for him to enter. Limu nodded in gratitude and stepped inside. Phil Jackson stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the panoramic view of Chicago. His brows were furrowed as if lost in deep thought. Hearing the faint sound from the doorway, Phil turned to look. Upon recognizing the visitor, his brow immediately relaxed. He turned and walked toward Limu, settling into the main seat of the sofa in the reception area. He gestured for Limu to sit down, as well signaling him to feel at ease. As a guest, Limu followed suit and took a seat. Phil picked up a drink from the table and handed it to Limu, then said, "Finally, you're here. How was your journey?" "Smooth." Limu accepted the drink, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. "Pretty good, no issues on the road. It's just that the weather in Illinois is indeed colder. I'm still not quite used to it." Phil laughed heartily, his eyes unable to hide the nostalgia of past memories. "When I first came to Chicago in '87, I felt the same way. But after staying here for a while, you get used to it." He then asked, "You haven't toured the arena yet, have you? Come with me. I'll show you around, and also take you to Jerry's office to sign the contract." Limu agreed, and Phil Jackson walked over to his desk, picked up the office phone, and called the general manager's office. After giving instructions, the two left the office, took the elevator on the other side, and headed toward the training facility. Upon arriving at the training facility, the first thing that caught the eye was the massive Bulls team logo emblazoned on the wall. Following the line of sight, there was a corridor leading directly to the court. On both sides of the corridor hung iconic historical moments of the Bulls, from the founding of the team to the selection of the legendary Michael Jordan in 1984. At the end of the corridor were the championship moments of the Three-Peat from 1990 to 1993. Limu noticed that there was still a blank space at the end. Seeing his puzzled expression, Phil Jackson patiently explained, "After losing to the Magic last season, we held a meeting. Michael specifically requested that this blank space be left to avenge that defeat. According to the course of history, the Bulls would form a big three next season, achieve a 72-10 record, and win the championship that year." Seeing that empty space, Limu could not help but silently remark, "I hope my arrival doesn't alter the course of history." But when he saw the 3 championship trophies displayed on the second-floor window overlooking the training court, those thoughts quickly dissipated. Crossing the training court, they arrived at the general manager's office. Through the window, he could see several people gathered around a conference table, engaged in heated discussion. The man at the head was short, his stout figure at odds with the suit he wore. He was holding a piece of paper, arguing passionately with the others. Phil Jackson pushed open the door, not caring whether he interrupted, and asked, "Jerry, is the contract ready?" "He's here." The people who had been arguing fiercely were suddenly interrupted. Recognizing the newcomer, they stopped their discussion. The man at the head turned to look at the two, then asked, "So this is the MOP you mentioned? Doesn't look like much. Are you sure you want him as your assistant?" The people who had been red-faced from arguing burst into laughter at this remark, easing the atmosphere considerably. Though Limu was long accustomed to being overlooked, this was undoubtedly a slap in the face to Phil Jackson. Although their collaboration had brought multiple championships to the Bulls, their relationship was far from harmonious. In fact, they were at odds with each other. Both were men of strong will and control, preferring to command a team rather than take orders. This covert rivalry, extending over the years, would eventually erupt into a farce. Phil Jackson would be ousted, Michael Jordan would retire for the second time, and the Bulls dynasty, having just completed a three-peat, would collapse overnight. The victorious Krause, however, failed to rebuild the team, eventually stepping down in defeat, bringing the farce to an end. Phil Jackson's face darkened. He glared at the man who had mocked him, but did not lash out. Instead, he said coldly, "I told you from the start to prepare the contract and hand it over immediately. My coaching staff is none of your business." The man, though not angered by the retort, could not hide the fleeting displeasure that crossed his face. It quickly faded, however. He rose from his desk, picked up a contract, and walked over to Phil Jackson. As he handed it over, he forced a smile to ease the tension. Don't mind me, I was just joking. Of course the coaching staff is your domain. The contract is signed on my end. He just needs to confirm and sign. After speaking, he politely introduced himself to Li Mu. Hello Li. I'm Jerry Krause, general manager of the Bulls. I hope we can work together harmoniously. Phil Jackson ignored him. He took the contract, flipped through it to confirm there were no issues, then led Li Mu to a nearby sofa and sat down. He handed the contract to Li Mu. Take a close look at the terms. 1-year contract, monthly salary of $5,000. In the 1990s, $5,000 a month at an exchange rate of $1 to 3 renminbi was already a generous offer. Li Mu took the contract, quickly scanned it, and after confirming there were no problems, pulled out a pen from his pocket, swiftly signed his name at the bottom, and handed it back. Phil Jackson glanced at it and congratulated Li Mu. Congratulations, you're officially on the team. From now on, you're a part of the Bulls. After signing, Phil had no desire to linger. He signaled Li Mu to follow him, intending to show him more of the arena. Just as they were about to leave, Jerry Krause called out to stop them. Phil, wait a moment. We're discussing something. What do you think of Dennis Rodman? Dennis Rodman. Is this a forward candidate the team is currently scouting? Hearing Klaus's voice, Phil Jackson, who had already stepped 1 foot out of the room, abruptly withdrew his leg. He turned around and headed back, while Klaus cooperatively handed over the documents in his hand. After receiving the documents, Phil began to look through them. Li Mu leaned in beside him, craning his neck to closely examine the names listed like a curious child. However, as he read further down, his brows knitted tighter and tighter, forming a pronounced character etched across his forehead. This was because from the Bulls' perspective on player recruitment and roster strengthening, the overall direction didn't present any major issues. But Li Mu spotted a critical vulnerability. The team's overall age structure was too old. From Rodman to Parrish, every candidate on the list was already past 30. On top of that, with only Kukoc regarded as a promising young talent within the squad, the rest could barely be considered more than bench warmers. If the team were to face a wave of injuries, adjusting the rotation would prove extremely difficult, making it nearly impossible to maintain competitiveness. Phil had not expressed his opinion on the candidates on the list, but he had noticed Li Mu's expression. He flipped through the documents and handed them back to Klaus. I understand the situation now, but I'd like to discuss the specific candidates with the coaching staff first. Let's focus on the upcoming draft for now, and we can talk about this later. Klaus nodded in agreement. The two then rose and left the general manager's office, heading to the arena's cafeteria under Phil's guidance. Lee, tell me your thoughts on the candidates on the list. I noticed your expression earlier. You seem to have something on your mind. Using his dinner knife, Phil sliced off a piece of steak and placed it in his mouth, savoring it with slow, deliberate chews before speaking. Li Mu, seated opposite him, appeared to be starved. He was devouring his meal with gusto, seemingly oblivious to Phil's question, as if determined to clear his plate entirely. This food is a lot better than what we had in North Carolina. Damn it, did those cafeteria managers pocket some kickbacks? With such questions lingering in his mind, Li Mu stuffed the last fried French fry into his mouth, picked up the glass on the table, and drained the ice water in one gulp, then wiped his mouth with a sanitizing tissue before letting out a satisfied burp. Seeing Phil looking at him with an inexplicable smile, Li Mu finally snapped out of it. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head and offered a sheepish grin in response. Sorry about that, Mr. Phil. I was just too hungry after the long trip over. Noticing that Phil wasn't bothered by it, Li Mu continued. I saw the names on the list earlier. Though I only caught a portion of the candidates, they all share something in common. Li Mu paused for a moment. Seeing Phil's curious gaze fixed on him, he began to explain in detail. The players on the recruitment list are all too old. Aside from Kukoc, there are hardly any promising young players on our current roster worth relying on. This poses a significant challenge for our rotation and injury management throughout the season. In my opinion, we should focus on this year's draft to bring fresh blood into the team. In 1995, the NBA witnessed several events with profound implications for the future. Besides the Bulls' Three-Peat championship, there was also the introduction of rookie contract reforms. Following the 1995 NBA draft, the league implemented a rookie contract system. Under this system, after the first year of a rookie contract expired, the team would decide whether to exercise the final year option before the next season began. This model remained in effect until it was changed to a contract structure after the turn of the millennium. The reason Li Mu brought up the draft at this particular juncture was that he knew this system was about to be implemented. He wanted to point out another direction for team recruitment. Noticing how Li Mu had pinpointed the hidden danger with acuity, Phil Jackson cast him an appreciative glance. The team was currently going through a difficult transition period, and figuring out how to replenish the roster was precisely the headache troubling himself. Currently, the squad was still lacking a qualified power forward, and he had discussed this issue with Klaus before. That's why Phil hadn't yet given serious consideration to the list they had provided. He needed some time to think things over. As for the draft, since their regular season record last year had been relatively strong, they only received a 21st pick, which was hardly worthwhile for them. After hearing Li Mu's analysis, Phil Jackson immediately decided to assign him a task. Lee, these next few days you should sort out your accommodation first. Once that's settled, get in touch with me. The draft is coming up soon, and for the next combined tryout, you and I will go scout together. Hurry up, we're already falling behind compared to other teams. Li Mu quickly nodded and agreed. He then rose to take his leave, and after receiving Phil's affirmation headed out toward the exit of the United Center. Pushing open the door, he found the sky outside had already grown dark. Glancing at his wristwatch, he realized it was nearly 7 o'clock. In this unfamiliar city, Li Mu immediately made up his mind to find a hotel and book a room. He would make do for tonight. Meanwhile, the United Center remained brightly lit with the coach's offices above the practice court still active. At this moment, Phil Jackson had shed the stern authority he wore during work hours. He was reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed, savoring a rare moment of leisure. But an unwelcome knock sounded at the door, and a familiar voice interrupted his peaceful rest. "Phil, open up. That bastard Klaus actually asked me if we could trade Scotty just now." After days of back-and-forth efforts with the help of Phil Jackson, Li Mu finally secured an apartment not far from the arena with reasonably affordable rent. Though merely a studio, it sufficed for his daily needs. After signing the lease with the landlord, Li Mu took the keys, lugged his luggage into the room, and collapsed onto his modest bed. Staring at the vintage ceiling fixture for a long while, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all this bustling, he had finally put down roots in this unfamiliar city. With only weeks left until the draft, Li Mu kept his promise to Phil. Upon settling in, he returned to the United Center. Entering the head coach's office, he found Phil Jackson poring over the scouting department's draft list. Noticing the interruption, everyone looked up at the unannounced visitor at the door. Seeing the skeptical gazes cast his way, Phil took the initiative to clear the air. "I haven't had the chance to introduce him yet. This is Li Mu from North Carolina, this year's NCAA mob. He's already signed with the team and will be joining us as part of the staff. I hope we can work well together." Following Phil's guidance, Li Mu shook hands with each colleague who were all old enough to be his father. The entire coaching staff plus Li Mu totaled 5, and they took their seats as Phil continued to review the player list. "Since everyone's here, let me reiterate. The top prospects in this draft are concentrated at shooting guard and power forward, while our picks are at number 20 and 31. The front office is currently debating whether to trade up to strengthen these weak spots. Now the coaching staff needs to identify which players deserve close attention." Player profiles had been compiled into booklets. Phil Jackson stood and handed one to the assistant coach nearest him, who distributed them in turn. Seated at the head of the conference table, Li Mu eagerly flipped through the booklet, silently reciting each player's name as he searched for the ideal fit: Wallace Stanhope, Joe Smith, Antonio McDias, Stoudemire Garnett, Chris Williamson, Michael Finley. Michael Finley. Upon reading the name, Li Mu nearly lost his composure, classic curses bubbling on his tongue, but he managed to restrain himself. But his peculiar expression caught the attention of his colleagues. Realizing he might have lost his cool, he apologized profusely before refocusing on the name that had stirred him. Michael Finley, 2 meters tall, small forward from Eastern Wisconsin University. Averaging 20.55 over 4 college years, he was an undisputed star. As the Dallas Mavericks transitional leader around the millennium, a key rotation piece for the Spurs' 4th championship, Finley was a solid, hard-working, old-school player. This was Li Mu's first impression of his career. Seeing Finley's name, Li Mu immediately tried to recall information about him from his past life, but after much thought, he could only vaguely remember that his rookie season was spent in Phoenix. Fuck, what draft position was Phoenix at? Li Mu, unable to recall, cursed in frustration. "Phoenix. They're right at our next pick." "Why do you ask?" The gray-haired assistant coach across the table patiently answered. "Lightning struck. In his past life, the Bulls had missed Finley by just 1 pick. This time he would persuade management to take him." He shot a grateful look at the veteran assistant. Nothing. Thank you for the explanation, sir." But his thanks died on his lips. He realized he didn't know these colleagues' names, so he resorted to a polite title to save face. The coach took no offense and introduced himself instead. "No worries, Lee. First meetings are always a bit awkward. I'm Tex Winter, currently in charge of building the team's offensive system." In the 1990s, he and Phil Jackson further refined the system. As Phil's mentor in triangular offense tactics, his NBA coaching career was intertwined with Jackson's, earning 10 championship rings and laying the tactical foundation for the Bulls and Lakers dynasties. After finishing his conversation with Winter, Li Mu eagerly rose and headed toward the head seat. Phil Jackson and the other assistants watched the sole young man with unreadable expressions, sizing him up and speculating about his next move. Approaching, Li Mu flipped to Finley's page in his booklet and handed it to Phil. After a quick scan, he glanced at Li Mu tentatively. Satisfied with the latter's intent, he turned to the group. "Lee just recommended Michael Finley. What do you think?" "Michael Finley." Hearing the name, everyone exchanged glances. An assistant familiar with Finley shook his head, disapproving, while Coach Winter raised his objection first. Although Finley is a solid scorer, there's no suitable role for him on the current roster. His position overlaps too much with existing rotation players. If the team is considering trading up, I suggest targeting Wallace from North Carolina, your teammate Lee. For the franchise, adding a power forward was an urgent need. Since Horace Grant joined Orlando, the position had remained unsolved. This season was also Jordan's final year. If they didn't address it now, next year's salary cap would be swallowed by Jordan's new deal, leaving less room. Phil nodded in agreement. "We're uncertain about trading up, but everyone should evaluate power forward prospects more closely." Seeing the ambiguous attitudes, Li Mu knew it wasn't the time to press. He retrieved his booklet and was about to return to his seat when Phil stopped him, asking him to step outside. Outside the office, Phil rested a hand on Lee Moo's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Actually, you have a sharp eye. If all goes smoothly, we'll consider Finley. Then he sighed deeply. I wonder what Krause is thinking, actually considering trading Scotty. This hit Lee Moo hard. He knew the Bulls' tensions would surface later, but he wondered if his transmigration had accelerated their breakup plans. At that moment, Lee Moo had only one thought: protect Pippen at all costs. The conflict between Pippen and the management could be traced back to disputes over contract extensions after his rookie deal. In 1991, Pippen negotiated a 7-year, $18 million long-term contract with the Bulls management, which was hardly a fair deal at the time. Long before the contract was signed, Jordan had issued a warning to Pippen. Yet eager to secure his wealth, Pippen disregarded his close friend's counsel and resolutely signed what amounted to an exploitative, dirt-cheap contract with the Bulls. The subsequent narrative proved most intriguing. When Jordan first announced his retirement, the Bulls had indeed considered elevating Pippen to the role of team leader to sustain the squad's competitiveness. However, reality proved otherwise. Under Pippen's leadership, the team failed to maintain its dominance. Moreover, during the playoffs, Pippen was embroiled in scandal after a public dispute with head coach Phil Jackson refusing to take the court. Although the team ultimately prevailed in the series, Pippen's actions inflicted undeniable and significant harm upon both the organization and its devoted fan base. Consequently, as early as the previous season, whispers had circulated in the media that the Bulls were seriously considering trading Pippen to another franchise to begin a rebuild. Jordan's return had temporarily stalled the trade discussions. Yet Chicago's second consecutive playoff collapse also reignited Krause's inclination to pursue a trade. At its core, the organization harbored doubts about whether the 32-year-old Jordan could continue to steer the team and sustain their championship momentum. If the Bulls hoped to remain competitively viable in the long run, change was the only path forward, and naturally Pippen became the first casualty on that road. Yet every retrospective glance at history yields its own set of conclusions. Though Pippen may not have been suited to anchor a franchise as its primary leader, as a number 2 option and a defensive stalwart operating in a supporting role, he excelled. In that regard, he arguably stands as the greatest in NBA history, a truth embodied throughout both Three-Peat dynasties. Across the entire league, no one besides himself and Jordan represented such a perfectly complementary pairing. Upon learning of the Bulls' intention to trade Pippen, Lee Moo's immediate reaction was to prevent it. After all, if Scotty were truly shipped away, whether the team could sustain another three-peat, and whether any incoming player could harmonize with Jordan, remained entirely uncertain. Yet as a newcomer to the coaching staff, he was well aware that he lacked sufficient influence within the organization despite Phil's evident regard for him. Therefore, to preserve Pippen's tenure, he would need to formulate leverage compelling enough to sway the front office, such as a guaranteed winning record next season or a championship-caliber roster brimming with visible promise. At that thought, Lee Moo, who had been lost in reverie, suddenly sharpened his focus. He looked up and addressed Phil Jackson. "Coach, is there any progress on that trade? Do you wish for Scotty to remain with the team?" Although uncertain of Lee Moo's motives, Phil Jackson responded candidly. "We have held preliminary discussions with a few Western Conference franchises, but we are far from reaching an agreement. Though Scotty and I experienced some friction earlier, fortunately, we have since reconciled." Hearing this, Lee Moo's heart skipped a beat. "Oh no, I forgot about that incident. It appears Pippen has already begun to drift apart from the organization." Recalling Pippen's acrimonious departure in 1999, Lee Moo began to wonder whether his own transmigration had once again altered the course of history. Phil Jackson, observing Lee Moo's grave expression, assumed his young assistant harbored deep anxieties about the team's future and quickly offered reassurance. "Lee, there is no certainty this will come to pass. Michael is the first to know, and given his nature, he cannot be contained. He has already voiced his protest to both Krause and Mr. Reinsdorf. From where I sit, this matter will likely fade away without resolution." Intervene. Fade away. The combination of these phrases reminded Lee Moo of Jordan's domineering and unquestionable authority in matters of team management. Though history had proven that Old Joe excelled only on the hardwood, since Jordan had already exerted substantial pressure on the front office, this affair would almost certainly dissipate into nothingness. In that case, we need not dwell on other matters. "Coach, I believe we should prioritize the upcoming draft." Lee Moo's words found Phil's agreement. Rather than fretting over matters beyond his control, it was far more prudent to consider how to leverage existing assets to strengthen the roster. "You are right. I allowed myself to become overly concerned. I should not have burdened you with those emotions. Let us shelve this matter for now and focus on identifying suitable players." Prompted by Lee Moo, Phil was instantly dispelled of his earlier despondency. His furrowed brow relaxed, and he turned back toward his office to begin evaluating prospects. Events unfolded precisely as history had dictated. The rumors of a Pippen trade within the organization were quietly shelved following Jordan's forceful intervention. It was said that the front office convened a small closed-door meeting attended only by owner Reinsdorf, general manager Krause, head coach Phil Jackson, and Jordan himself. During the meeting, Jordan publicly rebuked Krause for his irresponsibility toward the franchise and declared his determination to lead the team back to a championship next season. Under Jordan's vigorous advocacy, Reinsdorf ultimately delivered the final verdict: retain the existing roster entering next season, while the organization must continue to strengthen its roster by acquiring a third star beyond Jordan and Pippen. It was said that following the meeting, Krause emerged from the conference room with an ashen expression, clearly in no celebratory mood. With the drama concluded, the draft evaluation process had also drawn to its final stage. At that moment, Phil Jackson was leading scouts and assistant coaches aboard a charter flight to New York. The following day would mark the last combine assessment and intra-squad scrimmage before the draft. Among the Bulls delegation, each individual harbored personal preferences for different prospects. Lemieux, however, devoted his full attention to Finley. Meanwhile, head coach Phil Jackson reclined in the first-class cabin with his eyes closed, his thoughts inscrutable to all around him. The aircraft soon touched down smoothly on the runway, and the group disembarked with their luggage. Upon exiting the airport, they boarded dedicated vehicles and arrived at their hotel, where tomorrow's training camp awaited them. The following morning, the Bulls scouting staff assembled early in the hotel lobby and boarded a private vehicle. After a journey, they arrived at their destination, the 1995 NBA Draft Combine. Upon arrival, Phil Jackson led the group into the facility with practiced ease. The building featured a two-level layout. The first floor was divided into two zones, the physical testing area and the court area, while the second floor housed offices for each participating team. Staff members could observe the players' daily training sessions from their offices and update scouting data in real time. The players invited to the facility that day were predominantly names that had made waves in draft projections: Joe Smith, Kevin Garnett, Ray Allen, Damon Stoudemire, Jason Kidd, and others. The players understood what these combined evaluations meant for their careers, and many arrived ahead of schedule, warming up and waiting for their turn. Once Phil and the others reached their assigned offices, everyone immediately shifted into work mode. Each assistant coach was tasked with evaluating 2 or 3 players. Lemieux, despite being new to the professional environment, showed remarkable composure. After locating the scouting files on his target players, he briskly made his way to the testing area. At this point, the players were beginning their physical evaluations in steady succession, guided by camp staff. After some effort, Lemieux secured a good viewing position on the sidelines and began flipping through his files, searching for the players he needed to evaluate. Jason Caffey, Brent Barry, Michael Finley. Phil really looked out for me, actually handing me Finley. Lemieux stared at the files in his hand and couldn't help but smile when he saw Finley's name listed. The other 2 players on his list were equally noteworthy. Jason Caffey came out of the University of Alabama, where he served as the starting center. Known for his offensive prowess and rebounding ability, the Bulls had selected him in the 20th pick in Lemieux's previous life. Brent Barry, the third son of NBA legend Rick Barry, stood out not merely as a basketball royalty, but for his extraordinary athletic ability, possessing elite leaping prowess for a white player. In the 1996 slam dunk contest representing the Los Angeles Clippers, Barry performed a one-footed free throw line dunk while wearing a jacket, defeating all competitors to claim the championship title. Slam magazine featured a photograph of Barry mid-jump with the ball on its cover, declaring, "White men can fly." He also shared a brief chapter with the Bulls during the 1998-99 season. Barry joined the Three-Peat champions, but the core players had already departed and Phil Jackson had left the organization. Barry was more of a passing traveler. After a single season, he moved on. Once familiar with the surroundings, Lemieux began scanning the testing area for his targets. After continuous observation, he finally located all 3 players from his files. At that moment, they were preparing for the full-court sprint drill. None of his targets were on the court, but he unexpectedly spotted an old acquaintance, Jason Kidd. Kidd had not noticed Lemieux standing on the sidelines. His attention was entirely focused on the upcoming test. At the staff signal, Kidd shot forward like an arrow from a bow, leaving the other players far behind. Only Stoudemire, pouring every ounce of effort into it, managed to barely keep pace. After the drill concluded, the rest of the group were gasping for breath on the spot, while Kidd remained composed, casually stretching his limbs with an air of ease. Clearly, he had held something back. When the staff announced the results, the surrounding scouts from various teams wore expressions of utter disbelief. Best time in this group goes to Jason Kidd, setting a new record for the sprint drill. I have to say, this kid's speed is seriously terrifying. Lemieux, standing among the crowd, was not at all surprised. He had anticipated exactly this outcome. As a teammate, he knew precisely the transformation that beach sprints had wrought upon the North Carolina players. Watching the murmuring crowd, their faces etched with disbelief, a sense of pride welled up within Lemieux. After all, he's my player. I'll have plenty of material for bragging rights from now on. Jason Kidd, the one who set the combined sprint record. I trained him. Just as Lemieux was lost in his reverie, the remaining combined events continued in rapid succession. A fellow scout recording data, noticing his distracted expression, nudged him with his elbow to signal that his assigned player was about to step up. The testing progressed through one event after another: vertical jump, bench press, defensive slides, shooting drills, and more. Soon the morning session concluded. The players dispersed to rest before the afternoon's competitive drills. On Lemieux's notes, he had meticulously recorded each target player's testing data, along with his own assessments and analyses. Next, he would compile everything and hand it over to Phil Jackson. Back at the testing area, staff from every team scrambled to return to their offices without delay. When Li Mu went upstairs, he discovered he was the last to return. The office was in utter chaos. Scouts and assistant coaches were engaged in heated arguments, each desperate to convince Phil to select the player they had been evaluating. That high schooler from South Chicago, Kevin Garnett, is absolutely terrifying. His frame is pure perfection. His vertical jump is the best of this entire class. I can confidently say he's a legitimate #1 pick. Bullshit. What can a scrawny kid like that possibly contribute? Can he guard the Orlando kid? Look at Jason Kidd. He's practically the next Michael. I can't even imagine how opponents would defend against two Michaels on the floor at the same time. The relentless bickering visibly tormented Phil, whose expression grew increasingly pained. After enduring it for some time, Phil slammed his files heavily onto the table, finally silencing the arguing crowd. Let me remind you all, you are grown men. You've worked in this organization for years. Why are you acting like enemies desperate to prove who's right? Once everyone quieted down, Phil addressed them in a measured tone. He did not understand it. He had watched all the combined testing himself. While the talent on display was undoubtedly enviable, he did not believe it warranted such fierce competition. In his view, the player best suited for the team was not necessarily the most gifted. One who could thrive in the right role was far more valuable. "Lee, we're still waiting on your report. Hand it over." Perhaps sensing the awkward silence, Phil glanced up and spotted Li Mu sitting at the far end and decided to use him to break the tension. Upon entering, Li Mu saw that everyone else was entrenched in their own opinions, arguing incessantly. By nature, he was someone who preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, so he naturally refrained from joining the fray. As he entered, he quietly took a seat at the end of the table, saying nothing, merely watching them debate passionately over who they believed was the best player. But fate seemed unwilling to grant Li Mu a moment of respite. Phil, already dizzy from the cacophony of voices, finally managed to calm the group, yet the atmosphere grew awkward. He was about to say something to break the silence when his gaze unexpectedly fell upon Li Mu at the far end of the conference table. Instantly, he decided to delegate the task to him. Seeing all eyes turned sharply toward him, Li Mu had no choice but to steel himself and rise to his feet. Under the scrutiny of the room, Li Mu took a deep breath, opened the documents in his hand, and after a long exhale began to report his findings. "My group observed 3 players, Jason Caffey, Brent Barry, and Michael Finley. The following are their physical test results." A lengthy string of dry, monotonous numbers, yet capable of provoking different reactions in this room. Such a reporting style was as rigid as a child reciting a textbook, revealing little valuable insight. After he presented the data, the expressions of those present remained unchanged, as if the 3 players he had just described held no allure for them, failing to spark any interest in considering them as potential candidates. Some sat in their seats, their gazes drifting elsewhere, displaying an air of indifference, as if conveying a message to Li Mu. "Rookie, you still have a long way to go." Others meanwhile wore expressions of knowing understanding, forcing smiles onto their faces as if to console him. "Never mind, keep working hard, one day you'll surely stand on your own." Even Phil Jackson showed no emotion, though his eyes were fixed intently on Li Mu like a man thirsting for knowledge. Or rather, as if he felt Li Mu had more to say, and he was waiting for the next part. Indeed, Li Mu, seeing this scene, knew that mere data would not convince the crowd. Unhurriedly, he turned to the next page, and continued from where he left off. "The above are the physical test data collected today. Combined with historical data, the following conclusions can be drawn. First, Jason Caffey. In terms of individual player development, he demonstrated impressive offensive skills in non-contact drills. Whether attacking from the paint or beyond the three-point line, his finishing ability is commendable. However, in one-on-one matchups, his body control is poor, even disastrous, which severely impacts his on-court performance. He cannot maintain a steady touch under high-intensity physical contact, and his physique still falls short of being a reliable rotational player. Brent Barry, his vertical reach and full-court sprint times rank among the top of the players tested. In the three-point shooting drill, he made 18 out of 25 attempts. But his bench press numbers are concerning, and in one-on-one games, due to insufficient physicality, he was completely shut out by his opponent. Michael Finley, his physical test results are respectable, with no glaring weaknesses. However, his skill set is not yet fully polished. He is overly fond of taking long two-pointers, tends to lose focus on the court, and needs to improve his concentration during games. In summary, and considering the team's needs, I believe Jason Caffey and Brent Barry are not suitable for us. Personally, I favor Michael Finley. Thank you for your attention." After finishing his presentation, Li Mu was no longer as constrained as before. He laid out his opinions fully, then stood upright, facing everyone's gaze with confidence. For a long moment, no sound was heard. The room was so quiet that only breathing could be perceived until a single clap broke the silence. Pat, pat, pat. Tex Winter, who had been curled up in a corner of his seat, was the first to applaud Li Mu. Seeing this, the others joined in one after another, creating a continuous wave of applause. Once the applause subsided, Phil seized the moment to smooth things over. "All right, everyone, all the data has been collected. I don't think we need to keep arguing over this. Everyone prepare yourselves. The 5-on-5 full-court scrimmage is coming up. We'll see how they perform." With Phil's instructions, the morning's work came to an end. The tension in the room dissipated. The sustained high-intensity work had left some weary, while some chose to lean back, and closed their eyes while others opted to step outside to stretch their legs. Li Mu remained seated, still poring over the documents in his hands, as if searching for further conclusions. Winter approached him and patted him on the shoulder. "Li, regardless of the outcome, I appreciate the courage you showed in speaking up." Li Mu, seeing Winter's gesture, quickly rose to return the respect. This kind old man had always been supportive of him, and he naturally reciprocated with deference. Time quickly passed to the afternoon. The future stars were about to put on a spectacular show before the league's top executives for the first time. At this point in the stadium, stands executives from various teams had already taken their seats. If the physical tests held that morning were merely optional viewing for them, then this upcoming scrimmage was an unmissable highlight. Following Phil, Li Mu glanced around, noting that everyone seated nearby was a legendary figure in basketball history. Seated to the left was a group of people led by a silver-haired gentleman. Upon noticing Phil's approach, he rose enthusiastically to shake his hand. Only after warm greetings did it become clear that the man before them was the renowned mad scientist Don Nelson, currently serving as head coach of the Knicks. On the right, another group sat with their leader, exuding an air of composed dignity. Upon seeing Phil and his party approach, the man's expression barely changed. He simply offered a subtle nod, as if acknowledging their arrival. Phil, appearing well acquainted with the man's ways, offered a brief greeting before settling in with the others. Before Li Mu could even ask, Winter stepped in with the familiarity of an old friend to introduce the man. That was Jerry Sloan, head coach of the Utah Jazz, and also a retired legend of our team. Jerry Sloan. His name would become inextricably linked with every member of this Bulls squad over the next 3 years. Indeed, during the latter stages of their Three-Peat Dynasty, the Jazz were the only team in the league to give them serious trouble, most famously delivering that iconic buzzer-beater moment. So that's Coach Jerry. I've heard all about him, but he looks considerably younger in person than on television. Li Mu feigned a look of sudden realization. Winter, picking up the thread, continued to share anecdotes among coaching staffs across teams. Li Mu listened patiently, for off-the-record stories always proved more captivating than official histories. While the two chatted, players began filing onto the court. A total of 50 athletes were participating in this training camp assessment. After the morning physical tests, some players opted out of the camp due to subpar results, leaving 38. Following deliberations among the teams and camp evaluators, the final roster was whittled down to 30. Camp staff divided the players into 2 squads of 15 each. This scrimmage aimed to help the athletes acclimate more quickly to the pace of official games structured under NBA rules into 4 quarters of 12 minutes apiece. Guided by their respective coaches, and having finalized their starting lineups, the players swiftly took the court. The toss-up came quickly, and the game was officially underway. The two who had been lost in conversation now turned their attention to the game. Li Mu observed closely. The 2 squads wore black and white uniforms respectively. His 2 teammates, Wallace and Stuckey, had been split across opposing sides. Wallace partnered with Stan DeMayer, the very player who had once unraveled his composure, while Stuckey found himself matched against Joe Smith, a longtime rival from past finals clashes. With new partners on the floor, the 2 men who had once shared seamless chemistry on the court now poured everything into their respective teams, striving to pull ahead on the scoreboard. As the clock ticked onward, the game quietly approached its climax. The level of competition stunned the management in attendance. Players like Antonio McDyess, Chris Mim, and Damon Stoudemire, products of disciplined college systems, displayed remarkable tactical execution, their on-court versatility keeping the score tightly contested. Meanwhile, naturally gifted stars like Joe Smith, Garnett, and Stuckey shone brightly, consistently delivering highlight reel plays that rivaled the top 5 dunks of the week, drawing gasps and roars from the spectators. Even in the final moments before the buzzer, the score remained neck and neck. Ultimately, it was Flying Squirrel Stoudemire who sealed the outcome with a difficult no-look pass darting through traffic to find Wallace, who was already streaking down court. Walling Ace attacked Joe Smith's defense head-on, burying a thunderous dunk that put the final nail in the coffin. The black team surged with momentum, quickly extending their lead to secure the victory. Even after the final buzzer, the executives in the stands lingered long after the players had departed. The scrimmage had convinced many to reconsider their initial roster projections. Only after the athletes filed out did the management finally leave the seating area, returning to their rooms to contact team executives and begin positioning themselves ahead of the draft. That was a thrilling contest. Come on, Lee, we need to get back to Chicago. There's still much to accomplish. Lost in thought from the game, Li Mu felt a heavy hand clasp his shoulder. Turning around, he discovered Phil and the others were already on their feet, preparing to depart. Li Mu remained uncertain whether this scrimmage had swayed Phil's ultimate decision. In his assessment, Finley's performance had been merely adequate, exactly as his scouting report had indicated. When matched against opponents with superior talent, Finley grew anxious to prove himself. Numerous times after receiving the ball, he ignored his teammates' open positions, fixating on isolation plays that largely yielded nothing. Only after being substituted out did he rein himself in. Upon re-entering the game, he gradually built rhythm with his teammates, embracing his role within the offensive system and sparking a brief scoring surge to narrow the gap. However, with no one else broaching the subject, Li Mu swallowed his curiosity. Upon returning to Chicago with the team, preparations for the draft mere days away commenced in earnest. Player reports stacked like mountains upon desks across the front office. Core decision-makers sealed the conference room door and remained sequestered until nightfall. When the door finally reopened, expressions suggested they had formulated a comprehensive strategy ready and waiting for the draft to commence. On June 28, 1995, the NBA draft officially commenced in Toronto. Inside the Bulls meeting room, Phil and his coaching staff alongside the management sat before a large screen awaiting David Stern's announcements. Phil Jackson reclined on the sofa, fingers absently stroking the beard along his chin. His eyes betrayed supreme confidence. An open bottle of red wine and several crystal glasses rested on the table, clearly prepared in anticipation of celebrating a plan well executed. He appeared thoroughly convinced of what was about to unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 1995 NBA Draft. The Golden State Warriors now hold the selection with 5 minutes to deliberate. David Stern's unmistakable voice echoed through the television speaker. Standing center stage, he announced to the world that the draft had officially begun. Toronto 1995 NBA Draft. The atmosphere was unusually tense. The Golden State Warriors, holding the first overall pick, weighed their options carefully. After lengthy deliberation, the general manager wrote the name of their chosen player on an envelope and handed it to the staff. Soon David Stern returned to the center of the podium, cleared his throat, and with a warm smile announced the Warriors selection. Ladies and gentlemen, with the first overall pick in the first round, the Golden State Warriors select Rasheed Wallace from the University of North Carolina. In an instant, the crowd erupted in surprised gasps. Joe Smith, who had been projected as the top pick, tried to maintain a composed expression, but a flicker of reluctance flashed in his eyes as applause filled the arena. Wallace, the newly minted #1 pick, was still in a daze. It wasn't until his friends and family excitedly embraced him that he truly realized he had become the top selection. His towering frame made the loose suit appear snug. He rose and strode quickly toward the stage, accepting the Warriors' draft cap from the attendant before ascending. As he shook hands with David Stern, both turned to face the audience below. Beneath the barrage of cameras, Wallace's expression appeared slightly stiff, but the intensity visible across his features conveyed the excitement of being selected first overall. Meanwhile, in a viewing room at UNC, Coach Smith and the team watched the draft together. Wallace's selection sent everyone into a frenzy of celebration. After years of waiting, North Carolina had finally produced a #1 pick. Miles away at Chicago's United Center, Lee Moo and Stackhouse, who was also present at the draft, silently rejoiced for their close friend. In the Warriors' original plan, they had long coveted Joe Smith. Not merely for his skills, which were polished and mature, but for his poised and steady demeanor. However, after evaluating him throughout the NCAA championship and training camp, the Warriors' front office developed a strong interest in this towering prospect from North Carolina. New head coach Rick Adelman overrode the dissenting voices. He argued that the team already had 3 scorers in Spud Webber, Tim Hardaway, and Chris Mullin, while Rasheed Wallace could score with refined interior techniques and anchor the paint defensively while protecting the boards. He was simply the ideal solution to their interior void. With everyone in agreement, the Warriors bypassed Joe Smith and used the #1 pick on Rasheed Wallace. The unexpected turn of events posed a fresh dilemma for the remaining teams, faced with an additional variable should they abandon their original plans. Next, the Denver Nuggets resisted the temptation of Joe Smith, and at the #2 pick selected promising forward Antonio McDyess from the University of Alabama, aiming to transform their Colorado home into a formidable fortress. Philadelphia, without hesitation, used the #3 pick on Joe Smith, a welcome reinforcement for a franchise in need of rebuilding. Stackhouse eventually fell out of the top 3, selected 4th by the Bullets, the predecessor to the Washington Wizards, where he formed a core trio with Michigan's Twin Towers, Webber and Juwan Howard. Such is the magic of the draft. Every single fate can be altered in an instant. On stage, each player basked in the spotlight, radiating youthful confidence with every gesture. Below, those still seated grew increasingly uneasy. Each skipped name felt like a quiet interrogation, forcing them to question where they fell short. As players were called one after another, the Bulls' turn drew ever closer. Only after Cleveland's pick at #17 did a look of triumph settle on Phil Jackson's face. He gestured toward Lee Moo. "Lee, you win this time. That kid is now your responsibility." With that, he rose and departed alone, leaving the others staring after him in bewilderment. We now have a trade to announce. The Chicago Bulls acquire the 18th pick and a future second-round selection from the Detroit Pistons in exchange for the 20th and 31st picks. With the 18th pick, they select Michael Finley from the University of Wisconsin. As David Stern confirmed the trade, both Michael Finley and Lee Moo remained stunned. For Finley, the surprise far outweighed any shock. The deal allowed him to play for a hometown team alongside legends like Jordan and Pippen. For Lee Moo, bringing Finley to the Bulls meant securing a vital piece for the franchise's future. "Come everyone, you've worked incredibly hard these past weeks. Summer League and training camp lie ahead. Let's push even harder and bring the championship back to Chicago next season." Phil Jackson's distinctive voice carried across the room as he returned with several wine glasses. After pouring whiskey for each person, they raised their glasses together, toasting to the future, and drank deeply. Several days later, a young man arrived at Chicago's United Center accompanied by family and friends. After the press conference, Michael Finley, dressed in the Bulls' #5 jersey, met the full roster for the first time under the guidance of General Manager Krause. Among the crowd stood a gleaming shaven head chewing gum with barely concealed excitement and curiosity. Before Phil could even introduce him, Jordan spoke first. "Welcome to the team, rookie. From now on, you're my practice partner." In his first month with the team, Finley perpetually recalibrated his understanding, cycling through euphoria and despair. Jordan, the league's undisputed premier, had personally selected Finley for supplementary training, an honor Finley initially welcomed. Yet each day in the practice facility, before the gaze of all present, he was mercilessly dismantled by Jordan while enduring an unceasing torrent of trash talk. Simultaneously enduring physical and psychological torment presented a monumental challenge for a rookie unfamiliar with the league's rigors. Fortunately, Finley's mental fortitude far exceeded that of his peers, and through relentless hardship, he ultimately earned Jordan's hard-won respect. As the exclusive training coach handpicked by Phil Jackson, Limu remained inseparable from Finley throughout the month. He dedicated several days to observing Finley and Jordan's training sessions, then studied Finley's collegiate game footage. Limu swiftly arrived at a conclusion: Finley's technical proficiency was already sufficiently mature compared to other rookies. However, through watching Finley fall time and again to Jordan, Limu grew ever more convinced of his initial assessment from draft camp. Finley's frame was too slight to sustain excellence under the league's grueling physical demands. Upon receiving Phil's approval, Limu decisively added a new requirement: 1 to 2 hours of strength training before each basketball session, personally supervised and guided by Limu himself. Initially, Finley harbored no particular warmth toward the coach, whose age gap was hardly significant, despite knowing he was not only a champion of the year, but also the most outstanding player. After learning about the controversies surrounding Limu, Finley privately suspected he might simply have been extraordinarily fortunate, capable of accomplishing what many could never achieve in a lifetime. However, as time passed, and they grew closer, Finley discarded his former prejudices entirely. Limu had proven himself through undeniable results, and their relationship began to evolve in meaningful ways. From struggling to endure the high-intensity regimen at first, Finley gradually adapted. Limu's scientific and comprehensive training program measurably elevated his physical capabilities in a remarkably short span. This visibly rapid improvement astonished Jordan himself. One early morning, Jordan rose at an uncharacteristic hour and made his way to the gym's weight room, simply to witness firsthand what manner of training could produce such transformation. After experiencing it, Jordan spontaneously joined the regimen, dubbing it Breakfast Club 2.0. For Limu, combining scientific systematic training with adequate rest, sufficient sleep, and a balanced nutritional structure proved effective for rapid physical adjustment. Under Limu's guidance, Finley absorbed training like a seed, greedily drawing nourishment from fertile soil, with the upcoming summer league awaiting as the moment to finally shine. Time flew, and soon the summer league arrived. As the team's sole drafted prospect, Finley naturally emerged as the focal point of their development efforts. Over 5 games, he delivered averages of 20.7 rebounds and 3 assists. Though he could not lead his team to the championship finals, his outstanding performances and dramatic physical improvement successfully shifted external perceptions. His on-court production delivered a resounding rebuttal to prevailing criticisms. The Bulls selected a showy yet hollow talent. He is far too fragile to compete at this intensity. Ultimately, Finley secured a spot on the Summer League All-Star first team. When Bulls beat reporters interviewed him, he reflected, "All credit belongs to my coach and my mentor. Without their relentless guidance and dedicated supervision, I could never have improved this rapidly." Following the Summer League, the coaching staff considered their interim objectives accomplished, granting themselves a modest vacation before the team's focus inevitably shifted toward free agency. At Phil's suggestion, Limu decided to take this opportunity to truly unwind. After all, work was work and rest was rest. The relentless schedule had left him depleted for far too long, so he resolved to unleash a hidden skill from his past life: fishing. It was midsummer, and after purchasing fishing equipment, he decided to try his luck near the lakes of Illinois. Limu rented a fully equipped cabin by the lake. During his leisure time, he rose early each day to explore the nearby forest, select a promising fishing spot, and cast his line for the entire day. This unhurried rhythm only sharpened his clarity regarding how to plan for the future. In this secluded environment, no one knew where he was or what he was doing. Yet, each evening Limu would return to his cabin, promptly turn on the television to watch sports channels, and observe the unfolding drama, the assembly of a super team. As expected, within mere days of free agency opening, reports emerged confirming the Chicago Bulls had signed Dennis Rodman, a player who had been stifled and unfulfilled in San Antonio, unable to showcase his true capabilities. Facing a player with such a notorious reputation in the league, opinions within the Bulls organization were sharply divided, and the front office hesitated long before making a decision. Ultimately, Phil Jackson made a direct promise to management: "Sign him and leave the rest to me. I will make him effective." Everything fell neatly into place, and Rodman smoothly joined the Chicago Bulls. Just as Limu lay in bed, silently counting down the days until training camp, the landline phone in his room began to ring. Only one person knew this number. "Haley, are you holding up? Have you adapted to the fisherman's life?" Those Illinois sunsets paired with freshly caught plump bass, truly an exquisite combination. From the other end of the line, Phil Jackson's booming voice crackled through the vintage receiver. The slightly distorted audio, accompanied by the persistent hiss of electrical static, caused Limu a momentary ringing in his ears, forcing him to press his index finger against his ear canal to relieve the pressure. "Phil, it's me. Thank you for the recommendation. The pace here is genuinely restorative. I nearly decided I didn't want to return. Just kidding. I heard we are about to sign Dennis and training camp is fast approaching. I was preparing to give you a heads up. I will be back in Chicago in 2 days. After spending time together, Limu discovered that Phil was far less enigmatic than his reputation suggested. On the contrary, Phil's deep engagement with Eastern philosophy resonated strongly with Limu's own temperament. Beyond their professional hierarchy at work, the two had forged an uncommon friendship that transcended generations. "Indeed, you should return. Players are gradually reporting for training. But there is additional news beyond Rodman. We may also acquire Dikembe from Denver." Heaven alone knew what rushed through Limu's mind at that moment. Essentially, Limu and the butterfly of history. What does a super team mean? Just wait for me to flap my wings. For Giants. Fun division. Just as Limu was still reeling from the news, Phil began to explain the circumstances to him. Klaus was indeed a shrewd operator. After selecting Finley, he began maneuvering again, seeking to strengthen his team's weak center position through a trade. With healthy salary cap space, Klaus felt confident about making such a move. What ultimately drove him to complete this deal was Finley's outstanding performance during the summer league. Immediately after the league concluded, he began contacting general managers across all teams. Eventually, the Denver Nuggets let word slip. The team's front office was unwilling to offer a long-term contract extension to Dikembe Mutombo, who had just won his first career Defensive Player of the Year award the previous season, despite his age being unclear and his official career length already reaching 30. They believed a center whose value lay solely in defense could not serve as a franchise cornerstone, no matter how exceptional his defensive presence. Yet Mutombo, considering himself the architect of the Dark Horse Miracle and the team's absolute defensive anchor, felt entitled to a long-term deal that would secure his future. Thus, both sides reached an impasse. With Mutombo's contract entering its final year, Nuggets management sought to cash in on his remaining value rather than risk losing him for nothing once it expired. Klaus, sensing Denver's urgency to deal, promptly presented them with a generous package featuring Tony Kukoc and Luke Kornet. History proved that this cost-effective trade proposal genuinely captivated the Nuggets. Having just selected Mahorn at the draft lottery, they saw an opportunity to acquire a young forward cornerstone and a reliable backup center in exchange for Mutombo, a deal that appeared virtually risk-free. However, the Nuggets believed that Chicago's roster would be drastically transformed upon acquiring Mutombo, and therefore demanded the Bulls' first-round draft pick in 1999 as additional compensation before agreeing to finalize the deal. The two sides remained deadlocked over this draft pick, and the transaction stalled. After hearing Phil's account, Limu remained utterly amazed by the bold gambit and vision displayed by the front offices involved. But truthfully speaking, if this trade were to be completed, the Bulls would become the top championship contender for the next 5 years. After continuing his casual conversation with Phil, Limu hung up the phone and lay on the wooden cabin bed, imagining the tremendous stir the soon-to-be formed roster would inevitably cause. Too excited to sleep, he tossed and turned until finally deciding to return to the team the next day. Though he slept little that night, Limu felt neither drowsy nor fatigued. He rose early, packed his luggage, informed the landlord of his intent to terminate the cabin and car lease, and hurried to catch a flight back to Chicago. After several hours of travel, Limu arrived at the United Center. It was currently the period when players organized voluntary training sessions, so the arena was relatively quiet, populated only by a few scattered players and trainers conducting their own workouts. Limu walked directly toward Phil's office. Along the way, he noticed that the full team portrait poster, which had hung prominently in the arena since Jordan's comeback the previous season, had been taken down. Perhaps it was due to the approaching new season, or perhaps because of the impending transaction. Whatever the reason remained unknown, but such an action already spoke volumes about certain attitudes. Upon returning to the office, Phil was somewhat surprised by Limu's decision to end his vacation early. After a brief exchange, Limu learned from Phil further details about the ongoing negotiations. Both sides had conducted additional discussions, and barring any unforeseen developments, the transaction would be finalized in the near future. As expected, just 2 days later, after accompanying rookie Finley through morning training, Limu was enjoying lunch at the team restaurant when the news broke. The television was broadcasting Chicago's local Sky Forum program. After the host wrapped up the current segment, a staff member hurriedly handed her a piece of paper. After quickly glancing at it, the host, previously composed and poised, suddenly displayed an unmistakable expression of astonishment. Adjusting herself briefly, she then announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news moments ago, the Chicago Bulls and the Denver Nuggets have completed a trade. In exchange for Tony Kukoc, Luke Kornet, and the 1999 first-round draft pick, the Bulls acquired Dikembe Mutombo from Denver." The restaurant was sparsely occupied at the moment, and neither of the two key players involved in the transaction happened to be present. Upon hearing the news, most people found it hard to believe, with the exception of Limu, who had known about the deal from the beginning. After brief exchanges, some players quickly departed the cafeteria. They needed to immediately confirm with their agents whether there would be any additional moves attached to this transaction and whether they themselves would remain on the roster. With the trade finalized, everyone within the Bulls organization was affected. Each person focused on completing their respective tasks, while the entire city of Chicago remained immersed in the shock and excitement surrounding this blockbuster deal. As Bulls fans, they were indeed reluctant to see the elegant European-born Kukoc depart. Yet regarding the front office's aggressive and ambitious move, they overwhelmingly expressed support. Perhaps like Klaus, they felt the city had languished in mediocrity for far too long and desperately needed external catalysts to reignite its passion. The day following the trade's completion, Klaus and Phil personally went to the airport to greet their new acquisition. When the 219-centimeter tall Mutombo stepped out of the aircraft cabin, he was immediately welcomed with enthusiastic applause. Beaming with his characteristic warm smile, he shook hands with Klaus and Phil one by one. Standing among the crowd, his towering stature set him apart from everyone else. Following a brief exchange, the group proceeded directly to the arena. After Mutombo completed a series of medical examinations, the Bulls announced that a press conference would be held to officially introduce him. At the press conference, clad in a specially tailored suit, Mutombo sat between Klaus and Phil. Facing a sea of cameras, he flashed a brilliant white smile, and in his deep, resonant voice addressed the crowd, "Chicago, hello. I am Dikembe Mutombo Mpundo Makamba Jean-Jacques wa Mutombo." Chicago's inclusiveness was not particularly strong, but at that moment they were exceptionally tolerant of the giant before them. During Mutombo's not-so-humorous self-introduction, the media journalist chose to stand up and applaud the big man repeatedly. After hearing the news of Rodman and Mutombo joining the team, the Chicago fans, who had been silent for nearly 2 years, had clearly rekindled their confidence in competing for the championship. After a brief exchange, the journalist began questioning Mutombo. "Dikembe, I'm a reporter from the Chicago Sky newspaper sports section. First of all, welcome to Chicago. As everyone knows, as last season's Defensive Player of the Year, you successfully helped the Nuggets achieve the first Black 8 miracle in history, and you personally delivered a dominant performance. What are your goals for the upcoming season with the new environment and teammates?" Facing the sharp question, Mutombo did not appear constrained. After glancing at the general manager and head coach beside him, he extended his huge hand, grasped the microphone, brought it to his lips, pondered for a moment, and said, "To be honest, from the moment the trade happened until now, I still feel that all of this is so unreal. When the trade was completed, I was sleeping in my apartment in Denver. My agent called me immediately and said, 'Dikembe, don't sleep, wake up, you've been traded.' It took me a while to process it. From packing my bags to landing, I kept imagining what would happen in the future. Joining a team with championship pedigree is very important to me. I hope to bring a different kind of energy to the team's defense. Oh, and Michael, no need to worry next season. You can leave the paint to me and Dennis Rodman." Jordan, sitting in the audience, was suddenly called out, feeling both surprised and delighted. He and Pippen beside him burst into laughter, then gestured to Mutombo, creating a dreamlike interaction in front of all the journalists. The Chicago media journalists were quite satisfied with this flawless response. For them, tomorrow's front-page headline would surely capture the reader's attention. In this harmonious atmosphere, the press conference officially ended. In the following days, the Bulls management did not continue to make aggressive moves as the outside world expected. After completing the trade, the Bulls freed up some salary cap space. However, after signing Rodman in the free market, they made few further moves. They re-signed a few role players whose contracts were expiring, and then called it a day. With this roster, the Bulls entered the preseason training camp. Limu met Rodman in person for the first time on an early September morning in Chicago. All the players gathered early at the training facility. At Phil's signal, Jordan led the players through warm-ups. As Limu kept searching, he did not see the distinctive figure among the crowd. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a loud bang echoed as the training facility door was forcefully pushed open. A man with a spiky blonde buzz cut, wearing eccentric clothes and a pair of sunglasses, walked toward the group. "Sorry, coach. I'm late." Though his words were an apology to Phil, his expression showed no hint of remorse. He walked right up to Phil. Just when everyone expected Phil to explode with anger, his reaction surprised everyone. Phil was not angry. Instead, he proactively extended his hand to welcome him on behalf of the coaching staff. Then he put his arm around him and introduced him to each player. "Dennis Rodman. I don't think I need to introduce him further. From today on, he's one of us." Perhaps it was the first time he had experienced the coach's approach different from others. Dennis showed a rare shy expression. He greeted the players with a slight stammer. But the others clearly did not buy into this gesture of goodwill, especially the leaders like Jordan. Although Jordan had explicitly stated in an off-season interview that he welcomed Rodman's addition, that did not mean he could internally set aside the past friction between them. Especially with Rodman's behavior, Jordan believed it was a blatant challenge to his leadership position on the team. So when Rodman took the initiative to greet everyone, not a single player responded, because everyone could see the displeasure on Jordan's face. Seeing this awkward situation, Phil immediately signaled Rodman to go change into his training gear. After he left, the players resumed their training. Phil deliberately pulled Jordan aside and whispered something earnestly in his ear. No one knew what they discussed, but it was obvious that after the talk, although Jordan still looked displeased when Rodman returned to the court, he took the initiative to assign him to his own team, a clear indication of his changed attitude. Under Jordan's lead, Rodman was integrated into the team's training for the first time. Li Mu leaned against the sidelines watching the players sprint across the court, still marveling at witnessing firsthand the formation of a big three, even a big four. Just as he was lost in thought, a large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Phil, who had somehow come up beside him. Seeing Li Mu startled, Phil wore a playful expression of having successfully pranked him. "Li, if you were me, would you be troubled by having such a troublesome player on the team?" Hearing the question, Li Mu answered without hesitation, "Not at all. Although he seems like a troublemaker, he's not the type to actively stir things up. I believe Michael is capable enough to keep him in line on the court. I'm confident he'll fit in quickly." Recalling the past performances of the Big Three, Li Mu naturally assumed Rodman would not cause trouble, at least not on the court. Hearing the response, Phil nodded approvingly, and then said, "Li, since you think so too, I'll give you a task from today on. You are responsible for Rodman's training and off-court management. In short, Rodman is your responsibility." Li Mu's mind was already cursing, "Damn it. That old fox tricked me again. He actually dumped this troublemaker on me. Phil, you old bastard." Seeing the indescribable expression on Li Mu's face, Phil felt unusually pleased. Without waiting for refusal, he patted Li Mu's shoulder, immediately turned, and walked toward the center of the court shouting, "Hey, Michael, go easy. This isn't a game. It's just practice." Although Li Mu was quite displeased with Phil's presumptuousness, when Rodman sat down generously across from him in the reception area, he reluctantly accepted the decision. Having just finished training, Rodman showed little sign of fatigue. On the contrary, his eyes gleamed with vitality. Though Rodman was a latecomer to the sport, beneath his unfathomable exterior lay a genuine passion for the game. Perhaps behind his strange gestures and actions was concealed his dissatisfaction with the status quo. "Hello, Dennis. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Mu, the team's player development coach. Phil must have spoken with you earlier. Starting today, I will assist you in getting back into shape as soon as possible. I look forward to working with you." After careful consideration, Li Mu decided to approach Rodman as a friend. After all, in his memory, although Rodman had a capricious and unfathomable personality, he was a person worth opening one's heart to. Later generations interpreted his various eccentricities in simple terms. Having lost his father's love from a young age made him stand out from others, but deep down, he was still a very innocent boy, so innocent that he couldn't even distinguish right from wrong. After making a mistake, he would choose to cover it up with even more bizarre behavior just to find peace of mind. But obviously Li Mu had miscalculated one thing. Faced with Li Mu's gesture of goodwill, Rodman pretended not to notice. Instead of taking up the topic, he asked on his own, "Which nightclub is the best in Chicago, do you know?" After saying that, he looked at the other with an unfathomable expression, as if certain that he would provoke him. However, Li Mu was not annoyed. On the contrary, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This reaction made Rodman uneasy. After Li Mu laughed for a while, he finally stopped. He shifted his posture from sitting upright to leaning back on the sofa with crossed legs, staring straight at the other, and said in a low voice that only the two of them could hear, "I not only know which nightclub is fun, but I also know which one has the best privacy." This was already the second time Rodman had provoked a team staff member in the same day. In his mind, he was already seen as a weirdo by everyone, so he might as well carry that image to the end. At least no one would dare to trouble him. But Li Mu's gesture made him sense something different. However, he didn't easily believe the other's words. Instead, he remained cautious, staring at Li Mu for a long while before speaking. "Come on, buddy, when it comes to which city is more fun, I have more say than you. Tell me, did Phil send you to keep an eye on me?" Rodman knew very well the real reason Phil had sent Li Mu. He had experienced this kind of thing in other teams before. But for him, this method didn't make him play obediently. Instead, it made him feel more and more that his nature was being suppressed. "If I say that until the day before the preseason starts, I will not restrict your movements or freedom, you can come to training anytime or not at all. But if one day you've had enough fun and feel you should train, you can contact me anytime. However, once you officially return to the team, you must follow the coaching staff's instructions, participate in team training and personal extra practice, including if you need me to help you with other things. As long as it doesn't land me on the front page or in jail, I'll do my best to help you. So do you dare to accept this agreement? This is my contact information. You can leave now." Looking at the note Li Mu handed him, Rodman didn't take it immediately. He stared at the other's expression wordlessly, as if trying to read the reason behind his actions. But this was the first time he had encountered such an agreement. Deep down, he felt that things were getting more and more interesting. After deliberating for a moment, he reached out and took the note from Li Mu. After glancing at the number, he simply said, "Then it's settled. I'll contact you. See you." Then he pushed himself up from the sofa, picked up the sunglasses on the table, and left the reception area without looking back. Watching Rodman's departing figure, Li Mu knew clearly that the other would come to him in a few days. His actions were based on his understanding of Rodman's character and temperament, a risky decision. For now, it seemed he hadn't bet wrong. Then he suddenly realized he hadn't informed Phil about this decision, so he got up and walked toward the office. At first, Phil was a bit angry at Li Mu's bold decision. After all, he had sent Li Mu to Rodman to keep an eye on him, but now with just a few words, he had let him out of the team's management. But under Li Mu's patient explanation, Phil went from rage to gradual understanding. As an excellent head coach, he knew well how difficult it was to make a troublesome player start trusting the team. So he agreed to Li Mu's approach. At that moment there were nearly 2 months until the team's first preseason game and 1 month until the training camp. In Li Mu's expectation, Rodman would not return until at least the start of training camp. His current task was to prepare, helping Rodman recover his physical condition in the shortest time and then return to the team. So Li Mu's daily work now was just to refer to Rodman's physical test report, write training plans, and prepare for Rodman's return. Li Mu, humph. That old man dared to set me up. Then don't blame me for slacking off openly every day. Perhaps Li Mu's slacking off was too blatant. One day while he was absorbed in reading a novel in the office, a big hand suddenly grabbed his neck, startling him so much that he almost jumped off the sofa. Turning around, he saw Phil standing behind him. Obviously it was him who had done that. Phil looked down at the novel on the other side of the sofa, then at Li Mu's indescribable expression. He suddenly had a capitalist thought: slacking off is theft. He immediately decided, "You're idle, aren't you? Go back to training, Finley." Thus Li Mu, with a willing heart, not really returned to the training court to serve as Finley's practice partner. On the other side of the training gym, Phil was watching the court with a half smile. Passing staff thought he might be hallucinating. Time passed in day-to-day training while Rodman seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. No one knew where he was or what he was doing. The only 2 rumors about him came from some gossip. Once someone saw him topless in a Chicago nightclub throwing money around. Another time someone saw him spending a whole night at a casino in Las Vegas. Soon as players gradually returned to the team, the training camp officially began, but Rodman still hadn't returned. As days passed, Li Mu began to feel anxious because until now Rodman hadn't called him even once. After finishing training that day, Li Mu returned to his apartment as usual. After washing up, he lay on the sofa early, staring blankly at the TV program. Perhaps due to the heavy workload recently, he drifted into sleep with the sound of the program. Just as Li Mu was sleeping soundly, the phone on the nightstand rang incongruously in the dead of night, interrupting his rare sweet dream, forcing him to wake up and answer the call. Having his dream disturbed was unpleasant. Glancing at the clock on the wall, it was 2 in the morning. With a hint of resentment, Li Mu put the receiver to his ear. "Who is it? Can't you let people sleep at night?" The person on the other end had obviously drunk a lot. His words were reeking of alcohol. But the following words instantly woke Li Mu up. "Hey, is that Li? It's Rodman. I'm at XX nightclub. Can you come pick me up?" Li Mu really hadn't expected this call to be from Rodman. The moment he spoke, Li Mu was startled. But after the surprise, he quickly reacted and asked anxiously into the phone, "Hey, which nightclub are you at? I didn't hear clearly just now." But those words seemed to have exhausted all his strength. After saying that there was no more sound. And coincidentally, Li Mu had just woken up and hadn't heard clearly the place name the other was muttering. After calling out several times with no response, Li Mu had no choice but to hang up. After noting down the caller's number, he quickly changed clothes and rushed out. On the streets of Chicago at 2 in the morning, Li Mu began searching from one nightclub to another. Li Mu's idea was clear: a person like Rodman would never choose a small nightclub. So he headed straight for the well-known nightclubs in Chicago, believing he would surely find him there. In the end, Li Mu's direction wasn't wrong, because Rodman was at the city's largest nightclub. However, he had overlooked one problem: high-end nightclubs don't allow entry without a reservation. So after several rejections, Li Mu had no choice but to go to a public phone booth and call Phil. The other party was also a bit annoyed when he first answered the call. After Li Mu explained the situation, Phil paused without speaking, then said he would make a call and told Li Mu to wait at the phone booth. Then he hung up. Not long after, the phone rang again. Li Mu, who had been waiting nearby, answered. It was Phil. He told Li Mu concisely that he had found out where Rodman was. He told him to go to XX nightclub where Rodman was. As for how to get in, that had been taken care of. When he arrived at the nightclub, he just needed to tell the security that he was sent by Phil Jackson and he would be allowed in. After hanging up, Li Mu didn't linger. He immediately rushed toward the nightclub. It was already the early hours of the morning. Arriving at the nightclub again, Li Mu followed Phil's instructions. After communicating with the security, he successfully entered. Without time to thank, Li Mu plunged into the noisy nightclub. The atmosphere here was a stark contrast to the pitch-black night outside. Loudspeakers played music. Frowning, Li Mu searched for Rodman among the crowd dancing to the music. After a while, he finally found Rodman at a bar counter in the center of a crowd already dead drunk. Rodman was slumped on the sofa, apparently unconscious. Around him were many scantily clad women. The smell of alcohol on him and the mess of empty bottles on the table seemed like his proud achievements. With great effort, Li Mu managed to drag Rodman out of the nightclub. Although he had found him, the next problem was, where did Rodman live? After confirming that he couldn't take him home, Li Mu had no choice but to bring him back to his own apartment. After a lot of hassle, he finally got Rodman onto his bed. Watching the man over 2 meters tall lying on his small bed, snoring, Li Mu felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. He looked up at the clock on the wall. It was already 5 in the morning and the sky outside was beginning to lighten. Thinking that he still had work to do the next day, Li Mu had to squeeze onto the small sofa. The constant running around had exhausted him physically and mentally, and he soon fell asleep. At 9 o'clock, the alarm rang as usual. Li Mu struggled to get up from the sofa and turned off the alarm. Seeing Rodman still sleeping on the bed, Li Mu didn't disturb him. He went to the bathroom to wash up, then hurried out and headed to the training gym. After arriving at the training gym, many players had already started training in the weight room on their own. Seeing Li Mu and assistant coach quickly came over and whispered, "Go to the office. Phil is waiting for you there." Needless to say, it was about last night. When he arrived at the office, Phil's expression was subtle. He gestured for him to close the door, then began to lose his temper, a rare occurrence. It wasn't because his sleep had been disturbed, rather after learning about Rodman's current state, he felt for the first time that agreeing to Li Mu's plan had been a mistake. Li Mu, being scolded harshly, dared not refute. After Phil's continuous outburst, he began to explain the whole story of the previous night. Upon learning that Rodman was currently at Li Mu's apartment, Phil didn't hesitate. He told Li Mu, "Your task today is to keep an eye on Rodman. No matter what, I must see him report for training tomorrow morning. If Rodman still hasn't returned by tomorrow, then Li Mu doesn't need to come back to the team either." Faced with this demand, Li Mu didn't explain himself. He nodded and agreed, then left the gym and headed back to the apartment. On the way home, Li Mu didn't waste time. He first went to the supermarket to buy some ingredients, thinking he could make hangover soup to help Rodman recover from his binge. After preparing the ingredients, Li Mu returned to the apartment. Rodman still hadn't woken up. Seeing the others still sleeping, he went to make the hangover soup. Thanks to his experience as a kitchen assistant in this life, he made it skillfully and quickly. A strange fragrance filled the room, which also woke Rodman, who had been hungover all night. As he forced himself up and opened his eyes, finding himself in an unfamiliar environment, Rodman wasn't surprised. In his memory, he had woken up many times in a strange woman's room after a night of heavy drinking. Just as he thought it was the same as before, Li Mu's voice instantly startled Rodman, who was still not fully awake. "Oh, awake." Li Mu noticed some movement on the bed and turned around to see Rodman propping himself up. Seeing him sitting on the bed as if recalling something, Li Mu asked. Startled, Rodman immediately looked down to check if his clothes were still on him. At that time, Rodman hadn't yet worn a wedding dress to hold his own wedding, so such a strong reaction was not surprising. This gesture made Li Mu a bit angry. "I was called out by your phone call last night to search all over the streets for you, and you treat me like this. I almost got fired because of you, and I even took the trouble to make you hangover soup." Li Mu snorted, repeated the whole story, then placed the hangover soup on the table with some anger. After hearing the whole story, Rodman vaguely recalled that he had indeed made a phone call after drinking too much. The crumpled note he pulled from his shirt pocket proved he hadn't remembered wrong. But the easygoing Rodman didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he looked at the hangover soup as if he had discovered a new continent. After glancing at Li Mu to confirm it was for him, Rodman sat at the table, picked up the hangover soup, and began to taste it without ceremony. Taking this opportunity, the two began to chat casually. From Rodman's mouth, Li Mu learned what had happened to him recently, and his true inner thoughts since making the agreement. With Li Mu, he had been traveling between major cities, living a life of luxury and dissipation. As he had planned, every morning when he woke up, he would recall their agreement and make a decision in his heart. After today, he would call Li Mu and return to the team to get things back on track. But day after day, he never dialed that number. However, yesterday, due to his recent extravagant spending, his finances had become a serious problem. Feeling troubled, he could only drown his sorrows in alcohol. Unexpectedly, after getting drunk, he subconsciously called Li Mu, leading to the current situation. After quietly listening to Rodman's confession, Li Mu didn't say much. Since he had made this agreement, he had to abide by the rules. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu asked, "Dennis, why did you agree to come to Chicago?" As if a long-buried memory, Dennis, still holding the bowl, fell into thought. After a long while, he slowly said, "Ever since I was traded from Detroit, I felt I had lost my love for the sport. Especially in San Antonio, their leader was that muscular guy, but no one ever realized what I had sacrificed for them. All I got was endless criticism. I felt very tired. So when my agent asked if I was willing to come to Chicago, I had only one thought: why not? I'll come." After patiently listening to Rodman's story, Li Mu didn't choose to comfort him. From his story, he could tell that Rodman still loved the sport deeply, but various experiences had left him temporarily confused. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Mu asked, "Dennis, I can understand everything that has happened to you, but this is an adult world. No one will sympathize with your feelings. What I want to tell you is don't let emotions interfere and deprive you of basic thinking ability. Go back to the court, screw it, and let's become the only championship team." When Rodman heard the word championship, again the desire in his heart was reignited. If there was anything that still kept Rodman from leaving the court, it was probably the enjoyment of being in the spotlight as a player surrounded by fans. Licking the remaining soup from his lips, he asked, "As long as the others are willing to accept me, I have no problem. Then it's settled. See you at the training gym at 9 tomorrow morning." Li Mu looked into his eyes and saw the faintly flickering desire, understanding the deep-seated longing within him. Rodman didn't say a word. After sitting for a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. He stood up, picked up the scattered clothes on the floor, and walked toward the door. "I never thought you could make me so pumped up. See you tomorrow." Li Mu sat alone in a corner, reflecting on the conversation with Rodman as he watched Rodman's departing figure. Though such words were often cliched, when he actually spoke them, a peculiar emotion surged within him. Perhaps this was the unique charm of basketball. It brings together a group of strangers, and in a very short time builds trust among them, forging them into a unified force. The next morning, the alarm clock rang again, and Li Mu struggled to get out of bed. The previous day's constant exertion had already left him exhausted. After Rodman left, he had quickly washed up and gone to bed sleeping until now. After getting up, Lee Moo promptly attended to his personal hygiene and then hurried out the door. Phil Jackson's words yesterday did not seem like a joke. Although he had reached an agreement with Rodman, who could guarantee that no unexpected incidents would occur, thus taking the initiative into his own hands at least gave him a chance to prepare for potential crises in advance. As he stepped out of the apartment, building a sharp car horn suddenly blared. Lee Moo, caught completely off guard, was startled by the sudden sound. About to lose his temper, he turned around and saw a flashy red convertible sports car parked by the roadside. It was Rodman, who had obviously dyed his hair overnight, now sporting a red hue, sitting in the driver's seat looking at Lee Moo with a smug expression, not forgetting to taunt him. "Lee, you're a former MOP winner. How can you be so easily startled? I've been waiting downstairs for nearly an hour. Scaring you like this makes us even. Come on, I'll take you to the gym. I don't want to be late today." It seemed Rodman was truly determined to return. His words also revealed a piece of information he had taken the time to learn about Lee Moo, which at least proved that he didn't dislike this assistant coach who was nearly a decade younger than him. Not wanting to argue, Lee Moo chose to ignore Rodman's words. He walked over, unceremoniously opened the car door, and plopped into the passenger seat. After buckling his seatbelt, he ordered Rodman drive. Rodman glanced at Lee Moo's expression, a barely noticeable smile appearing on his face. Virum. He floored the accelerator, and the convertible shot off like an arrow from a bow, speeding down the street at a rate too fast for the eye to follow. This was Lee Moo's first experience of speeding, and he gripped anything he could for support. Soon they arrived at the training facility. When the car came to a smooth stop, the tormented Lee Moo could no longer bear it. He leaned over the car door and began to dry heave. That bastard definitely did it on purpose, he thought angrily. Lee Moo glared back at Rodman, only to find him shrugging with an innocent expression, as if he hadn't been the one driving just now. Without further fuss, they exchanged a few more words, grabbed their bags, and entered the training facility. After changing into his practice gear, Rodman stepped onto the court and realized that he seemed to be the first one to arrive that day. Lee Moo, who had been waiting, wasn't holding a basketball. Instead, he pointed to the weight room next door. "Your physique is a serious problem. We have about half a month before the season starts. I'll do everything I can to get you back into game shape." Continuous indulgence and irregular sleep patterns had indeed caused Rodman's physique to deteriorate. He understood that if he wanted to regain trust within the Bulls, he would have to take concrete actions to be accepted. He nodded and followed Lee Moo into the weight room. As for Rodman, Lee Moo had been thinking about how to help him improve his on-court performance. In his plan, the first priority was to help Rodman regain his jumping speed and explosive power, allowing him to maintain his proud rebounding ability. The second was to enhance his physicality in confrontations. Although the team already had a defensive center like Dikembe Mutombo, relying solely on Mutombo would not be enough to hold their own in high-intensity playoff games that emphasized physical play, especially when facing the Shark from Orlando. Under Lee Moo's guidance, Rodman began various recovery drills. Soon it was time for the scheduled team practice. When the players and coaches pushed open the door and entered the court, they found the training facility brightly lit. Before anyone could confirm, they heard the sounds of equipment and heavy breathing coming from the weight room. Phil walked over and looked inside, only to find Rodman kneeling on the floor holding a barbell against his chest and repeatedly performing rocket pushes. After watching for a while, Phil remained silent. He made an okay gesture behind his back and then signaled the players to begin their own training. At his request, the players dispersed to warm up. The noise alerted Lee Moo and Rodman to the commotion outside. Lee Moo walked toward the door and saw Phil standing there. Phil's face showed little expression as he looked up and down at the panting Rodman, then at Lee Moo, who was also struggling to catch his breath as a training partner. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "You kept your word, kid. But it's only been a month, Dennis, and your physique is already off. Lee, I don't care how you do it, but I need to see him in shape by the start of the season." With that, Phil turned to walk toward the court. But before he could take a step, he turned back, looking at Rodman with a sense of relief. "Regardless, welcome back to the team, Dennis. Get ready, we'll have scrimmage drills soon." Rodman and Lee Moo exchanged a glance, both smiling. After responding, they followed Phil onto the court and quickly immersed themselves in their respective tasks. Rodman was certainly willing to push himself hard. Days passed. Under the coaching staff's high-intensity daily training and Lee Moo's strict supervision, Rodman quickly regained his game-ready physique. At the same time, he understood that to become a trusted teammate on and off the court with Jordan and Pippen, he would have to prove himself through actions. Therefore, in front of the entire team, Rodman announced that for the championship this season, he would give up alcohol and fully dedicate himself to games and training. This move gradually led the Bulls to accept him. The first to break the ice was Pippen, who had once clashed fiercely with Rodman on the court, even nearly coming to blows. But after becoming teammates, Rodman's energy in training, his leadership on defense, and his attitude toward others off the court gradually made the initially reluctant Pippen accept him. As for Jordan, it goes without saying that last season's failure was a blow to him. For him, anyone or anything that could help the team and help him pursue the championship would be accepted. Even the most extreme methods he would try. Thus, after going through training camp and building chemistry, the Chicago Bulls officially faced their first preseason game of the 95-96 season. Their opponent was the Utah Jazz, led by Jerry Sloan. At that time, Utah was considered a demonic home court by teams across the league for various reasons. Many teams disliked playing there, let alone facing their core players John Stockton and Karl Malone. On the day of departure, a fully ready Jordan was lounging in his seat on the team's private jet, staring out the window in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. His teammates were sitting in small groups, some playing poker, others chatting about local food in Salt Lake City. The noise made Jordan uncomfortable. He stood up and walked to his teammates, scanning each of them with a gaze that seemed to see through them, instantly silencing the once noisy cabin. Quiet down, guys. This isn't a sightseeing trip. We're going to Salt Lake City to tell those guys we're back. Jordan's words were like a sharp sword, causing the players to involuntarily stop their activities and fix their gazes on him. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Phil sensed something amiss and stood up from his seat to mediate. Everyone, no need to be so tense. Michael just wants us not to let our guard down since it's not our home court. But there's no need to be wound so tight. Everyone grab some rest, we don't have much time. Phil's words eased the awkward scene. Seeing this, Jordan found it difficult to say anything more. He turned and sat back on the sofa, staring alone at the clouds outside the window, exuding an attitude of keep away. The others, understanding tacitly, said nothing more and went about their own business. Limu, sitting in the corner, witnessed all this. The other assistant coaches also chose to remain silent, quietly doing their own work, as if they had long been accustomed to Jordan's stubborn behavior. Jordan was indeed under great pressure. As the leader of this Dynasty team, he had returned to the court after 2 years of silence. He had expected a triumphant return, but last season's defeat made him realize that the entire league's landscape had changed dramatically during his 2-year absence. Since he had returned to the court under the banner of saving the Chicago market, the responsibility he bore was extraordinary. After the dispute ended, the cabin was unusually quiet for a long time. Hours later, the plane landed smoothly. Stepping out of the cabin, Limu, visiting Salt Lake City for the first time, could clearly feel the thinness of the air. Just standing there and breathing steadily was a challenge, let alone enduring a 48-minute basketball game. Boarding the team bus, they headed directly to the hotel to drop off their luggage. With 2 hours left before training, the travel-weary players could take a good nap and greet tonight's game with a more energetic state of mind. After putting away his luggage, Limu planned to check the restaurant downstairs for something to eat, since the next proper meal would probably be after the game. However, in the elevator, he unexpectedly ran into Jordan and his personal bodyguard. Seeing the bag in the bodyguard's hand and Jordan's simple attire, Limu guessed they were heading to the arena early for training. Limu's guess was correct. Jordan was about to go to the restaurant to eat, then directly to the arena for early warm-up training. After being eliminated last season, Jordan had set this rule for himself. That said, since Limu joined the team, the two had not had many opportunities to communicate. Looking at the young man before him, Jordan recalled their first meeting. At that time, when Phil told him that Limu had chosen to continue as an assistant coach, Jordan felt a bit regretful. But judging by the current results, recommending Finley despite opposition, successfully persuading Rodman to return to the court, his contributions were considerable. Moreover, his various approaches had won recognition from every player he worked with. Jordan also thought that perhaps this role was more suitable for him. Thinking this, Jordan couldn't help but gain a bit more approval for this junior fellow. He took the initiative to talk to Limu, and upon learning that he was also going to the restaurant, invited him to join. Limu, not being shy, readily accepted the invitation. After exiting the elevator, Jordan led Limu to the restaurant with ease. The personal bodyguard, being dutiful, sat at a table on the other side, leaving Jordan personal space while being able to handle any emergencies. It was Limu's first time dining face-to-face with Jordan. It would be false to say he felt no pressure. Fortunately, Jordan spent most of the time reminiscing about their college days. Limu, being conscientious, accompanied him in recalling the moments from their time on the school team. When they talked about happy moments, they would exchange knowing glances and burst into laughter, completely free from the tension on the plane earlier. After finishing the meal, Jordan told Limu that he was going to the arena to warm up early, as his personal trainer was already waiting for him there. Limu, being tactful, bid farewell and agreed to see him at the game later. After resting in his room for a while, the scheduled training time arrived. Limu packed his backpack, met up with the team, and boarded the bus heading to the arena. Along the way, Limu witnessed why this place was called the Devil's Home Court. The fans seemed to know their route in advance. Upon seeing the bus, fans along the way used every means to taunt the players inside. Some even threw objects at the bus to express their emotions. Fortunately, the local police department had anticipated this and deployed numerous officers at intersections to control the situation, preventing any conflict. Facing Limu's astonishment, Winter explained matter-of-factly that this was not unique to the Bulls. Every new season or crucial game, local fans would welcome them in this way. And as one of the hottest teams in the league, the passionate treatment they received would only increase, not decrease. Under the enthusiastic welcome of the fans, the bus slowly drove toward the arena. Finally arriving at the Jazz's home court, the Delta Center, the entrance was crowded with reporters from various media outlets. Having been dormant for months, they naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to dig for news. The moment the players stepped off the bus, countless microphones were thrust at them and a barrage of strange questions poured out. Escorted by the arena security, the players managed to escape and entered the visiting team's locker room. After experiencing 2 disastrous games apart from Pippen and a few others, the rest of the players already felt physically and mentally exhausted. With such a mental state facing the upcoming Jazz, the balance of victory had already begun to tilt toward the opponent. Phil understood that at times like this, they should seize the opportunity. After changing clothes, he immediately urged the players to start warm-up training. Meanwhile, Jordan had completed his personal training with the help of his private trainer, his clothes already soaked with sweat. According to the training plan, he was supposed to do stretching next, and then participate in pre-game tactical drills. He looked around at the teammates' listless expressions, immediately displeased. His cold expression seemed about to erupt. Fortunately, he managed to contain his emotions. After finishing stretching, he silently joined the team practice, repeating and familiarizing himself with the tactical requirements. However, the training time allocated by the home team was not sufficient. After a while, the arena management approached Phil and informed him that they needed to vacate the court as the Jazz players were about to arrive. Faced with the home team's request, even if reluctant, they had to comply. Under the watchful eyes of the arena staff, Phil interrupted the players who were running plays on the court. They quickly packed up and left the court, returning to the locker room to await the game. Soon it was 1 hour before the game. Phil led everyone back to the arena. By then the arena was already packed. The fans in the stands were uniformly wearing Jazz jerseys. Facing the Bulls players, they looked at them like prey, repeating the same behavior as outside the arena earlier. Limu and Finley, experiencing this for the first time, were genuinely frightened, lowering their heads and following closely behind the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the season's preseason opener. Tonight's matchup features the Utah Jazz hosting the Chicago Bulls. As our cameras show, the team in white is the Jazz, and the team in red is. With the announcer's introduction, the game was about to begin. As per tradition, the arena host would hype up the crowd, then introduce the home team's players and tonight's starting lineup. The visiting players could only watch from the bench. As the atmosphere grew more intense, the host began introducing the starting lineup. When the host finally called out Karl Malone, fireworks erupted on the stands, and the overwhelming roar of the fans seemed to lift the arena's roof, determined to push the atmosphere to its peak and intimidate the visiting players into fear before the game. Faced with this scene, the players' hearts wavered. Their distant facial expressions revealed their true thoughts. The inexperienced players showed fear, while the seasoned veterans closed their eyes in contemplation, as if trying to block out the noise. Limu, sitting at the end of the coaching staff, secretly glanced at Jordan, standing on the sidelines. He noticed that Jordan's face showed no expression, still calm as still water, facing the audience's greetings and stares as if indifferent. However, looking in the direction he was staring, his gaze passed over irrelevant people and fixed firmly on the most imposing player of the Jazz, Karl Malone. And in his eyes burned an intense, unquenchable fighting spirit. Under such circumstances, Phil demonstrated the resolve of a head coach. He stepped over to the open space on the sidelines, clapped his hands firmly to signal everyone to gather around, and then began to issue instructions amid the deafening noise. Fellas, in 10 minutes, we'll be playing our first game of the season. It's only a preseason game, but we can't afford to take it lightly. You see how they want to devour us alive, but we won't have it. All their clawing and snarling is just a bluff. Tonight's starters are Harper, Michael, Scotty, Dennis, Dikembe. Remember, since they want to trample us, let's show them what we're made of. 1, 2, 3. Let's go, Bulls. The team huddled together, encouraged by Phil's call, and fired each other up. On the other side of the court, the Jazz players gathered around head coach Sloan. His hair fully gray, Sloan was brimming with energy, calmly holding a tactical board and laying out the game plan. The Jazz players listened with intense focus, as if absorbing every word. After the pregame ritual, the starters from both sides walked onto the court, gathered at center, and embraced each other in a friendly gesture before the jump ball. But a camera on the sidelines accidentally captured a snapshot. Malone and Jordan seemed to exchange a few words during the embrace. The moment froze. Jordan's changing expression. His already stern face appeared even more solemn under the lens. Unfortunately, the exchange was too discreet, and the sideline media couldn't decipher what was said. At center court, the centers jumped for the ball. Mutombo stretched his long arms and tapped the ball to the backcourt. The teams switched between offense and defense, each player quickly finding their role and settling into position. Harper brought the ball up the court and passed it to Jordan at the top of the arc. The defender in front of him was Jeff Hornacek. Rodman was about to set a screen for him, but Jordan waved his left hand to decline the screen, then bent down to study the defender's footwork. This was the Bulls' routine tactic in recent years. The first shot always went to Jordan to test his feel. Jerry Sloan on the sideline was fully aware of the situation on the court. He walked to the edge and began making hand signals. Malone noticed and immediately signaled his teammates to adjust the formation. At the same time, Stockton, who was guarding Harper on the wing, gradually moved closer to Hornacek, ready to double-team Jordan once he made his move. Jordan remained unfazed. He dribbled in place, testing the defense's focus. Spotting a gap, he instantly drove past his defender, leaving him completely in the dust. Stockton stepped in just in time to block Jordan's path, but it barely slowed him down. Jordan shielded the ball, pivoted past Stockton, faced the center rushing out to contest, rose on his toes, leaned back slightly, and launched the shot over the defense. The ball grazed the defender's fingertips, arced through the air, and dropped cleanly into the net, putting the first points of the game on the board for the Bulls. The arena, once roaring, quieted noticeably after that shot. After being eliminated last season, Jordan had reflected deeply and spent the offseason refining his mid-range jumper. a weapon that would later be immortalized as the God's weapon. That shot also made Jerry Sloan on the sideline furrow his brow. The familiar feeling struck him. Jordan was playing with a vengeance, determined to announce to the entire league that he was back. With that thought, Sloan kept reminding his players not to let their guard down. The two sides traded blows back and forth. Both teams had undergone significant roster changes during the offseason, and the head coaches wanted to use the preseason to fine-tune their lineups. So by the second quarter, both sides tacitly pulled their starters and sent in rookies and rotation players. At halftime, the home court advantage gave the Jazz a 5-point lead. Back in the locker room, Phil didn't make many adjustments. He only set tactical requirements. The execution of the triangle offense in the first half was far from ideal. They often fell into isolation plays. Phil pointed out that the offense should revolve around Jordan, but the first quarter had too many one-on-one possessions. He demanded that the players keep the ball moving to maintain offensive fluidity. But Jordan seemed unconvinced by this demand. He had won championships with the triangle offense. That was undeniable. However, he believed he should get his rhythm first before considering others. In his mind, being in such hot form, yet having to share the ball, simply wasn't his style. When the second half began, Jordan returned to the court and picked up right where he left off in the first quarter, frequently using screens to drive into the paint and help the team regain the lead. But during timeouts, Phil repeatedly insisted that Jordan pass the ball to others and avoid playing ISO, threatening to bench him otherwise. Under Phil's threat, Jordan reluctantly handed the ball back to Harper to run the offense while he looked for open shots. With the defensive pressure relieved, the Jazz capitalized on the Bulls' lack of cohesion, forcing multiple turnovers. Thanks to Stockton and Malone's pick-and-roll chemistry, the Jazz kept the score close. Due to the lack of chemistry, Jordan's touch faded after giving up the ball. When the Bulls entered their rotation, the Jazz seized the moment, took the lead, and held onto it until the end of the fourth quarter. Watching the precarious situation from the bench, the starters urgently asked Phil for a timeout, eager to return to the game. Phil gave the players a meaningful look, then called a timeout. But his next instructions were equally telling. Guys, here's the adjusted lineup: Michael, Steve, Finley, Scotty, Dikembe. Michael makes the calls on the court, but Michael, you're playing point guard. Phil looked at the bewildered Jordan sitting on the bench and gave the order with firm resolve. Orders were orders. Though he didn't understand the reasoning, Jordan chose to comply. When he stepped back onto the court, Jordan, now playing point guard, brought the ball up and signaled his teammates to get into position. Seeing Jordan with the ball scanning for open teammates, the Jazz players didn't dare hesitate. They immediately double-teamed him, hoping to force a turnover. But Jordan anticipated their move. He fought his way out of the double team, then kicked the ball to Kerr, who was spotting up on the other side of the arc. Kerr caught and released a three-pointer that swished through the net, sounding the charge for a comeback. Sloan noticed the shift and immediately called a timeout to adjust, but a tough dilemma lingered: double-team Jordan and leave open shots, or play him one-on-one and risk being carved up by the unstoppable scorer. After much deliberation, Sloan decided to bet on everyone else missing rather than letting Jordan catch fire. Thus, in the following minutes, a bizarre scene unfolded. The Jazz would rather leave others wide open than stop double-teaming Jordan. Sustained heavy double teams wore Jordan down physically, but he still managed to find the right man pass after pass, keeping the Bulls within striking distance. The Jazz, however, were tenacious, holding the lead and refusing to let the Bulls close the gap. As time wound down, on the final defensive possession, Malone drew a foul from Pippen in the post. It was Pippen's sixth foul of the game, and he left the court with regret after the call. Phil called his last timeout before the free throws, bringing in Rodman. But instead of setting up a play, he pulled Jordan aside, draped an arm over his shoulder, and whispered something. Jordan listened in silence, nodding occasionally in agreement. After the conversation, Jordan led his teammates back onto the court. Phil, arms crossed, looked on with serene confidence, as if the game was already in his pocket. Then he slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing something. He turned to the assistant coaches and players on the bench and asked with keen interest, "Take a guess. How will Michael handle the final possession?" Opinions varied. Some said he would take the shot himself, others thought he would use his gravity to find an open teammate. None of these answers were what Phil wanted to hear. Just as he was about to tell everyone to focus on the game, a different voice spoke up. "I think maybe Michael won't even touch the ball at all." The crowd followed the sound to find its source, eager to see who had made such a startling remark, only to discover it was Lee Moo, the assistant coach, who had sat quietly throughout the entire match without uttering a word. Upon hearing the answer, Phil was slightly taken aback, yet unlike the others who rushed forward to demand explanations, he merely observed for a moment before saying, "Watch it yourselves." He then refocused his attention on the game. Back on the court, the home side, Malone exuded confidence, sinking both free throws and extending the lead to 3 points over the Bulls with 15 seconds remaining. After completing the free throws, the Jazz opted not to retreat to their backcourt, but instead chose to set up their defense right where they stood. Their objective was clear as day: under no circumstances would they allow Jordan to receive the ball, or at the very least make it as difficult as possible. Mutombo stood at the baseline with the ball raised high above his head, intently reading the defensive setup. Jordan was currently trapped in a double team, struggling to break free, but finding no escape. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Finley had already slipped quietly along the left baseline, spreading his arms wide in a gesture to receive the pass. Mutombo read the moment perfectly and delivered a pass to the open Finley. Seeing that the ball handler was a rookie, the Jazz chose not to double-team him, instead continuing to focus on man-marking Jordan to avoid any mishaps. Jordan sensed the situation was not favorable and directed his teammates to spread out, signaling Rodman to come up and set a screen for him. Seeing Jordan prepare to attack, Stockton stepped forward, positioning his body directly in Jordan's path and raising both arms high in an attempt to cut off Finley's passing lane. On the other side, Hornacek glued himself tightly to Jordan, never giving an inch of space. This put Finley, who was feigning a pass, in a difficult position. But soon a turning point arrived at Jordan's signal. Rodman burst from the wing and squarely blocked Hornacek's tight defense, and his hands were far from idle. As his back faced the referee, he stealthily tugged at Stockton, causing the latter to stumble a step behind, which allowed Jordan to break free. He quickly sprinted toward the arc with his arms spread wide, ready to receive the pass. The situation grew dire. The chasing defender could not keep up with Jordan's speed, creating immense pressure on the rest of the players and forcing them to make quick decisions. The defender, originally guarding Finley, witnessing Jordan draw closer and closer, ultimately decided to switch assignments with the chasing Stockton and immediately charged toward Jordan. Stockton, reading the situation perfectly, turned and lunged toward Finley. Only 5 seconds remained, and a three-pointer was the only way to tie the game. Jordan glanced at the approaching defender, then quickly assessed the distance between Finley and Stockton, as well as the tight coverage on Kerr. With no time for hesitation, Jordan shouted toward Finley, "Stop passing. Shoot it. There's no time left." Spurred on by Jordan's command, Finley shot a glance at the nearly expired clock, wasted no further moment, and released the ball before the defense could close in. The basketball left his fingertips and arced toward the basket. Under the gaze of every spectator in the arena, it appeared as though it would drop cleanly through the net. All eyes were locked onto its trajectory, breaths held in anxious anticipation. But fate had other plans. Against all expectations, the basketball struck the back rim and bounced away. At that very instant, the game clock expired. The game ended. The Bulls suffered a heartbreakingly narrow 3-point defeat on the road against the Jazz. The wild celebration of the home fans and players only served to amplify the dejection of the Bulls roster. There was no time to dwell on it. Phil Jackson was the first to walk toward Jerry Sloan, proactively extending his hand to offer congratulations and praising the opponent's tactical arrangement as an extraordinary masterclass. He then prepared to lead his team back to the locker room for a post-game debrief. Back in the locker room, the atmosphere was abysmally heavy. The players huddled in small groups, discussing the reasons behind the night's defeat. Phil walked in with a tactical board in hand, scanning the room and noticing the dismal mood among the players. Without a word, he set down his tactical board, walked to the center of the locker room, and signaled for the players to look at him. Then he began to speak. "I understand your frustration. We should have won this game, but due to my tactical setup, victory slipped through our fingers." Phil took full responsibility for the loss, a stance that startled many players, particularly Finley, who had launched the game-winning shot. But let's be clear, this is merely a preseason game. A loss is not what matters most. Our purpose here is to build chemistry as a team. Phil adjusted his glasses and continued, "Think back over the entire game. We kept emphasizing ball movement. That is the tone I want to set for this team this season. Although our roster has improved, other teams are advancing as well. Today's opponent serves as an excellent stand-in for what we will face. Imagine if we continued relying solely on our starters and on Michael's individual brilliance. We would exhaust them to the breaking point, especially during the playoffs when the intensity reaches another level entirely. Therefore, ensuring that every player on the floor participates and contributes meaningfully is of paramount importance. Though we lost today, we also proved that we can remain competitive even without Michael. So we can afford this loss. When we walk out of this locker room, I want every one of you holding your heads high. Trust me, next time we return to this room, I will bring you back to Chicago with a victory. For any team, collective execution will always surpass individual heroics." Under Phil's guidance, Jordan set the example first. "Today's defeat is a lesson for me. And I must admit, there are still significant gaps in my understanding of tactical execution." Jordan's openness allowed the others to set aside their anxieties and begin sharing their reflections on the game. In the end, Jordan once again led the charge, rallying his teammates with words of encouragement. "Brothers," as the coach said, "they played better tonight. That's undeniable. But that does not mean they will always beat us. Beyond that door, the Salt Lake media and reporters are waiting for us. Under no circumstances will we give them the satisfaction of mocking us. Walk out of here with your heads held high. We are still fighting for the championship." The team's morale gradually surged with each round of encouragement. After concluding their discussion, everyone composed themselves and pushed open the locker room doors, heading out toward the arena. The waiting media immediately swarmed behind them, firing questions about the game. But strangely, no matter how sharp or provocative their inquiries, the Bulls players remained composed, smiling as though they were the victors of the evening. The following day, the front page of the Salt Lake Sports News carried a detailed recount of the game's key moments, accompanied by photographs of the players exiting the facility, topped with a bold headline: "Jordan falters in Salt Lake City, yet smiles instead of fuming." Rumors of internal conflict within the team. The clamor from the outside world did not disturb the composure of a single player on the team. Only after returning to Chicago did Phil formally distribute the season tactical playbook to every player and assistant coach, inscribing the team's seasonal objective on its opening page to rediscover themselves. Setting this name carried two layers of meaning. First, to forget all the glory and adversity they had endured from this moment onward was a brand new beginning, and second, to cast aside all previously ingrained tactical philosophies and begin learning from scratch. Every individual was simmering with quiet determination. Ever since the opening loss, the media had relentlessly amplified narratives of internal discord and mounting doubts about the team. Rather than responding to the criticism with words, they chose silence and poured their energy into training sessions. The Bulls still faced 3 remaining preseason games, affording them comparatively ample time. Amidst training, the assistant coaches were also restudying the tactical playbook to better guide players through targeted drills. After a thorough initial review of the manual, Limu had gained a solid understanding of the overall tactical system. At this juncture, Phil Jackson had already begun to develop a distinctly different understanding of the triangle offense, shaped by roster adjustments and shifts in key personnel. The essential tactical philosophy was this: in the original triangle system, Jordan alone possessed the ability to forcibly break down any defense. However constrained by the Pistons' Jordan rules and anti-isolation strategies, the Zen Masters triangle, built around Jordan as its cornerstone, emerged, ultimately carrying the Bulls to 3 consecutive championships. Yet when Jordan retired for the first time, Phil had wished to transplant that same system wholesale, with Pippen as the tactical core and Kukoc as his supporting piece. The consequences proved starkly evident. Pippen, though the team's centerpiece, was clearly not yet ready for the burden, and the team's record fell noticeably short of expectations, forcing a tactical recalibration. Since Jordan's return last season, the triangle offense had once again become the team's primary system. After further strengthening the roster during the offseason, Phil began contemplating a new question: how to maintain competitiveness while extending minutes for the rotation players and providing younger athletes with more developmental opportunities. In Limu's view, Phil's tactical philosophy continued to evolve alongside the team's roster changes. After acquiring Dikembe Mutombo and Dennis Rodman, he deliberately sought to leverage the interior threats near the basket to create more favorable offensive spacing for the team's forwards and guards. In the 1990s, an era that prized isolation, scoring, and physical battles, he was among the first to recognize how utilizing spacing could generate additional opportunities for his team. Time swiftly moved to the next preseason matchup as the Bulls welcomed the Bullets, now the Washington Wizards, from the Eastern Conference to the United Center. Though the Bullets had added Stuart Gray through the draft and possessed the original Michigan 5, their roster looked respectable on paper, yet they paled in comparison to the Bulls' four-headed monster. The Bulls established a commanding lead of nearly 20 points by the third quarter and maintained it until the final buzzer. Notably, in this contest, Gray voluntarily demanded to guard Jordan successfully, creating multiple low-post isolation opportunities against him on the offensive end and converting them repeatedly. Facing the provocation from his junior teammate, Jordan showed no anger, but instead welcomed the challenge with a smile. He then launched into a personal showcase from the third quarter onward. Against Gray's defense, he displayed his rich offensive arsenal: post-ups, mid-range jumpers, step-back three-pointers. His seasoned skill set added considerable entertainment value to the contest. When the final buzzer sounded, the Bulls had successfully defended their home court. After the game, Jordan, honoring seniority, personally invited Gray to converse. The intensity of their on-court rivalry had transformed into mutual respect off it. Riding the momentum of their resurgence, the Bulls pressed their advantage and swept the next 2 preseason games, ultimately concluding the exhibition schedule with a satisfactory 3-1 record. That evening, Phil gathered the team in the locker room to reflect on the recent 3 games. With the offensive burden reduced on their core players, the team still maintained formidable fighting capability, a most encouraging sign. Yet there was no reason to grow complacent, for the intensity displayed in preseason games fell far short of the regular season's demands. With 5 days remaining until the regular season home opener, the coaching staff decided to grant the players 2 days of rest before reporting back for training. The players were overjoyed by this decision. In previous years, following the conclusion of preseason games, the team's championship ambitions left little room for recovery. Often there was merely 1 day of rest or none at all, for the organization maintained rigorous expectations for the regular season. But this time, granting 2 unexpected days off brought visible relief to many of the veteran players. Before they could even celebrate, Phil addressed the room with unusual seriousness. "I will not dictate how you spend these 2 days. But there is one requirement: from this moment forward, no one, including members of the coaching staff, is permitted to speak to the media. If they enjoy speculating about us, then let them go hungry." Phil's request was not unreasonable, nor was it particularly difficult to fulfill. The reason was plain: the internet was not yet as developed as it is today. Most fans relied on media reports to follow game updates and player news, and among these reporters were plenty of opportunists. They frequently distorted interviews with players, employing exaggerated language to capture public attention. This not only severely misrepresented the original meaning, but also frequently caused headaches for team management and coaches. Therefore, when Phil raised the request, no one objected. Everyone agreed. It seemed a consensus had been reached: under no circumstances should the media disrupt the team's normal operations. They could not confront the media head-on, but they could certainly avoid them. Phil was quite pleased with everyone's response. Just as he was about to declare the meeting adjourned, and everyone could leave, Jordan beat him to it, and spoke first. Guys, you've all been working hard lately. I'd like to invite everyone to gather at my estate the day after tomorrow if you're available. Jordan was a man who deeply valued his privacy. Ever since entering the league, he had been subjected to relentless media scrutiny, with gossip reporters and obsessive fans constantly seeking insight into his life off the court. After getting married and starting a family, he secretly purchased an estate in the eastern part of Chicago to protect his family's privacy while residing in a detached villa in downtown Chicago during the season. The estate was off-limits to outsiders on a regular basis. During the off-season, all business negotiations were conducted at the downtown villa instead. Staff members working at the estate were required to sign confidentiality agreements before starting their duties, ensuring that no information about the property would leak to the outside world. This was the first time Jordan had ever invited the team together after his comeback, and several of his former teammates were surprised by the request. However, after Rodman readily accepted with his characteristic familiarity, everyone else quickly agreed to the invitation as well. With the gathering time set, the team meeting formally concluded. As they departed the arena, they could still overhear others whispering amongst themselves, speculating about just how luxurious Jordan's estate might be. Yet just as some rejoiced, others fretted, a sentiment perfectly mirrored on Limu's face. His inner turmoil was palpable. Upon hearing about the gathering, he had already begun imagining how gracefully he would sit on the leather sofa in the reception room, engaging in animated conversation with everyone. But Finley, sitting nearby, subtly nudged him with his elbow to rouse Limu from his reverie. "Lee, what are you so deep in thought about? What do you think we should bring as a gift?" Finley's reminder echoed incessantly in his mind. Of course, it would be improper to visit someone's home empty-handed for the first time. And this was Michael Jordan. The thought of bringing something inadequate made the situation rather awkward. Yet with his meager salary, affording a gift worthy of Jordan's status seemed nearly impossible. This dilemma plagued Limu's thoughts even as he left. The following morning, with dark circles under his eyes, he headed out to search for the perfect gift. After wandering through countless stores, he found that everything was either far beyond his budget or lacked the quality needed to impress. Nothing felt suitable to present. Just as he was about to give up in frustration, he noticed an unassuming music store at a street corner. Deciding to give it a try, he stepped inside and began browsing through the shelves. A particular album on a corner shelf caught his eye, and after examining it for a while, he left satisfied with his purchase. The next day, Limu got ready early and hailed a taxi heading toward the estate. About 5 kilometers from the estate, at an intersection, an expensive bus and several bodyguards were already waiting. The lead coordinator signaled for the taxi to stop, identified himself and his purpose, then politely opened the door for Limu to exit. After settling the fare, he explained the situation. "We are bodyguards at Mr. Michael's estate, tasked with welcoming our distinguished guests here. We'll personally escort everyone to the estate. Please board the bus and rest, as several guests have already arrived." Once aboard, he began chatting casually with the others. Most had come alone without their partners, though Pippen and a few other teammates close to Jordan had brought their wives along. With the final guest aboard, the bus pulled away, making its way toward the estate. Upon arrival, the grand entrance gate immediately struck them as they followed security into the grounds. At the center stood a striking single-family villa where Jordan awaited on the steps, flanked by his 2 sons, Jeffrey and Marcus. Jordan warmly welcomed everyone, and they made their way inside the villa. After taking his seat, Limu realized not everyone had brought gifts. Only the rookies and newly acquired players had prepared presents, while the coaching staff arrived empty-handed. This observation made him visibly restless. Fortunately, someone noticed his discomfort. Finley, also a newcomer, was the first to present the carefully selected gift he had prepared the day before, rising to hand it directly to Jordan. Inspired by Finley's example, the others followed suit and produced their gifts. They ranged across various styles, but were predominantly luxury items like watches and sunglasses. When it was Limu's turn, he held 2 beautifully wrapped boxes of different sizes. Jordan accepted the boxes with a hint of curiosity, unwrapping the outer packaging under everyone's gaze. After removing the black casing, he discovered a CD, its cover bearing Chinese characters that identified it as Black Panther. This is currently the most popular rock album in China by the Black Panther band. I stumbled upon it unexpectedly at a music store yesterday and thought it would give everyone a taste of our music, so I brought it along. Jordan's eyes lit up as he heard Limu's explanation. He had long been aware of his devoted fans in the distant East, and those circumstances had prevented him from visiting and meeting them. He had always harbored a deep longing to do so. Jeffrey, intrigued by the mention of music from the East, took the CD from his father's hands, inserted it into the player, and fixed his eager gaze on the screen. The image flickered, and suddenly their figures appeared on the color TV screen. Those familiar lyrics once again pulled Limu's memories back to that bygone era. "Perhaps there are things I don't understand, perhaps it's my fault. Maybe everything has slowly slipped away, perhaps there's no need to say more. I never imagined you and I would end like this, uncertain in my heart. I only remember the promises we made to each other, impulse after impulse." The catchy melody had everyone in attendance swaying to the rhythm. Even those who couldn't grasp the lyrics could feel the music's emotional pull. Young Jeffrey became utterly captivated after hearing the song bouncing excitedly beside his father and pleading to keep the CD. Jordan patted his hair, indicating the album now belonged to him. Jeffrey treasured it as a precious treasure, pulling his younger brother Marcus to continue watching the screen, afraid of missing any thrilling moments. In a corner away from everyone's attention, Marcus kept glancing toward Lashana Pippin, seated on the sofa. Seeing how much his son cherished the gift, Jordan couldn't hide his joy. Especially now that their father had passed, he treasured these moments with his children all the more. Lost in thought, Jordan suddenly remembered another gift in his hands. Opening it, he found a box of premium Cuban cigars alongside an exquisitely crafted cigar cutter. "I heard you enjoy this kind of cigar, so I thought I'd get you some," Limu began. "And this cutter is safer to use, so I picked it up as well." Jordan's passion for cigars was well known, and they had become an iconic part of his persona on numerous occasions. In a notable incident, Jordan accidentally sliced the nerve joint in his right index finger while cutting a cigar, forcing him to adjust his shooting mechanics. Some even suggested this injury cost him a chance at another championship. Anticipating potential risks, Limu had deliberately chosen a safer cigar cutter when selecting his gift. Jordan never lacked for gifts. Luxurious jewelry and accessories that amazed others held no appeal for him. Yet Limu's gift happened to be precisely what Jordan needed most, an offering that brought genuine comfort to his spirit. Holding the gifts, Jordan felt a warmth spread through his chest. Though modest in value, they unmistakably conveyed the giver's sincere intention and care. Jordan embraced Limu and whispered his gratitude in his ear. No words were needed. Something unspoken between them only strengthened their bond. After enjoying lunch prepared by the chef, the group strolled through the garden, chatting idly, as if putting the upcoming regular season entirely out of mind. Limu stood on the balcony, lighting a cigarette with contentment. The rich tobacco scent made everything around him feel increasingly vivid and real. Gazing at the distant horizon, his eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation for whatever lay ahead. After a brief respite from the grueling atmosphere, the entire team had thrown themselves into a celebratory party, followed by a full day of rest and recuperation. Upon returning to the practice facility, the players appeared noticeably more relaxed. Their season opener would come against the Orlando Magic, a franchise surging in prominence over the past 2 seasons following their dramatic finals appearance the year prior. Their roster boasted generational talents such as Shaq O'Neal and Penny Hardaway, alongside seasoned veterans like Dennis Scott, Nick Anderson, and Horace Grant, a former Bull who had long since established his name in the league. Though they fell short in the finals to Houston Rockets led by Dream Olajuwon, any keen observer could see that this formidable young army would only grow more dangerous in the years to come. Scheduling the Bulls to host Orlando in the season opener was clearly no coincidence. The two franchises had already crossed paths in the Eastern Conference semifinals the previous postseason. Jordan, absent from the court for nearly 2 years, had yet to fully readjust to the ferocious intensity of playoff basketball, and the result was a heart-wrenching 4-2 elimination. One particular incident still lingered in memory. In Game 1 at Orlando, Jordan, donning the number 45 jersey, shot just 8 of 22 attempts for 19 points and committed a staggering 8 turnovers. In the final possession, he was stripped clean by Nick Anderson, sealing the defeat. In his post-game interview, Anderson had not minced words. "Number 45 clearly does not belong to Michael. The man in number 23 can fly. He can do anything, but the man in number 45 cannot." Upon hearing those words, Jordan was infuriated. He made the bold decision to ignore the league's threat of massive fines and return to the court in his iconic number 23 for Game 2. In Game 3, dismantling Anderson's suffocating defense for 38 points, he led his team to victory. Riding that momentum back to the United Center, they clinched another win, yet ultimately fell in 6 games, their roster depth and lack of cohesion proving to be insurmountable obstacles. Thus, the moment the new season schedule was released, Jordan immediately circled the opener on the locker room schedule board. Though he never spoke of it aloud, every teammate who saw that marked schedule understood the man who once dominated the league with contemptuous ease was planning his vengeance, and those smug young rivals had no idea the storm was already closing in. Before long, opening night arrived. That morning, Limu appeared at the arena entrance bright-eyed and alert. His duties were to assist Finley and Rodman with light training drills and compile game footage of their opponents. Perhaps it was the anticipation of coaching his first regular season game as a head coach that kept him restless. The night before, he had tossed and turned until dawn, rising from bed as soon as the first light appeared. It was still early. The players would not arrive until around 8 o'clock. Limu planned to stop by the cafeteria for a quick breakfast before preparing the training equipment. The first to arrive was Finley, who as the rookie had the dubious honor of preparing snacks for everyone. He was carrying an oversized bag that nearly concealed his face, filled with an assortment of containers. The exhaustion etched across his features spoke volumes. He too had risen with the sun. Yet in professional sports, this was simply the way of things. From rookies to veterans, it was a rite of passage nobody escaped. The two exchanged a brief greeting, and Finley headed to the locker room to change into his practice gear. Soon after, they began their warm-up together. One by one, players and assistant coaches filtered onto the court, each beginning their own preparations under the guidance of their respective trainers. Phillips arrived last. By the time he walked through the doors, most of the team had already finished their warm-ups. He took a moment to survey the gym, counting heads and ensuring no one was late or absent. Satisfied, he gave a subtle nod, then clapped his hands to gather everyone for the morning's session. Today's practice was straightforward. The focus was on helping veterans and newcomers build chemistry, ensuring they could move in sync during games and minimize careless turnovers. After practice, the team assembled in the tactics room to watch game footage from last season's Game 6 against the Magic, replaying each forced turnover frame by frame. As the footage played, Phillips, seated at the front, casually tapped his knuckles against the table, his gaze drifting across the players with calculated indifference. Faces around the room were mixed. Michael, seated among them, wore a stoic expression, his deeply furrowed brow betraying the storm within. After a long pause, Phillips finally spoke. "A new season, a fresh start. Our task is simple: deliver this opener as a present to the fans who have stood by us." "Yes, coach," the team responded in unison. In their eyes, there was only one objective: win tonight's game. After the morning session concluded, the team dispersed. With roughly 6 or 7 hours remaining before tip-off, the players typically took a short nap to recharge their energy and prepare physically for the evening contest. By evening, the home crowd had already formed a lengthy queue at the ticket booths, clad in a kaleidoscope of Bulls jerseys. Inside the arena, sharply dressed players moved through a gauntlet of cameras, flashing confident smiles as they acknowledged the fans lining the corridors, leaving behind only striking silhouettes for the lenses. Following the walkthrough, Phillips led the entire roster and coaching staff back to the locker room, delivering a brief outline of tonight's game plan before announcing the starting five. He glanced up at the group, paused, then continued. "Ron Harper, Michael, Scotty, Dennis, Dikembe. That's our starting lineup for tonight." Limu felt a deep sense of confidence in this starting five. It was the most balanced unit the Bulls could field, one that maximized both offensive firepower and defensive toughness. He believed that with this group on the floor, the outcome of tonight's game was well within their grasp. "Rise and shine, gentlemen," Phillips declared. "Let us return to the court and remind our opponents, and this entire league, that we are back. Remember, there will be no even match tonight. I need you to crush them. Take this game." Brian Hill did not regard this as a contest between equals. As the esteemed coach who led the Magic to the best record in franchise history last season, he believed the Bulls' current roster composition and the competitiveness they had demonstrated were nothing to fear. Now he led this young team with formidable strength. Although they lost to the Houston Rockets in last season's finals, he firmly believed that after replenishing new signings during the offseason and refining their lineup chemistry, they could replicate their outstanding performance from last season and seek revenge in the playoffs. With 15 minutes left before the game, the players gathered in the tunnel, each placing their hands on the shoulders of their teammates beside them, offering encouragement and motivation. At the center stood Jordan, who clapped his hands sharply to command attention. "Guys, let's go out on the court and show those young upstarts whose home this really is." Pippen, standing behind Jordan, chimed in, "Let's go, Bulls." The team responded in unison and then filed out of the tunnel one by one. As the home team's theme music, "Sirius," swelled in the arena, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, fueled by the fervent home crowd. As the players took the court one by one, the home DJ introduced each player in turn. When it came to the last man in the lineup, the announcer raised his voice to a thunderous pitch. "Three-time champion, three-time MVP, the King of Chicago, number 23, Michael Jordan." As the words faded, the arena's spotlights converged on the tunnel entrance, illuminating the composed figure who stood bathed in light. Dressed in the white and red Bulls practice jersey, he flashed his trademark smile, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, and raised his right hand to greet the cameras and the entire audience. The roar of the crowd reached its zenith, threatening to tear off the arena's roof. Some fans even attempted to climb over the railings, desperate for a fleeting moment of proximity to the man before them. Fortunately, the security at the United Center was vigilant enough to prevent such extreme incidents. Amid the cacophony, the players on the bench had to huddle around head coach Phil Jackson, who was about to outline the game plan. Perhaps he had not anticipated how much this game meant to Chicago fans, a symbol of revival, and the weight was immense. He cleared his throat, raised his voice, and tapped the tactical board. "After the jump ball, focus on teamwork with your teammates. Pay attention to movement and cuts. If you have an opportunity, pass to your teammate. Don't let them start their fast break." With the referee's whistle, the starting players from both teams marched onto the court. The opposing lineup featured Nick Anderson, Anthony Hardaway, Dennis Scott, Horace Grant, and Shaquille O'Neal. Before the jump ball, the players exchanged embraces as a gesture of respect. Mutombo and O'Neal prepared for the jump at midcourt. The referee confirmed their readiness and with another whistle tossed the ball into the air. Both players leaped with explosive force, and O'Neal secured the tip. After gaining possession, Hardaway did not attempt a fast break while the defense was still settling. He signaled to his teammates to clear the space for him. The others understood, leaving only Harper as the defender in front of him. He crouched low, and the basketball danced rhythmically between his hands, becoming increasingly deceptive. Harper, a steady defender, seized the moment when Hardaway looked up to find his teammates. He lunged forward, attempting to strip the ball, but that was exactly what Hardaway had anticipated. He effortlessly pushed the ball in the opposite direction, pivoted his body, and breezed past the lunging Harper, completing a flawless crossover. Pippen, positioned at the free throw line, saw Harper lose his defensive stance. He instinctively stepped toward Hardaway, aiming to provide help defense and allow Harper to recover or switch assignments. Hardaway caught a glimpse of Pippen's approach and chose not to force a shot against the double team. He gathered the ball and thrust it from his chest with force, sending it swiftly over the defenders. The ball landed securely in O'Neal's hands. Before Mutombo, who was responsible for defending him, could react, O'Neal, already in his sweet spot, rose and slammed the ball home with a thunderous two-handed dunk. As he retreated on defense, he deliberately jogged to mock Mutombo's sluggish reaction time. The opponents clearly did not take them seriously. Jordan, the team's leader, was not perturbed. After the inbound, he brought the ball up the court. He quickly shed his defender and signaled for the pass. Hardaway, the primary defender, fought through a screen set by Rodman and crouched low to block Jordan's path. Ever since Jordan's explosive performance last season, the Magic had assigned Hardaway as his primary defender. Jordan waved off Rodman, who was about to set another pick, signaling that he needed no screen to take on this brash young talent. Jordan lowered his center of gravity, weaving the ball between his hands with fluid motion. His face was stern as he stared directly at Hardaway. In an instant, he exploded off the floor, launching himself like an arrow from a bow. Hardaway immediately shifted sideways to stay attached, and Scott, the help defender on the weak side, abandoned his own man to cut off Jordan's driving lane. Jordan did not recklessly charge in. He extended his arm to fend off Hardaway on his side, and just as Scott reached for the ball, executed a sharp crossover that left both defenders behind. With space created, he released a clean, decisive jump shot. The ball swished through the net, tying the score at 2-2. Time slipped away amidst relentless offensive and defensive exchanges. With the halftime buzzer from the scorer's table, the score stood at 55-53, with the Magic holding a narrow lead. During the game, Limu not only observed the action on the court, but also quietly studied the tactical deployments of both head coaches. Overall, the Magic were a team that emphasized shooting and spacing. In their lineup, except for O'Neal, who lacked outside shooting, every other player could use their shooting ability to stretch the defense. They enjoyed a unique advantage when O'Neal was on the floor. His interior presence drew defenders, creating space for shooters. When he sat, the trio of Hardaway, Scott, and Anderson accelerated the pace and pushed the fast break. For the Bulls, fearing Jordan's unstoppable isolation scoring, the Magic adopted a clear defensive principle. Whenever Jordan caught the ball or posted up in the low block, the strong side helper would double team, and O'Neal would expand his defensive coverage, strategically abandoning Mutombo, who was not a scoring threat, to anticipate Jordan's passing lanes. It must be admitted that this defensive scheme was indeed an optimal solution to counter the triangle offense at the moment. Unfortunately for them, the man they faced was Michael Jordan. Jordan, who had trained obsessively during the offseason, was not yet at his 1997 zenith, but he was already far superior to his historical counterpart. Even against double teams, he time and again used his back-to-the-basket skills to finish. When pressured too tightly, he calmly delivered the ball to Pippen at the top of the key, allowing him to relieve the defensive pressure and set up another scoring opportunity. Jordan's evolution was comprehensive. On the offensive end, he could clearly feel that his body was no longer as explosive as when he first entered the league. With the help of his trainer during the offseason, Jordan streamlined his offensive moves, eliminating unnecessary flourishes, using simple actions to boost scoring efficiency. At this moment, every move he made exuded the mastery of a grandmaster, leaving younger pursuers in awe and unable to catch up. Despite the score deficit, Phil's eyes betrayed no negative emotion. On the contrary, he sat calmly in the center of the locker room, and after a long pause, he unveiled his plan. In the second half, Finley will start in place of Dikembe. Let that rookie start. Had Dikembe rubbed the coach the wrong way? When Phil unveiled his plan, that was the unanimous reaction from everyone present. Although O'Neal had already posted a double-double of 15-10 in the first half, Mutombo's defense had indeed significantly lowered O'Neal's shooting percentage, let alone the fact that he had excellently protected the paint, while primarily guarding O'Neal, delivering consecutive blocks to anyone who dared challenge him. Even Mutombo himself was slightly surprised by such a performance. Seeing the reactions of the others, Phil remained perfectly composed. He gestured for everyone to quiet down and slowly revealed his true intention. Relax, folks. Dikembe hasn't done anything wrong. This is just a tactical adjustment. When he and Shaquille stand together in the paint, the driving lanes for the rest are blocked and the offense can't get going. I'm starting Finley to open up the floor. We were too passive in the first half. In the second half, I want to take back control and put it in our own hands. While the others were still digesting Phil's arrangement, he dropped another bewildering decision. Oh, by the way, changing the starting lineup doesn't mean we're giving up on defending Shaquille. In the second half, Dennis will handle him. Hey Dennis, any problem with that? Rodman, sitting in the corner, was chatting idly with Finley when he suddenly heard the coach calling his name. After grasping the question, he paused for a moment, confirmed that the coach wasn't joking, and then simply replied, "Oh, don't worry, leave it to me. I'll take care of that big lug." One dared to ask, the other dared to accept, leaving everyone completely baffled. At that time, O'Neal, aside from lacking the experience of Hakeem Olajuwon, had already entered the stage where he was second only to him and aiming for the top spot. Having the 6 feet 7 inches Rodman exclusively guard the 7 feet 1 inch, 293-pound O'Neal one-on-one. Many already envisioned the scene of Rodman being devoured alive in the low post. Would this arrangement work? There was no definitive answer, but it was foreseeable that this was a bold move. Although Rodman was undoubtedly inferior to O'Neal in physical attributes, his agility and lower body strength which were not inferior to O'Neill's, could still provide a fighting chance. But that wasn't the most important part. Phil's real goal was to have Rodman agitate O'Neill's emotions. After all, Rodman was the man who had once broken the composure of Larry Bird. Although the two were mismatched in size, Rodman's exceptional trash-talking skills and his past performances meant that O'Neill would inevitably be distracted. The halftime break ended, and the players returned to the court. Keen-eyed spectators noticed a changed Mutombo, who should have been on the court, was now sitting on the bench cheering for his teammates, while the rookie Finley had taken his place in the starting lineup. The Bulls' move in the second half is truly baffling. They voluntarily pulled Mutombo. Are they planning to field a lineup without a center? Isn't Shaquille going to tear the Bulls' interior apart? The commentator on the sideline was utterly perplexed by the Bulls' adjustment. On the other end of the court, Brian Hill observed with a hint of mockery in his gaze toward Phil, as if he could already envision O'Neil dominating the paint. This substitution also ignited the fury of the home crowd, and the arena instantly erupted with chants of, "We want Mutombo." Amidst the deafening boos, head coach Phil stood firmly on the sidelines, observing the situation on the court unmoved. Back to the game, the Magic's first possession of the second half had a clear objective: attack the interior. O'Neil boxed out Rodman in the paint, then raised his hand to signal for the ball. The ball handler understood and delivered a high lob pass to O'Neil. After catching the ball, O'Neil waved his hand to clear out one side, preparing to go one-on-one against Rodman. Just as he thought the ensuing easy score was inevitable, things took a different turn. O'Neil started his back down, but Rodman, positioned behind him, showed no reaction and maintained his defensive stance, refusing to let O'Neil advance any closer to the basket. This caught O'Neil off guard. He gathered all his strength and slammed into Rodman, who seemed to anticipate the move. Just as O'Neil was about to make contact, Rodman slightly shifted his body, falling with the direction of the force, while simultaneously tugging O'Neil's jersey in the blind spot. The result was both players hitting the floor. After falling, Rodman immediately spread his hands and appealed to the referee. The sideline official didn't hesitate and signaled an offensive foul. Rodman was then pulled to his feet by Jordan and Pippen. Rising, Rodman looked at O'Neil, who was still sitting on the floor, with a wry smile. O'Neil seemed not to have realized what had happened until the referee's whistle brought him back to reality. He glared at Rodman before jogging back to his own half. The entire crowd was stunned. No one could have imagined that a 6 feet 6 inches man could make O'Neil look foolish, and even more surprises were yet to come. After gaining possession, the Bulls didn't rush to attack an unsettled defense. Phil Jackson, standing on the sideline, instructed his players to play patiently and not hurry. O'Neil, however, was clearly getting hot-headed. He abandoned his defensive position in the paint to double-team Michael Jordan, who had the ball. Seeing O'Neil charging at him, Jordan didn't force the issue. He passed the ball back to Pippen at the top of the arc. Pippen then fired a long pass to Finley, who was left open in the corner. Finley understood, and before Hardaway could close out, released the shot. Unfortunately, the shot didn't fall as desired, clanking off the front rim. O'Neil, eager under the basket, lunged like an arrow from a bow the moment the ball left the rim. Just as he thought he had it secured, a sturdy back blocked his view. Rodman, sprinting from the baseline, leaped to snatch the rebound away from O'Neil. But the size difference was too great. Rodman, quick-witted, extended his arm as far as he could, and right in front of O'Neil, tipped the ball toward his own team. The ball returned to the Bulls' possession. The bird in hand had flown away, and O'Neil's frustration continued to mount. Jordan, seizing the moment before anyone could react, drove into the paint and finished over the defense, tying the game. If emotions could materialize, O'Neil would have been radiating fiery rage. Of course, Rodman couldn't resist, adding as he passed by, "Ah, you're really getting old. 5 years younger, and I wouldn't have had to tip that rebound." O'Neil was completely livid. Brian Hill, seeing the situation, immediately called a timeout. On the other end, Rodman was basking in the crowd's cheers like a savior. His teammates and coaches swarmed him, pushing and shoving in excitement. Rodman, like a child, wore a shy smile as he accepted their congratulations. The timeout adjustment was simple. Phil reiterated one clear demand. No matter what, the opponent would not pull O'Neil. Rodman was to continue grappling with him, exhausting his stamina. As Phil had predicted, O'Neil, calmed by the coach and teammates, no longer fixated on scoring over Rodman. Instead, he executed the planned tactics. Amid the back and forth, the Magic gradually found their first half rhythm. No matter how well Rodman defended, the size gap was an insurmountable chasm. Under O'Neil's constant assault, the Bulls' momentum was quickly suppressed. As the Magic regained the lead, Phil replaced Finley at the start of the fourth quarter, hoping he could contribute on offense. But with the Magic having found their rhythm, Finley struggled on the court. Forced to bring Mutombo back, the Bulls committed to tightening their defense. Then came a turning point. O'Neil was fouled again on a strong interior move and went to the free throw line. Meanwhile, Rodman, standing on the baseline, muttered something to the home fans in the front row. O'Neil, who had been preparing to shoot his free throws, caught every word. His regained composure vanished, and he lunged at Rodman, pushing him out of bounds from behind. Rodman, caught off guard, scrambled up from the floor, shoved aside everyone in his way, and brawled with O'Neil. Both teams erupted into chaos. Veterans and coaching staff from both sides desperately tried to separate the combatants, eventually managing to pull them apart. After the commotion, the head referee signaled a temporary halt. All the officials gathered at the scorer's table to review the replay. Moments later, the final verdict was delivered. Both instigators were ejected from the game. Since the other players had only engaged in verbal altercations without throwing punches, each team was assessed a technical foul. The Magic would choose a player to shoot the free throws from the original foul, and no technical free throws were to be taken. After the ruling, a rather comical scene unfolded. O'Neal, playing on the road, walked dejectedly through the player tunnel amid a chorus of boos from the Bulls fans. Rodman, on the other hand, under the gaze of the entire arena, basked in cheers and applause like a hero saving Chicago. Before exiting, he whipped off his No. 91 jersey and tossed it into the stands. Without O'Neal, the Magic seemed deflated. Their team's spirit vanished instantly, and they could no longer withstand the Bulls' offensive onslaught. Eventually, after a scoring spree, the Magic pulled all their starters and conceded defeat. The Bulls successfully secured a season-opening victory on their home court. After the game, the Bulls' media interview room. As the first post-game press conference of the season, Phil deliberately brought Jordan and Rodman to the press conference. After the three sat down, the reporters below eagerly began to fire off a series of questions. The first to interview was a local Chicago media reporter. After being called on, the reporter asked Phil, "In the second half today, you substituted Mutombo for Rodman at center, and this adjustment proved successful. I'd like to ask if this will be a frequent occurrence in the remaining games of the season. Will this adjustment become a regular part of your strategy?" Facing the reporter's question, Phil did not choose to answer directly. "First of all, I want to say that Shaq is truly an outstanding young man who no one in the league today can completely contain him. Both Dikembe and Dennis were indispensable parts of our victory today. As for lineup adjustments, I have nothing to say for now." The reporter, who had hoped to pry more information from Phil, left disappointed. The other reporters, who had been waiting eagerly, wasted no time in throwing out the next question. "Hello, Dennis. First of all, congratulations on your first regular season game with the Bulls. In the second half, you were assigned to guard Shaq and did so effectively. Everyone is curious how you managed it. Cameras caught you saying something to the audience during free throws. Would you mind sharing what you said?" Rodman hadn't expected to be interviewed before Jordan. Slightly flustered, he gathered his thoughts and began, "I want to thank all the fans who cheered for me. Thank you for embracing me here, making me feel reborn. Chicago is a truly great city with the best fans, the best team, and the best coaches and teammates. I will continue to work hard for you and deliver exciting games." He paused, then added with a touch of humor, "You asked what it's like to defend Shaq. Honestly, his back to the basket moves hurt a lot." The reporters in the room burst into laughter. "When the coach asked me to guard him, I didn't think much. Going up against players with a huge size difference is something I'm used to in my career. He might be the most talented player on the court, but my job is to fight him tooth and nail. As for what I said, I just made a bet with the fans in the front row. I bet he'd miss both free throws. He probably lost his cool because I said my grandma shoots better free throws than him." Rodman's confession drew laughter from the entire room. No one expected Shaq to lose his composure over such a remark. The reporters composed themselves, and the media coordinator signaled that this would be the last question. A quick-witted reporter seized the opportunity to ask Jordan, "Michael, your team underwent many changes this offseason. There are rumors that you're too old and lack competitiveness. Tonight you posted a complete stat line of 27 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, leading the team to victory in this marquee matchup. What do you have to say to the critics?" Jordan fixed his gaze on the reporter. The question was undeniably sharp. On the surface, it was about responding to outside rumors, but in reality, it was about whether they could still maintain competitiveness and focus, or even whether they still had the ability to contend for a championship. After a moment of reflection, Jordan gave his answer. "When I was a rookie, everyone mocked us, saying we'd never get past Boston or Detroit. But I silenced them with 3 championship rings. My 2-year retirement made many people conveniently forget about us. This season, our goal is simple: bring Chicago back to championship contention." With that, Jordan set down the microphone, ignored the reporters' follow-up questions, and walked out. Phil, sensing the atmosphere, gave Rodman a look, and the two quickly followed suit. Jordan's response polarized public opinion. Some believed the Bulls were too arrogant, that the regular season had just begun and they would pay for their words. Others thought the revamped Bulls had already shown formidable competitiveness in the season opener and would continue to prove themselves in the coming games. Regardless of which view one held, the Bulls had successfully captured the spotlight. For them, the real show was just beginning. After the opener, the Bulls' winning streak took off. Throughout November, they posted a 13-0 record, and during that 13-game streak, they faced formidable opponents such as the Rockets and the Spurs, both established powerhouses. As the team's cornerstone, Jordan was deservedly named Eastern Conference Player of the Month. As the Bulls' dominance grew, dissenting voices faded. The public's reaction to the streak shifted from shock to acceptance. Some betting companies even began setting odds on which team would be the first to break the Bulls' unbeaten run. Pressure also mounted on other teams. In the eyes of the outside world, defeating the Bulls had become a collective mission. If the Bulls continued their winning streak, it would not only damage the pride and marketability of other teams, but also seriously impact the NBA's overall viewership. Therefore, from both a team and league perspective, stopping the Bulls' momentum was a necessity. At the very least, it was certain that a Bulls loss would generate more discussion than an endless winning streak. Though the Bulls kept winning, they could feel the intensity of the games rising, and the referees' calls gradually tilted in favor of their opponents. In everyone's eyes, the Bulls had become the league's most compelling villain. Stopping the Bulls' advance might be more important than anything else. As Christmas approached, the schedule had the Bulls traveling to Seattle to face the Supersonics on Christmas Day. By then, the Bulls had already achieved a 21-game winning streak. After this game, they would enjoy a brief holiday. The grueling schedule had taken a toll on the entire team, and the break would allow them to return to their families and savor a well-deserved rest. On the morning after arriving in Seattle, all members of the Chicago Bulls gathered at a high school gymnasium for scrimmage drills. After the teams were assigned, the players immediately began training. Finley was assigned to the same team as Rodman. This season, he had been one of the Bulls' pleasant surprises. So far, he averaged 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists in just 20 minutes per game, efficiently filling the void left by Kukoc's departure. If he maintained this performance, his selection to the all-rookie first team was a foregone conclusion. During training, Finley enjoyed matching up against Jordan, showing boundless enthusiasm on both offense and defense. With such a young brother, Jordan also took pleasure in it. The two often exchanged heated trash talk during practice, sometimes giving the impression that a fierce confrontation was about to erupt. Off the court, however, they got along very well. After games, Jordan often took his young protege to high-end places like nightclubs and casinos for entertainment. This was rare among other rookies, as everyone knew Jordan was not an easy person to get along with. In the past, virtually no rookie dared to speak to Jordan, let alone challenge him one-on-one in practice. But Finley was different. According to Jordan's private conversations with Phil, this rookie, who dared to challenge him in training camp, possessed a courage unlike any other. Jordan could see traces of his younger self in Finley. He fought hard on the court and handled himself with perfect propriety off it, making him an ideal teammate and friend. When it was Finley's team's turn on offense, he caught the ball and saw Jordan standing in front of him. A flicker of barely perceptible excitement flashed in his eyes. He signaled his teammates to clear out for him, and the others, accustomed to the duo's matchups in practice, wisely vacated the court. Finley noticed that his opponent showed no desire to press, so he dribbled the ball, swaying it from side to side. Seeing Jordan still not closing in, he accelerated his between-the-legs dribbles, probing forward step by step. With a powerful push off his left leg, he exploded toward the right side for a drive. Jordan's anticipation was timely. He slid his body over before Finley could fully commit, blocking the driving path. But Finley did not act recklessly. Instead, he continued with a between-the-legs dribble followed by a step back to create space from Jordan, hesitating between a shot or a drive. Seeing the opportunity, Jordan closed into press, which was exactly what Finley wanted. As he gathered the ball, he took another step back to his left, bringing himself beyond the three-point line. Seeing that Jordan hadn't recovered in time, he raised his arms and released the shot. After it swished through the net, he turned around, excitedly grinning triumphantly at the bench. Jordan was stunned, and so was everyone else. They were no strangers to the step-back move, but a double step-back. This was the first time they had ever seen it. While everyone was still savoring the move, Phil on the sidelines became intrigued. He stood up, walked over to Finley, and gestured for him to demonstrate it again. Finley, seeing the head coach's interest, looked a bit embarrassed. He cast a pleading glance toward the sidelines, searching for Limu. "Let's go back in time." At that moment, Finley's expression was surprisingly synchronized with everyone else's. After pondering and replaying the move in his mind for a long time, he asked, "Lee, are you sure this won't be called a traveling violation?" Limu seemed already fully confident. He gave a very affirmative answer. "Absolutely not. The ball is just dragged an extra step backward during the floating phase. Before gathering, the player is still in an adjustable state. After gathering, the pivot foot's movement is considered step 0, then the step back counts as step 1, and before the final step lands, you release the shot. That counts as a single shot attempt. This is different from a regular step back. I call it the double step back. Theoretically, as long as you don't carry the ball or gather prematurely, you can use step backs indefinitely to adjust your offense." While explaining, Limu deliberately analyzed each footwork frame by frame for him, until Finley finally showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, at which point he stopped. "Hey Harden bro, didn't mean to copy your move. Don't worry, I will never teach this kid how to show off with the salt shaker celebration. That patent will never be leaked through me." Limu watched Finley tirelessly practicing the move on the sidelines, while in his mind, he tried to converse with Harden from 20 years later, seeking inner comfort. "This is about technological innovation. How can it be called stealing? Don't you understand reform? This is a technical revolution." After repeatedly numbing his conscience, Limu successfully shed his psychological burden and unabashedly claimed the achievement as his own. So would this move be called a traveling violation in an actual game? Limu thought it unlikely. In the current league, the Yugoslav step was still a widely recognized practical technique. If even the Yugoslav step could be accepted, then the double step back was definitely an extremely practical tactic. Back on the training court, Limu seemed to be deliberately avoiding Finley's gaze until Finley called out his name. "Coach, this move was taught to me by Lee. If you have any technical questions, asking him is the best way." Following the direction of Finley's finger, Phil also turned his gaze. Under his affectionate stare, Limu stood up, awkwardly forcing himself forward. As he walked toward the group, he shot a fierce glare at Finley, silently condemning this betrayal of a friend. At Phil's request, Limu once again explained the key points of the move in front of the entire team. After several demonstrations, Phil gave an affirmative response. "This footwork is a bit unorthodox, but it's really effective. Those of you who want to learn can practice with Lee after training. I'm sure this move will shock those old-timers. After receiving Phil's approval, several eager players began to gather around Lee Mu expressing their desire to learn. After Lee Mu agreed to each request, training gradually resumed. Night fell, and this was the Bulls' first matchup against the Supersonics this season. Playing on the road, they knew tonight's opponent was a tough nut to crack, but having already achieved a 16-game winning streak, they had no other concerns. In the pre-game huddle, Phil's goal for the night was simple: enjoy the game and avoid injuries. This was the first major trouble the Bulls had encountered this season. At halftime, the atmosphere in the Bulls' locker room was unusually subdued. Head coach Phil Jackson wore a furrowed brow and an uneasy expression. The entire Bulls team had been completely off their game in the first half, playing like rookies who had just picked up a basketball, committing a flurry of turnovers. The Seattle Supersonics, poised and waiting on their home court under coach George Karl, inflicted immense trouble on the Bulls. By the end of the half, the Bulls had already fallen behind by a staggering margin of nearly 20 points. From the opening tip, Michael Jordan was met with enthusiastic hospitality from Gary Payton and Nate McMillan, who executed relentless full-court defense, forcing Jordan to commit 5 turnovers in the first half alone. Meanwhile, Scottie Pippen accidentally stepped on an opponent's foot while rebounding and was forced to exit the game prematurely. In contrast, the Supersonics, led by Gary Payton and Shawn Kemp, unleashed multiple scoring runs, making it seem as though the Bulls' undefeated streak would come to an end right here. Losing a game was inevitable and not something to overly worry about, but the team's collective lack of focus and subpar performance was what truly troubled Phil Jackson. If it were merely missed shots, there would be patterns to address. But the reality was that every player on the floor seemed to have lost their spirit, devoid of any resistance, and turnovers emerged one after another. With the entire team out of sync, losing the game was certainly foreseeable. However, compared to Pippen's injury, dropping a regular season game was not a major concern. Fortunately, the post-game injury report indicated that Pippen only suffered a simple sprain with no damage to joints or related structures. He would need about 2 to 4 weeks of rest before returning to the court. The Bulls' first loss of the season finally gave the media an outlet for their pent-up frustration. Thus, the next day's sports headlines prominently featured the Bulls' heavy defeat interspersed with subjective opinions and leading conclusions from various media figures. The more tactful outlets resorted to praising Payton and Kemp, subtly aiming to belittle the Bulls through such comparisons. Rumors swirled outside, but the Bulls remained undisturbed by external factors. While the loss did reveal some issues, the coaching staff deemed them minor and merely requiring time to adjust, confident that the team could bounce back in due course. After a brief Christmas holiday, the team reconvened at the United Center, ready to embark on a 3-game homestand. Before today's practice, Phil Jackson organized an internal meeting with the coaching staff to review the previous game's loss. This turnover occurred in the second quarter. The opponents consistently employed a strategy of hard hedging whenever Michael held the ball. When Michael dribbled to the top of the key, Ron Harper, coming off a screen in the elbow area, was not prepared to receive the pass. The defender easily intercepted the ball. Moreover, during the transition defense, the first player in the chase-down position failed to rotate promptly, allowing the opponent an easy score. Now look at this play. After Ron Harper received the ball, he called for a set play. Michael Finley came off a double screen set by Dikembe Mutombo and Dennis Rodman. After Finley cleared the screen, Dikembe executed a back pick, creating a rolling opportunity for Dennis. Finley had 2 clear options: take the three-pointer himself or deliver a pass to Dennis. However, he chose neither. Watch closely. He dribbled to the free throw line only to find himself surrounded by defenders with no viable shot. Then he began searching for a teammate to pass to, oblivious to the dwindling shot clock. Ultimately, he failed to find a good passing window and was forced into a 24-second violation. Finley had 2 clear options: take the three-pointer himself or deliver a pass to Dennis. However, he chose neither. Watch closely. He dribbled to the free throw line only to find himself surrounded by defenders with no viable shot. Then he began searching for a teammate to pass to, oblivious to the dwindling shot clock. Ultimately, he failed to find a good passing window and was forced into a 24-second violation. These 2 brief video clips exposed several issues plaguing the Bulls. 1. The prolonged winning streak had lulled the team into an irrational state, leading to a lax attitude toward games. 2. The offensive and defensive burdens were primarily shouldered by the starters. If this trend continued over the entire season, the increased workload would inevitably raise injury risks. Extending the rotation and exploring the bench's potential were key priorities for the coaching staff. 3. The sustained attention and media pressure from the winning record had created invisible mental stress for some players. Actively counseling the team and alleviating psychological burdens became the immediate objective. Drawing from historical reflection, Lee Mu believed these measures were necessary. The Bulls' three-peat back then had to some extent been achieved at the cost of the players' physical condition, which explained why after the team disbanded, many members' on-court performance began to decline. Therefore, to safeguard the players' health, it was essential to protect their bodies appropriately and extend the team's rotation. After the coaching staff reached a consensus, they organized the players to begin training. During a break, Lee Mu suggested to Phil Jackson that they hold a knockout-style half-court shooting contest for the players with a small prize as incentive. Phil found the idea novel as it could both relieve the players' psychological pressure through play and add an element of fun to training. After a brief discussion, Phil adopted the suggestion and put up 1000 as the prize for the contest. The rules of the game were roughly as follows. The competition was a knockout format. All players could participate. Each round, every player had one shot attempt. Those who made the shot in the current round advanced to the next round, waiting for the remaining players to finish their attempts. If only one player made the shot in a round, the game ended immediately. Otherwise, all players started a new round of shooting, continuing until a winner emerged. After the rules were announced, everyone was eager to try. This kind of entertainment could break the monotony of training, and the generous prize stirred their competitive spirit. At the time, 1000 was roughly equivalent to 2 weeks' salary for an average player. So when Phil offered it, the players were all raring to go. Even Scottie Pippen, who was doing rehabilitation exercises in the training room, expressed his desire to participate. Everyone was looking forward to claiming that substantial reward. The first round began. Michael Jordan shot first. He stood at the half-court mark for a long moment, took a deep breath, and launched the ball. Unfortunately, hitting a half-court shot proved quite challenging, and the ball did not head toward the basket as he had anticipated. The remaining players then took their turns, but none managed to sink the shot. The first round ended with everyone eliminated. The second round followed. The first few players missed again. It was veteran sharpshooter Steve Kerr who broke the deadlock. As the first to make a shot, Kerr was visibly excited, clenching his fist and raising it above his head as if he was already certain of claiming the prize. Seeing someone already advance, the previously relaxed atmosphere tensed up. The remaining players silently prayed for luck, but few were heard. In the end, only Kerr and Ron Harper advanced while all others were eliminated. In the end, Kerr proved superior. After 2 more rounds, he made the shot first. When Kerr's shot went in, the watching teammates rushed onto the court, mobbing him in jubilant celebration. As the winner, Phil Jackson generously handed the cash to Kerr. But Kerr chose not to pocket the money. Instead, he generously announced that today's lunch was on him. Upon hearing this, the team erupted in cheers, and the atmosphere in the training facility subtly shifted. Phil did not actually resist the notion of being perceived as a villain by the outside world. At least in the present circumstances, opposing the entire league in a villainous manner did not seem like a misguided decision. In Phil's vision, this season was not only about leading the team back to the top of the league standings, but also about restoring Jordan to the pinnacle of the league. Thus, since the beginning of this year, the team's tactical resources have been prioritized toward Jordan. It could even be said that the current Bulls team was built exclusively for Jordan. No matter what role they played in the eyes of the world, as long as the goal was achieved, it was acceptable. Although Pippen's injury disrupted the team's original plans, it was precisely because of his absence that Phil turned his attention to the bench. During Pippen's recovery, the bench players, who usually had limited playing time, received ample opportunities. Veterans like Kerr were full of energy on the court, often seen contributing tirelessly on both ends of the floor. Kerr in particular led the league in three-point shooting percentage with a rate far exceeding 40. With this spirit, the Bulls did not suffer a dramatic decline in their record and quickly regained their winning streak. Although the off-court controversy surrounding the Bulls never ceased, it was soon overshadowed by another matter of paramount importance to Jordan and his team: the outcome of this year's All-Star Game fan vote for the leading vote-getter. Going back to the day the All-Star voting opened, the event was hosted by the Alamodome in San Antonio. This was the only time in Spurs history that the franchise hosted the All-Star Game. For a small market team located at the fringe, hosting such an event not only brought more exposure and attention to the city, but also boosted the local economy, while the team could use the opportunity to enhance its own profile. Thus, for both public and private reasons, Spurs fans did not miss this golden opportunity. On the first day of voting, local fans unreservedly cast their ballots for the team's core player, David Robinson. As a result, in the first day's vote tally, David Robinson's vote count far surpassed that of any other player. This year's All-Star voting also introduced a major change in the counting method, opening international voting channels. This marked the NBA's transition from a domestic league to an international one, allowing more fans worldwide to participate in the All-Star Game. Undoubtedly, this would concentrate more votes on players with higher visibility. At that time, there was no coach or media voting, meaning the top 5 vote-getters in each conference would become the All-Star starters. For Jordan, winning the leading vote-getter title this year would be crucial for both the Bulls, who were in the midst of a storm, and for himself as he sought to regain his prominence. After the first 4 rounds of voting, the league released the current vote tally. In the East, Jordan and Hill were neck and neck, followed by Pippen, Ewing, Hardaway, and O'Neal. In the West, Barkley and Karl Malone firmly held the top 2 spots. Olajuwon narrowly led David Robinson, and the backcourt was led by Stockton and Drexler. Barring any surprises, the leading vote-getter would be decided between Grant Hill and Jordan. At that point, only these 2 players had surpassed 1 million votes, with only 1 week remaining before the voting deadline. The best way to resolve this contest was for the 2 to face off directly. As fate would have it, the Bulls' next game was an away matchup against the Pistons in Detroit. Everything seemed perfectly aligned, as if preordained. Among a group of players with greater fame and ability than Hill at this stage, why was he the one contending with Jordan for the leading vote-getter? A brief introduction to Hill is necessary. Grant Hill was selected 3rd overall by the Detroit Pistons in 1994. That year the Pistons' core player and spiritual leader Isaiah Thomas had just announced his retirement. The once Dynasty team had missed the playoffs for 2 consecutive seasons, and the struggling Motor City desperately needed fresh blood to reignite fans' passion for basketball. Grant Hill was the perfect candidate to meet those expectations. Grant Hill came from a privileged background. A favorable family environment allowed him to receive the highest level of education from a young age and to interact with circles far beyond the reach of ordinary people. This cultivated his humble and affable nature, yet deep within he possessed an unyielding spirit that refused to bow to fate. In an era when black players had to struggle from the bottom to earn a full scholarship, Hill was born with a silver spoon and naturally entered Duke University. Duke's head coach Coach K later referred to Hill as the greatest player in Duke history. In his freshman season, he led the team to a championship. In his sophomore season, under the watchful eyes of the nation, he delivered a full-court pass that broke through all defenses, sending the ball securely to his teammate Lettner, who completed a game-winning fadeaway shot that would go down in history. What was most talked about, of course, was his performance in the Dream Team's internal scrimmage, where he led the college players to snatch victory from the NBA's elite. When Hill entered the draft, it coincided with Jordan's first retirement. The NBA's viewership had plummeted among the top 5 major North American leagues, causing Commissioner Stern great concern. After careful consideration, he decided to cultivate a new star as the league's image ambassador. Hill's impeccable temperament and appearance made him an instant favorite. In his rookie season, he surpassed O'Neal to become the All-Star leading vote-getter. At the end of the season, he shared the Rookie of the Year award with the second overall pick kid. Since the start of this season, he had been posting near triple-double numbers. Many players in later generations would be labeled Jordan's heir, but Hill was the only one ever acknowledged by Jordan himself. His humble character contrasted sharply with his aggressive style on the court. If Jordan was a blazing fire, fierce and resolute, then Hill was like a still lake, seemingly calm, yet capable of sweeping in with overwhelming force. His emergence was gradually erasing the impact Jordan had once made on everyone. If Jordan had not chosen to return, Hill would have gradually replaced Jordan in the hearts of fans, firmly claiming the throne as the league's top player. But there was no if. Jordan's greatness lay in the legendary nature of his story. Just as now the two popularity kings, the old and the new, were about to bring fans a spectacular showdown like a collision of Mars and Earth. For the fans, the outcome of this game would determine who would claim this year's leading vote-getter. For Jordan, competing against the new generation was a way to continuously refine himself. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was still the sole king of the league. Detroit was a city both familiar and strange to Jordan. The familiarity stemmed from his deep ties with the city since his rookie season. The infamous Jordan rules, which had tormented both the Bulls and Jordan himself, were crafted by Detroit's bad boys. What felt strange, however, was that as Jordan prepared to step back into the palace of Auburn Hills, his fiercest rivals from those days had long since hung up their jerseys. All that remained were the banners floating silently above the court, whispering of the city's legendary glory. Jordan arrived at the arena earlier than usual today, and his teammates on site were taken aback, as if his decision to show up ahead of schedule felt utterly foreign to them. The reasons behind this might only make sense to him alone. Being in this city stirred within him a long-forgotten sense of unease, and approaching tonight's game at peak condition was in its own way a form of respect. Witnessing Jordan's intensity, his teammates dared not relax. The group that had been lounging and bantering on the sidelines scattered in all directions, seeking out their respective trainers and assistant coaches, then fell into an orderly warm-up routine. Phil stood behind Jordan in silence, quietly watching him methodically wrap athletic tape around his ankles layer upon layer. This scene inevitably brought back memories of his first year as an assistant coach with the Bulls. Back then, although Jordan was already the league's most electrifying young superstar, the shadow of failing to break through in the Eastern Conference loomed heavily over him. The mockery and ridicule from the outside world were even more relentless than today. Jordan at that time lacked the composure and emotional depth he would later possess. Trapped under the weight of relentless external criticism, he became increasingly reluctant to face the world, trusting no one. He even refused the trainer's daily assistance with his ankle taping, insisting on handling everything himself just to feel in control. And then came his promotion to head coach. It took 3 years before he finally led the team past Detroit, and the extraordinary achievement of 3 consecutive championships etched Michael Jordan's name as the most influential and commanding brand in the league. All traces of his former struggles had vanished. Everyone had expected this young man to soar effortlessly toward greater glory, yet tragedy struck when his father was taken from him. The loss nearly shattered Jordan psychologically at the height of his career, ultimately forcing him to retire and step away from the court, using time to heal the wound of losing a beloved parent. It is difficult to say whether those 2 years away from the game were a regret for Jordan. He may have sacrificed the most precious years of his prime, but in return he tempered his character and spirit to an extraordinary degree. Whether that was right or wrong is for future generations to judge. What matters most now is this: the former king has risen from the ashes, reborn. Lost in thought for what felt like an eternity, Phil finally snapped back to reality. He placed a hand on Jordan's shoulder, gave it a firm squeeze, and offered a half smile as he spoke. Relax. Don't let any mental burdens weigh on you. How could Jordan not understand what he meant? The two of them had weathered the journey from rock bottom to the pinnacle together. More than coach and player, it was only they who truly knew each other as trusted confidants with an unspoken bond. Now embarking on this journey once again, their mindset was entirely different. He gave a soft acknowledgement, then tied his shoelaces and stood up after ensuring they were secure. Reaching out, he took a basketball from the trainer and began his own warm-up routine. There has always been an unwritten rule in the league on game days when the visiting team conducts practice at the home arena. The home team makes every effort to avoid any encounter. This serves two purposes: to protect the confidentiality of personnel and tactical preparations, and to prevent any direct confrontation between players from both sides. After all, in an era defined by physical play, on-court altercations were hardly uncommon. Some players would not let things go after the final buzzer, pursuing physical confrontations until their anger was fully satisfied. Yet someone defied convention. Just as the Bulls players were individually working up a sweat on the court, two figures could be seen from the far end of the arena's player entrance tunnel walking steadily toward them. The two approached the sidelines one behind the other. The man in front dressed smartly, headed straight for Phil and Jordan. It was not until they drew near that everyone recognized him. Doug Collins, former head coach of the Bulls, now the head coach of the Detroit Pistons. Following behind him was a younger man, also in casual attire. His signature smile and striking good looks instantly caught everyone's attention. There was no need for introductions. This was Grant Hill, the franchise cornerstone of the Pistons. "Good morning, my old friends. Welcome to Detroit. Apologies for interrupting your practice." Collins walked briskly toward Phil and fell into step beside him. Though Phil had taken over his former position, there was no trace of bitterness in him. Glancing around and noting how few familiar faces remained on the roster, he couldn't help but sigh. 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Time truly flies. His demeanor was that of an old friend reunited after many years, simply marveling at the swift passage of time, as though they were not about to face each other as opponents that very night. Phil, meeting his former boss, also displayed a rare warmth of reunion. Without Collins having given him the assistant coaching position back then, Phil might never have reached the heights he had achieved. Though they were now rivals on the court, it did nothing to diminish their mutual respect or the quality of their personal relationship. The two shared a knowing smile, then embraced, shattering what could have been a tense atmosphere. Several veteran teammates stepped forward to chat with Collins. Limu stood at the rear of the assistant coaching staff, quietly listening to the exchange between the two parties. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Grant Hill, who stood behind Collins. By all logic, Hill had little connection with the Bulls players, making this meeting seem out of place. Whether it was deliberate or merely coincidental, his next actions would reveal his true intent. He had come to meet the former king. Hill exchanged only perfunctory pleasantries with a few teammates he personally knew, then deliberately stepped back from the center of the conversation. Nor did he keep his hands idle. He kept his eyes fixed on Jordan, studying him up and down. Jordan naturally felt the weight of that gaze, but he was long accustomed to such stares and paid it no mind. Instead, he turned his head and, using lip movements, said something to Hill. Limu, standing nearby, caught it clearly. Jordan was telling Hill, "Get ready. See you tonight." Hill understood perfectly, returning a knowing smile and a nod before parting ways. After a brief exchange, Collins took his leave, with Hill following close behind as they departed the arena. Almost immediately after the two left, Rodman, who had been lingering on the periphery, suddenly appeared behind Limu and leaned close to whisper in his ear. "Did you notice, Lee? Although there was no direct exchange between Michael and that young man, I could feel an unusual tension between them. Tonight should be quite a spectacle." Limu had not registered Rodman's approach and was visibly startled, his flustered expression sending Rodman into fits of laughter. Limu was not one to tolerate such behavior. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp punch to Rodman's forearm. Unfortunately for Rodman, it felt like nothing at all, and he showed no sign of concern. After his initial frustration subsided, Limu shook his wrist and retorted, "You have no idea what you're talking about. In China, we have a saying specifically for this kind of situation: kings do not meet. It means when two supreme warriors collide, only one can emerge victorious." That was precisely what tonight would be about. The direct confrontation between the two superstars, one old and one new, was the simplest gimmick that could generate immeasurable buzz. The Palace of Auburn Hills had sold out its tickets days before the game. After several dormant seasons, Detroit's fans finally welcomed the cornerstone they had long yearned for. Witnessing their own core player clash with a former rival on home court was a rare visual feast for the fans during this rebuilding season. On the eve of the game, Phil made a simple arrangement in the locker room for the day's match. Just as Limu was about to push the blackboard covered with player profiles and tactical layouts in front of the team, Phil unexpectedly waved his hand, signaling that it wasn't needed. The team was bewildered by Phil's gesture. Since his coaching debut, Phil had been renowned for his meticulous tactics and detailed arrangements. His pre-game preparations were notorious among staff, who claimed that preparing materials for Phil was the hardest job in the world without exception. The puzzled looks did not interrupt his thoughts. Phil explained in an authoritative tone, "Gentlemen, tonight's starting lineup remains the same as usual. This game holds a completely different significance for us. If after tonight Michael still hasn't taken the lead in votes over that rookie from the Pistons, then regardless of the outcome, I consider this game a failure. Keeping the All-Star vote leader title in Chicago is the sole purpose of tonight's game." The team's half-understanding expressions prompted Phil to continue patiently. I think none of us have ever doubted Michael's ability, but we cannot control the audience's opinions. After all, most spectators want to see new generations step onto this stage. Newcomers arriving and old-timers departing is an eternal truth. But at least tonight such a thing cannot happen to us. So tonight's tactic is simple: give the ball to Michael. Basketball, after all, is a sport centered on visual pleasure. Few spectators delve into the tactical coordination and lineup arrangements of the game. For them, witnessing extreme individual performance is enough to justify the ticket price. As for whom they ultimately cast their votes for, it depends solely on the audience's preference. The team had no objection to Phil's tactical arrangement. Logically and emotionally, helping Jordan secure the All-Star vote leader was beneficial to the entire team with no drawbacks. Although this honor could not be shared given Jordan's character, he would certainly not shortchange the teammates who paved the way for him. Although he had mentally prepared himself before entering the arena, the moment he stepped onto the court still made Limu's heart tremble. This was the first time since entering the league that he experienced a full house on the road. Looking at the fans in the stands wearing various home team jerseys, he truly felt the cohesion brought by sports culture. After the Bulls finished their warm-up, the cylinder lights, originally hanging straight from the dome, gradually converged from the surroundings toward the center, then moved toward the home team. The lights extended from the team's bench all the way to the center court logo. Substitute players lined up on both sides. Music played at the right moment, and with the home announcer's introduction, the starting players made their entrance one by one amid the cheers of the entire audience. The last spot was naturally reserved for Grant Hill. As his silhouette gradually emerged from the shadows, the applause and cheers instantly reverberated through the Palace of Auburn Hills. Blue-collar heroes of Detroit, put down those beers and hot dogs you're holding and cheer for the new core of Motor City with all your might. He is the most dominant star in Duke's history. Beneath a gentlemanly exterior lies a lightning-fast first step. His figure flying past every defender makes them mere supporting actors in his spectacular poster. He is a masterpiece created by God. Lake Michigan comes alive again because of him. Now let us shout his name with all our strength. Number 33. Grant Hill. Hill stood with one hand behind his back and the other half raised in the air. He flashed a set of white teeth and a friendly smile to greet the home fans. The cheers continued unabated, only gradually subsiding under the announcer's guidance. This kid sure has a lot of swagger, even more than Isaiah back in the day. But if you ask me, he's still far from Isaiah's level. The comment came naturally from Pistons veteran Rodman. In his view, this slick-haired guy didn't seem like a player at all, more like he was putting on a show. If he were on the same team as Rodman, he might one day cry like a sissy because he couldn't handle the training intensity. Youngsters today had no idea how they fought through the formidable Eastern Conference to win those two precious championships. Dennis, never underestimate our opponent. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before he turns this Pistons team into a big problem for us. Limu's words pulled Rodman back from his thoughts. Underestimating one's opponent at any time is the greatest taboo. Without injuries, Grant Hill would have enough to write a legendary chapter in history. After the pregame ceremony, both sides took the court under the referee's guidance. Hill and Jordan stood opposite each other, extending their hands to shake in mutual respect. Beneath their amicable appearance lay a competitive spirit, and a duel uniquely theirs began. At the referee's signal, Mutombo and Thorpe jumped for the ball. Mutombo's towering frame secured the tip for the Bulls first. Pippen, upon receiving the ball, immediately passed it to Jordan. Jordan advanced the ball up the court. According to the usual defensive scheme, Joe Dumars had been replaced by Grant Hill as the defender. Witnessing this scene, Collins met Phil's gaze. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Everyone else was a spectator tonight. This drama was best performed by the two of them. Facing the young man in front of him, Jordan felt little pressure. He lowered his stance, continuously pressing forward with his steps, determined to take over Hill's defensive position. Hill, however, did not retreat blindly. He used his body to block Jordan's path, which played right into Jordan's hands. Jordan took the opportunity to use his shoulder to push the opponent's body aside, then in the instant he gained an offensive position, completed a smooth series of actions, jump shoot land. The fluidity was flawless, and the ball swished through the net. Jordan drew first blood. Hill, having been pushed hard, showed no frustration. The physical gap between them was something he couldn't overcome yet. He received the ball from the backcourt and ignited, instantly blowing past Jordan's defensive position. A camera caught him glancing back at Michael's expression as he weaved through defenders like a butterfly through flowers. He secured a favorable open layup position, extended his long arms, and tossed the ball into the net, tying the score. Two simple plays were enough to captivate the audience. The continuous roar of the crowd seemed to add new highlights to this clash. But only the protagonists knew that the Real show was just beginning. The match gradually intensified, moving toward a fever pitch. Jordan and Hill were like two disciples from the same school. One a prodigy who burst onto the scene unrivaled with his exquisite skills, the other a master who had returned to simplicity, having endured trials to grasp the truth, his every move now less ferocious, but each strike fatal, hitting the vital points. As the second quarter began, players from both teams returned to the court one by one, and sharp-eyed spectators immediately noticed something amiss. Hill, who had already played the entire first quarter, chose not to rest, but instead continued to take the court once more. This act prompted the home team fans to rise spontaneously from their seats, expressing their respect through the most primal physical language. Hill's move truly caught the Bulls off guard. Even Jordan, resting on the bench according to the rotation plan, appeared somewhat surprised. He understood that this young man possessed a fighting spirit much like his own rebellious self back in the day, willing to give everything on the court for the sake of victory. Watching Hill score consecutively and the momentum of the game shift dramatically, he couldn't wait to stand up from his chair and walk to the sideline, ready to call a timeout from the referee, waiting for a dead ball to return to the game. "Sit down, Michael. That's an order." Phil raised his voice a few notches, a hint of anger seeping into his words. Jordan, who had intended to argue further, had no choice but to back down upon hearing the word order. For him, sitting on the bench watching his opponent gradually turn the tide was an unbearable feeling of being slowly consumed. In Phil's view, if they extended Jordan's playing time just to compete for the scoring title, and if it led to some irreversible injury, that would be the greatest loss for the entire team. Actually, Jordan fully understood Phil's intention. After the first quarter against Hill, he clearly felt a sharp decline in his physical functions. A 35-year-old body couldn't be compared to a young man in his prime. If he insisted on continuing, he would certainly face stamina issues in the latter part of the game. Fortunately, someone stepped up for the Bulls. Pippen took over the team's offensive and defensive duties after entering the game, his airtight defensive pressure blocking Hill's momentum to widen the gap, thereby buying Jordan more rest time. With 5 minutes left in the second quarter, Jordan finally returned to the court, his stamina gradually replenished after the rest. Collins, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, immediately sent in the team's 2 interior players and veteran Dumars. The prolonged transitions had already left Hill slightly fatigued, protecting the paint, and assigning Dumars to guard Jordan would relieve Hill as much as possible. Jordan, now with the ball and full of energy, faced Detroit's early adjustment as if it were nothing. After overpowering Dumars in the post, he launched a personal scoring showcase, first a baseline drive and reverse layup that made Collins on the sidelines face change. Then together with Harper, they intercepted Hill's long pass intended for the interior, followed by a perfectly timed pass from a teammate that allowed Jordan to finish an extremely graceful rim-level dunk right in front of the Pistons fans. Hill's consecutive scoring had the home fans enthralled, as if they had long forgotten the painful memory of being sent home by the man on the court for 3 consecutive years. With just a slight effort, Jordan silenced the once roaring arena in an instant. The Pistons' strategy appeared somewhat pale in the face of Jordan's all-around counterattack. As the team's leader, Hill did not give up resistance. He charged into the Bulls' interior again and again, despite the growing aches in his body. However, under the double blockade of Rodman and Mutombo, he could hardly maintain his previous high shooting percentage. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the Bulls once again tied the score and gradually pulled away from the Pistons. At this moment, Hill was like a lone hero, willing to do anything to win the game. But no matter how exceptional an individual's ability might be, this sport ultimately requires teamwork to fully unleash all potential. The gap in strength between the two teams was far from being bridged by Hill's efforts alone. Hill's journey was still long. In the second half, the Pistons attempted another comeback. Hill took on the role of playmaker, with Allen Houston leading a group of shooters, trying to overturn the score through all-around shooting. Collins' adjustment initially caused some trouble for the Bulls, but when Phil deployed the balanced lineup of Harper, Jordan, Finley, Pippen, and Rodman, the game was already decided. When Hill looked up at the scoreboard showing the gap and the dwindling time on the clock, he could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Then during the next timeout, Collins replaced him, and the Pistons sent in a full bench lineup, signaling surrender. Before leaving the court, Hill made a point to bow deeply to the entire audience, expressing his apology. This gesture moved all the fans present. A player who had given his all for the team, even if he didn't secure the victory, still deserved the fans' love and respect. The entire arena erupted in continuous applause. On the other side of the court, Phil led the Bulls in applauding this player who had earned everyone's respect, and soon the whole team joined in. "That kid, I gotta say, he's really something. If he had joined us a few years earlier, maybe Michael would still be empty-handed." Rodman leaned in again beside Limu and whispered his thoughts. Limu, who was applauding, nudged him with his elbow, signaling him to keep quiet, and glanced toward Jordan to make sure he hadn't heard their conversation. Luckily, the applause drowned out their voices. As the final buzzer sounded, the Bulls won tonight's game. Players from both sides walked toward each other. Years of grudges were dissolved in the applause. Jordan found Hill in the crowd and warmly embraced his opponent. "Great job, my brother. Looking forward to your even better performance. Keep it up. See you next time." Jordan's blessing transformed their once hostile relationship into mutual admiration. At this moment, it was not about winning or losing. For both of them, there would be many more chances to compete in the future. For now, they just needed to savor the warmth of the game. The regular season matchup that just concluded left fans thoroughly satisfied. The head-to-head confrontation not only thrilled supporters from both sides, but also fueled widespread discussion. According to statistics, the game's national broadcast boosted the NBA's weekly viewership by nearly 20 percentage points, a figure that remains unmatched across all 4 major North American sports leagues. The final embrace between Grant Hill and Michael Jordan on camera became an instant classic, with fans already dubbing Hill the successor to Jordan. As the buzz continued to build, the All-Star voting concluded. When the league announced the final results, the entire basketball world, players and fans alike, was caught completely off guard. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's Sports News Bulletin. Here's the breaking story. The voting for this year's NBA All-Star Game closed early this morning, and league officials just released the final tallies. Grant Hill of the Detroit Pistons led with 1.31 million votes, once again claiming the title of All-Star voting champion. He becomes the first player in history to win this honor multiple times since his rookie season. Following closely behind, Michael Jordan fell just short with 1.29 million votes, taking second place. The two delivered a spectacular rivalry just last week, and fans are certain their combined appearance on the All-Star stage will produce something truly unforgettable. Upon hearing the news, Lee Moo's first reaction was utter disbelief. After last game's outcome, he had assumed Jordan would easily secure the top spot, never expecting Hill to mount a comeback and claim the championship vote. But then again, while Hill hadn't yet delivered superior team success, his team's heavy resource investment and electrifying style of play were impossible to ignore. Any casual fan would root for a young rising star to keep writing his story. Did missing out on the top vote matter to Jordan? The answer was no. In the post-game interview the following day, a bold reporter posed a pointed question to Jordan. Michael, first off, congratulations on returning to the All-Star starting lineup after 3 years. Last week's game against the Pistons, you and Hill put on quite a show together. But as the loser, Hill ultimately won the voting championship. What are your thoughts on that? More mature than ever, Michael didn't shy away from the reporter's veiled challenge. Instead, he openly acknowledged his regret at falling short. Honestly, I never expected to miss out on the top vote. This year that was genuinely my goal. But it is what it is. I see no point in dwelling on it. That said, deep down I believe Hill truly deserves this honor. I see him as a little brother. Playing against him is never easy. Hey Grant, congratulations on winning the vote. We'll see each other soon back in San Antonio. I'm looking forward to teaming up with you on the All-Star stage. Jordan's response successfully silenced the debate between rival fan bases. The 1995 NBA All-Star weekend was now just around the corner. Since the Knicks held a slight edge over the Bulls in the standings, Phil and Lee Moo were not required to coach this year's All-Star game. Outside of Jordan, Scottie Pippen also made the starting lineup, while Dennis Rodman and Dikembe Mutombo fell short due to lower fan popularity compared to Shaq and Ewing. Meanwhile, Steve Kerr led the league with a 43 three-point shooting percentage and had received an invitation from the league weeks earlier, which he gladly accepted for the three-point contest. Finley earned his spot on the Rookie Challenge squad thanks to his outstanding performances. The 5-day holiday gave Lee Moo a rare break from the grueling schedule. Since the regular season began, he hadn't enjoyed 2 consecutive days off in far too long. Seizing the opportunity, he planned to visit agencies and sign a professional coach agent. Given the current trajectory, the Bulls were very likely to go on a winning streak in the second half of the season, potentially even breaking the record of 72 wins and 10 losses. Either way, players and coaching staff would see their value surge, so securing his own protection early was a wise move. If everything went smoothly, Lee Moo also planned to travel to San Antonio to watch the All-Star game up close. This year's event wasn't just about the main game. Recalling from memory, the NBA's 50th anniversary celebration would also take place during All-Star weekend, with numerous legendary superstars, whom Lee Moo had only ever seen in viral clips, arriving in person. With Phil's help, Lee Moo completed his agent signing within a single day. The following morning, he boarded a flight to San Antonio without delay. After landing, Dennis Rodman spotted Lee Moo in the crowd from outside the terminal. After greeting him, he loaded both Lee Moo and his luggage into a jet black Bugatti Veyron sourced from somewhere, floored the gas, and sped off. Wait a minute. How did you know I'd be on this flight? And where did you even get this car? Lee Moo was still processing the situation. Rodman's sudden appearance made him wonder if the guy had secretly planted a tracker on him. What do you think? Pretty impressive, right? Come on tonight, I'll show you a good time. Rodman dodged the question entirely, but behind those thick-rimmed sunglasses his mischievous intent was unmistakable. Lee Moo sensed something amiss immediately. No way. You better explain yourself. How did you know I was taking this flight? If you don't tell me, I'm jumping out of this moving car. Lee Moo shifted his hand toward the passenger door handle, making his threat clear. All right, I'll tell you. But promise me you won't rat me out. Seeing Lee Moo meant business, Rodman slammed on the brakes and pulled over. I came here because Isaiah invited me. They're doing some kind of top 50 Legends award ceremony for this All-Star weekend, and he wanted me there as his guest of honor. So I came. Rodman laid out exactly why he was in town and why he happened to be waiting at the airport. As for how I knew you were on this flight, the reason is simple. Phil called me beforehand, told me your itinerary, and asked me to take good care of you while you're here. Rodman spilled everything, but when he mentioned the word, take care, an unmistakable look of unease crossed his face. Lee Moo immediately caught the micro-expression. Pressing further, wait, what exactly did Phil mean by take care? Where are we going? Realizing he'd been caught, Rodman flashed a sly grin. Have Phil already warned me? You're the new kid on the coaching staff, so technically you should go through the same initiation as the players. But since you've been a good egg, he told me to let you off easy. His real point. Word got out you're still a young guy, so he specifically asked me to show you a good time. Don't worry, I know this town inside out. I've already lined up quite a few ladies. Let's go. Lee Moo stared at him in sheer disbelief after hearing the explanation. Damn it, you old white-haired maniac. I didn't think you had it in you. When he woke up again, it was already the morning of the next day. Li Mu felt dizzy and light-headed, his eyelids drooping, as if glued together. He forced himself to sit up from the bed, felt he was not yet fully awake, so he shook his head vigorously, and only then could he see clearly where he was. He found himself in a hotel room. The clothes still on his body seemed to prove that his innocence remained intact. Looking around, he found no items that should not be there, and the traces on the bed seemed to confirm that he had slept alone last night. To be safe, Li Mu stood up and walked to the bathroom, confirmed there were no signs of use, and only then felt relieved. After leaving the bathroom, Li Mu pulled aside the curtains and looked out the window. Confirming the current time, he lay on the leather sofa in the room and used the landline to dial Rodman's number. Yo, you're awake. Had a good time last night. These girls were the spiritual pillars that kept me in the Spurs back then. It didn't take long for Rodman to pick up the phone. The guy was still in his usual flippant attitude, and before Li Mu could speak, he started teasing him boisterously. What the hell? What happened last night? After you got me drunk, I don't remember anything. And where are you now? Li Mu, with his eyes closed, rubbed his temples with his thumb. He only remembered that yesterday he followed Rodman in a Bugatti Veyron, that Rodman had somehow acquired, speeding through the city and eventually being taken to a nightclub that looked ordinary outside, but was extraordinary inside. At first he was hesitant, but after Rodman got him drunk, he completely blacked out. Ha ha ha, I never expected you to look so plain on the outside, but be such a party animal on the inside. I have to say, even I was shocked. Hey, there were several girls who were really impressed by you. When you left last night, they were reluctant to let you go and kept asking if you'd come again today. Rodman's words helped Li Mu piece together his memories. After arriving at the club last night, a vigilant Li Mu, to prevent Rodman from playing tricks on him, deliberately sat in a corner far from the crowd. But Rodman had no intention of letting him off. He brought two scantily clad women over to Li Mu, and the two women flanked him from left and right, forming a pincer. Seeing the situation was bad, Li Mu tried to escape by pretending to go to the bathroom, but Rodman blocked him. After being drunk by the three of them in turns, Li Mu completely lost himself, but fortunately, he retained a shred of reason. Just as the woman beside him was about to pounce, he pushed her away, then rushed out, hailed a taxi, and told the driver to find a nearby hotel. Then he completely blacked out and became unconscious. Damn it. You just wait, Dennis. After the break, I'll definitely add more training for you. Where are you now? My luggage is still in your car, and I don't even have a change of clothes. Li Mu vented his fury at the phone in a near roar. Obviously, Rodman had anticipated that Li Mu would lose his cool, and he had already moved the phone away from his ear, remaining unaffected no matter what. Keep calmly. Don't be so impatient. I'm staying in the same hotel. I left your luggage at the front desk. Call the front desk. Alright, nothing else, I'll hang up now. Calling so early is really rude. A busy tone sounded, leaving Li Mu bewildered. He had clearly heard a woman's voice on the other end of the line, yet the guy was making an excuse about it being too early. Li Mu did not dwell on this issue too much. After calling the front desk to get his luggage, he washed up thoroughly, and then went out. Today was Finley's rookie showcase. He had already arranged a time with him before coming to San Antonio yesterday, and moreover today, he had the chance to meet Rasheed Wallace and Jerry Stackhouse. Li Mu naturally did not want to miss the opportunity to reunite with them. After a brief tour of San Antonio, Li Mu took a car to the Alamodome. Tonight he was not a member of the coaching staff, so he had no right to enter the locker room inside the arena. Since the Rookie Challenge did not have a large audience, there were many empty seats, even after all spectators had entered. Li Mu found a seat as far forward as possible, and then waited for the game to start. Soon after, both teams began to enter in an orderly manner. At that time, the Rookie Challenge did not require uniform game jerseys. Everyone wore their home team's jerseys. So Li Mu easily spotted Finley and Wallace among the crowd. This game was more like an exhibition match, with neither side putting in much intensity. With very lax defense, players from both sides spared no effort in contributing many spectacular scoring displays, such as alley-oops and various trick dunks. In the end, because the Western players were more balanced in strength, they won the game. Rasheed Wallace of the Warriors scored the highest points in the game and was awarded the MVP of this season's Rookie Challenge. After the game, Li Mu waited near the player tunnel and met two old friends. Wallace and Stackhouse did not know that Li Mu would come to watch the game tonight. The rare reunion of old friends led to a long exchange of pleasantries. Under Edelman's balanced coaching philosophy, Wallace thrived this season. The Warriors shook off their slump, and Wallace, along with Tim Hardaway, Chris Mullin, and others, put up a dazzling offensive performance in the West, with the team's record steadily improving. Meanwhile, Stackhouse's collaboration with Chris Webber and Juwan Howard could only be described as unsatisfactory. All three had fiery personalities, and although this emotion was not brought onto the court, their off-court relationship had always been superficial, and his life in Washington could only be described as barely passable. Hearing about their experiences, Li Mu couldn't help but sigh. The unique ruthlessness of the professional league sometimes forces people to grow. Two people who once stood at the same starting point could have their life trajectories altered by a single simple decision. The three rarely gathered together, naturally spent the evening catching up. The next day, Li Mu, who had again blacked out from drinking, was lifted from the hotel bed by Finley and Rodman working together. The game tonight was scheduled to start admitting entry in the afternoon. By now it was nearly noon. After waiting in vain, the two chose to break in directly and forcibly boot up Li Mu, who was still collapsed on the bed. When the three arrived at the arena, they happened to catch the upcoming 50th anniversary ceremony of the league. This was the first time it had been held since the league's establishment. Legendary stars and current superstars from various teams were invited to attend. The league would select the most representative 50 players to form the league's 50 greatest players. The league had obviously put a lot of effort into this ceremony. The meticulously arranged stage and the innovative costumes and accessories earned the ceremony widespread acclaim. After the ceremony, the arena was cleared and restored, as usual, preparing for the game that night. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Limu, who was about to leave, caught a glimpse of Jordan at the entrance of the player tunnel. Just as he was about to step forward to greet him, a slightly urgent, yet sincere request interrupted his words. "Mr. Michael, may I have 2 minutes of your time? We are a newly established collectibles company. We sincerely hope to reach a cooperation agreement with you. This is the contract we have already drafted. Please take a look." The man speaking held a contract in his hands and trotted behind Jordan, but Jordan didn't even look. He just waved his hand to dismiss the man. Receiving the signal, a security guard stretched out his arm to block the man. The blocked man wanted to try again, but Jordan's receding figure left him no chance to continue. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. I am an assistant coach for the Chicago Bulls. You said you were from which collectibles company?" The originally dejected man suddenly heard a voice from behind. He turned around and looked at the young man who claimed to be the Bulls' assistant coach. With a hint of doubt and caution, he replied, "I am the head of Panini Sports Collectibles. May I ask what you need?" "You say you're the head of Panini, the unscrupulous company that can't even break even on a box of cards." The memories of his past life flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. The multitude of unpleasant recollections caused Limu to blurt out without further thought. Only when the man opposite him instantly darkened his face did Limu realize he had misspoken. Why was Limu so familiar with this Panini? For no other reason than that in his past life, he had been an avid collector of sports cards. As a leading enterprise in the industry, ever since Panini secured the exclusive rights to the NBA League in 2009, it single-handedly pushed the commercialization of sports cards to its peak. He knew Panini's history of rise like the back of his hand. As a combination of a professional player and a seasoned card enthusiast, Limu not only was passionate about opening packs himself, but also co-founded a sports collectibles store with friends offline. Thus, he could be considered an expert in this industry. I was just rambling just now, sorry. I saw you were persistently pitching something to Michael earlier. Would you mind showing it to me?" Limu, realizing his slip of the tongue, quickly thought of a way to change the subject. The man opposite, although somewhat displeased by the earlier disrespect, muttered some words that Limu could barely discern, but still retrieved a sticker from his briefcase and handed it to Limu, explaining, "I am the company's representative in North America. This year we plan to enter the basketball industry. The company wants to take advantage of this 50th anniversary celebration to release a set of individual portrait stickers of the 50 greatest stars. Today they sent me to try first and see if we can secure the players' portrait endorsement rights. But after a round of attempts just now, not a single person was willing to accept our cooperation." The man obviously hadn't expected to be repeatedly rejected, and his expression still carried some reluctance as he spoke. Limu took the sticker handed over by the other party, held it up in the air, and carefully examined it under the refraction of the light. It was a sticker about the size of a palm with a piece of craft paper attached to its back. This was the self-adhesive technology that Panini pioneered in collectibles, replacing the original method of using glue. The front of the sticker bore a portrait of Maradona, the hand of God, and at the very bottom Maradona had signed his name with a stylish flourish in a blue gel pen. This was the hottest collectible of the moment. "You mean your company wants to issue NBA licensed stickers and preferably also secure the autograph rights?" Limu studied the sticker in his hand and couldn't help asking. No, that's not what we mean. You may not know this, but the non-exclusive distribution rights for the NBA have already been taken by companies like Topps and Upper Deck, and the players' exclusive autograph rights have basically been signed individually by various companies. Before I came this time, I already signed a contract with the league. They authorized us to issue stickers related to the NBA 50th anniversary commemoration. However, whether we can actually issue them still requires the consent of the players themselves. If the players do not agree to have their portraits used for commercial purposes, then all our preliminary efforts will be wasted. Of course, if we can smoothly secure the authorization, we also hope to have Michael be the image spokesperson for this series. After listening to the other's idea, Limu handed the sticker back and expressed his own opinion. The idea is good, but the difficulty level of this matter is too high. Just securing Michael's portrait authorization alone is an enormous challenge. After taking back the sticker and stuffing it back into his briefcase, the man also showed a trace of difficulty, then gave a bitter smile. "It's truly too difficult. It's still impossible to get a share from those two companies." Limu intended to take his leave, as this matter was as difficult as reaching the sky from any angle. At present, Panini was still rooted in the European football market, but their vision was indeed sharp. The next few years would be the golden development period for basketball. If they could successfully break into the market, then Panini's rise would come earlier than in reality. Alas, even if I could just take a photo with the sticker, that would be enough. Just as Limu turned to leave, the man behind him let out a sigh of regret. And it was this sentence that pulled Limu's thoughts back again. "Wait, you said even if you could just have the players take a photo with the sticker?" Li Mu's expression was slightly excited as he turned back to ask the man. If we could have them take a photo together with the sticker, that would be ideal. We could develop the photos and use them as promotional materials, which would also increase our company's visibility. The man, believing there was no chance left, laid out all the company's various plans. At this moment, Li Mu was brainstorming various ideas in his mind. After confirming a feasible plan, Li Mu proposed to the man opposite. If I could get Michael to personally hold the sticker and take a photo, what kind of compensation would you be willing to offer? The man was also stunned for a moment. He instinctively thought the other was talking nonsense, so he didn't intend to respond. Thank you for your kindness, but to be honest, I no longer hold any hope. I will report the situation here to headquarters and suggest that they continue to focus on the Champions League market. Please wait, I'm serious. Seeing that the other didn't believe him, Li Mu quickly called out to the man again. Give me 1 month. Prepare the contract, and I'll go persuade Michael on your behalf. In 1 month, I will definitely make Michael agree to sign with you and cooperate in taking promotional photos. The man originally didn't believe Li Mu could do it, but seeing the other's resolute attitude, he didn't think it was just big talk. With the attitude of treating a dead horse as if it were alive, the man fished out a business card from his briefcase. Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, having something is better than nothing. This is my business card. If you succeed, you can call me anytime. As for the compensation, I can promise on behalf of the company to pay you 1,000 after the job is done. Li Mu took the business card handed over. The company section clearly read, Panini Sports Collectibles Company. Looking further down, he saw the man's position and name. Frank Jackson, head of North American office. Alright, I'll take it for now, but regarding the compensation, I hope we can discuss it further. Li Mu put the card into his pocket. Looking at Frank's puzzled expression, he proposed again. Money is not the most important thing to me. If I can help you secure Michael's authorization, that will prove my ability to get authorizations from more people. I don't want this to be just a short-term cooperation. If possible, I hope to maintain a long-term partnership with your company. If you eventually manage to enter the NBA market, then we can discuss compensation at that time. Li Mu certainly knew how vast Panini's future scale in the collectibles world would be. He could clearly distinguish between immediate gains and long-term stability. What he had in mind was to establish a connection with Panini before they had a firm foothold in the basketball market. If he could ultimately help them capture the market and thereby obtain shares in Panini, even if only 1%, Li Mu's goal would be achieved. I don't know if agreeing to let you try this is the right thing to do. You are really too crazy. Frank was clearly shocked by Li Mu's ambition. He hadn't expected the man before him to have such a crazy idea. But at the same time, he was also aroused by Li Mu's vision. The business blueprint described by the other was enough to make him take a risk. Damn. Whatever, there's no harm in trying. I agree. As long as you can secure Michael's authorization, I'll file an application report to headquarters for you. By the way, I still don't know your name. Facing Frank's outstretched hand, Li Mu shook it without hesitation. My name is Li Mu. Trust me, we will succeed. After concluding his meeting with Frank, Li Mu secretly etched their agreement into his memory. With a month remaining before the agreed deadline, it was impossible to accomplish the task immediately. For Li Mu, the priority was to devote himself to the upcoming games. The All-Star game that evening proceeded as scheduled. Unlike the lackluster events of later years, this one was far from a mere formality. From the very first whistle, players on both sides gave their all with relentless defense and fluid offensive coordination, elevating the game's excitement to new heights. In the final stretch, the Eastern Conference team mounted a sustained effort, securing victory through collective teamwork. After the game, the MVP award was presented to Michael Jordan, whose stellar performance, 27 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, earned him the coveted All-Star MVP trophy before a captivated audience. Following the brief and relaxing All-Star break, the league resumed regular season play. After returning to Chicago and resting for 2 days, Li Mu woke up early one morning. After a quick wash, he hurried out. Tonight they would face the New York Knicks. As the assistant coach responsible for Rodman, he didn't want the All-Star hiatus to undermine the progress they had made in training. Upon arriving at the arena, a staff member informed him that Rodman had come in early that morning. This surprised Li Mu. Since taking over Rodman's daily training, the player had never once arrived at the arena before him, not a single time. Yet this behavior also delighted Li Mu, as he believed Rodman was finally taking the game seriously. With that thought, he strode straight into the arena, completely oblivious to the staff member's hesitant tone just moments earlier. Pushing open the door to the weight room, Li Mu decided to tease the guy. After all, the kid had teamed up with Phil to prank him. Dennis, don't think showing up early today will let you off the hook. I made up my mind back in San Antonio. Today you're getting extra work. Dennis, what's wrong? His words trailed off as the scene before him sent a chill down his spine. Rodman lay sprawled on the weight room floor like a vagrant, his swollen eyes and stubbled face a stark testament to his dreadful mental state. No one knew what he had endured in those 2 short days. Dennis, get up. What happened? Li Mu moved to help him up, but Rodman was as unresponsive as a drunkard, devoid of any self-awareness. No matter how much Li Mu tugged or called, he remained like a puppet, offering no reply. Left with no choice, Li Mu stayed by his side. But Rodman ignored his presence, still lying on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if lost in some unfathomable thought. After a while, the other players arrived one by one. They were all astonished to see this. What could have happened to the usually carefree Rodman to cause such a drastic change? With everyone's help, they finally managed to lift Rodman and seat him on a chair in the weight room. Upon hearing the news, Phil and Jerry Krause came to the weight room with grim faces. It was rare for both of them to appear together outside of public settings. This alone showed how severely the management viewed Rodman's uncontrollable emotions. Dennis, wake up. We're all here. Talk to us. Tell us what happened. Seeing everyone assembled, Limu shook Rodman's shoulder, urging him to explain. But Rodman remained obstinate, ignoring everyone and retreating into his own world. Mayam, please wait. You can't go in there. This is private property. Without authorization, you are not allowed entry. Mayam, you must stop. Just as everyone was at a loss with Rodman, a security guard's urgent voice sounded from outside. Turning around, they saw a woman forcibly pushing past the guards trying to enter the arena. Blocked from advancing, the woman abandoned all pretense and shouted toward the arena. Dennis, I know you're hiding in there. Come out and face me. Let's talk this out calmly and resolve our issues. Dennis, come out. The woman's voice broke the deadlock. Hearing her voice, Rodman slowly lifted his head, regaining some awareness. Without explaining to his teammates, he rose from the chair and walked slowly toward the door, addressing the security guard who was blocking the woman. Let her in. She's here for me. As the man himself appeared, the security guard wisely stepped aside, and the two stood face to face. Finley, with sharp eyes, squinted at the woman. After a thorough scrutiny, he gasped. Holy, am I seeing things? Isn't that Madonna? Hearing Finley's words, everyone perked up. They turned in unison to look at the woman. Though she wore large sunglasses and a wide-brimmed hat that concealed her delicate features, her gestures and unmistakable voice left no doubt about her identity. The pieces began to fall into place. Phil, unnoticed by the others, exchanged a knowing glance with Jordan, who was clearly aware of the rumors surrounding the two. Limu crossed his arms, stroking his chin as he studied the pair. Well, he had thought Rodman was in some kind of trouble, but it turned out to be an unspeakable romantic entanglement. Still, he hadn't expected their personal drama to spill into the team. Dennis, answer me. You kept saying you missed being with me. One phone call from you, and I dropped everything, flying all the way from the South Coast to San Antonio. Those days with you made me rediscover the happiness we once shared. I had already made up my mind. If you were willing, we could get married anytime. But the moment you heard the word marriage, you panicked and started hiding from me all over the world. So I have to ask, if you weren't ready to start over, why did you dial my number in the first place? Faced with Madonna's accusations, Rodman had no defense. He still chose to remain silent, enduring her gaze fixed upon him. Dennis, I don't know what's going on between you two, but I don't want you to bring your personal mess into this team. My team will not tolerate anything that disrupts our plans. Now clean this up immediately. If you can't focus on basketball, then I suggest you leave the arena. The decision is yours. Phil's words were heavier than ever, not only because Rodman's issues had disrupted the team's training schedule, but also because these off-court troubles had destroyed his own state of mind. Seeing Phil's rare outburst, Rodman was forced to make a quick decision. Ciccone, give me 3 days. In 3 days, I'll give you a satisfactory answer. For now, can you please leave? I need some time to sort out the team matters. Once Rodman finally spoke, Madonna's demeanor softened slightly. Without saying another word, she fixed her gaze on him for a moment, then turned and walked away from the arena without a further word. Seeing her leave, Rodman let out a long sigh. Just as he turned to explain himself to the group, Krause, who had been standing inconspicuously among them, spoke up. Dennis, the team has decided to suspend you for 1 game. Please leave the arena immediately. Rodman clearly had not anticipated being suspended by the team. The words he had just organized lingered on the tip of his tongue, never uttered, leaving him frozen in place. Much like the state he had been in when he first hit the floor. Dennis, I'll repeat myself once more, you are suspended from tonight's game. Now leave the arena immediately, sort out your mess, and then come back to the team. Krause's voice rang out again. Seeing Rodman still motionless, he raised his volume, once more his tone, making it clear he wanted Rodman out of the arena without delay. Come on, Dennis, don't just stand there. I'll walk you out. Limu's voice came at the perfect moment. Rodman's face was etched with helplessness and embarrassment, desperately needing someone to smooth things over. Limu stepped forward, patted Rodman on the shoulder, and gestured for him to follow as they left the arena. Everyone watched the two of them depart. Limu found the car keys in the pocket of the dazed Rodman's jacket. Once in the parking lot, he opened the passenger door, gestured for Rodman to get in, and then took the driver's seat. Following the route ingrained in his memory, he drove toward Rodman's apartment. Neither of them spoke during the ride. Limu knew that any words would be futile now, and Rodman simply didn't want to talk. They remained in silence the entire way. Limu drove at a moderate pace. About half an hour later, Limu parked the car in the apartment building's underground garage. After escorting Rodman to the elevator of his floor, he tossed the keys back to him and tried to speak in a calm tone. Dennis, I don't know what happened between you and Madonna. Don't overthink it. Just treat this as a break. After tonight's game, I'll come by, and we can talk properly. I hope to find you here tonight. Rodman was silent for a long moment, then nodded. Once he was sure, Limu left the apartment. Though this incident had disrupted the team's original plans, the opponent wouldn't show mercy just because of their troubles. Back at the team, Limu continued with the pregame training. During a break, Phil walked over and asked about Rodman's condition. After confirming that he had been safely taken home, Phil didn't press further. Time quickly arrived before the game. When the Bulls announced their starting lineup for the night, people keenly noticed that Rodman's name was absent. Sensing something amiss, the media began pressing the team for Rodman's whereabouts. At Krause's direction, the Public Relations Department issued a statement. Dennis Rodman has violated team rules. After an internal team meeting, it has been decided that Rodman will be suspended for 1 game. His salary for the duration of the suspension will be withheld. As soon as the news broke, the image of the rebellious Rodman resurfaced in people's minds. His solid performance on the court and the absence of off-court scandals had recently improved his image among fans. But this announcement once again cast him in the light of an untrustworthy troublemaker. The only silver lining amid the PR crisis was that the team still won the game against the Knicks that night. Phil decided to put Steve Kerr in the starting lineup. The adjustment proved effective. Kerr, who had unexpectedly missed shots in the three-point contest, was not affected tonight. He sank 5 three-pointers, proving to every team that he was still the sharpshooter in form. After the game, reporters asked Phil about Rodman in the post-game press conference, but he deflected every question, citing internal team matters not for public disclosure. After finishing the post-game summary, Limu stood at the arena entrance ready to catch a ride to Rodman's place. While waiting by the roadside, a black and red car stopped in front of him. The distinctive 33 on the side of the vehicle answered Limu's unspoken question. "Where are you headed? Get in, I'll give you a ride." Pippen, who had rarely spoken to Limu, was in the driver's seat. He leaned over, looked at Limu, and invited him in. Limu didn't hesitate. At this hour, hailing a cab to Rodman's place would require passing through a rough neighborhood. Riding with Pippen would ensure his safety. After all, in Chicago, the names Jordan and Pippen carried more weight than the mob. When they reached the destination, Limu opened the door, got out, and thanked Pippen before leaving. Pippen waved his hand, then looked at Limu seriously. "I know it's hard to say this, but honestly, get that guy back on his feet. We need him." Limu didn't reply. He nodded to show he understood, then turned and went upstairs. At Rodman's door, he knocked. After a moment, Rodman opened the door and stepped aside, inviting him in. This was Limu's first time visiting Rodman's home. The sight that greeted him was exactly what he expected. The living room sofa was piled high with clothes, leaving only a small corner for one person. A dust on the floor indicated it hadn't been cleaned in ages. The bedroom door was shut, hiding its contents, but Limu guessed it was probably a mess. "Man, you really don't care about your living environment, do you?" The shocking sight left Limu speechless for a moment before he finally managed to comment. But Rodman, long accustomed to this lifestyle, was indifferent. After all, few people ever saw his private space, and he had grown used to it. Limu sighed. Only someone like Rodman, who didn't care about details, could live in such conditions. He managed to clear a spot on the sofa among the dirty clothes and sat down. Seeing Rodman still wearing that nonchalant expression, Limu tried to get him to explain the whole story, but Rodman was as stubborn as a rock, showing no intention of confessing. With no other choice, Limu broke the ice. "All right, tell me, what really happened between you and that lady?" He had heard about their romantic entanglement. They first met at the 1994 Chicago All-Star Game. The fiery Madonna fell in love at first sight with this muscular, eccentric man. Under Madonna's intense pursuit, they quickly fell into a passionate relationship. But it didn't last. After just 15 days, it ended without a clear reason. In later interviews, both explained the breakup. Rodman thought she was only after his body, making him exhausted, and that she wasn't genuinely interested in a real relationship. She even offered $20 million to conceive his child. Madonna, on the other hand, claimed she truly wanted a future with him, but their differing approaches to love led to conflicts. After a long silence, Rodman finally spoke. He had always regretted that relationship that ended so abruptly. After the last game before the All-Star break, on a whim, he dialed her number. They didn't talk much on the phone, but Madonna immediately dropped everything and flew to San Antonio to be with him. The Bugatti Veyron that picked up Limu that day was one of her many possessions. They spent 3 days together in the Alamo City. On the last day, they agreed to meet again at the airport. Rodman flew back to Chicago, but he never expected Madonna to follow him there. She came to his apartment, found him, and confessed her feelings. He was stunned by her impulsiveness, and in an attempt to escape, he hid himself away. After hearing the full story, Limu shook his head. He looked at Rodman's lifeless face and suddenly asked, "Dennis, why can't you just open your heart and take a chance, even if it's just once? The misfortunes brought by your family of origin should not become obstacles to your pursuit of happiness. If you truly hold her in your heart from the bottom of your soul, then why not make an attempt? Although every aspect of life has shaped you into who you are today, it does not mean tomorrow's life must be disastrous. You can boldly imagine what life together would look like. Perhaps it would give you something to anticipate and fill every tomorrow with confidence." Rodman's family of origin was broken. A father who was never present and a harsh mother made his childhood more arduous than that of his peers. After being driven out of home at the age of 18 by his mother, Rodman led a wandering life. Although he had a brief marriage after entering the league, his solitary nature prevented him from coexisting harmoniously with his partner, and the relationship ultimately ended in discord. It can be said that Rodman's spiritual world throughout his life was profoundly tragic. Had he not joined the Bulls later in his career, his disposition would have caused him to be swiftly abandoned by the world around him. For Rodman, at this moment, the best course of action is to sever the entanglement decisively. Whether he walks down the aisle with her or brings this aimless romance to an end, he will surely recover his footing as quickly as possible with everyone's support. Rodman pondered the suggestion. In the past, he had relied on alcohol and banned substances to help him get through each day. Such days only came to an end when he signed with the Bulls. After living a relatively ordinary life for a while, he suddenly felt a craving for spiritual fulfillment. The first figure that flickered across his mind was Madonna. Their interactions were quite fitting. Both of them possessed a strong desire for exploration, and their lives constantly needed passion and impulse to add more color. However, as a woman, Madonna harbored a longing for family life and the expectation of spending her days with the person she loved. Both of them had regretted more than once allowing each other to slip away so easily. Therefore, if given another chance to start over, perhaps some truly different changes would unfold. I do not know whether it was right to entangle myself with her lightly without thinking things through, but the time spent with her will likely be one of the most unforgettable experiences of my life. To me, marriage is a shackle that cost me much enjoyment. Thank you, Lee. I will give it careful consideration before making a decision. Rodman seemed to have finally made up his mind, and the resolute expression on his face was something Lee Moo had never seen before. Perhaps for him, resolving to abandon his past way of life and embark on a new one was incredibly difficult. No matter which decision he ultimately makes, Lee Moo firmly believes that the once dominant Dennis Rodman, the flower bug, will make his grand return to the court. Alright, since you have adjusted your state, then this trip was not in vain today. Find me a room so I can stay, as surely you are not going to send me back out at this hour. If anything happens to me, you will bear full responsibility. Seeing that Rodman had recovered, Lee Moo could not resist teasing him. The filth and disarray in this room were openly glaring. Lee Moo planned to stay the night and help tidy up the house. After all, if the two of them truly got back together, would Madonna not feel disgusted upon seeing such conditions? Ideals are full and rosy, yet reality is stark and bare. After careful inspection, Lee Moo discovered with heavy heart that aside from Rodman's bedroom, which could barely accommodate him, there was scarcely another corner in the house suitable for him to lay down and sleep. Finally, through the combined efforts of both of them, they moved the clothes on the sofa to one side, barely creating a place for Lee Moo to sleep. He had intended to rest well after resolving Rodman's confusion, but unexpectedly, the moment Rodman opened his heart, it was as though he had instantly unlocked a Pandora's box years in the making. He dragged Lee Moo into an all-night conversation ranging from the basketball court to nightclubs, from romance to life experiences. That evening, Lee Moo transformed into Rodman's unpaid relationship counselor, answering his questions and offering guidance. It was not until Rodman finally grew drowsy that the sky outside the window had already begun to show a faint whiteness. Poorly worn out by the ordeal, Lee Moo summoned his last ounce of strength, stumbled off the sofa, and playfully kicked Rodman back to his room. He then curled back up on the sofa and sought out Mr. Joe for a visit. When he woke again, it was already afternoon. After waking Rodman, Lee Moo conducted a thorough assessment of the entire room. They ultimately agreed, leave professional matters to professionals. This situation had long surpassed what they could handle. After contacting a cleaning company, Lee Moo knew it was time to prepare to leave. Before departing, Lee Moo made an arrangement with Rodman. He would return to the team, first to report to Phil. If Phil allowed Rodman to rejoin, he would notify him immediately. They would then meet the team at the airport, as that evening they were to fly to Houston for an away game against the Rockets. After bidding farewell to Rodman, Lee Moo hurried back to the United Center without pause. After briefly discussing Rodman's situation with Phil, Phil deliberated carefully and ultimately decided to allow Rodman to rejoin the team and travel to Houston together. They would decide the following day based on Rodman's condition whether he would take the court. Upon receiving the coaching staff's approval, Lee Moo immediately contacted Rodman, relayed the flight information, and reminded him not to miss the time under any circumstances. After arriving at the airport with the team, Lee Moo encountered Rodman at the boarding gate, where he was waiting for everyone. Having cleaned himself up, he looked significantly better than he had 2 days prior. Phil examined him from top to bottom, and under Rodman's earnest, expectant gaze, finally spoke. "Welcome back to the team. Begin recovering training tomorrow." On the flight to Houston, Rodman deliberately sat beside Lee Moo. In situations like this, he still habitually chose to sit next to the person he trusted most. Just as he was about to say something to Lee Moo, Jordan, seated in the row ahead, suddenly stood up, walked over to the two of them, leaned down to meet Rodman's gaze, and then extended his hand toward him. "Welcome back, Dennis. We need you with us." Faced with Michael's outstretched hand, Rodman was initially stunned. After a long moment, he came to his senses and firmly grasped the other man's hand, visibly stirred. On the second day after arriving in Houston, the Bulls contacted a local middle school and rented their gymnasium for training. As the champions of the past 2 seasons, the Rockets are aiming for a three-peat this season. The current team core is the No. 1 draft pick from the same class as Jordan, the Dream, Hakeem Olajuwon, and the other core is the former Portland star Clyde Drexler. This highly imaginative duo helped the team lift the championship trophy last season. After a new round of reinforcements this season, they continue to march toward the goal of a three-peat. However, reality dealt them a heavy blow first. The Glide, Drexler, has been gradually declining physically due to years of high average playing time, and his attendance rate this season is far from what it used to be, while the Dream is limited by the lack of a qualified interior helper, causing him to often be exhausted dealing with the demanding offensive and defensive ends. But even though the team's internal situation is not ideal, no one outside has ever dared to underestimate this team. The reason is simple: they were the creators of the miracle of the sixth-seeded champion. To borrow the classic words of Rockets head coach Rudy Tomjanovich, never underestimate the heart of a champion. After finishing the morning practice, Phil gathered the assistant coaching team to discuss the game matters for today. Tonight, I want to continue with the same starting lineup as last game, but considering that the opponent is not just a pure system team, they have several players who can become key factors at any time. So I suggest that Lee first give a brief introduction about Dennis's situation today, and then we'll make the final decision. Lee, please tell us about Dennis's situation today. Phil knew how to handle people. On the surface, he was strictly business. Whether Rodman could return to the rotation required unanimous approval from all staff. But secretly, he wanted this eccentric guy to return more than anyone else. He clearly knew that after suspending Rodman, the team had lost a defensive ace who could provide biting defense and harass the opponent's core at critical moments. But personal feelings and work were completely different matters. If he couldn't present evidence that Rodman was fully prepared to return to the court, then even if he insisted on forcing Rodman back into the starting lineup, he wouldn't be able to silence the public. Understood. Today, Dennis's overall training performance was fairly good. After various physical tests, his data and feedback were acceptable. I believe he is fit to play. Lee Moo followed Phil's thoughts and announced Rodman's situation. After a whispered discussion among everyone, they all agreed to let Rodman return to the game as a starter tonight. This was the best possible news for Rodman. After the meeting, Lee Moo was about to share the good news with Rodman, but Phil grabbed him from behind, signaling him not to tell Rodman yet. He would tell him personally, but before that he needed to have a good talk with him. Before long, Rodman was summoned by Phil to the locker room of the gym. The locked door prevented any possibility of hearing from outside. The two communicated inside for nearly an hour. When Rodman came out again, he looked no different from before. Lee Moo, who wanted to pry for some information, was rejected by Phil with a promise between men, and Phil kept hinting that he would soon know the result of their conversation. Rodman, once again wearing the No. 91 jersey, quickly returned to the public eye. During the pre-game warm-up, a reporter wanted to interview Rodman, trying to dig up the undisclosed reason for his suspension, but only got a blunt response: no comment. Tonight's game, the Rockets' Drexler will play through injury. This is a critical period for the team to secure a playoff spot. To complete the title defense, Drexler decided to give it his all. Facing the opponent's fierce momentum, Phil still maintained his rhythm. Before the game, he took the tactical board handed to him and began the night's setup. Tonight, Dennis will return to the starting lineup. Steve, great job last game, keep it up tonight. Tonight, we need to control the pace of the game and not let the opponent lead us by the nose. Michael, pay attention to ball protection. The opponent is used to using various zone defenses to get the ball. If you attract a double team call for a pick and roll, that can be your defensive task tonight, is to limit Hakeem from entering the paint. Scotty, you and Dennis are responsible for sweeping the perimeter. If necessary, double team Clyde the Glide. Ron, you harass Sam Castle. He is a crafty opponent. Try to force him to pass the ball to the weak side. Phil wrote the game plan on the tactical board with a flourish. After completing the routine pregame pep talk, the game was about to start. The Rockets got the ball to start the game. The Rockets' tactical intention was clear: give the ball to the Dream and let him dominate. At the start, the Dream cut to the basket and used his elbow to hold off Mutombo behind him. After receiving a pass from Drexler, the Dream danced his feet in the paint easily, faking Mutombo into the air. Under the opponent's defensive pressure, he scored the first basket of the game and successfully earned a free throw opportunity. The situation was not optimistic. On the sidelines, Phil saw Mutombo at a disadvantage in the first confrontation and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It was still unrealistic to rely solely on Mutombo to contain the Dream. The opponent's technical characteristics happened to counter the less agile Mutombo. Hey big guy, don't lose heart. I'll help you double team him. During the free throw, Rodman, standing opposite Mutombo, spoke. His calm expression showed no ripple, as if he was very confident about defending the Dream. After the transition, Jordan used Mutombo's screen to pull up for a mid-range jumper, breaking the team's scoring drought. The ball returned to the Rockets. The Bulls, clearly wanting to increase defensive pressure, tightened their defensive positions under Phil's command. Mutombo, not fooled again, limited the Dream's attempt to advance further into the paint. Seeing the double team coming from the wing, the Dream caught a glimpse of Drexler running out of the corner of his eye and threw the ball to the opposite corner before the double team formed. The basketball flew out of the Dream's hand, moving rapidly toward the baseline corner. Then a flash of red appeared among the crowd. Rodman flew out from the diagonal, snatched the ball firmly into his arms, and then under the gaze of the entire audience, he galloped alone into the opponent's paint and finished with a dunk. After completing all this, Rodman looked extremely happy. As he retreated to the half-court, his teammates came up to high-five him, and his face was filled with an uncontrollable smile. When the opponent stepped into the Bulls' half-court again, Rodman's eyes changed. He took a deep breath, slightly bent over, and stared intently at Mutombo like a hunter carefully analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of his prey. For him, this game could only be a win. There was absolutely no possibility of losing. Hakeem Olajuwon felt as if he had been entangled by a piece of sticky toffee. At this moment, Dennis Rodman epitomized the concept of omnipresence. Already burdened with the constant defensive pressure from Dikembe Mutombo, Olajuwon now had to remain vigilant against Rodman, who could emerge from anywhere, intensifying the pressure on him. The combined siege of Rodman and Mutombo left Olajuwon in an unusually difficult position. In the first half, the Rockets struggled due to Olajuwon's fatigue, but Robert Horry managed to narrow the gap, with several long-range shots in the second quarter preventing the score from widening significantly. The Rockets had no intention of giving up in the second half. After the break, a rejuvenated Olajuwon anchored the defense, relinquishing offensive duties to Clyde Drexler while focusing on establishing a no-fly zone in the paint. With the reduced burden, Olajuwon indeed caused considerable trouble for the Chicago side, thwarting several consecutive attempts at the rim. Although Clyde Drexler's physical condition was not what it once was, he remained the glider capable of traversing the court. He electrified the home crowd with several soaring dunks, tying the score and igniting a fervor long absent from the arena. Sensing the tide turning unfavorably, Phil called an immediate timeout, deeply dissatisfied with the recent offensive and defensive performances. "Scotty, don't let Clyde score anymore. You must shut him down." Michael tried to lure Hakeem out of the paint to give everyone room to attack the rim. Dennis Dikembe handled the post battle with Hakeem. "I want you to extinguish Robert's shooting touch and grab those damn defensive rebounds." After adjusting the rotation, Michael Finley replaced Ron Harper, who had an off night, and Jordan would take control of the ball for the remainder of the game. Pippen brought the ball up court and signaled to his teammates to initiate a play, a simple horn set pick and roll. After consecutive screens from the two big men, Pippen passed the ball. Jordan, using a back screen from a teammate, popped open a step and shook off the pursuing defender. Seeing his teammate lose position, Olajuwon moved from the paint toward the midcourt line, directing the two corner players to shift toward the high post and stay alert to the ball's movement. His intention was clear: force Jordan to pass the ball, denying him the chance to build a rhythm. But Jordan was not one to play by the book. Seeing Olajuwon drawn out of the paint, he leaped without hesitation, attempting to release the shot before the big man could contest. Yet Olajuwon, when focused on defense, was a formidable force. Although Jordan got the jump, Olajuwon still managed to track the ball's trajectory before it descended. He raised his right hand, and though the ball skimmed past his fingertips, it was still deflected off its path. As the ball veered off course and seemed destined to sail out of bounds, the meticulously planned play appeared doomed to failure. But Rodman was there again. He emerged from the crowded pack, chasing the ball's descent. Just before hitting the ground, he hurled himself like an arrow released from a bow, flying toward the ball. With both hands, he secured the orb, and as he was about to crash into the courtside seats, he twisted his body and flung the ball back into play, landing safely in the hands of a teammate. Finley, who had recovered the ball, noticed Mutombo already stationed in the paint. Without hesitation, he drove toward the basket. The Rockets players recovered and converged. As Olajuwon lunged, Finley lofted the ball high into the air. The ball arced steeply, and Mutombo, waiting in the paint, extended his massive hands, caught the ball, and slammed it through the rim with authority. Only then did everyone remember Rodman, who had flown out of bounds. Due to inertia, he had landed in the spectator seats. His head struck the edge of a courtside chair upon landing, leaving a visible gash on his forehead. Bright red blood flowed steadily from the wound, streaming down his nose and across his face, making him appear somewhat ferocious under the lights. Realizing the need for urgent treatment, the referee quickly stopped the game. Assisted by teammates, Rodman was escorted to the locker room for emergency care, leaving the Bulls playing on the road shorthanded. Without Rodman's containment, the Rockets seized the opportunity to go all out. Taking advantage of the Bulls' depleted roster, Olajuwon launched a fierce offensive. His nimble footwork and all-encompassing accurate shooting left Mutombo struggling to cope. Inspired by Olajuwon, the rest of the team heightened their focus, executing precise teamwork and stout defense that pushed the Bulls to the brink of a rout. Rodman, having had his wound dressed, returned from the locker room to the sideline. He approached Phil and asked to be put back in. "Coach, let me play. I can handle them." His words were brief, but his eyes held an unyielding determination. Phil hesitated as he looked at Rodman's heavily bandaged forehead. The refusal he intended to voice was swallowed by the man's gaze. He turned to the team doctor on the other side to inquire if Rodman was fit to play. After careful consideration, the doctor nodded, but voiced his concerns. "Dennis's wound has been stitched. We've examined it and determined it won't affect his performance. But I must emphasize, while dressing the wound, he was eager to return and refused a concussion test. Based on his current condition, there's likely no intracranial injury, but without the test, no one can guarantee it. The decision is yours." "Coach, it's nothing. This injury is no big deal for me. I guarantee I can play normally. Coach, let me back on the court." The game situation was deteriorating. After much deliberation, Phil made a bold decision. He called another timeout, replaced the exhausted Mutombo, and signaled for Rodman to take his place at the center position. During the exchange, Rodman reached out and high-fived Mutombo. "Rest well. I'll handle him from here." Under the incredulous gaze of the entire arena, Rodman returned to the court. He high-fived each teammate in turn before taking his position beside Olajuwon. With 5 minutes left in the game, the Bulls still trailed by 7 points. The oppressive away atmosphere and the Rockets' surging morale foretold a one-sided contest. At that moment, the Bulls seemed to stand alone against the entire world. Hakeem, when I faced you in the playoffs last year, that guy wanted me to double team you. I thought that was ridiculous. I prefer one-on-one battles. During a Rockets inbound, Rodman reflected on his time with the Spurs. I admit the gap between us is hard to bridge. But whatever, come at me. Only one of us can be the winner tonight. In the realm of basketball, defense has always been regarded by insiders as a form of art. Elite defense determines a team's floor, and the foundation of a team's defensive system is built by defenders who attend to every minute detail, often called the underdogs. Rodman was a master who excelled in this craft. The league did not lack elite defenders, but only one man would go to any lengths for a single possession, and that was Rodman's unique way of survival. If Michael Jordan's mission on the team was to take every shot with unwavering authority, then Rodman's mission was to clear every obstacle in Jordan's way. With a whistle, the game resumed. The Rockets' Robert Horry was inbounding the ball, while Clyde Drexler, with the help of a teammate's screen, managed to create some separation from Pippen. He stepped back and signaled Horry to pass him the ball, but Pippen immediately closed in. Drexler turned his back to shield the defender, raising his hands to obscure the passing lane. Under Pippen's suffocating defense, receiving the ball had become a luxury. If the ball wasn't passed in time, it would result in a turnover due to the 5-second violation. At the critical moment, Olajuwon's hands were pressed against Rodman. As a teammate cut through, he blocked the referee's view and subtly pushed Rodman away from his body. Horry understood the cue and passed the ball to Olajuwon just before the violation. After receiving the ball, Olajuwon waved his hand, signaling his teammates to clear the space for him. With only the two of them left, Olajuwon turned his back and leaned into Rodman, using his back to sense whether Rodman's center of gravity would shift with his direction of attack. Feeling that Rodman had committed all his weight against him, Olajuwon quickly spun around. In that moment, they created a clear separation. Facing an open basket, he only needed to raise his hand to dunk the ball. Yet this was exactly the trap Rodman had set for Olajuwon. On the surface, Rodman seemed to have lost his balance and been shaken off, but it was a carefully orchestrated move. Just as Olajuwon prepared to attack the rim, Rodman lunged at him from behind. His two massive hands clamped onto the ball like magnets, halting its upward trajectory. Olajuwon never anticipated that Rodman could reappear so quickly from behind, leaving him without any chance to protect the ball. Rodman, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, used all his strength to wrestle the ball into his grasp. With a fierce tug, he instantly snatched the ball away from Olajuwon. Before anyone could react, he hurled a long pass to Jordan, who had already moved into the Rockets' half. Jordan caught it and sprinted unimpeded to the basket, finishing with an easy dunk. The Bulls cut the deficit to 5 points. Olajuwon's humiliation stunned some fans. No one expected that the two-way powerhouse Olajuwon would be forced into a turnover by a player nearly a head shorter. Fortunately, the Rockets still held the lead and had a chance to correct their mistakes. Realizing he had become the primary target of defense, Olajuwon chose not to force the issue. Coach Tomjanovich on the sidelines directed his players to move actively, deciding to have Horry step up to draw defensive pressure, buying time for the two stars to adjust. Castle held the ball at the top of the key and signaled for Olajuwon to come up for a pick and roll. According to the set play, Castle would use the screen to draw the defense to the corner, pretending to pass to Drexler, while Horry on the opposite baseline would use another screen from Olajuwon to curl out to the three-point line, where Castle would then deliver the ball for Horry to finish. The play unfolded as planned, and Horry, freed from his defender, easily found himself open. All he had to do was sink the three-pointer to complete the possession. But the Bulls were not about to let the Rockets' plan succeed so easily. Pippen and Rodman exchanged a glance as they noticed Horry's movement. Pippen sprinted to close out, but Olajuwon blocked his path, while the ever-alert Dream also positioned himself to cut off Rodman's approach. Just as Horry adjusted his stance and prepared to jump, Rodman appeared again. After fighting through Olajuwon's screen, he leaped from nearly an arm's length away. Disturbed by the contest, Horry attempted to pass the ball to Olajuwon, who was cutting to the basket, only to find Pippen lockstep, with the Dream blocking his path to the paint. The roles had shifted. With no time to adjust, Horry was forced to shoot over Rodman. The result was inevitable. Rodman, fresh and ready, swatted the ball cleanly away, sending it flying back in the opposite direction. Horry immediately turned to chase the ball, but Rodman had already gained a step. After securing the ball, Rodman charged toward the Rockets' basket without hesitation, with Horry in hot pursuit, hoping to make up for his mistake. The two collided under the basket. Rodman, leaning into his defender, released the shot. The referee's whistle sounded, calling a defensive foul on Horry. Rodman was awarded 2 free throws. Standing at the line, Rodman took a deep breath and amid a chorus of boos calmly sank both free throws. The Rockets, having failed on consecutive possessions, began to lose their composure. And that was exactly the opening Jordan needed to deliver the fatal blow. On the next possession, the Rockets could only rely on Olajuwon. This time, Rodman didn't apply heavy pressure. He simply limited Olajuwon's entry into the paint, avoiding any entanglement. Repeated failures made Olajuwon hesitant. With no teammates in a better position, he lobbed the ball from about a meter away from the basket. A shot he would normally make with ease, but this time it missed. Rodman followed the trajectory of the ball as it clanked off the rim, grabbed the rebound, and quickly passed it to Jordan. With a chance to tie the game, Jordan pulled up from beyond the arc, rising over Drexler's aggressive closeout, and drained the shot. The ball swished through the net in a trajectory that no home fan wanted to see. The Bulls tied the game at the final stretch. The Rockets, now mentally shaken, looked dazed. Coach Tomjanovich called an urgent timeout. The game was slipping out of control. The former hunters had become the hunted. If this next play failed, the Rockets would lose the game entirely. After the timeout, the Bulls, riding a wave of momentum, locked onto their respective defenders. The suffocating defense made it nearly impossible for the inbounder to find a teammate, forcing a hasty pass toward a cluster of players. Jordan, who had been waiting, seized the opportunity. He leaped high, snatching the ball out of the air. Instead of pushing the pace, he lowered his palm toward the floor, signaling his teammates to control the tempo and bleed the clock. He brought the ball up the court with 10 seconds left on the game clock. Olajuwon, desperate, signaled for Drexler to join him in a double team on Jordan. But Jordan was not about to give the Rockets another chance. He first shook off Drexler, then drove straight toward the basket. Determined to force overtime, Olajuwon threw himself at Jordan. The two collided in midair, Jordan's smaller frame unable to withstand the direct force. Just as he was about to lose his balance, Jordan released the ball. The final buzzer sounded, and the sound of the ball hitting the net was piercingly loud. The Toyota Center fell into dead silence. Jordan's buzzer beater helped the Bulls pull off a thrilling road comeback. The dejected expressions of the spectators formed a stark contrast to the Bulls' jubilation. Even Phil, who was always composed and steady, neglected to maintain his composure this time. With both arms raised in excitement, he rushed onto the court, freely venting his long-suppressed emotions. The Bulls' comeback in this game was largely attributable to Rodman. Exhausted from the immense physical exertion, he lay sprawled on the court with his arms raised above his head. Amidst the roaring cheers, Rodman savored his moment of glory. Fortunately, the celebration of victory did not cloud their judgment. Seeing Rodman collapse directly onto the floor startled the medical team. Immediately after the game ended, trainers rushed onto the court and surrounded him. What unfolded on the court was quite comical. The Rockets stood dejectedly on the sidelines while Olajuwon, who had squandered a commanding lead, stared blankly at the replay on the arena's screens, which cycled through the moment of the game-winning shot. Meanwhile, the victorious Bulls celebrated wildly on the court, except for Rodman, who was tightly surrounded by trainers and being urgently removed for hospital treatment. The day after the game, Rodman's medical report came back. His wound had not worsened from the previous day's match, and there was no intracranial damage. He could continue competing, though he needed to protect the injury at all times. On the flight back to Chicago, Rodman did not immerse himself in the joy of victory as usual. For once, he abandoned his typically boisterous demeanor and sat quietly alone by the window. His teammates, who had been eager to strike up a conversation, found his silence unusual. No one knew what he was thinking. Upon arriving in Chicago, the players went their separate ways. Phil arranged no training sessions for the following day. The grueling road trip had worn everyone out, and in this brief span of time, he was unwilling to impose additional burdens on his players. Heading from the airport to the basement, the team bus was already waiting. On the way back to the home arena, as was customary, home team fans gathered outside the stadium to welcome the players. Yesterday's game had given Chicago fans ample reason to cheer with pride, so far more people had gathered to wait than on any ordinary day. The players stepped off the bus one by one. Facing fans who had unconditionally supported them, they were never stingy with their time or energy. When fans asked for autographs and photos, the players readily obliged. This helped explain why Bulls fans had remained so devoted. They not only enjoyed excellent team performance, but also received genuine attention and interaction from the players. No wonder some lamented that being a Bulls fan was such a blessing. Today, the most popular person was undoubtedly Rodman. Surrounded by a circle of fans, many young supporters handed him photographs, captures from yesterday's game of Rodman diving to save the ball. After last night's extensive promotion on the home broadcast channel, this photograph had become Rodman's new calling card in Chicago. Just as Rodman impatiently signed his name on each photo, a voice from the crowd made the pen in his hand freeze mid-stroke. Dennis, today is already the third day. I kept my promise and didn't disturb you. Can you give me an answer today? Following the voice, Madonna stood at the very edge of the crowd. Her gaze carried no trace of emotion as she looked at the man opposite her, as if seeking only one answer. Rodman, who had maintained his composure throughout, now appeared visibly agitated. He handed the papers and pen back to a fan beside him, then walked toward Madonna. The crowd parted for him, clearing a path for the two protagonists to reach each other. Striding forward, Rodman pulled her into his arms, and without seeking her consent, first kissed her deeply. The explicit nature of the scene stunned everyone present. Several older fans immediately reacted, covering the eyes of the children beside them. At that moment, Rodman cared nothing for onlookers. His passionate and sincere actions startled the woman in his arms, but facing the recklessness of the man she loved, she felt his devotion once more and responded with equal fervor. After a long while, the two reluctantly parted. Public as it was, the setting did not embarrass him in the slightest. Instead, under the gaze of fans and everyone on the team, he took Madonna's right hand, knelt on one knee, and searched his mind for every word he could muster, weaving them into a confession uniquely his own. "Sickney, I apologize for all my past behavior. I used to be filled with fear about the future, believing it to be empty. I never accustomed myself to imagining the days ahead. For me, simply living well today was already a tremendous achievement. But Sickney, I miss you terribly. The time I spent with you brought me a joy I have never experienced in my entire life. I never harbored any expectations for married life. But at this very moment I swear to God and pray to all deities hoping you will become my wife. Sickney, I am not fully prepared. I promise you for your sake, I will strive to win this championship. Give me a few more months, and I will propose with that championship ring. Sickney, will you marry me? The Rodman, notorious for his elementary school dropout status, somehow acquired these eloquent words, leaving the listeners utterly stunned. Madonna, the heroine of the moment, had assumed today would be their final meeting. With no plans made, she was overwhelmed the instant Rodman's heartfelt confession reached her, happiness and excitement flooding her mind simultaneously. Amidst the rising chorus of accept him and marry him, Madonna, unable to think clearly, mechanically nodded a response her body instinctively knew was correct. Having won back the woman of his dreams, Rodman appeared more excited now than he ever had, completing a game-winning comeback on the court. He disregarded the onlookers embracing Madonna as he prepared to leave the scene, completely unaware that the crowd, well fed on this display of affection, stood frozen in place for a moment before rallying with blessings. The couple sped away in a car, vanishing from sight. Witnessing everything, Li Mu could only find it utterly surreal. What kind of script is this? Chong and the pop queen have actually become a couple. Does this mean I need to develop a new career path? Reborn in Chicago as a matchmaker. After reuniting with Madonna, Rodman immersed himself in the relationship like a young man in love, dedicating his entire being to her. To be with Rodman, Madonna relocated her entire business from Miami to Chicago and purchased a luxurious villa in the heart of the city center as their love nest. As they spent every day tangled together, the initial sincere blessings from the team gradually turned into occasional teasing. After all, dating a superstar was not a privilege every man could enjoy. It was impossible not to feel a tinge of envy. The media also hyped the rekindled couple extensively. Overnight, the title Madonna's Man was branded on Rodman, even overshadowing his identity as a player. Teasing aside the fact that Rodman, who had roamed through countless romantic escapades, could settle down and focus on a relationship was remarkable. This was the best possible outcome for the Chicago Bulls. At least they no longer had to worry about Rodman creating new troubles, for now someone had truly entered his life. All of this was thanks to Li Mu's guidance. Having resolved various conflicts, the Bulls embarked on a meteoric rise in their record. They were far ahead of all other teams in the league and showed no signs of slowing down. If this trend continued, they would create even more astonishing historical records than in reality. Amidst this thriving atmosphere, many things seemed to fall into place naturally. Li Mu had not forgotten his agreement with Panini. One day, after a grueling stretch of away games, the Bulls enjoyed a brief break. 3 days later, they would host their next opponent at home. On the first day of the break, Li Mu drove a newly purchased Ford Crown Victoria toward Michael Jordan's suburban estate. This locally produced, most popular car of the time was a reward from the management to the entire coaching staff. The impressive record brought substantial revenue to the Bulls. Every home game ticket sold out early at the box office. The Chicago basketball market was now showing signs of catching up to the New York Knicks. Li Mu had prepared thoroughly for this meeting, approaching Jordan with the determination to secure a deal. Jordan was curious about Li Mu's decision to visit him alone at this juncture, but the topics discussed over the phone had piqued his interest. If possible, he wouldn't mind discussing a business venture with this junior. Upon arriving at the estate, Li Mu met Jordan outdoors, guided by the staff. Jordan was sitting in the outdoor lounge area, apparently waiting for some time. The sunlight bathed him, lending an unexpected tranquility to his demeanor. Stripped of the battles on the court, Jordan was just another ordinary person savoring the beauty of life, a realization that had deepened after losing his loved ones. Seeing Li Mu's arrival, Jordan gestured for him to sit across, then instructed the butler to fetch a bottle of red wine from the cellar. Jordan didn't intend to beat around the bush. He asked Li Mu, "I'm curious, what exactly is the plan you mentioned over the phone? You know, if I grant them signing authority again, Upper Deck could sue me for breach of contract. I honestly can't see how we can make this partnership work." Before coming, Li Mu had already spoken with Jordan once. In that call, he straightforwardly told him that he was representing Panini to negotiate a deal. Jordan was taken aback by Li Mu's proposal. He hadn't expected that after being rejected, the other party would try to reach him through someone close to him. Li Mu's directness forced Jordan to reassess this junior. Heaven knows what ideas were brewing in his mind. "Michael, I understand your situation is indeed special, but rest assured my proposal won't put you in breach of contract. On the contrary, if you agree to sign with us, you will definitely benefit. Take a look at this proposal first. If it interests you, we can continue the discussion." Beyond being a basketball player, Jordan was also a pure businessman. Most famously, he had signed a lifetime contract with Nike. No one outside ever knew the exact amount of annual dividends Nike paid him, but it was safe to say that even if Jordan lost interest in basketball today, he could live a life of luxury on those dividends alone. Not to mention that this was just one piece of his vast business empire. The proposal was dozens of pages long. When Jordan took it, the cover read, "The Revolution of Collectibles." This impactful phrase made him pause in contemplation. Opening the first page, Jordan began to read attentively. In the proposal, Li Mu detailed the evolution of sports collectibles, from the most direct game-worn apparel to autographs. He also elaborated on his judgment of future collectible categories. The popularity of basketball was rising globally and market competition was intensifying. If collectibles could be diversified, their appeal would undoubtedly reach a new peak. If Jordan agreed to authorize Panini, he would surely secure an unshakable position in this market. Finally, Limu revealed his purpose since Jordan's contract with Upper Deck only covered signature rights and did not grant exclusive representation of his likeness rights. Authorizing those rights to Panini would not violate the agreement. In the proposal, Limu also wrote the following passage. In the future, sticker-based collectibles will gradually lose market share due to preservation difficulties and technological advancements. Card-based collectibles will become the mainstream. Furthermore, game-used equipment as collectibles also suffers from preservation issues. If game-used materials could be cut and integrated into cards, then game-worn artifacts combined with cards would spark a new technological revolution in the collectibles market. This is the significance of sports cards. For the collectibles market of 1995, Limu's idea was a bold innovation. Sensing the immense business potential within, Jordan pondered for a long time before finally rising to return to his room. He needed time to digest the proposal and also to consult his business team. It wasn't long before Jordan returned to the lounge area. He took 2 wine glasses from the butler's tray. The deep red hue clinging to the glass walls was strikingly radiant. Handing one glass to Limu, Jordan proactively moved his glass toward the other, signaling a toast. Lee, your plan is unparalleled. I honestly can't find a reason to refuse you, but you don't stand to gain much from this. Tell me, what do you really want? Jordan's eyes held a hint of probing as he stared intently, as if trying to etch every detail of Limu into his memory. He was genuinely curious about what other surprises this unknown young man could bring him. Limu knew that given Jordan's nature, without a precise answer, he would not easily agree to anything. Michael, I admit I want a share of this. After clinking glasses, Limu drank the fine wine, and then slowly laid out his plan. The terms I made with them back then were simple. I was responsible for persuading you to authorize your likeness rights to them and pose for photos with their stickers. Once that was done, my task would be considered complete, and they would pay me accordingly. But I refused. Before Jordan could fully process those words, Limu's unexpected response interrupted his thoughts. It's nothing extraordinary, Michael. $100,000 isn't an astronomical figure for me now. If I wanted to, I could easily save it within a year. It's just a matter of time. Jordan's expression did not bring Limu any sense of satisfaction. As someone at the top, Jordan truly struggled to understand why anyone would willingly turn down such easily accessible wealth. With today's purchasing power, $100,000 was enough to ensure a family of 3 lived comfortably for a year. I struck a deal with them. If I could get you to sign with them, that alone would prove I have the ability and influence to bring in others. And my request is equally straightforward. Give me a stake in the company. Whatever amount you offer, I'm willing to accept. Listening to Limu's candid explanation, Jordan began connecting the dots in his mind. It then dawned on him that he had merely been a single piece in Limu's larger scheme. He had never anticipated such calculated depth. His ambitions extended far beyond securing just his own endorsement. If given the chance, he would incorporate the entire league into his commercial empire. You bloody bastard. You're terrifying. You even drew me into your calculations. At first, he had viewed Limu merely as an ordinary colleague, someone worth befriending. But after witnessing his ambition, Limu now stood among the most formidable business minds he had ever encountered. Someone who dared to negotiate partnership without investing a single dollar, relying solely on vision and strategy. That audacity reminded him of his own younger self, when he had boldly committed to Nike despite their obscurity at the time, turning down lucrative offers from established giants. While other players settled for standard endorsement fees, he had demanded a share of sales revenue from his signature shoes. A gamble neither side expected to pay off, yet both embraced. His excellence on the court yielded extraordinary rewards for both sides. Nike rode this wave to become an industry leader overnight, their market value soaring into massive profits, while he secured a lifetime endorsement deal in his rookie year, a feat most players could only dream of achieving across an entire career. We have them prepare the contract. I agree to sign. The impact of what Limu had revealed ultimately convinced Jordan to commit to Panini, though he still had conditions of his own before finalizing the deal. Pass along my demands to them. If they cannot accept them, then we walk away from this. First, my likeness rights apply exclusively to collectible items like the trading cards you mentioned, nothing else. Any breach will result in legal action and full compensation. Second, every product requires my approval before hitting the market, and production must follow the design specifications outlined in the proposal. Third, convey to them that I am seeking more than just an endorsement fee. I want an ownership stake in the company. Limu was not surprised by Jordan's demands. If Panini wanted to use him as the key to unlocking the basketball market, they would inevitably have to pay the price. Had Jordan agreed so readily, he would not be who he is today. After carefully crafting his words, Limu borrowed the estate's phone and called Frank. Frank clearly did not harbor high expectations about landing Jordan, but after receiving the call, he specifically asked where Limu was located. Upon hearing that Limu was right beside Jordan, Frank froze momentarily. Realizing the significance of what was happening, he sat up straight at his desk, sensing this might be the most pivotal day of his career. Before meeting with Jordan, Limu had already sent Frank a copy of his proposal via fax. Frank was equally stunned by Limu's imaginative approach. a concept he had never encountered in all his years in the industry. Yet despite its brilliance, he still harbored no illusions about actually securing Jordan's signature. Frank readily agreed to the first two conditions, as in his role as the North America regional head, he had the authority to make such commitments. The third demand, however, gave him pause. He called headquarters tentatively, but the CEO on the other end agreed immediately upon hearing Jordan's request, even promising to allocate 5% of his own shares to the deal. To the boss, signing Jordan meant unlocking the entire basketball market, an opportunity akin to holding a money printer. Even if Jordan had demanded 10%, he would have swallowed hard and agreed. With that confirmation, the signing proceeded smoothly. Limu finally relaxed. In his estimation, he now possessed the leverage to negotiate directly with Panini. Yet Jordan, far from dismissing him, had developed a genuine fascination with Limu and intended to offer him something extraordinary. After raising another glass to celebrate the deal, Jordan extended an olive branch. "Lee, would you consider partnering with me? I am genuinely interested in you. Join my commercial team, and I will share in the Air Jordan sales revenue with you. I envision our collaboration extending beyond basketball. With your involvement, we could become the most sought-after business partners." Becoming Jordan's business partner was something Limu had never dared to imagine, yet standing before this concrete offer, he felt a stirring he could not suppress. He swallowed involuntarily, feeling an inexplicable heat rising deep within his throat. Watching Jordan's resolute expression, Limu pinched his palm, quietly, repeatedly, convincing himself this was not some dream. Such an opportunity comes rarely enough. My answer is simply, why not? Michael, thank you for this invitation. I would be honored to join your team. Buoyed by glad tidings, Limu still felt as though he were floating in a dream as he made his way back from the estate. Not only had he accomplished his original plan that day, but he had also earned Jordan's appreciation. The other party's invitation would surely bring him abundant resources and opportunities. Now, all he needed to do was wait for favorable news. Upon rejoining the team, Limu was about to face even greater challenges. The Bulls had already secured 60 victories with less than 2 months remaining in the regular season. Though a considerable distance remained before they could achieve the unprecedented record of 72 wins and 10 losses, every member of the Chicago Bulls recognized that they might very well rewrite history this season. That sense of accomplishment, being the ones to carve their names into the annals of the sport, ignited the competitive fire within each of them. In every subsequent game, the Bulls threw themselves into competition with extraordinarily high morale. Regardless of their opponent's strength, they never harbored even a hint of slackening their efforts. Win or lose, skill or struggle, it made no difference. They would dismantle whoever stood before them. Every team on the Bulls' schedule was thoroughly devastated by the prospect of facing them. Setting aside the glaring disparity in ability, if the Bulls won, they would continue marching toward that historic milestone, and the losing team would simply become another stepping stone beneath their feet. The closer the Bulls drew to their goal, the more terrified their opponents became, for no one wished to serve as mere backdrop to someone else's historic achievement. Should they fight back with all their might, then the Bulls would only grow more fierce. If opponents offered no resistance, Phil would follow the principle of leaving an exit for others, potentially benching his starters early to spare his adversaries some dignity. But the moment any opponent showed even a flicker of intent to impede the Bulls, every player would instantly shift into postseason mode, confronting the game with far more aggressive intensity. Unable to win, unwilling to suffer humiliation, and finding no way to halt the Bulls' advance. Even a modest act of resistance would only invite a brutal beating. This led every team to abandon any notion of putting up a genuine fight. In the end, it was better to simply lie flat and endure the mockery. They were not the only ones destined to become historical backdrop. As long as one had thick skin, why concern oneself with such matters? And so during the final stretch of the regular season, many bizarre scenes unfolded. In matchups against the Bulls, opponents would withdraw their entire starting lineup before even 2 quarters had elapsed, leaving their reserves to carry the burden. After suffering defeat, there was no frustration, only relief that the game was finally over. Facing post-game criticism from the media and vitriol from fans, they managed to rationalize their losses as tactical adjustments. Teams that had already secured playoff berths claimed they were preserving the health of their key rotation players, for they still had the championship to fight for in the postseason. Meanwhile, teams eliminated from contention cited the need to experiment with young talent and evaluate rookies, silencing any further complaints. Amidst this serene yet surreal atmosphere, the Bulls pressed onward toward new heights. After shattering the 72-win record and etching their names into history, they were far from satisfied. It was not until they reached 75 wins that Phil finally made his decision, resting all the starting players in the remaining games and shifting the entire roster into playoff preparation mode. Having concluded the regular season with an impressive record, the Bulls advanced to the playoffs with confidence, set to welcome the Miami Heat to their home court. This season, under Pat Riley's stewardship, the Miami Heat had steadily improved. In the original timeline, the Heat would have traded for Tim Hardaway from the Golden State Warriors, using Kevin Willis as the centerpiece. However, in this altered timeline, after the Warriors selected Rashard Lewis, they no longer had a need for a defensive-minded big man. The Heat instead pivoted to a trade with their division rival, the Indiana Pacers, sending Kevin Willis to Indianapolis in exchange for Mark Jackson and Dale Davis. Building around a defensive system anchored by Alonzo Mourning, the Heat ultimately secured the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference. In the dwindling time before the playoffs began, Jordan welcomed two significant events. The first was his signing with Panini. Per the contract terms, Jordan served as the inaugural spokesperson for Panini's basketball series, posing for commercial photography, promoting their 50th anniversary sticker collection. Meanwhile, the premium thick card series of trading cards that Lee Mu had proposed in his business plan was already in full production. Jordan had provided Panini with several of his personally worn jerseys and pairs of shoes, and it was expected that the first batch of these collectible cards would be released soon. The second major development was the announcement of the All-NBA teams and various individual awards for the season. On the Bulls side, Pippen earned spots on both the first All-NBA team and the All-Defensive first team. Due to overlapping roles within the squad, Rodman to the All-Defensive second team, while Mutombo, after repeating as blocks leader, was selected to the All-Defensive first team. Rookie Finley, impressive in his debut season, was honored with a place on the All-Rookie first team and received a nomination for 6th Man of the Year. Meanwhile, Phil Jackson was as expected named Coach of the Year. And the most prestigious award of all, the MVP, was universally expected to belong to Jordan. The final results predictably confirmed everyone's expectations. Jordan swept every ballot, claiming the MVP award with a grand slam. Upon hearing the announcement, Jordan was enjoying a round of golf with Lee Mu in the suburbs of Chicago. The revelation brought no visible emotion to his face. In his mind, if this honor did not belong to him, then no one else in the world deserved it. That was the confidence uniquely his own. Days later, the 1995-1996 playoff season finally opened to great anticipation. Holding home court advantage, the Bulls awaited their opponents with ease, though they had never harbored a habit of underestimating their foes. Yet their formidable roster depth and ample margin for error gave them genuine confidence in this series. A Chicago columnist, drawing from interviews with local fans and adding some polish, wrote, "Pat Riley should be nominated for Coach of the Year. Look at his team. Strict discipline has produced fiercely passionate performances on the court. The pairing of Mark Jackson and Alonzo Mourning is simply a match made in heaven. They are fully capable of challenging anyone who dares stand across from them." Of course, excluding the Chicago Bulls. The Miami Heat are certainly a team worthy of respect, and they deserve to be considered legitimate opponents. Unfortunately for them, they have run into a force that cannot be defeated. Everyone was predicting the trajectory of this series, not the outcome, but precisely how many points the Bulls would win by. Despite all the doubts and predictions, the Miami players stepped onto the court determined to let their play speak for itself. Pat Riley was not provoked by the surrounding media coverage. On the contrary, he welcomed the outcome. As the underestimated party, he understood that being slighted often provided the perfect catalyst for unexpected counterattacks. He was a natural winner, and this was the first impression most people formed of Riley. His obscurity during his playing days did nothing to dim his brilliance. From the moment he took charge of the Lakers during the Showtime era, it became the stage upon which he unveiled his basketball philosophy to the world. Yet another subject of endless fascination was his unapologetic ambition. As the distinguished coach of the Lakers, once he secured the championship title, he grew restless with merely the role of head coach. In his vision, he aspired to become the architect who built a contender from the ground up. The regret of failing to realize that ambition in Los Angeles ultimately led him to depart. After a brief interlude in New York, the Miami Heat of the South Coast offered him the dual roles of team president and head coach, allowing him to complete the triple leap from player to coach to executive. In his personal creed, he held only one conviction: anything is possible. As he once said, if there was even a 1% chance of claiming the championship, he would devote 100% of his focus to achieving it. Within a single year of his arrival, this team underwent a radical transformation. Without exaggeration, every aspect of this squad, from core to exterior, bore the unmistakable imprint of Pat Riley's DNA: fiery passion and unyielding toughness. Judging the team solely by appearance, almost everyone instinctively branded them champions. Riding through the overwhelming atmosphere, Miami, the uninvited guest, entered the domain of Chicago. Their objective tonight was straightforward: to topple the arrogant Bulls. The first playoff game of the season at the United Center was about to begin. By league tradition, the evening would witness the presentation of the MVP award by Commissioner David Stern in front of the home crowd. This was far more than a mere honorary gesture. It served as validation for everyone who had stood steadfastly by the team, acknowledging their unwavering companionship throughout the journey. In the tunnel, Jordan waited. Today he wore a crisp white Bulls warm-up jacket, his head bowed to his chest, hands clasped behind his back, pacing restlessly at the player tunnel entrance, occasionally glancing upward as though awaiting something significant. Suddenly music erupted, sending the arena's decibel level soaring. All the lights converged, illuminating the path stretching forward toward center court. His teammates now stood flanking the tunnel on both sides, arranged in orderly fashion. As comrades of the newly crowned MVP, they deemed it necessary to lend him their full support. There are no words adequate to describe him. My dictionary holds only one term: greatness. I know you have all waited far too long. Now let us welcome him in the most fervent manner. Applause and cheers merged into the most breathtaking symphony, their surging passion ultimately guiding him into the light of everyone's gaze. He sprinted toward center court. As he passed his teammates, Pippen, already positioned within the crowd, readied himself. With a thunderous, "Let's go Bulls!" The rest joined in unison, rallying and encouraging him. Upon reaching the center stage, his MVP trophy stood quietly on the podium, bathed in the spotlight from above. Enhanced by the illumination, it exuded an irresistible allure, captivating everyone present. Yet Jordan's gaze was unusually soft. In that moment, only the trophy existed in his eyes. The host gestured for Jordan to step forward. Catching his breath, Jordan approached. Facing David Stern's outstretched hand, he had long since lost count of how many times he had shaken it at such ceremonies. Third, fourth. He was simply too overwhelmed with emotion to keep track. Thank you to all the fans of Chicago. It is a profound honor to return to the United Center once again and to present this MVP award to Michael before everyone's witnessing eyes. Stern's resonant voice boomed through the 4 massive screens at center court. The arena camera flashed briefly across Stern's face before sweeping directly to the night's true protagonist. In Stern's eloquent remarks, he lavishly praised the Bulls' outstanding performance this season, declaring that those who had rewritten league history once again deserved to be forever remembered by all. As the unquestioned leader of this team, Michael's receipt of the MVP award was a recognition well-deserved. Under the watchful eyes of the entire arena, Jordan accepted the trophy from Stern's hands. Facing the crowds who had gathered in his honor, Jordan raised the trophy high above his head. Amid the witnesses of history, he stood at the summit of the league once more. Yet the Miami men had no intention of remaining mere spectators at this coronation ceremony. As the award presentation concluded, the game was about to begin. As the challengers, the Heat, intended to strike first. Mark Jackson, serving as the team's floor general, immediately made the decisive call to seize the initiative from the opening tip. His series of exquisite assists tore through the Bulls' proud defense. Alonzo Mourning's dominance in the paint, coupled with defense that rivaled Mutombo's, left the Bulls struggling in rare disarray. Miami established an early lead in the first quarter, and the seemingly unraveling Bulls called timeout under Phil Jackson's furious reprimands. No one could have anticipated that the dominant Bulls, so glorious throughout the regular season, were being dismantled by their opponent. If this continued, an upset seemed all too possible. Sensing his opponent's aggression, Jordan's previously composed expression vanished, replaced by an irrepressible intensity. His rival sought to cause trouble on his home floor, and he would certainly not allow it. Miami soon learned what pure MVP talent truly meant. Without relying on any teammate, once Jordan caught the ball and signaled for isolation play, it was certain this game would not end easily. His aggressively dominant offense surged like tidal waves, instantly erasing the opponent's proud lead. Even against heightened defensive pressure, he continued to score at will. Whether one-on-one or against multiple defenders, they meant nothing to him. Unadorned and raw, this was the purest display of sheer talent. Beneath Jordan's near-manic offensive eruption, the Heat could not withstand even a single quarter. When the deficit exceeded 20 points, the ever-shrewd Riley recognized the tide had turned. Amid the roaring approval of the home crowd, he decisively pulled his starters and called an end to further resistance. After securing the series opening victory, Jordan naturally became the center of attention. When asked what fueled his flawless performance, he did not hesitate. Facing the cameras thrust close to his face, he delivered this declaration to the world: "They tried to provoke me, and there were faint signs it might work. This game posed a genuine challenge for us, but unfortunately, it simply wasn't enough. Not even close." Jordan's declaration made his stance clear to the world. He was determined to claim this championship. After securing Game 1 of the series at home, the once high-spirited Heat team now looked like frostbitten eggplants. Under the combined dominance of Jordan and Pippen, the opponents had no strength left to resist. With a 3-0 sweep, the Bulls effortlessly advanced to the next round. Their next opponent would emerge from the winner between the Knicks and the Pacers. Everyone waited in silence for the final outcome of that series. The Knicks, with their deeper roster, ultimately proved superior. Lacking a strong supporting cast, Reggie Miller was forced to halt his journey at the first round. New York fans are arguably the most fervent in the entire league. Regardless of their team's record or strength, they never wavered in their support. Every visiting fan who dared to cause trouble at Madison Square Garden would eventually be surrounded and overwhelmed by thousands of New York supporters. In their eyes, losing the game was irrelevant, though off the court, they were invincible. Though blessed with a loyal and passionate fan base, the entire Knicks organization had a clear understanding of their own abilities. Facing the Bulls, rookie head coach Jeff Van Gundy set a simple demand for his team: give it everything, leave no regrets. After news broke that Don Nelson was planning to trade the team's core player Patrick Ewing, he immediately lost control of the locker room. The Knicks subsequently fired him and appointed Jeff Van Gundy, who had served as an assistant coach for 13 years, as the new head coach. Van Gundy was a coach respected by the players. He was affable, approachable, and could connect with everyone. After taking over, he quickly stabilized the turbulent situation. However, he did not impose his own vision drastically. Instead, he adhered to Nelson's original plans, merely emphasizing defensive discipline upon that foundation. During the first round of the playoffs, Van Gundy gradually revealed his coaching wisdom. His meticulously designed forward lineup successfully trapped Reggie Miller. Throughout the series, Miller struggled to shake off his tenacious defenders, causing his shooting percentage to plummet and ultimately leading to his defeat. Although the team had a clear self-assessment, and Van Gundy repeatedly warned against causing trouble, yet they could not resist the overwhelming enthusiasm of the fans. Just before the semifinals began, devoted Knicks fan Spike Lee spontaneously organized a gathering at the arena. His production team recorded the fans' genuine reactions, then worked overnight to create a video and spread it across the internet. In the video, Spike Lee stood atop a car waving a flag bearing the Knicks logo while other fans crowded around him celebrating exuberantly. The next scene showed frenzied fans venting their emotions wildly into the camera, a cacophony of harsh and offensive words forming an attack on the Chicago team. Some even gathered jerseys and posters of Jordan, and others threw them on the ground, doused them with gasoline, and set them ablaze. As the flames rose, the surrounding fans cheered and rejoiced, as if such actions could cripple the Bulls. The video quickly spread through the streets, drawing mixed reactions from the public. Despite the criticism from others, Spike Lee remained unperturbed, continuing in his own way to support the Knicks. When the video reached the Bulls, everyone dismissed it as the desperate antics of clowns. Since they were so eager to court trouble, the Bulls were more than happy to oblige. In the following games, the Bulls, playing at home, gave the Knicks a taste of fervent treatment. On the court, Ewing's efforts alone could not bridge the gap in strength. Off the court, the fans' passionate hospitality nearly shattered the Knicks' mental fortitude. Some Knicks fans who tried to assert dominance at the United Center were thoroughly dealt with by Chicagoans, their pitiful state prompting anyone to remark, "Chicago is a unique place with a truly fierce spirit." Carrying a 2-0 series lead, the Bulls arrived in New York. Before heading over, Phil issued a challenge to the entire team: sweep the opponent and advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. The management would put up $1 million as a reward to be split equally among the entire team. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our live game broadcast. I'm Smith. I'm currently at Madison Square Garden. Tonight we will witness Game 3 of the playoffs between the New York Knicks and the Chicago Bulls. Although the Knicks failed to win the first 2 games, I believe tonight they will bring us something different. Let's look forward to the game. At the broadcast desk in Madison Square Garden, ESPN's renowned host A. Smith spoke confidently into the camera. After the public controversy that led to a months-long hiatus, A. Smith returned to the public eye. To prevent further escalation, he had avoided appearing in public for months. But the internet has a memory. His quiet comeback drew persistent criticism. However, Smith chose to handle it with restraint. He turned a blind eye to the doubts, adopting a turtle-like approach to evade public scrutiny. Over time, people stopped discussing the matter. Seizing the opportunity, the network restored his broadcast seat. As a diehard Knicks fan, he harbored a passion for the team, no less than Spike Lee's. He never concealed his fan identity in any setting, even during game broadcasts, steadfastly supporting his team. After finishing his on-air segment, Smith was in good spirits. He cherished this opportunity to return to the broadcast booth, having endured a frustrating period of idleness. This comeback gave him a chance to showcase his talents. With little work to do at the moment, he decided to walk over to the Knicks side of the court to offer some encouragement. As he stood up, the Bulls, who were practicing on the other end of the court, caught his attention. He squinted, trying to get a closer look. At that moment, Limu had his back to Smith training with Finley. He deliberately threw challenging passes, simulating game-like experiences to help Finley find his rhythm. But Limu could sense someone staring at him from behind. Driven by curiosity, he turned around. Their eyes met, and a fateful bond instantly made them recognize each other. Simultaneously, they spoke the same words. "Why is it you?" A. Smith never dreamed that their reunion would occur in such a setting, while Limu, standing across from him, was surprised that the other man had managed to return to work. The two stood frozen in place, staring at each other, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for ages, with 1,000 words to say. Did they have anything to say? Of course. For Smith, the man before him was the direct cause of the public outcry that had made him a target. All of this misfortune was entirely his doing. During the time he was unemployed, he had been constantly searching for traces of him, hoping to attack him anonymously to vent his resentment, but to no avail. He had not run for office nor stayed at the university, but vanished from the face of the earth, which left Smith feeling rather frustrated. Having finally returned to work, he never expected to find the man he had been searching for so long standing right across from him. Overcome with excitement, Smith initially wanted to grab him by the collar and curse him out to vent his fury. But the spectators beginning to file in and the players standing behind Limu made him instantly realize where he was, and he regained his composure. Limu was indeed startled by Smith. After all, as a host, making radical remarks on a public program to incite attacks against him would normally lead to a ban. Anywhere else, it would have been a clear case of being blacklisted, yet ESPN, a national media outlet, dared to reinstate Smith. Truly audacious. But this was not the time for personal grievances. Although his suspension felt satisfying, the harm he had caused to Limu and his parents was real. Since he could still appear on television, it meant the impact of that incident had been suppressed. What Limu had to do was to fan the flames once more. Though they did not exchange words, they had already fought countless battles in their minds. As the other figure walked away, Rodman, with his blonde hair, suddenly stepped forward and wrapped an arm around Limu's neck. "Hey, what's the beef between you and that old timer? You two were glaring at each other the whole time. Tell me about it. If it's really bad after the game today, I'll drag him over and let you beat him up to cool off." Rodman, always easygoing, naturally paid no attention to matters unrelated to him, especially since this happened before he got to know Lee Moo. After hearing the full story from Lee Moo, the hot-tempered Rodman immediately wanted to avenge him by dragging Smith over and giving him a beating. Fortunately, Lee Moo was quick to stop him, holding him back and whispering his plan into his ear. Using fists was the worst solution. What Lee Moo wanted was a permanent fix. This little incident did not affect the main event. Madison Square Garden soon filled with fans, and Game 3 began on time. The Knicks, back on home court, naturally wanted to stage a counterattack. They decisively changed their lineup today. John Starks, who had been heavily targeted in the first 2 games, was benched, replaced by the little-known defensive specialist Doug Christie. Determined to secure at least one home, Wen Ewing treated this game as if it were the last of the season. From the start, he frequently challenged the Bulls' interior, and the sudden ferocity caught Mutombo and the others off guard, struggling to withstand it. The referees that night seemed to have a mission. Whenever the Bulls tried to increase defensive pressure, they were repeatedly called for fouls. After several such calls, the Bulls' already dampened morale sank further, and their rhythm was disrupted. It seemed the Bulls were about to face their first major challenge of the playoffs. After a timeout, Phil adjusted the lineup. The players were off their game today, unable to regain the touch from the first 2 games, and their defense was thoroughly schooled by the opponent's meticulously planned tactics. This bizarre performance left the Bulls in a dilemma, and they eventually had to accept reality. In the final quarter, seeing no hope of closing the gap, Phil had to pull the starters early, accepting the loss and focusing on the next game. The hard-earned victory plunged Madison Square Garden into a frenzy of celebration. This win broke the Bulls' unbeaten streak in the playoffs, a feat that allowed Knicks fans, who had suffered 2 consecutive losses at the start of the series, to finally hold their heads high. Dear Knicks fans, today we secured the Game 3 victory at Madison Square Garden. Though it is just one game in the series, believe that this team will bring us more surprises. I must commend Coach Van Gundy for his adjustments. He decisively benched John Starks and promoted Christie from the bench to the starting lineup, securing this win. There may be a significant gap in strength between us and our opponents, but believe that we still have a chance to win. This game shows that Phil Jackson's coaching staff still has much room for improvement. Under Coach Van Gundy's leadership, the Knicks' revival is surely coming. After the game, Smith stood courtside with a microphone, reporting excitedly to the camera. In his words, it was hard not to detect his personal agenda. By praising Van Gundy and belittling Phil, he shifted the blame for the loss onto the coaching staff, aiming to attack Lee Moo. It must be said that Smith was a truly despicable and low-life character. The Bulls, having lost the game, did not carry too much psychological burden. Though the loss dashed their hopes of a sweep, it also revealed how to adjust from defeat. Before leaving the arena, perhaps sensing that the players' nerves were frayed from the intense playoff schedule, Phil suggested a small gathering for a drink to relax. Everyone in need of relaxation readily agreed. Under Phil's arrangement, a highly private tavern hosted the Bulls. Away from the court disputes, everyone temporarily let loose, enjoying the rare tranquility amid the bustling city. Hey, what the hell is that bastard talking about? Do they really think they won this game fair and square? Damn, I want to tear his mouth apart. Turning his head, Mutombo, known for his easygoing nature, was uncharacteristically furious at the TV. Clearly tonight had not been kind to him. The others, following his gaze, turned their attention to the TV. After watching Smith's report, they all felt irritated. Jordan, sitting in the middle of the group, also looked grimly at the screen. He had no major issue with the outcome of the game, but he could not tolerate such a clown mocking them. Furious, he was about to call the head of ESPN's program department, when Lee Moo, as if anticipating his move, stood up and pressed him back into the sofa. He looked into Jordan's eyes with an undeniable certainty, then explained with a barely perceptible smile, "This is a personal matter between him and me. Please leave it to me. I guarantee he won't be around for much longer." Smith's good days were soon to come to an end. Flipping through the thick record in his hand, Lee Moo couldn't help but marvel at the professionalism of Jordan's team. After revealing his plan to everyone present the previous night, a detailed investigative report on Smith was handed over to Jordan the following day. This report meticulously documented Smith's inappropriate language and offensive behavior during the show, as well as various lawsuits he had faced over the years. It was no exaggeration to say that if these records were exposed, he would likely vanish from the public eye in no time. Meanwhile, to ensure a permanent solution, Lee Moo had prepared a second measure. Jordan's personal attorney was personally drafting a lawsuit against Smith. This lawsuit contained detailed evidence of Smith inducing others to attack him during the show. If public pressure didn't force him to back down, Lee Moo would have no hesitation in taking him to court. Choosing how to end his broadcasting career, this was the final dignity Lee Moo left for Smith. For now, there was no rush to escalate matters. Lee Moo intended to deal with Smith after eliminating the Knicks. With a double blow, he wondered how Smith would feel. The Bulls, now in top form, once again stepped onto the court of Madison Square Garden. Fully prepared this time, they left no chance for their opponents to win. From the very first quarter, they dominated both ends of the floor. The stark contrast between the two games was glaringly obvious, dousing the high hopes of the Knicks fans with a bucket of cold water. Such poor performance on the court was beyond rescue by anyone. After the game, the home team's defeat left Smith in a foul mood. The pent-up frustration was already suffocating, yet he had to muster his spirits to report the day's results. Although we couldn't secure another victory tonight, believe me, we still have a chance to turn things around. The next game will be at the United Center, which might be our last of the season. If possible, I hope everyone can come to the arena and support our team with your actions. Dear loyal Knicks fans, we'll see you in the next game. Perhaps overcome with emotion, Smith's voice grew more intense as he spoke, and by the end his words were choked with sobs. If there was one thing about Smith that was unyielding, it was his mouth. Never one to show weakness. No matter how unfavorable the situation, he would never lose in terms of bravado. But unfortunately, a tough mouth alone couldn't turn the tide for the Knicks. Smith's tearful report resonated with many diehard fans. So on the day of Game 5, a rare sight appeared at the United Center, a group of supporters wearing colors different from the usual red and white. Hundreds of fans had organized themselves to travel to Chicago. From above the arena, it was easy to spot this cluster distinct from the home crowd's palette. Unaffected by the surrounding Bulls fans, they raised their banners as soon as the game began, physically supporting their only team. The fans' spontaneous actions greatly inspired the Knicks players on the road. Even the notoriously calm Jeff Van Gundy found himself emotionally charged. During the pre-game tactical briefing, Van Gundy wiped clean the carefully prepared plays on the board and issued a final directive to his players: no rules tonight, no limits. Just go out there and fight. Leave everything on the court, and you'll have no regrets. With the coach's endorsement, Ewing and his teammates stepped onto the court with a do-or-die mentality, ready to battle the Bulls. Though the Knicks' courage and determination were commendable, the chasm in strength could not be bridged by sheer passion alone. The game gradually transitioned from fierce confrontation to a more controlled pace. The Knicks' counterattack didn't last long. Though they never showed signs of giving up, it was clear to any observer that their momentum was slowly being eroded by the opponent. The Knicks, who had never abandoned the fight, ended their season's journey with the final buzzer. As they left the court, fans remained at the players' tunnel entrance cheering them on. In their eyes, the team's performance on the court was enough to sustain their loyalty. In other words, regardless of the outcome, this team would forever hold a lofty place in the hearts of its fans. Their unwavering support added a different hue to the team's tragic narrative. Though the opponent didn't take the victory, their indomitable spirit put real pressure on the Bulls. Facing such an opponent undoubtedly earned their respect. Advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals did not make them complacent. On the contrary, as the schedule progressed, their focus tightened. But before the next series began, there was one more matter to attend to. Days later, ESPN headquarters received an anonymous letter. Not coincidentally, more letters followed in the ensuing days. These letters came from various industries across different states, and some were from influential figures. The content of each letter was uniformly a barrage of accusations against Smith, along with threats to ESPN. The letter stated that if Smith were not fired within a specified period, they would file a lawsuit over his reinstatement and the various misconducts he exhibited on the show. Under such pressure, the department head summoned Smith for a private meeting. When the superior dumped all the letters on the desk, even Smith, who had weathered many storms, collapsed in his seat. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, he couldn't comprehend how he had offended so many people. Eventually, after the supervisor's earnest persuasion and the threat of legal action, Smith voluntarily submitted his resignation. Carrying a cardboard box, he walked out of the ESPN building at noon. Once vibrant and confident, he now looked like a deflated rooster. He paused at the entrance, gazing back at the building for a long time, his eyes devoid of their former luster. He knew he would never return to this place, which had once held the pinnacle of his career. Standing in the bustling street, many recognized the former famous commentator. His defeated demeanor drew curious glances from passers-by, along with no shortage of mockery. But none of that mattered anymore. As he held the box, staring at the letters inside, he drifted into thought. What kind of person would harbor such hatred for me? Enough to mobilize such an extensive network just to ruin my reputation and ensure I never set foot in the media industry again. Limu could hardly contain his joy, a rare smile spreading across his face as he read the announcement released by ESPN. The announcement read as follows: Smith, former host of our sports program, has voluntarily submitted his resignation due to personal reasons. Out of respect for Mr. Smith's personal wishes and after comprehensive internal consideration, we have accepted his resignation. Wishing Mr. Smith a smooth journey ahead as he continues to contribute in his new endeavors. This news came as a thunderbolt to Knicks fans. As a diehard Knicks fan, Smith's discussions on games often represented the sentiments of the fans, not to mention the social status and benefits he genuinely fought for them as a host. His resignation was a heavy loss for the fans. Without a host who always stood with them, they would undoubtedly lose many advantages. Regardless, the feud between Limu and Smith had come to a satisfactory conclusion. Next, they would face the Orlando Magic, the second seed in the Eastern Conference. Led by the duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Anthony Hardaway, the Magic had swept their way through the first two rounds and now stood as the final obstacle for the Bulls to emerge from the East. Ever since their last regular season encounter, O'Neal had been counting down the days until they met the Bulls again. The previous altercation with Rodman had left a bitter taste in his mouth, and he was eager to face them once more, hoping to erase his frustration with a victory. This season, O'Neal had firmly established himself among the league's superstars. If last season's finals had been a harsh lesson taught by Hakeem Olajuwon, this season O'Neal had evolved from that failure, showing an almost unstoppable momentum. In his 2 matchups against Olajuwon this season, he had outperformed his rival, earning the title of the league's undisputed best center. Facing such a formidable opponent, the Bulls were well aware of the depth of the Magic's strength. In their plans, they had long regarded the Magic as a simulated opponent for the finals. In other words, if they could win the series against the Magic, no one else would pose a real threat to the Bulls on their path to the championship. The outside world was also eagerly anticipating this series. Over the past 2 seasons, the 2 teams had provided the media with abundant topics and traffic. It was clear to anyone that this series would determine the champion of the season. Whether a new king ascended or the old king defended his throne, it would be a thrilling showdown. Amid great expectations, Game 1 of the series kicked off. The Orlando Magic came challenging with the determination to win the series, and the first game was already brimming with tension. O'Neal's improvement was evident. Facing the defensive pressure meticulously prepared by Phil Jackson, he broke through with an unstoppable force. O'Neal was no longer the reckless young man he once was. His face-up game was now masterful. The defensive pressure from Dikembe Mutombo could not hinder his progress, and even under the joint siege of Rodman, he still delivered devastating blows to the opponent's defense. Meanwhile, the Bulls, led by Michael Jordan, maintained a synchronized pace with their opponents. Though Hardaway was a standout among the rising stars, he struggled against the masterful defense of Scottie Pippen. Last season, when Jordan was still regaining his form, Hardaway could handle both ends of the court with ease. But now, facing a Jordan who had elevated his game, he seemed at a loss. Jordan's powerful offensive output nearly broke the Magic's backcourt. Both teams had clear strengths and weaknesses at this point. Whoever could land the decisive blow first would escape the grueling situation. The turning point came quickly. O'Neal's fierce assault took a heavy toll on Rodman, who was known for his physical play. By the 4th quarter, Rodman had fouled out, leaving the game regretfully. With only Mutombo left to defend O'Neal, the Bulls found themselves stretched thin. With one major obstacle removed, O'Neal, under Hill's direction, began to extend his range from the paint. Their tactical intent was clear: exploit the opponent's inferior stamina, apply more pressure on Jordan, disrupt his offensive rhythm, and thus take control of the game. This approach proved effective. Freed from restrictions, O'Neal roamed everywhere on defense. Unable to easily dominate the paint, Jordan could only keep the score close with mid-range jumpers. But in an era dominated by physical play, jump shots alone could not dictate the game. Soon surrounded by defenders, Jordan succumbed to exhaustion and fatigue, ultimately losing his edge. Without Jordan's offensive firepower, the Bulls quickly collapsed. Their proud home court unbeaten streak came to an end as the Orlando team claimed the first victory at the United Center. In the post-game team meeting, even a renowned coach like Phil Jackson was troubled, unable to find a solution. Despite having elite defenders like Rodman and Mutombo, they were helpless against the exception, the fully evolved O'Neal. The loss cast a somber mood over the team. Most players were intimidated by O'Neal's dominance, and some were left with an indescribable psychological shadow after being switched onto him. Fortunately, as the leader, Jordan did not succumb to self-doubt after a single defeat. He was the first to take responsibility for the loss and encouraged his teammates not to give up. "This is just one game in the series," he said. "I will adjust my form in the next game and won't let them take away our hard-earned home court advantage so easily." Jordan's words restored some confidence to the team, and Phil Jackson decided not to dwell on the meeting. After the meeting, he sat in his office repeatedly watching the game footage, trying to find a breakthrough for the upcoming games. A gentle knock on the door pulled Phil from his thoughts. He gestured for the person to enter and saw who it was. It was Limu. He did not appear dejected from the loss. Instead, he walked into the office with an air of confidence. "Coach, don't worry too much. Although Shaq has given us a hard time, I've already figured out a way to turn the tables. In the next game, here's what we'll do." Bill Wennington epitomized the quintessential white blue-collar big man. His career was not adorned with dazzling highlights, yet he embodied the very type of player every team craves. In the locker room, he was the heartbeat of camaraderie, lifting spirits. On the court, he contributed during rotations with solid screens and efficient mid-range jumpers. Working alongside him was one of the greatest pleasures of my career. This was the most concise, yet most memorable praise his teammates could offer. Affable, devoted, and tirelessly hardworking. These were the hallmarks of a blue-collar player, the very labels that defined his career. This season, Wennington served as Mutombo's backup and was one of only 2 centers on the roster to see floor time. His playing minutes increased compared to the previous season. He repaid the team's trust with efficient performances on the court, and even while rooted on the bench, he cheered relentlessly for every player sprinting across the hardwood. Before the playoffs tipped off, Phil made a stark point during a team meeting: some players would not see significant minutes in the postseason. As a slow-footed interior player, his skill set no longer fit the team's evolving schemes. Once the playoffs began, Wennington transformed into the bench's most loyal cheerleader, often rallying the crowd behind him during home games to roar for the team at every score. He had originally assumed he would barely get any court time, believing that providing support from the sidelines was also a way to stand with the team through thick and thin. But after Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, the tide turned. Game 2 of the series arrived as scheduled. Buoyed by the victory in the previous game, O'Neal's pride and arrogance were practically etched on his face, as if the word invincible was tattooed on his forehead. The game unfolded much like the first, with O'Neal's dominant interior play once again plunging the Bulls into crisis. This time, however, the Bulls were not at a loss. With the team in the penalty, Phil made a bold decision. He pulled Mutombo, who had 2 fouls, and sent in Winnington, who had been languishing on the bench for ages. The move left everyone in the arena baffled. This substitution was pivotal for the remainder of the game, yet Phil chose that very moment to unleash Winnington, who had been shelved. No one could fathom Phil's intentions, and the crowd's eyes locked onto Winnington as he stood at the sideline eager to see what magic he possessed to replace Mutombo at such a critical juncture. Winnington, hearing his name called, seemed to have anticipated the coach's summons. He rose from the bench and strode to the sideline. The referee, overseeing the mid-court line, turned and saw the somewhat endearing white giant momentarily stunned. Clearly, he too had not expected Winnington, who had been out of the rotation, to step onto the floor at this decisive moment. Winnington's expression was relaxed, devoid of any stage fright. He adjusted his jersey, tucking it into his shorts, and under the gaze of the entire arena, he exchanged places with Mutombo. His playoff minutes had officially begun. O'Neal, upon seeing Winnington enter, couldn't suppress a laugh audible to the entire crowd. He simply could not fathom Phil Jackson's thought process, bringing in an unranked player at such a critical moment only to become a gift package boosting his own stats. As the head referee's whistle sounded again, the ball returned to the Magic. After the inbound, O'Neal wasted no time charging into the paint, planting a massive hand firmly against Winnington's chest while waving the other toward Hardaway, signaling for the ball. Their tactical intent was crystal clear: exploit the opponent's weakened interior and use O'Neal to dismantle the team's defensive structure, thereby seizing control of the game. But reality did not unfold as they had envisioned. O'Neal caught the ball, but before he could dribble and bulldoze his way past Winnington for a thunderous dunk, the moment was interrupted. In an instant, Winnington wrapped his arms around O'Neal, who was a full size larger, pulling him into an embrace. The baseline referee immediately blew his whistle. A sharp, urgent whistle pierced the air. The referee stepped forward, identified the number on Winnington's jersey, and signaled to the scorer's table. Home team number 34, defensive foul. Team fouls are in the penalty. Away team number 32 will shoot free throws. O'Neal felt a pang of frustration. He had hoped to crush the Bulls' momentum with a highlight dunk in front of their fans, but the opponent's early foul thwarted that. Still, 2 free throws would serve the purpose. Stepping to the line, O'Neal, whose free throw form was notoriously awkward, writhed his massive frame, adjusting his feel. Deeming himself ready, he brought his hands together and pushed the ball forward. His instinct told him the shot would swish cleanly through the net. But the ball betrayed him, clanking off the back rim and falling to the floor with a dull thud. O'Neal shrugged off the miss. Free throws had always been his Achilles heel, so he felt no particular remorse over the failure. After another adjustment, he released the ball again. The result mirrored the first attempt, another miss. Quick-witted Rodman anticipated the rebound before the opponent could react. Leaping from his spot, he snatched the ball and secured it firmly in his grasp. He then looked up the court, spotting Pippen, who had slipped away unnoticed from the pack, waving his arms frantically in the opponent's half. Rodman hurled the ball over his head with a long, powerful pass. Pippen caught it, glanced back at Scott, who was still chasing across half-court, and calmly laid the ball into the basket under the defender's watch. Phil, standing in front of the Bulls' bench, maintained a composed facade, but a flicker of surprise, imperceptible to others, passed through his eyes. Winnington had fouled O'Neal again on the catch. Having completed his mission, Winnington grinned with delight and emphatically thumped his chest at the referee, signaling that he was the one who committed the foul. Phil, standing in front of the Bulls' bench, maintained a composed facade, but a flicker of surprise, imperceptible to others, passed through his eyes. Indeed, he had never imagined that such a cheap tactic would prove unexpectedly effective in this high-stakes setting. He turned his head and glanced at Limu, who was sitting on the bench clapping enthusiastically for Winnington's foul. No one would have guessed that this seemingly brash young man had already delivered so many surprises. Whether in building the team's tactical system or overseeing the players' daily training, he always proposed unconventional solutions to problems. Phil thought he had understood Limu well enough, but he still could not predict the man's next move. Given time, his future achievements would be boundless. Limu, what other hidden surprises do you have? I am utterly intrigued. His mind fully absorbed by the figure on the court, Phil drifted into thought, the words slipping unbidden through his mind. At that moment, even the most feeble-minded person could grasp the Bulls' tactical intention. Standing on the sidelines, Brian Hill was grinding his back teeth in frustration. He had calculated every possibility, yet never imagined that Phil Jackson, a legendary coach, would resort to such underhanded tactics against him. Though he held the opposing strategy in utter contempt, he had to concede that faced with the current situation, he was truly at a loss for what to do. His resolve far outstripped his options. Purely from a tactical standpoint, he had countless methods to adjust his team's momentum. But once irrelevant external factors infiltrated the game, no amount of strategic recalibration could salvage the situation. No one could solve the players' internal struggles on their behalf. Only introspection held the key to breaking the impasse. The mastermind behind this predicament sat on the bench with a wicked smirk, stroking his chin as his gaze fixed upon O'Neal, who was preparing for free throws. O'Neal, renowned for his steely composure, stood at the free throw line, looking distinctly uneasy. A sheen of perspiration dotted his forehead and tension coiled across his features, as though the ball in his hands were a ticking time bomb rather than a basketball. True to form under the crushing mental pressure, O'Neal once again missed both free throws while Rodman connected with Pippen for another fast break layup. This time, however, the defense had been one step ahead. Dennis Scott, tasked with guarding Pippen, stayed glued to the restless forward and raised both arms to cut off the passing lane the instant the ball arrived. Had Scott glanced over his shoulder, he would have seen Jordan already airborne from the weak side. Pippen lofted the ball toward the rim, and a dark silhouette surged past Scott's outstretched arms, completing the thunderous dunk with effortless precision. Coach Hill was forced to call a timeout. The Magic had fallen completely into the Bulls' tempo. Flashback to the day after Game 1's defeat. A confident Limu knocked on Phil's office door and sat across from him, a comprehensive statistical breakdown of O'Neal's career performance up to that point spread before them. In Limu's words, deploying these bench players, who rarely saw meaningful minutes, for such tasks was an opportunity the team simply could not pass up. O'Neal's sub-500 free throw percentage was a gift wrapped and delivered. Any coach who failed to exploit such an advantage would be beyond foolish. Limu laid out the tactical rationale to Phil without hesitation, feeling absolutely no qualms whatsoever. Copying isn't stealing. This is basketball. Can it even be called stealing? They call it borrowing. Limu told himself, finding comfort in this reasoning. Having convinced himself, Limu also offered a silent prayer. If Don Nelson happened to notice what unfolded on the court, he must believe it was entirely Phil's idea as head coach. This lowly assistant coach had nothing whatsoever to do with it. The so-called hack-a-shack strategy, as its name implies, involves deliberately fouling players with abysmal free throw percentages, sending them to the line repeatedly to disrupt the opponent's offensive rhythm and efficiency, thereby gaining a psychological and momentum advantage. Thus emboldened by Limu's counsel, Phil took the unprecedented step of inserting Winston into the team's regular rotation. At the same time, he briefed the entire squad on the game plan, though he made sure to add one telling remark afterward: this was Lee's idea. There was no mistaking the intent to shift responsibility onto someone else. Under Limu's piercing gaze, which seemed to expose every flaw, Winston began rehearsing his role as the primary enforcer of the hack-a-shack strategy. The execution was refreshingly simple: receive the ball, immediately close out, and foul. During the timeout break, Winston, a relatively unknown interior role player, found himself the center of adulation from the entire crowd. They chanted in unison, "Bill, MVP," offering their enthusiastic praise to the big man who had executed the task so effectively. This scene left the usually cheerful and witty Winston unusually flustered. He rose from the bench and offered the fans a deep, respectful bow in gratitude. When play resumed, to everyone's surprise, Hill benched O'Neal and called upon the Bulls' familiar face, Horace Grant aka the Cobra, to start at center. The maneuver played perfectly into Chicago's hands. Phil waved his arm and dispatched Dikembe Mutombo back onto the court. With the defensive burden lifted, Mutombo rediscovered his shot-blocking touch. He swatted away Grant's layup attempts multiple times, flashily wagging his finger to the roaring crowd. The spectacle electrified the arena. Every fan rose to their feet, collectively mimicking Mutombo's signature finger wag at the Magic, further unraveling Orlando's game plan. Fragmented and diminished as his playing time had become, O'Neal was nearing a psychological breaking point. Whenever the Bulls hit their foul quota, that steadfast big man would reappear and send him back to the free throw line again and again. Even when O'Neal fouled out, the opposing bench still housed several eager replacements ready to continue the assault, plunging him into deep self-doubt and mental turmoil. In the end, with O'Neal converting a dismal 8 of 20 free throws, the Magic lost as expected. Thanks to the outstanding contributions of Winston and the reserve players, the Bulls preserved their hard-fought home court advantage. Post-game, the media's focal point was naturally the primary target of the hack-a-shack strategy. When asked how he felt, he seized the opportunity to vent his raw fury toward the Bulls through the press. "I want to say to Phil Jackson, he is the most despicable, treacherous scum I have ever encountered. What you're doing tells the world you have no legitimate way to stop me. You resort to these clownish tactics to provoke me. A stolen victory will never take you further. If you have the courage to face us honorably, the result will mirror last game. Within days, you'll be nothing more than a stepping stone on our path to the finals." It was clear the strategy had succeeded brilliantly. At the very least, O'Neal was now completely devoid of rational thought. How he chose to vent to the media was his own affair. History records only the victor's triumphs and never sings praises for the defeated's courage. Tisk, look at this footage. Clearly Shaq is absolutely furious. Lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, Phil watched the post-game interview on television. O'Neal's expression resembled that of a beast enraged, and it was evident he would spare no effort to retaliate in the next matchup. "By the way, Lee, we're flying to Orlando for the next game. Got any solid ideas for handling this hothead? Don't hold back, lay it out." Adjusting his glasses, Phil posed the question tentatively, though beneath that casual demeanor lay a flicker of anticipation. He was genuinely eager to hear Limu confirm he had a plan ready. "Well, this kind of underhanded trick of mine certainly won't win any popularity contests." Facing Phil's persistent questioning, Limu deliberately wanted to tease him. Last time this guy had publicly undermined him in front of the entire team, and his vindictive nature meant he would never let such a perfect opportunity slip by. "Cut it out. Spit out whatever brilliant idea you've got, and share it with us quickly." Li Mu's teasing response perfectly confirmed Phil's suspicion. By now he had long grown accustomed to Li Mu's unconventional ways of thinking, yet every single time, it would deliver surprising results. After exchanging a few playful remarks, Li Mu finally laid out his plan in full. In Game 1 of the series, all eyes were fixed on the shark dominating the interior, while hardly anyone paid attention to Anthony Hardaway, who had just recorded a career high in assists. Li Mu's idea was simple, yet worth attempting. Currently, the Magic's greatest ball-handling threat was Penny. In Game 1A, the Bulls' defensive strategy against Penny was to limit his individual scoring opportunities, preventing both of their core players from finding their rhythm. That approach did produce results, but it overlooked the tremendous value Penny's ball handling and playmaking brought to his team. Although they successfully held Penny to single-digit points throughout the game, no one noticed the crucial role he played in orchestrating the team's offense. O'Neal's ability to maintain high-efficiency offense in the first 2 games was greatly attributed to Penny's multidimensional passing ability and his masterful ball handling, which constantly disrupted the Bulls' defensive adjustments. I think I roughly understand what you're getting at. Let me predict your intention first. Next game you plan to subtly increase Penny's opportunities to take the ball and attack, while firmly cutting off his connection with his teammates. At the same time, you'll also apply defensive pressure on others who pose potential ball-handling threats, completely disrupting the Magic's offensive rhythm. That's certainly an excellent idea, but it may not necessarily work. You have to remember they still have a group of players with decent shooting skills. Moreover, completely cutting off their connection with Shaq is practically impossible to achieve. After listening to Li Mu's plan, Phil initially felt somewhat excited, but upon deeper reflection, he discovered the flaws inherent in the approach. Regarding Phil's doubts, Li Mu could only helplessly shrug and say, "If I have to choose between 2 evils, I would never consider letting Shaq continue to run wild in the paint. No tactic in this world is perfect. I can only choose the one that best fits our situation. As for how to implement it specifically, I must follow the arrangements of our head coach. That's you. As for Shaq, just keep sending him to the free throw line, won't you?" Li Mu's final words successfully drew laughter from the worried crowd, filling the office with a relaxed atmosphere. Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals kicked off in Orlando. As a world-renowned amusement destination, the home arena's attendance rate would naturally not be low. Furthermore, the current Magic were on an upward trajectory, and the experience of falling short in last season's finals had still earned them quite a few fans. With the addition of roster depth, this season Magic fans remained firmly convinced that they would hoist a championship trophy for them in the near future. After losing the previous game in such a frustrating manner, Orlando residents were eagerly anticipating bringing the series back home, where they would respond to their opponents with even more aggressive intensity. In the Magic's post-game meeting, head coach Brian Hill gave a brief summary: "Don't lose your composure because of a single loss. The opponent desperately wants them to act recklessly out of anger. Back on home court, we will deal with such underhanded tactics with even greater caution. As for Shaq, there's not much that needs adjusting, just additional free throw practice." But as everyone well knows, if O'Neal were to proactively engage in post-game practice, it would be akin to someone like him suddenly announcing to the entire league that he was actually a virtuous man who kept himself clean and that the outside world had deeply misunderstood him. Such nonsense would only be believed by fools. Before today's game, Coach Hill was still uneasy about O'Neal's condition. Before the tip-off, he sought him out once again, attempting to have a heartfelt conversation with him, hoping he would maintain a calm state throughout the game. The result was only O'Neal's impatience. He felt that this old man, despite being a coach, was far too bothersome, constantly trying to fill his head with useless nonsense. Wouldn't it be enough to just win once he stepped on the court? After the tip-off, O'Neal secured possession for the Magic first. Upon receiving the ball, he still cautiously surveyed the surroundings, repeatedly confirming that no opponent would come sneaking up on him, before confidently passing to Hardaway. Receiving the basketball passed to him by Shaq, Hardaway intended to continue executing the tactical plan from the previous 2 games. He signaled to his teammates with hand gestures, and under his guidance, everyone had already reached their designated positions, ready to spring into motion at any moment. However, this time the Magic's tactical intentions would likely fall flat. Jordan personally stood opposite Hardaway, taking over the defensive assignment that originally belonged to Pippen. His aura didn't appear particularly intense, yet it somehow made Hardaway feel an overwhelming pressure without even realizing it. Jordan bent his knees, slightly straddling in front of Hardaway, and brought his palms together with a sharp clap. The meaning was simple and clear: to initiate the offense, you must first get past me. Hardaway involuntarily swallowed hard. The man before him could be considered the Enlightenment mentor of his basketball dreams. Every technique he had learned was meticulously studied from Jordan's style and then refined to perfection. Although he never doubted his own abilities, their few matchups had almost always ended in his defeat. Even when he led his team to victory, he could never secure a direct win over Jordan. In front of Jordan, he dared not entertain any illusions. Watching his opponent challenge him for the first time, his youthful passion, mixed with a touch of reverence for his idol, nearly made him forget his assignment. Coming back to his senses, he looked up at his teammates spread across various areas who were currently unable to shake off the Bulls' tight defense. His idea of having teammates step up to help clear the ball was dashed. At present, it seemed there was only one path left to choose. Hardaway appeared to have finally made up his mind and reached his decision. The basketball continuously changed directions between his legs, the rhythm shifting between fast and slow, seemingly unpredictable. With a dramatic crossover dribble, he created separation from Jordan and immediately jumped to shoot, hoping to release the ball before the opponent could rotate over for help. However, a player who had earned all defensive first-team honors as a guard was hardly an ordinary opponent. Jordan's ghostly presence instantly matched Hardaway's rising trajectory, and he extended both hands to block the shooter's vision. At this moment, there was no time to adjust. Hardaway, under the pressure of tight defense, released the shot. The result was naturally as expected. The basketball arced through the air but failed to drop through the net. In the paint, O'Neal was surrounded by Rodman and Mutombo and found it difficult to break free from their entanglement. Rodman successfully secured the rebound and possession returned to the Bulls. The plan succeeded. Sitting on the sidelines, Limu clenched his fists together between his thighs unconsciously upon witnessing all of this, exuding an air of confidence and victory. The game was proceeding step by step in the direction he had anticipated, and he himself felt like a grandmaster controlling the entire board. Barring any unexpected developments, the upcoming games would surely be dominated by them, and securing this series would only be a matter of time. O'Neal was deeply frustrated. This was the first time he had felt discontent toward the teammate he had personally chosen. He had originally believed this game would be the perfect opportunity to regain his honor before the home crowd, yet Hardaway had unfairly stolen all the spotlight. Despite all the pre-game tactical arrangements centering around himself, the game ultimately devolved into a showcase for both him and Jordan. If Limu had known that O'Neal harbored such thoughts, he would certainly have stepped forward to defend Hardaway, carefully explaining that this was not his intention and that he himself was the one responsible for this situation. Engaged in a fierce battle with Jordan, Hardaway couldn't help but feel puzzled. The man opposite him occasionally revealed signs of struggling when Hardaway attempted solo offense, prompting a fleeting thought: could he really be in decline? Yet the moment Hardaway tried to initiate organizational play, Jordan transformed into someone entirely different, using his seasoned experience and powerful physique to block Hardaway's passing lanes. He could clearly read his opponent's intent to force him into isolated one-on-one plays and prevent him from maintaining effective team coordination. Out of sheer necessity, Hardaway could only rely more on his drives, attempting to break the deadlock for his team. But was that truly the case? Jordan's steady breathing and abundant stamina would provide the most authentic answer. His primary task was to cut off Hardaway's organizational efforts, trapping him in a dilemma of solo attacks. If he were too hasty in completely shutting him down, his teammates would only resort to more aggressive tactics to breach their enclosure, but if he left them a sliver of hope through Hardaway, they would be willing to attempt a few more times before making a decision. What Jordan needed to do was slowly squeeze Hardaway into a corner, using the method of boiling a frog, thereby keeping the magic firmly under his control. Old ginger is indeed spicier. Perhaps the gap in technique and physique could be bridged by talent, but the judgment and decision-making shaped by experience could not be closed by any means other than time. Coach Hill could also read his opponent's intentions. Adjustments failed to make significant impact. He had backup point guard Brian Shaw replace Hardaway's ball-handling duties, freeing Hardaway from Jordan's tight defense to stretch the opposition's coverage in an off-ball capacity. Simultaneously, he benched the poor-shooting Horace Grant, pairing Nick Anderson and Dennis Scott on the forward line to force Rodman to expand his defensive position outward, creating offensive space and reducing O'Neal's pressure in the paint, thereby improving the team's overall offensive efficiency while giving O'Neal another chance to control the ball. Then Pippen stepped up, deliberately volunteering, "I know this one." When it comes to defensive ability, Pippen can certainly rank among the top 3 in history. But if this discussion is placed on the forward position, he would be the undisputed number 1 in history. Brian Shaw's excellent organizational skills were nothing more than child's play in front of Pippen, impressive to look at, but useless in practice. Multiple times he attempted to drive through the defense, drawing the opponent's double team before passing to teammates making cutting runs. Yet each time Pippen accurately predicted his intentions and intercepted the ball right out of Brian Shaw's hands. After securing the ball, Pippen immediately transitioned from defense to offense, charging toward the opponent's territory. The Magic players, still processing their turnover, could only watch helplessly as Pippen finished at their basket, further extending their deficit. The awkward adjustment forced the Magic to call another timeout. Currently, only 2 paths seemed available before them. 1. Continue giving Hardaway the ball to face Jordan directly, using a point of leverage approach to disrupt the opponent's defensive formation and create a sliver of hope. 2. Accept the high risk of turnovers and firmly feed the ball to O'Neal. If they could successfully get it to him in the paint, they still had the strength to regain control. This was a classic prisoner's dilemma. Should they rely on efficient teamwork to counter the high-intensity defensive system, or pin their hopes on their core players' individual brilliance to break the deadlock? The Magic's room for choice was far from generous. The current situation resembled holding 2 bottles of poison. One could not predict the outcome of either choice. Circumstances did not allow for extended deliberation. They were being passively forced to decide. The prior unpleasantness with O'Neal and his trepidation toward the hack method ultimately led Coach Hill to choose the first option. His willingness to obey instructions and tactical adjustments made Coach Hill trust Hardaway more, yet this would sow the seeds for the Magic's subsequent collapse. By now the Bulls had gradually pulled away on the scoreboard, and the remaining game time was dwindling. After the timeout, Hardaway regained possession. But this time facing Jordan, the situation had shifted slightly. Hardaway brought the ball up, attempting to drive into the paint, but Jordan no longer gave him any breathing room. He aggressively lunged at the basketball, attempting to strip it back. A sharp whistle blew. Due to excessive contact, the referee called a hand-checking foul on Jordan. It's time to end this. Standing on the sidelines, Phil observed the court, silently echoing those words. Clearly, as the team leader, Jordan shared the same mindset. The game was nearing its climax, and it was time to put it to rest. Resuming play, Hardaway immediately sensed a sharp increase in defensive pressure from Jordan. The opponent was glued to his side, one arm denying his receiving position, while Rodman on the left watched him like a hawk. He could be certain that if this inbound pass dared target him, he would be instantly swarmed. Scott, preparing to inbound from the sideline, observed the rapidly changing situation on the court. Seeing Hardaway tightly surrounded, he instinctively judged that forcing the ball to him would certainly result in a turnover. The referee beside him kept making the countdown gesture. If he didn't release the ball soon, a 5-second violation would be called. He had no choice but to rise on his toes and look toward the basket. O'Neal had already established position in the paint, anxiously raising his hands and waving for the ball. With no time to hesitate, he raised the ball behind his head and launched a powerful throw toward O'Neal's location. Pippen decisively abandoned his assigned defender and sprinted toward the trajectory of the incoming pass. Realizing the danger, O'Neal quickly stepped forward, only to find Mutombo had already positioned himself in front, completely blocking his path. In the blink of an eye, Pippen secured the ball, and it was already in Jordan's hands. Hardaway, unable to turn back in time, desperately sprinted toward Jordan, but years of tacit understanding between the two were simply beyond his reach. Watching Jordan casually slam the ball through the hoop, the ever-widening gap signaled the final outcome of this game. Hold on, kid. We haven't even started Hack-a-Shack yet. Don't worry. There are 2 more thrilling shows waiting for you. Limu appeared somewhat disappointed that the game was slipping out of his hands so easily. For the Bulls, winning the series and advancing to the finals was merely a matter of time. As expected, with the final buzzer sounding, the visiting Bulls secured the victory. This win did not elate the Bulls for having found a way to counter their opponents. Instead, they remained intensely focused. Under Phil's leadership, the team never popped champagne before the game was over, even with their palpable talent. But for the defeated Magic, the mood was far from pleasant. Unsurprisingly, having been denied a core tactical role throughout the game, the ever-petty Shaquille O'Neal ignited a locker room conflict. His first target was head coach Brian Hill. After the game, a frustrated O'Neal sat slumped in front of his locker, a towel draped over his head, his spirits low. Teammates who tried to console him were brushed off until Hill entered the locker room. Hill's arrival was like a spark to a powder keg. O'Neal's emotions erupted the moment he stepped inside. He rose angrily from his seat, then forcefully flung the towel from his head onto the locker room floor. His game jersey, soaked with sweat and clinging to his skin, hampered his movements and became an unbearable constraint. Grabbing the collar of his blue and white Magic star-spangled jersey, he tore it open with a fierce pull in front of the stunned team. He then shoved aside teammates blocking his path, strode directly toward Hill, past him with a cold, expressionless face, and walked out of the locker room bare-chested, leaving everyone inside staring at each other in bewilderment. O'Neal's outburst became the catalyst that accelerated Hill's dismissal. According to the course of history, O'Neal's eventual transfer to the Lakers the following season was not the key factor in Hill's firing. Rather, the conflict with Penny Hardaway was the ultimate cause. The day after the game, the Magic officially announced that head coach Brian Hill would temporarily leave the team for medical treatment, and the lead assistant coach would take over for the remainder of the playoffs. Specific details were not disclosed. The news surprised even Phil, who had seen much in his career. The Bulls were preparing for Game 4 when staff informed them of the announcement. After all, Brian Hill was the key figure who had led the Magic to the finals last season. Yet after losing just 2 playoff games, he was let go abruptly, especially during the critical postseason. Such a major personnel change at this juncture was seen by all as the decisive factor accelerating the Magic series loss. Though the situation was unexpected, the reason was not hard to guess. After digesting the news, Phil analyzed the cause and offered his speculation. Do you remember Shaq's attitude after yesterday's game? He didn't even shake hands with us before leaving, ignored fans who wanted autographs and photos, and now this news breaks today. I think a major conflict erupted between Shaq and Brian in the Magic locker room yesterday. To appease Shaq, the Magic had no choice but to fire Brian. His guess was close to the truth, which left the coaching staff feeling deeply disheartened. A head coach must ensure the team's performance, defuse potential locker room conflicts, and maintain a harmonious relationship with the core players. Failure in any one area could trigger a dismissal crisis. This is harsh for professional coaches, but in competitive sports, when a head coach clashes with the team's star, the organization often sides with the player and replaces the coach. However, the enemy's misfortune is a great boon to one's own side. Though Hill's departure served as a warning to the coaching staff, their opponents were genuinely weakened. This was a golden opportunity for the Bulls. Their task now was to seize the moment, crush the Orlando team, and return to the finals for the first time in 3 years. Changing coaches mid-series is a major taboo in any aspect, and the Magic exemplified this. In the following 2 games, the Magic's playbook had only one directive: get the ball to O'Neal. Once again, the primary offensive option, O'Neal brimmed with confidence. He firmly believed that with enough touches he could replicate his stellar Game 1 performance and lead the team out of their predicament. With that bothersome old man no longer hindering his performance, he even felt the air in the arena tasted sweeter. Did things really go as smoothly as O'Neal imagined? Phil and Michael Jordan teamed up to teach O'Neal a lesson. Though O'Neal thrived in the paint after regaining the ball, the price was the Magic's alarming turnover rate and overall offensive inefficiency. O'Neal's individual brilliance on the court could not save the already ailing Magic. The chasm between the 2 teams widened as O'Neal's spectacular solo performance met the Bulls' increasingly smooth offensive rhythm. With 2 consecutive decisive victories, the Bulls clinched the Eastern Conference Championship trophy at home with a 4-1 series win. As the losers, the Magic now exposed all their internal problems: locker room conflicts, disjointed offensive flow, imbalance between coach and players. These issues were only part of what the series revealed. For the Magic, the offseason would bring even more pressing matters, such as O'Neal's contract extension and the choice of a new head coach. Dominating the East was merely the first step in the Bulls' return to glory. Their attention now turned to the West. There, the upstart Seattle Supersonics, led by the glove Gary Payton and the Rain Man Shawn Kemp, had swept their way to become the finals opponent. This energetic young team was eager to test their mettle against the Bulls. Likewise, the Bulls had to overcome this lightning bolt to fulfill their bold claim of returning to the pinnacle. The finals were about to ignite. It must be admitted that prejudice directly influences one's ability to judge. After concluding his season, O'Neal did not address the deficiencies he had displayed on the court. Instead, during the season-ending summary, the team officially announced that Brian Hill had resigned as head coach due to health reasons. It was clear to the discerning that this was a negotiated outcome between management and Hill, intended to preserve the dignity of the meritorious coach. O'Neal, the team's cornerstone, was unusually elated and publicly expressed his anticipation that a new coach would bring transformative changes to the team. This shocked many of his teammates, and no one expected him to so bluntly expose their conflict, forcing those who spoke after him to take sides to avoid unnecessary trouble. After the press conference, O'Neal immediately boarded a first-class flight to New York, where the world's top music production team awaited him. He planned to spend the summer releasing his hip-hop album. Fans spotted O'Neal on the streets of Manhattan. He was dressed bizarrely resembling a 1980s hippie, and most of his companions shared the same style. When fans recognized him, he broke character and greeted them warmly, subtly promoting the album he was working on. He earnestly expressed hope that through his music people would come to know a different Shaq from the one on the court. When a fan asked O'Neal to predict the eventual champion of the season, his previously relaxed expression stiffened slightly. Without much thought, he gave his answer. "I firmly believe that my brother Shawn will vindicate us big men. Teams that win through such underhanded tricks will ultimately face a grim fate. Good luck to Seattle." O'Neal's remarks did not spark much discussion. After all, the words of a loser seldom affect the ultimate champion. Returning to the final stage after 3 years gave the long-silent Chicago fans renewed hope. Their exceptional regular season performance and brilliant playoff displays convinced them that the championship would once again be theirs. But the Seattle Supersonics, their rivals, thought otherwise. This young team, led by Payton and Kemp, had risen to prominence in recent years, displaying remarkable resilience under George Karl's integrated offensive and defensive system. They pioneered the small ball trend in the league, going against the prevailing style. Payton's historic defensive prowess anchored the team's defense, earning him the first Defensive Player of the Year award for a guard. Meanwhile, Shawn Kemp, with his exceptional athleticism and mobility, defined the team's offensive approach. If any team in the league could match the Bulls, it was the Supersonics, widely acknowledged as the only worthy contender. With home court advantage, the Bulls were fully prepared. They would meet their opponent's challenge with even greater caution. This series, destined to be a clash of titans, became the hottest topic of the day. Anticipating soaring ratings, the media set up their cameras around the court early, waiting for the game to begin. The league also placed great importance on this matchup, promoting it tirelessly to build anticipation. They invited legends like Magic Johnson and Larry Bird to serve as commentators for the finals. Everything was ready. It was time for the protagonists to take the stage. Their first appearance on the final stage did not intimidate these young players. On the contrary, Gary Payton, the team's core, was brimming with confidence. He believed that under his defense, even Michael Jordan would struggle to hold his ground. Payton seemed to relish the hostile cheers from the home crowd. Standing on the court, he spread his arms and gestured for the fans to boo louder, which they eagerly did, unleashing a torrent of jeers. "This young man, he really holds nothing back," Phil remarked, astonished by Payton's audacious gestures and arrogant demeanor. In his long coaching career, he had rarely encountered such a cocky player. "Michael, hey, I'm talking to you. Take a look at that one. Think you can handle him? He's this year's DPOY." Though Phil found the opponent's provocation trivial, it could still ignite the competitive fire in his players, especially the one who had just been singled out. After all, few who tried to challenge or provoke Jordan escaped unscathed. "Just a kid. I taught him a lesson years ago, and this time will be no different." Jordan leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, resting. As the team's focal point, he had seen countless players try to rile him up in various ways. He was long accustomed to such antics and would not engage, letting his game speak was the best response. As the game was about to start, both teams gathered under their head coaches for final pre-game instructions before stepping onto the court. The finals court was different from usual. Centered on the Bulls logo at mid-court, both halves of the floor bore the Larry O'Brien Trophy pattern, a constant reminder that both teams were fighting for the championship. The centers from both teams stepped to the center circle ready at the referee's signal. Mutombo and Johnson bent their knees preparing to contest the jump ball. Mutombo prevailed, tipping the ball to his backcourt. Harper secured the ball and passed it to Jordan. Now standing at the top of the key in the opponent's half, Jordan directed his teammates' movements. Facing him was the newly crowned DPOY Peyton, whom Jordan intended to teach a lesson as a response to his earlier arrogance. Peyton was not about to let Jordan steal the show. Seizing the moment while Jordan was gesturing to his teammates, Peyton lunged forward, his left hand precisely stripping the ball. Jordan lost control, and Peyton quickly chased down the rolling ball to secure possession. Caught off guard by the turnover, Jordan immediately turned to chase back. His veteran savvy helped him maintain defensive position, thwarting the opponent's offensive push. But this team's strength ran far deeper. Shawn Kemp, wearing number 40, emerged from the pack, leaving Rodman far behind in pursuit. Peyton, fully aware of his best teammate's habits, feigned a dribble, creating space from Jordan, then delivered a crisp pass to the rim. Kemp leaped toward the incoming ball and slammed it fiercely through the hoop. After scoring, he hung on the rim with a hint of defiance, shaking it slightly, as if proclaiming to the Bulls, "We come with ill intent." Completing this play, Peyton was ecstatic. The Bulls fans were momentarily stunned, as if they couldn't comprehend why their star had made such an easy turnover. But Peyton would not pass up this chance to demoralize the opponent. He turned to the stands behind him and shouted, "So this is your core? Is this the so-called basketball god? Why is he dozing on the court? Because he's met a tough guy like me. He can only snooze. Oh my goodness. Look at this guy. He's relentless in every way." To dare provoke the opponent on their home turf like this would in the past have likely stirred up unnecessary trouble. But honestly, such a fierce character paired with the final stage is what makes it thrilling. I think I'm starting to like this guy. The speaker was none other than today's special guest commentator, Magic Johnson. After witnessing the defensive counterattack led by Peyton and his incisive trash talk, Johnson did not hold back in expressing his admiration for the play. This was precisely the supersonic style. Relentless defensive pressure paired with a brutal aesthetic had earned them a fan base no less passionate than that of the Bulls, the league's storied powerhouse. Peyton's performance drew continuous cheers from the Sonic fans in attendance, who reveled in seeing their team humiliate the opponent in such a manner. Jordan's anger was rising, partly from the humiliation inflicted by the opponent, but more so from self-directed frustration. He was vexed by his own mistake on that previous possession. To commit such a basic error at the very start of the game was unacceptable to his prideful nature. After receiving the ball again, Jordan signaled his teammates to clear out and draw away the help defenders, leaving only Jordan and Peyton facing off at the top of the arc. He was determined to go one-on-one against Peyton to teach him that arrogance came at a cost. With the ball at his waist, he kept using probing steps to inch forward and gain position. Once he found his familiar spot, he lowered his shoulder, dribbled, and backed his body into Peyton's chest. When Jordan attempted to power through Peyton, he sensed something was off. Normally, such a move would stagger an opponent. Even if it didn't, a second try would knock them off balance. Having roamed the league for over a decade, it was precisely this post-up move that had made him virtually unstoppable in one-on-one situations. When he first slammed into Peyton, the latter did not budge as expected, maintaining an immovable defensive stance. A second attempt yielded the same result. Peyton's powerful lower body allowed him to hold his ground even when switching onto forwards. Sensing the trouble, Jordan immediately adjusted his posture, then leaped straight up from his spot. Using his exceptional core strength, he leaned back and prepared to release the ball. But Peyton refused to let him have his way. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could see what happened, the ball was stripped cleanly out of bounds by Peyton. The speed was so blinding that even the referee couldn't determine what had occurred. It was only through the replay that the mystery was unraveled. Just as Jordan was about to shoot, Peyton pounced, and with precise judgment, he knocked the ball away from Jordan's hands. Since it all happened in midair, the delay in the call was understandable. Having been denied twice in a row by Peyton, Jordan's stubborn nature overwhelmed his reason. If he couldn't score on this man, he would keep trying relentlessly until he did. Seeing Jordan once again detached from the offensive system, George Karl knew that his desired outcome had finally been achieved. Throughout his coaching career, George Karl had always possessed a commendable habit. He was adept at analyzing game footage to find opponents' weaknesses. This trait had been on full display during this year's playoffs. In previous rounds, his film study had successfully guided the team to victory, and this series against Jordan would be no exception. By studying the Bulls' playoff footage, he discovered that Jordan's skills had been honed to perfection this year. In that regard, no one on the team could claim to fully contain him. So why not try to mess with his mentality? This was another conclusion drawn from the tape analysis. While reviewing the Bulls series against the Magic, he noticed a shift in Hardaway during the third game. The Bulls had slowly lured their opponent into a trap like a frog in boiling water, ultimately winning the series. With that in mind, Karl assigned the team a mission from the very first game of the series. They would constantly provoke Jordan, aiming to anger him, and trap him in a cycle of self-validation through isolation plays. The entire team was to guard Jordan at all costs. In this series, no one else mattered as much as Jordan. If they could make him lose his composure and insist on breaking the game single-handedly, they would have a chance to beat the Bulls. This task was perfect for Payton. He had already challenged Jordan in his rookie season, though he had been thoroughly outplayed back then. But as his experience grew and his defensive skills sharpened, his verbal game improved as well. Assigning him to disrupt the opponent's mindset was a walk in the park. So from the moment he stepped into the arena, Payton executed the coach's tactical plan without hesitation. He first provoked the crowd, successfully drawing Jordan's attention. After completing the defensive stop on the first possession, he began adding spice to the drama, vowing to make Jordan see him as a thorn in his side. The opponent had been scheming from the very beginning, waiting for them to walk into the trap. In such high-level competition, technical and tactical prowess was no longer the sole determinant of victory. Even the smallest detail could lead to total defeat. Phil Jackson could see something was wrong. Jordan had abandoned the team's tactical plan and was locked in isolation plays. He had made only 1 of 4 shots, scoring just 2 points, yet he seemed determined to keep grinding against Payton. The rest of the team, starved of the ball, drifted out of the system. With the team on the verge of collapse, he called his first timeout of the game. After everyone settled down, he proposed a lineup adjustment, temporarily benched Jordan to let him cool off and regain composure. But before he could finish his sentence, Jordan erupted at Phil in a rare display of defiance. "Phil, you're not going to keep me on the bench. I have to go head-to-head with that guy today. To come into our home court and provoke us like this, I won't let it slide." Phil frowned. He hadn't expected Jordan, who usually followed his orders, to openly oppose him. As he tried to reason further, Jordan snapped. He slammed his water bottle onto the floor, his frustration evident. His voice rose. "Phil, you have to trust me. You have no choice but me. I can do this. Give me the damn ball. If we lose, I'll take the blame." Jordan's voice was so loud it drowned out the arena music. Fans in the front rows turned their heads toward the commotion. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Phil found himself in an awkward position. George Karl took in everything. Seizing the opportunity, he addressed his players again. "Well done, guys. Michael's mindset is shattered now. Let's stick to the game plan and execute every step. Let's show them what we're made of." This was the first time Jordan had openly clashed with Phil in public. The situation had become rather delicate. If he were forcibly benched, his resentment would only deepen, not only failing to calm him, but also sowing more severe troubles for the team in the games ahead. However, if Jordan continued to command the team's offense under the current circumstances, it was foreseeable that the offensive rhythm would become even more sluggish in the remaining time. From the team's perspective, Phil resolved to stick to his original plan and take Jordan off the court. Even if it led to misunderstandings, he could not surrender the outcome of the game to the opponent. That was the bottom line of a head coach. "Michael, calm down. No one among us doubts you. It is you who led us this far. Without you, we would never have reached the finals. Think back carefully. Hasn't everything the opponent has done since the tip-off been an attempt to provoke us, to disrupt our judgment, to derail our offensive rhythm and game plan? If you truly want to win this game for us, then execute the plan as scheduled. Phil, let Michael go back on the court. Without him, we will eventually lose this game. Trust that he will make the right choice." As both sides clung to their own opinions, unable to reach a decision, Lee Moo, standing outside the group, broke the deadlock. He stepped between them, crouched down in front of Jordan, and began analyzing the situation for him. From the moment of Jordan's second turnover, Lee Moo felt a strong sense of déjà vu. The opponent's defensive formation had clearly been adjusted afterward. Without the head coach's command, the players had subtly formed an encirclement around Jordan, waiting for him to fall into the trap meticulously designed for him. After another contested shot missed, Lee Moo was finally certain. The opponent was imitating the defensive plan they had used against the Magic in the previous series. The same tactic reappeared on the court, only this time, they had transformed from hunters into the prey. "Phil, you understand me. To sit on the bench and watch the game under these circumstances, I would rather the referee just eject me. I was a little hot-headed just now, but no matter what, I have to go back into the game. If we lose, I'll take full responsibility." With Lee Moo's persuasion, Jordan finally regained a shred of reason, yet everyone could still feel the fierce will to fight emanating from him. As he said, sitting on the bench watching the game was the greatest torment for him. "You know better than anyone how important this series is to us, Michael. Losing is everyone's responsibility, not just yours alone. You can go back on the court, but I have only one request: don't get obsessed with tangling with them. Look at the score difference and the remaining time. There really isn't much opportunity left for us." With the conflict resolved, each gave the other a way out, finally averting a dispute that could have plunged the team into crisis. At Phil's suggestion, all the players gathered their hands together in the air, once more encouraging each other. A resounding "Bulls" spoke for everyone. The timeout ended, and after adjustments they returned to the court. "Thank you for stepping in to resolve all that, Lee." Watching the players' retreating figures on the court, Phil unexpectedly stood beside Lee Moo and expressed his gratitude. "It's nothing. The most important thing now is to keep the team stable. Our opponents might be more complicated than we imagine." Lee Moo's gaze did not shift to his side. Instead, he kept watching the members of the Supersonics on the other side of the court. The meticulousness of the opponent's thinking made even his scalp tingle. If the conflict had not been resolved, they would have fallen into far greater trouble. After returning to the game, Jordan no longer obsessed over tangling with Peyton. He began directing his teammates to execute the plays. As it turned out, a calm Jordan was still the familiar figure everyone knew. He led the team in stubbornly closing the gap, and the momentum of the game began to balance out. But the Supersonics had reached the finals for a reason. Their abilities extended far beyond what they had shown. Soon Kemp replaced Peyton as the team's offensive leader. Rodman felt unprecedented pressure from Kemp. The opponent's mobility and physical talent far surpassed his own. Peyton's excellent playmaking combined with Kemp's outstanding rim-attacking ability left Rodman struggling to cope. He tried to contain him, but felt the helplessness of being a step too slow. This was the most vexing problem facing the Bulls. The opponent's core players, both in age and physique, held an advantage over them. They could still maintain abundant energy to run the court in the latter half of the game. This was their signature style of basketball: small, fast, agile. To contain them, they had to exert 120 of their focus and ability for even a chance. Beyond the core players, the rest of the team were clearly showing signs of fatigue, and at that moment the score was pulled apart once again. Seeing the situation slipping into the opponent's grasp, Jordan had no choice but to once again shoulder the burden of the team's counterattack. He repeatedly used his teammates' screens to break into the mid-range area, exploiting his offensive threat to draw double teams, then dishing the ball to open teammates, tenaciously keeping the team within striking distance. However, these seemingly efficient methods were by now a spent force near the end of the game. After Schrempf hit a deep three-pointer from beyond the arc, the lead stretched to double digits. Sensing the inevitable outcome, Phil substituted the bench players, and the game was ultimately lost. The buzzer sounded and the game ended. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Bulls unexpectedly lost this crucial game at home. But the opponent would not miss such a golden opportunity to boost their morale. At the post-game press conference, head coach George Karl appeared alongside Peyton and Kemp, who had played outstandingly in the game. As the victors, the reporters' focus naturally fell on the key to their success. Speaking on behalf of the team, George Karl did not directly elaborate on their game plan, but instead issued a message to their opponents. Phil, I'm sure you'll be watching this press conference. This is our first meeting in the finals, but I believe it won't be the last. I admit you are a rare opponent, but I want to tell you that basketball is a sport that evolves with the times. Only by adapting to the changes of the era can one maintain core competitiveness. Just kidding. I don't mean to provoke you. Good luck, Phil. See you in the next game. The opponent's post-game interview plunged the team's general manager Krause into a furious rage. Inside the arena, the head coach's office door was not ajar as usual, but tightly shut. The blinds also obscured the view of the room, blocking many players who wanted to catch a glimpse. Though unable to see what was happening inside, standing on the training floor, one could still hear the fierce argument erupting from within, occasionally punctuated by the thud of objects hitting the floor. Before long, a seething Krause pushed open the closed door and stormed onto the training court. In his hand, he clutched that day's sports newspaper, whose front page featured the results of the previous game and George Karl's post-game interview. The headline blazed in remarkably bold letters: Chicago suffers humiliating home defeat to Seattle. Opponent declares the Bulls are obsolete. Look. This is the result from the team that set the historic best record of 75 wins. Thank heavens. The entire city of Chicago's face has been dragged through the mud by you. To let the opponent ride roughshod over you on your own home court like this, I truly have no idea how spineless you are to be humiliated in front of nearly 2,000 people without putting up any resistance. Get ready, gentlemen. You are about to make history. The team with the best record ever fails to lift the championship trophy. No one will remember that you set a record. They will only remember that you threw away the championship that was within your grasp. Krause's exceptionally corpulent body trembled with the fury burning inside him. In a fit of rage, he tore the newspaper in half and flung it onto the training court, then turned and strode out of the arena, still muttering curses under his breath, leaving the players standing there exchanging bewildered glances. At that moment, Phil finally emerged from his office. Gazing at the shredded newspaper on the floor, his face was also ashen. He stepped forward, bent down to pick up the pieces, crumpled them into a ball, and tossed them into the trash can. Fortunately, Jordan and Pippen were not in the arena at the time, otherwise Krause would not have dared to utter such words to their faces. These two had never given him a second glance in daily life, and they were the only ones who dared to openly oppose him anytime, anywhere. If they had been present today, Krause would surely not have made such a scene. Phil saw the grim expressions on the faces of the players, gathered his thoughts, and then spoke soothingly. Don't mind what that fat man said. Let's just focus on ourselves. I believe the loss last game won't define this series. Forget the unpleasantness of that game and pull yourselves together. After saying this, he clapped his hands vigorously, trying to boost the players' morale. Just then, Pippen and Jordan appeared at the entrance of the training facility. They must have heard something from others, for they came straight in and asked bluntly, Phil, I heard Jerry came here to cause trouble. Is that true? If so, I'll go kick his ass right now. With that, he turned to head for the general manager's office. Come back, Michael. Take a look at this report first. Hearing Phil's words, the two turned back reluctantly. Then a teammate handed them a fresh newspaper. After reading it carefully, their expressions shifted from initial anger to silence. It seemed that the humiliating loss in the previous game had caused public opinion to turn sharply against them, and their opponents were constantly provoking them. For a moment, Jordan and Pippen could almost understand why Krause had made such a big fuss over a single newspaper article. Last game I made huge mistakes. I take full responsibility for the loss, including my argument with you during the game, Phil. I'm sorry. The silence among the team was finally broken by Jordan. The expectations placed on them from the outside were now incomparable to before. With greater expectations came greater responsibility. The players dared not imagine the public outcry if they lost this series, or how history would record their regret. But no amount of imagination could decide the outcome of the game. What they had to do now was train hard and prepare for the upcoming matches. 2 days later, the finals resumed. After the disastrous loss in the previous game, the Bulls no longer underestimated their opponents. Believing they had made thorough preparations, the game officially began. Their intentions were good, but the result was shocking. Yes, the Bulls lost their home court advantage in an almost unbelievable way. Although the Bulls had prepared everything before the game, including mental conditioning, to handle the opponent's trash talk and provocations. But once the game started, they realized the gap between reality and imagination was vast. They seemed to have adjusted, yet the problems exposed in the previous game remained unsolved. Against Kemp, Rodman's defense remained a major issue. Even when Pippen switched to guard Kemp in the second half, the adjustment came too late, as Kemp's touch had already become scorching, making it impossible to contain his offensive surge. Although Jordan regained his usual form in this game, his teammates still failed to snap out of their slump. No matter how difficult the shots he made on the offensive end, the opponents always found opportunities to easily counterattack. As time passed, the point gap widened. Consecutively winning at Chicago's home court boosted the confidence of the Seattle team immensely. Now they only needed to win 2 more games at home to bring the second championship trophy in franchise history to Seattle. But the Bulls were in deep trouble. After losing 2 straight games, even their most loyal supporters began to doubt, and even despair, as if the championship had already been decided for the Supersonics. The entire Bulls organization, without exception, faced a barrage of criticism from the outside. All favorable momentum was tilting toward the Supersonics. Every remaining game for them was a fight with their backs against the wall. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. This was a shared understanding among all the Bulls. After a tremendously heavy day, they boarded the team flight for the journey to Seattle. The road ahead was filled with unknowns and uncertainties. As long as the series was not officially over, they would not give up easily. They had already lost 2 games. Even if they lost more, the public opinion environment could not get worse than it already was. With that mindset, the journey of the Bulls truly began. The day after landing in Seattle, the team entered their preparation phase. Seattle had become a city of revelry for sports fans, with countless enthusiasts flooding in. After the Bulls lost 2 consecutive games, they sensed that the Supersonics would use the Bulls as a stepping stone to lift the O'Brien Trophy on home court. They yearned to witness this process firsthand, bidding farewell to the Supersonics as they ascended to the throne as the new kings. For the Bulls, the situation was urgent. Addressing the defensive issues exposed by Rodman in the previous 2 games, Phil made a bold decision: keep the starting lineup unchanged, but reduce rotation, extend starters' minutes, and completely overhaul the defensive scheme to mask weaknesses. They were at a dead end. If they didn't fight now, there would be no chance to close the series gap. Under Phil's restructured plan, Pippen, who originally guarded Schrempf, would take over the quickest opponent, Payton. Ron Harper assumed Pippen's defensive duties, primarily limiting Schrempf's ability to catch the ball easily in half-court sets, using his long wingspan to create trouble. Percy Hawkins, who excelled as a side scorer in the first 2 games, was assigned to Jordan, easing his defensive burden. Finally, the interior duo swapped roles. Rodman would battle the 2.11-meter Irvin Johnson in the paint for rebounds, while the more formidable Kemp fell to Mutombo. After completing the new defensive adjustments, the picture became clear. They decided to suffocate the opponent's perimeter firepower. The most troublesome and crucial offensive figure, Kemp, was entrusted to Mutombo. Since joining the team, Mutombo had never felt as prominent as his teammates. On offense, Jordan and Pippen controlled the game. On defense, Harper and Rodman applied pressure. As the interior defensive anchor, Mutombo consistently delivered impressive blocks each game, but he was often remembered for being outplayed by O'Neal and Olajuwon. His performance seemed less formidable than expected. Some Bulls fans even questioned the hefty price paid for Mutombo, whose output didn't match the cost, suggesting they might have been the side losing the trade. In the coaching staff's view, Mutombo was severely misunderstood. His addition genuinely filled the team's urgent need for interior defensive height and positional versatility. His presence in the paint allowed Rodman to move away from the basket, expanding the team's defensive coverage, the key reason they topped the defensive efficiency rankings this season. But the easygoing Mutombo never responded to the external criticism. Every day, he diligently trained, firmly believing that completing the coach's assignments meant contributing to the team. In his eyes, nothing mattered more than the team's record. Destiny favors the diligent at crucial moments. Some may not seem to receive much favor, but the time hasn't come yet. The real stage is reserved for those who have prepared, waiting for them to shine brilliantly. The Supersonics' home arena was renovated in 1995 and renamed Key Arena, with a capacity of nearly 1,700 spectators. It was the largest sports venue in Seattle since 1979. At that moment the arena was packed with fans, and a large crowd gathered outside. The management even rented several local cinemas to organize fans to watch the broadcast. Inside the arena the stands were a sea of dark green, with countless fans wearing the home team's colors. This was Seattle's most euphoric moment in years, as everyone anticipated delivering another heavy blow to the Bulls, pushing them to the brink. Although the home security prevented personal attacks on the opposing team, the uniform jerseys, varied chants, and banners all exerted pressure on the Bulls players. Needless to say, this was the most daunting scenario the Bulls had faced all season. Under immense pressure, they embarked on a difficult journey to close the gap. After the game began, the Bulls' pre-game adjustments proved effective. Their previously smooth perimeter offense suddenly went cold as Hawkins and Shrimp struggled under the new defensive pressure. George Karl, sensing the danger, quickly adjusted, letting Payton initiate offense to create opportunities for Kemp to attack the rim. When Payton and Kemp ran their familiar pick-and-roll, Kemp found himself facing Mutombo, who was nearly half a head taller than the defender who had bullied him earlier, Rodman. But the young and fiery Kemp didn't care who it was. He was determined to dunk. Amid the crowd's anticipation, the electrifying, posterizing dunk did not materialize. Kemp launched his body into the air, nearly level with Mutombo, with the ball cocked behind his head. The next moment, he would slam it over Mutombo. But a pair of large hands intervened, blocking the ball's path to the net. Mutombo was not pushed back by Kemp's force as expected. His hands met the ball squarely, the immense rebound stopping Kemp's motion, sending him crashing to the floor. Looking again, the ball was firmly clutched in Mutombo's hands. It was a spectacular catch and block. "Oh damn! Sean had his ball confiscated." "That's not a block, it's a confiscation," exclaimed the commentator, stunning the fans. They had never seen anything like it. This early display of skill sent his teammates on the bench leaping with excitement. Mutombo, holding the ball with one hand, began his signature celebration, wagging his finger gracefully. The Bulls' morale soared. Taking advantage of the opponent's confusion, Jordan sounded the counterattack. The players shed their slump, rediscovering the touch they had lost in the previous 2 games. It proved that even a lion may nap, but it will eventually awaken. With Mutombo stifling, Kemp, the explosive forward, lost his magic, unable to fly and hammer the rim at will. Capitalizing on the opponent's offensive drought, the Bulls scraped a hard-fought victory on the road, adding another layer of suspense to the championship race. Having found the formula to defeat their rivals, their confidence soared. After the game, Phil entered the locker room with a revitalized expression, pumping his fist and shouting, "Guys, let's give it up for Dikembe. What a beautiful counterattack. Let's keep it going. Win 3 more games. Let them know we are unstoppable." After finally securing a victory, the dark clouds that had loomed over the Chicago Bulls were at last dispelled. Dikembe Mutombo's role was magnified after that game. In the following matches, George Karl attempted to adjust his lineup to counter Phil Jackson's tactical shift. Whether he pulled Irvin Johnson to let Shrimp play center, or elevated Sam Perkins to the starting lineup to deploy an ultra-offensive formation, they always found a way to respond through a defensive system centered around Mutombo. Without exaggeration, Mutombo had erected an impregnable no-fly zone in the paint. With their stellar performances, the Bulls managed to win 3 consecutive games, standing just 1 victory away from claiming the 199-596 championship. Whether a season of arduous effort would pay off hinged on this single game. Returning to Seattle, the entire team understood this would be a brutal battle, but they all shared one clear goal: even if it meant playing through injury, they had to win this game. They refused to let the suspense return to Chicago. They wanted to lift the Larry O'Brien Trophy in front of the opposing fans and players. Sensing that this game would determine the ultimate champion, the league specially packaged the Larry O'Brien Trophy and shipped it to Seattle via a private jet. During pre-game walkthroughs, players from both sides noticed the trophy displayed in a glass case at courtside, the ultimate recognition of a season's hard work. It was a moment of triumph or ruin. Having lost 3 straight, the Supersonics no longer carried their initial arrogance. Their opponents had shown remarkable resilience in the previous games, and now the weight of the moment rested on their shoulders. After squandering several golden opportunities, they prepared to fight with a death or glory spirit, knowing this battle would be nothing short of epic. Stepping onto the court once more, both teams maintained a tacit silence. They understood this was a contest that would not be decided until the final moment. From the instant they set foot on the floor, everyone was ready to give everything. The usually roaring arena was eerily quiet. Fans from both sides consciously returned the spotlight to the players. Every nerve was taut. Every ensuing play would touch their hearts. After the tip-off, the Supersonics struck first. George Karl placed Sean Kemp at center for this game. His intention was clear: no matter how formidable Mutombo was, Kemp must relentlessly attack the opponent's interior. He intended to use that fearless aggression to break down the defensive structure and earn breathing room for the team. And the game unfolded exactly as he had drawn up. After gaining possession, the repeatedly frustrated Kemp showed no hesitation. He cared not about risking injury from a hard fall. Instead, he drove with full force, charging again and again at the opponent's basket. This do-or-die mentality caused major trouble for Mutombo. In the first quarter alone, Kemp threw down 2 dunks over him. Though Mutombo still provided strong defense, the opponent's desperation was palpable. Feeling the pressure, Phil Jackson knew this was not the time to hold back. He stood at the sideline shouting at his players, demanding unwavering focus and intensity. Led by Michael Jordan, the Bulls launched their assault. Both teams amped up the offensive and defensive intensity to the max. Anyone trying to catch a pass had to fight through heavy traffic, and every loose rebound would draw a swarm of players diving for it. The high-intensity scramble resulted in numerous fouls, and the game's tension escalated. Several times a dispute over possession nearly sparked a brawl. Fortunately, staff from both sides intervened to prevent a full-scale fight. The referees seized the opportunity to call technical fouls, pushing the drama to a climax. The turning point came in the final quarter. During a layup attempt, Michael Jordan was yanked out of the air by deadlift shrimps, crashing onto the floor without any protection for his back. Landing on the hardwood with no cushioning sent excruciating pain through Jordan's body. He curled up on the court, eyes shut, gasping heavily. That sight instantly enraged Dennis Rodman. He lunged forward and delivered a vicious punch to Shrimp's face. A blow as brutal as any professional boxer's. He cleanly floored Shrimp. From behind, Sam Perkins charged off the bench and landed a flying kick on Rodman's back. Meanwhile, Scottie Pippen, seeing his teammates surrounded, rushed in to join the fray. The two sides descended into a chaotic melee. Eventually, arena security stepped in to stop the brawl, which could have escalated further. The referees showed no tolerance. Shrimps, Perkins, Rodman, and Pippen were ejected for flagrant fouls. Players who joined the conflict without throwing punches received technical fouls. Shrimp's flagrant foul on Jordan gave the Bulls a chance to shoot free throws. Only a few minutes remained on the clock, but the situation looked grim for the Bulls. Two core players had been ejected, and such flagrant fouls would likely lead to suspensions. The score was tight. If they couldn't win this game, their hard-earned lead would vanish. Under the care of the team doctors, Jordan slowly recovered. He struggled to his feet with teammates' help. The entire team's hopes rested on his shoulders. He had to extend the lead and secure that damn victory. Stepping to the free throw line, Jordan was still reeling from the hard foul. His normally reliable free throws missed twice in a row. Johnson leaped for the rebound and passed to Gary Payton. Without Rodman's harassment, Kemp was now free. He rose against Mutombo, twisted his body in midair, and laid the ball in, tying the game. In the remaining time, Jordan battled through searing back pain, unleashing his competitive fire. He scored several tough baskets over Payton's tenacious defense, stubbornly keeping the margin close. With 30 seconds left, the Bulls' shortage of players began to show. The Supersonics, led by Payton, and Kemp, led by 2 points. The Bulls had the final possession, and there was only one man who could take the shot. The opponent knew it too. In Carl's near-screaming voice, Payton clung to Jordan like a shadow, vowing to stop him. The shot clock ticked down. Both teams knew the championship would likely be decided on this play. The veteran Jordan planned to drain the clock, determined to end the game with a three-pointer over his defender. His confidence told him he would make it. Jordan's deliberate time-wasting tipped off Payton. Nate McMillan, standing on the wing, prepared to double-team at any moment. With time running out, Jordan first faked out Payton, only to face McMillan. He had to decide instantly. Adrenaline surging, Jordan leaped with McMillan's hand in his face, firing the ball with conviction. But Payton came flying from the side, his hands deflecting the ball's arc. A block. McMillan had swatted it away. Bulls fans closed their eyes in agony, knowing what the miss meant. But then the referee's whistle blew. The referee signaled to the scorer's table. Experienced fans understood the call. McMillan's hand had contacted Jordan's forearm during the shot, interfering with the motion. A shooting foul, 3 free throws. Still alive. The Bulls players exhaled in relief. That moment had plunged them into a frozen abyss, and all had thought the championship was slipping away. George Karl erupted. He stormed toward the scorer's table, screaming at the referee in protest, earning 2 technical fouls and an ejection. Now the Bulls had 4 free throws. Jordan stepped to the line, wiping sweat from his brow. That close call had shaken him, but he still had a chance to salvage the situation. He made the first 2 free throws, but his strained expression showed he was still struggling with the back injury. Seizing the moment, Payton casually said, "Make the most of it, Michael. Otherwise, I'd be happy to see you again in Chicago." Payton's trash talk worked. Overwhelmed by psychological pressure and back pain, Jordan surprisingly missed the 3rd free throw. Payton immediately signaled the fans to boo Jordan, disrupting his focus. The deafening boos tormented Jordan. For the final free throw, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them again and resolutely shot the ball. With a crisp swish, Michael Jordan sank the crucial free throw. He put the Bulls ahead. Only 6 seconds remained, and the opponent had one last chance. Neither team had any timeouts left. Jordan let out a roar to wake his teammates from their euphoria. They hurried to their defensive assignments, ready to execute a press. McMillan stood at the baseline, guarded by Ron Harper, whose long arms stretched in front of him, hindering the inbound pass. But in an instant, McMillan spotted Payton breaking free and sprinting up court. Without hesitation, he hurled a long pass. The pass landed perfectly in Payton's hands. Before him lay open court, and enough time remained for a shot. If he could convert a layup, the victory would be theirs. Just as the game seemed to tilt in the Supersonics' favor, Jordan chased from behind. In a few strides, he caught up to Payton, who had already released the ball. Jordan leaped with all his might, swatting the ball away before it could touch the rim, sending it out of bounds. The buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the game. Having done it all, Jordan didn't bother to catch his breath. He abandoned all decorum facing the stunned Peyton and the entire Supersonics crowd and roared with crude, exultant words, "This is what you wanted, damn it. That's right, you little punk. This is the result of your challenge. Now how do you feel?" Amid Jordan's unrestrained celebration, the 1995 to 1996 NBA Finals came to a dramatic conclusion, with the Bulls hoisting the O'Brien Trophy once again after a 3-year hiatus. Jordan's outburst was not merely a display of defiance toward the Supersonics. Rather, it was a cathartic eruption of emotions long pent up within his heart. That past year held extraordinary significance for Jordan. Under immense public anticipation, he had made his highly anticipated return with the iconic declaration of "I'm back," only to be unexpectedly eliminated by his rivals midway through the season. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. His grueling off-season training and physical reinvention served as the clarion call for his championship quest. After weathering countless trials, he had finally led his team to the summit of the league. This championship title was not only a reward for his relentless efforts, but more importantly, it was the finest gift he could offer his father, who had passed away. And on this very day of victory, it happened to be Father's Day. Jordan lay exhausted on the arena floor. In the aftermath of his emotional release, a tide of complex feelings finally surged to the surface after years of suppression. Gazing upward toward the arena's ceiling, he tried to speak, but found his throat constricted and tears blurred his vision. Above the arena's celebratory confetti rained down in honor of the victors. Inside the stands, Bulls fans, disregarding the fact that they were in the opposing team's arena, embraced, screamed, and some even wept openly behind their hands. In this moment, transcending all rivalries and disputes, it was their unwavering companionship through thick and thin that had finally brought the championship back to Chicago. Under the glow of countless spotlighted expectations, the championship trophy presentation ceremony commenced. Players gathered around Jordan at center court as staff members approached, distributing commemorative championship hats to all in attendance. After announcing the final result, League Commissioner David Stern personally handed the trophy to Jordan, who stood at the very center. Spotlights converged upon everyone present, their faces alight with elation and excitement. Cradling the trophy, Jordan found his heart too overwhelmed with emotion to express in words. He thrust the trophy high above his head, and the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Everyone reached their hands toward the trophy, desperate to freeze this moment forever on camera. Following tradition, the Finals MVP award was about to be announced. For this question, everyone present already knew the answer, and all that remained was to wait in anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, the voting results for the 1995 to 1996 NBA Finals Most Valuable Player have just been tallied, and they are right here in this envelope in my hand. I announce, the 1995 to 1996 NBA Finals MVP is Michael Jordan. Fans in attendance, please show your utmost respect to the new FMVP. Jordan accepted the FMVP trophy from Stern once again, achieving another incredible season grand slam. At that moment, a staff member handed him a microphone, inviting him to deliver an acceptance speech. After deep contemplation, Jordan spoke softly into the microphone. "Hoisting the championship trophy once more feels like a dream to me. None of these achievements would have been possible without my teammates, my coaches, and every single person in this organization. This is also the finest gift we offer to every fan who believed in and supported us. Thank you for your steadfast loyalty and encouragement. Thank you. This championship holds extraordinarily profound meaning for me. It was the sole driving force behind my return to the game of basketball. This trophy does not belong solely to me. I believe it is the best way for me to honor you, Dad. I hope you can witness this moment from heaven. Thank you. I did it again." Facing the arena ceiling, Jordan raised the trophy skyward, his tears flowing freely down his cheeks. From his departure back to his triumphant return, Jordan had finally claimed the championship trophy to comfort his father's spirit in heaven. Thus concluded a season that was both breathtakingly stirring and spectacularly magnificent. Returning to Chicago, they were greeted by an unprecedented and magnificent ceremony. The championship parade had been in preparation since the very night of their victory, with every detail ready, waiting quietly for their champion team to arrive. In the downtown district, the originally wide 4-lane thoroughfare was now firmly lined on both sides by fans occupying the sidewalks, leaving only a single passage wide enough for 2 parade floats to travel side by side. Every team member stood at the center of the parade float, each holding a bottle of champagne, spraying the intoxicating scent of victory toward fans gathered from every direction. As the core quartet, they now rode together on the same float. Jordan, wearing sunglasses and a cigar clenched between his teeth, held the trophy aloft, displaying it to every fan. Pippen, alongside Mutombo, leaned over the sides of the float, eagerly high-fiving fans one by one. The most exuberant of all was Rodman, who removed his shirt and tossed it into the crowd, flaunting his toned physique. His brilliant crimson hair was the result of an overnight dye job. Had time permitted, he would have even tattooed the championship trophy onto his chest. Phil and the coaching staff followed closely behind the lead float. The usually composed Phil, stirred by the enthusiastic crowd, cheerfully downed a gulp of champagne, then threw his arm around Limu beside him and loudly introduced to the fans, "Remember this guy. His name is Lee. He is the strongest mind within our team. Remember him." Before long, he will show you with his own actions just how formidable he truly is. With Phil's introduction, fans turned various gazes toward Limu. Some veteran fans, upon hearing the name, immediately recalled his storied past, recognizing the young man who had once been the electrifying finals MVP. Others, particularly younger fans struck by Limu's youthful appearance, were utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe that this somewhat green-looking young man had become a member of Phil Jackson's coaching staff. Yet this did not diminish the widespread recognition of his contributions. Among the gazes directed his way, some bold young female fans openly expressed their admiration, an act that genuinely flustered Limu, causing him to quickly retreat into the crowd. After departing from the downtown area, the parade floats made their slow journey toward the arena. Near the arena, Nike had already set up an event venue well in advance, unwilling to let such a splendid marketing opportunity slip by. That day, they hosted a signing event to promote a range of championship commemorative apparel and sneakers. Upon arriving at the venue, Jordan, the star of the day, stepped onto the stage surrounded by staff. Fans would then have the opportunity to join him on stage for photographs in what would be a half-hour-long session. Just as Jordan was busy attending to one fan after another, the next person in line stepped up beside him. He was a young fan, not yet fully grown, wearing a red and white Bulls 23 jersey. His eyes sparkled with excitement, yet also carried a subtle curiosity as he studied the legend before him. After the photograph, instead of leaving the stage, he turned to Jordan and said, "Michael, it's an honor to take a picture with you. Please remember my name. I'm Kobe Bryant from Philadelphia. I will be entering the upcoming NBA draft. Before long, we will meet again on the court." Michael Jordan paid no heed to the young man's reminder. To him, countless people aspired to be remembered by him each day, yet he was not a universal computer capable of retaining every face he encountered. He could only select names that held significance or piqued his interest. Clearly, at this moment, Kobe Bryant did not belong to either category. "I'm glad you're participating in the draft, kid. I look forward to hearing David call your name. Best of luck with the draft." Jordan did not engage in further conversation. He soon sent Kobe off and welcomed the next fan for a photo and autograph. After the signing event concluded, the championship parade also officially came to an end. In the days that followed, the Bulls entered their off-season. With the upcoming draft, they had no work to do. The reason was simple: their draft pick for this year had already been traded away in an earlier deal. With their core players at their peak, they had no intention of adding rookies to develop. For them, the next step was to do everything possible to re-sign their cornerstone, Michael Jordan. A week later, the 1996 NBA draft officially commenced. This was a draft class later hailed as the Golden Generation. In this year, a multitude of exceptional talents emerged: Allen Iverson, Stephon Marbury, Ray Allen, Kobe Bryant, Steve Nash, and others. Their arrival destined this to be an extraordinarily brilliant year. The answer from Georgetown University was taken first overall by the Philadelphia 76ers. Marbury, who had changed his college choice because of Limu, failed to lead his team to a championship defense, but the greater exposure from North Carolina brought him scouts' attention. He was selected second overall by the expansion Toronto Raptors. Kobe Bryant, hoping to be remembered by Jordan, was taken 13th overall as a high schooler by the Los Angeles Lakers, who traded their starting center Vlade Divac to secure the pick. Days later, the NBA's summer free agency market officially opened, and the Bulls immediately plunged into contract negotiations with Jordan. Amidst this, several jaw-dropping headline news broke. After failing to defend their title, the Houston Rockets, in an effort to bolster their competitiveness, packaged two key rotation players, Sam Cassell and Robert Horry, along with future draft picks, trading them to the Phoenix Suns for the MVP caliber Sir Charles Barkley, forming a big three with Hakeem Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler. The Orlando Magic, rumored to have discord between coach and players the previous season, were now weighing Shaquille O'Neal's value. They sought input from fans through newspapers, asking them to provide a clear direction should they offer O'Neal a massive extension and keep him as the team's cornerstone. The fans' opinion stunned everyone. In their view, O'Neal's lack of discipline and unpredictable temperament would ultimately prevent him from leading the team to greater heights. Meanwhile, the steady and courteous Anthony Hardaway seemed like a more suitable leader to guide the team forward. They strongly opposed offering a large contract to O'Neal, believing it would hinder the team's future roster improvements. Under the fan referendum, the Magic ultimately presented a humiliating offer of 5 years of $45 million. Upon receiving the news, O'Neal was furious. He later stated publicly that even Alonzo Mourning and Juwan Howard had landed 9-figure contracts, and neither of them could compare to him in any aspect. Such an offer was a blatant insult. He declared he would never consider re-signing with the Magic and called for teams in need of him to bring a checkbook and sign him. He would only consider offers with higher figures. Ultimately, the Los Angeles Lakers offered him a 7-year, $121 million max contract, promising to build the team around him, luring the Shark to the West and into the City of Angels. Players like Gary Payton, Alonzo Mourning, and Juwan Howard all received max contracts from their original teams during this period. But behind these staggering numbers lurked a labor agreement crisis that would disrupt the free market, and it was the Bulls who inadvertently ignited the spark. On the first day of free agency, the Bulls' owner, general manager, and head coach appeared together at Jordan's estate. They presented Jordan with a 2-year, $40 million extension offer with a simple and clear purpose: they wanted him to return to the team and lead them to a three-peat. However, this contract did not sway Jordan. He was deeply dissatisfied with having earned only $3.85 million the previous year. Though the offer was technically within the rules, the achievements he had brought the team were far beyond what $20 million could measure. He wanted a larger offer and would not refuse offers from other teams. After Jordan's clear rejection, other teams catching wind of the news began to stir. First, the Lakers offered Jordan a $30 million annual salary, hoping he would join the team and form an unstoppable God and Shark duo with O'Neal, while also suggesting Jordan mentor rookie Kobe Bryant. However, Jordan declined, citing his unwillingness to act as a mentor to a young player. The storied Boston Celtics also entered the fray with a $30 million offer, hoping Jordan would join the Green Team and restore glory under the tutelage of Red Auerbach. But Jordan believed the Celtics roster was too weak and clashed with his playing style, leading to another rejection. The offer that ultimately caught Jordan's attention and shook his desire to stay came from the New York Knicks. "Haley, are you free right now? I hope you can come to my house. There's something important I need to discuss with everyone in the team." The next morning, Limu was still asleep when the phone in his apartment rang. Groggily, he got up to answer it. Jordan's voice on the other end sounded urgent, as if he had something crucial to announce. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Limu wasted no time. He quickly got ready and drove toward Jordan's home. Upon arrival, the butler led him inside. A large group of people sat around the living room, engaged in heated discussion. After sitting down, Limu took a better look at the attendees. Present were Jordan's family, his agent, and the team leader from Nike. As for Limu, he was both a team staff member and a part of Jordan's business team. "Lou, we were waiting for you. This came up suddenly, so I didn't have time to give you a heads up. I'll keep it brief," Jordan said as he began explaining the situation to Limu. "I've recently turned down offers from the Lakers and the Celtics. My plan was to use their offers to pressure that guy Krause into giving me a bigger extension. But last night, a representative from the New York Knicks came to me with an offer. This one is truly hard to decide. Take a look for yourself." Jordan handed over a check and a contract. Limu took them, initially expecting something similar to the other two offers. But when he looked down, he realized things were beyond his imagination. He opened the check. The payee line was already filled in, but the amount field was left blank. Clearly, the other party wanted Jordan to fill in the amount himself. Whatever he wrote, as long as it was within the rules, they would pay. Continuing to flip through the contract, Limu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It was an endorsement deal with the globally top-tier hotel chain, Sheraton, owned by the Dolan family, who also owned the Knicks. The contract explicitly stated that they wanted to hire Jordan as the hotel's brand ambassador. The endorsement fee was an eye-popping $27 million, comparable to a year's max salary. This unbelievable offer now lay on the table. With just a nod from Jordan, the Knicks would deliver the contract at the fastest pace. Yet now everyone had been gathered together, and clearly he still had many reservations about whether he should affix his signature to this contract. Assuming Jordan ultimately decided to transfer to the Knicks, his family business arrangements and subsequent product designs would all be altered by this decision. For him, this was by no means just a simple transfer. The purpose of everyone's gathering was clear. All those closely connected to this matter needed to vote jointly, and Jordan would then synthesize the results to decide whether to truly sign with the Knicks. First to speak was the Nike team leader. In his view, establishing roots in a major metropolis like New York would not only bring Jordan more exposure and visibility, but also boost sales of the Air Jordan series sneakers. Setting aside other considerations, if the decision came down to the Knicks, he stated he would book the earliest flight back to Portland Nike headquarters to assemble the design team, staying up all night to create Knicks colorways for various shoe models and fast-tracking their release dates to the forefront. Next, Jordan's family spoke up. They held differing views on this decision and consequently split into two camps. Led by Jordan's mother, the family believed that Chicago was both his homeland and a place of blessing. Every achievement Jordan had now was built here inch by inch. This place held nearly half his life's labor. His current income was sufficient to support a comfortable life, and there was no pressing need to accumulate further wealth at this moment. They did not want to see Jordan on television wearing another team's uniform, as this could very likely bring him unnecessary public pressure. However, his wife Juanita, who supported Jordan's move to New York, offered a different perspective. Going to New York would bring him greater returns and exposure. Few people would willingly give up such easily obtainable legal wealth, and the conveniences of a major metropolis would benefit their family as well. From a medical standpoint alone, New York's healthcare standards would help Jordan maintain peak performance during the grueling schedule and extend his career. Finally, Jordan's agent and business team spoke. Agent David Falk believed that Jordan could lean toward considering a deal with the Knicks. Rationally speaking, signing this deal would bring him greater benefits in every aspect. But if Jordan wanted to stay in Chicago, he could also use this contract to negotiate with management for an equally valuable agreement. Jordan's business team was a small group of 5 each with different identities across various industries, yet all dedicated to safeguarding Jordan's commercial empire. The first 4 had each expressed their views, and when it came to Limu's turn, the situation unexpectedly became tied 2-2. Limu's decision would represent the business team's stance. Cough, cough. Michael, let me gather my thoughts. For the first time, Limu was making a decision for someone else at such a critical juncture. He nervously squeezed his own palms, trying to calm himself down. Sorry, everyone, I'm a bit nervous. Michael, as a member of this team, I can give you a clear answer: signing with New York is the best choice for you right now. This decision will surely expand your business beyond what it was before. Whether in terms of location or business opportunities, New York will undoubtedly be a better choice than Chicago. Li Mu's remarks brought comfort to the two team members who supported going to New York. They raised their eyebrows with a hint of triumph, looking at the other two, as if saying, "See, I told you this guy would definitely think the same as us." But I think the fact that you invited me to attend this resolution today is by no means just treating me as a simple business partner. Perhaps you've subconsciously regarded me as the only one on the team who can clarify things for you. Before he could revel in his triumph for long, Li Mu abruptly shifted the topic to the team's side. "Michael, I believe you know better than anyone which team is truly the best fit for you. Without a doubt, the entire organization has been built around you from top to bottom. I'm not questioning your abilities or suitability, but please consider carefully. Will the Knicks roster and Van Gundy's coaching system truly work for you?" Li Mu didn't completely dismiss this decision, but left Jordan to ponder and reach his own conclusion. "You've made history here, achieving the remarkable feat of 4 championships. In history, no team's core player has ever chosen to join another team after winning championships. Moreover, in every sense, this is your team. You could go to neighborhood courts and observe how many kids are playing in your jersey, how many people see you as their role model, and how many continue their basketball dreams because of you. Michael, from a basketball perspective, I will never support you leaving Chicago." Li Mu had indeed hit the nail on the head regarding Jordan's feelings. Today he had invited this person over precisely to get someone who wasn't solely tied to business considerations to view the situation from a different angle and provide their perspective. "I've heard everyone's suggestions. Let's call it a day for now. I need to give this proper thought. David, please contact Krause for me. I'd still like to have an honest conversation with the team first." Jordan closed his eyes, pressing his index and middle fingers together as he massaged his temples. What he needed now was time to carefully weigh the pros and cons, and before that he required some solitude to think things through. After leaving the manor, Li Mu did not report this matter to Phil in advance. Through nearly a year of working together, Li Mu was quite certain that deep down Jordan was actually someone who valued integrity and honor above all else. Although the amount of this endorsement contract was indeed tempting, it might not be the most important thing for Jordan right now. And as Li Mu had envisioned, that was precisely how things stood. After Jordan confessed everything to management, Krause immediately sensed that things were not going well. As the direct manager responsible for team operations, he knew that if they lost Michael Jordan, the golden signboard, they would face complete collapse, and he would be swiftly dismissed by the owner. To prevent all of this from happening, Krause finally gritted his teeth and invoked the bird rights clause, providing Jordan with a 2-year $60 million contract that significantly exceeded the existing salary cap, along with a no-trade clause. After receiving a contract that matched his worth, Jordan hesitated not at all and signed his name to the agreement with great ease. Just as Li Mu had said, Jordan was expected to lead the team to another three-peat in the following 2 years, firmly securing his position as the greatest of all time. Wealth could not measure his ambition, and history would prove that he was truly the chosen one. With the Jordan renewal resolved, the matter that had most troubled Krause finally reached a satisfactory conclusion. Free from such concerns, the Bulls entered a period of relative tranquility. After renewing his contract, the first person Jordan contacted was Mutombo. This seemingly genial giant, traded to the team the previous year, had yet to finalize his own contract negotiations. Following the championship victory, his market value had naturally risen in tandem. The purpose of reaching out was straightforward. After securing his own extension, Jordan naturally wished to preserve the core championship roster as much as possible. Among the key members, only Mutombo remained without a contract. Upon hearing Mutombo's willingness to stay, Jordan immediately dialed owner Reinsdorf's office line. Without a lengthy preamble, he stated succinctly, "I want the team to keep Mutombo. He's crucial to us." Then he hung up, leaving no room for deliberation. Days later, Jordan received a fax from management at home. The fax confirmed that the team had completed an extension with Mutombo, a 2-year, $20 million contract. Thus, apart from a few minimum salary signings, the Bulls had largely preserved the championship core, marking the end of their free agency operations. These 2 contracts, far exceeding the salary cap, meant that most of the revenue from last season's championship was returned to the players. In other words, Mr. Reinsdorf was now operating purely out of love. The immense salary pressure destined the Bulls to remain focused on championship contention for at least the next 2 seasons. Failure would render all their aspirations empty talk. Relieved of game pressure, everyone embraced their respective vacations. Jordan spearheaded the Panini series of memorabilia basketball cards, which debuted in the collectibles market that summer. Through Jordan's persuasion and Li Mu's planning, many players grew intrigued by this novel collectible format, expressing willingness to sign with Panini. Several even signed over their autograph rights. On the launch day, Jordan appeared in person, opening card boxes alongside fans. This first-ever combination of physical items and cards revolutionized fans' perceptions, igniting a frenzy among collectors upon release. Though the organizers had anticipated the fervor, all card boxes were sold out within half a day, a consumption rate that left Frank, present at the scene, utterly astonished. Capitalizing on this momentum, Li Mu finally received the promised compensation from Panini. Days after the event, Frank arrived at Li Mu's apartment bearing a contract stamped with the company's seal. Within this contract, the surprises for Li Mu extended far beyond mere shares. In addition to 5 equity in the North American division, they offered Li Mu the position of head of product design, responsible for determining design concepts and final approvals for different basketball card series, targeting various audiences. Beyond a fixed monthly salary, he would also receive a percentage of the monthly marketing revenue. Tempting as the offer was, Frank frankly informed Li Mu of the reality. If he accepted this role, he would have to resign from his current assistant coaching position to focus exclusively on product development for Panini. It was precisely this requirement that led Li Mu to decline without hesitation. After all, his goal was to one day become an NBA head coach. No matter how generous the offer, it could not shake his resolve. After concluding matters with Panini, Li Mu soon attended the wedding of Rodman and Madonna. Following the championship victory, Rodman had officially proposed to Madonna. Surrounded by numerous friends, Madonna, with a slightly swollen belly, willingly accepted the ring, symbolizing a lifelong commitment. They chose the warm coastal city of Miami as their wedding venue, for it was where their romance had first blossomed. Under the Divas orchestration, the wedding was exceptionally grand. In attendance were not only Rodman's teammates and old friends from the Pistons, but also numerous celebrities from the entertainment industry invited by Madonna. The celebratory song was performed by the hottest superstar of the era, Michael Jackson. Seeing MJ in person for the first time outside the screen, Li Mu was visibly thrilled. Jordan, who had previously collaborated with MJ on an advertisement, noticed his interest and personally introduced them. Ever sincere with others, MJ warmly conversed with Li Mu. At Li Mu's request, they took a rare photo together, fulfilling a long-cherished wish from his past life. After the wedding, Li Mu flew nonstop back to North Carolina. Realizing he had not set foot in this city for over a year, he decided to spend the remainder of his vacation there, resting and enjoying a complete holiday with his parents. During this time, Li Mu received a call from his agent. The agent informed him that several teams were offering contracts to lure him away. Having gained championship experience the previous season, many head coaches around the league had taken notice of the young man, often seated behind Phil. After hiring a new head coach, the Magic management promptly extended an invitation to Li Mu, promising the position of lead assistant coach with significantly higher salary and status. Yet Li Mu politely declined each offer. His reason was simple: he wished to continue learning and growing under Phil Jackson's guidance before making long-term plans. Though he had already made his choice, a mischievous impulse stirred within him. He picked up the phone and dialed Phil's private number. After a brief wait, a deep voice answered. "Hey Phil, it's me, Lee. I'm calling to say goodbye. My agent just informed me that the Orlando Magic offered me a lead assistant position with a much more generous salary. After careful consideration, I've decided to sign with them. I can't turn down such an offer. That's it. Take care. See you on the court next season." "Hey you brat, your skin must be itching again, daring to deceive me. Let me make one thing clear: I was the one who approved that Magic team interview invitation. If you were truly looking to transfer, I'd be the first to know about it. If I had heard this news from someone else, I might have actually believed it. But not a single honest word has ever come out of your mouth." On the other end of the line, Phil said with a light-hearted tone, teasing Li Mu. Seeing his scheme laid bare, Li Mu felt no remorse whatsoever. He lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed, gazing up at the ceiling, and shot back at Phil in a thoroughly nonchalant manner. "How boring. Every time I try to pull one over on you, you see right through it. Forget it. Next time another team comes sniffing around, I won't even bother picking up the phone. Just sit back and wait for the sports headlines to break the news. You ungrateful bastard. Does serving as my deputy somehow insult your dignity? I was thinking of sharing that information with you early since you reached out first, but it seems pointless now." Although Li Mu often lacked any sense of propriety around him, Phil, a man who had read countless people over the years, clearly knew exactly how to keep him in check. True enough, before Phil could finish speaking, urgent shouts erupted from the other end of the line. Wait. What good news are you keeping from me this time? Spit it out already. Stop stringing me along. After everything you've done, you think you can get information from me? Not a chance. The truth will reveal itself when you return to the team on your own. Alright, let's call it here. I've got guests waiting. Goodbye." Facing Li Mu's pleas, Phil had no intention of granting his wish. He wanted to use this opportunity to give Li Mu a proper dressing down, which would even the score between them. Based on his understanding of Li Mu, he was almost certainly hurling some truly foul language into the receiver at that very moment. Only Phil, who truly knew Li Mu, could make such an accurate prediction. Not getting the answers he wanted from the other end left Li Mu feeling agitated and restless. His original plan had been to play along feebly to extract information, then engage in some good-natured banter afterward. But Phil had anticipated his every move and hung up the call before he could even attempt it. Furious, Li Mu sprang from the sofa and unleashed a torrent of angry words into the receiver. Only after venting his frustration did he return the handset to its cradle, yet he had no intention of abandoning his pursuit of information just like that. An idea struck him suddenly. He prepared to call Mr. Winter, another assistant coach. As one of the most senior members of the team, Winter surely knew things he didn't. But before he could dial, his mother's voice echoed up from downstairs. "Li Mu, 2 gentlemen from home have arrived at the shop. They say they're here specifically to see you. Hurry down and greet them." 2 gentlemen from home. Li Mu searched his memory carefully, but could not place either of them. Puzzled, he called out an acknowledgement and hurried downstairs, eager to find out what was going on. Standing before him were two middle-aged men. Upon closer inspection, both were dressed quite formally, a sight rarely seen in America. Memories from his past life made Li Mu sense a familiar air about the two men. Before he could ask, the leader wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward and introduced himself first. "Hello, Mr. Li Mu. We are staff members from the basketball department of the General Administration of Sport of China. My surname is Sheng. Sheng Duching, though you may call me Old Sheng if you prefer. This is Wu Jianjun, and you may simply call him Old Wu as well. We took this opportunity during the Atlanta Olympics to visit you, and please forgive our uninvited arrival." After Old Sheng stated their purpose, Li Mu began to see the situation more clearly. These two had surely learned about him from somewhere within the NBA league, and absent any complications, they were here to invite him to represent his country. With a clearer picture forming in his mind, Li Mu invited them to sit around the dining table for a chat. Once everyone was settled, Old Sheng spoke, first laying out their purpose directly. "Here's the situation, Mr. Li. We came because we heard that you are currently working with head coach Phil Jackson's staff for the Chicago Bulls. This is something we only discovered after arriving here. In China, information about this matter was extremely scarce, and this marks the first time we have learned of a compatriot playing in the NBA league. With the purpose of meeting you in person, the General Administration instructed us to make this trip." Old Sheng, seated across from him, began with a flattering tone, praising Li Mu extensively. Unfortunately, Li Mu's years of experience in the domestic league kept him unmoved. Before the other party revealed their true intentions, he would not show too much emotional reaction. Indeed, anyone who can compete at such a high-level league must be keeping their cards close to their chest. One must never underestimate anyone. Realizing that Li Mu possessed a depth of calculation far beyond his years, Old Sheng reflected inwardly. Knowing the other party was waiting for him to state his position, Old Sheng decided to cut to the chase and stop dancing around the subject. "Mr. Li, no shall Li. The moment I saw you, I felt an immediate kinship. Without thinking, I considered you someone worth befriending, so I ask your indulgence for my presumption. Since we are both straightforward people, I will be direct. To be honest, I am here representing the General Administration of Sport to meet with you first. We sincerely hope you will join the Dragon team's coaching staff for the next Olympics. This would be an extraordinary honor that brings glory to our nation." After hearing their purpose, Li Mu could not help but smirk inwardly. They had indeed set their sights on him. Chatting with someone of this stature always proved exhausting. He much preferred direct and efficient communication. The Dragon team was currently basking in unmatched glory. Under Coach Gong's leadership, they had just achieved the historic milestone of reaching the Olympic quarterfinals for the first time. Barring any mishaps, this would usher in a golden age for Chinese basketball development. "I understand what you mean, Old Sheng. First, I am deeply grateful that my motherland is considering me at such a pivotal moment. If the opportunity arises, serving my country is my solemn duty." But before Old Sheng could rise to shake Li Mu's hand and seal the agreement, Li Mu's tone shifted sharply, causing Old Sheng's impending motion to stall abruptly. "However, professional matters are one thing, personal matters another. There are some things I need to consider more carefully before I can give you an answer. I have already heard about the Dragon team's historic achievement this year. However, there are still nearly 4 years until the next Olympics. You may leave me your contact information, and I will reach out to you once I have made my decision. For now, my primary responsibilities take precedence. If the opportunity arises, I would very much look forward to meeting with both of you again." Li Mu's response was impeccably measured, leaving the two men unable to find any opening to continue the conversation. Seeing that they had been politely dismissed, Old Sheng, aware that the meeting had yielded nothing, gestured for Wu Jianjun beside him to rise. After exchanging a few perfunctory pleasantries, they departed the restaurant. "Xiao Mu, what were those two gentlemen here for? How do you have acquaintances back home?" From the kitchen, hearing the sound of the door opening, Mrs. Li did not even finish cleaning her hands before leaning out to ask Li Mu. "Nothing important, Mom. They wanted to invite your son to become the Dragon team's head coach someday." After seeing them off, Li Mu turned around, picked up an apple from the fruit bowl on the checkout counter, and popped it into his mouth without washing it. Seasonal fruit is always the sweetest. Carrying this thought, Li Mu casually recounted the entire incident to his parents, as though narrating someone else's story, completely oblivious to the fact that his parents, upon hearing his words, stood frozen in place, their faces blank with shock. "Little Mu, say that again. I'm afraid you've lost your mind. How could they possibly ask a young lad like you to coach the Dragon team?" Mother instinctively thought Li Mu was talking nonsense. She wiped the water stains on her apron tied around her waist, and then felt Li Mu's forehead. "No fever. Why is this child talking nonsense? Only do we still have any traditional Chinese medicine from our hometown? This child might be suffering from hysteria." Knowing that his parents would not easily believe him, Li Mu simply pulled his busy parents out of the kitchen and then recounted what had just happened to them. After repeatedly confirming that Li Mu was not joking, Li's father, still in a daze, was pushed out of the restaurant by his mother, who kept muttering behind him, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and chase after them. This is the chance to join the Dragon team. Why doesn't that brat know how to cherish this opportunity? Go quickly and bring those two gentlemen back." No matter how much he explained to his mother, the other party had already exchanged contact information with him before leaving, and he had more important work to do at the moment. But his mother firmly believed that this matter was crucial to whether Li Mu could have a chance to return to China and establish himself in the future. So no matter how he explained, she insisted that Li Mu must agree today. Just as Li Mu was racking his brains for a way to escape, his father, drenched in sweat, reappeared at the restaurant entrance, leaning against the door frame and gasping for breath. Obviously, he had not succeeded in catching up with the two men, which allowed Li Mu to breathe a sigh of relief. To prevent being pressured again, Li Mu immediately told his parents that he would get in touch with the two men as soon as possible and would definitely agree to join the Dragon team. After repeated promises, his mother finally stopped dwelling on it. In fact, it wasn't that Li Mu was putting on airs in front of the Dragon team, it was just that his past life's experience made him hesitant about this decision. Although Li Mu also very much wanted to serve his country, he felt that some things must be clearly stated in the open to avoid unnecessary trouble for himself. This also prompted him to make up his mind to only give his commitment after communicating with the highest level person in charge, having anticipated that he would be constantly nagged at home. The day after meeting with Lao Sheng and the other man, Li Mu used the excuse of being busy with work to finally extricate himself from home and fly back to Chicago. In a little while, the new season would officially begin and the team's training camp was being prepared in full swing. Li Mu, who had been lying low for over 2 months, was led by his agent to the general manager's office of the Bulls. Today was the day he renewed his contract with the Bulls. Counting the time, he had been playing for the team for a year without even realizing it. "You're here? I've prepared the contract in advance. Take a good look at the contents. If there are no issues, let's complete the signing as soon as possible. I really don't know what that guy's purpose is promoting you to this position." The speaker was Krause, who was sitting at his desk busy with something unknown. In response to the agent's introduction, he didn't even look up, continuing to busy himself with his work. He had never had much goodwill toward Li Mu, or rather anyone who was close to Phil would be kept at arm's length, so his words were far more acerbic than complimentary. "Wait, what do you mean by promotion? Promoted to what? I don't know anything about it." Li Mu was completely baffled by Krause's words. He had never received any news of a promotion. Where did this promotion come from? Damn it, did that Phil never tell you? Go take the contract and ask him for clarification, then come back to me to sign. What a waste of my time. Annoyed by Li Mu's confusion, Krause felt that he had to deal with so many tedious tasks every day, and now even signing a contract required him to explain everything. This undoubtedly added to his workload. So he chased Li Mu away in a bad temper, telling him to go find Phil and figure things out. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Lee, the chief assistant coach of the Orlando Magic? What brings you back here today? What, now you remember this lonely old man?" When a bewildered Li Mu appeared at the door of the coach's office, Phil was puzzled. Logically, this kid should be signing the contract with Krause right now. Why did he suddenly show up here? But when he saw the contract in Li Mu's hand, and the confused look on his face, he suddenly remembered that he had been too busy bickering earlier to inform him of the news. "Boss, please don't mess with me. What exactly is going on? How did I suddenly get promoted?" Li Mu ignored Phil's teasing. He directly spread the contract on Phil's desk and pointed at it, asking Phil to explain. After teasing Li Mu, Phil finally explained to him formally. Due to the team's outstanding performance last season, various teams began to eye Phil's coaching staff. After multiple rounds of interviews, the team's chief assistant coach successfully landed a head coach position, with another team leaving this position vacant. Originally, Phil planned to promote the more senior Mr. Winter to chief assistant coach, but he explicitly stated that he was too old to handle the complex workload. After much deliberation, he finally decided to appoint Li Mu as the team's chief assistant coach. The meaning was clear: once Li Mu signed the contract, he would officially become the second in command of the coaching staff. If Phil were to miss a game for personal reasons in the future, Li Mu would take over the coaching duties. Looking at the words "chief assistant coach" in the contract and the far higher than expected number in the salary column, Li Mu still felt a sense of disbelief. But at the bottom of the black and white document, the owner Reinsdorf had already signed his name, all of which seemed to tell Li Mu that what he was seeing was about to become reality. Before Phil could even tease him, Li Mu grabbed the contract from the desk and fled out the door. Why run? It all depended on an unwritten rule within the team, and this rule was highly likely to empty Li Mu's pockets. Watching Li Mu's figure disappear in an instant, Phil was furious and shouted after him, "You little brat. Do you think running away like this can save you? Let me tell you, everyone who gets a promotion and raise under me cannot escape the fate of treating the whole team to a meal. You're no exception. We've already planned to bleed you dry once." After signing the contract, Li Mu had no time to celebrate. Rodman and Finley, who had been waiting outside the door upon hearing the news, caught him the moment he stepped out of Krause's office and promptly escorted him back to the coaching staff's office. Seeing the crowd assembled by Phil inside the office, all glaring at him with predatory intent, Li Mu felt a surge of despair. He knew that tonight he would inevitably be fleeced ruthlessly. Sure enough, that evening, amid repeated congratulations from the entire team, the hard-earned savings Li Mu had accumulated all turned into an astronomical figure on the final bill. Even though he had mentally prepared himself from the start, the moment he saw the number, he couldn't help but gasp. "You damned capitalist exploiters. Just wait." Phil, who usually appeared exceptionally composed, transformed into an old drunkard that night, causing Li Mu immense pain. While paying the bill, he couldn't resist glancing back at where everyone was seated. Among them, Phil was the most exuberant, which made the bleeding Li Mu clench his teeth in resentment. A few days after the gathering, the Chicago Bulls' new season training camp officially began. Promoted to the top assistant coach, Limu officially took over his predecessor's duties. This season, he would be responsible for the team's on-court adjustments, which also brought him considerable work pressure. After the regular season schedule was released, everyone felt only one thing: the full malice of the league. From the opening game onward, a series of powerhouses would take turns challenging them, not to mention the numerous back-to-back road games on the schedule. After reading through all the game arrangements, Phil's brow furrowed deeply, unable to relax for a long time. This schedule was the final result of the joint discussions among the owners of the league's 29 teams during the offseason. Reinsdorf, who had successfully set a new historical record, naturally became the target of the other owners. Ultimately, under pressure from all sides, the Bulls found themselves atop the difficulty rankings in the league's final schedule. All in all, the Bulls' schedule density and road travel distance far surpassed those of any other team in the league. The disciplinary results for the altercation in the final game of last season's finals were also recently announced. Rodman, as the first to throw a punch in the conflict, received an 8-game suspension, while Pippen was luckier, ultimately receiving a 5-game suspension. This meant that from the very start of the season, the Bulls would be plagued by a shortage of personnel. The Bulls' season opener would be at home against the Houston Rockets. This team had made significant personnel adjustments over the summer. After losing to the Bulls in the regular season last year, the core players led by Olajuwon had regarded them as their archrival. Now they had a great opportunity to exact revenge while the opponent's lineup was depleted. Due to the suspensions of Pippen and Rodman, Phil ultimately fielded a starting lineup of Harper, Kerr, Jordan, Finley, and Mutombo. At first glance, this lineup seemed decent, but a comparison with the opponent's lineup revealed a chasm between them. Michael, long time no see. I heard your two teammates ran into some trouble. What a shame we can't face your full lineup. See you on the court, Michael. Hope you don't choke. Barkley, wearing a Rockets jersey for the first time in an official game, found Jordan before the game. The two embraced warmly. Their relationship was extraordinary. They had faced each other on the court and also represented their country together. Off the court, they were close friends, often training together during the offseason. For Barkley, this summer would be his last hope to win a championship ring. Coming to the Space City at the end of his career, willingly playing second fiddle to Hakeem, he aimed only to get a championship ring before retiring. Watching the championship ring ceremony being set up on the sidelines, Barkley's eyes grew intense with longing. This undoubtedly fueled his determination. Today he would deliver a great blow to his dear friend, vowing to disrupt the ceremony. The ceremony ended and the game officially began. To help him integrate into the team's offensive system as quickly as possible, Coach Tomjanovich had intentionally reduced Drexler's offensive shot attempts since Barkley joined, reallocating those opportunities to Barkley. With the help of the coaching staff and teammates, Barkley showcased his adaptability to this lineup during the preseason. His addition filled the team's most glaring gap. At the start of the game, the team deliberately let Barkley get his touch going. He posted up his defender, and the others cleared space for him through ball movement, giving him a one-on-one opportunity against Finley. Although he stood only 1.98 meters tall, his robust physique, combined with master-level low-post moves and unparalleled rebounding instincts, put Finley under pressure unlike any other from the very beginning. Finley quickly lost the matchup. TSK. Charles, picking on a rookie is no skill. No wonder you've never won a championship. Seeing his little brother being bullied by his friend Jordan naturally wouldn't stand for it. Using his polished dribbling skills to blow past Drexler, he drove straight into the paint and posterized Barkley with a thunderous dunk. After landing smoothly from the rim, he showered the dunkied Barkley with cold sarcasm, ruthlessly hitting the sore spot, leaving Barkley feeling utterly frustrated. Ever since Peyton's trash talk messed with his mindset in the finals, Jordan had become particularly focused on mentally disrupting opponents during games. Seeing the effect on his old friend, the red-hot Jordan chose to press the attack. With Rodman and Pippen absent, Phil made a bold decision to rely on Jordan's immense individual ability to unleash maximum offense, while the others focused on defense, doing their best to stem the opponent's offensive momentum. Free from constraints, Jordan entered a state of utter selflessness. Drexler, tasked with defending him, silently compared and concluded that the pressure Jordan exerted far exceeded what he had faced in their previous encounter. Drexler's defensive collapse quickly disrupted the Rockets' defensive plan. Having broken the game open, Jordan drew double teams and then shifted to playmaking as a point forward. Thanks to his exceptional court vision, he soon helped his teammates find easy scoring opportunities on offense. The Rockets completely collapsed from that point, and the Houston Big Three's debut ended in a shutout in Chicago. Jordan, leading the team, single-handedly delivered a 50-point triple-double, successfully steering his team to victory. After the game, a gasping Barkley sat on the bench, unable to get up for a long time. He could never understand why that guy who was the same age as him could still maintain such an efficient game state at this stage of his career. Watching the other man still standing nonchalantly on the court accepting interviews from reporters, Barkley had to seriously ponder a question: could that guy actually be an alien? Otherwise, there was simply no way to explain such an outrageous physical constitution. As Jordan was about to leave the court, he turned back to see Barkley still catching his breath on the bench. He walked over and extended his hand to the seated Barkley. Just when Barkley thought he was being offered a friendly hand, the next sentence instantly made him want to kill. Not bad, Charles, but the trash talk you bragged about during the offseason was nothing special. You need to step up your training if you want to avoid being a footnote again next time we meet. You need to train harder to avoid becoming the backdrop again in our next encounter. Jordan, operating at full throttle, instilled fear in every opponent. Despite being shorthanded, he led the Bulls to maintain an unwavering forward momentum. Since defeating Houston in the season opener, he had delivered an explosive average of 40 points per game, propelling the Bulls to a 3-1 record and the top of the Eastern Conference standings. His stellar performance earned him the First Player of the Week honor. After this grueling stretch of back-to-back games, the Bulls finally got a chance to catch their breath. 2 consecutive home games allowed them to regroup. The long flights and time zone differences had left many players exhausted, and Pippen was set to return from suspension in the upcoming match. Their next opponent was the Toronto Raptors, a rising team from the North. Over the past 2 years, they had drafted Damon Stoudemire and Stephon Marbury, and with their youthful backcourt duo leading the charge, they were poised to make a playoff push this season. During pregame practice on match day, Lee Moo spotted Marbury at the other end of the court. After honing his skills at North Carolina for a year, Marbury had been selected as the 2nd overall pick by Toronto and had become a core member of the young squad. Now they faced each other as opponents. Marbury's circumstances had changed dramatically due to Lee Moo's influence, and the defiance in his eyes from their first meeting was gone. Lee Moo couldn't help but marvel at the twists of fate. When Lee Moo asked about his past year and his feelings about entering the league, Marbury admitted that choosing North Carolina under Lee Moo's influence had been an absolutely correct decision. Under Coach Smith's guidance, he had transformed from a solo player into a floor general in the team's offensive and defensive system. Now with the Raptors, he had developed a seamless chemistry with Stoudemire, and his outstanding performance had earned him a substantial fan base. Despite their friendly conversation, neither would hold back during the game due to personal connections. Marbury was especially excited to face his senior Jordan on the court and boldly declared that he would give his senior a generous welcome gift during their matchup. Hearing Marbury's ambitious words, Lee Moo chose not to dampen his confidence. Having watched countless games, Lee Moo had concluded that everyone who claimed to challenge Jordan ended up being defeated by him. In his view, Marbury would be no exception. After catching up, the two returned to their respective teams to prepare for the upcoming alumni showdown. Before the game, Lee Moo specifically spoke to Jordan about Marbury. He warned that Marbury would likely target him on the court and advised him to stay alert and not underestimate his opponent. Jordan had already noticed this North Carolina junior since last season. Coach Smith had even discussed Marbury's playing style with him privately. In Jordan's eyes, Marbury's speed and offensive skills were natural advantages. If he honed his court vision, he could certainly carve out a place in the league. Lee Moo's warning didn't overly concern Jordan. Every year, newcomers tried to challenge him, but very few managed to take a victory from him. Although he privately believed Marbury had a bright future in the league, he was confident that today's victory would remain in Chicago. Once on the court, Jordan immediately spotted Marbury in the opposing team's number 3 jersey. They greeted each other warmly, embracing like old friends rather than impending opponents. As possession went to the Raptors, Marbury wasted no time challenging Jordan. With a simple crossover dribble, he found a sliver of space in Jordan's defense. He drove toward the weak side of the defense, but collided with Jordan, who had rotated to help. The force of Jordan's powerful frame halted his advance, and feeling an overwhelming pressure, he decided to adjust his approach. Reassessing the defensive setup, Marbury formulated his next move. Facing Jordan's defensive pressure, he attempted to shift Jordan's weight with his dribbling. Jordan held his ground on the driving lane, refusing to yield an inch, determined to send Marbury away empty-handed. Marbury called for a screen from a teammate, using the momentary gap to create space, and then drove toward the paint. But Jordan immediately recovered and stuck to him, ready to strip the ball at any moment. Seeing the ball about to be poked away, Marbury abruptly halted his drive and pulled the ball back behind him. His slick ball handling didn't cause Jordan to lose his defensive stance. Jordan adjusted his footwork and closed in on Marbury again. Marbury initiated contact with Jordan, then used the collision to step back and execute a crossover, attempting to drive to the other side. Jordan pivoted his hips to maintain his defensive position while also stepping forward slightly to respect Marbury's potential jump shot. This was exactly the welcome gift Marbury had prepared for Jordan. He burst forward, using another crossover to drive in the opposite direction. The shift in defensive weight left Jordan unable to adjust his stance in time. The disconnection between his upper and lower body caused extreme awkwardness as he turned, and he watched helplessly as Marbury flashed past him. His momentum sent him crashing to the floor. After shaking off Jordan with a brilliant double crossover, Marbury charged toward Mutombo in the paint. The huge height difference made him look like an easy target for Mutombo. But Marbury used his exceptional core strength to evade the oncoming block while in the air, then twisted and turned to lay the ball in from the other side of the rim with a scoop shot. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This seemingly frail little guard had scored against the combined defense of Jordan and Mutombo, and with his slick handles, he had even sent Jordan sprawling to the floor. This spectacular finish was destined for the season's highlight reel. Jordan, who was accustomed to finishing over others in every possible way, found himself as the backdrop for a younger player. As everyone marveled at the play, Lee Moon noticed Jordan picking himself up from the floor. Jordan's face showed a hint of embarrassment at having been broken down, and the dark expression was unmistakable. Yes, the fiercely competitive Jordan would never accept being humiliated by a junior like that. Unsurprisingly, Marbury's brilliant shot had successfully ignited Jordan's competitive fire. Jordan, on the verge of exploding, was already prepared to deliver a full-force strike against Marbury. Marbury, however, seemed unusually excited. As an opponent, being able to enjoy applause in the Bulls' home arena gave him a great sense of accomplishment. After completing the play, he gestured provocatively toward Lee Moo, who was sitting on the Bulls' bench, completely unaware of the pair of eyes staring at him from behind ready to strike. Without any surprise, Jordan's fury quickly exposed the once-elated Marbury for what he truly was. A focused Jordan was clearly beyond Marbury's current ability to withstand. It was precisely because of Marbury's actions that his innocent teammate Stoudemire was dragged into the fray. Their retreat before Jordan signaled the final outcome of the game. After the game, despite securing victory, Jordan still felt unsatisfied because he had been knocked down in front of everyone. Before exiting, he found Marbury being interviewed courtside. Seizing the moment when Marbury wasn't paying attention, he lunged forward and locked him in a headlock, holding him firmly. Jordan, exercising restraint, didn't apply any force. Marbury, turning around to see the instigator, understood that Jordan was trying to salvage some pride in front of the cameras. With tacit understanding, he played along with the act. After releasing his grip, they exchanged smiles as if the fierce battle on the court had never happened. Marbury's cooperation lifted Jordan's spirits. He slung his arm around his younger schoolmate and praised his performance in front of the camera. He was absolutely amazing. I hope everyone doesn't go back to watch the highlights of today's game. It's just too embarrassing. Although I won the game, this kid stole the show out there. Believe me, he's going to have a bright future. Although I won the game, this kid stole the show out there. Believe me, he's going to have a bright future. Marbury, surprised by the praise from the big brother, smiled shyly and began playfully wrestling with Jordan. Through their intimate display in front of the cameras, Marbury from the University of North Carolina officially stepped into the public eye. With the lifting of Pippen and Rodman's suspensions, the Bulls announced to the world that they had returned to the ranks of championship contenders. Although every team had made varying degrees of roster upgrades during the offseason, the Bulls still led the league in the standings, relying on their seamless chemistry and dominant individual performances. As the season progressed, the All-Star game approached. Having successfully regained popularity last season, Jordan was finally elected as the All-Star vote leader. 4 players from the Bulls were selected for this year's All-Star roster, once again setting a league record. The previous All-Star Game's individual event ratings hit a historic low, prompting the league to take decisive action. Led by David Stern, the league's executives resolved to save the event. After careful deliberation, the league decided to invite veteran dunkers and rising young talents to engage in a clash between old and new forces. The league first extended invitations to Jordan and Drexler, hoping that the former rivals would join forces to deliver a spectacular showdown. Unfortunately, neither was interested in being the firefighter to salvage ratings. With their sights set on winning championships and their aging bodies a reminder that they could no longer replicate past glories, they promptly declined upon receiving the invitation, stating that such opportunities to steal the spotlight should be left to the younger generation. But a single interview changed their minds. That day, Kobe Bryant of the Los Angeles Lakers helped his team win the city rivalry by scoring 18 points, a new career high. After the game, as the star of the show, he faced the media. When asked about this year's slam dunk contest, Kobe, who had already accepted the league's invitation, said bluntly, "Honestly, I don't understand why our top stars are unwilling to take on the task of saving the league's ratings. Maybe they've lost their competitive fire. But no matter what, I'll put on a spectacular dunk contest for all the fans. Stay tuned." These words immediately caused an uproar. Some believed that this rookie fresh into the league was far too arrogant. He had merely hit the lull period of the dunk contest. If he had truly experienced the golden era of the past, he would never have uttered such laughable remarks. Though the discussion soon faded into silence, the remarks successfully ignited the competitive spirit of the 2 veteran players. Jordan personally called Drexler, inviting him to make a comeback, vowing to teach the young upstart a lesson. Win or lose, they would treat this contest as a farewell dance dedicated to the audience. Drexler gladly accepted Jordan's invitation. They resolved to pull out all the stops and show the new generation what it meant to have unfulfilled ambition. Jordan's fiercely competitive nature ensured he would give 120 effort. With little time left, he began practicing after every game, sometimes spending hours perfecting a single move. Despite having poured everything into it, Jordan still struggled to select the right moves. The audience's jaded palate could no longer be satisfied by sheer athleticism. They craved dunks never seen before in a game, something that would make their eyes pop. But for Jordan, now even replicating the iconic free throw line dunk of his prime was a luxury. With his physical abilities clearly in decline, crafting entirely new moves felt like an insurmountable challenge. After another practice session, when everyone else had left, the vast court was occupied only by Jordan, still refining his moves, and his second son Marcus tirelessly retrieving the ball. While Jordan was locked in a struggle with one dunk motion, someone pushed open the heavy fire door and entered the arena. Jordan squinted to identify the figure. It was Li Mu who had just finished his day's work and wanted to unwind by practicing on the court. Though long retired from the game, his background as a professional player kept him in the habit of practicing. Seeing Li Mu step onto the court, Jordan decided to ask for his opinion. "Li, come help me out. What do you think of the visual impact of this move?" Saying this, he picked up the ball, sprinted from the baseline toward the basket, leaped just before the rim, brought the ball behind his back, transferred it to the other hand, and finished with a reverse jam in a looking back at the moon style. Li Mu watched Jordan's remarkably fluid airborne form, marveling at his extraordinary physical gifts. Yet he felt a strange sense of déjà vu, vaguely familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen a similar move. For this dunk, Li Mu first acknowledged the high degree of difficulty in its successful execution. But what was lacking was that it still failed to showcase Jordan's signature blend of lightness and explosive power. Li Mu's blunt critique once again plunged Jordan into deep thought. Feeling that the move still had significant flaws, a deflated Jordan tossed the ball to the ground and sat down courtside to rest. As Li Mu replayed the move in his mind, the familiarity grew stronger. After confirming it countless times, he finally pinpointed the source of the memory. "I've got it. Michael, I've got a great idea for you." At the sound of Li Mu's voice, Jordan looked up, glanced at him, then leaned his head back against the chair. Without any hope, he asked in a somewhat self-defeating tone, "What move can I do that will also make people's eyes light up?" "I really can't think of anything, and I doubt you can either. Don't give up. Trust me if you can master this move. I can guarantee that before you retire, no one will be able to shake your place in the dunk contest. Don't give up. Trust me if you can master this move. I can guarantee that before you retire, no one will be able to shake your place in the dunk contest." In February 1996, the NBA All-Star Game kicked off in grand style in Cleveland. This year's All-Star Weekend gained extra allure with Jordan and Cleveland Drake Slaher announcing their participation in the slam dunk contest. After successfully orchestrating a direct showdown between the old guard and the new era, the league promptly announced a €5 prize purse for the winning team, serving as a fitting reward for the victors. As a domino effect, ticket sales for that day's contest sold out within mere hours after the duo officially confirmed their entry. Many veteran fans were thrilled by their decision to compete. After all, the last time the slam dunk contest sparked such fervent discussion was back in 1988, when both Jordan and Drake Slaher had graced the same stage. Now the dunk contest's popularity was subtly surpassing that of the main event itself, with most interviewed fans bluntly admitting they had come solely for the slam dunk competition. The intensifying heat and attention brought immense pressure upon all participants. But with arrows noosed on the bowstring, there was no turning back. Each competitor was quietly making thorough preparations behind the scenes, hoping to astonish the world on the grand stage. On the day of the individual events, Steve Kerr clinched the three-point contest trophy with a personal best 22 points, and then came the moment everyone had been waiting for, the main event. This year's slam dunk contest would be contested in a team format across 3 rounds, with the ultimate winners determined by aggregate scores. This innovative format added layers of suspense to the competition. Introducing the competitors, the announcer called forth 2 teams. Leading the charge was a pairing of rookies, Brent Barry and Kobe Bryant. The former had once stunned the basketball world with his breathtaking free throw line dunk, proving to everyone that dunking was far from the exclusive domain of athletically gifted black players. He embodied the saying that white men could fly too. Beside him stood first-year phenom Kobe Bryant, whose series of explosive and spectacular dunks during the regular season had earned him an invitation from the league. On the other side of the court, as the veteran stars Jordan and Cleveland Drake Slaher took the stage together, the entire arena erupted in cheers, a clear indication of the crowd's fervent anticipation for a dazzling partnership between the two legends. To ensure fairness and objectivity, this year's judging panel consisted of retired legends who, while not particularly accomplished in dunking themselves, brought in valuable experience and perspective. The prestigious panel, comprising Larry Nance, George Gervin, Dominique Wilkins, Wilt Chamberlain, and Julius Erving, would guarantee the highest standards of rigor and evaluation throughout the contest. After introducing both teams, the first round commenced. Before tip-off, Kobe and Barry made their intentions clear. Out of respect for the two legends, they would open each round before handing the final word to Jordan and Cleveland Drake Slaher, ensuring maximum suspense and drama. The veterans graciously accepted. With the order settled, Barry stepped up first to ignite the atmosphere. He took off from midcourt, gathering momentum as he approached the key. With one step to spare, he launched into the air, twisting his body 180 degrees to deliver an extraordinarily fluid and expansive one-handed slam. The dunk showcased not only his phenomenal athleticism, but also the pure artistry of slam dunking, truly living up to his reputation as the pinnacle of white dunkers. The performance drew thunderous applause from the crowd, and the judges rewarded him with a score of 45. Next up, Kobe made his entrance with unmistakable flamboyance, waving to the stands and beckoning the crowd to rally behind him. But the response was lukewarm at best. Nevertheless, it did nothing to deter his performance. Kobe began pacing slowly from beyond the three-point line, carefully calculating the optimal approach distance. Once satisfied with his preparation, he exploded forward, accelerating toward the rim before launching himself skyward. The ball was drawn back behind his head as his entire body arched like a fully tensioned bow. His arm driving toward the basket with the force of a released arrow. The crisp, thunderous sound of the slam echoed through every ear, and the spectators who had been dismissive moments before sprang to their feet in stunned amazement. After completing the dunk, as potent and majestic as a drawn bow fully extended, Jordan stood beneath the rim with arms folded, a triumphant smile on his face soaking in the spotlight and the flashes of countless cameras. Even the ever-seasoned Wilkins rose from his seat to applaud, sensing that this young man might forever cement his legacy with this single performance. Kobe's nearly flawless dunk earned him a score of 48. The display from the two young stars sent an invisible wave of pressure coursing through Cleveland Drake-Slaher as it became his turn to perform. His chosen opening move was a straightforward behind-the-back jam, but the real challenge lay in showcasing the gliding quality that earned him the nickname, the human highlight film. Given his current physical condition, he couldn't guarantee the same breathtaking aerial distance he was famous for in his prime. Fortunately, the move didn't drain much energy, and he nailed it on his second attempt. Though it lacked the sheer brilliance of his peak years, it still earned him a solid 45. Finally, it was Jordan's turn, the moment everyone had been anticipating. Yet Jordan appeared remarkably relaxed, as though the outcome were already sealed in his mind. Fans leaned forward in their seats, straining to witness the power of his dunk firsthand. To everyone's surprise, Jordan's first attempt was simply a straight-ahead wrench dunk, a move he executed countless times in actual games. It was far too routine, leaving the crowd somewhat underwhelmed, and the judges awarded it just 42 points. The first round concluded with the rookie team leading 93-87. After a brief rest, the second round began. In the second round, the younger duo started firing on all cylinders. Kobe's between-the-legs transition dunk earned a perfect 50, while Cleveland Drake-Slaher, sensing the growing deficit, emptied his arsenal with a breathtaking 360-degree spin in midair, salvaging glory for the veteran team and also scoring a perfect 50. Jordan, however, seemed content to go through the motions with a baseline self-feed dunk he had performed many times before. While executed, the crowd clearly wasn't buying the recycled choreography. The second round ended in a narrow draw, keeping the overall standings tightly contested. For the decisive third round, the league introduced a twist to heighten excitement. All four competitors would be split into pairs and face off head-to-head. Cleveland Drake-Slaher, with his veteran cunning, chose his opponent first. Knowing Jordan still harbored memories of Kobe's earlier words, Cleveland Drake-Slaher selected Barry as his adversary, leaving Jordan and Kobe to face each other directly. Cleveland Drake-Slaher's seasoned court instincts carried him to victory over Barry, securing 2 perfect 50s for his team and reclaiming a 1-point lead. But the margin remained razor-thin. The ultimate fate of the contest now rested in the hands of the two yet-to-perform competitors. Kobe took the floor first. Borrowing a microphone from the officials, he addressed the crowd. "Regardless of the outcome, I hope you all enjoy the spectacle this competition has to offer. This next dunk is something I've dreamed of my entire life, Michael. This will be the greatest gift I give you tonight." Setting the microphone down, he retreated to the opposite side of the court, crouched low, and prepared to sprint. Amid deafening anticipation, he cradled the ball and surged forward. Reaching the free throw line, he leaped without hesitation, his body curving through the air like a blade aimed at the basket, delivering a one-handed slam that faithfully replicated Jordan's iconic masterpiece. The entire arena erupted into madness. No one could have predicted that years later someone would dare to replicate that legendary creation right in front of Jordan himself. Note for note, move for move. Without question, the dunk received a perfect 50. Wilkins practically fell to his knees in reverence, declaring that 50 didn't fully capture the magnitude of the moment, only because the scoreboard's maximum digit was 50. The pressure now shifted entirely to Jordan. His teammates watching from the bench wrung their hands in anxiety, while Limu sat composed and calm, eagerly awaiting his performance. Turning to the squad, he spoke boldly. "That dunk by Kobe was nearly perfect, but don't you dare blink, because you might just miss the greatest dunk in history." Let us rewind time to the day Limu conceived the idea. After Limu painstakingly described Aaron Gordon's earth-shattering seated dunk in words, Jordan spent a considerable amount of time digesting the description. He then posed a question to Limu. "I'm genuinely fascinated by the architecture of your mind. I must know what bizarre and ingenious ideas are swirling around in there." While astounded by the countless whimsical concepts residing in Limu's mind, Jordan also couldn't help but lavish praise upon this creative masterpiece. He could vividly imagine that if he truly executed this epic-making dunk during the competition, it would indeed become a performance unmatched before and unsurpassed after, exactly as Limu had foretold. Just as Jordan was brimming with excitement, Limu poured a bucket of cold water on him. If he wished to complete this maneuver, sufficient stamina and meticulous refinement of the movement were the bare minimum requirements. This meant Jordan had to conserve his energy throughout the competition. The first 2 moves required restraint, otherwise he would undoubtedly fall short of delivering this ultimate surprise. Yet fulfilling the above 2 conditions did not guarantee success. His real-time execution and adaptability on the spot were equally crucial. So while the entire arena audience sneered at Jordan's first 2 attempts, only Limu fully grasped his true strategy. Meanwhile, Kobe's tribute dunk had already ignited the stadium to fever pitch. Next, it was Jordan's turn to provide the grand finale for this historic showdown. The underwhelming performance of his first two dunks had not dampened the fans' enthusiasm. Those who knew Jordan understood that this final attempt might deliver a truly breathtaking display. Suddenly, the arena music shifted to a new melody. The Bulls mascot Bailey danced joyfully to the rhythm and approached Jordan. Upon meeting, the two shared an eager fist bump. This marked the first time in slam dunk contest history that anyone had attempted a human wall dunk. The sheer difficulty of the maneuver and the immense pressure of this final attempt now rested entirely on Jordan's shoulders. For him, completing this dunk was absolutely non-negotiable. It would serve as his grand finale to this legendary competition. Jordan and Bailey continued to discuss details along the sideline, debating positioning, ball placement, and how to optimize Jordan's receiving angle. Fans who had waited impatiently grew restless. They paid premium prices for tickets, not to watch a planning session. Unaware of what Jordan intended to do, the audience began chanting in an organized manner, urging him to execute the final dunk as quickly as possible. Under the relentless pressure, Jordan finally identified the optimal position. He signaled for Bailey to stand at that spot and lift the basketball, then stepped back beyond the three-point line to prepare. Witnessing this scene, several players on the sidelines sensed that something extraordinary was about to unfold. They rose from their seats, straining for a better view. Meanwhile, Limu, seated courtside, pulled out his handheld camcorder, ready to record what would become a moment etched in history. Once Bailey signaled he was ready, he tucked his head between his arms and hoisted the basketball overhead. Jordan held up his thumb to measure the distance between them, silently calculating the optimal takeoff point in his mind. Once satisfied, he took a deep breath and prepared to launch. Driving hard off the floor, Jordan sprinted toward Bailey. As he approached, he launched himself skyward in a powerful leap. His legs tucked together midair, his hips clearing Bailey's back by inches. At the apex, his head nearly aligned with the rim. In a flash, his left hand snatched the ball from Bailey's raised hands, while his right hand had already positioned itself on the other side, ready to receive. In the instant he caught the ball, Jordan brought it up past his head in a seated posture. In a split second, the basketball exploded through the rim from his grip. As the ball bounced off the floor with a sharp thud, Jordan landed gracefully back on his feet. Completing such an extraordinarily difficult maneuver on the very first attempt filled Jordan with sheer astonishment. He turned around to celebrate with Bailey, completely oblivious to the sudden deafening silence that had fallen over the arena. Before half a second had passed, every player on the sidelines rushed onto the court uncontrollably. They crowded tightly around Jordan, their faces etched with utter disbelief, as though they had just witnessed a miracle. The spectators erupted with even greater frenzy. What had unfolded before their very eyes would become an unforgettable scene, forever imprinted in their memories. Fans who had previously harbored doubts about Jordan were now so stunned they could barely stand. Some even dropped to their knees, their eyes glued to the screen, watching the replay again and again. The most spectacular moment in the history of the sport. The 5 judges seated at the panel appeared dazed after witnessing all of this. They repeatedly shook their heads from side to side, casting sidelong glances at everyone around them, desperately trying to confirm whether they were dreaming. No one could have imagined that Jordan would create such an imaginative and audacious move at this most critical moment. Kobe, who had believed victory was already secured, stood frozen in place. The overwhelming visual impact left him momentarily speechless. With utter disbelief, he turned to Barry beside him and stammered, Is this really happening? Did all of this just unfold right in front of us?" Barry was equally rooted to the spot, stunned by the sheer magnitude of what he had just witnessed. He nodded affirmatively at first, then frantically shook his head in denial. With a bewildered expression, he muttered to himself, "Impossible. This has to be a dream. Come on, punch me in the face and see if I'm awake." Anyone who dared to challenge Jordan's right to the championship at that moment would likely have faced the raw fury of spectators ready to intervene physically. Without any doubt, this dunk not only secured Jordan's 3rd slam dunk contest championship trophy, it also resurrected the competition from the brink of obsolescence. From this moment forward, Jordan's name became inextricably linked with the slam dunk contest. No one could ever question his artistic mastery of the dunk or his undisputed historical legacy as the greatest in the event's history. As Jordan ascended the stage to receive the award, the host handed him the microphone, eager to hear his thoughts. Taking the microphone, Jordan spotted Limu in the crowd and loudly declared to the entire arena, "This trophy doesn't belong to me alone. Half of it belongs to my brilliant little brother Limu. Without your creativity, I would never have been able to execute such an incredible move in my entire life. Please give him a round of applause and invite him to join me on stage so we can lift this trophy together." Under the crowd's enthusiastic urging, Limu reluctantly stepped into the spotlight. As he raised the trophy alongside Jordan, his forced professional smile betrayed the chaos raging within. Inside, he was frantically praying, oh Gordon, if you're watching this on TV right now, I beg you, turn it off. Smash the television if you have to, because this is going to deeply wound your fragile ego. If you want revenge when you grow up, take it up with the dark-skinned bastard standing next to me. He's the one who forced me to come up with this idea. None of this is my fault." The 1996 NBA All-Star Game garnered unprecedented international recognition thanks to that legendary dunk contest, and Jordan's iconic slam ignited the pure dreams of countless young players in the years to come. Following the All-Star break, the league returned to its regular season schedule. The Bulls remained atop the Eastern Conference standings, keeping pace with the Utah Jazz in the West. The Bulls' objective was straightforward: match their previous season's performance or surpass it to set a new franchise record. However, after a full offseason of roster upgrades, every team near the top of the standings had demonstrated considerable competitiveness. Meanwhile, the aging core occasionally faltered in key games. When the regular season concluded, the Bulls fell just short of matching their previous year's record. Despite this, they still posted another 70-win season at 70-12, or reclaiming the top seed, and becoming the first franchise in league history to achieve back-to-back 70-win campaigns. Jordan earned first-team All-NBA honors once more with his dominant all-around numbers of 30 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block per game, while also claiming his 7th MVP award. Their remarkable record brought individual accolades to other players as well. After a brief week-long rest, the postseason arrived, marking the beginning of the championship race. The Bulls opened their playoff run against the Charlotte Hornets, who secured a narrow postseason berth with a 45-37 record from North Carolina. Glenn Rice led Charlotte this season, averaging 26 points per game, while shooting an impressive 47 from three-point range. This marked the finest season of Rice's career since joining the Hornets, highlighted by his explosive third-quarter performance, where he scored 20 points to claim the All-Star Game MVP from Jordan. Though Charlotte appeared capable of disrupting the playoffs with their full roster, they paled in comparison to the Bulls. Chicago swept the series 3-0, dispatching the Hornets with clinical efficiency. Indiana awaited in the next round after avenging last season's elimination by sweeping the New York Knicks in the opening series. Now facing Chicago, the Pacers sought to halt the defending champions' title defense, having re-signed their franchise cornerstone Reggie Miller to a 6-year $33 million extension during the offseason. The previous season, Indiana had acquired center Kevin Willis from Miami in exchange for point guard Mark Jackson, but an early playoff exit revealed the need for a secondary ball handler to share playmaking duties with Miller. Through a fortuitous mid-season trade with Denver, the Pacers reclaimed Jackson, whose immediate chemistry with Miller required no adjustment period. Jackson's return resolved Indiana's ball movement struggles, and with that critical weakness addressed, the Pacers posted a formidable record this season. This matchup carried palpable tension as the long-standing rivalry between Michael Jordan and Reggie Miller resurfaced on the postseason stage. With both teams at full strength, a decisive outcome seemed inevitable. Upon arriving at the United Center, where Miller had witnessed countless historic moments, every corner felt intimately familiar to him. He could navigate directly to Phil Jackson's office without assistants eager to browse the coach's latest collection. During pre-game warm-ups, he crossed paths with Jordan. Though they clashed fiercely on the court, they maintained mutual respect off it. Had they not been rivals, they likely would have become close friends. After exchanging hugs and catching up, they turned to discussing the upcoming game, neither willing to concede psychological advantage. The two trash-talk maestros traded barbs, as if winning this mental battle would secure victory on the court. After neither could gain the upper hand, they silently agreed to save their energy for the game itself. Both men channeled their unspoken words into competitive fire. When tip-off came, Jordan, as the home host, took the initiative to show Miller what hospitality meant in Chicago. Every offensive set initiated by Jordan seemed designed to target Miller, seeking to make him pay on the other end. Understanding that direct confrontation was unwise, Miller used his teammates' screens to protect his slender frame. Even as Jordan dissected the defense with effortless ease, Miller refused to let his strategy succeed. Like a coiled viper waiting to strike, Miller hunted for opportunities to deliver a fatal blow. The contest grew tense as both teams traded momentum through the final minutes. Though no single defender could match Jordan one-on-one, Mark Jackson's methodical orchestration and Reggie Miller's pinpoint perimeter shooting off the ball kept the score closely contested. In the decisive final moments, Chicago maintained its lead through Jordan's dominant scoring. The Bulls prepared to inbound the ball from their backcourt. At this stage, the triangle offense gave way to isolation plays, trusting Jordan to deliver the decisive bucket. Pippen raised the ball, searching for movement, while Jalen Rose, tasked with guarding him, stayed glued to his man, using physical contact to disrupt the catch. The instant the ball left Pippen's hands, Rose threw his body into Jordan's passing lane, but Jordan subtly jostled him aside with an elbow to create separation for the reception. To preserve the game's flow, the referee called no offensive foul. But Miller, who had been lurking nearby, seized the fleeting opportunity. His quick hands and anticipation allowed him to strip the ball from Jordan before he could secure it. Kevin Willis immediately set a solid screen at the top of the key as possession changed. Miller curled around Willis, took a step back, and found himself open beyond the three-point arc. Without hesitation, Miller released the three-pointer the moment he found space. The ball arced cleanly through the net. Though Miller had trimmed the deficit, he didn't relax. Still trailing with limited time remaining, he knew another stop was necessary to regain the lead. After the steal, Jordan grew cautious. He signaled to Pippen, asking him to help defend Miller and loudly alert him if his focus wavered. On the ensuing possession, Jordan didn't rush. With the lead still intact, burning clock was advantageous. He could increase his chances by controlling the pace. But Larry Brown, watching from the sideline, wouldn't let Chicago dictate terms. He directed Mark Jackson and Jalen Rose to double-team Jordan, even if it meant leaving Ron Harper open. Seeing the double team close and Jordan took a step back looking to stall and run out the clock. Michael, watch your back. Pippin's voice reached him, and Jordan instinctively glanced over his shoulder. Before he could react, Miller had slipped past Pippin's defense and crept up behind him, already closing in. That momentary lapse allowed Mark Jackson to pounce. Jackson swiftly stripped the ball from Jordan and immediately tossed it down court. Miller, already turning on defense, sprinted toward the opposite end. Pippin, slowed by Willis's screen, hustled back to catch Miller, but arrived just a step too late. With only seconds remaining, Miller didn't hesitate. He rose up against Pippin's tight defense and launched a three-pointer. This shot would determine the outcome. Everyone held their breath, watching the ball trace its arc through the air. Confident in his shot, Miller turned away with his arms spread, already savoring the shock on everyone's faces. Reggie Miller. He went straight up against Pippin's defense for the three. Wait. It's good. Miller, time strikes again. As the announcer's voice erupted, the ball settled through the net. 2 possessions, 2 shots. Miller had once again delivered his signature comeback moment. Miller, who had successfully fulfilled his promise, appeared elated. He struck a bow and arrow pose toward Jordan's position, as if signaling that he had locked him in his sights and could end the game and seize victory at any moment. Miller's consecutive three-pointers weighed like a dark cloud over the Bulls, and his excessively arrogant celebration gesture became the final straw that broke their backs. Unsurprisingly, as Miller once again recreated the classic scene, he also led his team to victory, warning all who dared to underestimate them from the position of an underdog. The problems exposed during the game were immediately put on the agenda by the coaching staff after the match, who promptly gathered the entire team for a thorough review. Everyone perk up. Let's review the last 2 possessions of the game. Without exception, both of those turnovers were caused by our own lack of concentration, allowing the opponent to sneak in. That is the direct reason we lost the game. Standing at the podium, Lee Mu was conducting a frame-by-frame analysis of the video footage on the TV screen. The coaching staff considered the loss of this game to be of no small significance. 2 consecutive mistakes confirmed a fatal issue: the core players had reached their physical limit. The high-intensity pace of the game, combined with steadily increasing playing time, had become a burden for these players, whose average age exceeded 33. After advancing to the playoffs, Phil immediately adjusted the player rotation, reducing the regular season 9-man rotation to the current 8. While this did mitigate risks and increase the team's margin for error, the problems that had surfaced urgently needed resolution. The resilience and depth displayed by the Pacers were sending them a clear warning. Seeing the visible fatigue on his players' faces, Phil resolved to make changes before the next game. Come, everyone, have some electrolytes to replenish your energy. The staff pushed open the meeting room door and delivered the much-needed electrolyte drinks. As the youngest player on the team, Finley took the jug from them and began distributing it to everyone. Watching Finley's busy figure, a sudden idea flashed through Phil's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to end the meeting that had yet to yield any results. After informing everyone of the next day's practice time, he dismissed them. Michael Lee, please stay. I have something to discuss with you. He called out to the 2 who were about to leave. Once everyone else had left the room, he pulled over a stool and sat down between them. I have an excellent plan and would like to hear your thoughts. If it works, we can make adjustments immediately in the next game. I'm confident that once we execute it, it will turn the tide at once. Phil's confident demeanor left Lee Mu somewhat speechless. Ever since Finley had brought water to the team, Phil's gaze had not left him. Even if he couldn't guess his exact intention, the plan was almost certainly related to Finley. Don't keep us in suspense, Phil. From the very beginning, your eyes were practically glued to Finley. Just spit it out. Lee Mu mercilessly exposed Phil, who was trying to be mysterious, only to receive a disdainful glare in return. So only you're allowed to be clever and full of tricks. Can't I show off for once? Next time you dare call me out in front of the whole team, I'll make sure you learn what it means to respect your superior. Threatened, Lee Mu had no choice but to feign fear. Satisfied with having achieved his goal, Phil laid out his plan to the 2. The moment I saw Finley, I automatically compared him to Tony in my mind. Since Tony left, we've indeed lacked a versatile player on the bench to lead the second unit. It's been 2 years since Finley joined the team. We all know his abilities well. I'm thinking of having him play as the primary option in the second unit during the next game. After listening, Jordan and Lee Mu exchanged a knowing glance. From each other's eyes they read the same thought: this plan was feasible. The Tony Phil referred to was, of course, Tony Kukoc, who was part of the trade package from Mutombo. Kukoc had been a core starter for the Bulls during Jordan's first retirement. This talented European forward became the Bulls' jack of all trades, and his arrival kept the team competitive. After being traded to the Denver Nuggets, Kukoc received significant playing time and resources, solidifying his position as the team's cornerstone last season. This season he led the star-depleted Nuggets into the playoffs. But equating the 2 would be a stretch. Influenced by Jordan, Finley had evolved from a reckless rookie into a sharp weapon with comprehensive offensive skills and solid one-on-one defense. Meanwhile, Kukoc's exceptional court vision and refined ball handling earned him the nickname European Magician. Comparing the 2 solely in terms of compatibility with the triangle offense, Finley was nowhere near Kukoc's level. Phil, I think this idea is indeed feasible, but their characteristics are very distinct. We can't simply dump all of Tony's responsibilities onto Finley. That would only backfire. After repeatedly comparing the two in his mind, Li Mu raised an objection. It was foreseeable that imposing unfamiliar tasks on Finley would only accelerate his discomfort. Who said I'm going to give Finley all of Tony's tasks? If I didn't have that kind of judgment, I wouldn't be your boss. Michael, I want Finley to practice with you again. Not technical moves, but to emulate your tactical position in the triangle offense. Phil cast another disdainful look at Li Mu, as he said he had no intention of forcing Finley to become the next Qcock. Finley's strength was his similarity to Jordan, which convinced Phil to continue implementing the triangle offense in the second unit, or rather to have a well-rested Michael Jordan coming off the bench. Phil, that's an interesting idea. I have no problem with it. It all depends on the kid's understanding. After hearing the full plan, Jordan immediately became intrigued. It was well known throughout the team that Jordan and Finley had a good rapport. In the 2 years of following Jordan, Finley had indeed made significant progress. This was a perfect opportunity to test whether he could be trusted. Whether he would rise to the occasion depended entirely on his own insight. On the night of the next game, Jordan was substituted early in the first quarter by Finley, a move that Larry Brown, the opposing coach, considered nothing short of surrender. Before Brown could adjust his lineup, Miller, standing on the sideline preparing to inbound the ball, sensed something amiss. He immediately signaled to his coach to hold off and maintain the current rotation. Brown was puzzled by Miller's unusual behavior, but following the direction Miller pointed, he soon understood and heeded the advice. A bizarre scene unfolded on the court. Finley, who had just been substituted, gathered the remaining starters around him. Standing in the center of the group, he confidently arranged the next possession. This uncanny sense of déjà vu stirred doubt in Miller's mind. It was as if the man standing across from him was not the second-year rookie Michael Finley, but someone who in every gesture bore the aura of Michael Jordan. Yes, Jordan. A competitor with the same fierce will to win, young enough, and possessing the potential to become a game-changer. What the hell? This guy looked so unremarkable in the last game, yet today, he gives me an unsettled feeling. That kid's sour expression reminds me of him, damn it. I really want to throw a punch at his face. The extraordinary aura emanating from Finley couldn't help but make Miller uneasy in his heart. Although the opponent certainly looked intimidating, his strength was absolutely no match for the Real Michael Jordan. Miller had full confidence in destroying this young pup. After the game resumed, Harper and Pippen joined forces to take control of the team's offensive orchestration. Meanwhile, Finley, who had replaced Jordan's position, continuously roamed the court searching for opportunities, just as he always did in his designated role. Having observed Finley's movements, Miller slightly relaxed his vigilance toward him. In his eyes, Finley currently posed little threat, and the priority target for their defensive attention should shift to Pippen, who was orchestrating the offense. After Harper brought the ball to the front court, Pippen used Rodman's screen to roll out and receive the pass. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he signaled his teammates to clear space around him, clearly intent on isolating his defender for a one-on-one matchup. Such an obvious intention prompted Larry Brown to make an immediate adjustment. He issued instructions to his players, and under his guidance, defenders on both sides gradually converged on Pippen, signaling an impending double team. This was exactly what the Bulls had hoped for. Finley, positioned at the right corner, noticed the defensive loosening and immediately executed a backdoor cut to shake off his defender before sprinting toward the basket. The tacit understanding developed from countless combinations with Jordan allowed Pippen to read the play instantly. Before the double team could form, he swung the ball to Harper on the left side, who also chose to drive toward the rim. Kevin Willis, stationed in the restricted area, found himself in a disadvantageous one-on-two situation. Without time for careful consideration, his defensive instincts kicked in. Facing the ball-handling Harper, he prepared to firmly swat the upcoming layup off the backboard. But the play did not unfold as he anticipated. Harper's figure showed no sign of deceleration as he approached Willis head-on. Harper tucked the ball into his embrace and took a step toward the rim with a motion that resembled a layup. This feint caused Willis to jump for the block, but it was precisely this reaction that brought a knowing smile to Harper's face. The basketball did not fly toward the basket as Willis had expected. Just as the two were about to collide, Harper flung the ball from behind Willis with one hand. Finley, who had been waiting patiently, did not waste the opportunity. Catching the pass, he coiled his body and launched himself upward. Bathed in the spotlight, his silhouette seemed almost level with Willis in midair. Rising above and behind Willis, Finley emphatically slammed the basketball through the hoop over his opponent. Nice move. Those fools actually fell for it. Jordan, seated on the bench, had watched the entire offensive sequence unfold. The spectacular finish compelled him to rise from his seat, relentlessly cheering and encouraging the teammates who had executed the play. After landing, Finley immediately scanned for his team's bench. Upon spotting his veteran brother personally applauding him, he responded by flashing an impeccably standard salute gesture in that direction. Standing on the sidelines, Phil was visibly thrilled by this play. He could faintly sense that the momentum was beginning to shift subtly, and this basket would become a pivotal factor in changing the course of the game. I've got to say, Finley's dunk on this play actually carried a bit of Jordan's flavor. Li Mu, seated on the bench and witnessing everything, stroked the stubble on his chin. Looking up at the Jumbotron as the highlight replay looped repeatedly, he murmured to himself. For viewers unfamiliar with the players, seeing this moment might easily cause them to confuse the young and dynamic Finley with Jordan. After Phil proposed this constructive idea, the very next day during practice Finley was pulled aside by the three of them to the other end of the court for an intensive tactical briefing. Under the combined guidance of all three, Finley ultimately grasped only a fragmentary understanding of the plan. After analyzing Finley's technical characteristics, the three finally settled on a strategy through a streamlined approach allow Finley to attempt filling Jordan's tactical role on the court. His unfamiliarity with offensive orchestration would be handled by Pippen and Harper, while Finley's sole responsibility within the triangle offense system would be finishing plays. Having been Jordan's teammate for 2 years, Finley had absorbed every move and mannerism through daily apprenticeship. He had already internalized Jordan's offensive techniques into his own game. Although he could not replicate them in a one-to-one fashion, replacing Jordan's tactical position during his rest periods was still quite manageable for Finley. Moreover, Finley possessed an innate advantage that Jordan currently lacked: vitality. Whether it was long-distance sprinting up and down the court or attacking the opponent's paint, these were tasks Finley handled as a matter of routine. His abundant stamina and youthful physique perfectly compensated for what Jordan was currently missing. Over the next few minutes, Finley embarked on his imitation showcase on the offensive end. On offense, he could finish catches and shots through off-ball movement and also execute one-on-one isolation finishes under specific tactical arrangements. On defense, he relentlessly harassed his assignments at any moment, forcing turnovers, and competed fiercely for rebounds through boxing out and battle at the glass. The spectators at the arena were completely spellbound. They watched in disbelief as Finley flew across the court, his demeanor and fluid movements so strikingly reminiscent of another player that spectators momentarily convinced themselves their eyes were deceiving them. Finley's energy successfully galvanized the entire team's outstanding performance on both ends of the floor, and the score differential gradually expanded. After the second quarter tipped off, Jordan, who had received ample rest on the bench, regained his strength and returned to the court to replace Pippen, who had played the entire first quarter. The two Michaels successfully converged on the court. Jordan patted the younger player on the shoulder in encouragement. "Kid, you played really well. From here on, let's team up and show them who the real star of this arena is." Finley lifted his jersey to wipe the sweat from his face, then nodded affirmatively toward Jordan. His eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement, as though he had long been awaiting this proposal. "Absolutely, Michael. I'm more than happy to serve. Let's teach these guys a lesson." The collaboration between Finley and Jordan presented the audience with a spectacular display. Under Jordan's overwhelming offensive firepower, the opponent's defensive formation was quickly dismantled. This played right into Jordan's hands. Each of his offensive orchestrations set up lead passes for Finley. Once Finley found an opportunity to attack the paint, Jordan demonstrated what it meant to deliver the ball precisely when and where it was needed. This breathtaking offensive showcase left deep psychological scars on some of the opposing players. With just one Jordan on the court, they could rely on their team's intricate schemes to contend and seek a decisive moment. But the situation before them was grim. Michael Jordan, accompanied by his star pupil, was on the floor together. Anyone would say it was like facing an opponent with a cheat code. Driven by the duo's synergy, the entire team unleashed a ferocious scoring run, while the opposition crumbled under the Bulls' relentless assault. Seeing the inevitable defeat, Larry Brown chose to concede and pull his starters, preparing to regroup at home for another battle against the Bulls. Securing the victory brought a collective sigh of relief. This game not only preserved their home court advantage, but also found a way to lighten the load on the starting lineup through tactical adjustments. No one was happier than Finley. After 2 years languishing on the bench, he had finally earned his moment in the spotlight. Now he could legitimately shed the label of rookie that had hung over him. It was easy to imagine that in the upcoming games he would receive significantly more playing time. The next few games were exceptionally intense. Although the Pacers suffered a setback in Game 2, it did not have a lasting impact on them. Back on their home court, Reggie Miller delivered a 39-point performance to reclaim a commanding lead, revitalizing the team's faltering morale. Under these circumstances, the two sides continued to trade blows evenly. Returning to the United Center, the pivotal Game 5 commenced with the series tied at 22. It was foreseeable that regardless of the final winner, this game would be fiercely contested. From the opening tip, Miller, playing in Chicago, erupted with an insatiable desire to compete. He went all out from the start, sinking 4 3-pointers in the first quarter alone, quickly establishing a lead for his team. The Bulls starters, of course, would not stand idly by. Led by Jordan, they swiftly responded. After incorporating Finley into the rotation, every starter benefited from reduced playing time. The biggest beneficiary was Jordan, as Finley took over the second unit minutes. His playing time dropped from nearly 40 minutes per game to under 32 minutes. Ample rest allowed Jordan to maintain razor-sharp focus on the court. When he noticed Miller's scorching performance, Jordan volunteered to guard him personally, determined to extinguish the opponent's offensive fire. Miller was equally eager for this matchup, as there was still unfinished business between them. "Reggie, I'm truly tired of guarding you. Your chaotic shots and irritating cheap tricks do nothing to spark my competitive fire. Your luck has run out." Jordan chased down Miller to block his shot, then quickly pushed the ball in transition for an easy layup. A belated Miller could only retrieve the ball from the baseline. As they passed each other, Jordan began to trash talk. "Shut your mouth, Michael. I've already hit 6 3-pointers under your defense." "6? Man, show me something decent before you talk to me." Maybe then you'll have a chance to piss me off. Miller refused to back down in any aspect, especially in the realm of trash talk, where he excelled. He flashed a 6 sign at Jordan, gesturing for him to look at the scoreboard and confirm who was leading. Neither side dwelled on the subject, knowing they could never convince the other. Miller's gesture told Jordan exactly how to respond. Soon Jordan used the screen to switch onto Miller, adjusted his stance, and rose for a three-pointer over Miller's long arms. The ball swished through the net, a perfect retort to Miller's earlier words. Look, is that so hard? Reggie, since when did such trivial matters become your boast? After the shot, Jordan spread his arms with an innocent expression, as if flaunting his unstoppable touch. But his celebration was short-lived. Miller immediately answered with the same move. On the next possession, Miller weaved through his teammates, created a sliver of space from Jordan, and pulled up for a jumper. Before the ball even dropped, he turned to glare at Jordan and continued his trash talk. It's not hard at all. It's too easy. I don't even need to watch to know it's going in. Don't try to challenge me with your mediocre skills. Never forget who holds the record for the lowest score in the three-point contest. The heated exchange continued amid the fierce offensive and defensive battles. This rare scoring spectacle was a feast for the fans, who cheered wildly for their idols, adding to the drama of the game. Entering the fourth quarter with help from Pippen and others, Jordan once again led a comeback to take the lead. Miller had few opportunities left, and he knew he had to make the most of the next shot. Under Jordan's tight defense, Miller found a tiny opening. Using a teammate's screen to block the referee's view, he shoved Jordan's hands away and gave him a subtle hidden push. The sudden move nearly sent Jordan stumbling, and Miller seized the moment to break free. Catching the pass from his teammate, he quickly released the shot. The ball hit the net, and the Pacers edged back into the lead, leaving the Bulls with only one final possession. After the play, Miller made a choking gesture with both hands around his neck. He said nothing, merely locking eyes with Jordan. The determination on his face signaled his resolve to secure the series lead for his team. Jordan, provoked by the sneaky move, felt a surge of anger. After the baseline inbound, he demanded the ball from his teammates. No one dared to take the final shot from him. He would personally bring this war to an end. In the opponent's half, Jordan slowed his pace, searching for an opening. Larry Brown, crouching at the sideline, ordered his players to swarm and pressure Jordan. As the defense converged from all directions, Jordan, with the shot clock about to expire, rose for a three-pointer beyond the arc. This time he mimicked Miller's style, not looking at the basket. Instead, he turned and pointed at Miller behind him, roaring, "This is the only outcome when you challenge me, Reggie. What do you think this is? New York. Here none of your tricks can defeat me. Open your eyes and watch closely. This is my moment." The ball, as Jordan predicted, shattered Miller's dreams, swishing through the net, without a hint of deviation, sealing the Game 5 victory. The Pacers' confidence nearly crumbled under Jordan's pressure. After securing a crucial victory in the pivotal Game 5, the Bulls seized the momentum, refusing to give their opponents any chance to recover. Game 6 moved to Indiana, where Miller stated bluntly to his teammates before the game, "Regardless of win or loss, we must treat this as if it were the last game of the season." Even if they were eliminated, they would leave their opponents battered and bruised. The game went down to the wire, with the Pacers players giving their all to defend their home court. This time they did not appear timid in the face of the opponent's fierce attack. On the contrary, the resilience they displayed caused great trouble for the Bulls. Jordan, Pippen, and others suffered a severe drop in shooting percentage in the first half, allowing the opponent to maintain a double-digit lead at halftime. However, through adjustments, the Bulls quickly adapted to the opponent's high-pressure defensive rhythm. They first applied intense defensive pressure on the offensive spearhead, led by Miller, successfully disrupting the opponent's offensive rhythm. Then the Bulls took over the game's tempo, erased the deficit in an instant, and turned the tide. In the end, the Bulls completed a hard-fought advancement on the road, successfully entering the next round, the Eastern Conference Finals, where the Miami Heat awaited them. Pat Riley had restructured the team's roster over the summer and led them to a first-class competitive level in the East. At the end of the season, their regular season ranking was second only to the Bulls, placing them second in the Eastern Conference. In the first two rounds, they eliminated strong teams like the Pistons and the Knicks. Next, they would compete with the Bulls for the sole spot in the finals. Although they had thrived in the first two rounds thanks to the concerted efforts of Mourning and other players, the lack of a true two-way player exposed their weaknesses. Finally, with a series score of 4-1, the Bulls easily won the Eastern Conference Finals, advancing to the NBA Finals for the second consecutive year. Their opponent would be determined between the Jazz and the Rockets. With home court advantage already secured, the Bulls only needed to wait at ease for the next challenger. The long wait led everyone to speculate on their next opponent in their spare time, with most believing that the Rockets, with their superior roster on paper, would advance. But the result was shocking. The Utah Jazz, despite being on the road, won Game 7 thanks to Karl Malone's near triple-double performance, advancing to the finals. In this game, Karl Malone thrived in the opponent's paint, dominating the interior duo of Barkley and Olajuwon, while outnumbered once again, extinguishing Houston's championship dreams. Anyone want to make a bet with me? I'm willing to wager 1-0-0 that Dennis will get crushed by Karl. Hey Dennis, you'd better watch this game carefully. You're in big trouble. The entire Bulls team gathered in the meeting room to watch the Western Conference Finals Game 7. After carefully watching the entire game, Jordan immediately threw out a bet to the team. "Tisk, Michael, you're underestimating my good brother. I'm in on this bet. Dennis, you'd better not let my 1000 go down the drain. The first to accept the bet was Dikembe Mutombo. Since joining the team 2 years ago, Rodman had been his most trusted frontcourt partner. Together, they had dismantled many seemingly formidable duos. Although the upcoming opponent Malone was playing at the peak of his career, with the two of them working together, they believed that he would certainly not be able to escape easily. Mutombo's follow-up bet spurred everyone on. After confirming their thoughts, they all began to place their bets. The subject of the discussion, Rodman also joined in, confidently stating that he would make Malone his defeated opponent within, at most, 2 quarters. Judging by the final outcome, most people expressed greater confidence in Rodman's performance. After all, Rodman had rarely let his teammates down on the court. Regardless of considerations, at least it seemed everyone was full of confidence for the upcoming game. Alright, stop the fuss. Confidence is good, but don't be too complacent. The upcoming game will definitely not be as simple as you think. Take a good look at the replay. Karl single-handedly crushed the Rockets' frontcourt duo. From this alone, what we face next is definitely a brutal battle. Michael, let me reiterate the team rules. Under no circumstances can you bet on-court performance. Everyone pick up your belongings from the table. Phil, who usually liked to lighten the mood, was out of character today. After watching the entire game, he felt worried about the upcoming schedule. The reason was simple: the strength displayed by Karl Malone on the opposing side in this game made him feel a sense of dread from an opponent for the first time. Got it, boss. My bad. But please don't be so serious. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Catching a glimpse of Phil's serious expression from the corner of his eye, Jordan knew when to stop. Although he had proposed the bet to ease the tense atmosphere, in essence, Jordan also hoped to use this method to motivate and remind his teammates not to let their guard down. The first game arrived as scheduled. On the morning of the game, the Jazz appeared at the United Center as expected for a shoot-around. After the practice, head coach Jerry Sloan and Karl Malone accepted media interviews. As a legendary Bulls veteran and the first player in team history to have his jersey retired, Jerry Sloan returned to the United Center. Standing on the court, he looked up and saw his No. 4 jersey hanging from the rafters. The usually tough and decisive Sloan was now filled with many emotions. For him, Chicago not only encompassed his entire playing career, but also marked the starting point of his coaching career. The first chance to compete for a championship in his coaching career was against his former team. These inexplicable coincidences felt like a script long written by fate. Welcome to Chicago, both of you. It's a pleasure to meet you again here, Coach Jerry. A local Chicago media reporter first welcomed them, then turned the conversation back to the game. As everyone knows, this game marks the Utah Jazz's first finals appearance in franchise history. In the past few seasons, you've been trying to break out of the West. This year, you finally achieved your wish. Have you made sufficient targeted game plans for the upcoming opponent? When asked this question, the two exchanged smiles as if they had long been confident about it. Without much thought, Coach Sloan directly pointed at Karl Malone beside him. Targeted game plans. Are you talking about this guy? By the way, he is the answer to any problem on our team. If you have any questions, just ask him. Malone was very satisfied with this answer. He raised his hand to show himself to the reporters, and with an unquestionable tone continued to complete the response. Not much of a plan. It's simple, just crush them. Malone's self-assured reply astounded every journalist present. Throughout their careers, they had interviewed countless players, but never had they encountered one who could so calmly and confidently declare that he would dominate his opponent. Observing the reporters' collective silence, Malone couldn't help but smirk. Years of hibernation had transformed him from a star player into a true superstar, and now he brimmed with unwavering confidence in his abilities. When it came to reaching the finals, Karl Malone might have owed thanks to the Chicago Bulls. Before the decisive Game 7 against the Rockets, he learned of the Bulls' advancement to the finals. Driven by a burning desire to personally eliminate Jordan and his team, Malone unleashed a fighting prowess far beyond expectations, sending his opponents packing while achieving his first-ever finals berth. As one of the few elite stars who had never reached the finals, Karl Malone yearned to hoist a championship trophy as the core of his team, proving that his unwavering dedication and sacrifices had been worthwhile. Except for the home fans, when people discussed the league's best interior players, his name was rarely mentioned. Even when debating the cornerstone of a franchise, some local fans placed his teammate Stockton above him for no other reason than his skin color being at odds with the city. Utah had a profound history of religious tradition, and Salt Lake City was a prime example. If one delved into the Jazz's franchise history, they might uncover the secret: the local fans harbored an indescribable complex sentiment toward Malone. When he first entered the league, Malone was reluctant to report to Salt Lake City. He had long heard of the city's unfriendliness toward people like him, and he was unwilling to play for a team that lacked fan support. But everything changed after Coach Sloan took over. On the very first day, he decisively silenced all dissent, and without question established Malone as the team's sole cornerstone. Malone was deeply grateful for what the coach had done for him. From that day on, their bond became unbreakable. Over the years of their partnership, they had always been strong contenders for the finals, and now they finally had the chance to turn that dream into reality. Malone's success was inseparable from Coach Sloan's devoted guidance, and even more so from his own relentless day-after-day physical training. The nickname, the Mailman, had accompanied his powerful biceps through all his battles to this day. Though he had never tasted championship glory, no opponent ever dared to underestimate him. Driven by an obsession with the championship, the Jazz made a decision on the very night they won the Western Conference Finals. Everyone must face their opponent with a champion's mindset, and under no circumstances should they lose in terms of momentum. Malone made a statement to the entire team. If the game ever turned against them, he happened to know a thing or two about hand-to-hand combat. Fueled by an unshakable confidence, Malone stepped onto the final stage he had long dreamed of. The man standing across from him seemed somewhat nonchalant, as if he didn't take Malone seriously. This only fueled Malone's excitement. He chose to initiate a conversation. "Hey Dennis, we finally meet on this stage. There are still some unresolved matters between us, so let this series provide the answers." Rodman had no interest in a verbal sparring match with Malone, or rather the seemingly rigid figure before him simply didn't stir that kind of interest. Although they shared the same agent and had had many opportunities to become friends privately, this man, with his rock-solid muscles, grated on him from the bottom of his heart. Rather than being friends, he would have preferred a bare-knuckle, bone-crushing showdown in the octagon. Seeing that the other man ignored him, Malone didn't press further. They would have plenty of opportunities for direct confrontation in the upcoming games. After the tip-off, Mutombo secured the first possession for his team. Upon receiving the ball, Jordan did not rush to attack while the opponent was still settling. Facing this disciplined team, he intended to spend more time observing their defensive adjustments before making a decision. Under Sloan, the Jazz were renowned for their discipline. Every team that faced them would inevitably fall into their slow-paced offensive and defensive rhythm. This was their hallmark, setting a web in the half-court and watching their opponents sink step by step into the quagmire. Stockton's physique was a size smaller than Jordan's, but his wealth of matchup experience and sound defensive habits ensured he was always in the right defensive position. This virtue was instilled from the top down in every player. After Jordan's mid-range jumper missed, Malone grabbed the rebound and prepared to sound the charge for their offense. When Malone positioned himself in the low post, everyone knew that was his comfort zone and that the next play would surely originate from him. Stockton's unpretentious pass found its way precisely into Malone's hands. After receiving the ball, Malone first used his back to gauge Rodman's defensive intensity and found it less fierce than expected. So he turned and executed a fadeaway jumper, opening the score for his team before Rodman could contest. This defensive lapse did not rattle the Bulls. They had mentally prepared themselves for Malone's offense. Now was not the optimal moment to unleash their full power. They needed to continue sparring with the opponent before baring their fangs. Both sides maintained a cautious approach, and the reduced number of possessions along with the slow-paced offense and defense greatly displeased the spectators. The anticipated offensive shootout did not materialize, making the audience feel that the ticket price was not worth it. Some spectators in the back rows had even begun to doze off. However, the Jazz's steady rhythm gradually widened the gap between the two teams. After the first quarter timeout, with Phil's tacit approval, Rodman decided to stir up some trouble for Malone. During a rebound scramble, Rodman began to play dirty. He first hooked his arm around Malone's arm under the basket, restricting his jump. Then in the fight for the rebound, he knocked Malone down. With a seemingly inadvertent move, successfully grabbed the offensive rebound and passed it to Jordan, who did not let him down by immediately converting the second chance opportunity. That play was exactly what Malone had been waiting for. He had always relished intense physical contact, and Rodman was the ideal opponent he had long sought. In the ensuing rebound battle, Malone chose to retaliate. After grabbing the rebound over Rodman's head, he did not immediately secure the ball and control the tempo. As he descended, his arm deliberately came down on Rodman's head. After Malone landed steadily, Rodman had already collapsed to the floor. In the moment that had just occurred, Malone's elbow collided directly with Rodman's temple. The violent impact instantly knocked Rodman unconscious. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the referee immediately called a timeout and summoned the arena medical staff for emergency treatment, leaving the bewildered Bulls standing in place. The game's intensity began to simmer with hostility. The move, which had no place on the basketball court, drew hisses from the stands. Every neutral fan in attendance condemned Malone's conduct as akin to murder, and teammate Dennis Rodman's unexpected injury nearly pushed Jordan to the brink of losing control. In one swift stride, he closed the distance to Malone, disregarding the disparity in their sizes, and shoved him squarely. Malone, who had already spotted Jordan out of the corner of his eye, anticipated the move and smoothly drifted backward 2 steps. Once he had steadied himself, he spread his hands wide to feign innocence. That had erupted during the previous season's finals was still vivid in everyone's memory. The Bulls players on the bench immediately surged onto the court to prevent the situation from escalating further. Limu was the first to reach Jordan, throwing his arms around him from behind in an attempt to restrain him before his emotions got the better of him and he was ejected. Thankfully, security personnel arrived in time to avert what could have become a full-blown incident. As the crowd dispersed, the referees called a technical foul on Jordan first. As for Malone's actions, the 3 referees were divided in their opinions and needed to review the replay before issuing a final ruling. While the referees huddled at the scorer's table to review the footage, Malone's figure reappeared within the Bulls players' line of sight. He paced back and forth along the sideline, his eyes locked onto Jordan, a flicker of menace passing through his gaze. Sensing someone's scrutinizing stare, Jordan turned and met Malone's cold eyes. Rather than swallowing his pride, Jordan spun around to face Malone, and unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse laced with thinly veiled threats. Hey Carl, you do well to watch yourself. Trust me, this isn't going to blow over so easily. If the league won't stop you from playing like this, I'll make sure you pay double. Rather than cowering under Jordan's verbal assault, Malone simply shrugged indifferently and offered his defense. Good heavens, is this a women's game or something? When Dennis carried out those heavy moves on me, nobody said a word. He didn't even draw a single foul. And I merely caused all of this unintentionally while battling for a rebound. Now you're threatening to make me pay the price. Isn't that just fair? Malone's sophistry only stoked Jordan's fury further. Seeing the rage on Jordan's face, Malone even broke into applause and laughed boisterously in front of the entire arena. Cool it, men. Don't forget this guy is a master at getting inside your head. Malone's brazen behavior had begun to incite others. Lee Moo's sharp reprimand snapped the players back to their senses, and they barely restrained their anger waiting for the final verdict. Not long afterward, the three referees reached a consensus. Given the severity of the foul's impact, and in order to restore normalcy to the game, the lead referee took the microphone from the scorer's table and addressed the audience and all teams present. To all teams, players and fans in attendance, after thorough deliberation, our crew has determined that Utah Jazz player number 32, Karl Malone, committed a personal foul during the rebounding play. Upon careful review of the game footage, while we acknowledge the seriousness of the contact, the crew collectively agrees this was an incidental collision occurring during a landing motion, which meets the criteria for a personal foul. Though the referee's explanation was reasoned and well-founded, it failed to sway the fans. Upon hearing the call, every spectator rose from their seats in unison and chanted, "Dirty ref! Dirty ref! Get him out of here!" Malone's masterful performance of victimhood allowed him to escape heavier punishment, trading just 2 free throws in possession for the removal of a key member from the opposing roster. After the announcement, he raised both hands high and bellowed to the entire arena, "Fair call! Fair call!" completely indifferent to the feelings of those around him. So it turns out no one's fabricating this. This guy is a complete son of a bitch. Watching Malone's swaggering display, even the usually composed Lee Moo found his patience fraying. While the Bulls saw this as a glaring officiating error, Phil Jackson understood that leading a protest at this moment would be unwise. Meanwhile, the team's medical staff reported on Rodman's condition. He had remained unconscious since the incident, and upon immediate examination at the hospital was diagnosed with a concussion. This news struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. The hospital's diagnosis meant that at the earliest they could not expect Rodman to return before Game 4. But no matter how dire the circumstances, they still had to press on and finish the series. The Bulls, reeling from a double blow, were visibly shaken in spirit. Back on the court, Dikembe Mutombo took over Rodman's defensive responsibilities. But his injured teammate's fate ignited a personal grudge against Malone. Despite Lee Moo's persistent warnings not to overreact, Mutombo continued to employ excessively physical moves in their matchup, quickly accumulating fouls and approaching the limit. Forced to sub off Mutombo, Malone found himself completely unchecked in the paint. He ultimately poured in 35 points and grabbed 20 rebounds along with 5 other stats, securing the first finals victory of his career. After the game, escorted by security personnel, the entire Jazz squad made a safe exit from the United Center. Their team bus was briefly surrounded and harassed by fans, prompting local authorities to dispatch an emergency escort to ensure their departure. For safety reasons, the Jazz made a last-minute change to their accommodation plans, opting instead to stay in nearby Milwaukee. The Bulls personnel rushed straight to the hospital where Rodman was being treated. Upon arrival, they found him lying in a hospital bed hooked up to a ventilator and still deeply unconscious. Each and every one of them clenched their fists in silent fury. Ultimately, it was Phil who stepped up to take charge, ordering everyone to disperse and leave Rodman in peace. They had little time to rest. Training awaited them the following day. After the group dispersed, Phil and Jordan, too troubled by what they had witnessed, found themselves returning to the hospital room. As they approached the ward, they heard voices coming from within. Peering through the glass window on the door, they discovered Lee Moo standing beside Rodman's bedside, speaking softly to him in a one-sided conversation. "Dennis, I know you can hear me. You've been through hell, and I promise you, this son of a bitch will pay. Focus on recovering. We will bring that championship trophy back for you. Phil, the decision is yours. I am merely an advisor. But if you ultimately choose to take this step, I will definitely fulfill my promise to the team. If we fail, I will resign voluntarily. Lee, this matter concerns every one of us. It is not a problem that can be solved by having one person take the fall. Let me state my position first. I share your view, and I will do my utmost to persuade the team to make this happen." Outside the hospital corridor, the two men leaned against the wall side by side, seemingly discussing an issue of paramount importance. The next day, the Bulls gathered the entire team for training, as usual. The players' expressions were uniformly grim. It was evident that Rodman's accidental injury and the loss the previous night had taken a toll on everyone's morale. Phil looked at the listless players on the court, unsure where to begin. Seeing this, Lee Moo took the initiative to gather the team, understanding that the immediate need was to lift the team's spirits. "I fully understand how you all feel right now. I believe no one in this team had a restful night last night, myself included." Observing the players' troubling mental state, Phil knew that his task was not to devise meticulous pregame arrangements, but but to use a series of methods to help dispel the dark clouds hanging over their heads. Let me share something with you first. The hospital updated us on Dennis's condition this morning. Dennis regained consciousness at 3 a.m. yesterday, but he is currently experiencing some memory loss and is unable to perform tasks independently. The hospital has promised to do everything in their power to ensure his treatment and complete recovery, but it is clear that he will miss the remainder of the season. Although many had foreseen this outcome after the previous night's events, hearing it from Phil's lips still left a bitter taste in everyone's mouths. A more pressing issue now loomed. Rodman's absence would create a void at the power forward position, and finding a replacement became the Bulls' most urgent concern. After announcing Rodman's situation, Phil observed the expressions on everyone's faces, noting that the majority were simmering with indignation. Confirming that the team's morale was still intact, Phil exchanged a subtle glance with Limu, deciding to seize the moment to ignite a fire in the players. "Everyone, I know you're all feeling down. Our opponents are far more unscrupulous than we imagined, and Dennis lying in the hospital bed is the best proof." Limu took over from Phil, stepping forward from the coaching staff to continue the discussion. "But I can tell you this clearly, if we lose because we are outplayed, we will accept it and learn from the defeat. However, if someone threatens our safety under the guise of basketball, then we must make them pay the price." Limu's words served as a reassuring anchor, stabilizing the team's precarious morale. Seeing the players' eyes gradually regain their spirit, Phil struck while the iron was hot, conveying the results of the management's emergency meeting from the previous night. After everyone went back last night, the coaching staff and management held a brief meeting regarding Dennis's situation. "Our opinions were unusually unified this time. If such a situation recurs in the upcoming games, anyone is allowed to retaliate. If any fines or even suspensions result, the team will bear 100 of the consequences. We will not allow anyone else to end up in a hospital bed." The management's stance ignited a fire in the players' hearts. Most had been hesitant due to the fear of heavy penalties. The contracts they held might be their family's sole income. Adults always consider the consequences before acting, and while they desperately wanted to seek justice for Rodman, reality often left them feeling powerless. From now on, this is no longer just a game. This series will become a personal vendetta between us and them, and only when the final whistle blows will a victor be decided. This document contains the video evidence and complaint materials I compiled overnight. I have gathered footage of Carl's foul on Dennis from multiple angles. I am handing this over to Phil in front of everyone. We will file an appeal with the league in the team's name, demanding a suspension for Carl and full coverage of Dennis's medical expenses. If that path fails, we will file a lawsuit with the Court of Arbitration for Sport. As Phil spoke, Limu produced the materials he had compiled overnight and raised them high for everyone to see. After the game the previous night, Limu had spent hours alone reviewing the loss, ultimately concluding that if they allowed the opponent to commit such outrageous acts under their noses, the team would soon be burdened by mental baggage and unable to perform at their true level. If they could not secure justice for Rodman, the team's morale would be shattered. After much deliberation, he proposed the appeal to Phil. However, filing an appeal with the league and hoping for a satisfactory outcome was an uphill battle. Once litigation began, a third-party arbitration body would be involved. The Bulls were already viewed as the league's public enemy by other teams. Even if the appeal yielded a response, an unfavorable result would only invite further ostracism and injustice. Yet both for the team's sake and for personal conviction, they had to take this step. Limu had even considered that if the team feared repercussions from the league, he would file the appeal in his own name, and if it failed, resign voluntarily to shield the team from fallout. For no other reason than to seek justice for Rodman, who lay in the hospital bed. When he proposed the idea, Jordan and Phil immediately embraced it. They both insisted that Limu would not bear the consequences alone. Jordan even stated that if the team ultimately rejected the plan, he would request a trade in the offseason. With their support, Limu finally found some courage. Fortunately, this time the management chose to stand firmly with the team. Mr. Reinsdorf declared that regardless of the outcome, the team would never retreat from their bottom line. They would make Karl Malone and the Jazz pay the price. Once Limu submitted the materials to management, they would immediately file an appeal with the league in the team's name. When Phil announced Limu's efforts to the players, the pin-up emotions erupted. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in everyone's eyes. With no more reservations, they would give the opponent no room to retreat. Seeing that morale had finally been lifted, Phil let out a long sigh of relief, the weight lifted from his shoulders. After announcing that Finley would replace Rodman in the starting lineup, his gaze shifted between Pippen and Mutombo, seeking their input. Scottie Dikembe, who was willing to guard Karl in the next game. I will. They answered in unison, both raising their hands that had been behind their backs. Realizing that the other person had also been rescued, they both turned their heads in unison to look at each other. It was evident that neither of them was willing to voluntarily give up this opportunity for a matchup. Scottie, that guy plays inside on the court. Logically, it should be me who matches up with him. Besides, I've been the primary defender ever since Dennis retired due to injury last game. Mutombo was the first to state his intentions. He had no intention of letting go of this chance to personally avenge Rodman. Tisk, didn't you hear what the head coach just said? I'm moving to the power forward position for the rest of the game. According to the matchup, he's my defensive assignment. We've already seen how things went under your defense, and it didn't turn out so well. A few words wouldn't easily dissuade Pippen. He had been eager to match up against Malone ever since the previous game. Although his relationship with Rodman appeared superficial on the surface, the two had actually forged a deep bond through countless games big and small. So much so that he was willing to argue with Mutombo over it. Seeing the verbal sparring escalating, Phil intervened to prevent things from spiraling out of control and finally gave his verdict on the matter. All right, stop arguing. I've made my decision. Scotty will be guarding Carl for the rest of the game. You must take care of your safety. I don't want to see anyone else carried off the court. Dikembe with Dennis out, our interior rotation will be stretched thin. You'll need to handle both rebounding and rim protection, which is a tough challenge. Phil's final decision put an end to their argument, and they chose to obey the coach's arrangement. After the briefing, the entire team was itching to play, eagerly awaiting Game 2. Time quickly arrived at the second game. Before the match, the team announced Rodman's injury status and the required recovery time to the public. Meanwhile, team general manager Jerry Krause stated in a pre-game interview that the team had gathered evidence of Karl Malone's foul and had filed an appeal with the league demanding a strong condemnation of such on-court violence. The news immediately caused an uproar among the management of various teams. They hadn't anticipated the Bulls to be so tough, directly confronting the league over an unjust ruling. Meanwhile, the Bulls' move also made the Jazz feel threatened. Under pressure from the higher-ups, Malone stated that he would focus on the game and ensure no further incidents. The Bulls fans erupted in fury upon learning of Rodman's situation. Although the authorities had foresighted deployed heavy security outside the arena, they couldn't contain the crowd's indignation. Many fans spontaneously held up banners and signs outside the venue. When the Jazz's team bus arrived at the designated parking area, the air was filled with the roar of boos from the fans. Facing the Bulls again, Malone could clearly sense a difference in his opponents compared to the previous game. Their eyes were all fixed on him as if they wanted to devour him alive. Yet he didn't feel intimidated by their momentum. Instead, he found it amusing deep down. A loss is a loss, but their actions seemed to him like a sign of being unable to accept defeat. Hey Scotty, I never thought they'd send you to guard me. You'd better watch out. I'm not going to go easy on anyone. Oh, and if you get the chance, say hello to Dennis for me. Pippen hadn't intended to talk to him, but when Malone mentioned Rodman, a nameless anger surged from the depths of his heart. Pippen's gaze instantly turned fierce, his eyes locked onto Malone's face. Malone met his stare directly, curious to hear what bold words would come out to make him laugh. You'd better drop that fake friendliness. Our feud will be settled on the court. He had wanted to hurl many harsh words at Malone, but they died on his lips. This had always been Pippen's style on the court. He didn't like to engage in trash talk. He preferred to express himself through his performance. Soon he let Malone experience exactly what he meant. After the game started, Pippen uncharacteristically asked Jordan for the ball and signaled his teammates to clear out, intending to give Malone a personal welcome with an isolation play. His style wasn't flashy, but his solid ball handling allowed him to get past his defender. He probed Malone's defensive intensity from the elbow area. Seeing no driving lane, he used a jab step to try to shift Malone's weight, then lowered his center of gravity and used a crossover to create a small gap. As Malone's body shifted slightly to one side, Pippen seized the moment, rose up, and hit a pull-up jumper. The ball swished through the net, opening the scoring for his team. Familiar. That was the first shot you made against Dennis. Consider it my first gift. Don't rush. There's plenty of game left. You can guess what else is coming. As he retreated on defense, Pippen faced Malone, imitating his mannerism by spreading his hands with an innocent expression. And that gesture made Malone feel that things were getting interesting. He began to look forward to just how many intriguing moments would unfold in the matchup ahead. Although Pippen had gained the upper hand initially, Malone soon turned the tables. His solid low-post skills and diverse offensive moves left Pippen struggling to cope. The significant size disadvantage made direct physical confrontations unfavorable for him. Nevertheless, he refused help from teammates, insisting he could contain Malone's offensive onslaught. Pippen proved himself on the next possession. Confronting Malone's layup, he made a precise strip, secured the ball, and raced down the court for a fast break finish. But the Jazz's strength was far greater than that. The exceptional performance of the Stockton-Malone duo overshadowed the contributions of others. Orchestrated by Stockton, shooting guard Jeff Hornacek knocked down 2 consecutive three-pointers, extending the lead and threatening to take a double-digit advantage into halftime. In the clutch, it was Jordan who stepped up. He called for Hornacek's number twice in a row, converting back-to-back three-point plays to cut into the deficit. At halftime, Phil first acknowledged the team's solid play, but then pointed out their shortcomings. He was dissatisfied with trailing the Jazz and demanded a full court assault starting in the second half. After the break, Jordan and Pippen combined to unleash a scoring spree, putting the Bulls ahead. This long-missed Jordan-Pippen connection stirred memories for many fans. Their outstanding two-way play had always been a classic memory in their hearts. The scoring run indeed stunned the Jazz. Sensing the danger, Jerry Sloan immediately called a timeout to make adjustments. Thanks to Sloan's adjustments, Malone abandoned his own offense and stationed himself at the free-throw line, becoming the team's offensive hub. With his chemistry with Stockton, the Jazz stubbornly tied the game. Everyone thought the game would be a nail-biter, but a turning point soon arrived. In the fourth quarter, Pippen used a screen from Mutombo to drive into the paint. Malone, stationed at the free-throw line, reacted a split second too late. Pippen seized the opportunity, throwing down a thunderous dunk over Malone's defense. This rare display of athleticism from Pippen ignited the crowd. The Bulls capitalized on the momentum, launching a final assault. Jordan scored in succession, widening the gap. The dunk infuriated Malone. It had been a long time since he had been posterized. This humiliating moment ignited his fighting spirit. He broke away from the team's offensive system and took over the scoring, leading the charge to close the gap. During a strong drive, Pippen fouled Malone, sending him to the free throw line. If he made both shots, he would tie the game. Just as Malone was about to release the first free throw, Pippen stood with his hands on his hips near the baseline, casually chatting with Mutombo across the lane. "Hey, it's Sunday today. Mailmen don't work on weekends." Clang. The sound of iron echoed as Karl Malone inexplicably missed the sure shot. He looked up at Pippen only to find the latter smirking as he sized him up. "What's wrong, Karl? Nervous? Relax. Mailmen in Chicago work on Sundays too. They get overtime pay." The final remark was Pippen's improvised thought. He never imagined that Karl Malone, who usually appeared carefree and fearless, would be thrown off balance by a single sentence. As if endowed with some mystical power, those words shattered Malone's psychological defenses. When he returned to the free throw line for his second attempt, he launched a shot that failed to touch the rim ring or backboard, a pure airball. Pippen seized the rebound at the perfect moment and promptly passed the ball to Jordan. With only 2 minutes remaining until the final buzzer, they still held a lead advantage. Opting not to rush their offense, they chose to run down the clock, adding an extra layer of insurance to their victory. In the end, their patience was rewarded with this hard-fought win. Despite playing shorthanded, Jordan and Pippen's exceptional collaboration brought the Bulls level at 1-1 in the series. Their next challenge awaited them in Salt Lake City, home to the fearsome Mavericks house, where even grimmer trials lay ahead. After securing the victory, the pent-up tension finally burst forth. On their way back to the locker room, the players were abuzz with excitement, walking in groups of 3 or 5, arms draped over each other's shoulders, humming triumphant tunes. Their jubilation surpassed even the thrill of defending their championship title. Upon returning to the locker room, an even greater piece of news awaited them. As the players filed in one by one, owner Reinsdorf made the rare visit to personally check on the team. He approached each player, warmly exchanging greetings and celebrating the thoroughly satisfying victory alongside them. After the celebrations, he signaled for everyone to settle down and announced that he had brought good news. He then invited the team to the conference room, where a surprise was waiting for all of them. Once everyone was seated in the conference room, Mr. Reinsdorf gestured for his assistant to open the projector. He inserted a pre-prepared videotape, and within moments the image flickered onto the screen. "Hey guys, how are you doing? Sending you greetings from my hospital bed." The first scene that came into view showed Rodman lying in a hospital bed, waving and speaking to them. From the video, his spirits appeared reasonably good, his face still wearing that characteristic cocky expression. Reinsdorf, standing at the front, offered no explanation. He was merely observing the shifting expressions of everyone below. Scarcely had the image appeared on screen before someone leapt from their chair. No one among them had anticipated that the surprise would come from Rodman. A wave of murmurs immediately rippled through the crowd, most voices expressing sheer astonishment. "It's halftime right now. First half wasn't bad, brothers. Especially you, Scotty. Love you, my brother. Thank you for everything you've done for me." Even confined to a hospital bed, Rodman remained attuned to the game's progress. Watching him speak with such fluidity, the worry that had weighed heavily on everyone's hearts finally began to lift. "If everything goes as planned, you should be watching this video after the game ends. Please don't worry, I'm doing fine here. I'll recover as quickly as possible and rejoin you all. I'm sorry I can't fight beside you, but I'll be watching every game on television, not missing a single one. Oh, and Scotty, next game please kick the hell out of that bastard for me. Love you all. See you soon." Once the entire video concluded, Reinsdorf finally explained the full story to everyone. After Rodman regained consciousness, the management immediately arranged his transfer. He was now receiving treatment at a premier medical facility in New York, with the team assigning dedicated personnel to provide 24-hour care. The purpose of recording this video was straightforward, Reinsdorf explained to the group. "What we've all experienced over these past 2 days, none of us wanted this to happen. Every single member of this team is vital to me. Without you, there would be no Chicago Bulls today. I will not allow any team member to suffer unfair treatment. Likewise, I will do everything in my power to ensure all your needs as players are fully met. Thank you all for your dedication to this team. I salute each of you, and I will wait here for your triumphant return." The owner's actions deeply moved everyone present, and the management's unconditional support eliminated their lingering concerns. Jordan rose from his seat and addressed the team. "Gentlemen, I believe none of us has anything holding us back now. For the championship. For Dennis. Let's go out there and give it everything we've got. For Dennis." Everyone responded to Jordan's call, chanting Rodman's name in unison. Now they were fully prepared to conquer the legendary Mavericks house. The following day, the entire team assembled early and boarded a flight to Salt Lake City. Rodman's recovery, combined with the joy of victory, ensured everyone slept soundly. On the flight, they excitedly discussed their upcoming game plans, each hoping to sweep 3 straight games and make amends for last season's heartbreak of falling short of the championship trophy at home. But at that moment, Limu stepped forward to sound a warning. "Gentlemen, I imagine everyone is already fired up and ready to go. I hope you can maintain this energy, but I must remind you, Once we land in Salt Lake City, all management decisions must be unified and coordinated. Anyone wishing to go anywhere outside must report to me or Coach Phil in advance. Most importantly, everyone must eat together. Absolutely no ordering takeout or going out to find food on your own. Such a requirement was unprecedented in all their careers, and confusion appeared on everyone's faces. During away games, hotel catering often fell short in either portion size or taste, making dining out the players' preferred alternative. All eyes turned to Lee Moo with puzzled expressions. Phil seized the moment to explain, "Don't question Lee. This is an order, not a request. We must maintain vigilance on every front and absolutely prevent the opposing team from finding any advantage." Historically, Jordan had contracted food poisoning from delivery pizza during a game in Salt Lake City, which developed into influenza. To prevent such an incident from recurring, Lee Moo had specifically approached Phil before the team assembled, proposing this requirement under the guise of safeguarding the players' dietary health. After hearing Lee Moo's explanation, Phil agreed with the approach and supported its implementation. Phil's endorsement ensured the decision passed without controversy. Though the players continued to grumble aloud, no one dared to voice opposition. By the time they landed in Salt Lake City, evening had fallen. The team's logistics staff had already secured hotel reservations for everyone. To eliminate all possibilities, the meals were carefully selected by the team from local restaurants, ensuring food safety while accommodating individual tastes as much as possible. Watching the players file into their rooms one by one with properly portioned meals delivered to each hand, Lee Moo's long-held tension finally began to ease. Nothing should go wrong now, should it? Lee Moo muttered to himself as though posing a question only he would answer. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the hotel restaurant for breakfast before heading to the arena for warm-up training. Watching the players stream into the dining hall, Lee Moo couldn't help but feel that all his efforts had been worthwhile. "Wait, someone's missing. Where's Michael? Michael, didn't you come to the dining hall with us?" As everyone took their seats, the logistics staff began distributing breakfast while Phil started taking a head count. When Phil reached Pippin's section, he noticed the seat beside him was completely empty. The table surface was spotless, showing no sign anyone had sat there. A troubling premonition immediately stirred in Lee Moo's heart. Before he could rush to check Jordan's room himself, a front desk staff member hurried in and said to Phil, "Mr. Phil, someone called the front desk looking for you. He said his name is David Falk, Mr. Michael, Jordan's agent. He asked me to inform you that Mr. Jordan appears to be suffering from food poisoning." When Phil and Lee Moo arrived at Jordan's room, they witnessed the last sight they wanted to see. Falk stood beside the bed, continuously patting Jordan's back. Jordan was curled up in a tight ball, lying face down on the guest room bed. Massive beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, soaking through the sheets beneath him. His face was deathly pale, utterly lifeless, and his once mighty physique had been reduced to trembling weakness by agonizing pain. Upon seeing them arrive, David Falk immediately began explaining what had just transpired. "Phil, thank God you're finally here. I swear I have never seen Michael in this condition before. Last night, after checking into the hotel, he reported his schedule to me, and at that time, there were no signs of anything unusual. But when he called me this morning, I could clearly hear something was wrong from his voice on the other end. I rushed over immediately from where I was staying and discovered him exactly like this." After hearing Falk's account, the two began recalling the events that had unfolded since they settled into the hotel the previous evening. Lee Moo first ruled out the possibility of Jordan having ordered takeout. He had checked the visitor records at the front desk early that morning and found no one had visited their room. Additionally, upon entering, he had carefully observed the room's layout and found no traces of any takeaway packaging whatsoever. Despite all their precautions, the lurking danger had still materialized. This filled Lee Moo with a deep, unsettling dread, as if countless invisible eyes were relentlessly monitoring their every move from the shadows. "Damn it, Phil, call an ambulance quickly. I can barely hold on." That desperate cry had drained the last of his strength. He collapsed onto the bed and slipped into unconsciousness. Upon receiving Falk's plea for help, the hotel front desk immediately contacted the nearest local hospital, and medical personnel were already en route. When the medical staff arrived at the guest room, they promptly transferred Jordan to an ambulance and rushed him to the hospital. After 2 grueling hours of examination and treatment, Jordan's attending physician delivered the diagnosis. "Please rest assured, Michael is out of danger and is currently receiving intravenous treatment in the ward. We just conducted a comprehensive physical examination on Michael and confirmed he is suffering from food poisoning, which should be related to his last meal. Given the unique demands of your profession, I strongly recommend you immediately check on the condition of the others as a precaution." Lee Moo was certain that Jordan's last meal had been the previous evening and the food had been selected and approved by the logistics department. As for the others, he had seen them at the restaurant earlier and noticed no one displaying similar symptoms. The conclusion was clear as day: someone had deliberately tampered with Jordan's food alone. What the hell? We had prepared for every possible contingency, and yet this still happened. It has to be those people pulling strings from behind the scenes. Following the incident, Phil had been consumed by a relentless struggle to uncover the truth. After hearing the report, the usually silent man suddenly threw a punch, slamming his fist against the wall behind him. It was evident that this incident had provoked a rare surge of fury in Phil, and those people he referred to clearly pointed toward tonight's opponents. "Calm down, Phil. There is no evidence to prove this was done by someone else. You need to go back to the team first. The players are waiting for you to take charge, and tonight's game cannot proceed without your coaching. I will stay at the hospital to look after Michael, and I will keep you updated on any developments. Under Li Mu's reassuring words, Phil gradually calmed himself. Once his rationality returned, he left the hospital first and returned to the hotel. Time for pre-game preparations was dwindling rapidly. Even though this unexpected incident had disrupted their original plans, he had to return to the team and prepare for adjustments. Michael, how do you feel? Are you doing better now? Li Mu sat by the hospital bed once again, and the scene made him feel a suffocating sense of frustration. Just 2 days ago, he had been sitting by Rodman's bedside, and now here, he was in the hospital again. Watching his teammates lying in hospital beds one by one for various reasons. He had prepared contingency measures, yet none of them had escaped unscathed. His emotions churned uncontrollably. I'm feeling much better, Lee. What time is it now? After receiving treatment, for a while Jordan gradually regained consciousness from his coma. Though his body was still weak, his mind was clear. It's not even noon yet. Just rest and recover peacefully. After confirming the time, Jordan began calculating in his mind how many hours remained until tip-off, while also starting a discussion with Li Mu about yesterday's dinner. Based on Jordan's recollection, Li Mu quickly pieced together the timeline. After the food was delivered to the room last night, Jordan had not eaten it immediately since he was not hungry. Since he was unable to leave the room, Jordan had invited several teammates over to play cards. They didn't disband until deep into the night, after which Jordan heated the food using the room's microwave. After finishing his meal, he washed up and went to bed. Around midnight, he began experiencing abdominal pain, diarrhea, dizziness, and other symptoms. Wait, you mean you didn't eat until late at night and you reheated it using the microwave? From Jordan's description, Li Mu suddenly realized the problem. After confirming the sequence of events was indeed as described, Li Mu sighed helplessly and pressed his hand against his forehead. Michael, for heaven's sake, could you possess a shred of common sense? Mashed potatoes and sardines reheated twice will breed bacteria. Not only did you fail to refrigerate the food, you actually heated both dishes together. That is practically a textbook example of courting disaster. Amid Jordan's bewildered self-doubt, Li Mu immediately went out to find the attending physician to verify whether his theory was correct. After hearing Jordan's account, the attending physician's expression grew quite peculiar. He studied Jordan lying in the hospital bed with an incredulous gaze, as if trying to imprint this rare spectacle permanently into his memory. Having identified the cause, the doctor prescribed medication to treat the symptoms and informed them both that they could leave on their own after finishing the 4-drip. Before departing, he repeatedly cautioned Jordan about his dietary restrictions for the next 2 days, then left the ward with a resigned sigh. This absurd episode successfully dispelled all lingering doubts in Li Mu's mind. He borrowed the hospital's public phone to call Phil, recounting the entire incident from start to finish. The result was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. After confirming Jordan's condition and estimated return date, he hung up. Lee, I know you called Phil when you went out earlier. Promise me, only the 3 of us need to know the truth about this. Absolutely no one else can find out. Back in the room, Jordan struggled to sit up on the bed and said this to Li Mu. There was no helping it. This matter was far too humiliating for him. He would not allow such information to leak out and tarnish his reputation. Seeing Jordan in such an embarrassed state, Li Mu could hardly contain himself and burst out laughing. Only when he noticed Jordan's expression darken instantly did he manage to restrain himself from continuing. Let's head back to the hotel. Get some proper rest, and we'll decide tonight whether you can play based on how you're feeling. Impossible. Fuck, we're not going back to the hotel. We're going to the arena right now. If I don't show up, who knows what rumors others will spread behind my back. I absolutely cannot allow that to happen. After leaving the hospital, Falk had already arranged a car waiting at the entrance for the 2 of them. Once they got in, they immediately began arguing over their next destination. In the end, Li Mu could not convince Jordan to change his mind. The car promptly turned around and headed toward the arena. Coach Phil, I noticed that Michael Jordan wasn't at the morning shoot-around. There are reports that he was taken to a local emergency hospital earlier today, and his condition is unknown. Is that true? Will Michael be absent from tonight's game? After the morning shoot-around, Phil faced the media for an interview. When asked about Jordan, Phil chose to remain silent, demanding to skip the question and move on to the next one. Yet the more he did, so the more the journalists sensed something hidden beneath the surface. Thus they refused to yield to Phil's wishes, pressing him relentlessly. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Phil decided to abruptly end the interview and withdraw, intending to disclose the details later during the pre-game interview based on the circumstances. I suggest you get the facts straight before asking questions. A familiar voice came from behind. Turning around, they saw Jordan making a timely appearance behind the crowd. He looked no different from usual, not the lifeless figure the rumors had painted. What he had gone through during this time was known only to Li Mu, who followed behind him. Seeing the protagonist of the rumors finally appear, the reporters instinctively abandoned Phil and swarmed around Jordan. Everyone scrambled to thrust microphones toward Jordan and bombard him with questions, hoping to extract the truth about the rumors for the next day's headlines. Sorry, this involves my personal privacy, so no comment. Jordan rejected all queries in one breath, then made an excuse to leave. His body had just recovered. He couldn't endure standing for long interviews. After extricating himself, he entered the visitors' locker room. Confirming that the players had already left, he lay on the locker room bench gasping heavily. The previous strain had clearly taken a toll on him. Michael, take the night off. Your physical condition simply can't sustain a game. I'll handle the explanations. Seeing Jordan slumped on the bench, Phil, who had followed him, and tried to persuade him. Though he knew the odds were slim, he still wanted to try. I'm fine. Let me rest this afternoon and adjust. I absolutely cannot miss tonight's game. Time quickly arrived before the game. Rumors about Jordan had already spread widely outside. Although his appearance and denial that morning had somewhat quelled the rumors, many still came to the arena to watch, determined to see the truth. Before the game, under the care of the team, Dr. Jordan, who had received in 4 drip of nutrients, finally felt somewhat revived. After adjustments, he participated in the pre-game shooting warm-up. Every move he made on the court was watched by everyone in the stands, but from his performance alone, nothing seemed amiss, as if the rumors would be disproven. 20 minutes before tip-off, Phil gathered the team for the final pre-game briefing, as usual. The rotation for tonight remained unchanged. After emphasizing the game requirements, Phil lowered his voice and reminded everyone, "Only we know Michael's true condition. He will fight alongside you despite his poor health. You must help him share the defensive pressure on the court and avoid letting the opponent see any weakness." Everyone except Jordan nodded in tacit agreement. But Phil, still uneasy, said to Jordan alone, "Michael, call a timeout immediately if you feel any discomfort. I'll sub you out right away. Don't force it. Even if we lose this game, it's fine. We'll fight back next time. Don't worry, Phil. I know my limits. It's time to take the court. Let's deliver on our promise." Jordan dared not be overconfident of finishing the game smoothly. Tonight would be a victory for him. When the whistle blew, the team took the court in an orderly fashion. After the game began, Coach Sloan seemed intent on testing the truth of the rumors. From the start, they frequently switched defenses and tried to target Jordan on offense. But at the beginning of the game, Jordan's physical condition and stamina were still enough to sustain play. After several fruitless attempts, the opponent temporarily shelved the plan. Yet tonight's game was indeed different. The core offensive role, usually Jordan's, without question was voluntarily ceded to Pippen, while Jordan willingly played a supporting part. This unusual move puzzled both the Jazz and the audience. Temporarily ruling out poor health, many believed it was a tactical adjustment by the Bulls. But it didn't last long before Jordan showed a flaw. During one offensive play, Pippen intercepted a pass and threw a long ball to Jordan, who had sprinted ahead to the opponent's court. Facing an open layup, Jordan's legs gave way and he missed the sure basket. The shocking state drew a cry from the commentator, "Oh my, what am I seeing? Michael Jordan missed an open layup." Ladies and gentlemen, this is a rare sight in league history. This play exposed the truth to the Jazz. Sloan immediately reorganized the team's isolation tactics. As expected, Jordan, whose stamina was already flagging, became a mere shadow of himself. Everyone could score on him, and his inability to resist created a gap in the Bulls' defense. By halftime, the Jazz led the Bulls by 15 points. During the intermission, Jordan buried his head in a towel, looking like a wilted flower. His face was pale from exhaustion, and the halftime tactical instructions reached his ears only as a muffled drone. Seeing this, Phil initially wanted Jordan to sit out the second half and let Pippen lead the charge. But Jordan firmly refused, insisting he would regain his form in the second half. Under Jordan's persistence, he still appeared in the starting lineup for the second half. The Jazz fans began to celebrate prematurely, believing the victory was already in their pocket. Jordan's persistence did not bring the dawn of success. Just as Phil was about to further reduce Jordan's offensive role, Limu stepped in to oppose him. "Phil, since you've agreed to let him play, let him stick to his usual habits. Trust me, he was never meant to be a second fiddle. It only makes him uncomfortable." Limu's suggestion made Phil reconsider. Jordan's lackluster first half seemed to confirm his words. With a mindset of trying anything, Jordan took over the team's offensive and defensive reins for the first time in the game. Just watch now. Playing on the road with the flu gives Jordan a buff. After successfully securing the ball for Jordan, Limu thought to himself. This move instantly awakened the dormant memories within Jordan's body. After receiving the ball, Jordan began to hit shot after shot over the opponent. On defense, he delivered steals and blocks, a stark contrast to his first half performance that stunned everyone in the stands. Soon under his leadership, the Bulls tied the score, and with momentum building, they threatened to take the lead. Jordan's superhuman performance did not alert the Jazz. Sloan stubbornly continued to guard Jordan one-on-one. In his view, any other player on the court was more dangerous than Jordan. This flash in the pan could not last. But Jordan quickly proved him wrong. He hit a game-sealing three-pointer over Stockton's defense, then led the team on a scoring spree that crushed the opponent's hopes of victory. In the end, Jordan completed an incredible comeback with a performance that seemed utterly impossible. As the final buzzer sounded, Jordan, completely drained, collapsed onto the floor. His teammates surged forward, lifting him in celebration. Seizing the moment, Limu rallied the players to shout to the entire arena, "Salt Lake City has no more demons. Because God has descended here tonight." In this battle, Jordan, despite his illness, delivered a commanding performance of 32 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, with the majority of these stats accumulated in the second half. This near-flawless display not only won over the fans in Salt Lake City, but also plunged the entire Jazz roster into self-doubt. During their post-game review, they even speculated that the rumors circulating and Jordan's poor first-half performance were actually a deliberate smoke screen orchestrated by the Bulls designed to lull them into complacency and enable that textbook comeback. 2 days later, a fully recovered Jordan returned to Salt Lake City. This time, the fans no longer daring to boast refrained from provoking him, fearing that any misstep might trigger his explosive response. When the game began, the packed arena fell into an eerie silence with only the sounds from the court echoing through the vast space. Yet, as everyone knows, in adverse conditions, Jordan is invincible. In favorable conditions, opponents curse their fate. Free from any external distractions, the Bulls continued their stellar performance, while the Jazz's mindset had been shaken after the previous game. Except for the mentally resilient duo, the rest of the Jazz players collectively underperformed, allowing the Bulls to seize the opportunity and maintain a firm upper hand. Ultimately, they secured a commanding 3-1 lead, firmly grasping the initiative in the series. With eager anticipation of clinching the championship on home court, they immediately returned to Chicago. Time swiftly arrived at the decisive battle between the two teams. The Jazz, with their backs against the wall, came to the game with the resolve of warriors willing to sacrifice everything. After 3 consecutive losses, Malone, usually fond of making bold statements in front of the cameras, was unusually quiet. The situation left no room for him to dwell on other matters. Tickets for tonight's game had long been sold out, and countless fans poured into the arena. The Bulls were also about to receive an unexpected visitor. In the training facility, the players were making their final adjustments before taking the court. With the help of trainers, they performed joint stretching routines to ensure maximum flexibility and prevent cramps during the game. Isn't anyone going to stand up and welcome your rebound king back? Scotty, why haven't I seen you kick that guy's ass yet? Just as everyone was focused on stretching, a familiar voice rang out from the doorway. They looked up to see Rodman dressed in casual attire and wearing sunglasses appearing at the entrance. Overwhelmed with joy, everyone stopped what they were doing and rushed over to surround him, jostling and examining him as he once again seemed full of vitality. Easy. I barely got out of the hospital bed and my body's just recovering. Don't send me back again. In their excitement, they couldn't control their hands, and Rodman, trapped in the middle, winced in pain. After extricating himself, he caught his breath, hugged, and chatted with everyone, then began recounting his recent experiences. Damn, I spent over a week lying in the hospital. During that time, I've had more tests and checkups than I've had in my entire life. As soon as I was discharged, I rushed back. Come on, without me, could you guys win this championship? Rodman's familiar trash talk instantly filled the room with a lively atmosphere. With the full roster assembled, Jordan led the final pre-game rally. Guys, now we're finally reunited. Let's go out there and win that damn championship. Let's go Bulls. With soaring morale, the entire Bulls team stepped onto the familiar court. Since Rodman was still recovering, he would continue to sit out the game. However, he assured everyone that he would show them what it meant to be a one-man cheerleading squad. After the jump ball, Rodman kept his promise to his teammates. He stood on the sidelines, relentlessly cheering for his teammates on the court, his high spirits igniting the fans' enthusiasm. They followed Rodman's rhythm, providing emotional support for the home team. Whenever the opponents had the ball, wave after wave of boos echoed through the arena. But the Jazz, having emerged victorious from the fierce competition in the West, had anticipated this scenario. Stockton became the on-court leader in this game. Calmly and composedly, he directed his teammates to counter the opponent's offense while using his broad court vision to orchestrate fast breaks. Up to this point, the Jazz had displayed exceptional tactical discipline and execution, not committing a single turnover. The steady, methodical play of the Jazz stood in stark contrast to the fierce, aggressive attack of the Bulls. The intense back-and-forth battle delighted every spectator. The turning point came in the third quarter. After the Bulls committed a turnover, their slow rotation allowed the opponents to convert it into a fast break. To boost morale, the usually unflashy Stockton executed a lob pass to an empty basket, and Malone, following closely, caught the ball and threw down a violent dunk. This greatly energized the Jazz players. In the following possessions, they scored consecutively, threatening to pull away. Seeing their advantage slipping away, the Bulls did not panic. Phil Jackson called a timeout to reorganize, planning to halt the slide by tightening their defense. Upon returning, Harper made a crucial contribution in the matchup. On the next possession, Harper began pressuring Stockton from the baseline, staying glued to him, and occasionally using his body to disrupt his progress. Noticing the increased defensive intensity, Stockton called for Ostertag, stationed in the paint, to set a screen. As Ostertag moved up, Stockton used the screen to accelerate past Harper, already spotting Hornacek open in the right corner due to a defensive lapse. But Harper's veteran defensive savvy precisely disrupted the screen. As he was about to fight through the screen, Ostertag subtly shifted to impede him. Harper seized the moment, making contact and then flopping to the floor. The referee caught the action and called an offensive foul on the Jazz. After disrupting the opponent's offensive rhythm, Jordan and Pippen teamed up to orchestrate the counterattack. The two led the rest of the team in implementing seamless switching defense. Correct rotations and high-pressure defense forced frequent turnovers, which they quickly converted into fast breaks, stubbornly erasing the deficit. At the most critical juncture of the game, a single move by Jordan shattered the opponent's hopes of taking the series back to Salt Lake City. Jordan's consistent scoring made Sloan wary. In the third game, his faulty strategy allowed Jordan to hit the most crucial shot, and this time, he was determined not to repeat that mistake. Stand at the free throw line and be ready to catch the ball. They'll definitely double team me to prevent my shot. I'm handing the stage to you this time. Don't screw it up, kid. After inbounding the ball from the backcourt, Jordan anticipated the defensive strategy for the upcoming play. He whispered instructions to Finley, who was standing nearby. Tasked with a huge responsibility, Finley accepted it without hesitation. As Jordan dribbled into the frontcourt, Sloan immediately instructed his players to double-team Jordan at all costs, determined not to let him get a shot off. But just as the double team was about to form, Jordan precisely passed the ball to Finley, who was already positioned at the top of the arc ready to receive it. No one expected Jordan to pass the ball to a teammate, throwing their defensive plan into disarray once again. Finley caught the ball without any adjustment and immediately rose for a three-point shot. He had let Jordan down in his first career game, and this time he was determined not to squander this critical moment. The trajectory of the ball was perfect. As the Jazz players looked up, they already sensed something was amiss. Under everyone's gaze, the shot swished through the net. Finley had seized the opportunity, firmly grasping the almost certain championship in his hands. The Chicago Bulls, having endured numerous trials, fought tenaciously and ultimately succeeded in defending their title on home court. In the blink of an eye, the 1997 NBA Finals had already become a thing of the past. Whenever Limu recalled the scene of lifting the championship trophy alongside his teammates on their home court, his heart still surged with emotion. After the series concluded, the Bulls successfully claimed the championship with a 4-1 victory. Jordan once again earned the Finals MVP award while Pippen hoisted the championship trophy and shouted to the crowd, "Jerry, bring a truck full of cash to my house to discuss my contract extension." These scenes seemed as vivid as if they were happening right before his eyes until a leaf fell from above and covered Limu's eyes, snapping him back to reality from his memories. It was now July 1st, 1997, the opening day of the NBA summer free agency. Following the championship, the league issued a public announcement through the media stating the following: the Chicago Bulls had filed an appeal with the league after Game 1 concluded. After reviewing the game footage and verifying the foul, the officiating department confirmed that Karl Malone's actions demonstrated malicious intent to injure, ultimately resulting in Dennis Rodman's season-ending injury. Malone was handed a 10-game suspension and ordered to bear all of Rodman's medical expenses to be served starting from the next regular season. Due to the officiating errors that disrupted the game's normal flow, all three referees assigned to this match were demoted for 1 year. Upon the announcement, the entire team erupted in celebration as the fairness they had long sought was finally restored. Limu was the most elated of them all, reflecting on how his relentless efforts had not been in vain, as he had ultimately helped secure justice for Rodman. When Rodman learned of all this, he broke from his usual eccentric behavior, offering Limu a warm embrace and a quiet whisper of gratitude against his ear. With those matters concluded, the front office moved swiftly into off-season operations while the players and coaching staff began to enjoy their well-earned break. Gentlemen, let's raise our glasses once again to celebrate becoming champions. On stage, Phil Jackson, dressed in relaxed attire, addressed the crowd with a microphone, and everyone lifted their glasses to honor the hard-fought victory. They were now in Hawaii, having wrapped up the championship aftermath, where the entire team had gathered at Phil's suggestion for a team-building retreat. At this moment, everyone was immersed in the joy of winning the title. More importantly, free agency had opened, giving them the opportunity to renegotiate contracts with their current team or explore offers from other franchises once their existing deals expired. The bottom line was clear: with another championship under their belts, everyone's market value had climbed accordingly. Pippen was the most thrilled, since the 7-year, $18 million contract he signed 6 years prior had just 1 year remaining. Over those 6 years, he had helped the team capture 4 championships, yet he was only earning around $2.5 million annually. As the salary cap continued to rise, the growing pay gap between him and other elite stars had fueled his discontent, but now he finally had the chance to negotiate a contract that would properly reflect his value. "Dennis, we're in the same boat, taking the least pay for the most work. But at least you're set. A 1 record from your wife could fund your retirement anytime. I've got a family to support, and honestly, signing that contract back then was the biggest mistake I ever made." Pippen slung his arm around Rodman and unloaded his frustrations clearly well into his drinks and letting loose in front of everyone without restraint. Fortunately, nobody minded, as everyone was busy celebrating the championship. "But my break is finally here. Before we left, my agent was already negotiating with Jerry. I'm confident I'll be signing a massive contract back in Chicago that truly matches what I'm worth. If Jerry's generous with this extension, I promise I won't give him any trouble starting next season." Watching Pippen let loose with the alcohol, Limu found himself amused on the sofa. It was the first time he'd seen his teammates so undone, revealing someone who was just an ordinary middle-aged man bearing life's pressures like anyone else. "Lee, let me toast you. Our partnership has grown even closer this year. I've made up my mind to play 1 more season. If we can defend the title again, I'll retire with no regrets." As Limu chuckled to himself, Jordan approached, carrying 2 glasses of whiskey. After accepting the glass and downing it, Limu gently responded, "Michael, will definitely build another dynasty together. As for retirement, let's decide that later. Life always brings new challenges. There's no rush." Retirement. By the time you actually hang up your shoes, I'll have already pushed old Phil aside and taken his place as the new godfather of basketball. Limu mused inwardly. Just as everyone was lost in pleasant reveries, a sharp ringtone cut through the air. They turned to see Pippin's Nokia buzzing in his pocket, signaling an incoming call. Sorry about that. The ringtone's pretty loud. This is a new phone, first time using it. Seeing his awkward interruption dampen the party's mood, Pippin offered an embarrassed smile to the group. Glancing at the caller ID, he recognized his agent's number and instinctively assumed it was good news. He answered and put the phone on speaker, eager to share the update with everyone immediately. Hey, what's up? Is Jerry offering a new contract? Tell me the terms. How many years, how much per year? If you can get me $15 million a season, I'll bump your commission by an extra one in our deal. Come on, Scotty, Steve Kerr chimed in from beside him, overhearing the conversation and nudging him with a playful jab. $15 million a year, and you're only offering an extra one commission. That's pretty stingy. Hey, Scotty, are you listening? I've got some news for you. Stay calm, alright? The team hasn't offered you a new contract. I'm calling to tell you to come back right away. Management just informed me that you've been traded. Before the words fully landed, a crack of thunder drowned out the rest of the conversation from outside. People standing further back leaned in, straining to hear Scotty speak up. What did he say? I didn't catch that. What kind of contract did Jerry offer you? Pippin's mind went blank, struggling to process what he'd just heard on the call. Pouring rain. The clear skies had suddenly broken into a torrential downpour, mirroring the mood of everyone present. We have just witnessed the most insane moment in NBA history. According to sources, the Chicago Bulls, fresh off back-to-back championships, have reached an agreement with another franchise to trade away their core player Scottie Pippen. Since the deal has not been fully finalized, the specifics remain unclear. But I have to wonder, what kind of offer could possibly convince the Bulls to part with Pippen? Jerry Krause is an absolute madman. Nobody has a clue what his next move will be. I'd go so far as to say every person in this league is completely stunned right now. Krause's office phones have been ringing off the hook. What kind of package would make him pull the trigger on Pippen? We'll just have to wait and see. In an era dominated by print media, sports departments across major outlets reacted with remarkable speed. By the time the news broke that evening, nearly every television program was dissecting the trade. On the first day of free agency, the reigning champion Chicago Bulls single-handedly set the entire league ablaze. As Pippen stood frozen in shock, it was Limu who first noticed something was off. He hurried forward, snatched the phone from Pippen's hand, and hung up immediately before turning around to read the expressions on everyone's faces. The sheer magnitude of the shock had rendered everyone's faces unreadable with disbelief, as though each was still trying to determine whether this was some elaborate April Fool's prank. Once Phil and Jordan had shaken off their initial shock, they immediately pulled out their phones and repeatedly dialed Krause's office number, but neither could get through. After hearing the news, Pippen retreated to his room, locked the door, and emerged nearly 2 hours later after composing himself. When he reappeared before the group, he'd already packed his belongings, though no one knew yet where he was headed. But it was clear that staying any longer would be impractical, so he excused himself and returned to Chicago. Pippen's departure ultimately brought the team-building trip to a close, and that evening several players began departing one by one. Pippen's experience instilled a sense of urgency in the celebrating players, all of them prepared to immediately meet with their agents to confirm whether they too might be included in the next transaction. The following day, the rest of them boarded Jordan's private jet back to Chicago, and upon landing, the group headed straight for the practice facility to confront Krause and demand answers. Michael, we have some clarity now. The team Jerry's negotiating with is the Detroit Pistons. Absent any complications, the deal centers on Scotty and Grant, though the specific terms remain unclear. Once everyone was seated in Jordan's car, Falk, riding in the driver's seat, began sharing the insider details he'd gathered. After listening, each person in the vehicle exchanged glances, as if the whole situation felt unreal. David, have you been fed misinformation? Why would Detroit willingly trade away Grant? He's been a 3-time consecutive All-Star starter and their designated cornerstone for reconstruction. Jordan was the first to object. The mere thought of trading Pippen had already ignited his fury, but upon confirming the destination, he found himself struggling to comprehend the logic. He could not fathom what this trade meant for the Pistons, nor could he accept that his closest teammate was being discarded without any apparent reason. Michael, you know me best. I would never share this with you unless I was certain of it. My initial reaction was identical to yours, but the facts are exactly as I've described. Stay calm. The deal was already finalized while you were airborne. We're just waiting for the league to announce it. Falk's words silenced Jordan. He knew his agent's nature intimately. If Falk was speaking with such conviction, then the matter was effectively settled. Calm down, Michael. If David is right, going to see Jerry now won't change anything. I'll just say this. It might not be such a bad thing after all. Limu placed a hand on Jordan's shoulder, attempting to steady him. If the Bulls were acquiring Hill in exchange for Pippen, it might genuinely prove beneficial for the franchise. But what proved hardest to soothe was the deep bond between Jordan and Pippen. Watching Jordan's darkened expression and silence, Limu knew a confrontation was inevitable. Upon arrival, Jordan immediately pushed open the car door and strode toward Krause's office. The others followed closely behind. Having regained his composure, Phil quickly signaled to Rodman and Limu beside him, urging them to follow and prevent Jordan from doing anything reckless. Phil wasn't yet ready to face Krause directly. He clearly needed more time to process the impact of this development. Jerry, get out here. You'd better have a reasonable explanation ready. Once inside the office area, Jordan marched straight toward Krause's room, his voice echoing through the corridor. Michael, keep it down. I've been waiting for you here for some time. Just as Jordan continued shouting, Reinsdorf's voice cut through the tension. He clearly understood the necessity of stepping in to restore order. After inviting the group into the office, they finally caught sight of Krause, standing silently within. He didn't utter a word until Reinsdorf took his seat, at which point both parties sat across from one another. Sir, please cancel this trade. I simply cannot fathom the motive behind it. We just won the championship and now you're making such a drastic change. I cannot guarantee I'll be able to lead this team to another title next season. Jordan broke the silence first, barely able to contain himself once seated. He forcefully suppressed his anger, striving to maintain a calm tone. Clearly he had no desire to engage with Krause. Reinsdorf's gaze swept over Jordan and the group, then he subtly nodded toward Krause, signaling him to provide an explanation. Michael, I understand this is difficult for you to accept, but this trade represents a strategic step toward the franchise's long-term future. You already know who we brought in. Just imagine it for yourself, a 32-year-old Scotty versus a 25-year-old Grant. Which one will truly carry us further into the future? In other words, even focusing solely on next season, I'm confident Grant's abilities will contribute significantly. Shut your mouth. Jerry, you didn't give me the slightest heads up before pulling off this trade. Do you have any idea what everyone's thinking right now? Do you really believe Grant and I could possibly sink on the court? For God's sake, you're the one who just destroyed this team's chance at a three-peat. Finally, Jordan lost his composure and erupted in front of everyone. He cut off Krause's explanation mid-sentence, unleashing all his frustration directly onto him. Reinsdorf's expression immediately hardened, growing deeply sullen, yet he chose not to intervene. Bang! A sudden noise echoed. Krause's fist had slammed onto the desk. The man who had always tolerated Jordan's barbs was for the first time fighting back. Who exactly is the general manager of this team? You or me? Michael, answer me. I took enormous risk and pressure to make this deal. Do you think I don't understand the consequences of what I'm doing? But what I brought back is a 25-year-old two-way player. Michael Finley has already proven himself trustworthy on the championship stage. After this trade, I can guarantee this team remains a title contender for the next 5 years. And if I re-sign Scotty, do you have any idea how crushing our salary cap situation would become? Of course you don't. The guy earning the highest contract on the team isn't the one worrying about it. But I'm the one responsible for this franchise. Do you know what I sacrificed to make this happen? 2 first-round picks, both from the 1998 and 2000 seasons, unprotected. Can you honestly guarantee you'll still be leading this team to championships at that point? No matter how unstoppable you are on the court, you can't deny the reality that you're already 35. This is competitive sports, not some casual game where you can fraternize with whoever you want. Krause's retort caught Jordan completely off guard. Instinctively, he sprang to his feet, charging forward to seize Krause by the collar. But Rodman and Lee Mu intervened, immediately restraining him and preventing what could have been an uncontrollable confrontation. Let me go, Jordan snarled, furiously struggling against their grip. Once he broke free and stood, he glanced between Krause and Reinsdorf, both wearing identical expressions, and felt his heart sink to its lowest point. Sir, no matter how eloquently this fat man speaks to convince you to approve this trade, my position remains unchanged. If this is truly unavoidable, then trade me instead. The Chicago Bulls and the Detroit Pistons officially finalized a trade today. In exchange for Grant Hill, Chicago sent Scottie Pippen, Steve Kerr, and unprotected first-round picks in 1998 and 2000 to Detroit. The league's public relations department announced the trade that evening, and both teams swiftly followed suit, confirming the deal through their official media outlets. The news immediately sparked endless debate. Chicago's general manager must be insane. Is there really someone foolish enough to trade Pippen? And to add 2 unprotected first-round picks on top of that? Good heavens, this team appears to have zero chance at a championship now. Please make sure you understand the situation before speaking. They brought back a 25-year-old Grant Hill. He was the successor handpicked by Michael himself. And they were facing the pressure of re-signing Scotty during the offseason. Now all those problems are solved. A 32-year-old veteran, a role player, and 2 unprotected first-round picks. Just like that, they acquired a top 10 player in the prime of his career. This trade is nothing short of a robbery. Opinions on the trade were mixed, but without exception, everyone was skeptical about this pairing of an aging star and a young cornerstone. Both Jordan and Hill thrived as primary ball handlers, and whether they could coexist on the court remained to be seen. Once news broke that Jordan had requested a trade, every other franchise in the league suddenly perked up. General managers, almost in tacit understanding, began furiously calling Krause's office, pitching a variety of offers. Some teams went so far as to say they would surrender any player on their roster if it meant acquiring Jordan. No asset was too great to part with. The relentless offers also sent a chill through Reinsdorf, prompting him to decisively reject every proposal. He immediately ordered Krause to find Jordan and try to persuade him to retract his request. Although everything they had done previously was intended to secure the franchise's long-term future, the harsh reality was that losing Jordan now would mean saying goodbye to championship contention altogether. However, since Jordan had walked out, he had remained cooped up at home for days on end, refusing to see anyone. Not even his agent knew what his current state was. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the day Jordan would finally step out of that house, so they might finally understand his thoughts. 3 days later, a phone call came simultaneously to Lee Moo and Phil. On the other end was Jordan's butler, who invited them both to his residence to discuss the plans ahead. He bluntly mentioned that the team had already delivered a package to the house for each of them. Curiosity drove the two men to Jordan's home, where they finally laid eyes on him. He appeared relatively composed, far from the exaggerated portrayals of a man weeping his eyes out indoors day and night. "Pull up a chair and let's talk. I've been staying home these past few days mulling over next season. I've come to some decisions, but before I finalize anything, I wanted to run it by you both." After taking their seats, Jordan got straight to the point regarding his recent situation. It was clear he had already made up his mind. He had simply called them over for a ceremonial heads-up. "Let's start with Scotty. I assume you've already spoken with him. He's moved past the initial shock of the trade, and he's very pleased with the new contract Detroit offered. Doug mentioned they plan to build the team around him next season. He's actually quite eager. Can't wait to go head-to-head with me on the court. Yeah, he actually came back to Chicago a few days ago to grab dinner with me. Aside from the fact that he won't be joining us for the push at a third championship, he seems pretty content." Phil nodded and kept the conversation going. Detroit had extended a 4-year, $48 million contract to Pippen, averaging $12 million annually. Now that the hefty contract was secured, Pippen no longer harbored grudges over the trade. Rumors on the outside suggested Detroit's off-season overhaul was far from over. They seemed determined to transform into a legitimate title contender by next season. Jordan let out a long sigh, as if finally making peace with the situation, before turning the conversation to Grant Hill. "I'll handle this one," Lee Moo interjected. "Phil took leave from the team the day after your incident, so I've been overseeing summer league training in his stead." Hill reported to the team a few days ago. "We've had a chance to talk, and he admitted the trade caught him off guard. Even though the team's record didn't reflect it, he gave it his all. That said, he's genuinely thrilled about coming to Chicago. He's looking forward to sitting down and talking with you face to face." Seated nearby, Lee Moo shared what he knew. In truth, Lee Moo had never viewed the trade with pessimism, a fact evident from Hill's very first day reporting to the team. During Jordan and Phil's absence, he had proactively reached out to every teammate and quickly built rapport with the staff. Lee Moo had witnessed all of it firsthand. If Jordan could set aside his prejudices, the two of them would yield a fascinating chemistry on the court. After hearing Lee Moo's account, Jordan showed little reaction. Just as Lee Moo began to think his mind was firmly made up to leave, Jordan finally revealed another matter. "Last night, late into the evening, I invited Grant over. We talked the entire night, and that's what finally solidified my decision." Phil and Lee Moo exchanged stunned looks. Neither had expected Jordan to personally reach out to Hill behind the scenes. Lee Moo felt a wave of relief. At least it meant there was still room for maneuver. Ignoring their expressions, Jordan continued. "We had an open and honest conversation. His message was simple: he hopes to play alongside me next season. He said that if necessary, he's willing to adjust his ball-dominant game for the sake of team success, and he'd make any sacrifice required. I've come to terms with it now. Aside from Jerry, that son of a bitch, crossing the line, honestly, none of this is entirely unacceptable. At least looking at the present, things can still move in a positive direction. I've decided. I'll keep playing for Chicago next season, but it will be my final campaign. Regardless of whether we win the title, that's why I asked you both here today." Before either of them could respond, Jordan reached over to the sofa, grabbed a manila envelope, and emptied its contents onto the coffee table in front of them, then continued in his own rhythm. "By the way, there's another reason I called you here today. Funny thing is, after Jerry blew up at me, he kept showing up every few days begging me to withdraw the trade request. I just ignored him and left him standing outside. A few days ago, he finally delivered this. I've already looked through it. Besides a list of available free agents, there are 2 contracts inside, one for each of you. The front office's message is straightforward. As compensation for trading Scotty, without consulting me, they're giving me this free agent list. The subtext is clear: I pick whoever I want and Jerry will figure out how to sign him. And then there are these 2 contracts for you both. Phil, your contract with the team expires next month. This is an extension offer with neither a term nor a salary specified. They want you to fill in your signature and terms. Lee, this one's for you. The organization prepared for both scenarios. If Phil departs, they'll promote you directly to head coach. Again, the annual salary and terms are yours to decide. That's everything I need to say. Now it's up to you to decide." The 2 men accepted the contracts Jordan handed them. After scanning through the documents, they confirmed everything matched his description. Lee Moo first cast a glance at Phil beside him, curious about what choice his companion would make. After a long deliberation, Phil snatched a fountain pen from the table and signed the contract with a flourish. He then tossed the contract over to Lee Moo. Upon taking it and examining it closely, Lee Moo noticed that Phil had only filled in a single year on the term line. "Since you've already declared this is your final season, I'll see it through with you and finish this campaign alongside you. Honestly, I'm quite eager to coach Grant as well. But let me make one thing clear up front: this is also my last year. Regardless of whether Jerry stays or goes, I will not be coaching this team again. Now it's your turn to decide, Lee. Will you take this contract and test the free agent market, or stay and help us finish this final season? The choice is entirely yours." With his signature secure, Phil looked noticeably relieved. The storm had finally found its conclusion, and now the ball was in Li Mu's court. Li Mu picked up his contract, tore it to shreds right in front of them, and tossed the fragments into the trash. Then he looked at both of them and said, "Why waste words? Do you really need to ask me? Am I going to miss the final dance?" Jordan finally reappeared in public after a week-long absence. After seeing the two off, he graced Chicago's annual charity gala that very evening. The organizers were taken aback by his attendance, for rumors had widely circulated that Jordan would depart Chicago to join another team. Influenced by such speculation, they had not pinned their hopes on his appearance at the gala. Seizing the opportunity, Jordan revealed his final decision to the public: he would remain with the team and pursue a third consecutive championship, after which he would retire, making this his career's last dance. On the very day the decision was made, the three of them discussed the remaining free agents and ultimately passed a short list of names to management. With Jordan's promise secured, Krause dared not delay. He immediately contacted the names on the list, and after several days of negotiations, Sam Cassell agreed to a 2-year, $12 million contract, adding a reliable backup point guard to the roster. The Bulls' aggressive moves in free agency sent waves of anxiety through the league. Unwilling to fall behind, every team threw itself into the battle without gunfire. The Detroit Pistons packaged their unprotected 1998 first-round pick from Chicago along with promising guard Lindsey Hunter and traded them to the Charlotte Hornets in exchange for last season's All-Star MVP Glenn Rice. This deal perfectly compensated for Pippen's offensive shooting deficiency, and under the twin pillars of offense and defense, the Motor City officially entered the ranks of championship contenders. The Los Angeles Lakers soon followed suit. Last season marked the debut of the OK combination. Though eliminated early from the playoffs, the firepower and chemistry they displayed far exceeded expectations, offering the Lakers a glimmer of hope for resurrection. They packaged Van Exel and Robert Horry in a trade, successfully acquiring Jerry Stackhouse from the Washington Wizards, who were embroiled in locker room conflict. This addition meant the Lakers would boast formidable firepower next season, and the backcourt duo with Kobe became a major highlight to watch. After wrapping up the summer league schedule, Li Mu began his vacation. The previous year's antics of his parents still gave him lingering apprehension. To avoid unnecessary trouble this time, he decided to stay put in Chicago. Upon learning that Li Mu had not left, Rodman and Finley dropped by frequently. The reason was none other than the fact that, influenced by his parents since childhood, Li Mu was an extraordinary cook. By chance, Rodman and Finley had once tasted Li Mu's homemade bento boxes, and ever since they had become loyal patrons of the Chicago branch of Li's Chinese restaurant. Soon enough, Li Mu's culinary skills spread from 10 to 100 through their words. Upon hearing about it, Jordan personally brought the entire team to satisfy their curiosity himself. From then on, people flocked to his door almost daily under the pretense of visiting him, when in truth, they simply wanted another taste of his cooking. "Li, my wife said a friend is coming over today, but unfortunately we're completely out of ingredients, so." Li Mu's phone rang multiple times early that morning. Dragging himself out of bed to answer, he encountered Rodman's sheer audacity and felt a wave of exasperation. So now they weren't acting alone. It was an organized operation. He snapped irritably. "Get lost." He was about to hang up when the voice on the other end urgently pleaded. "Wait, don't hang up. I'll bring the groceries, I'll wash the pots and pans. If worst comes to worst, consider it a favor for which I'll compensate you. Double pay, all right." Upon hearing Rodman's terms, Li Mu was finally satisfied. He sat on the edge of the bed and began to ask questions. Whoever this person was that could make Rodman, a man known for pinching every penny, willing to pay double, must have been quite close to his family. "All right, since you've put it that way, I'll reluctantly agree. So when are we eating? If it's lunchtime, you need to go buy ingredients right now. Who's your guest anyway? Someone who can make you splurge to get me out of retirement must be quite special. Sigh, I shouldn't have brought my wife along last time. She ate here once, and now she thinks about it every day. Otherwise you wouldn't get a single cent from me. As for who her friend is, I'm not entirely sure. I think her name is Angelina. I haven't met her either, but they seem to have a good rapport. Saikani is already at the airport to pick them up. Tell me what ingredients you need quickly. I'm taking the kids out shopping now." Li Mu stroked his chin in thought for a moment, grabbed a pen from the nightstand, and jotted down the needed ingredients on a piece of paper. "I've written it all down. How about you come by my place first, drop the kid off with me, and then head out with the list? Otherwise I'm worried you'll forget everything once you hang up." His suggestion was quickly adopted. Before long, Rodman appeared at Li Mu's door with the child. After handing the little one over to Li Mu, Rodman took the shopping list and left once more. Rodman welcomed his love child with Madonna the previous year. This adorable little girl had grown from a crying infant into a crawling toddler in just 1 year. Watching her mischievous antics, Li Mu couldn't help but enjoy himself. He accompanied her play until 11 o'clock, when Rodman finally returned with his arms full of bags, Madonna trailing behind along with that friend. Li Mu took the groceries from Rodman and invited everyone inside. Rodman, completely at ease, began introducing the two guests. "Let me introduce you. This is Li, also my coach, and this is Angelina Jolie, Saikani's friend from a past collaboration." Busy organizing the groceries, Li Mu hadn't caught all of Rodman's words. Still, he politely extended his hand toward the guest, and then froze on the spot. "Hello, I'm Li Mu, just call me Li." "Angelin." "Laura." Angelina across from him felt equally puzzled. Rodman had clearly introduced her just moments ago, so why was he calling her Laura? More importantly, that was the name of the character she was slated to play in her upcoming screenplay. How could he possibly know all of this? This man had triggered a whirlwind of questions within her heart upon their very first meeting. I apologize, that was rather rude. Laura is a friend of mine. You resemble her quite a bit, so I involuntarily called you by her name. Let me reintroduce myself, I'm Li Mu. Nice to meet you, Angelina. Though turmoil churned within, Li Mu kept the calm exterior. How could he have imagined that the so-called friend Rodman mentioned would turn out to be none other than the future legendary chameleon goddess of the film industry, Angelina Jolie? Wait, where did you meet a girl named Laura? How come I didn't know? Bro, you actually met a new girl behind our backs. Rodman, standing nearby, immediately leaned in upon hearing Li Mu's words. He kept winking at Li Mu as if he had done something incredibly unbelievable. Get lost. None of your business. Go prepare the side dishes. Li Mu unceremoniously kicked Rodman, putting an end to his relentless questioning. At that moment, Madonna brought her daughter over to introduce her to Julie, which happened to interrupt her wandering thoughts. I have to say, I've never seen you look so flustered before. Tell me honestly, do you have feelings for her? If so, I'll go to Ciccone and find out for you. In the kitchen, two grown men were squeezed into the narrow space preparing lunch. Li Mu's unusual behavior had caught Rodman's attention, hinting at something different. He turned on the faucet and asked Li Mu, trying to drown out his deep voice with the sound of running water. Are you crazy? I've only met her for the first time. It was just a slip of the tongue. How could I have feelings for her? It really was just a momentary mistake. Look at how you live at home every day. Do you think this is the life I want? Li Mu attributed everything that had just happened to sheer nervousness, which was understandable. After all, the woman across from him was the object of his youthful infatuation in his past life. The character she played in Tomb Raider, Laura, had left a profound impression on him. Now this figure who once existed only on the screen stood before him in the flesh. How could anyone not be stirred? After a while, with Rodman's assistance, Li Mu finished preparing all the dishes. Given the special status of the guest, he had put considerable effort into the shopping list. Seeing the table laden with precious delicacies, Julie could hardly take her eyes off them. Wait a moment, Angelina. When enjoying Chinese cuisine, we usually use chopsticks. This allows us to savor the flavors more deeply. As they sat down around the table to begin the meal, Julie managed to find a fork and knife and was about to start. Li Mu immediately stopped her, handed her a pair of chopsticks, and demonstrated how to use them. However, for someone trying Chinese food for the first time, using chopsticks, a highly challenging task, was rather difficult. Fortunately, Madonna, who had learned the skill from Rodman's constant influence, gracefully picked up some food from the plate and placed it into Julie's dish. Julie shot her a grateful look. Oh, this is so delicious. Is Chinese cuisine always this amazing? Before coming to Li Mu's house, Madonna had been praising Chinese food endlessly, which had sparked Julie's curiosity to try it. After tasting it herself, Julie was instantly captivated by the unique flavors. She had never imagined that the same ingredients prepared with different cooking methods could yield such a tremendous difference. I told you Chinese food would surprise you. I was hooked the first time I tried Li's cooking. With her appetite awakened, Julie didn't bother to comment. She began sampling every dish on the table, appearing as though she intended to devour them all. Thank you, Li. This is the most delicious food I've had in my 22 years of life. After the meal, Julie sat in the living room and praised Li Mu. Li Mu, no longer restrained, chatted naturally with the three of them. Through the conversation, Li Mu gained some understanding of Julie beyond the screen. She had just finished filming a new movie in Hollywood and was now in a break period, planning to travel around the world for relaxation. Her complicated family relationships and fragmented marriage had left her exhausted, which was why her friend Madonna had invited her over. You're married, oh? Li Mu, sitting beside her, was visibly surprised. Julie was 3 years younger than him, yet he had never made any progress in matters of the heart, while she had already entered the bonds of marriage. This stark contrast was hard for Li Mu to process. Li Mu's expression dimmed Julie's cheerful demeanor. She rarely spoke about her romantic life in front of others, or rather she had grown deeply disappointed with it. Yes, I'm married, but it feels no different from being single. I've been living apart from him for a year. If things go quickly, I'll be a divorced woman by this time next year. She laughed self-deprecatingly as she spoke, making Li Mu realize his careless words had offended her. He quickly apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, Angelina. I wasn't thinking. Sorry, please don't take it to heart. It's okay, Li. It's only a matter of time. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Li Mu excused himself to prepare some fruit. Taking this opportunity, Madonna leaned close to Julie and whispered, what do you think of him? He's quite close to Dennis and I know him fairly well. From what I understand, he's never been in a relationship. It's rare to find such a pure-hearted man these days. Julie turned to look at Li Mu, who was washing fruit, and then back at Madonna, lowering her voice. He gives me a very clean and tidy impression. I've never seen a bachelor's home so spotless. And his cooking is really good. But she didn't finish, evidently holding some private opinions. Time passed, and Madonna planned to take Julie to other places for sightseeing. Before leaving, Madonna invited Li Mu to join them, but he declined directly. Panini had scheduled a meeting with him that evening to guide the design of the new season's products. Seeing he had work to attend to, Madonna didn't insist. As they parted, Li Mu and Julie shook hands warmly again, and Julie said with a hint of meaning, goodbye, Li. Thank you so much for your hospitality. Next time I hope to taste something different. Next time. Li Mu was puzzled by her words. Clearly being a straight man, he didn't grasp the deeper implication. See you later? Take care. Wait. Come here for a second. Help me take out the kitchen trash. Rodman, who hadn't been paying attention to their conversation, was about to close the door when Li Mu called him back. What? Can't you just hand me the trash? Why do I have to come back in? Rodman grumbled as he re-entered the kitchen. What? You ask what? You want to freeload off my work, don't you? Where's the promised payment? Li Mu stood behind Rodman, his gaze firm, as if he wouldn't let him leave without the money. Rodman suddenly felt a sense of danger. The summer days soon faded into fragments of memory as the trumpet of a new season was about to sound. By late August, Chicago had reconvened its roster to begin training camp, and this reimagined Bulls squad had become the talk of countless fans. They were deeply curious about how two MVP-caliber players would mesh together, whether Hill could fill Pippen's shoes and deliver even greater impact, and whether he could help Jordan complete that final dance. In early September, as the preseason was set to tip off, the Bulls finalized their roster after a series of personnel adjustments. Before embarking on the new season, the team posed for a set of official season portraits at the arena, and upon their release, a lingering question on everyone's mind was finally answered. In the photo, Jordan stood unhesitatingly at the very center of the group. To his left was Phil, and to his right, the spot once belonging to Pippen was now unmistakably claimed by Hill. Facing the camera, the number 22 on Hill's chest stood out strikingly. Indeed, in tribute to Chicago, and Pippen, Hill had chosen not his usual 33, but instead donned the 22. And with that, the ongoing speculation about Hill's jersey number finally reached a satisfying conclusion. At the press conference, Hill alongside Jordan appeared as the team's marquee off-season acquisition. The pairing of these two players, one seasoned, one young, did not display the rigid dynamic some had predicted. Instead, Jordan adapted quickly to this new teammate who played differently from Pippen, and in an interview, he stated plainly, "A lot of different things have happened this summer. Though my good friend will no longer stand beside me on the court, I am genuinely happy he secured a contract worthy of his value. I wish him all the best in Detroit. But now it is time I properly introduce my young brother to everyone." After the trade went through, we sat down for a candid face-to-face conversation. I am truly grateful that in my final season I get to work alongside such an exceptional young man. Now I will hand the microphone to Grant, so you may meet this young leader. Jordan passed the microphone to Hill, who then addressed the Chicago fans for the first time. Hello, Bulls fans. I am Grant Hill. I am thrilled to be in this city to wear this jersey and fight for you. I hope to deliver exciting performances on the court next season. Thank you for your continued support, and we will see you at home soon. Hill's response was concise, yet profoundly inspiring, bolstering the fans' confidence. Given his illustrious past, everyone eagerly awaited his Bulls debut in 2 days. That afternoon, following the interview, the Bulls boarded a flight to Phoenix. Their next assignment was an away game against the Suns, a matchup the league had deliberately placed here. The intention was clear: to bring together two players who had once jointly lifted the Rookie of the Year trophy, now reshuffled to different teams, creating a compelling narrative that would undoubtedly add depth to the contest. En route to the away game, Li Mu and Phil sat in the front row of the aircraft cabin. Their focus remained fixed on the player reports in their hands, which contained detailed records of Hill's performances over the past year, alongside advanced statistical analysis. Through observations during training, they had been searching for ways to allow Hill to coexist with Jordan on the court. When two primary ball-dominant players share the floor, one must inevitably make concessions. Although Hill had reaffirmed his willingness to cede ball dominance after Jordan's return, Li Mu disagreed. Possessing both Hill and Jordan, they absolutely could not confine themselves to the traditional triangle offense. After a series of deliberations, Li Mu ultimately decided to incorporate elements of the Houston Rockets' up-tempo system from the 2017-18 season into their current framework. The experience of that legendary LED duo bore striking similarities to the present situation. In Li Mu's vision, although ball dominance would still center around Jordan, Hill would operate off the ball, creating scoring opportunities through movement and post-ups. Once Hill received possession, he would rarely return it to Jordan. Instead, they would exchange roles on the floor, with Hill assuming the responsibilities of the primary ball handler and dictating the overall offensive tempo. When you possess two elite playmakers simultaneously, you can control the pace of offense at will, provided it does not breed internal conflict over ball dominance. Phil ultimately embraced this suggestion, attempting to weave it as a variation within the triangle offense framework. During the first practice session after arriving, Li Mu personally sat down with both players to discuss the approach. After understanding the specific details of the tactical system, Hill offered his own perspective to Li Mu. According to what you've described, could Michael and I serve as two primary ball-dominant threats on the court, paired with shooters like Sam and Finley? If the opposition decides to double-team both of us with high-intensity pressure, could we distribute to the open players and create spacing to stretch the defense? Li Mu paused upon hearing Hill's words. Wasn't this precisely the core principle of that legendary LED partnership? By drawing defensive attention through their own scoring threats, collapsing the defense, and pairing that with shooters who could space the floor, they could achieve comprehensive offensive coverage with no weak spots, ensuring every player on the court could maximize their impact. Hill's tactical insight was truly remarkable. Years of serving as a primary playmaker had given him a sophisticated understanding of offensive systems, which only strengthened Li Mu's confidence in successfully implementing the strategy. That evening's game tipped off at 7 p.m. As only the second duo in history to both win Rookie of the Year honors, Kidd and Hill shared a close friendship off the court. They embraced warmly upon meeting on the floor, making the moment feel more like a reunion than a competitive game. However, as the game began, the competitive fire between them slowly emerged. In his first real on-court chemistry with Jordan, Hill immediately displayed extraordinary talent. While Jordan directed teammates' off-ball movement, Hill read the opposing team's tactical intentions, instantly corrected positioning errors, and set screens to slow down pursuing defenders. Under his assistance, Chicago quickly seized control of the game. Meanwhile, Phoenix responded under Kidd's leadership, steadily clawing their way back into the contest. Kidd's elite court vision ensured his teammates always received the ball in the most comfortable finishing positions, while as the defensive anchor, he set the tone and kept his entire team locked into the correct defensive rhythm. During a Bulls possession, Kidd stripped a pass intended for Hill and immediately fired off a fast break. After scoring, he applauded Hill, a gesture that seemed to mock his friend's turnover while helping Phoenix close the gap. Hill took it in stride. On the next possession, he called for the ball from Jordan and pulled up directly against Kidd. The two were set for their first head-to-head matchup of the season. When guarding Hill, Kidd sensed something subtly different in his opponent's aura compared to previous encounters. Throughout his career, Hill had been renowned for his expansive, high-octane style of play. Yet throughout the first half today, Hill had remarkably few opportunities to create his own offense, a shift that unsettled Kidd's instincts. The lack of offensive production had not posed much of a threat, which gradually allowed Kidd to lower his guard. After forcing a turnover and converting on the other end, many observers were already beginning to doubt the future of this partnership due to Hill's muted performance. Recognizing Hill's determination to prove himself, Jordan willingly ceded ball control. Hill faced Kidd one-on-one, exploded past him with a single first step, and drove directly toward the paint. It was precisely that one step that reminded the spectators watching from the stands this man, who had appeared underwhelming thus far, was not merely known as the league's quickest first step, but as one of its universally recognized top 10 superstars. Having blown past Kidd, Hill tore through the perimeter defense in an instant. Manning stationed in the paint immediately rotated to cut off Hill's driving lane. Seizing the opening, Hill whipped a precise pass to the weak side corner, finding Finley, who was cutting toward the baseline. Even before releasing the ball, Hill had already anticipated the exact timing of Finley's arrival at that spot. The ball threaded through multiple layers of defense and found Finley's hands. Without any extra touch or adjustment, Finley released the shot immediately, and it dropped cleanly through the net. The entire play unfolded in just 6 seconds, a brief burst that instantly revived memories of the generational talent who had once stormed into the league with terrifying brilliance. But what that basket revealed to Li Mu extended far beyond its surface impact. When Hill initially took possession, the court positioning still reflected the triangle offense. Yet once Hill attacked, his overwhelming individual ability forced the opposition's defensive structure to shift, and he immediately read those adjustments, using the ball to lead his teammates to the finish. In other words, when operating as a ball handler, Hill possessed the rare ability to single-handedly dictate the pace and rhythm of the entire offense. Scanning the entire league today, the only player besides Hill capable of combining individual brilliance at this level was Jordan. Having witnessed Hill's capability firsthand, Jordan proactively approached and exchanged a firm handshake. As a participant on the court, he had witnessed every detail unfold before his eyes. Having already established psychological dominance over the opponent, the next objective was to demonstrate what utter overwhelm looked like. Up to this point, Hill had yet to finish many possessions himself, relying primarily on ball movement to generate scores. Such a style, however, was hardly delivering the kind of answer that would satisfy fans who had traveled to witness greatness. With support from his teammates, Hill then began to pull from his full arsenal and showcase his weapons to the crowd. Whether it was one-on-one isolation, driving alone into the paint through heavy contact to finish, or draining shots from the perimeter, Hill executed everything with effortless precision. This preseason exhibition, originally intended for experimentation, quickly transformed into a personal scoring showcase exclusively belonging to Hill. As the deficit continued to widen, the Suns showed little emotional disruption. They promptly removed their entire starting lineup and sent in rookies and rotational players to gauge the situation. Kidd's replacement, second-year rookie Steve Nash, unexpectedly propelled the Suns into a fierce rally, momentarily threatening to erase the deficit. Fortunately, Hill and Jordan combined their efforts to shut down the comeback attempt and secure the season-opening victory. Following the game, Hill, recognized as the standout performer, faced the assembled media for a collective interview. When asked about the feeling of wearing the Bulls jersey for the first time, his gaze drifted toward Jordan seated on the bench. Smiling, he replied, "Honestly, I still feel as though all of this exists within a dream. The opportunity to battle alongside Michael as a teammate is an honor I hold deeply dear. He has been the most important figure in my basketball journey. To learn from him face to face during the final chapter of his career fills me with profound gratitude. My first official game partnering with Michael was an incredibly enlightening experience. I am confident that as the season progresses our chemistry and coordination will only grow sharper and more seamless. These words did not ring as mere flattery. They carried the weight of genuine conviction. They also served as a quiet prophecy of the extraordinary synergy that would define their partnership in the games to come. This contest granted the entire roster their first true glimpse of Hill's genuine caliber. The seamless connection between him and Jordan had become the most potent weapon on the team, and it was rapidly proven to be the right decision. Through the remainder of the preseason schedule, the combination of Jordan and Hill coupled with the team's unified effort kept the Bulls undefeated. Hill's rapid integration also expanded the tactical flexibility available to the team. Every teammate could clearly sense the system evolving beyond the traditional triangle, granting them greater freedom and adaptability in their on-court execution. Off the court, as well, Hill immersed himself in the team culture without cease. At practice, he led by example, arriving early each morning and competing with relentless effort, never once displaying any diva attitude. Beyond the gym, he actively participated in community service alongside the organization. After securing the home opener victory, he stood before the entire crowd and announced that for every three-pointer he made that season, he would donate 200 yuan through his foundation to those in need within the community. That gesture won the affection of everyone around him. Under Jordan's continuous mentorship and support, Hill not only delivered dominant performances on the court to earn respect, but also became deeply beloved by Chicago fans off it. In merely 2 months, people seemed already to have fallen for this courteous young man, and he gradually began to heal the lingering resentment left behind by Pippen's departure. Just as the team closed out preseason with a flawless record, a bizarre and somewhat absurd message rippled through the organization. Head coach Phil Jackson had fallen down a flight of stairs on his way home after drinking too much at a gathering. While nothing life-threatening resulted, multiple fractures would sideline him for a significant stretch of the regular season. This meant that senior assistant Lee Mu would step in as head coach for nearly 2 months, a perfect platform for him to showcase his abilities to the world. This news also caused Lee Mu to struggle to suppress his grins during his hospital visit to Phil. Fortunately, Phil never suspected the source of the amusement. Otherwise, he would have dragged himself out of bed, crawled if necessary, just to coach from the sidelines himself. Regardless, Lee Mu was about to become the single most captivating focal point across the entire league. Countless pairs of eyes were locked firmly upon him, eager to discover what surprises this young man, significantly younger even than Jordan, would unleash upon the basketball world. Lee, you look a bit tense. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Although this is your first time coaching, everyone will have your back. On the training court, Lee Mu was about to take over as head coach for tonight's season opener in place of Phil. Although the training organization process was no different from usual, his taut facial expression and the tactical plans he had revised multiple times were sufficient proof of his nervousness. Michael, to be honest, after all these years in the profession, this is the first time I'm truly feeling the pressure of this position firsthand. Even though I was involved in every detail of the planning process, only when I had to step up and lead as head coach for the first time did I fully understand the weight Phil carried. Standing on the sideline, Lee Mu's eyes constantly tracked the players on the court. As interim head coach, he demanded every player execute the preset tactics precisely. If anyone faltered, he'd immediately halt practice to make adjustments. This meticulous approach made Jordan, resting on the bench, uncomfortable. He could clearly sense the heavy psychological burden Lee Mu was carrying. With Jordan's reassurance and the assistant coach's suggestions, Lee Mu gradually realized he was overreacting. He stopped practice once more, then voluntarily admitted his mistakes to the team and openly acknowledged his inner anxiety and nervousness. Seeing his prompt adjustment, the players did not dwell on what had just transpired. After resuming training, Lee Mu's demeanor improved significantly. His balanced and controlled coaching style matched Phil's, and the players quickly acclimated. Before the game, Lee Mu gave an interview to the media as interim head coach. Tonight, he would not only coach his first official game, but also in Phil's stead accept the championship ring on behalf of the team at home. To be honest, Mr. Phil's sudden injury caught me off guard. After all, this is my first time coaching as a head coach, and this game is crucial for our team. Lee Mu first recounted some of the difficulties he had experienced after taking over the team temporarily, but having adjusted his mindset, he remained confident about the upcoming game. But I'm very grateful to the players and other coaches for their support and help, which allowed me to quickly adapt to this interim role. However, I do hope our opponents tonight will go easy on us, so Phil won't have to bench me right away when he returns. His self-deprecating humor quickly drew laughter from the media, and the interview soon ended amid cheerful exchanges. Through this interview, most media expressed high praise for Lee Mu, believing that this young interim coach was witty and humorous, knew how to get along with others, and was confident that under his leadership the team would not face any locker room issues. This point was further confirmed in subsequent player interviews, where without exception every team member stated their unconditional support for Lee Mu's work throughout the upcoming schedule. Tonight's opponent was the San Antonio Spurs, led by top draft pick Tim Duncan. As a highly anticipated rookie sensation, the league deliberately arranged for him to face the challenge of Rodman and Mutombo's interior duo in his debut game. Spurs head coach Greg Popovich stated before the game that facing the Chicago Bulls for the first time in the new season was an honor, describing the matchup as a duel between two rookie coaches. with Li Mu tasked with laying the foundation for Phil, while his own responsibility was to showcase Duncan's talent to the world. The new season's first game kicked off immediately after the championship ring ceremony, with Li Mu stepping onto the court as interim head coach to receive his ring first. The continuous applause from the crowd gradually calmed his previously anxious heart. Once the game began, Li Mu announced his starting lineup: Harper, Jordan, Hill, Rodman, and Mutombo. This roster, nearly identical to last season's, was the core reason behind the Bulls' undefeated preseason record, while the opposing team deployed Duncan Robinson, Avery Johnson, Sean Elliott, and Denon Gravo. Following the tip-off, the game ignited with intensity. After gaining possession, the Bulls executed their offensive sets as usual, but Jordan found himself immediately double-teamed upon handling the ball. Popovich clearly intended to deny him any opportunity to find his rhythm from the opening tip. Recognizing the triangle offense wasn't working, Li Mu promptly stood and moved to the sideline, signaling the team to adjust their formation. Hill understood the adjustment, instinctively moving toward Jordan's position to set a screen before cutting to the opposite side of the court, ready to receive the pass at any moment. To prevent the opposition from easily circulating the ball, Popovich instructed Duncan to position himself at the free throw line for rotational defense. His court vision and defensive agility comparable to a guard's gave the Spurs the confidence to aggressively double-team Jordan. After exploiting Hill's screen to break through, they discovered the opposition's adjustments were remarkably quick, creating an obstacle for Jordan's drive to the basket. Fortunately, Hill's quick adaptation resolved the situation. He skillfully used Rodman's positioning advantage in the paint to create space between him and Duncan, while simultaneously establishing a triangular formation with Harper at the top of the key as he moved toward Jordan. With the shot clock winding down, Jordan passed back to Harper. Upon receiving it, Harper drove hard into the paint, while Hill, positioned along the baseline, had already gathered for an explosion toward the rim. He faked out Elliott in front of him, then made a sharp cut toward the basket. Harper's pass was perfectly timed, and Hill caught it and finished with a powerful dunk to score the game's first points. The rapidly shifting dynamics on the court left Li Mu somewhat unsettled. Popovich's adjustments had caught him off guard momentarily. For him, the Spurs roster and Coach Popovich represented the ideal test. Now he needed to stay hyper-focused on whatever changes might unfold on the court. After surrendering the basket, the Spurs remained composed. Following the inbound, Avery Johnson pushed the ball up court with a singular offensive purpose: get it to Duncan and let him operate. Upon catching the ball at the top of the key, Duncan didn't rush to attack. His strong team awareness drove him to first create scoring opportunities for his teammates. When those attempts failed, he deftly used his offensive skills to beat Rodman's defense and penetrate the paint. Facing Mutombo's aggressive closeout, he extended his long arms to finesse past the defender and finished with a powerful two-handed dunk. After the score, Duncan merely exchanged a quick high-five with his teammates before immediately transitioning back on defense. His expression remained completely impassive. He showed no reaction to scoring his first official career points, as though he had never known how to smile. Duncan had single-handedly dismantled the Bulls' vaunted interior defense, leaving the spectators on the sidelines dumbfounded. They hadn't expected a rookie to dominate the game at this level. Meanwhile, Li Mu faced a more pressing challenge, figuring out how to contain Duncan. After the Spurs completed their termination, everyone eagerly anticipated how the Bulls would retaliate. But Li Mu, contrary to expectations, called a timeout, leaving the spectators bewildered as they wondered what this young interim coach intended to do. Li Mu crouched before the starters with a tactical board, erasing the original matchups and arrangements. Duncan's offensive display had made him cautious. "Fellas, we need to switch our defensive assignments. Dennis, your job is to prevent David from catching the ball in the mid-range for a shot. On defense, fight for rebounds for us. Dikembe, your task is to drive Tim out of the paint, forcing him to shoot from the free throw line. If you can't avoid his drive, make him shoot from the left side. Remember, let him shoot, but never let him into the paint easily. The rim protection is all on you. Grant, I need you to work hard. Their offense is well structured. Please sweep the top of the key. Michael, your job is to make their bigs move out of the paint. If possible, punish them with mid-range jumpers. That's it. Go out there, fellas, and show them our true strength." After finishing the adjustments, Li Mu's anxious heart finally settled. The tactical sophistication the opponent had displayed was threatening. Although the entire offense revolved around Tim Duncan, the movement of the other players and David Robinson's gravity at the free throw line were the prerequisites for creating space for Duncan's isolation. Though Li Mu's arrangements left everyone perplexed, each player executed his instructions resolutely. After receiving the ball from the baseline, Jordan used his individual brilliance to break through the opponent's perimeter defense. Once inside, he didn't force a layup against the bigs as usual. He circled the paint and returned to the free throw line. The constant movement had forced a misalignment, and Duncan ended up guarding Jordan. Seeing his goal achieved, Jordan rose for a pull-up jumper. Duncan tried to contest, but was too late. Jordan welcomed the rookie to the league with his most lethal weapon. Witnessing the counterattack, Popovich immediately signaled for the ball to be given to David Robinson, making him the initiator at the top of the arc. In the Spurs' plan, both Robinson and Duncan could serve as initiators to drive the offense, creating a high-low post dominance that was their tactical cornerstone. But Li Mu had already seen through their intentions. Rodman stood in front of David Robinson, and a wave of unpleasant memories surged within him. "Hello, David. We meet again. I'm curious how you'll choose to attack this time. Are you planning to let the rookie share the offensive burden? Rodman, when matched up against the Admiral, couldn't help but unleash trash talk to apply pressure. It was no secret that Rodman looked down on Robinson. While his mouth kept running, his hands constantly harassed the opponent, trying to disrupt the play. Seeing his veteran teammate in trouble, Duncan immediately stepped up to help. Robinson passed the ball to Duncan and then relinquished the initiative to him. But once Duncan received the ball, the situation changed. Mutombo stood near the free throw line an arm's length away, seemingly inviting a jump shot. Duncan looked around for an open teammate, but found everyone tightly covered, and Hill at the elbow was poised to intercept any pass. With the shot clock winding down, Duncan resorted to his unreliable mid-range jumper. The ball clanked off the rim, predictably missing. Rodman grabbed the rebound and immediately passed to Hill. Hill first checked for a teammate in fast break position, but Duncan had already retreated to the paint. Finding no option, he signaled for a half-court set. As both teams settled into their half-court offense, Hill spotted Jordan in the corner. After a glance, he decided to mimic Jordan's attacking style to finish the possession. De Niro guarding Hill was clearly not a capable defender. With a simple crossover, Hill easily shifted his defensive stance. After breezing past him, Hill circled the paint just like Jordan had done. But Duncan, having learned from the previous play, wouldn't fall for it again. He used a back pivot to shield off the trailing player, stopping the forced switch. Elliott and De Niro swapped and immediately picked up their men, while Duncan under the basket doubled down. Robinson in the paint seemed ready to take on two opponents. Sensing the impending double team, Hill whipped the ball to Harper on the wing. Harper didn't hold it. He immediately passed to Jordan on the opposite baseline. Jordan caught it before the defense rotated back. After releasing the shot, he turned to the crowd with a confident gesture. Swish. The sound of the ball slicing through the net. A precise three-pointer. With two consecutive successful possessions, the Bulls seized control of the game. Seeing the moment ripe, Lee Mu ordered his team to press the attack. After gradually extending the lead, both teams made substitutions. Finley, who had been nursing a fire on the bench, showed no mercy, widening the gap further. In firm command, the Bulls maintained their lead until the final buzzer, securing their first regular season victory of the season. After the game, players and coaches exchanged friendly embraces. For both teams, the lessons from this game outweighed the result, so even the losers didn't hang their heads. When Lee Mu embraced Duncan, the memories of a past life compelled him to do something profound. He whispered into Duncan's ear, "Don't be discouraged. It was a great game. The future is yours." Then he turned and walked away, leaving Duncan frozen in place, pondering the words. Even a psychology graduate like Duncan, after his first career game, would need time to decipher whether it was encouragement or humiliation. But to Lee Mu, it didn't matter. Winning his first real game as a head coach lifted his spirits. He pushed open the locker room door and shouted, "Gentlemen, we won the first game." Before he could finish, each person in the room greeted him with a bottle of champagne, baptizing him head to toe without discrimination. Amid the jubilant celebrations of his teammates, Lee Mu officially secured his first coaching victory in his career. The feeling of the entire team uniting for a common goal was exactly what he had always longed for. The ordeals of his past life would no longer haunt him from this day forward. After winning the opening game, the Bulls began to surge up the standings. If Lee Mu's debut as a rookie coach had not fully showcased his coaching talent and personal style, the second game made everyone know his name. In the second game, they faced the challenge of the Philadelphia 76ers. The team's leader was the No. 1 pick they handpicked last year, the answer, Allen Iverson. This 183cm guard put up a phenomenal scoring performance in his rookie year. His flashy dribbling and imaginative finishes made him an instant fan favorite. During the offseason, they hired Larry Brown as head coach from the Pacers. In the preseason, Iverson firmly established himself as the team's cornerstone, averaging 20 points in just 25 minutes per game, with a shooting percentage of 58. In this era dominated by interior players, Iverson proved that small guards could also thrive in the league. However, the 76ers found themselves in a perplexing situation against the Bulls. Although Iverson's magical scoring display continued, it did not lead his team to victory. In the entire game, Iverson dropped a season-high 43 points, but that was exactly the result Lee Mu wanted. Throughout the game, Lee Mu had Harper shadow Iverson and exhaust him, while also instructing interior defender Mutombo to be ready to contest shots in the paint. He allowed Iverson to showcase his exquisite offensive skills. As the game progressed, Iverson grew more aggressive, fighting for every ball. He deviated from Larry Brown's tactical plan, monopolizing most of the team's shots. The other players, constrained by the Bulls' strong team defense, could not get good looks. From a visual standpoint, Iverson seemed to have the upper hand. However, a post-game review of the stats revealed that he attempted nearly 40 shots, scoring only 43 points, and dished out a mere 5 assists. Lee Mu exploited Iverson's competitive nature, set a trap for him, and ultimately secured a resounding victory. This victory also made more people aware of the Bulls' deep roster. In just 2 games, the terrifying strength of the coaching staff behind Phil Jackson became evident. By the time Phil Jackson returned to the team in December after recovering from illness, the Bulls had already taken a commanding lead in the standings. Under Lee Mu's guidance, Michael Jordan and Grant Hill were named Eastern Conference Player of the Week and Player of the Month multiple times. "Kid, you've been doing so well. Are you trying to usurp my throne?" If I hadn't come back, no one would remember I'm the head coach. On his first day back with the team, Phil teased Li Mu. During his convalescence at home, Phil had been following the team's dynamics. Li Mu's results shocked him. Reviewing the game details, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Li Mu had incorporated more off-ball movement into the system. The defense hadn't collapsed despite Pippin's departure, and the team had transformed from a half-court-oriented style into a squad that balanced spacing and shooting. They now led the league in three-point attempts. Ouch. Damn. You're so rough. You're taking it easy at home while I'm carrying the heavy load here. Just wait, once my contract ends, I'm never going to be your assistant again. The excitement of reunion made Phil lose control of his strength during the banter, causing Li Mu to wince in pain. He turned back and glared at Phil, then retorted without backing down. After the small talk, Phil finally returned to work. When he resumed leading the team's training, he watched the players' fast-paced offense and defense, but felt a sense of discomfort. Come here and tell me honestly, what have you done to my team? Why is the three-point attempt rate so high now? Before I handed the team over to you, I didn't ask you to rewrite my playbook. Phil naturally wouldn't be accustomed to this. The triangle offense prioritizes shot quality, meaning even if it means sacrificing possessions, every shot must be a high percentage one. But now the team's shooting habits were completely different. Once the offense was initiated, everyone moved and passed the ball. Anyone with an open look would shoot without hesitation. Even if they missed, they didn't force offensive rebounds. Instead, they quickly retreated to get set on defense. This was a serious departure from Phil's tactical philosophy, but Li Mu had already prepared his words. He pointed to the court and explained to Phil, don't rush. Observe the opportunities created by the movement. Take this play for example. Michael didn't choose to go one-on-one immediately when he had the ball, but as you can see, because of the spacing threat from the other players, the defenders won't easily abandon their positions. The idea I instilled in Michael is simple. If you think you have a chance, take the shot. If you see a double team coming, pass it decisively to the wing players, and they can finish in the shortest time possible. Phil, continuing with your old philosophy is becoming unsustainable. Except for Grant, the core lineup is too old to sustain such high-intensity physical play. If we want to win the third championship, we have to make changes. Even though these quick shots might seem chaotic, we can still maintain scoring efficiency. And now, besides Dikembe, even Dennis can act as a passing hub on offense. You can also see that the players' stamina management is still good, which ensures we'll have enough energy for the rest of the schedule. And everyone has adapted well to this adjustment. While explaining, Li Mu couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Your unchanging triangle offense. Unless a celestial being reincarnates, no one can stick with it. You're just lucky you had a T0 level player like Michael Jordan. With anyone else, you couldn't have gotten the desired results. Basketball is a sport that evolves with the times. The record proves that my transformation of the roster and system is correct. Phil, of course, had no idea what Li Mu was thinking. After hearing his explanation, he carefully observed every move on the court. When he saw Jordan pass the ball to Finley in the corner, and Finley quickly swung it to Hill on the other side for a fast release shot that went in. The drastic change in the pace sent a chill down his spine. He couldn't believe the team had been transformed into something so unfamiliar in just 2 months. He handed over the coaching duties to Li Mu and sat aside to observe closely, while the question that had been hidden in his heart grew heavier. This counter-trend style of play has only been seen in that madman, but I'm sure he and Li Mu have never crossed paths. What unconventional thoughts are swirling in your mind? If one day we really become opponents, do I stand a chance of defeating you? The Chicago Bulls are no longer the team we once knew. Though they still sit atop the standings, this frantic high-tempo approach that piles up shot attempts, almost akin to stat padding, remains an unknown. Can it sustain momentum in the games ahead? Whether head coach Phil Jackson can adapt to the interim coach's series of reforms, we simply cannot tell. After the massive roster upheaval in the summer, one can only hope Chicago does not botch Michael Jordan's farewell tour. Upon Phil's return, an unexpected wave of pessimistic voices emerged from outside, all singing the Bulls' downfall. Most people were skeptical that this counter-meta style could yield positive results in the playoffs. They fervently hoped Phil would restore order and bring the team back to the original triangle offense. But Phil, convinced after just one practice session with Li Mu, decided to maintain the status quo. He was eager to see firsthand what this unorthodox system could achieve under his stewardship, especially since the team was on a hot streak, and he was not one to stubbornly cling to his own views. In the next game, Phil handed over the play calling during timeouts to Li Mu. Under Li's direction, the Bulls' offense flowed with breathtaking fluidity, their fast-paced attacks and defenses leaving opponents scrambling. Phil had initially assumed that Jordan's ball-dominant style would clash with such a system. But as it turned out, Jordan was more than willing to share the ball during regular stretches. This conserved his energy while helping teammates adapt to the game's rhythm, a win-win situation. After winning that game, Phil finally accepted reality. He officially incorporated Li Mu's dynamic offense into the team's tactical system, supplementing the original triangle offense. Through this game, Phil vaguely sensed that the era of interior dominance was gradually fading. What was needed now was to wait for the emergence of a player with epic-making influence. With the team's system clearly defined, no one benefited more than Michael Jordan. He no longer had to carry the load in every game. For the first time, he experienced the sheer delight of being able to phone it in on the court, though that didn't stop him from stepping up and taking over in crucial moments. The team finished the regular season in a harmonious atmosphere, the Bulls topping the standings with an impressive 65 wins. When the season awards were announced, Jordan and Hill were both selected to the All-NBA First Team. Finley earned the Sixth Man of the Year award with his outstanding performance. Mutombo, having anchored the defense in Pippen's absence, was named Defensive Player of the Year. But in the MVP voting, the league was divided. Despite the Bulls' commanding record, Jordan's reduced role led to an inevitable dip in his statistics, which did not favor him in the race. After much deliberation, Shaquille O'Neal, with his superior individual numbers, edged out the competition by a narrow margin to claim the Most Valuable Player award. Though missing out on the award prevented Jordan's final season from being picture-perfect, he remained remarkably optimistic. For him, there was only one goal left in his last season, a three-peat, as the ultimate farewell gift. Entering the playoffs, the Bulls' deep rotation ensured every player was well-rested. They swept through the first two rounds with ease, only to meet the Detroit Pistons led by Scottie Pippen in the Eastern Conference Finals. Since joining the Pistons that season, Pippen had finally emerged as a true leader. He guided the team to an impressive record, with Glenn Rice providing formidable offensive firepower as his lieutenant, helping the Pistons secure the third seed in the East. After years away, the Pistons' return to the Eastern Conference Finals quickly erased the disappointment of losing Grant Hill from the minds of their fans. The two teams, with their storied history, treated fans to a thrilling series in the Eastern Conference Finals. For the first time meeting as postseason opponents, Jordan and Pippen led their respective squads in a fierce battle for a championship berth, trading blows back and forth. Ultimately, the Bulls' superior roster depth and tactical system prevailed, taking the series 4-2. Chicago advanced to the NBA Finals for the third consecutive year. Out west, the Lakers and Jazz engaged in a grueling seesaw battle in the Western Conference Finals. Neither team could stop the other, making it a true clash of titans. But relying on their younger core, the Lakers narrowly clawed their way to victory, reaching the finals in just their second year after forming the O'Neal-Bryant duo. The Bulls' success once again silenced all their doubters. The same voices that had predicted their early playoff exit were nowhere to be found. 3 finals appearances in 3 years gave them ample reason to look down on their opponents, yet they remained humble. Before the finals began, the league produced a special program to commemorate Jordan's final championship series. The entire Bulls roster participated in the interview. The program focused on revisiting Jordan's career, featuring interviews with his close friends and teammates to present a more authentic portrait of the man to the viewing audience. When asked about his feelings facing his last career playoff series, Jordan grew emotional, admitting bluntly, "I think my career has been legendary enough. As for how future generations will judge me, I couldn't care less. For now, my top priority is to focus on every game ahead. Working with such young and talented players in my final year has made me feel younger, almost as if I could keep playing for a few more years." He chuckled at that, as if lamenting time's swift passage and his own twilight years. "I know many people think my body can still handle more seasons. I won't deny that. But for me, I've already achieved every milestone possible in history. Now I'd rather help young players improve and grow, ensuring that every hard-working and talented player makes it into the league." Before the season started, I wondered how to define this year. Lee told me to treat it as the last dance, to give my best performance every time. I think that's perfectly fitting. I have no regrets left. I'll give my all in every remaining game, hoping to inspire future generations. My heartfelt thanks to every fan and viewer who has supported me. Thank you for witnessing my journey. Failure has been the main theme of my life, but success is forged through countless trials. Finally, I hope every young basketball lover achieves their dreams. Don't worship me or imitate me. Instead, use me as a target to chase, surpass, and become the hero of your own story. The story of 23 is drawing to a close. Basketball has given me a life unlike any other. I hope you'll witness this final series with your own eyes. Thank you, everyone. As he finished speaking, Jordan, always known for his toughness, choked up before the camera. But this was not a time for sentimentality. He was determined to put a perfect end to his legendary career. The day before the finals began, the league released a documentary interview with Michael Jordan through its official media channel. Once broadcast, it stirred deep emotions among many fans, with most people immersed in a melancholic sentiment. For them, the man who once commanded the court and created countless miracles would now take his final bow alongside their youth. On game day, the area outside the United Center was thronged with countless fans who had traveled from all over to witness the event. Tickets for the night had long been sold out, yet that did nothing to dampen the fans' fervor. They held up all kinds of signs and banners expressing their feelings for Michael Jordan outright, and some even had his name and portrait tattooed on their bodies as a tribute to their hero. Inside the arena, every seat was filled. The team had specially ordered a red and white t-shirt in support of Jordan, with the slogan, "Legends Never Die," printed on the chest. Spectators set aside their biases. Even the opposing team's fans had donned the supporter shirts. The outcome of this series no longer mattered so much. Everyone cherished these rare remaining opportunities. In the front row of the court, a parade of star players had come to watch the game. Most of them had been moved after watching the interview. For them, Jordan was not just an opponent on the court, but the benchmark they had tirelessly strived to surpass in their quest to become elite players. At this moment, they set aside their grudges, coexisting harmoniously with every other player in attendance, leaving behind the feuds and conflicts of the court. In that instant, they seemed to return to their childhood, waiting faithfully in front of the television every day to catch a glimpse of the airborne figure defying gravity on the screen. Just as Jordan had said in the interview, most of the new generation of players had been inspired by him to pursue professional basketball. Now, like everyone else in the arena, they were merely pure fans. When it came time for the player introductions, Jordan naturally took the stage as the final attraction. As he stepped onto the court, thunderous cheers erupted throughout the arena with the name Michael Jordan echoing off the walls. He stood at the center of the court, the waves of applause growing even more intense. Though he had composed himself, he couldn't help but feel a stir of emotion. He lifted his gaze to the dome of the arena, knowing that the center spot would one day be the final resting place for the jersey he wore. Amid the applause and cheers, the first game of the finals was about to begin. When Jordan walked onto the court, his opponents came over one by one to hug and pay their respects. Even Shaquille O'Neal, who had once clashed with him, took the initiative to show his admiration, and the old grudges between them were dissolved by that embrace. For the Lakers players, this series would be an unforgettable experience. After the jump ball, the Lakers gained possession first. Under Coach Del Harris's system, the Lakers' offensive strategy revolved around Shaquille O'Neal as the fulcrum. Now firmly established as the league's premier center, O'Neal immediately sealed his position in the low post, called for the ball, and muscled past Dikembe Mutombo to execute a smooth hook shot. After being overpowered, Mutombo looked a bit shaken. He rubbed the part of his body that had been knocked aside, keenly feeling the pressure he had just faced against O'Neal. As a multiple-time Defensive Player of the Year, this physical confrontation unexpectedly ignited his competitive spirit, and he resolved to use every ounce of effort to stifle O'Neal's offensive momentum on defense. On the Bulls' offensive possession, Grant Hill brought the ball past half-court and then passed it to Jordan. Just as Jordan was about to survey the situation, the No. 8 player from the opposing team lunged at him, trying to strip the ball. It was Kobe Bryant. Jordan shielded the ball behind his body and furrowed his brow. Normally, the defensive intensity wouldn't be this high at the start of the game. But the curly-haired young man seemed to enjoy challenging him, always clinging to him whenever they matched up. This time, he was applying pressure from the very first possession. Jordan decided to teach this kid a lesson. You like to go against me? Fine, I'll give you what you want today. After dribbling, Jordan first took a probing step to the right. Seeing that Bryant indeed followed him closely, he immediately pulled the ball back, executed a spin move, and easily blew past his defender. After creating space, he didn't rush to shoot. Instead, he waited on the spot for the defender to recover. Sure enough, Bryant closed in immediately. Jordan made a feint as if to shoot, and Bryant, not taking any chances, leaped to block the shot, only to realize he had been toyed with. Having faked out Bryant, Jordan had a perfect open look. Just as he jumped to release the ball, a hand reached out from behind and forcefully swatted it away. He turned in surprise to see that it was Bryant who had recovered with a second jump. Due to his carelessness, Jordan lost control of the ball. Bryant scrambled on the floor to grab the rebound and passed it to Eddie Jones, who took off like the wind, sprinting toward the Bulls' half. Fortunately, Hill quickly recovered on defense to cut off the fast break. Just as Jones was deciding how to finish the play, a shout rang out from behind. Eddie, give me the ball. Bryant, who had just scrambled up from the floor, immediately jumped into the offense. After receiving the ball, he chose to attack the rim directly, but Jordan was already a step ahead, standing in his path. Seeing no direct route to the basket, Bryant didn't stop. He used a crossover in front of his defender to create an angle, then leaped from his spot, leaning backward, and released the shot. He chose to finish the play using Jordan's signature move. After the shot went in, his expression was one of excitement. Looking at Jordan, he deliberately raised his voice. Happy retirement, Michael. Does that shot look familiar? It's a move I've polished through countless imitations and integrated into my game. I know you want this championship to cap off your career perfectly, but I won't make it easy for you. Giving you my all is the greatest respect I can show. With that, he quickly retreated to the Lakers' half to get back on defense, showing no sign of letting up. Jordan watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but crack a slight smile. Over the past 2 years, he had never really taken the young man seriously, but just now he had suddenly become intrigued by this kid. Most people who tried to provoke Jordan ended up getting no reaction because the vast majority failed to pique his interest. But the way the young man had moved in front of him just now, every move and feint was so reminiscent of his own style. It greatly sparked Jordan's curiosity. He had already witnessed the kid's audacity. Now he was eager to see just how much the young man had learned from him. I let my guard down on that last play. Now, let's have a real duel. Show me if you're worthy of talking trash to me. After receiving the ball again, Jordan didn't rush to attack. He waved to Bryant and signaled. He had to admit the kid had finally managed to capture his interest. Watching the two players engage on the court, many of the teammates watching from the sidelines couldn't help but feel surprised. They never expected Jordan, who typically ignored such provocations, to willingly accept a challenge from an obscure newcomer. What was even more astonishing was that the sophomore rookie on the opposing side managed to hold his own in the exchange. On the court, whenever Jordan finished a play on offense, Kobe would eagerly grab the ball from a teammate and respond in kind. The duel between the two had become the most captivating spectacle on the court, and the visually stunning matchups left the audience cheering. Just as everyone assumed the confrontation would continue, Coach Harris called a timeout to forcibly halt it. Since taking over the Lakers, no one had given Coach Harris more trouble than Kobe, whose unorthodox ideas and stubborn individualism made it nearly impossible to implement his tactical requirements. The scene just witnessed was something he could never tolerate, and he couldn't fathom how much more chaotic things would become if he hadn't called that timeout in time. After the timeout, Harris substituted Kobe for the more composed Fisher, who could better execute the team's strategy of running through Shaq. As expected, Fisher brought order to the Lakers' offense, but his weak defense became the Bulls' primary target. Once O'Neal was neutralized by Mutombo, no one else on the floor could carry the offensive load, and the Lakers quickly fell apart. By the time Harris wanted to bring Kobe back to mount a comeback, it was too late, and the Lakers ultimately had to accept their defeat. The Bulls celebrated their season-opening victory, but Lee Moo detected something amiss within the Lakers camp. Star player acquired at great expense during the offseason went goalless, remaining on the bench throughout the match, a sign that something was fundamentally off. Before leaving, he searched for them, but found no trace. In the locker room afterward, the Lakers showed no signs of dejection despite the loss. To them, this game's outcome didn't matter. They were simply grateful to face Jordan on his retirement stage. Their real ambition lay ahead next season when they'd claim their place as the league's new champions. Have you already accepted defeat so readily? Judging by your demeanor, there seems no point continuing these games. Just hand Chicago the trophy now and spare everyone the formality. Their laughter and banter was cut short by an unwelcome voice. Kobe sat before his locker scoffing at the others. The loss stung him deeply. He knew the outcome would have been different if he'd remained on the court instead of being pulled. Cut the pretense. You can't possibly believe a few baskets against Michael makes you his equal. Don't even think about emulating him. No matter how flawlessly you master his moves, you'll never be him. Before any of the veterans could fire back, star player rose to the occasion and spoke his mind. Upon hearing him, the older players who'd been ready to reprimand Kobe fell silent in unison. Everyone understood that since star player's arrival, their mutual disdain had been palpable. That's enough. Shut it, both of you. Get out of this locker room, now. Coach Harris had walked in right as the confrontation unfolded, and the ongoing friction between them was driving him up the wall. The Lakers had originally acquired star player for his scoring punch and playmaking prowess, and Harris had planned to insert him into the starting lineup from day one. But Kobe publicly challenged the decision, proposing a one-on-one contest to settle who deserved the starting spot. Fresh off a rough stint in Washington where locker room drama had soured his experienced star player, had been hoping for a clean slate with the Lakers. Yet when faced with a high school phenom's challenge, his pride wouldn't allow him to back down. He eagerly accepted, convinced of an easy victory. The outcome was staggering. Kobe shut him out in 2 consecutive one-on-one matchups, decisively claiming the starting position that had been promised to star player. Humiliated by the loss and the way his teammates and coaching staff looked at him afterward, star player felt the weight of their disappointment keenly. Bound by the terms of their agreement, star player resigned himself to coming off the bench behind Kobe. His pride refusing to accept this outcome, he'd repeatedly requested rematches only to be rebuffed each time. According to him, you lose, you go work on your game. He had zero interest in wasting time practicing with a reserve player. That remark shattered whatever remained of their rapport. On the court, they barely acknowledged each other, off it they maintained zero contact. This impasse left Harris unable to execute his game plan. The constant friction between them weighed heavily on him, and today's public explosion finally pushed him over the edge. He ordered both players out of the locker room in frustration. Knock, knock, knock. The Lakers had returned to their hotel after the game. Back in his room, Harris slumped onto the sofa with his eyes closed. Today's events left him feeling utterly powerless, and for the first time, he considered submitting his resignation after the finals. When someone knocked at his door, he assumed it was room service. I don't need it, he called out. Please leave. Silence stretched for a moment. Just as he assumed they'd left, a voice came through the door. Coach, it's Jerry. Let me in. We need to talk. Harris was puzzled. He never would have guessed star player was standing on the other side of that door at midnight seeking an audience. Still uncertain, Harris opened the door and let him in. Coach, give me the starting spot next game. I'll follow every instruction you give. I'll prove I'm the right choice. Once seated, star player got straight to the point. Harris had expected an apology, so he scowled at the demand. He was about to usher the man out, still unaware why he'd been denied playing time in such a crucial contest. Coach, please let me finish. I'm not here to argue. I have a solution to break their motion offense. Harris paused mid-push, intrigued by the audacity of such a bold claim. Sensing the shift, star player eagerly detailed his plan. You remember their top assistant, the one who filled in for Phil Jackson early this season. His name is Lee Moo. He was my college teammate. He played and coached simultaneously. Their motion system mirrors what we ran back then. It just needs this adjustment. Harris's lamp stayed on through the night. By dawn, they finally wound down their discussion. Before the start of the second game of the finals, the Lakers announced their starting lineup to the public. Kobe Bryant, who had shown in the previous game but was benched at a critical moment, was removed from the starting lineup, replaced by Jerry Stackhouse from the bench. This minor adjustment sparked little discussion, with only a few voices lamenting that they had not yet had their fill of the Kobe-Jordan duel from the last game. When Lee Moo saw the announced roster, he felt only joy for his friend. Now that the two had met at the pinnacle, Lee Moo's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. From their initial obscurity to being known by many now. Even as rivals, he could finally share this joy with his friend. During the pre-game shoot-around, Li Mu deliberately arrived early at the training court to find him and exchange a few words. Upon finding Stackhouse practicing his shots, Li Mu called out his name from behind. "Jerry, what a relief I finally got to see you." The man's movements paused noticeably, and he turned around to confirm his suspicion. Recognizing the visitor, he immediately halted his free-throw motion and turned to embrace his old friend warmly. "I never imagined we would one day face each other as opponents in the finals. It would be even better if Rashid were here today. Maybe he's watching us on TV right now. If he saw us both in the finals, he might be furious." Their unadorned teasing drew hearty laughter. Through years of camaraderie, they quickly understood each other's intent, and the pre-game tension soon dissipated. "Why didn't you get any playing time last game? Are you injured?" After the pleasantries, Li Mu began to inquire about his current situation. But the other man clearly did not want to share his troubles with Li Mu. He brushed it off with a few vague words and excused himself to return to the team. This uncharacteristic behavior made Li Mu sense something amiss, but since the other party showed no intention of confessing, he felt it awkward to press further. "Damn, how is it that the opponent's form seems exactly the same as last game?" Phil murmured as he observed the situation from the sidelines, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. Phil was not the only one feeling this way. Li Mu, sitting on the bench, also sensed the anomaly on the court. The Bulls' vaunted offensive system was misfiring in this game. Every time they settled into the half-court and attempted to execute a play, the opponent could anticipate their next move in off-ball movement. Eddie Jones and Stackhouse roamed up and down the midline, disrupting the Bulls' passing intentions. The combined pressure from the opponents forced Hill and Harper to be unable to initiate the next phase of the play immediately upon receiving the ball, fragmenting the team's wide-ranging passing system. They could only rely on small area passes to avoid a dead ball situation, and several times after a handoff, the ball handler had to rush a finish due to insufficient shot clock time. More critically, the Lakers' offense was gradually adapting to the Bulls' defensive system. Campbell, who had been on the bench, was elevated to the starting lineup alongside Stackhouse, and his task was to engage in a physical battle with Mutombo in the paint. From the opening tip, the Lakers resolutely executed the strategy of feeding the ball to O'Neal. No longer having to tangle with Mutombo in the post, O'Neal enjoyed far more scoring opportunities, repeatedly attacking the rim over Rodman's head. The 11-year age gap between them left Rodman struggling defensively. He could only resort to fouling time and again sending O'Neal to the free-throw line and praying for a miss. But O'Neal's offensive rhythm was markedly better, and his accuracy in this game was more precise. His notoriously abysmal free-throw percentage did not become an obstacle today. He made 5 of 8 attempts, a rate above 50 that was excellent for him. This forced Rodman to be substituted due to early foul trouble. The Bulls were trapped in a dilemma on both ends of the floor. Phil called a timeout in time, hoping to adjust and identify the team's issues. "Phil, I think I figured out the opponent's tactical intent. It seems my old friend has deciphered our plays, which explains why he started today. They want to disrupt our cut and pass system through aggressive hustle, shrink our passing lanes, and force turnovers. Meanwhile, on offense, they use a blue-collar player to wear down Dikembe, freeing Shaq. By finding mismatches, they attack our interior. Dennis is no longer in his prime form to defend Shaq." During the timeout, Li Mu shared his insights with Phil. Their views were surprisingly aligned. Their interior defense was in dire straits. Rodman, plagued by fouls, could not contribute, and relying solely on Mutombo was absolutely insufficient to weather the upcoming stretch. "We must not let them lead us by the nose. All hope in this game rests on our offense. Grant shifts to the 3, Finley to the 4. Since problems arise, we need to find a way to break through. Michael, it's your time to shine." After the discussion, Phil ultimately chose the more reliable triangle offense. The only way to close the gap now relied on Jordan and Hill's performance. After the timeout, the game resumed. Jordan took over the ball to open up the scoring, but his defender Stackhouse showed no sign of backing down. "Michael, your offense just now didn't seem effective. If I'm not mistaken, Phil and Lee probably plan to use you as the breakthrough point. Though I have no confidence in stopping you, I will give it my all." Facing this senior alumnus, Stackhouse harbored no intention of being lenient. Despite his deep rift with Kobe, he genuinely admired the latter's mindset. One must give full effort against Jordan, as that is the best way to honor the legend. "Jerry, we don't need pleasantries to bridge the gap. Come on, let me see how much you've grown over the years." Jordan understood the urgency of the situation. He needed to help the team overcome the crisis as soon as possible. No one standing in his way could deter his determination to win. Li Mu watched the two players facing off on the court, suddenly feeling a connection to a memory from the past. He recalled those days at North Carolina. After a routine training session, they sat together chatting and laughing. The other man had declared with bold ambition, "Everyone who thinks of UNC immediately thinks of Michael. Wait, Lee, one day, I'll get a chance to prove myself. I deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as him." Stackhouse never lacked ambition. In high school, he was universally recognized as a 5-star recruit across the nation, with prestigious programs all extending offers. His reason for choosing the University of North Carolina was simple: he wanted to follow in Jordan's footsteps and become an even more dazzling presence. His talent and ability were acknowledged by all, for the script fate had written for him closely mirrored Jordan's. A 198-meter frame, a scoring guard, and wearing the same Tar Heels colors. Back when he first joined UNC, Coach Smith had stated plainly he would be the next Michael Jordan. At the height of his fame, he was the undisputed cornerstone of the team. His goal was to capture the NCAA championship, carry that glory into the draft, and challenge his senior at the highest stage of basketball, until Limu appeared and set his trajectory in a different direction. Entering the draft, he had expected to be selected within the top 3, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he slipped to the 4th pick and joined the Washington Wizards. He was unhappy there. Unable to fit alongside the Michigan 5 interior duo of Chris Webber and Juwan Howard, he drifted through 2 haphazard seasons before finally earning a chance to escape to a new environment. Arriving in Los Angeles, the buried fires of ambition within him were reignited. Getting to play alongside an interior force like Shaq was a rare opportunity, and he genuinely believed that everything he had endured was merely hardship bestowed upon him by destiny, a precursor to forging his legendary career in this historic arena. Then that guy named Kobe disrupted all of his plans. After losing the one-on-one matchup, the number 23 on his chest made him look like an overambitious clown. In front of everyone, he was forced to become the laughingstock of the entire team. Today, he finally had the perfect opportunity to prove himself. Just one game was all it would take to show everyone that his talent was no inferior to anyone else's. Guarding Jordan, Stackhouse did not dare let up for a moment. His focus remained entirely locked on his opponent, studying every move. It was precisely this near-lockdown defense that made Jordan realize his opponent's earlier words were not empty boasting. After bringing the ball down, Jordan searched for the right scoring opportunity. Seeing him tightly guarded, Hill moved in to help, but Jordan signaled with his eyes that he would handle this himself. When no clean shot presented itself, Jordan simply chose to power through with his formidable physique. Against Jordan's strength, Stackhouse had no answer and was easily driven into the paint. Watching from the restricted area, O'Neal had no choice but to rotate out and provide help defense, which conveniently opened up enough space for Mutombo to attack. Before the double team could close in, Jordan threaded the ball through the gap between the 2 defenders to Mutombo, who caught it and immediately finished with a dunk into the open window. The Lakers, unwilling to be outdone, immediately launched a fast break before the Bulls could recover. Stackhouse seized the moment and launched a long pass to Jones, who was already waiting in the front court. As Jones caught the ball, Stackhouse had already sprinted parallel to him, with an open lane stretching ahead like a desert. Jones instantly flipped the pass back to him. Catching it in stride, Stackhouse coiled like a drawn bow, launched into the air, and violently slammed the ball through the rim with both hands, answering the Bulls' dunk. The crowd erupted. No one expected to witness such explosive dunks in the finals. Both teams, playing with blazing intensity, seemed to have forgotten all about defense. Jordan and Stackhouse joined forces to push the offense to its peak, and with each possession the deficit continued to shrink. Seeing this, Coach Harris immediately walked to the sideline and signaled to his players, urging them to stop blindly accelerating the pace. Instead, they should continue to rely on O'Neal's dominant interior presence to drag the opponent into half-court grinding battles. He was not about to squander a lead they had worked so hard to build, but Stackhouse, consumed by a desire to prove himself, had no intention of surrendering control so easily. He did not follow Harris's game plan as he had promised before the series. On fire from the field, after finishing over Jordan with a mid-range jumper, he roared toward the home crowd, venting his frustrations. "See this? This is my ability. You want a predator like me coming off the bench. Without me, you won't win a single game." Hearing this, Harris felt an immediate sense of foreboding. Stackhouse's behavior signaled that he was slipping beyond the system's control. Just as Harris was about to call a timeout, Kobe unexpectedly stepped in and stopped him. "Coach, let Jerry keep playing. He needs an outlet like this. What he's doing tonight deserves to stay out there." Hearing him plead on behalf of an opponent from Kobe's mouth made Harris instinctively doubt his own ears. He never expected the rival to speak so favorably about another player. Seeing Kobe's determined expression, Harris reluctantly abandoned the substitution and let him continue playing. Stackhouse finally became the protagonist he had dreamed of being. As Kobe had said, once in rhythm, he genuinely helped his team. His slashing drives disrupted the Bulls' defensive structure, and the Lakers' crumbling lead gradually stabilized under his influence. Ultimately entrusted with great responsibilities, Stackhouse delivered. Teaming with O'Neal, he single-handedly clawed out a victory at the United Center. Finishing the game with a full-line stat sheet of 32 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists, he outright outplayed Jordan head-to-head. The final buzzer shattered whatever restraint he had left. Falling to his knees, he pounded the floor violently. After enduring life's darkest hours, he had finally stepped back into the spotlight, and the number 23 on his chest was no longer fodder for mockery. Amid his cathartic roars, every person in the stands rose to their feet and spontaneously applauded this battle-scarred opponent. In this moment, winning or losing was irrelevant. There was only pure appreciation for basketball, and Stackhouse's entire performance deserved every ounce of it. Although his team had lost, Limu remained courtside after the game. He walked over, pulled him up from the floor, embraced him, and patted his shoulder with quiet satisfaction. Though they now wore different uniforms, Limu had witnessed every hardship and struggle he had endured over the years. Today he had finally fulfilled the promise he made in his youth. What a great game. This was spectacular. You earned this entirely on your own. Congratulations, Jerry. From today forward, when people speak of North Carolina, they will no longer remember only Michael. You have shown everyone with your performance that Jerry Stackhouse's name is equally worthy of being remembered. Losing the game did not demoralize the Chicago Bulls. On the contrary, this defeat served as a stern warning to the Bulls who had been riding a wave of success. Never underestimate your opponent, for you never know when they might surpass expectations. After calming down, they analyzed the reasons for the loss. Since the opponents sought to disrupt their offensive rhythm, it was better to trace back to the source and revert to the triangle offense system. With Jordan playing at an extraordinary level in the first 2 games, the task now was not to integrate him into the system, but to adapt the team to his style and system, a consistent approach for the Bulls. Once the system for the upcoming games was determined, the Bulls flew nonstop to Los Angeles. The next 2 games would be held at the Lakers' home court. Chicago hoped to secure 2 consecutive road victories and bring the series back home. Everyone wanted to see Jordan's final career game end in the city he had dedicated his life to, a perfect conclusion to his illustrious journey. After Game 2 of the finals, the friction between Jerry Stackhouse and the team gradually subsided. When he learned that Kobe had personally persuaded the head coach to keep him on the court, Stackhouse, having resolved his inner conflict, approached Kobe for reconciliation. They openly discussed their past grievances and conflicts. Afterward, they decided to let go of the unpleasantness and resolve their differences. With the internal conflict resolved, the Lakers successfully reunited their morale to prepare for the Bulls' challenge. After securing a win, they saw a glimmer of hope to capture the championship. They had no qualms about ruining Jordan's farewell performance, for the City of Angels, after years of silence, now possessed the ambition and strength to contend for the title. All they needed was to seize the golden opportunity before them. But every ounce of their ambition was extinguished in the subsequent games. After adjusting, the Bulls conquered the Lakers' home court in consecutive matches. Even with the combined efforts of Kobe and Stackhouse, Jordan, with his seasoned experience and profound skills, gave the 2 young players a harsh lesson. Despite Shaquille O'Neal's phenomenal statistical performance, the Bulls prevailed with their overwhelming firepower. After losing 2 straight games, the Lakers deflated like a punctured ball. In the game's move to Chicago, they attempted to fight back. But for Jordan, he would not allow anyone to ruin his final game. The entire team, with a unified spirit, laid a solid foundation for their defense. In the second half, they launched a counterattack surge, ultimately winning the game and securing the franchise's 6th championship. Jordan, with his outstanding performance, claimed the final FMVP trophy of his career. After the game, the exclusive farewell ceremony for Jordan's career began. Amidst the thunderous cheers and shouts from the crowd, Jordan felt a wave of nervousness. He had long brewed his emotions, but struggled to articulate them. The relentless applause never ceased, urging him to step onto the court once more. Under the spotlight, he tried to mask his inner unease with a smile. Thank you all. I can hardly believe it. Standing here right now, I feel as nervous as a rookie. I never imagined time would fly so fast. Over a decade has passed in the blink of an eye. He lightened the mood with a self-deprecating joke, then continued the conversation from where he left off. The years on the court have often made me sigh. Youth is truly wonderful. In recent years, I've encountered countless young talents. Each of them is outstanding, and when they face me, they say, "Michael, I challenge you to a game." To be honest, I can't even remember some of their names. You want to make me remember you like that? Bro, stop doing meaningless things. Right, Kobe? Jordan stretched out his hand and pointed to Kobe sitting courtside, intentionally drawing more attention to him. After numerous encounters, he had naturally remembered this distinctive individual. He still vividly recalled the first time they met at a signing event. Down below, Kobe burst into laughter when his name was suddenly called. At that moment, his only thought had been to find a way to make Jordan remember him. Now he had indeed achieved that. My basketball career has been a journey of learning and growing by following in the footsteps of my predecessors. I owe my achievements to everyone's support. Mentally, I've always remained young, but seeing so many young guys makes me realize that I've become an old-timer. When I decided to retire, many people around me urged me to change my mind. Everyone believed that my physical condition could easily sustain another 5 years. To be honest, if I wanted to, I could still be standing on this stage at this time next year. But a voice deep inside me has been telling me that my basketball career is already complete. I've accomplished things that many people can only dream of. I can even say without arrogance that decades from now, future players will still see my name on the record lists. After making this decision, I knew it was time to naturally move on to the next chapter of life. Choosing to retire at the peak of my career was a decision I made after careful consideration. I am grateful to every teammate, coach, and opponent I've encountered throughout my career. You have witnessed my growth, inspired me during my lows, and accompanied me through thick and thin. For that, I am deeply thankful. My life has been extraordinary, and my career will serve as a tale to boast about to my future generations. Now I want to pass this legacy on to the next generation of players. In times of hardship, never give up. Guys, life goes on, to believe that hard work will pay off. If you lose, practice. If you win, don't get too cocky. Face every day with humility. There are so many things I want to say, but I don't know where to begin. I'll leave the rest of the time to all of you. My sincerest thanks to everyone here and those watching on television. Words cannot express my gratitude. But now Michael Jordan's career officially comes to an end. After speaking, Jordan raised his hand to acknowledge and wave goodbye to the entire audience. He then gently placed the microphone on the floor. The arena erupted in thunderous applause lasting long after. In 1984, a young and inexperienced Jordan, holding the Chicago Bulls No. 23 jersey, made his first appearance at a press conference. In 1998, the god of basketball, with eyes full of nostalgia, stood in the United Center, a venue brimming with memories. Through the camera and television screens, he bid a heartfelt farewell to the world of basketball. This time, Michael Jordan, the No. 23 player of the Chicago Bulls, officially announced his retirement. What are your plans next? I don't have any plans. I'll take it one step at a time. I'm going to try my luck. Maybe someone will actually give me a chance. After the 1998 finals concluded with Jordan's retirement, the Bulls' Three-Peat Dynasty began to unravel. Rodman's contract expired and he wavered between retiring and continuing to play. Mutombo and Finley also saw their contracts end, and they would enter free agency to test the market, evaluating their options before deciding whether to return to the team. Head coach Phil Jackson publicly announced to the media after the finals that he would not renew his contract with the Bulls for the next season. He stated that over the past years he had neglected his family due to his career, and now he wanted to return to family life, temporarily stepping away from coaching any team. In an instant, the once glorious dynasty crumbled within a matter of days. Shortly thereafter, lead assistant coach Lee Mu also submitted his resignation to the Bulls. To stabilize team morale, Bulls general manager Krause offered him the head coaching contract, but Lee Mu directly declined the offer, stating plainly, "The past 3 years have been spectacular and legendary for me, but I seek greater challenges." In early June 1998, the media scrambled to report the dissolution of this legendary team, eliciting sighs and reflections from countless people. After leaving the team, Lee Mu quickly put his various assets in Chicago up for sale. After brief farewells with Phil Jordan and others, he embarked on a journey back to North Carolina. He recalled the impending league lockout, which would last for an extended period, a major reason why he declined the Bulls' offer to stay. This was not only a confrontation between the league and the players, but also a rare opportunity. Lee Mu wanted to spend more time observing the league's changes before making his next move. After returning to North Carolina, he quickly purchased a small detached villa there. He had no financial worries, his share of Jordan's team dividends, and his stake in Panini Company ensured he would be well off for a long time. Upon his return, he persuaded his parents to close their Chinese restaurant in Chinatown and move them into the new house. After years of hard work in a foreign land, his aging parents could finally enjoy a well-deserved rest. Seeing Lee Mu's career success, his parents finally expressed their wish. Now that they were advanced in age and had closed the restaurant, they wanted to take this opportunity to return to China for their retirement. As people age, they develop a deep attachment to returning to their roots. Lee Mu fully understood this. He planned to take his parents on a westward road trip first, as they rarely had the chance to see the world beyond North Carolina. Finally, they would fly back from Houston, and he would accompany them all the way back to their homeland. Once the decision was made, Lee Mu quickly put it into action. After packing, he took his parents on a self-driving tour. The trip gave them a rare chance to relax after years of relentless work, allowing them to finally see the world outside. It served as a farewell to their lifelong struggle. Meanwhile, the crisis over the collective bargaining agreement quietly erupted. In late June, due to the breakdown of negotiations between the league and the players' union, the new collective bargaining agreement failed to pass the vote. Commissioner David Stern warned all teams via memo if a consensus was not reached by June 30th, the league would announce a lockout effective that day. This meant not only a delay of the new season, but also a ban on all teams from signing free agents and management personnel, as well as facilitating trades. Players under contract would be forbidden from using their team's facilities for training, leaving every player facing the prospect of being without a game to play. Having anticipated this, Lee Mu was well prepared. A phone call gave him the perfect reason to return to China. A few days later, after finishing the day's itinerary, the family checked into their hotel. An unfamiliar number rang Lee Mu's phone. When he answered, the voice on the other end asked, "Do you remember me?" "Mr. Lee, I am Sheng Diqing. I visited you 2 years ago, old Sheng. I managed to track you down through many connections. Are you available to speak now?" Lee Mu leaned back on the sofa, listening to the voice from the receiver. The words pulled his thoughts back 2 years, and he roughly knew the purpose of the call. "Hello, Mr. Sheng. This is Lee Mu. Please go ahead." "Very well, I'll be direct. This time I am again entrusted by the General Administration of Sport to extend an invitation to you. I heard that you are no longer with the Chicago Bulls. Last year, the Dragon team's performance at the Asian Cup was far from satisfactory. The administration has optimized the coaching staff, and the head coach position is currently vacant. We would like to formally invite you to return to China for an interview for the head coach role. Would you be willing?" The words did not match Lee Mu's memory. Since the Dragon team unexpectedly lost to South Korea in the semifinals of last year's Asian Cup, the general administration was greatly displeased. They dismissed the head coach and had been searching for a suitable replacement. This call was the best evidence. It was the perfect moment for him to take over the team. "No problem, old Sheng. Serving my country is my duty. I happen to be planning to return to China soon. Barring any surprises, I should be back around mid-July. We can meet and talk in person then." "Of course, Xiao Li. I look forward to the day you return. That's all for now. I won't disturb you further. We'll get in touch after you're back. Old Sheng hadn't expected Li Mu to agree so readily. The voice on the other end rose with surprise. After a brief agreement on the timeline, Li Mu hung up. In his past life as a Chinese player, his greatest dream had been to wear the Dragon Team jersey and represent his country. Though he never had the chance to play on the court in this life, when his homeland extended an olive branch, the sense of honor as a descendant of the Chinese nation made him accept without much hesitation. However, considering the immense pressure and the daunting task of taking over the Dragon Team, he knew he must secure more autonomy in the interview negotiations with the administration. If he failed, he would be unable to fully utilize his abilities, and that would become the greatest constraint. After mentally preparing himself, Li Mu continued his road trip with his parents toward Houston. Meanwhile, a news story ignited the fuse of the lockout crisis. Patrick Ewing, then president of the Players Union, declared to the media that the players would not sign the new collective bargaining agreement. They demanded higher salaries and better benefits. When a reporter asked why they would risk having no games to play, Ewing's response left many viewers in silence. Is it that hard to understand? We all have families to support. Sure, we may seem to earn a lot, but we spend a lot too. This move ignited the owners' anger. On June 30th, a league commissioner, David Stern, officially announced that the NBA would enter a lockout starting the next day. The July weather was exceptionally sweltering. As he stepped out of the cabin, Li Mu realized he had traversed nearly half the Earth's circumference from south to north. After exiting the airport, the wide motorway carried a peculiar scent. The unique fragrance of soil mingled with rain after a storm. Unable to resist, Li Mu leaned his head out of the car window, greedily drinking in the aroma in the air. This was the capital of China, Beijing. The last time he set foot on this land was in his past life, a gap of nearly 30 years ago. After completing his journey westward and arriving in Houston, Li Mu boarded a flight back to China with his parents. Upon landing, he first accompanied them to their hometown. Due to their prolonged absence and China's rapid economic development in recent years, the hometown's appearance in his memory bore no resemblance to what he now saw. Fortunately, with the assistance of the relevant authorities, they finally located the current site of their old residence. What followed was a touching and familiar scene. A reunion of long-separated relatives, bringing tears of joy to both sides. After resting in his hometown for a couple of days, Li Mu bid farewell to his parents and boarded a flight to Beijing. He had contacted Lao Sheng shortly after landing in China, and they had arranged to hold the interview today. Upon arriving in Beijing, Li Mu followed the crowd out of the airport, where he spotted Sheng Ducheng waiting for him at the exit. In his hand, Sheng held a sign with the name, Li Mu, prominently written in the center. To ensure Li Mu could spot the eye-catching placard at a glance, Lao Sheng had even marked the area around his name with a striking red color. After recognizing each other, they exchanged brief pleasantries before leaving the airport in a private car arranged by Lao Sheng. The officials from the General Administration of Sport responsible for selecting the Dragon Team's coach and players had been waiting at the base for a long time. They were eager to finalize the coaching staff so they could focus on preparing for the upcoming Bangkok Asian Games in December. After leaving the airport, the private car drove for a while before arriving at the training base of the General Administration of Sport. This was a closed training base specially established for various sports events in China. Here, athletes from all over the country from diverse backgrounds gathered. Every participant in the training camp was an elite, a standout among their peers. Upon reaching the base, they headed straight to the reception room of the basketball department. The interviewers had been waiting there for some time, and Li Mu would be the last interviewee of the day. Standing outside the reception room, Li Mu felt unexpectedly nervous. He adjusted his collar and cuffs, ensuring he was fully prepared, then knocked on the door. A moment later, a voice from inside said, "Please come in." Li Mu pushed the door open and entered. Once inside, the two interviewers first stepped forward and shook Li Mu's hand. Then one of them introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Zhang Faqiang, head of the Basketball Association of the General Administration of Sport. This is the head of the Personnel Management Department. We are very pleased that you have come all the way from a foreign land to participate in this interview. We have heard much about you from Lao Sheng, and seeing you today, indeed a hero emerges from youth. You flatter me, Chairman Zhang. Serving the country is a duty incumbent upon every child of China. I am deeply grateful that the motherland has remembered me, a wandering son far away in a foreign land. Although I lived abroad, I have always been concerned about the country's achievements." At Chairman Zhang's invitation, the three of them sat down around the desk. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the head of personnel management got straight to the point. "Mr. Li, first of all, thank you for accepting our invitation to return to China for this interview. We have a few questions we would like to ask you, and we hope you can answer them directly. 1. The General Administration of Sport has a hard requirement for the next head coach of the Dragon Team. You must win the championship at the Bangkok Asian Games in December and reclaim our status as the Asian powerhouse. This condition will be explicitly written into the contract. If you fail to accomplish this task, the administration has the right to unilaterally terminate the contract. 2. The selection of Dragon Team personnel must be reported to the General Administration of Sport for approval before they can participate in the training camp. This is to minimize unnecessary personnel changes. Can you accept the administration's arrangements regarding personnel matters? 3. Since you have been working as a coach abroad, we do not have a thorough understanding of you. We would like to learn more about your coaching philosophy, and so on. If you were to become the next head coach of the Dragon team, what aspects would you focus on to improve the players and enhance the team's competitiveness? Please elaborate for us. Bombarded by the rapid-fire questions, Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected them to assert authority in such a manner from the outset, but he quickly regained his composure and prepared to respond. Sir, regarding the questions you've raised, I can give you a clear answer. I do not accept them. For the first question, even if you hadn't proposed it, it would have been a necessity for me. How can a great nation allow a bunch of Koreans to bully us? That's a joke. For the second question, I cannot accept your arrangement in this regard. Every player in the Dragon team must be selected by me personally. You must delegate authority over player personnel to me. Only then can I learn about each player's individual technical characteristics and personality. After all, being a member of the Dragon team is not simply about gathering 12 players together. They are to go as a collective to compete and win glory for the country. As for the third question, I indeed have no professional coaching experience in China, and I can understand that. But no matter how well I describe it or how brilliant my tactical system sounds, it would still be just theory. If you need me to articulate it, I certainly can. However, the purpose of my coming here for this interview is to get down to business and reclaim the honors the Dragon team has lost. From your tone, I suspect you may not be very familiar with the NBA League. But that's fine. I have a way to prove myself. Here are 2 rings. They are the championship rings from the 1996 and 1997 back-to-back seasons. There is one more ring that hasn't been awarded to me yet. Oh, by the way, you must know about the Dream Team, right? Their absolute core player is Michael Jordan, and he has 6 rings like this. Li Mu pulled out his 2 championship rings from his briefcase and placed them on the table. You said earlier that you don't know enough about me. Perhaps this will explain everything. One more thing, the Michael Jordan I just mentioned has been under my coaching for the past 3 years. I've said what I needed to say. It's up to you two to decide how to proceed. You can get my contact information from Laosheng. Please think over the conditions I've proposed. They are indeed significant. I won't disturb you any further. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Motherland. I'll take my leave now. With that, Li Mu put the rings back into his briefcase, stood up, and left the reception room under the astonished gaze of the 2 interviewers, leaving them sitting in their chairs still pondering his words. After leaving the reception room, Li Mu recalled the route from memory and successfully found the exit of the base. He had no idea about his next itinerary. The only thought in his mind was, since he had turned the tables and achieved the goal of intimidating the other party, he needed to make a quick exit. After all, one should show off early and then flee swiftly. During the 2 days waiting for the final interview results, Li Mu stayed at a hotel not far from the training base. In this rare moment of leisure, he wandered aimlessly through the streets and alleys of Beijing, guided by the memories of his past life. On the other side, the 2 interviewers were completely captivated by Li Mu's astonishing self-praise, leaving them both bewildered. After Li Mu left on his own, the 2 continued to ponder his remarks. Yet their first impression of him was strikingly similar: confidence. Given the limited understanding and attention to the NBA League in China at the time, the 2 interviewers only knew that he was a coach from the NBA. They were essentially clueless about his achievements and personal characteristics. After coming to their senses, the HR manager was the first to draw a conclusion: if what he said was true, Li Mu was undoubtedly a rare talent. However, they needed to gather more information to verify that he wasn't exaggerating. Over the next 2 days, staff, led by Shang Daqing, began collecting Li Mu's personal information through various channels, including his family background within Huaguo. With the full cooperation of the relevant departments, the information about Li Mu was quickly gathered. After carefully studying his professional record over the past 3 years, they realized that he wasn't joking. The collected materials detailed how Li Mu rose from a bench player to the chief assistant coach of Chicago, including his tactical system reforms for the Bulls as acting head coach in the previous season and his astonishing performance record. After reading the materials, the 2 interviewers were genuinely thrilled. With Li Mu's brilliant personal resume, the position of Dragon Team head coach was essentially secured for him. Without much discussion, they decided to invite Li Mu for another meeting, this time to negotiate the terms of his joining. When Li Mu's phone rang and the caller ID showed Laosheng, he knew he had firmly seized the initiative in the negotiations. Now he just needed to administer another strong dose to make them willingly grant him autonomy in the future. After accepting the invitation, Li Mu quickly returned to the training base. This time the meeting room had been changed from a small reception room to a large conference room that could accommodate many people. The number of participants also increased from the initial 2 to 10. Facing the suddenly expanded interview team, Li Mu felt not a trace of fear. Instead, he experienced a surge of pleasure at the prospect of engaging in a verbal duel with the entire group. Since they already had a thorough understanding of Li Mu, this meeting was essentially about finalizing the terms of joining. However, just as an agreement was about to be reached, a voice interrupted the proceedings. Mr. Li, your resume and past achievements are indeed brilliant, and everyone here fully acknowledges that. But during your last interview, you mentioned demanding autonomy in player selection. We still maintain reservations about that. To be blunt, which players perform more representatively on the international stage, and what kind of chemistry they can achieve. I think you are not quite clear on that. You don't know a damn thing. I knew that with so many people here today, something would go wrong. I have 25 more years of memory than you, so you're still too green to flaunt your seniority in front of me. The signing, which had seemed all but certain, was interrupted once again. In a bad mood, Li Mu muttered to himself. However, he could still weigh the pros and cons. Even if the contract was signed, the other side would find various excuses to meddle in player personnel management. Rather than that, he might as well use this opportunity to settle the matter definitively. I admit that I am not as familiar with the aspects you mentioned as everyone here. But as I said before, I have my own selection system for player recruitment. It's not just about gathering the 12 strongest basketball players in Huagua together. A team needs not only strong players, but also young talents with developmental potential to gain experience on the international stage. Moreover, I am not entirely dismissing the suggestions you all have made. I am willing to try anything beneficial to the team. But I still hold the same view. Since you are willing to trust me, and we have already reached a preliminary agreement to sign, please have the confidence to hand the Dragon team over to me. I dare not promise to bring the Dragon team to world number 1, but before I return to Huagua, I set a goal to restore Huagua to the world's top 8 in the next Olympic Games. Li Mu's voice was resounding and firm, and his speech completely dispelled people's doubts. Zhang Faqiang, as the chairman of the Basketball Association, overrode the others' objections and directly finalized Li Mu's joining. Since Mr. Li has said that I have nothing to worry about, rest assured no one will hinder your player selection from now on. You have full autonomy in assembling the entire team. I hope the Dragon team under your leadership can achieve new glories and revitalize our country's sports industry. Thus, Li Mu secured the position of head coach of the Dragon team with a 3-year contract. After signing, he handed over the team roster he had prepared in advance to Chairman Zhang and urged him to contact the parent teams of the listed players, hoping to expedite the assembly of the Dragon team. After Chairman Zhang studied the list carefully, his initial full trust in Li Mu began to waver, because the list in his hand contained the names of 2 young players who had just turned 18, Yao Ming and Lu Wei. Both had only joined the first team of the Shanghai team this year, and had no prior experience in international competitions. The other party had thrown such a big challenge at him from the start, instantly having his earlier enthusiasm. Coach Li, I'll accept these 2 players you requested since I already set an example at the meeting. But are you really not considering adding 2 more assistant coaches to the team? I can try to invite Coach Zhang out of retirement. But you must understand that the job of the Dragon team head coach is no easy task. It's not that I doubt your ability, but I'm genuinely concerned about you shouldering the entire burden alone. Chairman Zhang looked at Li Mu with deep worry in his eyes. The other's actions were nothing short of heretical. But Li Mu didn't care about the other's opinion. In his view, as long as he could invite Coach Zhang Xingquan to join the team and stabilize the squad, the promises he made at the meeting would have no further worries, and his confidence would at least double. 1,000 armies are easy to find, but one general is hard to come by. Chairman Zhang, I believe you deeply understand the meaning of this saying. I assure you unequivocally, as long as Coach Zhang is willing to join the team, everything I promised before will become reality. Li Mu's connection with Coach Zhang dates back to his previous life. In his past life as a player, he had faced Coach Zhang's team in the playoffs. At that time, the Greenhorn Li Mu, with his fearless spirit, dragged the game into its final moments, but ultimately Coach Zhang's coaching prowess proved superior, orchestrating a comeback to win the game. Tasting defeat for the first time, Li Mu was dissatisfied with his performance. He vented his emotions unrestrainedly in the player tunnel, clearly unable to accept failure at that moment. However, Coach Zhang, who was his opponent, learned of this, and one day after the season ended sought out Li Mu and spoke with him at length. Coach Zhang's attitude was sincere, with no hint of preaching in his words. He used himself as an example, recounting his own professional experiences as a young player. He candidly admitted that his feelings when facing his first loss were strikingly similar to Li Mu's, but in professional sports, failure is common. Only by learning from it can one find the way to win the next time. Coach Zhang's careful guidance restored Li Mu's confidence, enabling him to later rise to become the team captain in his subsequent career. What made him determined to persuade Coach Zhang to come out of retirement was the latter's experience coaching the Dragon team. In a crucial match of the previous World Tournament, Coach Zhang encouraged the players to go all out on the court at the last critical moment, taking full responsibility for a loss and giving credit to the players for a win. It was this high level of trust he placed in the players that ultimately led the team to turn the tide and win the pivotal match. Now that he had become the head coach of the Dragon team, Li Mu was determined to try everything to bring Coach Zhang on board to bolster his command. With him present, the team's morale would be greatly assured. To demonstrate full support for Li Mu's work, the new round of Dragon team candidates began gathering at the training base under the impetus of Chairman Zhang. Coach Zhang, whom Li Mu had been yearning for, had resigned as head coach of the Liaoning basketball team last year and was at home. After Li Mu's sincere invitation and Chairman Zhang's persuasion, he finally agreed to join. After further screening and evaluation, Li Mu finalized the 12-man roster for the Dragon team. A few days later, every invited player gathered in Beijing from all corners of the country, quickly arriving at the training base. On the first day of official training, discussions centered on Li Mu quickly spread among the players. They were curious about this legendary head coach with overseas experience in the United States. Hey old, what do you think this new head coach's background is? To make Coach Zhang condescend to be his assistant, I'd say this coach must be someone extraordinary, otherwise none of this makes sense. Gong Xiaobin, known as the Unfettered King, who always does things his own way, was chatting with Hu Weidong beside him. Their multiple stints as members of the Dragon team made them very familiar with the place, and they passed the time with small talk before training began. We don't yet know Coach Li's background, but he is definitely not an ordinary person. Take a good look at those two. The reason old Lu and Wenxi didn't make the cut this time is that Coach Li gave the spots to these two young lads. But don't underestimate them, especially that tall guy. His talent is several levels above everyone here. Gong Xiaobin naturally knew who he was referring to. The young man named Yao Ming had shocked the entire Chinese basketball world when he joined the league last year. His towering height combined with outstanding athletic ability had exploded onto the scene, capturing all attention from his very first game. In time, he would surely become the mainstay of Chinese basketball. As the players chatted, Chairman Zhang entered the training ground with Li Mu and Coach Jiang. After gathering the team, he addressed them, "Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to invite you all to join the Dragon team. From today onward, you will shoulder the great mission of revitalizing Chinese basketball. In the coming days, you will begin a training camp lasting about 2 months. During this period, if any of you have issues in your daily life that need to be resolved, feel free to raise your requests with me. I will do my utmost to help everyone." This is our new head coach for the Dragon team, Coach Li Mu. The other person I'm sure you are all familiar with is Coach Jiang Xingquan. Now let's invite Coach Li to introduce himself. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected the next head coach of the Dragon team to be so young. He looked even younger than many of the players present. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Mu began to introduce himself. "Hello everyone of the Dragon team. I am Li Mu. Previously I served as the chief assistant coach for the Chicago Bulls in the NBA. Starting today, I will be your head coach. I know you may be curious about my personal experiences and story and want to know more about me. Rest assured we will have plenty of time to get along and get to know each other. I believe that in the next 2 months we will come to know one another well. Every player standing here today has been personally verified and ultimately selected by me. In my eyes, everyone here is an indispensable part of the Dragon team. From today onward, we will face every challenge as a unified whole. I am honored to have Coach Jiang to safeguard our work. I believe Coach Jiang needs no further introduction. As long as Coach Jiang is here, the spirit of the Dragon team will always be present. Finally, I have only one request for you all. In my team, I will not set limits for anyone. You can do anything you want to do. But you must always remember wearing this jersey means you represent millions of Chinese sons and daughters fighting for the nation. If the opponent is stronger than us, then we will study and analyze them day and night, find their weaknesses and defeat them. If the opponent has more momentum, then we will fight them with all our might. My players may lack strength, but there will never be a coward among them. What I want to say is already clear. Now you can ask me any questions, and I will tell you everything I know. On the court, I am your head coach. In daily life, we can be brothers, comrades, or any relationship you wish." Li Mu's speech was smooth and powerful, conveying his intended message to everyone with concise words. At the same time, he did not distance himself from the players. Looking at the familiar faces before him, recalling their struggles on the court, Li Mu's heart surged with passion. "Coach Li, since you said everyone can speak freely, I'd like to ask you a question. Why didn't Lu Chang and Zhang Wenxi make the Dragon team this time?" Looking up, Gong Xiaobin, the unfettered king, standing among the crowd, raised his hand and asked, "Gong Xiaobin, if you don't mind, I'll call you Brother Gong. Let me also explain to everyone, since most of the team members are older than me, I'll address you all this way out of respect." After Gong Xiaobin's question, Li Mu studied the expressions on each player's face, and having understood their thoughts, he already knew how to explain. "I believe the question Brother Gong raised is also puzzling the rest of you, including De Yao and De Lu. I'm sure you two have the same knot in your hearts. Why exactly have you two been selected for the Dragon team? Let me make it clear. First, I must admit that Lu Chang and Zhang Wenxi are still among the top talents in the country. Their abilities are beyond doubt. However, due to roster restrictions, it is our loss that we cannot include them in the Dragon team. But why would I risk the team's immediate strength to bring in De Yao and De Lu? The reason is simple. Basketball is a sport that evolves with the times, and we must keep a long-term vision. De Yao and De Lu represent the emerging power of the new generation in our country. I hope the Dragon team's player pool can always provide opportunities for young players to train and grow." From Li Mu's explanation, everyone understood his reasoning, including Chairman Zhang. Initially, Li Mu had been reluctant to reveal why he recruited these two into the Dragon team, but after hearing his explanation in person, he now approved of the decision. As the chairman of the Basketball Association, he also bore the responsibility of revitalizing Chinese basketball, so consistently integrating players onto the international stage was a matter of profound significance. "Coach Li, I understand what you mean, and I have no disrespectful intentions. But I still want to mention that since our loss in the last tournament, our potential opponents have been strengthening their rosters. We all know the abilities of De Yao and De Lu, but this is the international stage, and I'm afraid the two young men might be intimidated by their lack of experience." Gong Xiaobin raised this question not to challenge Li Mu, but as a veteran of the Dragon team, he valued national honor above all else. So he questioned Li Mu in front of everyone solely from the perspective of the Dragon team's interests. "De Yao, De Lu, tell me, will you be intimidated on the international stage? If you pack your things and get out before training starts. Let me reiterate, my team has no room for cowards. Faced with Gong Xiaobin's doubt, Li Mu directly questioned the two, and the more outgoing Lu Wei answered without hesitation. Coach Li, perhaps the Yao and I lack experience, but I promise you no player selected from the Shanghai team is a coward. Before the training camp, Brother Zhang specially talked to us and said that as members of the Dragon team, we must not disgrace our country. The Yao and I may not have any other abilities, but if we get to play, we will never let you down. All said. Everyone heard the answers from our new members right. Let me add one more thing. Coaching all of you is the foundation of my confidence, but coaching De Yao has greatly elevated my expectations for the team's future. Give me 2 months, and I'll make De Yao a nightmare for every opponent. Every previous head coach had their own style and methods, but Li Mu was truly one of a kind. He was very young, yet possessed extensive game experience, and many veteran players vaguely sensed a unique aura about him. For them, nothing mattered as long as they won. The picture he painted deeply captivated every player. Since the decision was made, they might as well go all out. After meeting with the players, Li Mu began preparing a targeted training plan, and his first step naturally involved Yao Ming. Coach Li, you wanted to see me. On the first day of training camp, Li Mu summoned Yao Ming alone to the coaching office, intending to give the 18-year-old a visual shock. Have a seat, De Yao. Since this is your first day at the Dragon Team training camp, I've prepared a gift for you. You can open it now. Li Mu sat at a distance from Yao Ming to avoid having to look up at him. De Yao picked up 2 wrapped presents from the table in front of him and found 2 videotapes inside. They contained career highlights of 2 players, one of Shaquille O'Neal and the other of Hakeem Olajuwon. Materials Li Mu had prepared before returning to China. De Yao, I won't beat around the bush. Let me be direct. With your talent, joining the NBA in the future is absolutely feasible. What you need now is time and experience. These 2 tapes contain game footage of 2 different styles of centers, both elite players in the NBA. Your task today is to watch these tapes repeatedly. After training, you must give me an answer. What kind of player do you want to become? I will develop you in that direction according to your own wishes. Alright, I won't disturb you. Study the tapes carefully. Li Mu did not want to rush Yao Ming's development through shortcuts. He believed that a player's growth path must follow their own will. Although he wanted to tell Yao Ming that a center doesn't have to be confined to being a low-post beast, too many cases of premature decline made him decide to leave the choice to Yao Ming himself. After the first day of training, Li Mu hurried back to the office. Yao Ming, who had already watched the tapes multiple times, was waiting for him. When Li Mu entered, Yao Ming couldn't wait to speak. Coach Li, I've watched both tapes you gave me repeatedly. That player named O'Neal looks incredibly strong. He completely dominated both ends of the floor. If I could become a player like that, it would be truly devastating. Hearing Yao Ming's words, Li Mu's heart sank. Things were deviating from his expectations. Despite all his efforts, Yao Ming still clung to his preference for traditional centers. Just as Li Mu's heart was half frozen and he was about to try to reason with him, Yao Ming's but came out. But to become a player with that kind of dominance, besides hard work, one needs more talent. I feel his style doesn't suit me. The playing style displayed by the player named Olajuwon is something I've never seen in China. Comparatively, I'd rather become a unique player. Coach Li, can you train me in that way? Heaven and hell often hang by a thread. Li Mu's dying heart came back to life, and he screamed inwardly with ecstasy. A 26-meter-tall Chinese Jokic. It's possible. Ever since Yao Ming personally stated his desire to emulate Hakeem Olajuwon's playing style, Li Mu initiated a personal training regimen for Yao Ming. First, he needed to reshape Yao Ming's traditional perception of the center position. Focusing on his personal characteristics and strengths, Li Mu proposed several requirements. 1. After grabbing a defensive rebound, do not rush to pass the ball directly to the point guard. Instead, use height advantage to survey the court situation. If a teammate is in an open position, pass the ball to them without hesitation. 2. During rest periods off the court, observe the game from the perspective of the ball handler. Upon returning to the court, act as the initiator of tactics by orchestrating the team's offense from the high post, ensuring every pass lands accurately and safely into a teammate's hands. 3. On offense, develop the ability to shoot from mid-range off the catch, correct the shooting hand form and power delivery, learn to use footwork to shed defenders during low-post plays, and know how to correctly pass the ball to teammates in advance when facing double teams. On defense, emulate Hakeem Olajuwon by using body size to protect the rim, learn to provide help defense for the team, avoid obsessing over ineffective blocks, and ensure that after every successful defensive stop, the opportunity for a fast break is preserved. It can be said that Li Mu's transformation of Yao Ming was comprehensive. The basketball philosophy he instilled in Yao Ming directly overturned the latter's long-held beliefs. And Li Mu's transformation was not limited to daily training alone. After each practice session, Li Mu personally accompanied Yao Ming to the weight room for extra work, customizing a strength training regimen and diet plan tailored to Yao Ming's physique. His goal was to completely overhaul Yao Ming, turning him into a new era center who combined agility and power. After spending time with Li Mu, Yao Ming deeply felt the unique insights Li Mu possessed in basketball. The teammates witnessed the tremendous changes taking place in Yao Ming, and none had anticipated that Li Mu's transformation would be so thorough. Even Coach Zhang, known for his progressive thinking and open tactics, couldn't help but remark that the changes were downright unconventional. While transforming Yao Ming, Li Mu never relaxed his efforts to overhaul the team's tactical system. For a long time, the Dragon team's primary tactical system relied on fundamentally sound, powerful interior players paired with a group of high-percentage outside shooters as the team's foundation. Although this system had indeed created the best results in Chinese basketball history, it was clear that Li Mu's ambitions were not limited to that. Brother, who is the backbone of our backcourt, I have higher expectations for you than for others. At the same time, I'm thinking about how to help lighten your load. This time you won't need to swing to the point guard position. I'll put you in the most comfortable role doing what you're most familiar with. The Lu is a training partner I specially prepared for you. His ball handling and passing skills are relatively mature. Next, I need you to work with the Lu to adapt to an off-ball style. Add extra practice on driving to the basket and limiting opponents' drives in transition. Hu Weidong was the Dragon team's security at the guard position. He was strong enough to both serve as a primary scorer shouldering the offensive load and to orchestrate the offense as a point guard. But this time Li Mu simplified Hu Weidong's workload. With Li Xiaoyong and Lu Wei as the two true point guards on the team, what the team needed more was a slasher who could continuously attack the opponent's painted area. Clearly this task fell to Hu Weidong. For Li Mu's requirements, Hu Weidong felt that this would be a brand new challenge. Focusing on one aspect of the game on the court would allow him to maintain efficiency while freeing him from the task of organizing the offense, enabling him to play in a way he was more adept at. So without much deliberation, he agreed. Under this sweeping transformation, the Dragon team as a whole had undergone a dramatic change. From relying excessively on the interior players' individual scoring ability as a solution in previous editions, they gradually adapted to a fast-paced offensive and defensive style that involved moving the ball within the team system. Everyone benefited greatly from it. As time passed, the 2-month training camp soon came to an end. Next, they would rest for a period before flying to Bangkok at the end of November to participate in this year's Asian Games. With a long stretch until the Asian Games began, Li Mu quickly got in touch with his agent. His focus shifted from the Dragon team to the NBA after the lockout. The entire league was in a state of stagnation. Unable to receive salaries, many players chose to temporarily join other leagues to make a living and maintain their physical condition through playing games. The lockout also caused hardship for staff such as coaches. Because the lockout lasted so long, many coaches in the league went to overseas leagues, leaving many teams with vacancies in coaching positions. For Li Mu, this was a significant opportunity. Since his contract with the Dragon team was not a full-time head coaching position, he had the right to sign with other teams during the period without games. According to his agent, although the lockout continued, teams were unable to generate revenue through business activities and still had to pay rent for the arena and maintenance costs for various facilities, putting pressure on the league from the teams. Based on the current situation, it seemed that the labor and management parties might reach an agreement in the near future. With the league's tacit approval, teams began to contact management personnel in advance. Once the lockout ended, they would immediately announce the signings. Many teams contacted Li Mu through his agent with invitations, including several traditional powerhouses offering him the position of lead assistant coach. But this time Li Mu was clearly not interested in being subordinate again. He decisively rejected all invitations and continued to monitor the market dynamics because his goal was clear: to become the head coach of an NBA team in the next season. The gap without games soon came to an end. At the end of November, all members of the Dragon team assembled at Beijing Capital International Airport. Li Mu was about to lead this newly transformed team to Bangkok for the Asian Games. Before departure as the head coach, Li Mu set the goals and tone for the competition. Everyone, 1,000 days of training are spent for 1 day of battle. This competition is the best opportunity to test our recent training results. I'll say it again, wearing the Dragon team uniform, each of you represents the face of China. Let's go to the court and take back the lost dignity. From now on, we have only one mission: to uphold the glory of our nation. Although he didn't wear a sound amplification device, Li Mu's words resounded in everyone's ears, stirring their blood. Passion became a tangible concept, and everyone responded to Li Mu with full determination. This battle must be won. Uphold the glory of our nation. On December 6, 1998, the last Asian Games of the 20th century convened in Bangkok. Upon landing in Bangkok, the members of the Dragon team immediately fell into a rigorous preparation routine. Their foremost priority was to advance from the group stage and secure a spot in the quarterfinals. At that time, the participating Asian teams possessed uneven levels of strength. Although they had unexpectedly missed the championship in the previous edition, the Dragon team remained firmly among Asia's elite, and reaching the knockout stage posed no significant difficulty for Li Mu. The Dragon team's opening matchup was against the host nation Thailand. As the newly appointed head coach, Li Mu intended to deliver a striking statement in his debut, aiming to leave a lasting visual impression on the other competing teams. Under his arrangement, an 18-year-old Yao Ming replaced Batel in the starting lineup, stepping onto the international stage for the very first time. When he stood beside his opponent preparing for the opening tip-off, the staggering height disparity darkened the complexion of the player facing him. After 2 months of grueling intensive training, Yao Ming began revealing his extraordinary gifts to the world. From the opening whistle, Li Mu deployed a series of tactics built around Yao Ming as the central pivot. High-post screens, rolling down handoff plays, and other maneuvers that existed only in the domain of guards. Yao executed each one flawlessly. Under his distribution, the Dragon team had already carved out a nearly 30-point lead by the end of the first quarter. What followed was even more astonishing. When the Thai head coach observed that Yao Ming showed no inclination toward personal offense during the first quarter, he misjudged the situation, erroneously concluding that Yao possessed decent passing awareness and vision, but lacked the capacity for individual scoring dominance. He therefore boldly abandoned the double-team strategy employed against Yao since the opening tip, shifting his defensive attention instead toward other players who had been contributing adequately on the scoreboard. That tactical adjustment played precisely into Li Mu's design. He signaled for Yao to unleash the fruits of their intensive training and give the hosts a proper demonstration of what it meant to turn the tables entirely. The momentum on the court shifted irrevocably. Point guards anchored by Lu Wei and Li Xiaoyong continuously fed Yao the ball, and Yao proceeded to showcase the full breadth of his arsenal. Three-pointers, mid-range jumps, and in his exuberance, even the self-taught dream moves near the basket. He became the living embodiment of a single player dismantling an entire team. Yao played only the first half, yet he had already built a chasm of a lead that his opponents could never bridge. After coming off the court, he still yearned to return and requested additional playing time from Li Mu, who sternly declined. Yao Ming, do not chase momentary gratification. Playing further in this match no longer serves your greater purpose. From this point onward, your task is to sit on the bench and observe the game carefully. What you need now is to accumulate experience. Under Li Mu's firm directive, Yao Ming remained on the bench for the entire second half, watching his teammates close out the contest. He finished with a complete stat line of 15 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 assists in merely 16 minutes of play. Yet this very decision only intensified Thailand's despair, for even without Yao Ming on the floor, they still had no hope of matching the Dragon team. Li Mu's approach only made the Thai side appear more inadequate. However, it was not entirely bad news for them. At least on the surface, they managed to avoid losing quite so disgracefully. After the final buzzer, every reporter's attention and all questions revolved around the Dragon team's newly appointed head coach Li Mu and Yao Ming. Media outlets from around the world scrambled to cover Yao's outstanding performance. The young prodigy had announced himself on the international stage in only his first major tournament. His towering height, paired with the speed and athleticism of a forward, earning him the moniker, the moving Great Wall of the East, from spectators in attendance. The NBA has always been renowned for its ability to unearth talent, and international competitions were never beyond its radar. Within mere hours of the game concluding, footage of the Dragon team's performance was placed on the desks of every general manager across the league. A few days earlier, at a meeting of team owners, Commissioner David Stern had assured everyone that the lockout would end in the near future and teams had been formally permitted to resume operations. With the restriction lifted, management departments across the league finally sprang into motion, and scouting divisions commenced their work for the upcoming season. Historically, however, general managers had never invested much effort into the Asian market. But after watching that single tape, every person's initial reaction was one of disbelief. They instinctively flipped through the desk calendars, as if verifying whether today was somehow April Fool's Day. In their understanding, no such player had ever existed in the history of the sport. Yet once they repeatedly confirmed the authenticity of the footage, a quiet intelligence-gathering operation targeting Yao Ming was set into motion. General managers issued orders to their staff: absolutely no leaks of any information gathered thus far. This would be a prolonged, bloodless war. Unless circumstances changed, if Yao Ming ever decided to declare for the NBA draft, he would become the most fiercely contested prospect across every franchise. To gather further intelligence, several teams that had reacted early maintained continuous surveillance over every member of the Dragon team, and young talents, such as Wang Zhizhi and Batel, also entered their scouting horizon. Naturally, Li Mu, the man who had forged this team, was also under scrutiny, and most were astonished that he had appeared at the Asian Games. Since departing the Chicago Bulls, no word about him had surfaced in the league. Apart from a handful of those close to him who knew Li Mu had returned to China to coach the Dragon team, no one had any idea where he had gone. This transformative overhaul of Yao Ming had made Li Mu's name resound throughout the international basketball community. After carefully reviewing the first game, numerous teams with vacant head coaching positions grew restless. They wished to continue observing Li Mu's coaching at the Asian Games, and given Yao Ming's revolutionary impact, it was certain that several franchises would attempt to sign him once the tournament concluded. However, Li Mu, far away in Bangkok, was entirely unaware of all this. After dealing with the post-game interviews, he led the team back into preparation. Riding on the overwhelming strength of the Dragon team, they successfully advanced from the group stage and eliminated successive opponents to reach the semifinals. After defeating the Philippines in a direct confrontation, Li Mu led the team back to the Asian Games final stage in only his first year as head coach. Fate delivered a familiar rival. Before the start of this Asian Games, the South Korean team had assembled a roster of elite players, and they had carried an undefeated record through the group stage and all subsequent knockout rounds to reach the championship match. Every member of the Dragon team was filled with fighting spirit at the prospect of facing in the final the very team that had eliminated them by their own hands in the previous edition. As head coach, Li Mu could deeply empathize with his players. In this decisive contest for Asian supremacy as a son of the Chinese nation, his own heart thundered with emotion. Brothers, We have worked tirelessly for so long. Now we are but one step away from the finish line. I have nothing else to say. We simply go out there and dominate. Let those bastards know who sits at the very apex of the food chain." With those words, the entire team rallied in unison. At the finals venue of the Asian Games men's basketball tournament, this marked the first time the seating area was completely filled to capacity. Given the considerable history between the two competing teams, the audience's anticipation reached its peak. Among the spectators, there were also quite a few scouts from various NBA teams who had come with the natural purpose of closely evaluating Yao Ming. Before stepping onto the court, Li Mu delivered one final pre-game motivational speech to his teammates in the locker room. With thunderous momentum, the entire party marched onto the court. For this Asian Games campaign, the South Korean team had made thorough and ample preparations. They appointed the young domestic coach Yoon Gwang-suk as head coach for this Asian Games and simultaneously called up starting players from various KBL League teams to form the core roster. Having defeated the Dragon team last time to claim the championship, their desire to achieve consecutive titles was naturally beyond question. Before the match, to show mutual respect, both teams' players and head coaches shook hands cordially, making the scene hardly resemble the atmosphere expected of a championship final. According to the tournament's customary practice, a flag-raising ceremony and national anthems of both countries would be held before each match. When it was China's turn, all members of the Dragon team stood on the court, raised their right hands over their left chests near their hearts, and looked up solemnly as the five-star red flag slowly rose above them, quietly singing along to the March of the Volunteers. When representing the nation on the playing field, no words of encouragement could compare to the moment the opening notes of the national anthem resonated. At that moment, every face appeared unusually calm, but only Chinese sons and daughters could understand the tremendous fighting power that the Dragon team would unleash under such circumstances. Today, our starting lineup remains unchanged, but during the game, everyone needs to be mindful of the opponent's offensive rhythm. Korea is a typical fast-paced spacing team, and our defensive demands will be higher than before. One more thing, the intensity of this match certainly won't be weak. Everyone must stay alert and protect yourselves, and do not let overly aggressive actions lead to accidents. Li Mu crouched beside the court, making the final pre-game arrangements for the players. Before finishing, he specifically reminded everyone to prioritize personal safety. In his past life, this match had created the famous scene where Gong Xiaobin played through injury. Clearly, Li Mu did not wish to see any player get injured today. After completing everything, the Dragon team's starting five stepped onto the court. The opposing South Korean team was equally well prepared. At 33 years old, the renowned Korean player Hyo Jun was continuously communicating with his teammates beside him, seemingly making arrangements regarding the upcoming opening plays. After the tip-off, Yao Ming secured possession for the Dragon team first. In Li Mu's tactical setup, Yao Ming initiating offense from the high post with the ball had become their go-to tactic. The 2.07-meter tall Korean center Seo Jang-hoon vigorously raised both arms when facing Yao Ming, attempting to disrupt Yao's next move. However, Yao merely lifted the ball above his head, leaving his opponent helplessly gazing upward. Over the past consecutive matches, Hu Weidong had gradually adapted to a style of play without requiring ball possession. He prowled around the 45-degree angle, seeking offensive opportunities. Using a simple backdoor cut, he shook off his defender and sprinted toward the basket. Since the opposing center had been drawn out of the paint by Yao Ming, the defensive pressure Hu Weidong faced decreased dramatically. Yao Ming seized the opportune moment and delivered an extremely subtle pass. After receiving the ball, Hu Weidong drove directly into the help defense. However, the opponent's overly aggressive defensive action disrupted the play. At the same time, the baseline referee blew his whistle, signaling a hand-checking foul by the Korean team. Walking to the free-throw line, Hu Weidong steadied his breathing as best he could. He narrowed his eyes slightly, locating the rim, and after confirming his direction, released the shot and sank it cleanly. Even with the underlying risk of severe myopia, Hu Weidong absolutely refused to wear corrective glasses or protective gear on the court. This was the unique confidence of the so-called flying man of Huagua. On the second free throw, Hu Weidong scored again, giving the Dragon team an early lead. In response, the South Korean team quickly pushed the ball up court to half court. Upon reaching the three-point line, guard Hyo Jun, facing Lee Xiaoyong's defense, launched a three-pointer immediately. All eyes followed the ball's trajectory through the air toward the basket, and with tremendous force it swished through the net. And this was precisely the troublesome aspect Li Mu had mentioned before the game. The South Korean team had always devised tactical plans based on their players' physical builds and technical characteristics. Their seamless perimeter shooting from every angle was their primary means of survival. Hyo Jun's three-pointer seemed designed to establish authority for his team, as they were eager to seize control of the momentum right from the opening moments. Dazi set a screen for me in a moment. Old Hu, you use your movement to draw double teams and pull defenders away. Dayo, get ready in the paint. If an opportunity opens, dunk it right in their faces. As play resumed from the baseline, Lee Xiaoyong signaled to his teammates nearby. As the starting point guard, he needed to constantly monitor the court. The opponent's three-pointer had clearly rattled his squad, so this offensive possession had to establish momentum. Hu Weidong's movement drew two defenders' attention. Li Xiaoyong used Wang Ziji's screen to shake his defender, while Yao Ming was firmly establishing position in the paint, extending his arm to signal for the ball. Li Xiaoyong fired a direct long pass into the paint. Yao Ming caught the ball already coiled with power muscled past Xiao Zhenghun and finished with a thunderous dunk over him. This move prompted the substitute players to leap to their feet, cheering uncontrollably. Yao Ming's dunk escalated the game's intensity, and both teams plunged into an offensive showcase. The Dragon team dominated the paint with their formidable interior presence, while the South Korean team clung to the score through exquisite perimeter shooting. This tension persisted into the second half, with the turning point occurring during a Dragon team offensive possession. When Gong Xiaobin came off the bench and set a screen, a physical altercation broke out due to contact. His Korean opponent verbally shot back without restraint, muttering crude phrases, and then shoved Gong Xiaobin with his hand. This directly ignited the temper of the players on the court. Teammates surrounded the Korean, who had been hurling insults, exchanging heated curses, until referees and staff intervened to prevent the conflict from escalating further. It was precisely this verbal clash that fueled the team's ferocity. From that point on, the Dragon team dominated both ends of the floor, triggering a scoring run while stifling their opponent's offense. This momentum carried through to the final moments of the game. The Dragon team secured a decisive 20-point victory, restoring glory to their nation while reclaiming their position as the Asian powerhouse. Immediately after winning, every member of the team rushed onto the court. They formed a circle at center court, each face beaming with excitement. "We are the champions!" Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd, and immediately everyone joined in unison. "We remain the strongest team in Asia." After winning the finals, congratulatory messages poured in from all directions to the Hwagwa Basketball Association, and every member of the Dragon team became the focus of widespread attention. Although no Hwagwa basketball player had ever played overseas before this time, influenced by Yao Ming's exposure, many overseas teams took notice. Batailleur, Wang Ziji, and Hu Weidong became the primary targets of their attention. On December 20, 1999, the highly anticipated 13th Bangkok Asian Games finally came to a close. Without even a moment to rest after the journey, the Dragon team immediately boarded a special plane back to Hwagwa, as the new CBA season was set to begin in just 2 weeks. Upon returning, the players would have to plunge directly into the next round of competition. After landing in Beijing, leaders from the General Administration of Sport met with the Dragon team members. This successful reclaiming of the Asian Championship silenced those who had underestimated Li Mu. In the post-championship press conference, Li Mu responded to earlier doubts with a succinct statement: "In competitive sports, results speak for themselves." After the celebration banquet, the Dragon team disbanded on the spot, and the players returned to their respective home teams. Only Li Mu and Coach Jiang remained at the training center. The Asian Cup experience also brought considerable attention to Coach Jiang, who served as the assistant coach. During the competition, he used his extensive experience in international tournaments to guide the players, which was a key factor in maintaining their high morale and energy. After the tournament ended, the Beijing Shugong team immediately extended an invitation to him, hoping to hire him as a senior consultant. After weighing the options, Coach Jiang, who had been idle for a year, decided to return to the game. As for Li Mu, countless CBA teams extended invitations to him, but he chose to reject them all. The reason was simple: Jordan, whom he had not seen in a long time, recently contacted Li Mu asking if he was interested in returning to the NBA. After receiving a positive response, Jordan mysteriously invited Li Mu to return to Chicago as soon as possible for a meeting, saying he had something very important to discuss face-to-face. This left Li Mu bewildered. He carefully reviewed his memory, but could not recall any major event involving Jordan during this period. Nevertheless, he decided to find time to return to the United States as soon as possible. After the Asian Cup, his agent informed him that 3 teams without a head coach had extended interview invitations to him. These interviews would directly affect his future career, so Li Mu dared not delay. He planned to meet with Chairman Zhang and others to bid farewell, then leave Hwagwa. But before leaving, he had a half-formed idea he wanted to discuss with Chairman Zhang. If he could get some room to maneuver, it could directly change the history of Hwagwa basketball. "Chairman, I've come to say goodbye. After this Asian tournament, there won't be any international competitions for a while. Several NBA teams have invited me to return for interviews. I've already booked a flight back to Chicago tomorrow." In the office of the Basketball Association, Chairman Li Mu stated his purpose directly upon entering, which he believed was the best way to forestall any attempt to persuade him to stay. Just after the championship, the Basketball Association had subtly hinted at wanting Li Mu to stay and work domestically. "Coach Li, you're leaving in such a hurry. As far as I know, the NBA lockout hasn't ended yet. Even if you go back now, you might not find a suitable job immediately. Many CBA teams have expressed interest in signing you. Besides, you still have a contract with the Dragon team. In my opinion, it would be better to stay in the country for a few years. That way you can take care of your family and fulfill your obligations to the Dragon team at any time. If you agree, I can guarantee that by tomorrow at the earliest, many teams will send you offers." Chairman Zhang, a seasoned veteran of the system, chose a roundabout approach to try to keep Li Mu. Unfortunately, Li Mu's determination was not easily swayed. "Chairman, I appreciate your kindness. I know you're concerned about me and don't want me to endure the exhausting back and forth. But please rest assured, as long as I remain the head coach of the Dragon team, I will not abandon my coaching duties. Whenever the Dragon team has a mission, I will return immediately. Li Mu's decisiveness left Chairman Zhang somewhat helpless. Since the contract contained no restrictive clauses about his free time, if Li Mu insisted on returning to the NBA, the only option was to try to persuade him with emotional appeals. After a long sigh, Chairman Zhang's face regained its usual smile. He extended his hand to Li Mu, wishing him a smooth journey back. I understand, Coach Li. Everyone has their own ambitions. I know the saying that a forced melon is not sweet. I wish you success in your interviews. If there are any Dragon team scheduling needs, I'll have Lao Shen contact you as soon as possible. Li Mu stood up and shook the extended hand in gratitude. But he did not immediately leave. Clearly, he had already prepared himself to raise his own idea with Chairman Zhang. Chairman, I have one more request which may seem abrupt, but I still hope to fight for it. If all goes well, I should be able to coach an NBA team this time, and I will also have a say in personnel matters. After this championship, many teams are interested in our players. If possible, I'd like to invite some of our players to try out. No, don't even think about it. Our control in this area is very strict. Although we are trying to integrate with international basketball for our players to play in foreign leagues, they must not belong to any team and must not be registered as professional basketball players in the country. Otherwise, it's impossible. The other party flatly rejected Li Mu's request, a reaction that Li Mu had anticipated. He prepared to explain himself thoroughly. Chairman, I absolutely understand and support your requirements. But I want to point out something. The Qing dynasty fell behind the rest of the world precisely because of its isolationist policy, refusing to communicate with the world. This principle applies to competitive sports as well. A tryout does not necessarily mean signing a contract. It allows a higher-level league to evaluate and guide our players with professional judgment. In other words, it's also a learning opportunity for the players. In my view, as long as it helps them win glory for the country, any method is worth trying. Li Mu's words made Chairman Zhang ponder for a long time. He had considered the same point, but given the current international situation, opening this path would still require a long journey. I understand your meaning, but I cannot make a decision on this matter. It involves international relations. If possible, I will find time to report it to the higher authorities. Although the other party did not relent, the implications suggested that the matter was still negotiable. Li Mu did not expect to succeed in one go. As long as there was a sign of flexibility, he considered it half a victory. Without pressing further, Li Mu quickly bid farewell to Chairman Zhang and left the office. The next day, he boarded an international flight back to Chicago. After more than 10 hours of flying, he finally returned to Chicago. Immediately upon landing, Li Mu called Jordan, ready to meet him right away and see what he had been up to during these months. You're finally back, Li. I haven't heard your voice in so long. Do you still remember how to get to my place? Come over now. I'll tell you. I recently bought 15 of a team's shares. As the team's president, I'm formally inviting you for a head coach interview. The transcontinental journey caused intermittent static in the signal. After repeated confirmation, Li Mu finally understood what Jordan meant, and he stood frozen in place. Could it be Jordan bought the Wizards' shares ahead of time? The question in Li Mu's mind grew louder. When Li Mu learned that Jordan had purchased a stake in a team, he was not overly shocked. But when he later learned that Jordan would be appointed as the team's president of basketball operations, he felt a deep sense of dread well up within him. If the Jordan on the court could be likened to an invincible force, then the Jordan responsible for running the team would be one stomped into the ground and trampled upon. All the exhaustion brought on by the long journey vanished into thin air the moment he received the news. After exiting the airport, Li Mu hailed a taxi and headed straight for Jordan's residence. He had a vague feeling that this reunion would be extraordinary, perhaps even destined to alter the trajectory of his life from that point forward. Upon arrival, the butler, who had been waiting for quite some time, welcomed Li Mu into the house. Months had passed since the two had last been together, and finally they reunited. His retirement announcement had coincided with the league lockout. Since hanging up his sneakers, Jordan had remained completely out of the public eye, only reappearing at a handful of recent business events. No one was certain of his recent whereabouts or activities. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two got straight to the point. 3 years of frequent interaction had given them an intimate understanding of each other's personalities. Seeing Li Mu, Jordan had no intention of beating around the bush. After a brief pause, as though he had already prepared his words in advance, he began to recount everything that had recently transpired. On July 1st, the NBA officially entered a lockout. After retiring, Jordan found himself with ample spare time and entertained the idea of investing in an NBA franchise. His decisive and resolute nature led him to quickly reach out to several teams willing to sell a portion of their equity. After an extensive period of discussion and due diligence, the Minnesota Timberwolves, the city's newer franchise, caught Jordan's attention. In 1989, after the Lakers relocated to Los Angeles, Minnesota, finally welcomed its second professional basketball team. In 1994, local business magnate Glenn Taylor spent $94 million to purchase the team outright from its original owner. However, years of poor management left the franchise constantly operating at a loss. Though they had drafted Garnett and Ray Allen in consecutive years in 95 and 96, both players were still somewhat raw and unable to lead the team to victories. Naturally, turning a profit remained a distant dream. Starting from the previous season, Glenn Taylor had been seeking someone capable of making significant contributions to team operations to join the ownership circle. Jordan, having just announced his retirement, was the perfect fit for Taylor's requirements. After their first meeting, both parties expressed interest in reaching an agreement. Following multiple in-depth discussions, Jordan acquired a 15% stake in the Minnesota Timberwolves for $20 million and officially announced his appointment as the team's president of basketball operations. During the Asian Games, Glenn Taylor held a press conference specifically for Jordan. At the press conference, Jordan first thanked Taylor for the opportunity to participate in team operations and clearly stated his intention to immediately throw himself into the work, beginning with the urgent task of assembling a coaching staff. Having heard all of this, Lee Moo finally pieced together the logic behind it all. He naturally accepted the interview invitation from Jordan without hesitation. An opportunity to become a head coach was something he would never willingly pass up. Moreover, with Jordan serving as president of basketball operations, if he were successfully appointed, Lee Moo was confident that he would enjoy considerable autonomy within the organization. What followed thereafter unfolded as naturally as water flowing downstream. Soon after deciding to take the interview, Lee Moo and Jordan flew to Minnesota together. Upon landing, Jordan organized the team's front office to conduct the interview. His competitor for the position was Kevin McHale, a member of the previous management team. As one of the few homegrown basketball stars, McHale returned to Minnesota after his retirement and joined the Timberwolves organization. In the years since, he had been deeply involved in the team's operational and managerial affairs. Under his leadership, the front office had selected Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen in consecutive drafts in '95 and '96. However, due to the team's consistently weak performance, they had never tasted the postseason. Jordan's appointment pushed McHale away from the core decision-making circle, but his past experience still made Taylor want to keep him within the organization. Encouraged by Taylor, McHale interviewed for the head coaching position and received widespread acclaim. Among all the candidates, he ranked near the top, and unless something unexpected occurred, he was poised to secure the job. But everything changed after Lee Moo's interview. By then, Yao Ming's highlight video had already circulated throughout the NBA. Many owners were fascinated by this generational talent. Lee Moo's prior coaching experience and his close relationship with Jordan served as the strongest guarantees for his interview. Without any surprise, 3 days later, the Minnesota Timberwolves officially announced through the media that they had signed Lee Moo, former head assistant coach of the Chicago Bulls, to a 3-year contract. Starting from the next season, Lee Moo would serve as the team's head coach. After 3 long years, Lee Moo had finally stepped into the spotlight. Only he truly understood the hardships and struggles that had paved his way. Following the announcement, Coach Smith, Phil, Chairman Zhang, and others all offered their congratulations. Now he could finally spread his wings and go all out. The first order of business after taking over was to assemble his own coaching staff. Knowing that Lee Moo's connections within the league were still limited, Jordan voluntarily offered to help build the team. Lee Moo would select the suitable candidates, while Jordan would personally reach out to each one to ensure the staff came together. Given the current roster characteristics of the team, Lee Moo knew he would need to devote considerable energy to guiding player development. Therefore, his focus remained firmly on nurturing the players. After careful deliberation, he presented his list of preferred candidates and joined Jordan in conducting the interviews, hoping to share his basketball philosophy with each interviewee. After approximately a week of interviews and discussions, several names on the list ultimately decided to sign with the Timberwolves. At that time, most of them were relatively unknown assistant coaches, such as Mike Budenholzer and Mike Brown, while others like Mike Miller had just transitioned from playing careers into coaching roles. After failing to secure the head coaching position, McHale had initially intended to continue as a team broadcast analyst. However, following Lee Moo's persistent invitations, he was entrusted with a significant role and joined the staff as the senior assistant coach. With the assistant coaching staff completed, he and Jordan faced an even greater challenge. The team's highest paid player at the time was Kevin Garnett, who had signed a staggering 6-year, $120 million contract extension with the Timberwolves in 1997, a sum that consumed a large portion of the annual salary cap. Meanwhile, second star Ray Allen had performed exceptionally well since his rookie season and was now equally eligible for a contract extension with the team. In his previous life, it had been precisely because Marbury failed to reach a salary agreement with the team that he later publicly voiced discontent, ultimately leading to his trade to the New Jersey Nets. This was one of the major reasons the Timberwolves had remained entrenched at the bottom of the league for so long. Faced with a salary cap that was not yet maxed out and the thorny issue of Ray Allen's contract extension, the work ahead of Jordan and Lee Moo was extremely arduous. If they wanted to compete right now, they could follow Houston's example and go all in, trading away their assets to acquire top-tier superstars from other teams. But if they wanted to maintain strong competitiveness in the future, they would have to accept their current weak situation, a path that clearly conflicted with the franchise's goals. The Timberwolves desperately needed to reach the playoffs to boost the team's visibility and rescue a fan base in continuous decline. In the final year before the turn of the century, the cold land of Minnesota finally beheld a ray of dawn, dispelling the thick fog that had shrouded the land of 100 lakes for so long. Kevin Ray, this is our first private meeting as a trio. I consider it a profound privilege to partner with you both in the seasons ahead, and I pledge to spare no effort in guiding this team to the playoffs at the earliest opportunity. Winter in Minneapolis was far more unforgiving than in Chicago. Such was Lee Moo's first impression of the city. In years past, as an opposing player, he had often cursed the biting cold whenever the Timberwolves were on the schedule. But from this point forward, adaptation was his only path. Within the head coach's office, Lee Moo had summoned the team's two cornerstone players for their inaugural face-to-face conversation. The league held little familiarity with this uncommon Asian countenance. Both Garnett and Ray Allen knew only that he shared an unusually close rapport with the franchise's newly installed President Jordan. Upon the official announcement of his head coaching appointment, their immediate suspicion was that he had leveraged his connection with Jordan to secure the position. For Garnett, the bitter pill of Philip Sanders' dismissal still sat uncomfortably in his throat. As the first head coach Garnett had ever played beneath, Sanders had cultivated a remarkably warm rapport with him, showering him with a fatherly devotion he had never known. "Coach, we've heard wonderful things about your track record. It's an honor to be under your guidance, and we look forward to working well together." Noticing the palpable tension radiating from Garnett, beside him Ray Allen was the first to break the ice. He rose from his seat and extended his hand, hoping to defuse the awkward atmosphere. Seated across from them and keenly observing both men, Lee Moo could readily sense the shift in Garnett's demeanor. He understood that an emotional undercurrent was churning beneath the surface. "This is my first year steering a franchise as a head coach in this league, and I won't waste your time with a lengthy speech designed to pump you up. But I will make you one promise: everything we construct, the system, the roster, will revolve around the two of you." Seeing no response from Garnett, Lee Moo simply proceeded, allowing his words to convey what he meant. The fact that he was entrusting such pivotal roles to them was in itself proof of how highly he valued both men. "Forgive me for being blunt, Coach. Over the past few years, I've put up numbers I'm proud of, and yet we still haven't been able to snap that playoff drought. Not to mention this godforsaken frozen tundra. Nobody wants to sign with us. And judging by the way you're already shivering while seated indoors, I'd say you're not exactly cut out for this climate either." Even within the heated office, Lee Moo couldn't help but shiver perceptibly. To Garnett, this sight only deepened his skepticism. His immediate assumption was that if the man couldn't even acclimate to the weather, how could he possibly lead them to victories? "You're worrying about the wrong things, Kevin. If we become excellent enough on our own, free agents will come knocking. Michael and I are already crafting our off-season acquisition strategy. Next season, I'm moving you off the center position. Trust me, you'll never again have to single-handedly anchor the paint against Shaq." Hearing this, Garnett's previously dimmed eyes blazed to life. If there was one grievance he harbored against Sanders, it was precisely that coach's stubborn insistence on keeping him at center. Yet one could hardly fault that logic. When you're nearly 7 feet tall, it seemed only natural to play the 5. "For real, Coach, please tell me you're not pulling my leg. I'm absolutely done with spending every night battling those hulking bruisers in the post for positioning and rebounding. If someone can share that interior burden, I guarantee you'll see a level of play far surpassing last season." Observing the uncharacteristic certainty on Lee Moo's face, Garnett was overcome with sudden elation. The irritation that had clouded his mood all evening began to dissipate, replaced by something resembling hope. After exchanging a few more words, Lee Moo cited pressing matters and dismissed the two players. He then rose and made his way toward Jordan's office. "Michael, how's the list of players I gave you coming along? Has anyone expressed interest in joining us?" Pushing open the door, Lee Moo went straight to the point, addressing Jordan, who sat at the head of the room. Faced with Lee Moo's direct questioning, Jordan, in his first tenure as general manager, appeared visibly overwhelmed. He had not anticipated that front office work would prove so laborious. "Don't rush me, Lee. I'm still working the phones. But I have to ask, this offseason is loaded with elite free agents, so why are you fixated on an undrafted rookie? I genuinely don't understand it." Jordan snatched the roster from the desk and tossed it toward Lee Moo. Scrawled across the page in bold ink was the name Ben Wallace. He simply couldn't fathom the logic behind prioritizing this particular player. Had the signing materialized effortlessly, perhaps it would have been forgivable. But the fact that Wallace had flat out rejected his overture left the man accustomed to bending the league to his will thoroughly exasperated. "He's turning us down. Impossible. How did you approach him? Call him back. I want to speak to his agent myself." Wallace's refusal caught him entirely off guard. In Lee Moo's estimation, once the offer was clearly communicated, no player of Wallace's caliber would decline, let alone reject it outright. Under Lee Moo's insistent prompting, Jordan redialed the agent's number. The moment the line connected, Lee Moo snatched the receiver and barked into the phone. "Hello, is this Ben's agent? This is Lee Moo, head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think there may have been some misunderstanding earlier. Tell Ben, we currently have no starting center on this roster. If he's willing to join us, that position is reserved exclusively for him." Without waiting for a response, Lee Moo promptly ended the call and handed the receiver back to Jordan. His part was done now. They would simply await Wallace's reply. "What the hell, Lee? You're actually going to start a 6 feet 7 inches frame at center? Has all this time apart scrambled your brain?" Rather than elaborate, Lee Moo merely shot back coldly. "We've worked together for years. Tell me, how many of my decisions have ultimately proven wrong? If you chose me to coach this team, then trust my judgment." Jordan was left utterly speechless. Every word Li Mu uttered was grounded in indisputable fact, leaving him with no valid counterargument. Half an hour later, the office telephone rang once more. Upon answering, the agent for Ben Wallace delivered his client's decision. "Hello, this is Ben's agent. I just spoke with him and he's agreed to join the Timberwolves. He's currently booking the earliest flight to Minneapolis. We'll meet soon." 2 phone calls had swiftly resolved the starting center dilemma. With that matter settled, Li Mu leaned back with visible relief. Contract negotiations would now fall to Jordan, who remained thoroughly bewildered. Now comes the matter of tracking down that other prospect. Unfazed by Jordan's stunned expression, Li Mu reclined against the couch and crossed his legs, his mind already piecing together the next phase of roster construction. "It's freezing here. Lee, how could Michael willingly choose to be the president in this godforsaken place? I simply cannot comprehend it." Rodman, accustomed to warmer climates, began complaining to Li Mu as soon as he stepped off the plane. He suddenly regretted agreeing to sign with the Timberwolves. Playing in such a near-polar region felt like sheer torture. "Oh, spare me. Don't be ungrateful. If we hadn't extended the invitation, who would have signed you? In a few days you'd be announcing your retirement in some forgotten corner." Li Mu never indulged Rodman's complaints. After all, the guy had accepted without a second thought when Jordan called him. Now he wanted to back out. No way. He was staying put to mentor Garnett and Big Ben. The day after communicating with Ben Wallace's agent, the latter arrived at the Target Center with all his belongings punctually at the door. He seemed extremely eager about this signing opportunity and had no intention of leaving Minnesota upon arrival. At 24, Ben Wallace was about to enter his 3rd season in the league. After putting up a decent performance in Washington last year, he had expected to secure a long-term extension and a promise of the starting center position, especially since the team's starting big man Chris Webber had been traded to the Sacramento Kings. Logically, he was a strong candidate for the starting center role. Facing a 2-year, $2 million extension offer from his former team with no guarantee of status, he felt deeply disappointed. This was nothing like what he had imagined. He didn't feel needed or valued. Instead of rushing to sign the contract, he chose to wait and monitor the free agent market, hoping to find a team that needed a player of his type. But even as the season approached, he hadn't received a single decent offer. Most teams viewed him merely as a backup option for the center position. He knew that if he signed with any of them, his playing time would be far from guaranteed. Better to stay with the Wizards and at least have a chance to play. Then the Timberwolves stepped in, and he abandoned the idea of re-signing with Washington. When the first call came, he assumed they only saw him as a backup for Kevin Garnett, so he declined. But when the second call came, the promise of becoming the starting center was enough to make him take the risk. Upon arriving in Minnesota, Jordan and Li Mu quickly met with Ben Wallace. At Li Mu's request, the team organized a private workout for him, and Rodman naturally became the benchmark to test his abilities. The two had remarkably similar height and playing style. Li Mu believed that under his arrangement, they would create an intense spark. Li Mu and Rodman arrived at the gym to find Ben Wallace already waiting, fully prepared. Urged by Li Mu, Rodman quickly changed into the Timberwolves practice jersey and stepped onto the court as Big Ben's opponent for the workout. The workout focused on Big Ben's fundamental skills as a center, rebounding, rim protection, and interior scoring. Li Mu had no worries about the first two. The exaggerated muscle mass etched on Big Ben's arms hardly looked like that of a basketball player. Even Rodman might struggle against him. And indeed, during the battle for rebounds, Rodman's once vaunted ability seemed to falter. If not for his superior experience, the situation would have been even uglier. However, in interior scoring, Rodman managed to win by a narrow margin, salvaging some pride. After all, as a tough guy icon, Big Ben was notoriously inept offensively. The extra drills Li Mu had enforced on him in Chicago for interior scoring, it seemed, had paid off. Lee, this guy looks like a younger version of Dennis. But it seems he has no advantage other than rebounding and defense. He can't even match Dennis on offense. After watching the full workout, Jordan commented quietly to Li Mu. Big Ben's skill set closely resembled Rodman's, and signing him would indeed free up Garnett. But in Jordan's view, a player with zero offensive threat would inevitably drag down the team's rhythm, especially since the roster lacked someone like him who excelled on both ends. If they did sign him, he could already imagine Big Ben being left wide open on offense. He doesn't need to know offense. What I need him to do is guard guys like Shaq. One more thing, this might blow your mind. Hey Ben, the workout's over. I want to know your max bench press. Can you show us? I don't know much about offense, but you don't either. That's the perfect description for Big Ben. As the only undrafted player inducted into the Hall of Fame, his defensive achievements rank among the top 3 in history. Big Ben, who had remained silent throughout the workout, finally spoke up. 447 pounds. My max rep is 463 pounds. Under the group's guidance, they took Big Ben to the team's weight room. Though he looked muscular, Jordan was skeptical of the 463-pound claim, given his size and weight. Even the acknowledged behemoth Shaq wouldn't dare claim he could lift that much. With no advantage in physique, Jordan thought Big Ben was bluffing. After loading the bar to 447 pounds, Big Ben lay on the bench, gripped the bar with a standard grip, and exhaled slowly. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. When he opened them again, he unracked the bar. Under everyone's gaze, the bar rose and fell steadily in his hands. After racking the bar, Li Mu said, 8 reps. How about that, Michael? Put your jaw back before it dislocates. As Li Mu said, Jordan was speechless. This weight was a realm he had never entered, and his doubts about Big Ben vanished in an instant. Ben, where's your agent? Let's talk in the office. You've got this, buddy. We'll make a great deal. Dennis, come along. I've prepared a contract for you too. Snapping out of his shock, Jordan immediately invited Big Ben to the office to discuss signing. Now he was the one eager to sign him, while Rodman would sign a veteran's minimum contract as a mentor to Garnett and Big Ben. Oh, by the way, Lee, I forgot to tell you. After we finish here, I'll notify Jelko and Michael. They've been traded to Toronto. Tell them they don't need to attend today's practice. Traded? Who did we get for them? Did we reach out to Toronto? Jelko Rebraca and Michael Williams were bench players last season with unremarkable performances. Such a minor trade naturally didn't catch Limu's attention, but he asked out of duty. It's a 3-team trade. Besides us and Toronto, Denver is involved. We'll get Dean Garrett and Bobby Jackson from Denver. Toronto gets our 2 players and Denver's first-round pick next year. As part of the deal, Chauncey Billups and Tyson Wheeler go to Denver. Wait, did you say Chauncey Billups? The 3rd overall pick from last year. Has the trade not been reported to the league yet? If not, call Denver right now and tell them we're not doing this deal. Add our first-round pick next year to Toronto's side. We must bring Billups to Minnesota. Jordan's casual description struck Limu's heart like a preset bomb, detonating instantly. No wonder he had lost his composure in public. The successful acquisition of this Mr. Big Shot would profoundly alter his entire plan for the upcoming season. Before his 3rd season in the league had even begun, Billups had already been traded to 3 different teams. As someone who grew up on the Colorado Plateau, the cold climate of Minnesota did not bother him. On the contrary, the biting chill in the wind brought back a long-lost sense of familiarity. At Limu's strong insistence, Jordan made a call to the Toronto general manager. After voluntarily offering a first-round draft pick from 1999, the Raptors agreed without much hesitation. After all, judging by their records, Minnesota, the team that had never tasted the playoffs since its founding, was far more likely to cash in on that first-round pick than Denver, and the latter clearly harbored resentment over being rebuffed. When he arrived in Minnesota, head coach Limu and President Michael Jordan were already waiting for him at the airport, a gesture that made him feel deeply honored. Although his consecutive trades had shaken his confidence in his own abilities, the opportunity to play for the team owned by the god of basketball reignited his anticipation for the days ahead. Chauncey, welcome to Minnesota. On behalf of the entire team, I extend a warm welcome to you. After picking up Billups, Jordan, serving as team president, formally welcomed him, and then the group set off by car straight toward the Target Center. As part of the trade agreement, Tyson Wheeler was swiftly waived by the Timberwolves, so only Billups made the journey to Minnesota. Inside the Target Center, numerous reporters waited anxiously for the group's arrival. Today, the Timberwolves would officially announce their roster changes during the offseason. Ben Wallace, Dennis Rodman, and Malik Sealy, who had already completed their signings, sat together exchanging conversations. As a close friend of both Limu and Jordan, Rodman shared some little-known stories and experiences from their Bulls days. When Rodman recounted the twists and turns of their Three-Peat championship run and the ultimate triumph, both men found themselves deeply moved, reaffirming in their hearts that joining the Timberwolves was a wise decision. They did not have to wait long. Jordan led the group into the arena, and after a brief preparation, the press spokesperson announced the official start of the new signing introduction conference. As team president, this marked Jordan's first time hosting a press conference on roster moves. Once upon a time, he was the one sitting in the audience waiting to be introduced. From this day forward, he would need to adapt to introducing others instead. Hello, dear Minnesota Timberwolves fans. I am honored to introduce to you today the results of our off-season acquisitions. During this period of upheaval, the franchise has steadily moved in a positive direction. Allow me to present our new members for next season: Ben Wallace, Dennis Rodman, Malik Sealy, and Chauncey Billups. I would also like to thank every player who departed. They were an indispensable part of our team culture, and we appreciate their hard work on the court. Now please allow head coach Limu to provide a detailed introduction of our roster. Jordan handed the microphone to Limu. Having already prepared his remarks in advance, Limu addressed the reporters in the audience. Based on the weaknesses in our roster, we made targeted reinforcements. Every signing was carefully considered and thoughtfully decided. I am confident that each of our new additions will deliver outstanding performances to reward the fans who support us. In the upcoming season, our goal is to build a team that excels on both ends of the floor. We invite you to stay tuned. His brief remarks revealed Limu's resolute determination and ambitious vision. The current roster had assembled all the championship ingredients of the 2004 Pistons. With proper coaching in the future, winning a title would no longer be a mere fantasy. Coach, may I ask you a question? The roster overhaul and the bold moves by the new management during the offseason show how desperately the team wants to break its playoff drought. But as a franchise that has consistently languished in the lower tier of the league, most people believe that success cannot be achieved through simple additions and subtractions. Looking at the current roster, it seems to lack the winning mentality required to compete. As a relatively young team, how do you plan to lead them to victory? Though the reporter phrased his question tactfully, the underlying skepticism was clear. In his view, the current roster seemed insufficient to achieve the goal of reaching the playoffs. Limu raised his head and fixed his gaze on the man who had just spoken. The unspoken authority in his eyes made the reporter feel visibly uncomfortable. A single glance was enough to make the man falter. This commanding presence came naturally to Li Mu since ascending to a position of power. So you're saying that a roster boasting a combined 14 championship rings between myself, Michael, and Dennis isn't enough to bring a winning culture to this team? Then I'd like to ask you, which team in the current league do you consider to embody a winning mentality? What are your criteria? Though Li Mu's tone was not overtly stern, everyone present could sense the simmering anger beneath his words. Watching the reporter stammer and falter for an answer, Li Mu suddenly broke into a smile and addressed the crowd. I understand the outside perspective because we are indeed a young team. Most of these players are veterans who have yet to taste victory. But I believe this is only temporary. As I just said, the three of us joining this franchise has already shifted the momentum. We are winners by nature. This concludes the press conference. Thank you for continuing to follow the Timberwolves. Li Mu's sharp rebuttal silenced any further questions. Behind him, several of the new signings were taken aback by the commanding presence their young head coach displayed. In a single exchanged glance, Rodman and Jordan shared a knowing look that confirmed what they had both been thinking. Since becoming a head coach, Li Mu's growth had been astonishingly rapid to the point where it felt to the two of them. The press conference drew to a close under Li Mu's unilateral termination. The following day, the Timberwolves officially announced the contract details for each new addition. Ben Wallace signed a 3-year, $6 million fully guaranteed deal with a player option for the third year. Dennis Rodman accepted a 1-year, $7.5 veteran minimum contract with a no-trade clause. Malik Sealy inked a 2-year, $4 million deal with partial guarantees in the second year. And Ray Allen, who had been negotiating an extension with the team, ultimately secured a 5-year, $58 million annually escalating fully guaranteed contract with no options. With that, Minnesota's offseason officially came to a close. A week later, they would travel to Chicago to face their first opponent of the season, the Bulls. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Rodman left Chicago, and Madonna found it hard to accept. This was the longest separation since their marriage. But fortunately, Rodman would return to her side tonight. Tomorrow evening, he would come back to Chicago as a visiting player facing his former team, the Bulls. After signing with Minnesota, Rodman had considered renting a house there for his wife and child, the most effective way to end their long-distance living. However, considering the shortened season and the nearing end of his playing career, he eventually abandoned that idea. Just look at yourself. I can hardly believe it. The perfect goddess in the eyes of so many men, yet so utterly intoxicated in a love affair. Angelina Jolie rested both elbows on the table, propping herself up, then gently laid her head on her interlaced fingers. She stared at the busy, joyful figure in the kitchen and suddenly felt that the woman had become somewhat unfamiliar. At 40, she still maintained a girlish, love-struck heart, while Angelina, not yet 25, already felt world-weary. A realization that forced her to examine herself. Angelina, even the most extraordinary woman, when faced with genuine love, will reveal a side completely different from her usual self. I think you know that well. Know it well. Have I? It seems that's true. Jolie recalled her own past year. After many twists and turns, she had finally reached a divorce agreement with her husband while living apart. During her first marriage, she had appeared much like Madonna now. But after experiencing ups and downs, the rapid change in feelings took her by surprise. That was one reason she remained single. After a year away from film and traveling the world, Angelina finally decided to return to Hollywood. She had now joined a Chicago-based crew to prepare for a new movie, and in her spare time accepted Madonna's invitation to visit. Seeing her lost in memories, Madonna realized she had said the wrong thing. She quickly steered the conversation in another direction. Would you like to come watch the game with us tomorrow? Come to think of it, you've never seen a basketball game up close. Trust me, it'll be a completely novel experience. Urged earnestly, Jolie finally agreed to watch the game together. She had never paid attention to sports before. Without the invitation, she might never have set foot in an arena. On the day of the season opener, the attendance at the United Center showed no decline despite the roster's breakup. As a legendary icon of the Chicago Bulls, Michael Jordan would return to the United Center tonight as the president of the visiting team. Fans would face him as an opponent for the first time. Madonna, holding her daughter, entered the arena with Jolie. Their seats were not far from the Timberwolves bench. Madonna and her daughter both wore the Timberwolves white No. 91 jerseys, standing out brilliantly in a sea of red. Dennis, we're here. During pre-game warm-ups, Madonna quickly spotted Rodman among the players on the court. She stood up excitedly, holding her daughter, and waved at Rodman. This scene had repeated over the past few seasons. Rodman turned around, saw his wife and child, and waved back. After 2 weeks apart, the couple finally reunited, and their affectionate display truly envied Rodman's new teammates. Angelina, look, that man standing by the court. Does he seem familiar? That's Lee. He's now the head coach of this team. Following Madonna's direction, Jolie looked toward the sideline. The man in a suit with a straight posture came into her view. After scrutinizing him, she recalled their last encounter. A year later, he seemed unchanged. Except on the court, he appeared exceptionally serious, which differed from the gentle, refined demeanor she remembered from their private meeting. Gentlemen, tonight will be a tough battle. Just follow our plan and do your best. I hope everyone takes the game seriously. I believe we can start the season with a victory. Sitting on the bench, Li Mu held a tactical board and addressed the players around him. After a period of adjustment, the players had gradually adapted to his coaching style. In training, everyone felt the changes. Compared to last season, Li Mu's tailored approach kept each player in their comfort zone. Chicago underwent a major roster overhaul after their three-peat. Jordan's retirement and Phil Jackson's departure forced the team to restructure. Tim Floyd took over as head coach, while Grant Hill and Michael Finley were promoted to core players. During the offseason, Krause signed long-term extensions for Finley and Mutombo. Despite the pain of roster changes, their goal remained the championship. Before the game, the Bulls held a ceremony to present championship rings to last season's title-winning members. Taking this opportunity, Li Mu and the others reunited warmly with their old teammates, exchanging stories about recent changes. Becoming opponents did not diminish their friendship. Instead, familiar faces and things made them miss the days they fought side by side. Once the game began, the Bulls, relying on Mutombo's imposing frame, secured the first possession. Hill easily scored the first basket against Sealy's defense. On the transition, Billups quickly advanced the ball, exploiting a defensive gap to pass directly to Garnett. Under Li Mu's arrangement, Garnett, playing power forward, found his comfortable shooting area. Facing tight defense, he chose to confront it and tied the score with a mid-range pull-up jumper. Although Jolie in the stands didn't understand the rules of basketball, as the game deepened, the fighting spirit of every player on the court and the intensity of offense and defense captivated her. Watching her first live game, she began to understand why Madonna called it a novel experience. The emotions of every fan around her were swayed by the game's shifts. Cheers and encouragement mixed together, forming her most direct impression of the sport. Her gaze kept lingering on Li Mu, who was coaching from the sideline. He would step forward to argue with the referee over a disputed foul on his player, and his passionate commands, accompanied by gestures, united the team on the court. This was her second meeting with Li Mu, and the completely different temperaments he displayed on both occasions gradually touched her long-sealed heart. She felt a unique charm in this man, a sensation she had never experienced with anyone she had been with before. A voice in the depths of her heart kept urging her, approach him, get to know him, win him over. While Li Mu was showcasing his coaching prowess, he failed to notice someone watching him closely from behind. Minnesota's brand new roster immediately garnered significant attention upon its debut. Under Li Mu's meticulous arrangement, Garnett and Ray Allen, the two core figures of the team, received preferential tactical resources and performed exceptionally well in their first collaboration. Billups, often labeled the bust of the draft's second pick, was entrusted with the role of team commander. In his first game controlling the ball, he silenced outside criticism with a solid 15.08 assist performance. Meanwhile, Ben Wallace, making his first start at center, excelled at protecting the rim. Together with Garnett, he built an impenetrable no-fly zone in Chicago. After securing the victory in this head-to-head matchup, Li Mu officially claimed his first head coaching win of his career. Jordan, who had watched the entire game from the Timberwolves bench, was visibly elated afterward. Returning to Chicago as an opponent and securing a victory put him in excellent spirits. Watching the game from the sidelines as a spectator made him acutely aware of how much had changed. He no longer needed to be ready at any moment to step onto the court and save his team, yet his emotions still ebbed and flowed with the rhythm of the game. After the game, Jordan followed the players into the visiting locker room. After a brief summary of the game, he invited the entire team to celebrate the season-opening victory at the club, with President Xiao covering all expenses for the evening. After changing into casual clothes, the group quickly arrived at the location Jordan had designated. They gathered around and enjoyed lively conversation. Head coach Li Mu, one of the heroes of the match, became the center of attention at the gathering. Ben Wallace and Billups both paid tribute to him, acknowledging that it was Li Mu's unconditional trust that gave them the opportunity to prove themselves on the court. As the player's family member Madonna appeared at the party with Julie, the appearance of the two beauties naturally captivated the group of young and enthusiastic men. Upon learning that Julie was currently single, many could barely contain their restless hearts and eagerly hoped to invite her to share a drink with them. However, it was clear that Julie wasn't particularly interested in the group of players around her. She bypassed them and walked straight toward Li Mu's location, then sat down directly beside him. She raised her glass and offered her congratulations. Congratulations on winning the game, coach. This game was truly thrilling. It's my first time watching a game live, and honestly, this experience has sparked my interest in the sport. Faced with Julie's proactive gesture of offering her glass, Li Mu was genuinely taken aback. He never expected her to initiate a conversation with him. They had only shared a single encounter, and he didn't believe he possessed anything remarkable enough to draw her attention. Thank you, Angelina. If you enjoy watching games, I can arrange tickets for you in the future. You're welcome to bring your friends and family along. Out of politeness, Li Mu seized upon her words and offered to provide tickets, which conveniently gave Julie an opening to continue the conversation. Really? You're gifting me tickets? Can I take that as an invitation to come to Minnesota? As the drinks flowed, a blush began to rise on Julie's cheeks. Bathed in the dim lighting, her appearance was undoubtedly captivating to every man present. This left Li Mu, who was typically unmindful in matters of romance, feeling strangely unsettled. He wasn't sure how to respond in such a situation. Everyone raise your glasses. Let us celebrate the Minnesota Timberwolves' first victory of the season. Just as Li Mu was about to respond, instinctively a voice from the stage drew everyone's attention away. Looking back, it was Rodman, already caught up in the excitement, who had climbed onto the stage. Gripping the microphone, he proposed a toast to the crowd below. Li Mu was the first to react. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately raised his glass and stood up to join Rodman's proposal. Come on everyone, let's celebrate this victory together. The crowd converging toward where Li Mu stood followed his lead, raising their glasses in unison before drinking deeply. Standing at the outer edge of the crowd watching him become the focal point of the evening, a slightly intoxicated Julie harbored a different intention in her heart. Since they needed to fly back to Minnesota the next day, Li Mu took the initiative to end the gathering after a few rounds of drinks. After the party dispersed, only Rodman and Jordan had homes to return to. Everyone else hailed taxis together heading toward the hotel. In front of the club, the once large crowd gradually dwindled until only Li Mu and Julie remained. To ensure no one was left behind, Li Mu chose to be the last to leave. Watching the players board their taxis one by one, he suddenly remembered that someone was still beside him. Angelina, where do you need to go? Let me call you a car. It was late January, and the northern wind bit at Angelina's face, leaving her cheeks flushed red. The warmth of the evening's festivities had led her to drink a bit too much, leaving her in a sluggish state. Her body swayed unsteadily with each gust of wind. I'll see you back. You clearly can't make it on your own like this. Seeing her condition, Li Mu had no choice but to take on the responsibility of seeing her home. After finally learning her destination, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the hotel where she was staying. On the ride back, neither spoke. They sat in silence, one behind the other. Upon arriving at the hotel, Li Mu stepped out and helped her inside to the lobby. He called over a female front desk clerk and handed Julie into her care. After confirming her room number, he turned to the still drowsy Julie and said, Angelina, we've arrived. This is your hotel. This lady will escort you to your room. Follow her upstairs. Good night and sweet dreams. Letting go of her shoulders, Li Mu prepared to turn and leave. From her drowsy state, Julie vaguely caught his words. Hearing him say goodbye, she summoned her remaining strength, pushed herself up, and broke free from the front desk clerk's arms, throwing herself toward Li Mu and blocking his path. Her hands rested on his shoulders as her hazy eyes traced and studied his face. After a moment of hesitation, as if finally making up her mind, she tugged at Li Mu's collar, pulling him closer, and left her unique mark on his right cheek. After the kiss, as she watched the expression shift across his face, her own heart pounded relentlessly. Good night, Li. Same to you, sweet dreams. See you in Minnesota. Li Mu could still feel the lingering warmth on his right cheek from that kiss. Since returning to Minnesota, the two had not had a chance to meet again, and he would occasionally recall the alluring demeanor of Julie that night. After securing the first victory of the season, the entire Timberwolves team's confidence soared. But soon the weakness of a young squad was exposed. Their performance fluctuated wildly. In the subsequent games, due to a lack of extensive practice and insufficient chemistry among players, their record did not steadily improve, hovering perilously close to the playoff fringe. After losing 2 consecutive home games, the Timberwolves' winning percentage dropped below 50, leaving them with a 4-6 record. Stepping into the locker room, one could intuitively sense the players' deflated morale. Li Mu shot a glance at Rodman, who was seated at the back. The veteran quickly caught on, stood up, and clapped his hands vigorously, then issued a wake-up call to his teammates in the tone of a seasoned player. Hey, you little brats, are you going to let a little setback bring you down? Where's the spirit you had at the start? How can you wilt so quickly? Get yourselves together. Under Rodman's lead, the players who had been hanging their heads finally lifted them. Seeing the disappointment on every face, Li Mu knew they urgently needed a big win to restore their morale. Kevin, come on, analyze for us the reason we lost tonight's game. That night, the Timberwolves hosted the Sacramento Kings at home. The Twin Tower front line of Chris Webber and Vlade Divac was the backbone of their game. Since taking over as head coach this season, Rick Adelman had fully implemented the Princeton offensive system, a tactical approach emphasizing teamwork and ball penetration that perfectly aligned with the team's style. Chris Webber dominated Garnett on both ends of the floor tonight. At this stage, Webber's technical maturity and tactical understanding far surpassed his opponents. By posing this question to Garnett, Li Mu clearly intended to tighten his screws. It's my fault, coach. I failed to contain Chris. I let him play too easily. I should take responsibility for tonight's loss. Sorry guys, I messed up the game. Sitting in front of his locker, Garnett raised his hand, admitting his mistakes on the court. His proactive apology earned the support of his teammates. Seeing the players gradually recover from the loss, Li Mu began to review the game with them. Kevin, losing the game is not any one of us' fault. We are a team. When we lose, we bear it together. Guys, first of all, admit that they played better than us tonight. But in truth, we had a chance to win this game. We just fell short in the details. Ray, your shooting rhythm was clearly off tonight. They simply mashed you with a forward, and that created a tough situation for you. Next time you encounter this, I hope it won't happen again. Li Mu pinpointed another issue in the game: Ray Allen. Throughout the game, Allen was constantly disrupted by Corliss Williamson struggling to find his shooting rhythm. His frequent misses were one reason the team couldn't make headway during the comeback phases. Yeah, I'll go for extra practice right after this. Sorry, everyone. The called-out Ray Allen readily admitted his mistake. He had always held himself to the standard of a leader, which was why Jordan occasionally took time to mentor him privately. All right, everyone cheer up. Let's forget this unpleasant loss. Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow we head to San Antonio. See you all tomorrow. After a brief summary, Li Mu dismissed the team. The team's slump wouldn't be resolved overnight. He needed to take proactive steps to address the issue. The The next day on the flight to San Antonio, Limu took the initiative to find Garnett, who was sitting in a corner, and sat down beside him. Garnett was an extremely competitive person. His face still bore a heavy expression, clearly still brooding over yesterday's loss. Kevin, don't keep dwelling on a single game that didn't go well. You are the absolute core of this team. You need to lead the guys to win the upcoming games, not obsess over what happened last game. Garnett turned his head and caught sight of Limu beside him, knowing the coach was trying to lift his spirits. He then said to Limu, "Don't worry, coach. It's not that easy to beat me." Upon arriving in San Antonio, the team immediately went into training mode. This season, the Spurs emerged as a formidable force in a highly competitive era. After a year of chemistry, the twin tower duo of David Robinson and Tim Duncan had reached a mature level of synergy. Duncan had directly taken over the leadership mantle from the Admiral this season, becoming the undeniable core on both ends of the floor. Kevin, what do you think of the number 21's ability? On the court, Limu posed this question to Garnett in front of the entire team. Garnett, who was in the middle of shooting practice, evidently didn't catch Limu's drift. He let the ball fly and then replied after a moment's thought. "Tim, we faced each other a few times last season. Judging from the results, we barely matched. His ability deserves recognition. Just barely matched." Kevin, you might not have paid close attention to this team. Tim's performance this season ranks first among all power forwards in the league. And this is only his second season. You've already fallen far behind him. Garnett was taken aback at first, then realized Limu was issuing a challenge. Since becoming his coach, Limu often used this method to motivate him. As before, Garnett intended to respond to Limu with action. "Understood, coach. Leave Tim to me. I promise I won't mess it up this time." Garnett's reaction was exactly what Limu wanted. His skills and abilities had already matured. But to become the fearsome Wolf King, he needed to forge his playing style in high-level competition. His goal was to awaken this sleeping wolf and make the league fear them from now on. Since the start of last season, the discussions surrounding Garnett and Duncan have grown increasingly loud. As the young talents at the power forward position in the league, the two are often compared to each other. The reason is simple. Despite their starkly different backgrounds, they share a striking similarity in both strength and technical style, exerting an identical influence on the game. If there is one and only one way to distinguish them, it would be their personality differences. Nothing else sets them apart. Growing up in the chaotic streets of South Chicago, Garnett honed his skills on various street courts from a young age, using the basketball in his hands as a means of survival. This was a principle deeply etched into his mind from the very first day he touched the ball. Thus, no matter the opponent, Garnett approaches every game with the utmost passion and focus. Even without formal training, Garnett's extraordinary talent propelled him from the streets to the gates of the NBA. Duncan, in contrast, had a completely different life journey. A psychology major from Wake Forest University, he always remembered his mother's last words and chose to enter the draft only after completing his college education. On the court, he was focused, quiet, and efficient, which earned him widespread admiration from numerous teams, even during his college years. Once he decided to declare for the draft, most teams in the league tacitly agreed to tank, with the intention being all too obvious. But in the end, San Antonio won the lottery with extraordinary luck, and Duncan, donning the No. 21 jersey, became the guardian of the city's basketball realm. "Tim, long time no see. How have you been since the season started?" "Man, you're looking in great shape." Their shared experience of being selected for the All-Star game last season gave them a chance to interact off the court. Garnett still remembers that the first thing Duncan said to him was a stern reminder that his jersey wasn't tucked into his shorts. That stark contrast in behavior made Garnett laugh heartily in public. During the All-Star game, playing on the same team, the two displayed remarkable chemistry, which earned Garnett's respect despite his usual high self-regard. Off the court, Garnett, in the role of a senior, took the initiative to invite Duncan to train together during the off-season. So getting by, but at least not worse than you. Today it's time for us to settle the score. During the long off-season training sessions, Garnett had grown accustomed to Duncan's constant dry humor. The two embraced warmly, and their expressions revealed a deep bond. Before the game, Garnett remembered his promise to Limu, so he deliberately informed Duncan that he would launch a fierce attack during the game. Duncan simply smiled when he heard the plan, not directly stating his stance, but Garnett understood it was a sign that he was ready. As expected, as soon as the game started, Garnett eagerly took the ball from Billups. Duncan's judgment was spot on. He appeared right in Garnett's path, spreading his arms to block him. Intent on making a statement with the first shot, Garnett observed his opponent's defensive movements. Seeing that Duncan didn't shift his center of gravity in response to his probing moves, Garnett prepared to power through the defense to score. Garnett dribbled to the right, trying to find an opening, but Duncan kept pressing, putting him under pressure. A subtle crossover between the legs adjusted their positioning. As Garnett drove toward the paint, he suddenly halted, executed a hesitation pullback, and shook off the pursuing Duncan. After ensuring enough space for the shot, Garnett finished with a fadeaway jumper before Duncan could recover. The spectators at the sidelines were incredulous at the skill Garnett had just displayed. A 2'11" giant executing such nimble dribbling moves on the court, and even more astonishingly moving like a guard to sink a fadeaway shot. Having been schooled by his friend on home turf, Duncan didn't feel offended. He posted up Garnett in the low post and signaled for the ball. The admiral standing at the top of the arc saw Duncan's opportunity and lobbed the ball to him. Duncan, clearly superior in strength, muscled his way to the basket, used his physical advantage to create a shot, and easily scored with a hook shot under the rim. As their duel intensified, even their teammates were drawn into a high-intensity offensive and defensive battle. The confrontation between interior players is often unadorned without flashy moves. Both sides seek the simplest methods to open up the game for their teams. Kevin, good job in the first half, but I need you to play more aggressively so we can keep the momentum on our side. In the locker room, Limu was motivating his players. Thanks to Garnett's outstanding performance in the first half, they had managed to keep the point difference within a controllable range. But to win this game and ease the pressure of recent losses, they needed more from Garnett. Ben, I'll leave the rim protection in the second half to you. I'll be focusing all my energy on matching up with Tim. At Limu's request, Garnett decided to go all out. From the start of the second half, he would concentrate entirely on Duncan. As the leader, he needed to lead by example and bring victory back to Minnesota. No problem, Kevin. Go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll hold down the paint. They won't score easily here. Big Ben assured Garnett with a pat on his chest. After 10 games of chemistry, he had proven himself to be the team's most reliable rim protector. In the first half, he had limited Robinson's attacks in the paint. Facing Garnett again, Duncan sensed a shift in his aura. From the very first moment of the second half, Garnett started guarding him tightly from the baseline. When Duncan tried to replicate his first half success by establishing an advantage from the inside, Garnett delivered a massive block over his head, reminding him that this was no longer off-season training, but a game where each played for his own team and victory was the only option. After blocking Duncan's shot and grabbing the rebound, Garnett dribbled through the crowd. His towering frame ensured he needed only a few strides to reach the front court. In front of the San Antonio crowd, he slammed the ball hard into the basket with both hands. After landing, he turned to the belated Duncan and said, "Wake up, Tim. I need someone who can ignite my fighting spirit to be my opponent." Kevin Garnett successfully stirred Tim Duncan's competitive desire. After being warned by actions and words, Duncan decided to give Garnett some positive feedback through his performance. Duncan's playing style had always been team first. He was not eager to go head-to-head with Garnett on the offensive end. Under Popovich's tactical system, Duncan used his advantages to integrate into the scheme, repeatedly drawing the Timberwolves' defense and double teams in the paint, then passing to teammates to finish plays, helping the team extend the lead. Kevin, it's time to show the results of your special training. Believe in your ability. Your talent far exceeds Tim's. Driven by Duncan, the Spurs raised their defensive intensity to a new level. David Robinson, whose offensive role was simplified, assisted Duncan in effectively defending Garnett. Under the combined defense, Garnett's drives to the basket yielded little success. His previously hot shooting streak turned cold due to consecutive misses, and now the team could only barely keep pace thanks to Ray Allen's several outside shots. Garnett, sitting on the bench, looked up at the scoreboard hanging from the arena ceiling. Although Ray Allen's performance still kept hope alive for a comeback, the nearly double-digit deficit added significant difficulty for the remainder of the game. Garnett rarely showed signs of nervousness. Although he had indeed made changes under Limu's guidance, he had not yet demonstrated the results of his special training in a game. The current situation left him no time for overthinking. Even if he might mess everything up, he had to try. "I understand, coach. Just watch my performance from now on." The timeout was about to end. Under the pressing circumstances, Garnett ultimately chose to carry out Limu's instructions, but the pressure he bore was evident from his facial expression. "Go on the court. Don't carry too heavy a psychological burden. From now on, everyone will follow your commands." Limu reached out and patted Garnett on the shoulder, fully confident in his transformation of Garnett. Although the training results had not been shown in games before, Limu firmly believed that as long as Garnett let loose and displayed his abilities, this game would be enough to be recorded in history. The timeout is over and players from both sides return to the court. Sorry everyone, please forgive my lapse, but the situation on the court is a bit unusual. After the timeout, the visiting team actually pulled Chauncey off the court. Now the lineup on the floor only has Ray Allen as a guard. Could the Timberwolves be planning to have him play point guard? Also, what intrigues me is that they have 3 frontcourt players on the floor. Is this an attempt to limit Tim and David to the greatest extent? I've always heard that the opposing head coach is a bold experimenter, and now it seems this is not just a rumor. The commentator in charge of the game, upon seeing the Timberwolves' personnel adjustment, immediately associated Ray Allen with the point guard position. After all, in his understanding, although Ray Allen is more famous for his scoring ability, he could also serve as a point guard when necessary to ease the transition, since the Timberwolves' shortage at the point guard position was well known. The Timberwolves lineup at that moment consisted of Ray Allen, Malik Sealy, Kevin Garnett, Dennis Rodman, and Ben Wallace. After the tip-off, as the commentator predicted, Ray Allen took the ball from Ben Wallace and dribbled forward. Naturally, the Spurs' defensive focus shifted toward the ball handler, since the Timberwolves had just been kept in the game by the opponent's outstanding performance. But then came a dramatic reversal. Garnett used Rodman's screen to pop out, actively reach for the ball from Ray Allen, and directly matched up against Little General Avery Johnson beyond the three-point line. Thinking Garnett was stubbornly trying to drive again, Duncan directly switched with Johnson and stood in front of Garnett. But Garnett held the ball at the top of the arc, directing his teammates' movements, a scene that looked exactly like a point guard orchestrating the team. After clearing space, the strong and weak sides of the court shifted. The ball-handling Garnett naturally drew more defensive attention. Seeing the opponents swarming toward him, Garnett immediately drove towards the Spurs' paint with Duncan sticking to him like glue. The reason Garnett could be called the epitome of an all-around player was due to his childhood basketball experience. Unlike Duncan, who started playing basketball later in life, Garnett's experience as a guard from a young age allowed him to maintain excellent ball-handling skills. Even after a massive growth spurt, he could still execute proficient dribbling techniques. The added court vision from his height even enabled him to better read the game. Limu had planned to have Garnett play point guard from the very first day he joined the team. To leave such extraordinary talent unguided in Limu's view was a terrible waste. The later concept of the point forward was realized when Jason Kidd boldly pushed Giannis to the point guard position, which allowed the Greek freak to complete his super evolution. To leave such a versatile player with outstanding physical gifts, solid ball handling skills, and shooting threat confined to the front court. This for Limu was the greatest waste. In the past, Garnett was forced to take on the ball handler role due to roster shortages, but now with a complete team, Limu was determined to forge him into a groundbreaking point forward. After taking over the ball, Garnett broke free from the constraints of his previous role. Using his speed advantage to shake off Duncan, he charged toward the paint. Seeing Duncan out of position, Robinson immediately stepped up to block the driving lane. At the moment of contact, Garnett used his long arms to pass the ball behind Robinson to the other side. Ben Wallace, who had been waiting, caught the ball, seized the gap, and Robinson's defense jumped and slammed it through the hoop. His first attempt at orchestrating an offense was a success, breaking the stalemate on the court. Then the spectators saw it too. 11-meter guy sprinting with the ball across the court, just like a point guard commanding the possession. With regained confidence, Garnett showed signs of dominance, outplaying Duncan on both ends of the floor. This scene became the highlight of the night. In the final moments, a brief setback forced Duncan to step up and take over. The two engaged in a shooting duel, pushing the game to its climax. The Timberwolves' final offensive opportunity. In the previous possession, Duncan, under Garnett's tight defense, scored a bank shot and won to take the lead. After making the free throw, Duncan uncharacteristically shouted at his teammates, demanding they immediately get back on defense to prevent a fast break. Garnett, dribbling past half court, glanced at the shot clock. Only 10 seconds remained in the game. The Spurs were fully prepared defensively, with Duncan lowering his stance and planting himself in front of Garnett, determined to stop this possession. Garnett continuously dribbled in the front court, trying to find an offensive opportunity, but Duncan's intense defense made it difficult. With time running out, Garnett, who had already scored 35 points, decided to go all in. He took a probing step forward, then used a step back to jump beyond the three-point line, raised his arm, and released the shot. Caught off guard by the move, Duncan's closeout was too late. Kevin Garnett with a step-back jumper. Is that a three-point attempt? Tim's reaction was a bit slow, and he shoots. It's in. Kevin Garnett. This is nothing short of a divine performance. He hit a three-pointer over Duncan's contest for the game winner. The commentators' emotions fluctuated with the shot. Kevin Garnett, with an unconventional three-point attempt, sealed the game against the Spurs, narrowly winning the duel of the number 21s. Wang Ziji's issue was finally resolved properly. With his mind at ease, Limu returned to Minnesota for a short rest, then immediately immersed himself in coaching preparations for the next season. One day, as usual, Limu was in his office reviewing the team's summer league game tapes from Las Vegas. The team's overall performance in this year's summer league was fairly decent. Ron Artest showcased his technical traits well on the court. However, over these 4 games, Artest also accumulated an impressive record of 1 ejection and 3 technical fouls. Perhaps deeply influenced by Mutombo, Artest always liked to engage in intense, international friendly gestures with his opponents after scoring on them, which was why he alone received so many technical fouls. Just as Limu was racking his brains over how to solve Artest's on-court issues, the phone on his desk suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. Assuming it was a call from a staff member, Limu naturally asked into the receiver, "Head coach's office." Limu speaking. "Can I help you?" But there was no response, which struck Limu as odd. After saying hello a few times, he thought it was someone's prank and was about to hang up. "Hey Brad, do you know who this is? Don't tell me you can't recognize my voice. Your momentum is really impressive now, but you haven't taken the initiative to contact me in ages. It's truly heartbreaking." Just as Limu was about to hang up, a very familiar voice from the other end made him stop. After a moment of careful identification, he had a conclusion in mind, but he found it strange. The person on the other end shouldn't have known his office number. "Phil, what the hell? How did you get my office number? What made you think to contact me today?" The man on the other end let out a hearty laugh upon hearing Limu's voice, then responded after a moment. "I say, do you really not follow the news? I've become the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. And speaking of which, you became a head coach and didn't even leave me your contact info. I had to get this number from Michael specially. What, can't old colleagues even have a chance to catch up?" Hearing this, Limu abruptly looked up at the clock on the wall, realizing that it was already September. As Phil had said, after a year of adjustment, Phil, who had been idle at home, accepted the Los Angeles Lakers' invitation. 2 consecutive seasons of playoff failures prompted owner Jerry Buss to seek change. Management immediately announced the dismissal of head coach Del Harris after the season. Their target from the very beginning was clear: Phil. Jerry Buss personally communicated with Phil. The proven combination of Kobe and Shaq ultimately convinced Phil, and the Lakers signed him to a 5-year contract. But returning to the coaching bench, Phil was clearly not accustomed to it. He felt as if someone was missing by his side. A few days later, he still dialed Lee Moo's office number. Although they were now working for rival teams, it did not affect their friendship. The familiar teasing style brought back some memories, allowing Lee Moo to pull himself away from tangled thoughts. He then joked with Phil on the phone. "There's no need to be so formal between us, Phil. Showing you my full strength when we face off next time is the greatest respect I can give. Just tell me your real purpose. Since you called me, there must be something you need from me." Since Lee Moo had already guessed his real purpose, Phil simply came clean. "Nothing ever gets past you, kid. But then again, you were the one I personally trained. In a way, we can read each other's minds. I won't waste words then. Dennis isn't planning to retire yet, is he? If not, let him come play 1 year for me. I need that guy to hold down the locker room." Rodman had become one of the league's most sought-after veteran locker room presences. When he joined the Bulls under Lee Moo's guidance, he resolved many deep-seated issues. Last season, under his mentorship, Ben Wallace and Garnett made rapid progress. Now the Lakers were experiencing a youth movement, and they urgently needed a respected veteran to stabilize the locker room. "What? Dennis just told me this morning that he won't sign with any team next season and is ready to retire. Oh, too bad you're a step too late, otherwise you might have had a chance to sign him. Phil, looks like you'll have to consider other options. Alright, I have things to do. Let's talk next time. Gotta go." Their 3 years of working together made both sides well aware of how much Rodman could contribute to a team's locker room. Now with the addition of the problem player, Ron Artest, who needed guidance, Rodman's importance to him was self-evident. So upon learning that Phil wanted to poach Rodman, Lee Moo immediately made up an excuse to brush him off. As he hung up, he could still faintly hear Phil's cursing. This showed how in demand Rodman was. Lee Moo dared not delay. His earlier excuse wouldn't be enough to make Phil give up so easily. Watching Artest's bizarre antics during the game, Lee Moo made up his mind and quickly contacted Michael Jordan to inform him of his thoughts. After obtaining Jordan's approval, Lee Moo immediately called Rodman. "Dennis, how have you been? Any interest in returning to the team for another big run with us?" When the call connected, the first thing he heard was the cheerful laughter of a child. Rodman, still responding to his daughter's request, was about to reject Lee Moo's invitation without a second thought. "I say, aren't you forgetting something important? Come on, man, I'm 39. What can I do on the court? If you want me to sit on the bench and cheer for the youngsters, I have no problem with that." After last season, Rodman had planned to stay away from the court. Now family was the most important thing to him, so even Lee Moo's invitation left him unmoved. Knowing Rodman's character well, Lee Moo did not give up. He planned to address the issue directly. If Rodman still refused, it would mean he truly had no intention of returning. So he cleared his throat and spoke solemnly to Rodman. "Really, Dennis? That's a shame. Phil just called me wanting to sign you. To keep you, I even had a fight with him over the phone, disregarding our friendship. The new kid is a troublemaker, and now the team doesn't have a respected veteran to stabilize the locker room. Alas, I guess I'll have to think of other ways." After he finished, Rodman was silent for a long time. Just as Lee Moo thought his words were too cliché, the tone on the other end became noticeably excited. "Wait, you mean the new kid is a troublemaker? If that's what we're talking about, then I'm interested. Get Michael to prepare a contract for me. Once I settle everything, I'll be back immediately. That troublemaker must be left for me. No one knows better than I how to handle troublemakers." "Wait, you mean the new kid is a troublemaker? If that's what we're talking about, then I'm interested. Get Michael to prepare a contract for me. Once I settle everything, I'll be back immediately. That troublemaker must be left for me. No one knows better than I how to handle troublemakers. If that's what we're talking about, then I'm interested. Get Michael to prepare a contract for me. Once I settle everything, I'll be back immediately. That troublemaker must be left for me. No one knows better than I how to handle troublemakers." Rodman soon fulfilled his promise over the phone, flying back to Minnesota before long. Unlike last season, this time he returned with his wife and children in tow, clearly drawn by the irresistible allure of mentoring a troublemaker. The moment he stepped off the plane, without even settling his family, Rodman eagerly dragged Lee Moo toward the arena. He could hardly wait to see the troublemaker Lee Moo had mentioned. Watching Rodman's exuberant demeanor, a phrase suddenly sprang unbidden into Lee Moo's mind. "The world misunderstands me deeply. I do not love conflict, only resolving it." In truth, when Lee Moo first decided to entrust Artest to Rodman's guidance, he had felt a pang of trepidation. He couldn't be certain whether this decision was right, for Artest was the only man in history to have broken Jordan's ribs. Lee Moo secretly feared that if the two clashed during their time together, it would lead to an irreparable disaster. Yet reality proved Lee Moo's worries entirely groundless. The various issues Artest had displayed in his summer league highlights were child's play to Rodman. After a quick review, he told Lee Moo confidently that within a month he would return to him, an Artest who was tough on the outside but docile within. Looking at Rodman's smug expression, Lee Moo felt a sense of daze. He suddenly realized that the Rodman before him no longer matched the ruthless figure he remembered from the court. If not for Phil's words, Lee Moo would never have associated Rodman with the role of a locker room leader. After finalizing the signing with Rodman, Lee Moo brought him to meet Ron Artest. During the offseason, only a few players were scattered across the court for practice, yet Artest still showed up unfailingly every day. Though his temperament often sparked conflicts on the floor, his discipline stood as a model for any professional athlete. Ron, come over here. Let me introduce you to a new teammate. This is Dennis Rodman. He needs no further introduction. From now on, he'll be your training mentor. I hope you two get along well. Limu walked over, calling a halt to Arteist's training, and introduced Rodman to him. Standing behind Limu, Rodman scrutinized Arteist from head to toe, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. In fact, Rodman had already taken an interest in Arteist while watching his highlights. Both in physique and playing style, the young man shared similarities with him, and meeting him in person only confirmed Rodman's impression. Kid, you've probably heard of my past. Starting now, I'm going to coach you properly. Don't let me down. Seeing Arteist's slightly stiff expression, Rodman chose to initiate the conversation. Faced with Rodman's outstretched hand, Arteist finally snapped out of it, grasping it eagerly with both hands, then turned to Limu and said, "Thank you for arranging this, coach. It's an honor to be guided by Dennis. I'll train hard." Witnessing this slightly incongruous scene, Limu felt for the first time that entrusting Arteist to Rodman was an absolutely correct decision. In truth, a hereditary condition had left Arteist with a degree of mental instability. This was a recurring theme in his career. Throughout every team he played for, if there was a player he genuinely respected, Arteist would integrate more actively into the group and help the team achieve better results, as seen with Reggie Miller, Yao Ming, Kobe Bryant, and others. With this long-standing problem resolved, the lingering worry deep in Limu's heart finally found its answer. In the days that followed, Rodman acted like a strict teacher. On the court, he constantly guided Arteist in the right direction. Off the court, he actively communicated with him, ensuring they stayed on the same wavelength. Limu had expected their first coaching experience to feel awkward for both, but instead they developed an unexpected rapport. For Arteist, Rodman's experience and style perfectly matched his own temperament. Their partnership was a match made in heaven. Soon Arteist would have the stage to showcase the fruits of his off-season training. Given the Timberwolves' glaring lack of perimeter defense, Limu promoted Arteist to the starting small forward position during the preseason, tasking him with serving as the team's first defensive stopper against the opponent's key players. In the 4 preseason games he played, Arteist proved his value on the court with tenacious biting defense. Through Rodman's example, he instilled a mentality of fighting for every ball into his own style. This performance quickly helped Arteist secure his starting spot. Even Pippen, who was notoriously tough on rookies, couldn't help but remark that guy in the number 37 jersey plays exactly like Rodman. By a stroke of fortune, Arteist had filled the final gap in the team's lineup. When they entered the new season with an impressive 3-1 preseason record, the Timberwolves' first home game was against the Seattle Supersonics, a team from the same division. Ever since Limu had outmaneuvered them in the draft, the Supersonics' entire offseason plan had been thrown into disarray. Because Kirilenko still had a contract with his overseas team, the Supersonics couldn't complete their goal of acquiring a wing player. Moreover, the high draft pick they used to select him left them in an awkward position. Whether he joined next season or not, it was a bad situation for Seattle. Forced into a corner, the Supersonics ultimately paid a hefty buyout to Kirilenko's European club to secure his arrival. The league schedule makers always had a penchant for drama. After the draft, rumors had already leaked the friction between the two teams, sparking considerable discussion. To cater to market demand, the league arranged for them to face each other in the season opener. For the Supersonics, the Timberwolves had naturally become a must-win opponent. The two players at the center of the rumors naturally became the focus of the game. From the opening tip, tensions flared. The Supersonics caught the Timberwolves off guard, and led by Peyton, they seemed poised to dominate. However, roster deficiencies soon caused the Supersonics' offensive firepower to wane. The Timberwolves seized the opportunity to take the lead. A raw Kirilenko showed cracks against Arteist's defense, turning the ball over twice in quick succession. Having excelled on the defensive end, Arteist earned the team's trust. During a fast break, Garnett willingly passed the ball to him. And in line with Limu's repeated insistence on taking decisive shots, Arteist drained a three-pointer over Kirilenko's defense. Elated by his first career regular season basket, Arteist started trash-talking toward the opposing bench. Limu immediately turned to Rodman with a look that said, "You taught him that too." In response, Rodman's face was already split by a grin. Clearly, he was delighted with his protégé's performance. As a rookie, Arteist ignited the team's passion with the fearless spirit of a newcomer. Influenced by him, the entire team displayed an intense desire to fight on the court. With a surge of offensive momentum, they firmly seized control of the game and ultimately secured a season-opening victory for the team. Limu used this resounding triumph to establish the team's season foundation, starting with the most fundamental defense. In just 2 years, Limu had completely transformed this team, which had once been strong on offense, but weak on defense. From Garnett to Big Ben, and then to the rookie Arteist, the roster now boasted 3 future Defensive Players of the Year. This was Limu's confidence that they could rival any strong team. Under their leadership, the Timberwolves' defense was fortified to the teeth. Clearly, their goal now was to make up for the regret of not advancing further in last season's playoffs. Winning the season opener gave the team a great start. The Timberwolves maintained a winning streak after this game, leading the league in average points allowed, while their record matched that of the Lakers, who boasted the OK duo. Their outstanding performance was duly rewarded. The team's star player Garnett was named Western Conference Player of the Month for the first time in his career, while head coach Lee Moo also received his first Coach of the Month award. With both achievements and accolades, the league began to take notice of this rising young team. Influenced by the box office draw of Garnett, season ticket sales at the Target Center improved significantly compared to previous years, leading to a sharp increase in nationally televised games. The story of youthful success often attracts more attention. More fans started following this team from the frozen north, and various media outlets began to compete in reporting on this rapidly rising squad. Reports about Minnesota increasingly appeared on the headlines of major sports sections, and beneath these reports it drew the attention of a very special audience member. After wrapping up the latest film shoot, Angelina Jolie, who had been continuously on set for several months, finally had a break. As the production neared its end, she had already begun contemplating how to plan this hard-earned vacation. On the day filming officially concluded, Angelina returned to her home in Los Angeles. After freshening up and shedding the fatigue from her body, she lay on the bed staring at the ceiling above, her mind wandering as she envisioned her upcoming travel plans. Lost in thought, her musings were unexpectedly interrupted by the sound emanating from the television. Coming up next, a preview of tomorrow's NBA schedule. The Los Angeles Lakers will host the Minnesota Timberwolves at home. Both teams have achieved impressive results in the early part of the schedule. As opponents, the Timberwolves have made significant strides this season. Head coach Lee Moo, a rare coaching talent, boldly deployed rookie Artest and inserted him into the starting lineup, a move that has greatly contributed to the Timberwolves' remarkable progress. Notably, both head coaches came from the Chicago Bulls during their Three-Peat era. So this upcoming game is not just a simple regular season matchup, but also the first direct confrontation between the two coaches on the court. As the two hottest topic teams in the league right now, what kind of thrilling game will they bring us? Let's wait and see. The television continuously played basketball game footage, and in the video, Lee Moo's every move on the sidelines captivated Angelina's attention. Nearly a year had passed since she last saw him. Due to work, she had yet to fulfill her promise to visit him in Minnesota. An inexplicable emotion rose from the depths of her heart, urging her to secretly decide to attend another game in person just to see him once more. Lee Moo, naturally unaware of these off-court matters, was still preparing for tomorrow's game against the Lakers. Although he failed to sign Rodman, Phil quickly set his sights on another familiar face. Shortly after the Timberwolves announced the re-signing of Rodman, the Lakers followed suit, announcing the signing of Ron Harper to a 2-year mid-level contract. The current Lakers roster was far more luxurious than their historical counterpart at the same time. After Phil Jackson took over the team, he quickly established Kobe as the team's ball-handling core. During the lockout last season, Kobe contacted Jordan through the private number. Jordan had left him flying all the way from Los Angeles to Chicago just to personally seek advice on certain technical moves and characteristics. After retiring, Jordan had not yet fully shed his attachment to the court. Faced with Kobe's inquiries, he meticulously imparted all his insights and experiences to him. Under Jordan's guidance, Kobe had improved rapidly over the past 2 seasons, transforming from an average starter averaging about 15 points per game into an efficient scorer averaging 22 points. He could still lead the team to impressive offensive firepower when O'Neal rested, adding an extra layer of insurance for victory. Kobe's actions on both ends of the court were strikingly reminiscent of Jordan. His outstanding performance and efficient contributions earned Phil's recognition, and he ultimately decided to emulate the approach he used with Jordan, implementing the triangle offense, while continuously tilting offensive resources toward Kobe. For Lee Moo, this game was more of a test. Although he had accumulated considerable experience over the past 2 years coaching the Dragon team and the Timberwolves, there was one thing he could not deny. If not for Phil extending him an olive branch back, then his subsequent coaching career would never have been so smooth, let alone becoming a head coach from an assistant in just 3 years. The prospect of facing Phil on the court weighed heavily on his mind, making him feel like a student about to graduate, unusually cautious when confronted with the final assignment from his teacher. Lee Moo was not the only one with mixed emotions. The ever-optimistic Phil also felt unsettled. Over his many years of coaching, he had faced opponents with various coaching styles and always handled them with ease. But when it came to facing his former assistant, he felt unusually anxious because he simply could not predict what Lee Moo's next move would be. Before setting off for Los Angeles, Lee Moo finally calmed his restless heart. He pushed all the emotions out of his mind, recognizing that all pre-game emotions stemmed only from the uncertainty of the unknown. It was not until he stepped onto the court that Lee Moo realized the team standing behind him was his greatest source of confidence. Even facing Phil and his formidable Lakers, so what? Since embarking on this path, he had overcome every hardship that came his way. The pride in his bones would not allow him to feel fear before the battle. The game which would determine the top spot in the Western Conference was about to erupt. The direct confrontation between two teams with rising stars was enough to capture the attention of countless basketball fans. As early as a week before the game, the Lakers had announced that all tickets were sold out. Even Angelina had to pull numerous strings to obtain a ticket reserved for players' family members from the Lakers' public relations department, which hinted at the immense popularity of the match. On the morning of the game day, at Phil's invitation, Lee Moo came alone to the practice facility at Staples Center before the team's training session began. Having not seen each other for a year, Phil's demeanor appeared far more relaxed than when he coached the Bulls. Now he held significant sway within the Lakers organization, enjoyed a harmonious partnership with general manager Kupchak, and was granted full autonomy by Jerry Buss in player personnel matters, sparing him from many unnecessary troubles. Well, if it isn't the renowned Coach Lee. What's the matter? You don't seem too thrilled to see me again. Upon meeting, Phil still wore his characteristic teasing expression, but the hand he extended toward Lee Moo betrayed the excitement he felt about their reunion. Cut that out. I'm not your assistant anymore. Keep mocking me, and don't expect me to go easy on you tonight. When facing Phil, Lee Moo never backed down in verbal sparring. Their reunion retained the rare rapport they once shared, and the familiar banter rekindled the warmth of their past collaboration. The tension that had been gripping them eased slightly, and after a few casual exchanges, they finally steered the conversation toward tonight's game. I've been following your games. Your boldness in lineup adjustments far exceeds my imagination. I never expected you to start an undrafted player who's only 2.01 meters tall as a center. If it were me, I wouldn't have the audacity to do what you did. When the conversation turned to basketball, Phil seemed to transform. He began analyzing the Timberwolves roster from the ground up. Lee Moo sat quietly beside him, listening intently, as if they were still working together. Phil enthusiastically shared his thoughts on the Timberwolves' team-building philosophy, as if he had completely forgotten that they would soon be opponents. Growing animated, Phil turned slightly and delivered his conclusion to Lee Moo with a hint of excitement. So from what I've seen, your lineup strategy is correct. As long as Ray and Kevin maintain their consistent performance, you'll definitely make a deep playoff run this year. At that moment, Phil was thinking entirely from Lee Moo's perspective until he caught sight of the massive Lakers logo on the floor in front of him. Only then did he snap out of his rambling. He paused for a moment, then laughed to himself, finally stopping after a while. With a self-deprecating tone, he said, I guess I can't deny aging anymore. Ever since I got older, I keep forgetting all sorts of things. Look at what I just said. Does that sound like a Lakers head coach? I might as well be on your side. Enough talk, I need to go prepare for the game. With that, he stood up to leave the practice facility. Seeing this, Lee Moo said nothing and simply followed Phil out. Standing outside the door, the two who had once been inseparable began to walk toward their respective teams. It was Lee Moo who broke the silence first. I'll head off now. Time to start training. See you tonight. See you tonight. The brief farewell signaled that the next time they met, they would be opponents. But both knew that this game was inevitable. Without hesitation, what followed was a contest where each fought for their own side. As fans began flooding into the arena, the game was about to begin. The attention this matchup drew was no less than that of a playoff game. The giant screen hanging from the arena's ceiling played highlights of the Lakers season. As the players entered the court, the atmosphere inside the venue reached its peak. Before the tip-off, as per tradition, both teams and coaches exchanged a symbolic gesture of respect. This time the two did not exchange any words, and the game began. The Lakers, playing at home, secured the first possession. After Fisher passed the ball to Kobe, he directed his teammates to begin running the triangle offense. Shaquille, now at his physical peak, battled for position inside against Ben Wallace and signaled for the ball. Kobe, following the tactical plan, delivered the pass. Since Hakeem Olajuwon and others had gradually stepped down from the elite center ranks due to age, Shaquille had taken over the throne as the league's premier center. When fully energized, relying solely on Ben Wallace to contain Shaquille proved quite challenging. Ben braced himself and held his ground against Shaquille's back-to-the-basket moves, but due to a lapse in focus, he could not keep up with the nimble footwork of the big man in the paint. Turning in the opposite direction of Ben's force, Shaquille easily shed the defender and, facing an unguarded basket, threw down a thunderous dunk. Being easily dunked on in the paint enraged Ben, who usually excelled on the defensive end. Noticing a slight waver in his composure, Lee Moo rose from the bench and walked to the sideline, signaling him not to lose his mental balance over a single play. The first to stabilize the team on the court was Ray Allen. Under Billup's orchestration, Artest and Garnett set a screen for him. Curling off the baseline, Ray Allen caught the ball beyond the three-point line and without hesitation released the shot. His body rose with remarkable straightness in the air, the ball sliding from his cupped palm to his fingertips before being released decisively. The textbook shooting form ensured the ball's trajectory remained unerring, and it eventually swished through the net. The fierce offensive displays from both teams had the fans on the sidelines roaring with delight. The high-intensity game ignited the passion of the entire crowd, with home and away supporters forming a vivid contrast in the stands. Every movement on the court captivated everyone's attention, including Angelina's gaze among the spectators. Under Artest's stifling defense, he managed to force a turnover from Fisher. As the possession changed, Phil called an immediate timeout. The escalating intensity had already shown signs of fatigue in the massive frame of Shaquille, while the younger Kobe still maintained abundant energy. When the assistant coach handed him the clipboard, Phil did not take it immediately. Instead, he looked up and asked Kobe, "It's up to you now." "No problem." Kobe's response was not a confident verbal affirmation. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with a towel, steadied his breathing, and then fixed a resolute gaze on Phil, signaling that everything was fine. Like a predator locking onto its prey, Kobe was ready to take over the game. Kobe's obsession was evident to all within the Lakers organization, and it was precisely this obsession that ultimately shaped much of his basketball journey. Whether he was first introduced to basketball or skipped college to enter the NBA, directly this obsession kept him relentlessly committed to becoming a better version of himself, a truth Phil would come to deeply appreciate during the Lakers' first practice after his arrival. He habitually held Jordan as his benchmark in every aspect and treated every training session with utmost seriousness. What moved him even more was that no matter when he arrived at the arena, Kobe would always be the one on the court still training. Following the timeout, Phil sat O'Neal on the bench out of considerations for conditioning management. Interestingly, replacing O'Neal wasn't John Sally from the regular rotation, but veteran AC Green, the 2-3-meter Iron Man and franchise legend. This lineup, which lacked physical dominance, surprised the home fans who had come to watch. They could not fathom Phil's reasoning behind this substitution decision. Not even Lee Moo, standing on the opposing bench, recognized this move from the Phil he knew. As the game progressed, everyone gradually uncovered the true purpose behind this substitution. After the timeout, the Lakers set up their defense, and under Phil's direction, the players formed a 2-1-2 zone formation. The newly substituted AC Green orchestrated from the center, standing just above the free throw line and calmly directing each teammate around him. As the Timberwolves advanced the ball, they immediately looked to attack the Lakers' weak interior, but Lee Moo, watching from the sidelines, sensed something amiss. No matter where the Timberwolves players tried to launch their attack, AC Green, as the defensive commander, always ensured every remaining teammate was positioned correctly. In contrast, the offensive pressure intensified as every drive was met with premature double teams from the Lakers. Under the opponent's double-team pressure, the ball handler struggled to penetrate inside and was forced to halt and attempt passes to teammates positioned elsewhere. Kobe, positioned at the 45-degree angle, waited patiently for the right moment to strike. With time expiring on this offensive possession, Artest, realizing his drive had nowhere to go, passed to his teammate, cutting to the opposite corner for an open look. Even while fulfilling his defensive responsibilities, Kobe used his peripheral vision to track everything unfolding behind him. As the ball soared through the air toward the receiver at the top, Kobe exploded from his position, twisting his body mid-air to intercept the pass with his hands. After landing, Kobe carried the ball through the congestion, his exceptional athleticism allowing him to race ahead into Timberwolves half first. Artest, seeking redemption, was the first to react and immediately pursued Kobe. The more experienced Kobe, sensing the chase, gradually slowed down, giving Artest the chance to close in. But just as they were about to make contact, Kobe had already locked onto the basket, poised to finish the play. Seeing this, Artest quickened his pace to contest the shot. Kobe, already at the basket with the ball raised, was met by Artest leaping to block him. Kobe drove into Artest's body, and at the moment of contact, using his core strength, he lofted the ball toward the basket. The baseline referee, watching the play unfold, immediately blew his whistle. Toot! The whistle sounded, and the referee immediately signaled a defensive foul on Artest. After the release, the basketball continued to wobble on the rim, drawing everyone's anxious eyes. It seemed as if the ball sensed the home fans' desperate hope. After oscillating on the rim, it finally dropped through the net. The referee then signaled to the official scorer, home team's number 8. Kobe was fouled on a shot by away team's number 37. The basket counts, and he will shoot one additional free throw. Kobe remained composed throughout. He grabbed the hem of his jersey to wipe his forehead, walked to the free throw line, dribbled twice to find his rhythm, and sank the shot. Then he turned and returned to his defensive position on his team's side of the court. This made-for-one play opened up the Lakers' offense as they remained behind. AC Green's years of experience proved crucial for the Lakers, and combined with Kobe's precise counterattacks, the deficit was swiftly cut to within 1 point, shifting the pressure onto Lee Moo, whose immediate priority became figuring out how to stop Kobe. At that moment, Kobe played as though he had all the room in the world, converting high-difficulty shots over Timberwolves defenders. His sustained efficiency threatened to overshadow Ray Allen, forcing Lee Moo to call a timeout. The momentum had shifted in the Lakers' favor, and breaking their zone defense had become urgent. Lee Moo surveyed the players on the bench, each wearing a different expression, clearly struggling to adjust to the opponent's tactical shift. Just as Lee Moo was about to instruct Garnett to relentlessly attack the paint, the normally quiet Billups raised his hand and asked, "Coach, let me try to lead the team and break their defensive scheme. I'm confident I can solve this." Lee Moo set down his clipboard and studied Billups for a long moment. The confidence in his eyes convinced Lee Moo to hand primary ball handling duties to this unheralded starting point guard. After resuming play, Phil maintained his lineup, confident his strategic adjustments would prove effective. Yet Billups resolved the crisis with effortless elegance. Driving toward the lane, he slid a pass to the opposite corner just as the defense collapsed. Ray Allen, waiting patiently, caught and released in one motion. The late help defender could only watch as the ball dropped through the net. Once the zone was cracked, the Timberwolves erupted into their offensive rhythm. Billups' elusive passes consistently found the right teammate in the right spot. Phil, refusing to concede ground, instructed Fisher to apply heavy pressure on Billups, but this played right into Billups' hands. Exploiting Fisher's limited lateral quickness, Billups repeatedly beat him one-on-one, forcing defensive rotations that created open looks and extended the Timberwolves' lead once more. Even Phil's decisive halftime adjustments, restoring a fresh O'Neal to the floor, could not overcome the double-digit deficit the Lakers faced. When the final buzzer sounded, the Timberwolves had triumphed on the road and ended the Staples Center's unbeaten streak. A fitting conclusion to this coach versus coach battle. You're truly a lucky fellow. Throughout the entire game, my focus was on Ray and Kevin, never once paying attention to that short guard. His name is Chauncey Billups, isn't it? Next time we face off, I won't let you win so easily. You'd better keep an eye on the player standing behind me. He's clearly still bitter about this loss. After the match, Phil on the losing side did not dwell on the defeat. Instead, he took the initiative to approach Lee Moo, embracing him with congratulations and expressing his heartfelt praise. The game, fraught with tension and confrontation, concluded with the two men's embrace. Lee Moo followed Phil's gaze and looked toward the figure behind him. As the standout performer for the home team in this contest, Kobe accepted an interview with the media. Though Lee Moo was too far away to catch the words, the look of defiance in Kobe's eyes made it clear that the loss had left the brilliant player feeling frustrated. When the enemy comes, we send a general. When the flood comes, we build a dam. Your understanding of philosophical thought far surpasses mine, so I need not elaborate on that phrase. Next time we meet, it will be on my home court. I hope you'll bring your players a fresh experience. As he clasped Phil's hand, Lee Moo patted his shoulder, firmly, a gesture of mutual respect. This first encounter between the two coaches, with all its twists and turns, left ample room for reflection and contemplation. Both believed that when they next crossed paths, either side would have to invest far more effort and thought to secure a victory. The crowd in the arena gradually dispersed. After a lengthy exchange with Phil, Lee Moo prepared to leave through the player tunnel. A few scattered fans remained in the stands above the tunnel, hoping for photos and autographs. As was his custom, Lee Moo paused before entering the tunnel, turned to the fans in the stands, and waved his gratitude for their unwavering support and encouragement. This time was no exception. Just as he finished his usual gesture of thanks and was about to leave, a female voice from the crowd called out his name. Lee, it's me. Over here. Following the sound, Lee Moo searched the crowd until he finally spotted the one who had called him. It was Angelina. The fact that she had appeared at the Staples Center caught Lee Moo by surprise. Since their last parting, they had had no contact. That impulsive kiss, seemingly fueled by alcohol, had left a deep impression on Lee Moo's heart. In the days after their separation, Lee Moo often dreamt of that moment. Now, seeing Angelina again, an indescribable emotion surged within him. After agreeing to meet outside the arena, Lee Moo returned to the locker room to deliver his post-game summary to the players. He himself didn't notice that his speech was faster than usual. He finished the debrief, grabbed a change of casual clothes from his bag, dressed quickly, and strode out of the stadium. It was late autumn. Though night had fallen, the streets of Los Angeles were still brightly lit. Angelina sat on a bench outside the arena, idly waiting for Lee Moo. After locating her, Lee Moo hurried over. They finally exchanged proper greetings. Long time no see. How have you been? I didn't expect to see you here. Are you filming in the area? After meeting, Lee Moo took the initiative to ask about her recent situation. Receiving an affirmative answer, Lee Moo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Angelina noticed his awkwardness and took the lead in explaining why she had come. I just finished filming a new movie, so I'm on a break now. I was planning a world tour as the century draws to a close. But before I left, I saw on TV that you had a game in Los Angeles today, so I decided on a whim to come see you. It's been so long, and you're still the same. Funny, when you're working you don't look nearly as nervous as you do now. Teased by her, Lee Moo could only offer a shy smile. This was also closely related to his work environment. As a recognized workaholic, the woman Lee Moo dealt with most on a daily basis was Rodman's wife. That made him awkward when it came to striking up conversations with women in private settings. Do you have anything else to do? How about a walk on the beach? The two had been standing in silence for a long while. Finally, at Angelina's suggestion, they drove to the beach on the outskirts of the city. After getting out of the car, they walked one behind the other along the sandy shore, each trying to fill the time with trivial topics. An unspoken agreement formed between them: neither would bring up what had happened that drunken night. If you don't mind, could you hold my shoes for a moment? I haven't walked barefoot on the beach in ages, and I suddenly feel like trying it. A full moon hung in the night sky, casting its silvery light upon Angelina, highlighting the delicate texture of her skin. Lee Moo stared at her for a long moment, clearly lost in thought, before snapping back to reality. Seeing her slightly embarrassed expression, he quickly apologized and took the shoes she handed over. Freed from her shoes, Angelina bent down to roll up her pant legs. The unique chill of late autumn bit into her skin the moment it touched the seawater, while the fine sand beneath her soles created a peculiar sensation. As she walked slowly forward, the water's temperature gradually rose, and in a trance her thoughts drifted back to the feeling of meeting Lee Moo for the first time 2 years ago. Lee, perhaps we still don't know or understand each other well enough. But I still want to make my feelings clear. That last time, the alcohol might have emboldened me, but it was by no means a fleeting impulse. During the days we didn't see each other, even amid my busy work, your face often appeared in my mind. I came to watch your game because I wanted to see you. Strange, isn't it? We haven't had many interactions, yet deep inside, I feel somehow drawn to you. Lee, can't you understand what I mean? At that moment, even the most obtuse person would grasp the meaning behind her words. The woman who had once existed only in his fantasies now stood before him. Lee Moo felt a mixture of awe and disbelief. He couldn't believe he possessed such charm to attract Angelina and win her heart. But when fate arrives, impulse often makes the decision for you. Without a word, Li Mu pulled Angelina into his arms, then lifted her horizontally, carrying her out of the biting seawater. His eyes fixed on her face, that peerless countenance now lying in his arms, gazing back at him. With her tacit consent, Li Mu lowered his head and gently pressed his lips to hers. Thus fate was sealed. Whenever Li Mu recalled every scene of that night, he still felt it all seemed like a dream so unreal. Yet after every subsequent home game, Angelina would always sit in the back row of the home team's viewing section at the target center, silently cheering for Li Mu and his teammates. Every time he turned to look at the stands, he would meet her gaze tinged with tenderness. After confirming their relationship, Angelina packed her bags from her home in Los Angeles and followed Li Mu back to Minnesota. During this hard-won off-season, she planned to stay in Minnesota for a while to solidify their nascent bond. Strangely enough, before the relationship, Angelina had always believed she could maintain absolute clarity in matters of the heart, confident that she would not succumb as she had in her previous relationship. Yet once she moved into Li Mu's apartment, she began to take charge of their small domain like a mistress of the house. Although Li Mu was considered a refined man among professional athletes, his efforts still paled in comparison to Angelina's standards. After a game, Li Mu drove home as usual. When he pushed open the door, the scene before him made him instinctively think he had entered the wrong room. Only after repeatedly checking the room number above his head did he realize that everything was Angelina's handiwork. Falling in love evidently brought a noticeable change in Li Mu's spirit and demeanor, a fact his players could attest to. Ray Allen had strict standards for his attire, and his teammates often joked that his entrance to the court was like a grand fashion show. Privately, Ray Allen often urged Li Mu with earnest seriousness to set an example in appearance as the head coach, at least ensuring his suits were well fitted and pressed. But Li Mu had never taken his advice to heart. In his view, as long as he could lead the team to consistent victories, that was the greatest contribution. He had little concern for his own attire. All of that changed with Angelina's arrival. Li Mu's wardrobe transformed from monotonous shades of black, gray, and white to a diverse array. Tailored to his physique, Angelina had several suits custom-made for him, successfully altering his public image, and he reveled in the change. As the season progressed, many veteran teams in the league were suffering the pains of roster aging. Once familiar names like Hakeem Olajuwon, Karl Malone, and John Stockton were gradually fading. Most teams chose to make significant changes before the mid-season trade deadline. Without exception, the management of these teams harbored hopes of ushering in a new era at the dawn of the millennium, using renewal to bring fresh hope to their rosters. This sparked a covert arms race among teams. Ironically, players once regarded as untouchable core assets were reduced to trade chips within months, forced to leave their original teams. After a dizzying flurry of trades, a subtle imbalance emerged in the league, with the Western Conference growing stronger than the East. After defeating the Los Angeles Lakers, the Minnesota Timberwolves held firmly onto the league's top spot. Their stellar performance helped two core members earn All-Star selections, a promising sign for a young franchise with a short history hinting at an unpredictable future. Early on, when trade rumors began to surface, Jordan, the team's executive president, convened the management for a focused discussion. Many teams hoped to draw them into multi-team deals as a means to circumvent unfavorable situations like exceeding the salary cap. Jordan believed this was a rare opportunity for the Timberwolves to strengthen their roster. Though Li Mu did not explicitly state his position during the meeting, he privately approached Jordan afterward to share his opinion. Rather than wading into this murky vortex, it was better to do nothing and observe the situation. The team was still on a thriving upward trajectory. Instead of actively seeking trades to alter the roster, Li Mu preferred to monitor the moves of other teams after their transactions. In his understanding, teams that completed trades would inevitably face roster saturation and other issues. Moreover, many traded players might seek buyouts from their new teams for personal reasons. Li Mu noted that the team still had 1 or 2 open spots on the roster, so they could watch the league's subsequent developments. After Li Mu's analysis, Jordan abandoned the idea of joining multi-team trades. He politely declined all requests and quietly observed the upheaval brought by the new millennium from behind the scenes. The rampant trade rumors inevitably unsettled the team's roster. Many players began contacting their agents to gather inside information. For those without guaranteed contracts, this season, being traded meant a fresh start to their careers. Even though the Timberwolves were not involved in the major trades, the rumors still had a significant impact on their players. As head coach, Li Mu naturally recognized the threat and hidden dangers these rumors posed to the team. So after a training session, he and Jordan appeared together on the court. Jordan, as the spokesperson, stood before the players, organized his thoughts, and declared that the team would not trade any player this season, urging everyone to maintain a positive mindset for the upcoming games. Jordan's assurance was like a soothing balm to the players. Those caught up in the rumors finally had their anxieties calmed, allowing the team to continue performing excellently in subsequent games. After the trades concluded, everything settled. Having spent 2 years in management, Jordan had grown more sophisticated in his approach. A list of players waived by various teams was compiled, and Jordan brought it to Li Mu to scour for promising candidates. These guys are really something. If it were me, I would never have done such a self-destructive thing. But I have to thank them. If not for this big trade, he probably wouldn't have had a chance to enter the free market. After flipping through the list, Li Mu's eyes were drawn to a familiar name. Jordan leaned over following Li Mu's finger and saw the once unknown Bruce Bowen highlighted. Li Mu's unusual behavior once again made Jordan question his own judgment. Ever since taking charge of the team, Li Mu had repeatedly unearthed players on the fringes of the league and brought them to his attention, and this time was no different. Even though he had mentally prepared himself in advance when the name Bruce Bowen was circled on the list, he racked his brain and still could not find the right words to describe the man. After a long pause, he finally blurted out, "This guy. He's pretty old." To Jordan's credit, he had done thorough background research on every player on the list before coming to see Li Mu. Yet when pressed for an opinion on this particular player, predictably age was all he could come up with to open the conversation. Li Mu was not surprised by Jordan's speechless reaction. His seemingly bizarre call stemmed simply from his perspective as a time traveler. Without the advantage of hindsight, Li Mu knew he would hold no edge over any other coach of his era. "Michael, don't look so shocked. If we can sign this man, he will bring huge value to both ends of our offense and defense. Mark my words, plenty of teams will come chasing after him. But the final call is still yours. Will you trust me one more time?" Li Mu closed the player roster and set the documents aside. After skimming through every name on the list, Bruce Bowen was the only one who had piqued his interest. If the Timberwolves could land him, the team's defense would become ruthlessly formidable. At this point, Bruce Bowen was still a little-known nobody. Going undrafted, he had signed an overseas contract and spent 3 years honing and fixing flaws in his game. Having dominated abroad, Bowen returned to the NBA in 1997 on a non-guaranteed deal, with the Miami Heat kicking off his nomadic career across the league. This season, he had joined the Philadelphia 76ers, only to get waived after appearing in over 20 games as the team looked to cut costs. Bowen had grown tired of bouncing from one roster to the next, constantly searching for a place to belong. A secure contract was everything he wanted right now. His former overseas club had already offered him a lucrative guaranteed offer, and he was seriously considering walking away from the NBA for good. While he was lost and thought, his phone buzzed sharply in his pocket. He pulled it out to see his agent's number. This scenario felt all too familiar. Some team must be dealing with an injury wave and offering him yet another 10-day contract. "Bruce, pack your bags and get ready. A team is offering you a new deal." "I know, man. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but I'm worn out from these short-term stints with different teams. The French League has reached out to me." "Hold on, what are you talking about, brother? This is a fully guaranteed contract. The offer is very generous. Are you really going to throw away your old dream like this?" A buzzing noise rang inside Bowen's head. He never imagined any team would hand him a fully guaranteed deal. It sounded like nothing more than empty comfort. After a moment's pause, he questioned his agent in disbelief over the phone. "Are you sure you're not getting played? Are you just saying this to make me feel better? What team would do something like this for me?" His agent understood how massive this news was for Bowen. He stayed quiet and let the man process it patiently, ready to explain when doubt surfaced. "It's all real. I'm not making this up to cheer you up, Bruce. Let me say it again. The Minnesota Timberwolves are offering you a fully guaranteed contract for the rest of this season. The choice is entirely yours whether you want to sign." "Yes, of course I want it. Call the Timberwolves front office for me. I'll get to Minnesota as fast as I can to sign the papers." Bowen hung up without even stopping to thank his agent. He sprang straight off his bed, called his apartment landlord, and began packing his luggage, determined to catch the earliest available flight to Minnesota. "We should be hearing good news soon. I bet that guy is already on his way here." After wrapping up talks with Bowen's agent, Jordan flopped back onto the sofa in Li Mu's office. He felt more grateful than ever for bringing Li Mu in as head coach. Working alongside anyone else, he would never have enjoyed such a relaxed workflow. Word had gotten out that voting for Executive of the Year was underway. If the team kept putting up solid win totals, he might earn his first NBA award outside of his playing career. "What are you daydreaming about? You look like you just ate honey. Got time for the next road game? Want to come with me to Dallas? I'll show you the on-court talent from China." Jordan was deep in his reverie when a crumpled paper ball sailed through the air and hit him square on the forehead. He looked up to find Li Mu staring at him curiously. "Dallas? Right. That young kid Kevin developed is playing there. It wouldn't hurt to go check out a rising talent." "All right, I'll come along." Jordan agreed after a moment's thought. He held little personal curiosity toward the Chinese player Li Mu mentioned and was far more eager to meet another promising younger player who had played impressively over the past 2 seasons. A day later, the entire Timberwolves team boarded their charter flight. New arrival Bruce Bowen showed no nervousness among all the unfamiliar faces. He sat down beside Rodman and extended his hand openly in a friendly greeting. "Dennis, nice to meet you. I'm Bruce Bowen. I'm looking forward to working with you." Due to physical issues, Rodman had been taken out of the regular rotation by Li Mu. Even so, his experience and seniority made him an invaluable asset to the team, less an active player and more a full-time assistant coach. "Welcome aboard. The coach has told me about you. Word says you're one tough competitor. That kid over there is my buddy, our locked-in starting small forward. You two ought to get to know each other at practice. I think you'll hit it off. Best of luck out here." Bowen glanced over. Ron Artest sat there with headphones on, lost in his music, completely oblivious to everything Rodman had just said. Bowen studied the quirky young man, nearly 10 years his junior, unsure how he should go about introducing himself. Still, he knew full well he would have to earn his minutes coming off the bench behind this man if he wanted to secure his spot on the roster. No matter what had convinced the Timberwolves to give him a guaranteed deal, he had to prove his worth to the coaching staff as quickly as possible. After all, as the Chinese saying goes, only good iron makes good tools. I'm sure that head coach knows that saying all too well, Bowen thought to himself as he sat next to Rodman. It was already late at night when they flew into Dallas. Since the All-Star game had concluded, the league had begun to slow down the pace of the season, so the tip-off for this game was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Ample time meant everyone had the opportunity to meet acquaintances in private and catch up with old friends. For Li Mu, this was also a rare chance. At that time, Wang Zhizhi had already secured a stable position within the Dallas team through his outstanding performances in the preseason and regular season. After landing, the Timberwolves quickly boarded a chartered bus to their hotel. Upon arrival, the players stored their luggage and then went out in small groups. The coaching staff had rarely refrained from scheduling training for the team the next morning. Tonight was a rare opportunity for the players to let loose. As soon as Li Mu entered the hotel, he spotted Wang Zhizhi in the lobby's seating area. Wang Zhizhi was wearing a Mavericks practice jersey and sat in an inconspicuous corner, but his towering height still made him immediately recognizable to Li Mu. "Zhizhi, sorry to keep you waiting." Li Mu went up to his room, dropped off his luggage, and then came straight back down to the lobby. Wang Zhizhi stood up quickly upon hearing his name and greeted Li Mu. "Coach Li, it's no trouble. We've finally managed this rare meeting. I'd say this is a Chinese derby of sorts." The change in this slightly shy young man was evident. In the past, he would never have made lighthearted remarks. Li Mu could sense the transformation through observation. Wang Zhizhi had clearly shed the constraints that came with being a member of the Iron Army. He had broken free from the shackles that bound him, and in a vast, limitless world was now fully displaying his shining talent. "Kid, you really look different. I wonder what changes Don Nelson has made in you. So how are you finding life here? Are you getting along with the team?" After meeting, Wang Zhizhi led the way to a nearby 24-hour convenience store. Each held a cup of coffee, sitting on the store's bench, gazing out the window and chatting desultorily. "Overall, it's pretty good. I was worried that the language barrier might hold me back in training. But my agent has been accompanying me and keeping track of the situation. Over this time, I've basically been able to understand Don Nelson's colloquial tactical instructions, and I can coordinate with my teammates on the court." Li Mu, seeing Wang Zhizhi lost in recollection, couldn't help but lament the twists of fate. If he had been able to come to the NBA as early as this back in his day, his subsequent career might not have been so rough. With that thought, Li Mu felt a subconscious urge to offer a reminder. "Zhizhi, I'm really happy for your achievements. In every sense, you were the first Chinese player to set foot on the NBA stage. As I said before, your special status and the significance you represent are extraordinary. If your country needs you to return, I hope you will carefully consider everything. Of course, during my tenure, I will do my utmost to ensure your future support." Wang Zhizhi tilted his head back and drained the paper cup of coffee in one go, then met Li Mu's gaze. Sensing the seriousness in Li Mu's tone, he also tightened his demeanor. "I understand, Coach Li. Please rest assured. I know that getting into the NBA this time was made possible by your hard work, and I am forever grateful. For any game you need me in, I will return as quickly as possible. As for what you just mentioned, that is an inescapable duty for me as a member of the Iron Army." Wang Zhizhi, through his own rocky career, paved the way for the younger generation that followed. In the past, Li Mu could sympathize with his plight. Now he had truly turned things around with action. He certainly did not want the events of the previous life to repeat. Then Wang Zhizhi began to share with Li Mu some of the things that had happened in his life here. Aside from his agent, he hadn't found anyone to speak Chinese with over these days, and the northern man felt a certain inexplicable frustration. Seeing Li Mu, Wang Zhizhi seemed to open up like a floodgate. They sat on the bench chatting until nearly midnight, until Li Mu's drowsiness became apparent, and only then did Wang Zhizhi reluctantly stop the conversation. After bidding farewell to Wang Zhizhi, Li Mu returned to his room, collapsed onto the large bed, and fell fast asleep. As the head coach, he had to organize the team's training the next day. The 2 consecutive training sessions, so close in time, tightened everyone's resolve. During the first day of training, drowsiness seemed to spread rapidly among the players, which displeased Li Mu. Such a lack of energy was far from acceptable in his eyes. He therefore made an impromptu decision to increase the training workload to drain the players' energy, and this strategy proved highly effective. When training resumed the next day, everyone had slept excellently the night before due to the excessive workload, so their performance during practice was efficient. Time quickly passed to game day. The Timberwolves entered the arena early for a shoot-around. Their opponent tonight was somewhat unusual, as everyone knew Don Nelson was highly imaginative in his tactical thinking, and many players had benefited from it, achieving brilliant career statistics. After coaching the Mavericks, Nelson had designed a specific small-ball, fast-paced, and agile run-and-gun system tailored to the team's roster. The most obvious beneficiary was Vince Carter, the 5th pick of the 1997 draft. Since joining the team, he had taken on a majority of the perimeter offensive responsibilities, which helped him adapt to the intensity of high-level games. In just 2 years, Vince Carter had leaped from being a rookie to the team's undeniable core alongside Dirk Nowitzki, powering the offensive firepower. For tonight's game, Li Mu had clearly prepared thoroughly. Before the game started, he began emphasizing the game requirements to his players. Gentlemen, I'm sure none of you came here today just for sightseeing or making friends. As you can see, our opponents tonight will not surrender easily. They will try to intimidate us from the very first possession. I won't say much else. Tonight, whoever backs down will sit on the bench. We must play with intensity. Even if you have to run your legs off, you stick to your man. Yes, coach. With the shout, the previously somewhat lax players immediately snapped to attention. For Li Mu, he was eager to test himself against the opponent known as the Mad Scientist, and clearly he harbored plans that were no less daring. Don Nelson, the head coach, had never concerned himself with outside opinions about him. Whether hailed as a madman or a genius, he continued to play by his own instincts. The identity of this youthful roster now aligned perfectly with his coaching philosophy, and all the wildly imaginative schemes that swirled in his mind had found their ultimate validation upon these young shoulders. On the cusp of the millennium, the controlling ownership of the Mavericks underwent a change. The new owner, Mark Cuban, was an ardent sports fanatic through and through. Upon taking over, he made a bold declaration that he would spare no expense in bolstering the roster during his tenure, with the goal of reaching the championship podium alongside the team within the next 3 years. Consequently, throughout this offseason, the Mavericks roster underwent a transformation of monumental proportions. Aside from the core members, virtually all the rotation players from the previous season had departed, and the most marquee signing was the acquisition of Steve Nash from the Phoenix Suns. A product of the golden class of 1996, Nash had served as Jason Kidd's backup over the past 3 seasons. Both players possessed deeply distinctive individual styles on the court. The combination of Kidd's inability to score and Nash's inability to defend became for a time one of the most defining characteristics of the Phoenix Suns. Regarding Nash's contract extension, there were diverging opinions within the Suns organization. Most management members were reluctant to spend a fortune re-signing a frail white guard who contributed nothing on defense. They preferred to add a two-way forward to their frontcourt rotation, thereby sharing Kidd's defensive burden. After selecting Shawn Marion in this year's draft, the Suns decisively declined Nash's team option, rendering him a free agent. Nash, whose playing style was dazzling, naturally attracted numerous suitors. His approach to the game aligned remarkably well with Don Nelson's coaching philosophy. After informing Cuban, the latter quickly fulfilled his promise, securing Nash with a 4-year contract from among the many competing suitors. The reason Li Mu harbored deep respect for this Maverick squad was straightforward enough. This team, with an entirely revamped roster, had delivered historical-level offensive efficiency this season. Upon joining Dallas, Nash was immediately elevated to the starting lineup by Don Nelson. Carter Nowitzki, Wang Zhizhi, and other proficient shooters provided Nash with ample room to orchestrate. Throughout the season, they maintained devastating offensive firepower, leading the entire league in both three-point attempts and makes. Don Nelson's refusal to adhere to conventional tactics left Li Mu struggling to organize his defensive rotations, as every player the opponent put on the court possessed elite shooting ability. As Don Nelson himself once said, offense is the best form of defense. Who needs rim protection or rebounding when you can simply make baskets? It was evident that this would be a grueling contest for the Timberwolves. They would need to invest significantly more effort and energy on the defensive end if they hoped to suppress the opposition's firepower and emerge victorious. Events unfolded exactly as Li Mu had anticipated. The Mavericks, who appeared to lack competitiveness on paper, struck hard from the opening tip. Nash immediately displayed his unique offensive talent upon entering the game. He repeatedly orchestrated plays from the top of the key, and under his precision guidance, Carter and Nowitzki connected from beyond the arc in succession, laying the foundation for an early Mavericks lead. Although preparation had been made beforehand, when Garnett found himself directly matched against Nowitzki and Wang Zhizhi during the game, he could not help but feel the impact of the technical disparity on the court. Garnett's specialization in shooting was confined to the mid-range. Li Mu had indeed considered adding the three-pointer to his regular arsenal, but reality proved that his performance against the Spurs was merely a flash in the pan, a fleeting brilliance that could not become a consistent weapon for Garnett. If Nowitzki's performance brought Garnett a technical awakening, then Wang Zhizhi's display was shocking enough to shatter his preconceived notions about Asian players. Wang Zhizhi started at center in this matchup, and the technical maturity he exhibited, particularly in his post-up offensive sequences, genuinely astonished Garnett, surpassing that of most traditional big men. Though caught completely off guard at the start, Li Mu's in-game adjustments proved swift and decisive. He promptly benched Ben Wallace, inserting newly acquired Bruce Bowen at the 4 to pair with Arteas, tasked with fortifying the team's perimeter defense. His mission was to contain the scorching hot Nowitzki. Before the game, Li Mu had specifically instructed him, do not allow Nowitzki to continue finding open looks from three-point range so effortlessly. Since stepping onto the court, Bowen had kept Li Mu's directives firmly in mind. Throughout the match, Arteas' defensive focus was entirely consumed by Vince Carter, leaving him too preoccupied to offer any help to Bowen. Bowen understood that this game was his proving statement. No matter the cost, he would lock down the towering opponent for as long as he remained on the floor. The foremost challenge before Bowen was the significant height disparity, but the veteran defender had already discovered his own solution. Through continuous observation of Nowitzki, Bowen had noticed that the German's balance was unstable during his shooting motion, a vulnerability that presented a clear opening. Following a transition, Nash fed the ball to Nowitzki, the player facing the least defensive pressure. When Nowitzki stood before Bowen, the height advantage was sufficient to make him disregard his defender entirely. Without any adjustment, he raised his arm preparing to release the shot. Yet the moment Nowitzki lifted the ball only to chest-level Bowen, previously motionless, struck. His hand flashed like lightning, cleanly stripping the ball from Nowitzki's chest before the German could react. He immediately secured possession and fired a long outlet pass to Arteist, who had been waiting in the front court. Arteist caught the ball and launched a shot through Carter's contest. The ball traced an unnaturally straight trajectory through the air, and with a clean net sound it dropped squarely through the hoop, pulling the Timberwolves within reach. Momentum shifted irrevocably from that possession onward. Arteist and Bowen had forged a flicker of chemistry through that sequence, and together, they complemented Garnett in imposing comprehensive lockdown on the opposition. Carter, who had been thriving since the tip, was rendered powerless once Wallace returned to the floor. The Mavericks' momentum plummeted, and the Timberwolves ultimately carried the hard-fought victory back home. Lee Mu and his teammates shattered Don Nelson's ambitions on the court with their actual performance simultaneously, proving a timeless truth to the world. Only through unwavering commitment to defense can a champion be crowned. As the end of April approached, the regular season for the Minnesota Timberwolves was also drawing to a close. After adding Bowen to the roster, the perfect lineup that Lee Mu had envisioned was finally solidified. With this core of players, Lee Mu was confident that they possessed the strength to contend with any team. In the starting lineup, Billups and Ray Allen anchored the team's offense and playmaking, while Arteist and Big Ben focused on building a defensive system. As the undisputed core, Kevin Garnett was responsible for directing the team's offensive and defensive rhythm. The bench was stacked with formidable players like Malik Sealy, Bruce Bowen, and Sam Mitchell. With such a powerful roster, the management's expectations for the season naturally rose to another level. As of the last 2 games before the end of the regular season, the Timberwolves had accumulated 55 wins. After confirming that the Lakers, who were 1 game behind, could not claim the top spot in the West, even if they won both remaining games. Lee Mu made a decisive move and arranged for the starters to rest, using the next 2 games to evaluate the playoff rotation from the bench. The Timberwolves concluded the regular season with a record of 56 wins and 26 losses, leading the league for the first time in franchise history. Their first-round opponent would be the Sacramento Kings, led by Rick Adelman, a team centered around the Princeton offense eager to make their mark. As early as mid-season, star player Chris Webber had declared his desire to face Garnett in the playoffs, aiming to prove with his performance that he was far superior. With the playoffs approaching, all teams that had qualified were actively preparing, and the major regular season awards were about to be announced. The entire Timberwolves organization was eagerly anticipating the results. In everyone's expectations, both Garnett and Ray Allen would seize the opportunity to win major awards. Even the usually composed Ray Allen couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. With such anticipation, both of them were waiting with bated breath. A few days later in the morning, all members of the Timberwolves gathered in the tactical meeting room. The league was set to announce the list of major awards later that day. Before the announcement, Malik Sealy teased his teammates, saying that no matter which of the two made the All-NBA first team, the other would have to foot the bill for the night's festivities. After a moment of lighthearted banter, the TV screen flashed the league's massive logo, followed by Vice President Adam Silver reading out the list of awards. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Garnett and Ray Allen sat on the sofa in the center, looking visibly tense. But after all the names were announced, the anticipated cheers did not fill the room. Instead, a long silence followed. Under Silver's announcement, Garnett, the core of the league's top team, ended up only receiving All-NBA second-team honors. In the MVP voting, a lack of statistical edge caused him to lose to Shaquille O'Neal. However, thanks to his exceptional defensive contributions, he edged out Tim Duncan by 1 point for the Defensive Player of the Year award, which somewhat alleviated his disappointment at missing the first team. Ray Allen, who averaged 22 points per game with high efficiency, ended up as a mere spectator on the list. He never heard his name called by Silver. After the reading ended, he still sat on the sofa staring blankly at the TV, as if the results had stunned him. This also infuriated Michael Jordan, who was watching the results with them. As team president, Jordan had participated in the end-of-season management voting. He had privately spoken with other executives, and many believed that Ray Allen, based on his performance, deserved at least a second-team spot. Yet the outcome before them was shocking. Everyone's first reaction was that there must have been foul play. After the results were announced, no one brought up the earlier bet. Seeing Ray Allen still sitting on the sofa, silently staring at the TV, Lee Mu stood up and walked over to pat his shoulder. He wanted to say something to comfort him, but after a moment's thought decided against it. From his 2 years of working with Ray Allen, Lee Mu was certain that at this moment Ray Allen needed time alone to process everything. Approaching him now would be seen as pity, and his pride would not allow anyone to sympathize with him in that way. Once the awards season concluded, the playoffs followed quietly, and the Timberwolves faced the Kings at home that very night. Before the game, commentators from various media outlets were still discussing the award selections. Unanimously, everyone expressed regret over Ray Allen's omission. Many diehard Timberwolves fans even shouted outside the arena, "It's all a conspiracy. Ray deserves to be on the All-NBA team." But Ray Allen, the subject of the discussion, showed no reaction to the public support. Before the game, he was still practicing meticulously his textbook jump shot, repeatedly releasing during warm-ups on the court. Those who knew him well understood that Ray Allen was harboring a fire inside. Tonight, someone on the opposing team would inevitably become the target of his fury. And as predicted from the opening tip-off, Ray Allen entered a different state. The Kings assigned second-year rookie Peja Stojakovic, also a sharpshooter, to guard him. This Serbian white forward, with his shooting prowess far beyond his peers, had become the Kings' most dangerous three-point threat. Many years later, when the retired Peja recalled this game in an interview with a Kings reporter, his account was concise, yet from his words one could vividly picture Ray Allen. That was my first playoff game. Before the game I was confident. In terms of shooting, I thought I was no worse than Ray. But after the game started, I realized how naive I was. Describing Ray's performance that night as making every shot feels inadequate. After he hit 2 3-pointers over me, Coach Adelman adjusted my defensive assignment. But no matter who guarded Ray that game, he could ignore the defender and score over anyone. It wasn't just his outside shooting. That was also the first time I knew he could dunk like that. After we tightened up on his perimeter defense, he stopped settling for 3-pointers. He drove into the paint and threw down a monster dunk over Chris. After that game, some people in the locker room started questioning whether the league's voting was fair. Honestly, in the following games, whenever I matched up against Ray, I felt a lingering fear. Riding the momentum of the Timberwolves' first ever home court advantage in the playoffs, Ray Allen scored without missing a single shot, securing a series-opening victory. His 50-point playoff career high became one of the most dazzling moments in franchise history. From that point on, the nickname Gentleman Ray began to resound across the land. Relying on Ray Allen's outstanding performance, the Minnesota Timberwolves made an excellent start to their playoff journey this season. After losing the first game, the Sacramento Kings seemed to lose their spirit, failing to mount any effective resistance in the following games. The Timberwolves swept them 4-0 with ease, advancing to the semifinals. Despite being the top seed in the Western Conference, the outside world never regarded them as a team capable of achieving a sweep. The most optimistic assessment was merely a gentleman's sweep at 4-1. Thus, when the final score was announced, it shattered many preconceived notions. The Minnesota Timberwolves had become an emerging force in the league that could no longer be ignored. Their next round opponent would be determined between the San Antonio Spurs and the Portland Trail Blazers. As the defending champions from last season, the Spurs were not as dominant as expected. Tim Duncan suffered an injury risk mid-season due to overwork, and after resting for nearly 20 games, he returned to the court, which ultimately led the Spurs to finish fourth in the league. Internal issues also surfaced within the Spurs. Duncan's injury created a rotation gap that the team struggled to fill. With David Robinson on the verge of retirement, the Spurs' performance plummeted after losing Duncan in the paint. Despite Greg Popovich's coaching prowess, he was powerless in the face of player shortages. The pressure of their record and the media environment weighed heavily on the Spurs. Duncan, who was originally supposed to rest until the playoffs, made a forced return after the All-Star break. Although his performance remained strong, analysis of his game footage revealed that Duncan showed signs of fatigue far more frequently than before his injury. Lemu concluded that if Duncan continued to play with such a heavy workload, his knees would soon suffer damage, potentially leading to a career-threatening injury. As head coach, Popovich strictly controlled Duncan's playing time after his return, as Duncan was the linchpin of the entire team. Duncan's health directly affected the Spurs' stability. However, as the games progressed, Duncan showed no recurrence of injury, and when asked, he reported no discomfort, causing Popovich to let his guard down. In the first round, the Spurs defeated the Trail Blazers in 6 games, once again standing before the Timberwolves. Last season, the Timberwolves, as the 8th seed, faced the Spurs and were eventually eliminated. This time, they had a golden opportunity for revenge. Their dominant sweep of the Kings had boosted the morale of every player on the team. 3 days later, the first game of the series tipped off at the Target Center. The visiting Spurs, after a brief rest, plunged back into the game. The expressions on their faces revealed the fatigue brought on by the long journey. In contrast, the Timberwolves players had ample rest after the first round, and under the guidance of the coaching staff, maintained a disciplined training regimen, ensuring every player remained in competitive form. Before the game, the league released the injury reports from both teams. The Timberwolves were fully healthy, while Tim Duncan of the Spurs experienced left knee pain and discomfort, requiring pre-game observation to determine his availability. This development aligned perfectly with Lemu's prediction. Duncan's continuous participation in high-intensity games had led to accumulated fatigue, once again making him susceptible to injury. Beneath his calm exterior lay an unyielding, tenacious character. Duncan would undoubtedly play through the pain tonight. Thinking of this, Lemu's mind flashed back to the image of Duncan slapping the floor with both hands in his previous life. First, I want to congratulate everyone here. Together, you have created a new chapter in Minnesota's history. I am certain that our goals are now aligned. It is time to shatter all doubts about us and prove to the outside world that we are an invincible championship team. Though we were eliminated by our opponents last season, that is in the past. Tonight, there will be only one ultimate winner. No matter what happens, keep one belief: win this game. Then let's go out there and fight them. Make every fan in attendance proud to call Minnesota home. As the game approached, Lemu delivered a final pre-game pep talk in the locker room. Inspired by his words, Ben Wallace, seated at the center, stood up first, trying to ignite the team's emotions. The effect was significant. Everyone was filled with high morale, still vividly recalling the scene of being eliminated by the Spurs last season. They were clearly eager to avenge that defeat. Just as everyone was about to take the court, Limu pulled Kevin Garnett aside and whispered to him, "I just saw their injury report. Tim Duncan's left knee is acting up again. As his close friend, you know his temperament better than anyone. I think he will definitely play through the injury. I want you to keep an eye on him during the game. If necessary, protect Tim. Even though this is a competitive sport, I don't want to see any player get hurt on the court." Garnett, who had been focused on warm-up drills, only learned of Duncan's injury situation from Limu at that moment. Although the two shared a close personal bond, their professional ethics prevented them from any private communication before a game. Thus, Garnett was unaware that Duncan was still nursing an injury. But even without Limu's mention, Garnett would not have taken advantage of the situation. On the contrary, their deep connection would make him even more cautious. If an unexpected incident occurred during the game, Garnett would certainly stop everything to protect his friend. Watching Garnett walk away, Limu murmured to himself, "This arrangement should not have come from me. After all, we are about to become opponents. But the foundation of all this is that I am a pure fan. No matter what, I don't want to see a great opponent like Duncan defeated by injury. I hope he remains safe." Duncan felt that his condition tonight was somewhat unfavorable. After finishing the first-round series, a persistent discomfort began to plague his left knee. He was well aware that this was a lingering after-effect from his previous injury, and his forced return under the weight of public scrutiny had ultimately brought him trouble. Yet he had no intention of missing tonight's game. This decision was made based on the team's overall interests, as this series held paramount significance for the Spurs, who were determined to defend their championship. With the assistance of the team, Dr. Duncan's left knee was wrapped in thick bandages before being fitted with a protective brace. He knew that facing his old friend again tonight would be a fierce battle. Popovich specifically sought out Duncan for a pre-game conversation. "Tim, how are you feeling? If there's any discomfort, don't force yourself to play. Your health is the most important thing. You are our greatest asset." Popovich sat beside Duncan, advising his beloved disciple with a heartfelt tone. As the head coach, he had made the difficult decision to shorten Duncan's recovery period and allow him to play under immense pressure. Now that Duncan's injury was recurring, a sense of unease gnawed at his heart. Duncan looked up at the worried expression on Popovich's face. He knew that every word the coach had spoken was sincere, and that was precisely why he was willing to do this. "No problem, coach. Rest assured, I know my physical condition very well. Besides, you know I'm someone who cherishes my body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given up swimming to play basketball." Duncan dispelled Popovich's unease with a self-deprecating remark. After confirming his participation, Popovich began arranging the team's rotation for the night, while Duncan removed his jacket, picked up the ball, and stepped onto the court for his final warm-up before the game. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Target Center in Minneapolis. Tonight we will witness a remarkable game. Two of the new generation's top power forwards will lead their teams to vie for victory. I sincerely urge every fan in attendance not to hold back their enthusiasm and to applaud every player fighting on the court." With the announcers' opening remarks and applause echoing throughout the arena, the first game of the Western Conference semifinals was about to commence. After both teams were prepared, the starting players took the court. Garnett and Duncan exchanged a tacit high-five, and no words were needed. It was time to let the ball do the talking. David Robinson was still averaging 17 points and 9 rebounds this season, and his defensive prowess, bolstered by seasoned experience, allowed him to maintain respectable block numbers. But time is the most unique measuring stick in the world. It subtly reveals the truest face of everything. When Robinson stood at midcourt with Ben Wallace for the jump ball, he could clearly feel the aura emanating from Ben, which was enough to exert pressure on him. With the referee's whistle, David Robinson, leveraging his height advantage, secured the first possession for the Spurs. Avery Johnson advanced the ball calmly toward the opponent's half. As the floor general, he knew the team's strengths and weaknesses well, so he didn't rush the offense. They needed to stabilize their formation to maintain their offensive foundation. Using a teammate's screen, Duncan slipped out to catch the ball at the elbow. Under Popovich's guidance this season, he had increased his mid-range attempts, adapting to the evolving trends and his current physical condition. The solid screen from his teammate delayed Garnett's help defense by a fraction, allowing Duncan to release the shot before the defense was set. Thanks to the efforts of the team's highly paid shooting coach, Duncan's shooting form had been corrected. With a decisive release, the ball smoothly found the bottom of the net. Limu had already devised a countermeasure for Duncan's change in playing style. Duncan's knee issues could no longer support a high volume of face-up drives, making his reliance on mid-range shots more of a necessity. His barely above-average mid-range percentage in the previous series illustrated this problem. Thus, Limu formulated a defensive strategy for Duncan, exploit his physical weakness by denying him comfortable shooting space, forcing him into face-up drives. With Ben Wallace and Garnett working together, Duncan would find it difficult to cause trouble in the paint. After Duncan hit the mid-range jumper, Limu directed the Timberwolves to adjust their defensive alignment. Garnett took the lead defensive assignment against Duncan, with Ben Wallace and Ron Artest stationed on either side behind him. Their objective was clear: prevent Duncan from effectively distributing the ball. Facing the opponent's meticulously crafted defense, Duncan anticipated a tough battle. He passed the ball back to Avery Johnson at the top of the key, hoping to leverage the latter's playmaking to open up the offense. However, reality diverged from Duncan's expectations. Little General Johnson drove toward the paint after receiving the ball, but Chauncey Billups guarding the perimeter used his body to block his path, causing the possession to stall. Forced to retreat beyond the three-point line, Johnson passed back to Duncan. With the shot clock winding down, Duncan had no choice but to dump the ball to David Robinson, who was stationed in the post. Sensing the opponent's intention, Ben Wallace was already prepared to contest the shot. Robinson, catching the ball, hurriedly failed to gauge the defensive setup behind him. As Robinson elevated for a two-handed dunk, Ben Wallace leaped from behind along his trajectory, emphatically swatting the surefire layup against the backboard and snatching the rebound as if plundering it. Securing the ball, Ben Wallace quickly passed it to Garnett beside him. The moment Garnett received the ball, his legs seemed to sprout wings. He strode forward, driving past the opponent and leaving the sluggish defenders far behind. Duncan wanted to turn and chase after Garnett, but the heavy bindings on his left knee forced him to watch helplessly as his adversary reached their own half-court. With a crisp sound of palm meeting rim, Garnett effortlessly completed the defensive transition. The belated Spurs quickly inbound from the baseline. Avery Johnson brought the ball up and attempted to pass it to Duncan, again entrusting him with the offensive lead. But uncharacteristically, Duncan raised his hand to signal that he didn't want the ball. This scene, witnessed by Popovich on the sidelines, made him frown. He couldn't understand why Duncan would make such an awkward gesture toward his teammate. Duncan, a psychology doctorate, rarely expressed his emotions openly. Yet a bold conjecture began to form in Limu's mind. Is Duncan expressing his dissatisfaction? Limu would never have believed what he witnessed with his own eyes. Duncan had actually expressed his dissatisfaction toward his teammates publicly on the court. But the human heart is the most fragile thing in this world. Even someone as formidable as Duncan was not immune to emotions and desires. Upon closer examination of the subtle details, the course of events became entirely foreseeable. The seeds of discord had already taken root in Duncan's heart long before. As a generational talent entering San Antonio under the halo of the first overall pick, the city's fans viewed him as their savior. From his very first day with the team, he understood the weight of expectation resting upon his shoulders. Yet his character never faltered under such pressure. If anything, Duncan had long since resolved to devote his entire career to a city that had embraced him so wholeheartedly. Through his unwavering dedication on the court, he won over the hearts of San Antonio's fans. In his rookie season, Duncan averaged 20 points and 12 rebounds per game, single-handedly pulling the franchise from mediocrity. Within 3 years, the Spurs transformed from a playoff-bound team into legitimate championship contenders. With MVP and FMVP accolades, Duncan achieved what many considered impossible by his second year, a rare honor sweep that cemented his legacy. His ascent seemed limitless, and everyone recognized he was destined for greatness. Yet something was shifting. The teammates around him had changed, growing complacent in his shadow, while he continued to push forward alone. After taking over as the team's leader from David Robinson the previous season, Duncan's influence within the locker room had reached its zenith. Popovich himself had handed him the playbook in front of his teammates, trusting him to dictate the team's identity on the court. Popovich's eagerness to build around Duncan blinded him to the subtle shifts within the group. His teammates grew accustomed to relying on his dominance, needing far less effort to secure victories now that he carried the offensive burden. San Antonio remained a small market, and most players who arrived saw it as a brief stopover. They aimed to accumulate statistics and accolades during their tenure alongside Duncan before moving on. Their ultimate goal was to leverage that championship experience into a guaranteed contract with a bigger market once they hit free agency. Their calculations proved accurate. Following last season's title, the majority of the Spurs' free agents departed for larger markets, trading stability for greater financial opportunity. This exodus shattered San Antonio's ambitions of retaining their core and pursuing back-to-back championships. The Spurs gained little during the offseason as player departures and an aging roster created mounting obstacles to their continued success. Duncan kept his frustrations private, still believing that unity within the organization could sustain their championship competitiveness. His performance this season shone brighter than ever, yet individual brilliance alone could not halt the team's steady decline, a reality that became painfully clear once he suffered an injury. Without Duncan, the Spurs lost the majority of their games and quickly fell out of the Western Conference's top three. Every setback that followed, the premature return, the grueling battle against Portland, the recurring injury, weighed heavily on him. Only his tireless effort kept the team from sliding further. When discomfort forced him to need support, he realized his teammates had grown dependent on his two-way dominance. They had lost their instinct to create for others, immediately searching for him the moment they touched the ball rather than trusting themselves to make plays. Duncan felt the crushing weight of leadership. 3 years of meeting everyone's expectations while his countless sacrifices went entirely unrecognized. Watching his friend on the opposite side freely unleash his talent surrounded by teammates who consistently filled the gaps around him only deepened the isolation Duncan felt. He envied Garnett, not just the financial backing from a small market front office willing to spend freely, but the camaraderie of teammates who shared his burdens rather than expecting him to carry them alone. When Avery Johnson looked to pass to him again, Duncan made a quiet decision in that moment, one that had been building for some time. He was exhausted, carrying too much on his shoulders. After the game, he'd speak with management about reinforcements this offseason, or perhaps explore what other teams might offer if he entered free agency. Popovich noticed the shift, but assumed it stemmed from the same injury flaring up again. After a scoreless possession and a transition basket against them, Popovich called timeout and substituted Marcus Rose for Duncan. When the coach approached with concern, Duncan offered only silence. Without him on the floor, the Spurs began to unravel, losing their structure and composure. David Robinson tried to fill the void and direct the team's offense and defense, but Ben Wallace refused to yield easily, imposing his physicality on every possession. Wallace's defensive pressure overwhelmed Robinson, and with their last trusted leader faltering, Minnesota seized complete control of the game. Meanwhile, Popovich continued trying to reach Duncan on the bench. Duncan sat quietly, steadying himself when the image of his mother surfaced in his mind, her words reminding him of the sacrifice she'd asked him to make waiting through college and beyond before entering the draft. "Tim, you've always been such a thoughtful boy, but I want your life to be filled with joy, not obligation. Don't force yourself into situations that weigh on you. Consider yourself more often. Tim, Mom will love you always." He turned to Popovich. "Coach, my knee has been bothering me since earlier today. I need to sit out tonight." With his decision made, Duncan looked up and voiced what he'd long known he had to do. Popovich recognized this wasn't just about an injury. It was the first time Duncan had ever asked to withdraw mid-game, and it signaled something deeper had shifted between them. "It's all right. Get some rest, Tim. You've done enough." When the Spurs placed Duncan on the injury report at halftime, it became clear they were conceding the game. The final buzzer confirmed their defeat. After the game, Lemieux and Popovich exchanged a brief handshake before parting ways. Watching them walk toward the tunnel, one behind the other, Lemieux felt certain this game would reshape the future of the Spurs. The day after Game 1 of the series concluded, the San Antonio Spurs officially announced that their cornerstone Tim Duncan would be sidelined due to a recurrence of an old injury, leaving him experiencing physical discomfort. After extensive diagnosis and deliberation, it was determined that Duncan would miss all remaining games of the season. The organization vowed to provide comprehensive medical support for his recovery, allowing his return only upon complete fitness. What transpired in the Spurs locker room after that game remained unknown. The consensus reached between Duncan, Greg Popovich, and the front office was shrouded in mystery. However, Duncan's absence declaration made it clear that the Spurs had abandoned their championship defense for the season. Deprived of their most pivotal player, the team inevitably faced concerns about insufficient depth in subsequent matchups. Seizing this vulnerability, the Timberwolves swept the series 4-0 and advanced to the Western Conference Finals. There was no time to ponder the Spurs' internal changes, as the Lakers, who had also swept their series 4-0, awaited them. Though Lemieux had anticipated facing the Western Conference Finals opponent, the prospect of once again competing against Phil stirred emotional undercurrents within him. The Lakers and Timberwolves had split their regular season series evenly this year. The loss to Minnesota compelled Phil and the front office to acknowledge critical defensive deficiencies, prompting them to pursue major trades mid-season. As the most tradable asset beyond Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal, Starkhouse became the sacrificial piece in this transaction. With the trade deadline approaching, Philadelphia acquired Starkhouse from LA in exchange for Tony Kukoc rookie Larry Hughes and a second-round pick. This 1-for-2 deal addressed the Lakers' defensive shortcomings, with Kukoc quickly adapting to Phil's system upon his return. Under Phil's guidance, defensive specialist Larry Hughes soon earned rotation minutes. This mid-season acquisition elevated the Lakers to another level. Phil orchestrated this trade based on his philosophy that team strength requires balance, sacrificing Starkhouse scoring to address perimeter defense. This pragmatic approach reflected years of influence from Lemieux. Upon arriving in Minnesota, Phil harbored no intentions of reconnecting with his old colleague. Every game now determined their trajectories, and both coaches focused exclusively on preparation. Examining the Lakers' starting lineup, Lemieux recognized Phil's seriousness. He benched Derek Fisher after 2 rounds, inserting the more aggressive defender Larry Hughes to free Kobe from excessive help defense duties. Ray Allen's efficiency in the previous series had clearly concerned Phil. Regardless of Phil's tactical arrangements, Lemieux maintained unwavering faith in his players. Lemieux retained his starting 5, but shortened the rotation to 8 players for this decisive game, prioritizing caution as they approached the finals. On game night, Angelina, already back in Los Angeles preparing for the filming of Tomb Raider, made time to return to Minnesota. Since dating Lemieux, she had absorbed his competitive spirit, devoting her free time to following Timberwolves games and related developments. As Lemieux's closest confidant, Angelina had promised never to miss a crucial game, cheering him and the players on from the stands. 30 minutes before tip-off, both teams were locked in warm-ups under assistants' directions. Unable to catch Phil earlier, Lemieux approached the Lakers bench to converse. "What's the plan to dismantle us tonight? I never imagined Michael would excel at team management. When did this franchise draw such formidable attendance? Your partnership genuinely alarms me." Lemieux's lip twitched involuntarily at Phil's words. Only Phil could deliver such remarks. Whispers circulated throughout the organization about Jordan and Lemieux's dynamic. Several executives believed Jordan primarily served as a ticket-drawing asset recruited by Glenn Taylor, while head coach Lemieux operated as the true strategic architect behind the scenes. When uncertain, consult Lemieux had become Jordan's guiding principle. Limu harbored no objection to this arrangement. After all, decision-making without accountability remained uncommon. Limu's transformative influence on roster construction was evident throughout the organization. These matters pale in comparison. I didn't expect such boldness from you. Benching Fisher after 2 rounds and entrusting a second-year rookie with offensive control. That courage resembles none of the old men I know. Limu declined to engage further. Their relationship had deteriorated to this formal courtesy. The awkwardness felt foreign to him. Regardless of whether this exchanged pleasantries or false admiration, both men had moved forward with separate lives. Guiding their respective teams to greater heights demanded their full attention. Coach, we meet again. Working alongside Phil revealed many stories about your legacy. It honors me to compete against your teammates in the postseason. Please convey to Chauncey that our rivalry remains unresolved. I anticipate an extraordinary contest tonight. During their conversation, Kobe emerged suddenly from behind Phil, a sports drink gripped in hand, having concluded his warm-up routine. Facing Limu directly, he proclaimed his intentions openly, his fierce competitive fire undisguised. Rest assured, I'll keep my squad prepared regardless. I await the moment you prove worthy of my full attention. See you on the court. Limu met Kobe's gaze word by word. For this Western Conference Finals, Kobe arrived in Minnesota with an unshakable belief in victory. Since entering the league, he had lost too many games against Limu. Whether facing Chicago or Minnesota, he had mostly been the ultimate loser. His obsessive craving for triumph drove him to prove himself in this series. After Phil arrived in Los Angeles, Kobe heard countless stories about his opponent, yet he remained defiant. Sharing the same conviction, Shaquille O'Neal was also eager to claim a championship ring to vindicate them both. Once Phil joined the team, he swiftly resolved the locker room conflicts with decisive measures. After the mid-season trades, the team, led by Kobe and O'Neal, radiated an atmosphere of thriving unity. With the entire team united in purpose, everyone anticipated stepping over their rivals to advance to the finals. Armed with unwavering confidence, the game quickly turned into a one-sided affair from the tip-off. The Timberwolves had sailed through the first 2 rounds with little resistance, which led to a certain complacency in their attitude toward the game. Well before the Western Conference Finals, Phil had intensified training sessions, helping his team adapt to the high-intensity playoff battles ahead of their opponents. Riding on O'Neal's early dominance in the paint, the Lakers quickly built a lead. The Timberwolves, after being hit by a scoring run, appeared lethargic and dispirited. Seeing the tide turning against his team, the commanding Limu immediately called a timeout. Observing the bewildered expressions on his teammates' faces, Limu realized he had underestimated the intensity of this series. The previous 2 rounds had demanded little of his energy, lulling him into a false sense of security. This also made him recognize the gap between himself and Phil. The veteran coach's years of experience taught him precisely when to tighten the reins on his players. Even though Limu possessed a basketball understanding beyond the current era, it could not erase the experiential difference between them. With O'Neal's early momentum, the Lakers had built a comfortable cushion. In this stretch, Kobe had not expended much energy on offense. Starting guard Larry Hughes clung to Chauncey Billups like a piece of adhesive, directly disrupting Limu's careful backcourt arrangements. Kobe, facing little resistance on either end, was brimming with energy. He locked onto Ray Allen, the Timberwolves' most efficient perimeter scorer. Under Kobe's stifling defense, Allen went cold on offense, failing to score a single point during that period. This directly caused a catastrophic drop in the Timberwolves' most relied upon outside firepower. With obstacles piling up both inside and out, the Lakers firmly seized control of the game. Seeing the opponent gaining momentum, Limu decided to target their 2 core players. After the timeout, he pulled Ray Allen and inserted Bruce Bowen. Now he was ready to engage Phil in a defensive grind. Whoever went silent first would hand the initiative to the other side. As the timeout ended, Limu emphasized the importance of physicality in this game. Kevin Garnett began to shrink his defensive range, preparing to double-team O'Neal alongside Ben Wallace. Bruce Bowen readied his trademark tenacious defense to stop Kobe, who was showing signs of heating up offensively. If there was one player on the Lakers who could truly intimidate Limu, it was only Kobe. As a time traveler with memories of the future, Limu knew that once Kobe found his rhythm, no renowned defender could contain him, especially when Kobe was in the prime of his career. This was the first time Kobe faced Bowen on the court. For this obscure defender, Kobe's knowledge was limited to scouting reports. A few brief descriptions made Kobe underestimate Bowen, but he soon realized he might have been careless. Bowen had a unique defensive philosophy, employing different tactics against various opponents. When Kobe dribbled in front of him and waved off a teammate coming to set a screen, Bowen's body immediately reacted. Kobe hadn't anticipated such aggressive and proactive defense. Bowen lunged forward, swiping at the ball, while Kobe was off guard, then used the referee's blind spot to drive his elbow into Kobe's chest. A sharp pain made Kobe lose control of the ball. Bowen lowered his stance, chased the loose ball, secured possession, and immediately passed to Garnett. Before the defense could recover, Garnett rose for a mid-range jumper, steadying the Timberwolves. After the basket, he clapped vigorously to rally his teammates, hoping to halt the spreading slump. Kobe, fouled by Bowen, had fire in his eyes. The cheap shot and the referee's inaction had successfully ignited his fury. After bringing the ball up the court again, Kobe impatiently demanded the ball from Larry Hughes and immediately faced Bowen once more. This time Kobe shed his earlier contempt. He glared coldly at Bowen while signaling his teammates to clear out, including O'Neal, who was waiting in the post. But O'Neal didn't clash with Kobe this time. Their relationship had grown over the years, so O'Neal willingly vacated the paint. He understood that unless Kobe vented his anger, the team would struggle. Seeing his teammates give him space, Kobe was ready to attack. He used a fake to create a slight separation from Bowen, then exploded toward the paint, his figure like a blade. His speed left other defenders flat-footed. Bowen scrambled to recover, but just as he was about to catch up, Kobe ignored the defense, jumped from a step away from the basket, and rose for a dunk over Bowen. The velocity and force of the slam were overwhelming. The ball was hammered through the rim, and Bowen, recoiling from the impact, crashed into the baseline. After finishing with both hands, Kobe hung on the rim, surveying Bowen sprawled out of bounds. Landing, he spoke in a tone dripping with contempt. "I admit your defense is interesting, but next time you provoke me, make sure you're ready for a harsh retaliation. That goes for everyone on your team. Remember, every single one." Kobe's voice was cold, but it sent a clear message to everyone present. The visitors at the Target Center tonight were not to be taken lightly. Once a collapse occurs among young teams, the situation inevitably becomes one-sided. After Kobe countered Bowen's defense with a dunk, the collapse surged toward the Timberwolves like a flood. The seasoned Phil, sensing the momentum gradually shifting in his favor, immediately rose to his feet on the sidelines, urging his players to seize this rare opportunity and launch a fierce assault on the opponent. Currently, the only Timberwolf with finals experience was Rodman, sitting on the bench. However, due to his advanced age, his aging body could no longer bear the burden of stepping onto the court to rescue the team. Dressed in his training gear, he rose from the bench, calling out to his teammates on the court to stabilize the situation. After doing so, he turned around and rallied the fans seated behind the bench to cheer for the players on the floor. Angelina, wearing the home white No. 21 jersey, instantly understood. She took the lead in motivating the fans around her to cheer for the Timberwolves. This atmosphere gradually spread to the spectators in the surrounding stands. The unwavering support of the fans helped the home team halt the impending collapse. The Lakers, having assumed the role of hunters, would never give their opponents a chance to turn the tables. While the Timberwolves were still struggling to recover, Kobe, granted the right to shoot, entered isolation mode. He directly took over the offensive initiative from Hughes, shouting repeatedly to his teammates ISO, ISO, signaling them to clear out space for him. Forced into a corner, Limu made the decision to double-team Kobe, a move that ultimately dashed the Timberwolves' faint hopes of a comeback. Arteas and Bowen formed a double-team, closing in on Kobe. For a moment, the Lakers' perimeter defensive pressure dropped, sharply forcing Garnett to abandon his double-team on O'Neal and move up to the midcourt area, ready to provide help defense nearby. Seeing the opponent gradually weaving a net around him, Kobe did not lose his composure and fall into their trap. He dribbled toward the weak side, and the two defenders pressing him followed suit, forcing Garnett to shift his defensive position to the weak side as well. In an instant, O'Neal, under the basket, found himself in a one-on-one situation. Kobe quickly drove past the two defenders, squeezing out a half-step lead. O'Neal, understanding the play, locked Big Ben behind him while raising one hand toward the rim, signaling for Kobe to lob the ball high to his position. The ball kept changing direction in Kobe's hands. Seizing the brief moment during the defensive switch, he immediately lobbed the ball forward with one hand. Eager to finish after several possessions without scoring, O'Neal leaped into the air. His massive body moved with surprising agility as he securely caught the ball hurtling toward him. Everyone expected O'Neal to use his strength to shove Big Ben aside and finish with a two-handed slam. But no one anticipated that his finishing move would be so unconventional. After catching the ball, O'Neal was facing away from the basket. Yet this did not limit his creative offense. He raised the ball above his head, and with his back to both the basket and Big Ben, slammed the ball directly into the hoop from behind. After the finish, O'Neal was ecstatic. On landing, he exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide and pointed both hands toward Kobe, acknowledging the brilliant aerial connection. After O'Neal's dunk, even Big Ben, the interior defender, seemed to lose his composure. The dwindling time and the unfavorable situation on the court ultimately led to the Timberwolves losing the game by a large margin. After the game, the Timberwolves players appeared listless, struggling to maintain a positive demeanor even while exchanging hugs with their opponents. The Lakers' dominating performance on both ends of the floor left Limu at a loss. This was the first real crisis of his coaching career. At the post-game press conference, Limu, usually articulate in dealing with reporters, appeared strangely unfamiliar. Journalists kept pressing him with the same question. What adjustments will you make for the next game after this heavy defeat? This question, once raised, lingered in Limu's mind like a curse, disturbing his thoughts. He kept asking himself silently how he could help the team reverse the slump. Even though Limu had devised various countermeasures in his mind, translating the tactics from the whiteboard to the court was a different story. In the second game, the Timberwolves, playing at home again, failed to produce a miracle under Limu's guidance. With Phil's strategic deployment, Kobe and O'Neal combined for 60 points, leading the Lakers to consecutive victories at the Target Center, taking a 2-0 lead. Inside the home team's locker room after Game 2, the usually jovial atmosphere was replaced by an unusual silence. Losing 2 games in a row by large margins had drained the spirit from everyone. The two young core players revealed their lack of experience, and it seemed they were destined to be swept out of the playoffs. Michael Jordan in casual clothes pushed open the locker room door with an urgent expression. Right behind him was Limu, who had just finished his post-game press conference. The two entered the locker room, and the players' silence only deepened their furrowed brows. Pull yourselves together. We haven't lost this series yet. Are you planning to just give up now? These words came from the team's lead assistant coach, Kevin McHale. In his 2 years working alongside Limu, he had gradually grown into the role of a coach. As a core member of the legendary Celtics, McHale knew from his vast on-court experience that the team's downward spiral needed to be halted immediately, or the young players would never recover. However, McHale's encouragement had little effect. Aside from a few scattered responses, everyone remained mired in the disappointment of the loss. The coach is right. At worst, we still have 2 games left. Are you all willing to be beaten like this? I refuse to be the so-called first loser. A somewhat unfamiliar voice came from the crowd. Limu, who had been looking down in thought, lifted his head and was surprised to see who was speaking. It was Malik Sealy, who had fallen out of the rotation. I beg you not to sink into despair because we haven't shown all our cards yet. At least so far we haven't played with the desperation needed to face our opponents. Noticing that everyone in the room was now looking at him, Sealy stood up from his seat and spoke to them with a sincere and resolute tone. Garnett once stated in an interview that May 19, 2000 was a day etched permanently in his memory. For it was not merely his 24th birthday, but the day that claimed the life of Malik Sealy. That evening, Garnett invited all his teammates to his birthday celebration. The grand party delighted everyone, immersing them in jubilation and allowing them to temporarily forget that they had been eliminated in the first round of the playoffs a month prior. After the party ended that night, Malik Sealy eagerly hopped into his car and began the drive home. He cherished his just-turned 1-year-old daughter deeply. Having a child at nearly 30 was a rare blessing for a professional athlete. That night, as Sealy traveled along the road, danger lurked ahead. Soon a truck approached in the oncoming lane, swerving erratically and ignoring traffic rules. Just as the two vehicles were about to pass each other, the truck veered sharply toward Sealy's side and collided directly with his car. Since the other driver failed to apply any braking measures, the collision proved devastating. The immense impact flipped the sedan outright. Severe trauma to his head from the crash sent Sealy into immediate unconsciousness. 3 days later, the hospital treating Sealy announced to the public that despite their best efforts, he had succumbed to his injuries at the age of 30. The truck driver responsible for the accident had been intoxicated behind the wheel that night, the primary cause of this tragedy. Such was the brief and tragic arc of Malik Sealy's life. To this day, the sole retired jersey hanging above the target center floats, the white number 2 of the home team belonging to Malik Sealy, standing as an enduring testament to this painful chapter. With less than a month remaining until Garnett's 24th birthday, and with the Timberwolves firmly in playoff preparation mode, Garnett would surely keep any celebration low-key, perhaps the very factor that could have averted this catastrophic event. When Sealy raised the word, "give everything," among his teammates, Garnett was the first to snap out of his slump. As Garnett's idol from high school days, their bond deepened rapidly after they became teammates. Garnett had always heeded the elder player's guidance and example. "Exactly, we've only lost 2 games. Things can't possibly get worse than they already are. Rather than sitting idle, we might as well go all out." Following that thought, Garnett added, and circumstances proved exactly as stated. There was nowhere to fall from now. Within merely 2 years, this franchise had undergone a remarkable transformation. No one could have predicted that a team which had never even touched the postseason would, in 2 short years, defeat formidable opponents and reach the Western Conference Finals. Whatever result they delivered in this series, they could hold their heads high without shame before their fans. Inspired by Garnett, his teammates gradually shook off their malaise. They had reached a point of no retreat. Since there was nothing left to lose, they might as well throw caution to the wind and fight fiercely. Even if they exited with regret, it would be a regret earned through utmost effort. From the beginning, Limu had never regarded Malik Sealy as a cornerstone of the franchise's future. Every year, countless players changed teams in the league. What Limu valued most was a player's innate talent and fit within the system. Yet after what had just transpired, Limu suddenly realized that Sealy held considerable influence in the locker room. Perhaps reinstating him into the rotation and allowing him to lead by example to rally his teammates could prove a sound decision. Sensing the team's morale beginning to coalesce, Limu seized the moment and delivered a fiery, stirring speech to ignite their fighting spirit. After the players filed out of the locker room, Limu called out to Malik Sealy, who had yet to leave, and spoke to him. "Thank you, Malik. If not for what you did just now, I'm not sure how I would have been able to lift everyone's spirits. By the way, get ready to play in the next game. I'm bringing you back into the rotation for the matchup in Los Angeles. Love you, my brother. Stay safe on your way home. Your daughter is waiting for you at home. See you tomorrow." This was the first time Limu had ever proactively shown concern for Sealy's personal life, and the heartwarming gesture stirred something deep within him. Upon learning of his imminent return to the rotation, Sealy's face was overcome with astonishment. The tremor in his voice betrayed the wave of emotion crashing over him. "See, Coach, are you serious? You really intend to put me back in the rotation? Thank you so much, Coach. This is all something I should have done anyway. I'm heading home right now to tell my wife and kids the news." Next game I'll bring them along to Los Angeles to watch us play. Hearing that Sealy intended to bring his wife and child to the arena, Li Mu made a decision on his behalf. Before we assemble for Los Angeles, bring your family aboard the team charter. I'll take care of their tickets. Remember, be the devoted husband and father they need in front of them. Allowing his loved ones to fly on the team charter was a privilege Sealy alone had been granted at that point. Overwhelmed with gratitude, and at a loss for words, Sealy didn't know how to express himself. Li Mu gently stopped him, waving his hand to signal that it was time to head home. Watching Li Mu's figure fade from his sight, Sealy couldn't help but sigh. Only now was Li Mu turning his attention toward players who had long been overlooked. Or perhaps it was only now that Li Mu truly recognized the invaluable worth these men could bring him. On the day of departure for Los Angeles, surrounded by the entire team, a beaming Sealy boarded the team charter with his wife and child in tow. Not a single person resented Sealy's special treatment. On the contrary, the adorable one-year-old became the most beloved figure of the journey. Every teammate who held the baby was reluctant to hand him back. Amid laughter and warm chatter, the Timberwolves embarked on their road trip to Los Angeles. There, Phil Jackson and the Lakers remained hungry with the game that would decide the Western Conference Championship, set to tip off the following day. Phil sensed that the atmosphere on the court tonight was somewhat unusual. In his view, a young team once dealt a heavy blow would essentially lose its ability to resist, a common weakness manifested by most squads. As a head coach with years of experience, he knew precisely how to control the tempo of the game on the floor and deliver a decisive, crippling strike to the opponent. Yet at this very moment, the Timberwolves across the court showed no emotional disturbance from their previous string of humiliating home losses. The players continued to encourage one another during warm-ups as if those defeats had never occurred, a sight Phil found exceedingly rare. But regardless of how the opponents appeared at present, it was undeniable that they were the ones currently holding the upper hand. As long as the Lakers could maintain their prior level of play, sweeping the series hardly seemed like an unrealistic fantasy. The arena tonight was brilliantly illuminated. This marked the Lakers' closest approach to the championship since the Magic Bird era, drawing countless fans to gather at Staples Center. While the Timberwolves players were training on the sideline, fans spontaneously organized themselves, leveling boos and jeers at the team. Lee, it looks like everyone's not in great form. Shall I go discuss this with the Lakers? Have the arena security personnel step in to rein these fans in, doing their best not to disrupt the team's training focus. Tonight was a decisive battle determining whether the Timberwolves could achieve redemption. Long before flying to Los Angeles, Chowden had declared that he would personally attend the game, determined to show everyone that the entire organization stood united regardless of the outcome. There is no need to do such meaningless things. Trust me, Michael, everyone will perform tonight without disappointing you. Everything you are witnessing right now is merely temporary. Shilly's words in the locker room continued to echo in Li Mu's mind, resonating like a sudden enlightenment. Under his influence, a subconscious sense of conviction began spreading throughout the entire roster. As Li Mu had said, although the Timberwolves as the visiting team held no advantages in any aspect tonight, he was confident that once the game commenced, he could ignite the entire squad to perform at their full potential. As for the fans' spontaneous actions, Li Mu regarded them more as a trial meant to force the players. Having always sailed smoothly, they had rarely encountered genuine hardship. In his eyes, facing fans' mockery and jeering was an inevitable rite of passage for any professional athlete. Without the courage to withstand pressure on the road, pursuing a championship would be nothing but a laughable notion. Given the team's increasingly youthful structure, Li Mu believed it was essential for them to endure more trials. Chowden, who came from a professional playing background, neither agreed nor disputed Li Mu's perspective. While acknowledging the validity of what Li Mu said, he took a more conservative stance in such a season-defining contest, believing the players should conserve their energy and focus entirely on the upcoming game. Just as he was about to persist in his decision and seek assistance from arena security, an unusual commotion rose from the stands. Chowden turned his head and saw a group of fans clad in Timberwolves jerseys appearing in the bleachers. Upon closer inspection, the person at the forefront was none other than Angelina. That evening, she had led a cadre of die-hard Timberwolves fans to the away game to rally behind the team. Among them were many familiar faces, most of whom were family and close friends of the players. "Let's go, Wolves." Seeing the team members' gazes turning toward her position, Angelina took a flag bearing the Timberwolves emblem from a nearby fan. The vintage wolf head logo stood out starkly against the sea of purple and gold. The curious stares from those around her did not make Angelina feel uncomfortable. She raised the flag high with both hands, waving it continuously in an effort to rally and encourage the players. "Look, our support has arrived." Watching his girlfriend standing in the stands waving flags and shouting encouragement, Li Mu felt a surge of emotion stir within him. The responsibility he bore tonight was no less than that of the players on the court. Winning this game and carrying the series back to Minnesota had become his greatest desire. At the very least for Angelina, he needed to secure this victory. Li Mu's starting lineup tonight remained the same as the previous two games. He removed Bruce Bowen, who had underperformed, from the rotation, replacing him with Maliek Shealy, who was already fully prepared to take the floor. Back-to-back dominant victories had lulled O'Neal into lowering his guard against the opponent. He was now just one step away from his second finals appearance of his career. He was certain that the shorter player would never be an obstacle to his advancement. His goal for tonight was to mercilessly dominate the opposing interior. After the tip-off, O'Neal went about his usual routine, reaching back for the ball. In his mind, he had already planned exactly how to finish over Ben Wallace's head and humiliate him. However, as he prepared to drive backward, he felt resistance against his back that was entirely different from what he had experienced in the previous games. Turning around, he saw that Ben Wallace was using his strength to seal him low, making O'Neal's pushes far more laborious than usual. Though his offensive moves were hindered, O'Neal simply refused to accept it. He lifted the ball above his head and pivoted, attempting to attack the basket directly. But Ben Wallace, who had been primed for a magnificent turnaround in this game, would never allow O'Neal such an easy score. He leaped in sync with O'Neal, and before the ball even left O'Neal's fingertips, Ben's approaching figure came into O'Neal's vision. At the moment they reached the same height, O'Neal clearly saw the mocking smirk playing on Ben's lips. Swat! An extraordinary roar erupted throughout the arena. Following the sound source, everyone could witness Ben Wallace's thunderous block on O'Neal. The sheer force of that block revealed the pent-up emotions Ben Wallace had been harboring deep within. As the ball deflected off Ben's block, Garnett, who had already anticipated the trajectory, snatched the basketball cleanly out of the air. Upon catching it, Garnett passed to Billups, and like a domino effect, every player on the court instantly surged toward the opposite half-court. The ball danced through Billups' hands like a butterfly weaving through flowers, slipping past defenders with ease as he broke into the front court. Seizing the opportunity, he lofted the ball toward the backboard. Garnett immediately read the play, exploding upward like a black lightning bolt from behind. The ball struck the glass and bounced high. Garnett caught it cleanly with one hand, his body coiled in midair like a drawn bow. Aiming at the rim, he drove the ball home with tremendous force. That finishing play served as the perfect response to O'Neal and Kobe's earlier alley-oop. The high-difficulty finish left every spectator in the arena utterly stunned. Phil's attention was simultaneously caught. He quickly glanced toward the opposite sideline, where Limu wore an expression brimming with approval. Sensing someone watching him, Limu turned his head and met Phil's gaze directly. Noticing the subtle shift in Phil's expression, Limu parted his lips and spoke the words he had long kept hidden. Reading his mouth movements, Phil understood Limu's true intention for tonight. "We are here to shatter this place apart." A peculiar sensation began to spread through Phil's mind. The play just now did not resemble the performance of a team that had lost its spirit. Instinctively, he wanted to call a timeout to prepare his players for any contingency. But then he reconsidered. Why would he be so jittery over a single play? This was entirely out of character for him. With that thought, Phil abandoned the idea of calling a timeout. He rose from the bench, walked to the sidelines, and instructed his players, "Don't feel pressured. It's just one play. Steady yourselves. Just play every possession well, that's enough." Garnett's finishing move had indeed put pressure on the Lakers players, but with Phil's reminder, they snapped out of their shock. Urged by Kobe, Larry Hughes took the inbound pass and pushed the ball quickly up the court. Kobe's intention was clear. He wanted to launch a fast break before the opponents could set their defense, chipping away at the deficit. Garnett, orchestrating the defense from the center, was not about to let the Lakers succeed. Facing the aggressive opposition, Garnett raised his hand, pointing at Arteas to immediately close out on the open spot at the top. While directing his teammates, Garnett also stepped forward to cut off potential passing lanes. Seeing the opponents already prepared, Kobe had no choice but to abandon the fast break. Once his teammates were set, he raised his hand and flashed a 2 signal indicating a specific play, a gesture never seen in previous games. Limu stood at the sidelines with his arms crossed, squinting as he analyzed the movements of the opposing players, trying to decipher the intent behind this unfamiliar tactic. Kobe signaled the play and then passed the ball back to Hughes. He dashed toward the baseline while a Green, positioned at the elbow, moved to the top of the key and received the ball from Hughes. Kobe, crouching in the corner, began his next move. He turned to face the basket, ready to drive straight into the paint. Ray Allen, guarding Kobe, immediately shadowed his every step. Seeing his teammate in motion, Green passed the ball back to Hughes. Upon receiving it, Hughes made a shooting motion, drawing defensive pressure from Arteas. Kobe, who had been moving toward the paint, suddenly turned and headed toward the top of the key. This time, Kobe accelerated, shaking off Ray Allen. He then used a double screen set by Green and O'Neal at the top to easily block Ray Allen behind him. The moment Kobe emerged from the screen, Hughes passed the ball back to him at the top of the key. Now wide open, Kobe caught the ball without hesitation and released a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The ball traced a perfect arc and swished through the net. The entire sequence of the Lakers' play unfolded before Limu's eyes, each move exceeding his expectations. "Is that the elevator door play? That old man always claimed he despised using my tactics. I never expected that after I left he'd secretly incorporate this system into his playbook, huh? Fine. You sly old fox, you're not being honest at all." He turned his gaze toward Phil, who seemed to have anticipated Limu's reaction. Phil deliberately looked away, avoiding Limu's piercing stare, and fully immersed himself in applauding his players. Although the successful execution of the elevator door play caught Limu off guard, he did not become discouraged. Instead, he signaled to his players to remain patient and not let their composure waver. As time ticked on, the game continued at a high-intensity pace, with both sides trading blows. Though the Timberwolves had prepared for a grueling battle before the game, there was no denying the Lakers held significant advantages in terms of home court and momentum. By the time the first half was nearing its end, the Lakers had extended their lead, leaving Limu and his players in a passive position. Noticing the fatigue in his players' mental state, Limu called for a full rotation during a dead ball. Malik Sealy, who had only seen minutes during garbage time in the playoffs, was eager to get back on the floor. At the referee's signal for substitution, he rose from the bench and walked onto the court, extending his hand to exchange high-fives with his teammates heading to the bench. Kobe looked at the players standing before him, nearly the same height as himself, and found the situation oddly amusing. After a grueling 1.5 quarters, he still felt energetic with no signs of fatigue. He hadn't expected that the coach Phil, privately called a genius, would make such a substitution, assigning a player who barely saw rotation minutes to guard him. Had his performances in the first 2 games still failed to earn him respect, Sealy, standing in front of Kobe, could not read his mind. But at that moment, all his focus was on how to handle Kobe's offense. Feeling slighted, Kobe actively called for the ball right after the inbound. He wanted to deliver a decisive blow to put the newcomer in his place. Sealy knew that the gap between him and Kobe could not be closed by effort alone. He could only do his best to contain Kobe, staying glued to him, constantly reaching for steals to disrupt his dribbling rhythm. Beep. Away team number 2, excessive defensive contact, disrupting the offensive player's normal rhythm. Defensive foul. With the referee's whistle, Sealy, who had been out of rhythm, was called for a foul due to his overly aggressive play. Looking at the red mark on his arm, Kobe raised his hand and shook it vigorously. As the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball from the sideline, Sealy still stood in front of Kobe. A flicker of annoyance crossed Kobe's eyes. Seeing the somewhat apologetic expression on Sealy's face, Kobe couldn't help but ask him, "I mean, this is a playoff game, but do you have to play this rough?" Kobe's complaint fell clearly on Sealy's ears, but Sealy did not ease up on his defensive intensity. He began to defend himself. "Compared to you, I'm lacking in many ways. You'll have plenty more chances to make the playoffs, even the finals. But for me, this is the closest I've ever been to a championship in my entire life. Just getting playing time in a game like this is already a huge achievement. I don't care if I get injured and miss the rest of the season. As long as I can make it to the finals, I'd willingly be a ball boy." Sealy considered himself a pure basketball player. No matter what situation he found himself in, he would never willingly let go of the basketball in his hands. Even when he dropped out of the rotation due to insufficient skill, he never complained. He still diligently repeated the monotonous routine of training, maintenance, and cheering for his teammates from the bench. During the low points, he never blamed others. More often than not, he felt he hadn't yet met the coaching staff's expectations for the game, so during his time out of the rotation, he gradually intensified his training. Or rather, he always believed that through his own efforts he could offset the vast gap between him and his teammates. As a player whose offense outweighed his defense, Sealy was well aware of his many shortcomings on the defensive end. But when the opportunity came, he instinctively chose to fight for it. Beneath the seemingly chaotic defensive adjustments was the only way for an underdog to prove himself from the depths of his heart. The spirit Sealy displayed even moved Kobe. Fans had grown accustomed to tales of youthful glory and instant legends, yet few noticed the underdogs still lingering at the bottom of the league. The attitude Sealy showed him was no different. From a basketball player's perspective, Kobe was more than willing to befriend someone like that and learn from him. But tonight was not the right occasion for socializing. The most important thing now was to seize the moment when the opponent was rotating and achieve complete dominance on the court. Sealy's defense might have lacked structure, but his relentless, scrappy spirit still caused him some trouble. The constant harassment from his opponent's hands and the desperate attempts to keep up with his defensive steps did affect his offense. His teammates were seeing Sealy defend with such intensity for the first time. More often than not, Sealy had been a pure wing scorer in the rotation. When the coaching staff assigned Sealy to guard Kobe, his teammates felt a sense of dread. They had witnessed Kobe's explosive offensive power in the previous 2 games. Without Garnett and Arteas, no one could pat Limu on the chest and say, "Don't worry about the defense, I can handle Kobe." Sealy's overly aggressive movements quickly earned him 2 defensive fouls. Limu, standing on the sidelines, was extremely displeased. Because when the opponent defended their players, the physicality they used was far more intense than the 2 fouls just called on Sealy. Under such inconsistent officiating, Limu, as the head coach, had to take countermeasures. "Hey, isn't this too unfair? The opposing player just slapped our player's hand while he was dribbling. Why didn't you call a defensive foul then? This is clearly biased." Limu stormed up to the scorer's table, roaring at the referee who was making the call. The referee, confronted by Limu in front of the entire crowd, felt his face burn. Every word Limu said was true, yet as the highest authority on the court, he couldn't refute it. The reason was that before officiating this series, under pressure from the public and considerations for the box office, the higher-ups had subtly hinted to him about ensuring the finals ratings. Having spent years navigating the professional basketball world, he understood the deeper meaning behind those words. So tonight, he had indeed been favoring the Lakers. But no matter what a referee questioned during the game, would always try to uphold his dignity. After steadying himself, he immediately signaled a technical foul against Limu and ordered him to return to his team's bench. Damn it. Such obvious favoritism. May your son lack a When the referee called a technical foul on him, Li Mu's first reaction was relief. He vented his indignation in his native tongue in front of everyone. He knew that if he didn't stand up for his players at this moment, their confidence would be shattered by these consecutive calls. As the head coach deliberately provoking the referee was a clear statement of his stance, ensuring that the officials would think twice before favoring the opponent in the following calls. And indeed, as Li Mu expected after Kobe made the technical free throw, the players on the court were no longer called for fouls on controversial plays. This was the critical moment to compete in pace and stamina. Li Mu's act of defending them had struck a chord in everyone's heart, igniting the fighting spirit buried deep within them. Don't hold back any worries. Let loose and play a great game. No one will feel stifled tonight. I've got your back no matter what happens. Li Mu stood by the sideline clapping and encouraging the players. With his affirmation, the pressure that had been hanging over them dissipated instantly. When the Timberwolves went on offense, Shili, as the most reliable scorer on the floor, took the ball from his teammates without hesitation. As the roles reversed, Kobe stood before him as the defender. When he faced Kobe with the ball, he could clearly feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the opponent. Shili now saw this as the perfect stage to showcase himself. He dribbled and drove toward the other side. Despite Kobe's tight defense making it difficult to move, his years of experience allowed him to find a sliver of space. He drove to the basket and finished over Kobe. The Timberwolves' wavering morale was lifted at that moment. After scoring this basket, Shili regained the confidence he had lost on defense. The Timberwolves' bench players were actually going toe-to-toe with Kobe's Lakers. This rare sight boosted the spirit of everyone on the bench. By the time Garnett and the other starters returned to the game, the score had already been narrowed to a tie. The return of Garnett and the others provided an extra layer of security for the team. After sufficient rest, the starters regained their initial form. With Garnett and Ray Allen combining for a scoring run, the Timberwolves reversed the momentum and firmly seized control of the game. Seeing that his players had lost their edge, Phil decided to concede the game. In his basketball philosophy, victory or defeat was never determined by a single game. But Li Mu and his players had taught him a lesson tonight. The blood and grit that Li Mu possessed was exactly what he himself lacked. Great job. Let's give a round of applause to Malik. He's our MVP tonight. In the visiting locker room after the game, Malik Shili was surrounded by his teammates. Li Mu walked in carrying the game ball, which he had specifically requested from the staff. Pushing through the crowd to the center, Li Mu handed the ball to Shili with both hands. Returning to the rotation, Shili had posted a solid stat line of 10 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. It was his efforts during the transition period that kept the team within striking distance, allowing them to complete this revenge victory on the road. I'll count 1, 2, 3. Everyone let some up tonight. 1, 2, 3. Let's go Wolves. The resonant cheer echoed off the locker room ceiling, lingering for a long time. The Lakers' locker room presented a completely different scene at this moment. The players sat before their respective lockers, exchanging glances with one another, looking at each other in silence. Losing tonight's game left them feeling somewhat stifled. In the first half, they had firmly suppressed their opponents, yet inexplicably in the latter part of the second half, they had lost the game without any apparent reason. Phil perused the statistics sheet, repeatedly attempting to identify the issues that had plagued the team in the second half. However, after multiple reviews, he had to admit that no player had performed below par. The loss was entirely due to the opponent playing more brilliantly. A flicker of wariness glimmered in Phil's deep-set eyes. He vaguely sensed that after winning this game, the Timberwolves would unleash the pent-up frustrations deep within their hearts, and they would become unstoppable in the ensuing matches. Just as Phil had anticipated, in the next game, the Timberwolves had completely recovered from the losses of the earlier games. After sweeping away the gloom that had weighed over them, Li Mu and his players shed all their previous timidity. During the game, they dominated the court with an overwhelming performance, and no matter how Phil adjusted during timeouts, the Timberwolves always had a corresponding countermeasure to neutralize his tactics. Without any surprise, the Timberwolves conquered the opponent's home court twice in a row, pulling the series back to a tie. The upcoming Game 5 of the series, the pivotal showdown, would determine the final outcome. Returning to their home court, the Minnesotans would not give the opponent any breathing room. The usually reserved and introverted Billups even issued a challenge to his teammates on the flight back. Let's charge into the finals with one united effort. Tell those stubborn fellows who is the true Western Conference champion. Watching the players brimming with enthusiasm, Li Mu sensed the morale was ripe for the taking. Now, as long as they avoided making elementary mistakes, they would firmly control the game's momentum. Even if O'Neal and Kobe went all out in the next 2 games, Li Mu had confidence in keeping the initiative firmly in his own hands. Game 5 of the series commenced soon. Phil, having arranged no training for 2 consecutive days, clearly intended to let his players relax. As the team captain, O'Neal, after losing 2 straight games, surprisingly reflected on his own performance. Approaching 30 and firmly seated as the league's premier center, he desperately needed a championship ring to prove his worth. For this, he didn't hesitate to swallow his pride and mend his strained relationship with Phil. O'Neal, maintaining his focus during the game, quickly made DeBen experience his terrifying prowess. By the end of the first half, he had already posted a double-double of 20 points and 15 rebounds. He dominated the game's tempo on both ends of the floor, and his consecutive dunks over the opponent's heads even deformed the rim. The arena staff had to pause the game to reinforce the rim before play could resume. By halftime, the Lakers, led by O'Neal, had easily built a double-digit lead. The hard-earned morale was about to crumble, but Lee Mu remained unshaken. In response to O'Neal's performance, he made adjustments to the rotation. Keep your spirits up, the game is far from over. Whenever Shaquille gets the ball, the closest defender fouls him immediately and sends him to the free throw line. Let's see if his free throws have improved. Disrupt their offensive rhythm and we'll surely regain the initiative. Under Lee Mu's strategy targeting O'Neal, the long-dormant hack-a-Shaq tactic reappeared in the game. At the start of the second half, whenever O'Neal received the ball in the paint, the defender rotated in, would quickly close in and foul him. To protect the starters from foul trouble, Lee Mu chose not to field them at the beginning of the second half. Instead, he let Ray Allen lead the rotation players to contend with the opponent. After several consecutive fouls, Phil's face turned extremely grim. Years ago, relying on the hack-a-Shaq tactic, he had successfully won 3 consecutive championships. Now, as O'Neal's head coach, he experienced the same frustration that Brian Hill had once felt. Watching O'Neal fail to convert at the free throw line, a difficult choice confronted him. Whether to keep O'Neal on the court became his most agonizing decision. But he knew that no matter what he chose, Lee Mu had already prepared a response. After O'Neal's consecutive misses, Ray Allen set an example for his teammates. In the first 3 games, constrained by the opponent's defense, he had been unable to unleash his true potential. During the transition period of the lineup, letting him lead the team solo was a clear indication of Lee Mu's intent. Lee Mu hoped that in this short span, Ray Allen would rediscover his lost shooting touch. Entrusted with this heavy responsibility, Ray Allen did not disappoint Lee Mu's trust. As the most representative shooter in the league at the time, he hit 3 consecutive three-pointers from beyond the arc, narrowing the deficit to a manageable range in an instant. Phil tried to contain Ray Allen, but failed on the defensive end. Under Hugh's intense pressure, Ray Allen released the shot from nearly a meter behind the three-point line and nailed it precisely. The Lakers' collapse began from this moment. O'Neal's inefficient free throws disrupted Phil's offensive arrangements. In contrast, the Timberwolves, under Lee Mu's adjustments, gradually regained their confidence. When the starting lineup returned to the court, they unleashed a scoring spurt. Even though Kobe's efforts in the later stages reduced the gap, it was still insufficient to bring the game back on track. When the clock showed 0, the Timberwolves narrowly won the pivotal Game 5 at home with a score of 107-101. The Lakers, now on the brink of elimination, had completely lost their earlier composure. Many players stared blankly at the scoreboard, lost in thought. The Timberwolves were just one step away from reaching the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history. Sorry, but it seems I made the better move. Hell, I haven't even settled the score with you for stealing my tactics in the last game. Today we're even. Lee Mu, in high spirits, whispered to Phil as they embraced in greeting. The slightly helpless expression on Phil's face showed that he was truly drained tonight. I'm starting to regret ever leading you down the path of coaching. Now you are the most formidable opponent I have ever faced in my life. Phil's complaint only made Lee Mu feel exhilarated. He replied with a smile. You know, if I want to reach the finals, no one can stop me. The Millennium Year was destined to be a successful season for the Minnesota Timberwolves. After being thwarted by the Los Angeles Lakers in the Western Conference Finals, they did not falter. Instead, they erupted with a fighting spirit, far surpassing their previous performance in the subsequent 4 games. After winning the pivotal Game 5, Minnesota held an absolute advantage in both public opinion and actual strength. Phil knew that a miracle was unlikely at this juncture. The only one who could engineer a comeback was himself. Thus, in Game 6 of the series, the Lakers, fighting with their backs against the wall, caused great trouble for Lee Mu and his team. On the brink of elimination, the entire team unleashed astonishing combat power. Watching the OK duo rampaging on the court, Lee Mu was honestly drenched in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they firmly held the advantage. Facing the opponent's outstanding performance, the players on the court were equally impressive. Garnett knew exactly what winning this game meant to him. Facing an exceptional Shaquille O'Neal, he volunteered to guard him. For the old Garnett, such a move would have been utterly unthinkable. His teammates knew well how much he detested guarding O'Neal, but between the finals and personal emotions, Garnett followed his heart and made the choice he most desired. Under Lee Mu's coaching, Garnett had made tremendous strides on the defensive end. As the Defensive Player of the Year, he had evolved from a mere one-on-one defender into the defensive foundation of the entire team. Now he was ubiquitous on defense, influencing every teammate as a commander. Even if he had to guard O'Neal one-on-one, his ability ensured a 50-50 contest. Garnett's advantage of height and wingspan became evident in the ensuing matchups. O'Neal's several determined attacks on the basket were all blocked by Garnett. Garnett's actions also inspired every teammate around him. Everyone performed their basic defensive duties solidly, and for a moment, they managed to curb the Lakers' relentless offensive momentum. The offensive failure also led to the Lakers' defensive slump. Garnett's continuous bombardment in the paint directly demoralized the Lakers. As the Timberwolves went on another scoring run, Phil, knowing the game was lost, substituted his bench players early in the fourth quarter, an unmistakable signal of surrender. When the final buzzer sounded, the Timberwolves players could no longer contain their restless hearts. No one remembered to maintain composure after the game. They all rushed onto the court to celebrate the night's victory with their teammates. Meanwhile, Garnett, who had been constantly questioned by the outside world, was already in tears. As the highest draft pick in Minnesota Timberwolves history, he had grown from a bench player to the undisputed core of the team in just 5 years, a journey fraught with hardship. Over the years, many voices had been interfering with his judgment and influencing his decisions. People kept telling him in a tone of concern and consideration, "Leave Minnesota. This is not where you belong. There are bigger stages and opportunities waiting for you in other teams. Don't let loyalty ruin you." These words lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. The emotions reached a climax after Coach Saunders was fired. At that time, he had seriously considered submitting a trade request. But after meeting Limu, he suddenly had the urge to give it a try because deep inside a voice kept reminding him, "You are one of a kind. Staying here to achieve greatness is your destiny." Seeing Garnett lost in his emotions, Limu exchanged greetings with Phil and others before quickly walking over to him. At that moment, Garnett was sitting in the center of Staples Center, tears soaking his face, telling the story of everything he had endured. As the team's cornerstone, he was the one everyone relied on to lead them to the Western Conference title. "Kevin, you've worked hard these days. I know your pressure is heavier than anyone's, but now is not the time to completely relax. You must continue to prepare. There is still a long way to go before we reach our ultimate goal. When we truly become champions, you can vent your emotions however you want, and I won't interfere. What you need to do now is to get up and stand on the podium with your teammates to declare our victory." Seeing the teammates and staff gradually gathering around him, Garnett realized he had been somewhat undignified. He quickly grabbed the hem of his jersey to wipe his eyes, then perked up and said to Limu, "Thank you, coach. Without everything you've done for us behind the scenes, we would never have come this far. Playing for you is the greatest honor of my life." Seeing Garnett's earnest expression, even Limu felt a surge of emotion. When he took over this team 2 years ago, the players were like a scattered pile of sand. No one seriously thought about achieving great feats here, and most stayed with the team just to get by. But through his series of actions, this forgotten team gradually regained its spirit. Today's victory was the best testament to the efforts they had put in over the past months. After stepping onto the podium with his teammates, Limu was pushed to the front. Garnett and Ray Allen each put an arm around his shoulders, a gesture of unity that proved everyone was now moving forward toward the same goal. As the announcer proclaimed loudly, the Minnesota Timberwolves, with a record-breaking performance, advanced to the next round of the finals as the best team in the West. After the excitement faded from everyone, they all began to assess their next opponent. The Toronto Raptors from the North swept Jason Kidd's New Jersey Nets 4-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals. This matchup between rising teams drew considerable attention as a storm of youth began to sweep across the NBA at the dawn of a new era. As Limu sat in his office watching the Eastern Conference Finals footage deep in thought about how to counter the next opponent, the phone on his desk suddenly rang loudly. He picked it up and saw a text message interrupting his train of thought. Opening the phone, a brief message caught his eye. "Long time no see. Have you thought of me? I'm very happy to be your opponent in the upcoming games." Looking closely, the sender's name came into view. The contact on the phone was labeled Stephon Marbury. Since Limu entered the league as a coach, the name North Carolina has remained a constant thread throughout his entire career. Back then, he established himself in the Bulls by leveraging his alumni bond with Jordan. Now, as he steps into the NBA Finals as a head coach, his opponent is none other than Stephen Mabley, also hailing from North Carolina. Such a remarkable twist of fate defies simple explanation. Regardless of how the upcoming games unfold, Limu refuses to let past loyalties cloud his judgment. His immediate priority is to clear his mind of all distractions and formulate a comprehensive game plan against every player and member of the Raptors coaching staff. Glancing at the slightly playful message on his phone, Limu found it somewhat endearing. He chose not to respond, instead turning away to lose himself in thought. As a relatively young franchise under 5 years old, the Toronto Raptors have consistently adhered to a balanced roster construction philosophy since their inception. In their first season, without Mabley, they experimented with pairing Stoudemire as a backcourt partner, but persistent losing records and the overt rivalry between the two for team leadership revealed to management the significant limitations of this combination. Mabley emerged victorious from this internal struggle, while Stoudemire's days in Toronto were numbered. The franchise promptly placed him on the trading block during the previous offseason, hoping to exchange him for a better fit. During that period, the Tiny Thor was delivering elite production, averaging over 20 points and 8 rebounds per game. Good enough to earn consecutive Eastern Conference All-Star reserve selections. The Bulls, mired in rebuilding after Derrick Rose's injury derailed their season, desperately needed a primary ball handler. They struck a deal with Toronto, sending Dikembe Mutombo and a future first-round pick to acquire the Tiny Thor. Meanwhile, Toronto's shortage of interior presence was an open secret throughout the league, consistently landing them near the bottom in rim-protecting metrics. Once they traded away the incompatible Stoudemire and brought in Mutombo, Toronto immediately unveiled their true capabilities to the rest of the league. Tracy McGrady, the generational high school prospect selected in the 1997 draft, finally fulfilled his promise this season. Moved into the starting shooting guard role, he averaged 18, 3.6, 4 rebounds, 4, 1 assist, 1, 2 steals, and 1 block, earning Freshman of the Year honors, and completing a remarkable transformation from defensive specialist to dynamic scorer. Beyond individual player development, the coaching staff behind the Raptors proved instrumental in elevating the franchise to championship contention. After New York promoted D'Antoni to head coach, they quickly shed years of mediocrity. Recognizing this success, Toronto's front office made a bold move, recruiting Stan Van Gundy, Pat Riley's top assistant from Miami, as their new head coach. The Van Gundy brothers, sharing the same coaching pedigree, earned reputations throughout the league for their meticulous analytical approach and strategic brilliance. As Pat Riley's designated successor, Stan Van Gundy placed greater emphasis on player performance metrics and on-court effectiveness than his peers. Within a single game, he would leverage precise data analysis to construct optimal lineups and tactical approaches. This exhaustive, detail-oriented coaching philosophy left many peers in awe, yet his temperament was notably more composed and reserved than his brothers. As the New York Knicks head coach, D'Antoni maintained an exceptionally commanding presence both on the court and in daily interactions, projecting an aura that commanded immediate respect and a hint of trepidation. In contrast, despite his tutelage under Riley, Stan Van Gundy's coaching philosophy eschewed authoritarianism and rigidity. Players consistently praised him for his willingness to listen to their input and adapt accordingly, endearing him deeply to Toronto's young roster. Upon arriving in Toronto, Stan Van Gundy immediately began constructing a system tailored to his existing personnel, leading the Raptors to a franchise record playoff appearance in his debut season. The mid-season acquisitions of Mutombo and McGrady's rapid development ultimately plugged Toronto's most glaring weakness. United under Van Gundy's leadership with a shared vision, this young franchise's emergence as a legitimate contender capable of reaching the finals speaks volumes about their depth and potential. Nevertheless, Lemieux harbored no fear of the Raptors. After conquering the Western Conference Finals, the weight that had pressed on Lemieux's mind finally lifted. Though Toronto had posted impressive results over the past 2 seasons, he didn't view them as a serious threat moving forward. His squad had undergone a profound psychological transformation, and judging by both roster maturity and player chemistry, the Timberwolves now stood among the league's elite tier. With the NBA Finals approaching, Lemieux resolved to push his players even harder. On the practice court, drenched in sweat, the players were exchanging puzzled glances over why today's workout far exceeded their usual intensity. From across the gym, Lemieux approached with a knowing smile, and Rodman was the first to register the implications. His stomach dropped at the sight. This guy's up to something again. I need to make my escape while I still can. 5 years working with Lemieux had taught Rodman well. He knew exactly what that expression meant. Back in Chicago, Lemieux would do the same thing, watching him intently during practice until Rodman couldn't take it anymore and demanded to know what was going on before he'd reveal his actual purpose. These youngsters had no idea what kind of psychological games Lemieux was capable of, but Rodman, having experienced firsthand the weight of his tactics, was already plotting his exit strategy. Where do you think you're going, Dennis? You're part of this team. You don't get to opt out. Noticing someone edging toward the back of the group, Lemieux narrowed his eyes and quickly identified the offender. Under Lemieux's coercive urging, Rodman turned around and rejoined his teammates, though the scowl on his face couldn't have been more genuine. Lemieux paid no attention to Rodman's expression. Once everyone had assembled, he pulled out his phone, scrolled through a text message, and held it up high for all to see. As you all know, our next opponent is the Toronto Raptors. They've put up impressive numbers this season. So much so that their franchise player, my fellow North Carolina alum, Stephen Mabley, actually took the time to text us personally. Someone's still publicly daring us, and I want to hear what you're really thinking about this. What's there to discuss? If he's throwing away his dignity, let's help him lose some face. Garnett spoke up first from the crowd, and the players around him chimed in with similar declarations to Lemieux, their earlier questions about extra practice completely forgotten. That's the attitude I want to see. Someone here probably already noticed today's practice was different from usual. In truth, we're facing a team built entirely around pace. I deliberately pushed you to feel that fatigue now, before the finals, so you'll understand what it takes. Can anyone still keep up, eh? Young players tend to act before they think, and nobody caught onto Lemieux's trap, that he was setting them up. They all eagerly agreed without hesitation except Rodman, who stood apart, clearly unwilling to play along. But the look Lemieux shot his way made him reconsider instantly. He was the only one who could read those silent words. You want a comfortable retirement? Then follow my instructions exactly. Don't try to undermine me. Otherwise I'll start you in every finals game for a full 48 minutes. Under Van Gundy's command, the Raptors adopted a style reminiscent of the Phoenix Suns' run-and-gun system, emphasizing fast pace and high shooting percentage. This was Lemieux's conclusion after analyzing the Raptors' game footage. Deep within Stephon Marbury's bones, the point guard instincts were fully unleashed under Van Gundy's coaching. As a guard known primarily for his individual offense, Marbury had always been the team's primary scoring option. But in Van Gundy's view, Marbury's exceptional ball-handling skills and flashy style were themselves a threat to opponents. If he could guide Marbury to embrace playmaking, unexpected results might emerge. Through Van Gundy's patient persuasion, Marbury gradually reduced his individual scoring and began sharing the ball with his teammates. As Van Gundy had envisioned, Marbury's willingness to cede control allowed other players to grow rapidly. McGrady in particular swiftly transformed his role on the court. Marbury's fast-paced style accelerated the entire team. The organization, recognizing the progress under this new system, spared no expense in assembling a roster suited for the run-and-gun approach. Through mutual empowerment, the players delivered a performance that filled the management with pride. Upon arriving in Minnesota, the phrase Van Gundy repeated most often in practice was, "Never underestimate the opponent." Based on past encounters and league-wide assessments of the Timberwolves, he knew this would be a fierce battle. The Timberwolves, armed to the teeth defensively, would pose a tremendous threat to the run-and-gun system. To win this clash, they had to be prepared for every contingency. As the first game of the finals approached, the league office collaborated with both teams to launch a prize prediction contest to enhance fan engagement. Tonight, every fan attending the game could predict the outcome before entering the arena. The question was, what would be the total points scored by both teams after the first quarter? Each person would write their predicted total and seat number on a slip of paper. Those who guessed correctly would be invited to a special halftime event, and the ultimate winner would receive jointly prepared gifts from both teams, as well as season tickets for the next season. This creative activity quickly won the fans' hearts and attracted widespread participation. Most fans believed the Timberwolves' defense would trouble the visiting Raptors, leading many to submit conservative predictions. According to statistics, the average guess fell between 40 and 45 points. To ensure fairness, neither team's coaching staff nor players were informed of the contest. As Limu delivered his final pre-game instructions, the players' faces brimmed with eagerness to step onto the court. For these young athletes, stepping onto the stage of the championship was a lifelong dream. To achieve glory before their home fans, family, and friends. What greater honor could any basketball lover ask for? Look at you all. Someone might think you're heading to war. Limu tried to lighten the mood with a relaxed tone, knowing that excessive seriousness wasn't always beneficial. After a burst of laughter, he revealed his true intention. "I know tonight's game is something you'll remember for the rest of your lives. But sometimes being too serious doesn't guarantee positive results. I want each of you to keep a calm mind, neither arrogant nor complacent, and never underestimate the opponent. Today I don't have many tasks to assign. Everything that needed to be said and done has been repeated in our daily training. Now it's time for us to shine. I believe that with our special training these past days, the strength we show will astonish them." With a unified response, the players filed out of the locker room and sprinted toward the player tunnel. The Target Center was clearly adorned for the occasion. Massive player posters and iconic game moments lined the corridors. At that moment, the hearts Limu had calmed were stirred once more by the electrifying atmosphere. When the Raptors saw their opponents, the intensity of their expressions sent a chill through many players. The way they looked at them wasn't as rivals, but as a hungry lion locking onto its prey, a prize that seemed both easy and delicious. This strange sensation soon manifested on the court. The home team players were more fired up than in any previous game. Once they gained possession, everyone charged toward the opponent's end in unison. The speed even surprised Limu, who was coaching from the sidelines. The combination of short-term training and the finals adrenaline had unleashed an unprecedented level of performance from these players. The first to put points on the board was Ben Wallace. He was unusually energized tonight, stunning the opponents when he won the jump ball against Mutombo. While the opposition was still dazed, Wallace sprinted into their half-court. Billups, with an imaginative pass, threaded the needle through every defender, landing the ball perfectly in Wallace's palm just as he was about to lay it up. After Wallace finished with a two-handed dunk in the paint, the stands erupted with a wave of continuous cheers. But Wallace didn't bask in the glory. He quickly returned to his own half, urging his teammates to lock in defensively and avoid being caught off guard. This combination of intensity and discipline quickly built a double-digit lead for the Timberwolves on their home court. The Raptors scurried back and forth with little to show for it, forcing Van Gundy to call a timeout to let his players catch their breath. Looking at his players slumped on the bench, exhaustion etched on their faces, Van Gundy's confusion reached its peak. He had never anticipated that the opponent's offensive and defensive tempo would be so relentless, leaving him no time to devise a counter. Wait, their style is supposed to be defense first, isn't it? But they feel more like a run-and-gun team to me. Catching his breath, Marbury looked up at Van Gundy and voiced the question lingering in his mind. Faced with the question from his most trusted player, Van Gundy stammered, finally muttering his true thoughts. "Who knows? I feel the same way. It's bizarre. They're not playing the way they usually do at all." The Timberwolves scored an astounding 46 points in the first quarter alone, shattering the franchise playoff record for a single quarter and leaving the majority of spectators utterly astonished. A single team had upended nearly every pregame prediction. In stark contrast, the Raptors were caught off guard by the unconventional tactics and failed to mount an adequate response. Unsettled on both ends of the floor, they were held to a mere 28 points in the opening period, a score that would have been considered excellent in previous series. It was only after the opening buzzer sounded that team management finally informed their respective players about the special arrangement that had taken place. Now aware of the full picture, both teams could only laugh bitterly. On one hand, Limu's well-placed gambit had effortlessly burst the bubble of most fans' expectations. On the other, the Raptors players felt a profound sense of frustration. The league had originally designed this activity to favor them, as audiences clearly preferred witnessing high-scoring exhibitions over gritty defensive battles. Yet their own signature strength had been stolen from them today, and any rational person would feel equally aggrieved. Marbury sat motionless on the bench, his gaze locked onto Li Mu, who stood across the court immersed in studying the tactical board. Though management had explained that everything was organized in complete secrecy from all players and coaches, Marbury refused to believe that the man across from him had no part in it. Recalling the text message he had sent to Li Mu combined with his opponent's extraordinary performance tonight, Marbury could only conclude that everything had been deliberately orchestrated against him. A flicker of regret crossed his mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. There was no way he would concede so easily. Marbury approached Van Gundy and requested a change in strategy. "Coach, if we continue playing like this, we're done for. Let me take over the offense. I have the confidence to bring us back into this game." In truth, even without Marbury volunteering, Van Gundy had already planned to put him back on the floor for the next quarter. Given the current roster, Marbury was the only player capable of leading the charge and narrowing the gap. Van Gundy saw no better option than to have him guide a unit of defensive specialists into battle against the opponent. After the arena announcer disclosed the first quarter predictions to the crowd, both teams returned to the court. Clothed once again in game gear, Marbury assumed the role of a true leader. He beckoned his teammates to gather around and stood at the center, laying out the tactical plan for the upcoming possession. Gaining early possession, the Raptors immediately revealed their true intention: feed the ball to Marbury and let him control the offensive tempo. As Marbury received the ball, his teammates seamlessly cleared space around him, providing ample room to operate. Having grown up on the streets of New York, Marbury carried the soul of a streetball player in his veins. Across the entire league, only one other player could combine ball-handling artistry and scoring prowess as flawlessly as he did: the Philadelphia AI Allen Iverson. As his teammates created space for Marbury to work his magic, Billups, assigned to defend him, felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure wash over him. Marbury's dribbling was not as flamboyant as Iverson's. During his days at North Carolina, he had refined a style that was minimalist yet brutally effective. Yet every bounce of the basketball against the hardwood echoed like thunder in the ears of his opponents. Pressing closer to his defender, Marbury studied Billups' positioning with eyes full of deception. Billups spread his arms wide, refusing to give an inch of advantage. Near the free throw line, Marbury cast a glance toward the right corner, where McGrady waited. Reading the cue instantly, Billups shifted his weight to the right, walking right into Marbury's meticulously prepared trap. Marbury executed a sharp step back, changing direction with the ball in one fluid motion. Like a gust of wind, he sliced past Billups so quickly that Artest, rotating to help on defense, barely registered that the drive had already penetrated into the paint. With no time to recover, the Raptors could only watch helplessly as Marbury navigated through Garnett and Ben Wallace with graceful ease. Before the entire arena, he finished with a spectacular layup over the Timberwolves defenders, allowing the Raptors to finally exhale the breath they had been holding. But the Timberwolves, seasoned veterans accustomed to every type of game situation, did not flinch. Garnett inbounded the ball with a long airborne pass to the opposite end, where Ray Allen, having silently slipped into the Raptors' half, rose up from beyond the three-point arc and struck without warning. Still basking in their earlier triumph, the Raptors could only stare in disbelief as their opponents executed a lightning-fast transition in mere seconds. Only when Van Gundy screamed from the sideline did the dazed players remember to inbound the ball quickly, lest they be called for a violation. Marbury's earlier smug expression had vanished, replaced by a grimace. At that moment, he fully felt the chasm separating the two rosters. As the game wore on, Marbury, increasingly isolated and forced into one-on-one battles, was ultimately worn down by fatigue and had to concede defeat. During halftime, Van Gundy specifically designed a pick-and-roll combination between himself and Mutombo. While this pairing initially caused Li Mu and the Timberwolves some trouble at the start of the second half, the Timberwolves quickly reclaimed control through their profound defensive system and the relentless effort of every player on the floor. The final score read 121-107, a 14-point margin. For the Raptors, a team far more adept at offense, this result was a devastating blow. Even after the game, when Li Mu sought to reconnect with Marbury, he was declined on the grounds of physical discomfort. Watching his opponent retreat into the tunnel, Li Mu, having finished his media interview, could only sigh. "You're still too young, old man. If you had carefully studied my game against the Lakers last round, you wouldn't have been so easily broken mentally. After all, only that Lakers squad truly deserved to be called a worthy opponent." Morale is something that sounds rather abstract, invisible and intangible, yet one cannot deny its objective existence. The Raptors' crushing defeat in Game 1 of the Finals immediately dented everyone's morale. Throughout the remaining games, the battered Raptors players appeared thoroughly demoralized on the court, while the Timberwolves coasted to victory in every contest with minimal effort. When Li Mu lifted the championship trophy at the Air Canada Center, he felt the entire journey had been suspiciously smooth. All elements aligned perfectly, with barely any meaningful resistance. Watching the players celebrating on the court and the fans erupting in the stands, he finally realized he had truly led this young team to etch their names into history. With no time to dwell on other matters, simply holding that championship ring was proof enough of everything he'd accomplished. On the podium, Li Mu stood with his arm around Angelina, surrounded by his teammates. He raised the championship trophy high above his head with both hands, his radiant joy reflecting his deepest emotions. Encouraged by his teammates' cheers, he mustered the courage to kiss Angelina in front of everyone, wanting to share this moment of happiness with the woman he loved. As the award ceremony drew to a close, the NBA season of the early new century came to an end. In the finals MVP voting, Garnett won by a landslide. The young leader couldn't contain his overwhelming emotion, hoisting the trophy with one hand and shouting to the crowd, "Anything is possible." The historic achievement brought immense joy to every Minnesota sports fan. When the team's charter plane landed, they were greeted by layers upon layers of supporters. Everyone was immersed in the celebration of the championship. During the parade rally, Rodman, after 14 seasons, announced his retirement right there in front of the fans. Over the past season, Rodman had played very few games, mostly serving as a locker room leader and mentor to younger players, passing on his experience. In just 2 years, he had quickly integrated into the Timberwolves culture, proving himself as an excellent teammate and dedicated locker room leader both on and off the court, and was often spotted at community events. Some observant fans had already anticipated Rodman's retirement announcement after the season, so when he bid farewell to everyone, the crowd immediately erupted with voices of reluctance and pleas for him to stay. "Thank you, Dennis. You helped us win this championship." This was the first time Rodman had ever felt truly valued by fans. Minnesota was just the briefest stop in his long career. If Lemieux hadn't invited him to join the team, he likely never would have considered coming here. The usually carefree Rodman found his eyes welling up with tears. Amid the continuous waves of gratitude from the crowd, he raised his right hand tearfully and shouted their most familiar slogan one last time as a player. "Let's go Wolves." Dennis Rodman, the most distinctive and charismatic legend in NBA history. In his final championship parade, with a heartfelt farewell, he brought his career to a close. As the commotion eventually settled, the Timberwolves management began urgently planning for the offseason. The team's outstanding performance this season brought substantial financial gains. Owner Glenn Taylor decisively allocated profits to renovate the arena and upgrade equipment, while also issuing bonuses to all staff and players as recognition. With nearly a month until the next draft, Lemieux planned to fly back to Beijing immediately after it concluded. The 2000 Sydney Olympics, kicking off in late September, represented the most significant competition of his tenure. The constant travel had taken a toll on Lemieux's body and mind, and he needed personal time to strengthen his relationship with Angelina. Regardless of how the series ended, he intended to resign from his position after the Olympics and devote himself fully to NBA work. He had already changed so much, and he was certain China's basketball future would be bright. "Are you home? I'm nearby and need to discuss something with you." When Lemieux was resting at home, his phone buzzed with a message from Jordan. Since becoming head coach, their personal interactions had dwindled considerably, and Lemieux drifted from Jordan's inner circle. Though he still received substantial annual dividends, they rarely crossed into each other's private lives beyond professional communications. Jordan soon arrived at Lemieux's home, a standalone house with a garden in the city center purchased right after Lemieux joined the Timberwolves. Now Lemieux had built his life with Angelina there. "You know, I didn't expect your place to be this tidy. Can't believe Zhu Li is such a good homemaker. By the way, isn't her Tomb Raider movie coming out soon?" Jordan glanced around the room as he entered, then struck up casual conversation with Lemieux, who followed along with the topic. "Yes, by the time we were playing the Lakers, she was wrapping up filming and made a point to come support us in person. She only finished all her shoot-related work recently and has been busy with the crew preparing for the press conference, so she's not home today." From Jordan's uncomfortable expression, Lemieux could tell this wasn't just a casual visit, yet he tactfully refrained from pressing about Jordan's true purpose. After a long pause, Jordan finally spoke. "I'm here for two things. First, congratulations. Glenn asked me to prepare a 5-year contract extension for you. After deductions, you're looking at roughly $4 million in your pocket, which places your salary alongside top-tier coaches like Phil in the league. As for the second matter, I should have given you a heads up sooner. My team shares have grown faster than I initially expected over the past couple of years. At the end of the day, I'm just a businessman now, and taking care of my own interests is what matters most. I've already submitted my resignation to Glenn and plan to step down as team president to fully transition into a behind-the-scenes investor role. As for my successor, I've recommended you to the board. Putting the team in your hands is where I feel most comfortable." This news hit Lemieux like a bolt from the blue. He never imagined Jordan would orchestrate something like this, handing him both the general manager and head coach position simultaneously, an unexpected development he hadn't foreseen. "Is there any choice in the matter?" Lemieux asked with a wry smile. Jordan shook his head, shutting down any lingering hope. "No. As expected, the board will announce this within the next couple of days. Michael Jordan, president of basketball operations for the Minnesota Timberwolves, has submitted his resignation to the board of directors due to personal reasons. After extensive deliberation among the executive team, the board has ultimately approved Mr. Jordan's resignation. Moving forward, Michael will continue to accompany us in the capacity of team partner. We thank him for all the dedication and effort he has invested over the past 2 years towards securing the franchise's first championship trophy. He will forever remain an indispensable pillar of the Minnesota Timberwolves organizational culture." Head coach Lemieux will assume the role of president of basketball operations starting today. As the architect of the franchise's first championship and the founder of its cultural identity, Mr. Li Mu has spent the past 2 seasons cultivating an exceptional core roster capable of competing for titles. Based on the board's careful consideration and Mr. Michael Jordan's endorsement, we have ultimately decided to appoint Mr. Li Mu as the new president of basketball operations while also signing him to a 5-year head coaching extension. We trust that under his leadership the Minnesota Timberwolves will continue to reach new heights, achieve further glory, and defend our championship legacy with renewed determination and vigor. Several days after Jordan confronted Li Mu, the Timberwolves' public relations department released an official announcement regarding the personnel changes. While Jordan's resignation came somewhat unexpectedly, what truly sent shivers down spines was Li Mu's meteoric rise. No one anticipated that this man, still not yet 30 years old, would leap directly into the role of decision-maker for a professional franchise, a first in the history of North America's 4 major sports leagues. At the subsequent Timberwolves official press conference, Li Mu sat in a tailored suit on stage with the departing Jordan and team owner Glenn Taylor seated beside him. The purpose of the conference was to introduce Li Mu to the media in his new capacity as president of basketball operations and to outline the franchise's future operational plans. Li Mu gazed out at the bustling assembly of media journalists, feeling as though his mind had gone completely blank. Less than a month after winning the championship, he had been forced to undergo such a dramatic identity shift, an enormous challenge for him. Yet on reflection, the freedom from constraints in future roster decisions was not necessarily a bad thing. Though the responsibilities and pressures far exceeded what he had known before, he had also gained higher compensation and greater authority. With that thought in mind, Li Mu ultimately accepted the appointment. Good evening, media friends. I am Glenn Taylor, the controlling owner of the Minnesota Timberwolves. The primary purpose of today's press conference is to announce a personnel change within our organization. Mr. Michael Jordan, our former president of basketball operations, has resigned from the board. After careful deliberation by the board, and with Mr. Michael Jordan's recommendation, we have decided to appoint our head coach, Mr. Li Mu, to the dual role of president of basketball operations and assign him to a new 5-year contract. We now invite our new president of basketball operations to address us. Glenn Taylor concisely concluded his introduction of the personnel changes and then passed the microphone on the table to Li Mu. Clearing his throat as he took the microphone, Li Mu began. Good evening, everyone. I am Li Mu. I am deeply honored to have the unified confidence of the entire organization in entrusting me with the significant responsibility of president of basketball operations. I also extend my sincere gratitude to Mr. Michael Jordan for his unwavering support of my coaching work throughout the years. I wish him great happiness in his upcoming retirement. Li Mu employed a relaxed tone to ease the atmosphere in the room, and everyone present, including Jordan, broke into genuine smiles. Once the mood settled, Li Mu proceeded to outline his operational plans for the team. Last season, through the collective effort of everyone in the organization, we accomplished the historic milestone of going from having no championships to capturing our first title. During the offseason, we will collaborate across all departments to evaluate our current roster. While preserving our core championship-winning foundation as much as possible, we will also bring in fresh talent to strengthen the team. Additionally, the franchise will undertake renovations at Target Center during the offseason, replacing aging equipment. For the new season, we will introduce higher specification broadcast video boards and more comfortable seating areas, ensuring our beloved fans enjoy an elevated game day experience. In his first press conference as the new appointee, Li Mu demonstrated remarkable professionalism. His composed demeanor and methodical operational plan instantly won over the majority of the media, who now recognized the legitimacy of the Timberwolves' leadership decision. After the press conference concluded, Li Mu wasted no time returning to his new office. The former presidential suite of basketball operations, once occupied by Jordan, now bearing a nameplate with Li Mu's name. He officially began his new chapter as the franchise's ultimate decision-maker. The first priority was addressing management personnel changes. Jordan's resignation simultaneously signaled the need for adjustments across the franchise's operational structure. After considerable thought, Li Mu decided to invite Mikhail to serve as general manager. The dual role of president of basketball operations and head coach meant he could not micromanage every detail. He needed a trusted assistant to support him in executing daily operations while he focused on providing strategic direction and making final decisions on all matters. Li Mu's outstanding coaching performances had conquered the proud and ambitious Mikhail, and the championship triumph only solidified Mikhail's commitment to staying within Li Mu's organization. After winning the championship, Li Mu's former team, the Boston Celtics, had offered him a position as lead assistant coach with a higher salary. However, after deep consideration, Mikhail ultimately declined his old organization's offer and chose to remain in Minnesota. This was precisely why Li Mu had chosen Mikhail for the general manager position. He was confident that Mikhail would never undermine him out of a sense of seniority. When Mikhail arrived at Li Mu's office, the two quickly aligned on their shared vision. From that moment forward, Mikhail would step down from his lead assistant coaching role and return to the team's management and decision-making layer. As for Mikhail's replacement on the coaching staff, Li Mu had already made his choice. Mike Brown, who had been responsible for building the team's defensive system, was his top candidate. This unassuming assistant coach had transformed the Timberwolves' previously fragmented defensive structure into one of the league's elite units over the past 2 seasons. Giving him greater creative freedom could yield remarkable results. As a replacement for Mikhail's departure from the coaching staff, Rodman, who had recently announced his retirement, had become Lee Mu's target. His addition would perfectly fill the interior guidance vacancy left by Mikhail's move. During the previous season, Rodman had excelled in a mentorship role, and his presence both on and off the court would also help Lee Mu maintain stronger control over the locker room. After signing a series of personnel change documents, Lee Mu, feeling mentally exhausted, leaned back in his chair preparing for a brief rest. Suddenly his phone vibrated in his pocket. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was an international call. He instinctively assumed it might be someone from China's Sports Federation, but then reasoned that it was deep into the night in China. Senior officials would hardly call at this hour on a whim. With a trace of curiosity, Lee Mu answered the call. As he greeted with a simple "Wei" in Mandarin, the voice on the other end was so unmistakable that he immediately identified the caller. "Coach Lee, it's me, Yao Ming. I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, but I have a rather difficult matter that I need to discuss with you." Yao Ming's voice carried a hoarse quality, his fatigue unmistakable. Before Lee Mu could even ask what was wrong, Yao Ming, as if having made up his mind, spoke his true purpose into the phone. "Coach Lee, I've been contemplating this decision for a long time. I don't care what others think. I simply want to follow my heart. I plan to enter this year's NBA draft." Yao Ming waited anxiously for a response from the other end of the line, his forearms tensing so violently that veins bulged as he gripped the phone receiver. Seconds ticked by, yet Lee Mu on the other end remained silent, offering no opinion. After waiting so long, Yao Ming's conviction began to waver. Could it be that even Coach Lee Mu did not approve of his decision to declare for the draft at this juncture? Ever since Wang Zhizhi departed the domestic league, Yao Ming had emerged like a dazzling new star upon the public stage. In the recently concluded league season, he and Lu Wei led the Shanghai team to the championship as cornerstones, facing off against the ironclad squad that had once struck terror into opponents. Even without Wang Zhizhi, they managed to storm through to the finals. In those finals, he stood completely even against Liu Yudong, even briefly gaining the upper hand at times. Ultimately, he posted a terrifying average of 28 points and 20 rebounds per game, successfully lifting the championship trophy for Shanghai. Yet no one at that time could have imagined that this brilliant young man, who had just hoisted the league's most valuable player award, was already harboring thoughts of departure. Behind this seemingly glamorous facade, Yao Ming had gradually sensed something amiss. If he remained in the domestic league for the next season, given the current overall intensity of competition, he would struggle to achieve substantial progress in his basketball skills. The previous player who had accumulated such distinguished honors had already established himself firmly in the NBA through sheer determination and hard work. Yao Ming acknowledged that there remained a considerable gap between himself and Wang Zhizhi. Due to being several years older, Wang Zhizhi's experience in international tournaments far exceeded his own. Yet even so, Wang Zhizhi had spent considerable time adapting upon first joining the NBA, which left Yao Ming in a state of prolonged hesitation on the matter. If he declared for the draft now, would he possess sufficient ability to carve out a place in the NBA? A league overflowing with extraordinary natural talent. Growing increasingly anxious after receiving no reply to Yao's mood resembled an ant scrambling upon a hot pan. He presumed Lee Mu was carefully crafting words of counsel, and his spirits instantly plummeted to rock bottom. Just as he was about to inform Lee Mu on the other end that he would give the matter further careful consideration, the previously silent Lee Mu suddenly spoke. "Yao, I am truly glad for the courage you have shown in taking this step. Most of our players spend their entire lives confined within invisible shackles. The fact that you have chosen to break free at this moment is a blessing for Chinese basketball. I will naturally lend my full support to your draft declaration. However, I imagine you must have encountered considerable resistance before placing this call." For Lee Mu, Yao Ming's decision to declare for the draft brought a profound sense of satisfaction. Yao Ming was approaching his 20th year, an age in the NBA that occupies an awkward intermediate position, neither young nor experienced enough to be ideal. Nevertheless, considering Yao Ming's natural gifts and pure ability, choosing to declare this year was undeniably the correct decision. This year's draft class could be described as a year rich in interior talent. Among domestic players, Kwame Brown, Tyson Chandler, Eddie Curry, and Zach Randolph had long since declared their candidacy. Meanwhile, overseas centers Mehmet Okur and Pau Gasol had drawn significant attention from scouts as elite international interior prospects. With his spectacular performance at the previous Asian Games, Yao Ming had already etched his name into memory as the little giant from the East. His declaration would inevitably disrupt the draft plans of every franchise. "Yao, I understand you may harbor concerns about language barriers and difficulty adapting to the pace upon arrival. But regardless, within the next 2 years you will need to take this step and enter the NBA. Therefore, while you are still young and possess ample energy to adapt to the league style, I wholeheartedly support your decision to move forward." The words Yao had intended to retreat with were forcibly swallowed back. He had originally expected Lee Mu to offer various persuasions designed to dissuade him from declaring for the draft. Yet when Lee Mu expressed such resolute support over the phone, he found himself momentarily unable to process it. At this realization, the towering 29-meter giant's voice carried a slight tremor of emotion. I understand, Coach Lee. Tomorrow I will confront the team directly. As long as I can smoothly enter the draft, I am willing to pay any price. Detecting the excitement in the other voice, Li Mu continuously offered words of comfort. Yao, remain calm. Do not become so agitated. I know this matter is of paramount importance to you, but you should deliberate carefully. Discuss with your family and the team, and most crucially communicate effectively with the club's upper management. Declaring for the draft is not such a straightforward undertaking. While soothing the other party, Li Mu then shifted his tone. However, do not let the complexity of procedures make you feel the obstacles are insurmountable. Let me share something with you. The opponent you faced in exhibition games 2 years ago, that young man named Tyson Chandler, he will also be entering this year's draft. I can tell you with full responsibility that the player you thoroughly dominated 3 years ago is now one of the hottest prospects among all franchises. Your ability surpasses his. Boldly imagine this: if we declare for the draft, the #1 pick will essentially be in your grasp. In 1998, Yao Ming had traveled to America with a group of promising Chinese young talents to compete in the World U17 Championship. That was the first time Yao Ming had gone head-to-head against Tyson Chandler in competition. The coach responsible for guiding Yao Ming at that time had repeatedly instructed him before the match to maintain the highest level of alertness and pay close attention to the player named Tyson Chandler, whose natural talent far exceeded that of his peers and who was destined to be drafted. Expecting a grueling battle, Yao Ming had prepared himself thoroughly, even bringing his absolute best condition. Unexpectedly, he had not expended significant effort before thoroughly dominating Tyson Chandler in their matchup. He is also entering the draft. If even he can be selected at a high position, then I feel even more confident. Yao Ming on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback by this news. He still vividly recalled how his mindset during that game had gradually shifted from cautious to bold. It was his first encounter with a player possessing NBA-caliber talent, and that very match had significantly bolstered his confidence, driving him to persistently strive toward his future in the NBA. Finally, there is one more matter I must earnestly caution you about. In my view, being able to defeat Tyson Chandler is hardly remarkable. After all, beyond the sky there is still sky, and beyond a person there is still a person. Among this year's draft candidates, there is a player from Spain named Pau Gasol whose talent is no inferior to yours. In my opinion, he is the opponent truly worthy of your serious consideration. We will face their team in the upcoming Olympics. If you can thoroughly dominate that man, then you will be the undisputed #1 prospect of this draft class. Yao Ming paused upon hearing this. The name Pau Gasol was familiar to him from whispered conversations. He understood Gasol to be a player with a distinctive style, remarkably similar to his idol Arvydas Sabonis. Since even Li Mu held such high regard for him, it was evident that the Spaniard possessed extraordinary abilities. With this thought, Yao Ming immediately agreed. Understood, Coach Lee. I will not disappoint you. Let us settle this on the court. It was not until 2 weeks later that news of Yao Ming surfaced again. That day was the registration deadline for the upcoming draft. Early in the morning, the league's draft department issued a special announcement. Yao Ming, a player from China, had submitted his personal documents to the league the previous day. After the relevant authorities reviewed and verified his materials, they confirmed that he met all requirements to participate in this year's draft. The announcement immediately stirred a storm within the league. While everyone had assumed Yao Ming would be forced to postpone his entry due to systemic constraints, he shattered those rumors with his decisive actions. Yao Ming's declaration to enter the draft ignited a fresh wave of discussion throughout the league. Nearly every team interested in him held the same view. Regardless of the obstacles behind Yao Ming, if they had a chance to select him with their draft pick, they would stop at nothing to secure him. A fervent debate about Yao Ming began to spread across the league. Executives from numerous lottery-bound teams tacitly boarded flights to Shanghai, all eager to witness the prowess of the Oriental little giant with their own eyes. If possible, they also wanted to seize this opportunity to hold preliminary talks with Yao Ming's home team about potential future developments. While the buzz around Yao Ming continued to escalate in the NBA, a starkly different set of voices and opinions emerged back in China. The reason Yao Ming managed to prepare all the necessary documents and submit them to the NBA across the ocean within 2 weeks was simple. He had issued an ultimatum to the Shanghai Sharks and the sports authorities. If they did not allow him to enter the NBA draft, he would immediately announce his retirement and never play for any team again. At that time, Yao Ming was far from possessing mature judgment or foresight. Yet it was precisely this juvenile recklessness that unexpectedly seized the leverage over everyone who sought to control him. Wang Jiji's experience in America had shaken Yao Ming's already unsettled heart. The Shanghai Sharks, having sensed the shifting tides, were certainly not about to let this cash cow slip away so easily. The sports authorities, however, had deeper considerations than the Shanghai Sharks. Yao Ming and Wang Jiji were fundamentally different. Their statuses were worlds apart. Before departing, Wang Jiji had personally promised the authorities whenever his country needed him to play, he would immediately board the fastest flight back to the team. But restraining Yao Ming with a mere promise was clearly unrealistic. Although he was a registered player traceable in the records, Yao Ming had the right to prioritize his own interests and refuse call-ups for various international competitions. Whether Yao Ming would continue playing for the Shanghai Sharks next season was not their primary concern. What truly worried them was the possibility that after being drafted he might find excuses to decline playing for his country. That was the ultimate fear. Thus, when Yao Ming formally requested to enter the NBA draft the Shanghai Sharks, and the sports authorities immediately rejected his plea with various excuses without a second thought. It was not until Yao Ming, thoroughly enraged, threatened retirement that room for negotiation emerged. Once Yao Ming was truly determined to leave, he only needed to obtain a clearance letter verifying his identity and submit it to FIBA. Although neither side wanted Yao Ming to slip out of their grasp so easily, if he actually followed through with retirement, no one would be able to bear the consequences. After repeated deliberations, they ultimately decided to take a step back and allow Yao Ming to participate in the draft. If he was indeed selected, they would then negotiate with the team and the NBA league. The storm surrounding Yao Ming subsided once he officially obtained his draft eligibility. Li Mu, who had been quietly advising Yao Ming from behind the scenes, felt a surge of joy. Seeing Yao Ming take this decisive step, Li Mu knew that Yao Ming's legendary basketball career had only just begun. The future stretched before him bright and boundless. Li Mu, however, was plagued by headaches over team operations. For the first time, he truly felt the immense difficulty of running a professional franchise. Two extremely thorny issues lay before him. 1. The league had recently officially passed a luxury tax regulation to be implemented starting next season. From then on, every team would be subject to the luxury tax threshold. Under this new rule, each team's total salary and benefits expenditures could not exceed 61% of all basketball-related income. With the salary cap yet to increase significantly, the multi-million-dollar contracts of Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen already consumed a large portion of the cap space, leaving Li Mu with limited room for further maneuvers. If he wished to operate above the salary cap, he would have to pay the luxury tax. Although owner Glenn Taylor did not voice opposition to this, Li Mu was not foolish enough to splurge recklessly on roster construction. While winning the championship had indeed turned the team's financial situation around, Taylor had immediately reinvested most of the profits into arena renovations and equipment purchases. In reality, the dividends going into the board members' pockets were rather meager. With Ben Wallace and Chauncey Billups' contracts expiring and bench players Malik Sealy and Bruce Bowen also set to become free agents this summer, handling the extension negotiations would require careful deliberation. 2. Since the Minnesota Timberwolves had not yet been involved in the secret contract scandal with Joe Smith at this stage, they still retained their draft picks for the next 3 years. However, the previous year's selection of Ron Artest had automatically converted this year's pick into the Toronto Raptors' possession. Li Mu had originally planned to pick in the mid to late first round to select Gerald Wallace the Cat, but now that goal seemed difficult to achieve. The task before Li Mu was daunting. How to keep the team in championship contention next season while properly handling the expiring contracts of these players. This pressure weighed heavily on the newly empowered Li Mu. Fortunately, this predicament did not last long because his old team, the Chicago Bulls, soon called Li Mu's office on the private line. After the dissolution of the Bulls' Big Three, their performance had remained stuck in mediocrity. Grant Hill, when healthy, could still deliver MVP-caliber performances. But Jerry Krause's radical overhaul of the roster had caused the once dominant Bulls dynasty to crumble instantly. Last season's underwhelming performance forced Jerry Reinsdorf to reassess the roster. Under his push, the Bulls' primary offseason target became Ben Wallace, who was about to become a restricted free agent. Ben Wallace had posted career-high numbers last season, ranking among the league leaders in rebounds and blocks per game. His selection to the all-defensive first team at season's end was the highest affirmation of his performance. After Dikembe Mutombo was traded, the Bulls desperately needed a qualified starting interior player. Ben Wallace's playing style fit perfectly with the Bulls' needs. Their franchise star Grant Hill had expressed a strong desire to bring Wallace on board. Long time no see, Lee. It's been almost 3 years. You know my style. I'll keep it brief. I want to discuss a sign-and-trade deal for Ben Wallace. Interested in talking details. Although Li Mu had long left the Bulls, the voice on the other end of the line still carried that irritating tone that Jerry Krause was known for. But Li Mu had no time to dwell on that. Just as he was about to doze off, a pillow was handed to him. With such a gift delivered to his doorstep, Li Mu naturally accepted it graciously. You're talking about Ben. You want to sign him? That's out of the question. He's our starting center, the core of our defensive system, the most critical piece alongside Kevin Garnett. Unless you pay up. In Li Mu's operational philosophy, as long as the chips offered were sufficiently enticing, there was no player who could not be traded, even if that player had just made a monumental contribution to their championship victory. Over the past 2 seasons, Ben Wallace had demonstrated astonishing growth. As a center standing at 2.01 meters, he always maintained boundless energy on the court. Every all-out block and every rebound snatched from the forest of towering opponents quickly earned him the affection and admiration of Minnesota fans. After winning the championship, Ben Wallace was happier than anyone else. In his view, had this team not accepted him and granted him a starting role with ample playing time, he would never have had the opportunity to lift the championship trophy so early in his career. Therefore, regarding his contract extension, he had expressed on multiple public occasions his willingness to remain with the team. But clearly the contract issues Li Mu faced extended far beyond Ben Wallace alone. Both his and Chauncey Billup's contracts were expiring simultaneously, posing the most daunting challenge for Li Mu. Retaining both would inevitably mean dealing with the luxury tax. Faced with a trade offer that Krause had voluntarily brought to his doorstep, Li Mu had no intention of letting his former employer off easily. For Krause, many tasks remained before he could successfully sign Ben Wallace, whether Wallace was willing to reach an agreement, and what price he would have to pay in a sign-and-trade with the Timberwolves. All of this required careful consideration. Thus, when Li Mu demanded that they improve their offer, Krause's instinctive reaction was refusal. However, considering Reinsdorf's performance requirements and the fact that this trade would be tied to his own future career, Krause, after much deliberation, ultimately agreed to Li Mu's terms. "I can agree to your terms, but only on the condition that you allow us to contact Ben Wallace. If he is unwilling to join us, then all ideas related to this trade will be null and void." Li Mu agreed without a second thought. Although Ben Wallace had repeatedly expressed his desire to stay, that did not necessarily mean he would make concessions on the contract amount. Given the level of attention Wallace had received from numerous teams over the past season, it was inevitable that he would land the highest salary of his career during this offseason. Analyzing Wallace's fit with the team, Kevin Garnett's presence limited his defensive impact, preventing him from exerting the influence he might have otherwise had. His severe offensive shortcomings became a target for opponents during the playoffs. Whenever Wallace was on the offensive end, the opposing team didn't even need to make specific defensive adjustments. His only contributions on offense were second-chance points under the basket and the occasional fast-break opportunity. So for Li Mu, seriously considering Krause's proposal was not a difficult decision. After all, from an operational standpoint, the goal of this potential trade was always to upgrade the center position. But such a move would also trigger other issues. A team that had just won a championship actively seeking roster changes during the offseason, no matter how lucrative the return, would inevitably affect team morale and invite unnecessary criticism. Setting aside whether this potential trade would bring richer rewards from the fans' perspective, if Ben Wallace were indeed traded away, the management led by Li Mu would have to spend a great deal of time providing a reasonable explanation to the fans and giving a proper account to the players. Every aspect like this was something Li Mu had to consider. Out of respect for Ben Wallace and a desire to operate transparently, Li Mu did not intend to conceal anything from the relevant parties involved. He first approached owner Glenn Taylor, explaining the offer from the Bulls and sharing his own opinion on the matter. As a cross-industry investor, Glenn Taylor had always given management great autonomy since taking over. Whether in trades or team operations, he repeatedly assured every president that he would not interfere with their decisions. So when Li Mu expressed his desire to trade Ben Wallace, Taylor, after a moment of contemplation, ultimately endorsed his idea. During their subsequent conversation, Taylor offered two suggestions regarding the potential trade of Ben Wallace. 1. Li Mu needed to have an open and honest conversation with Wallace to understand his true feelings. If Wallace was willing to take a pay cut or firmly expressed a desire to stay, the trade should be called off immediately. Even if the Bulls' offer exceeded expectations, Li Mu should not worry about the luxury tax implications. As long as the team remained a championship contender next season, nothing else would become an obstacle for Li Mu. 2. If Wallace intended to reach an agreement with the other party, Li Mu and his team needed to prepare explanations for the fans and the organization. Whether Wallace ultimately stayed or left, he would forever be a memorable part of Minnesota Timberwolves history. So no matter which team he played for next season, they should offer him applause and respect. After understanding Taylor's thoughts, Li Mu immediately set about arranging a meeting with Wallace and his agent to discuss his future. Just as Li Mu was about to dial Wallace's number, an uninvited guest burst into his office without any prior notice. As Li Mu's eyes adjusted to the light streaming through the open door and made out the figure, he realized the breathless visitor was the team's general manager, Kevin McHale. "Li, hold on. I suggest you take a look at this news first." McHale tightly clutched a newspaper in his hand. After taking it, Li Mu saw a striking headline prominently displayed on the sports section front page. "Tim Duncan refuses to extend contract with Spurs, will test free agency this summer." Rasheed Wallace reportedly at odds with Team Golden State Warriors listening to offers for him. Li Mu felt these two blockbuster pieces of news bombard his mind repeatedly. Even his gaze toward Kevin McHale grew intense. After a long pause, he finally snapped out of it, murmuring in disbelief, "This is absolutely explosive. Could it be that the entire league is about to descend into chaos?" Half an hour later, all the top executives of the Timberwolves had gradually gathered in the conference room. Just moments ago, McHale had informed everyone of this heavy news. The purpose of gathering everyone now was to discuss an appropriate plan in response to this situation. After everyone had taken their seats, Li Mu, who had been waiting for a long time, could no longer contain his emotions. He got straight to the point. "I believe everyone already knows what happened just now. Like you, I find it very surprising. But there is no need to doubt the authenticity of this matter. I have used my connections to contact the journalist and publishing house responsible for this report. The source is very reliable. Barring any unexpected developments, there will likely be many follow-up reports later today." After receiving confirmation from Li Mu, the expressions of everyone present became quite vivid. The two players at the center of this topic are both elite power forwards in the league. The news of their potential transfers at this moment will undoubtedly disrupt the original reinforcement plans of all teams in the league. No team can refuse the opportunity of two top-tier players entering the free market. Even with Kevin Garnett on the roster, Lee Mu does not want to miss this chance. Alan, what is the current gap between our existing contracts and the luxury tax? Every minute and second was precious to Lee Mu. So disregarding the fact that everyone was still stunned, he directly posed this question to the team's financial department head. The league recently announced the salary cap for next season is $35.5 million. The contracts of Kevin and Ray alone account for nearly $32 million of our cap space. Currently, we still have a full mid-level exception. For the extensions of Chauncey and Ben, we can use the bird rights to sign them over the cap. As for other ways to strengthen the team, we can at most offer veteran minimum contracts. After hearing the analysis, Lee Mu realized that the salary situation under the current circumstances was not optimistic. Big Ben with a player option would inevitably opt out of his current contract. Meanwhile, Chauncey Billups, who had been playing more steadily, would also seek a long-term stable contract with the team. At this moment, the opportunities left for Lee Mu to pursue Duncan and Wallace were very few. Even with Taylor's authorization that Lee Mu's operations could be free from luxury tax constraints, it was foreseeable that the escalating luxury tax would put immense pressure on future salary cap space. We will proceed with the original plan without worrying about the pressure from the luxury tax. Kevin, Allen, Mike, please stay. The rest of you may leave now. After reiterating his stance to everyone, Lee Mu dismissed the others, leaving only the three heads of finance operations and coaching staff in the conference room. At this moment, a bold plan was taking shape in Lee Mu's mind. The three people before him were the best candidates to verify his conjecture. Now that it's just us, there's no need to be so formal. I can tell you clearly the chance of those two joining our roster is extremely slim. But that doesn't prevent us from making some minor adjustments as a third party. The third party, Lee Mu referred to, actually meant his intention to join the potential upcoming trades as a third party. Duncan's restricted free agent status and Wallace's remaining 3-year contract meant that any transfer of the two would inevitably involve a trade. Lee Mu planned to enter as a facilitator to benefit from it. Lee, what I'm about to say may sound exaggerated. But even if Glenn is willing to pay the luxury tax, we have at most about $12 million in cap space for reinforcements, and that's without extending Ben and Chauncey. Without any trades, I can't think of any feasible way to strengthen the team. The first to speak was General Manager McHale. As the operations head authorized by Lee Mu, he had already completed an evaluation of the current roster. The salary cap would further restrict all reinforcement methods for championship contending teams. In his view, the most optimistic plan was to use bird rights to extend Big Ben and Wallace, and use the remaining cap to sign a few minimum salary players to fill out the roster. What if I said that the next reinforcement plan could involve moving Ray Allen? As soon as these words were spoken, the three men who had been engaged in heated discussion fell into silence. They all turned their gaze toward Lee Mu with tacit understanding, as if what he had just said sounded like a fantasy to them. Coach, isn't this move a bit too radical? After all, we are a team that just won the championship. Making such drastic changes to the roster could provoke public criticism. After deliberating for a moment, lead assistant coach Mike Brown mustered the courage to voice his opinion. As the assistant coach with the closest relationship to Ray Allen, he clearly did not approve of Lee Mu's seemingly far-fetched idea. Brown's view was quickly echoed by the other two. In their eyes, attempting to trade Big Ben was already shaking the team's foundation. Now targeting the team's second most important player, Ray Allen, seemed utterly absurd. Don't be so nervous, gentlemen. I know that what I just said sounds crazy to you all, but let me ask you one thing. If trading Ray could bring us Tim, would you still find it incomprehensible? The question Lee Mu posed forced the three to reconsider. Ray Allen was the team's most reliable perimeter player, capable of enhancing the offensive firepower and tactical diversity. But what if he could be traded for Duncan? The strength of their combined play had been demonstrated in the past 2 All-Star games. Garnett's versatility and Duncan's formidable two-way prowess were enough to offset the consequences of losing Ray Allen. See, everyone is silent. Let me reiterate, except for Kevin Garnett, everyone on the Minnesota Timberwolves can be a trade asset. As managers, we should not hesitate when facing opportunities. If we miss the chance due to indecision, no one can bear that responsibility. Lee Mu's voice was not heavy, but every word he spoke carried weight in the eyes of the three. Decisiveness was the first trait Lee Mu had demonstrated before them since becoming president. Kevin, for now, cancel the trade negotiations with Chicago. Put aside the deal involving Big Ben. Contact Tim's agent. Make sure to show our sincerity and try to get them to consider us as a destination. At the same time, tell Greg that if Tim agrees to join us, we are willing to offer Ray Allen as a trade asset to complete a sign-and-trade deal with them. Seeing that no one objected further, Lee Mu quickly delegated his plan. After everyone left, he finally relaxed his tense nerves. Garnett and Duncan. Who will play center? Lee Mu couldn't help but ponder this question. Time flew by, and draft night finally arrived. Early that morning, countless Chinese fans sat glued to their television sets, brimming with eager anticipation. News of Yao Ming entering the draft had spread to every household. Top sports officials had never expected Yao Ming's resolute decision to declare for the draft would create such far-reaching repercussions, sparking widespread discussions across the country. Many fans were eager to witness a national showdown between him and Wang Zhizhi in the NBA. Everyone waited for David Stern to utter the words, Yao Ming from China. CCTV even launched a special broadcast program dedicated to providing live coverage of the draft proceedings. Yao Ming was at his home in Shanghai. As one of the most highly touted prospects in this draft class, the NBA had sent a media crew to set up a live video link between his residence and the draft venue. Surrounded by his parents, coach, and agent, the still green young Yao sat among them, quietly waiting for the draft results to be announced. Ladies and gentlemen, the NBA draft is officially underway. The Washington Wizards hold the first overall pick. They now have 5 minutes to select their desired player. Let us wait and see. Meanwhile, Li Mu sat inside a conference room, watching the live draft broadcast on television. Though the Minnesota Timberwolves held no picks in this year's draft, he still kept an eye open for potential opportunities to make moves. Privately, he also wanted to see which team would select Yao Ming and at what spot. As David Stern stepped back onto the stage, everyone knew it was time for the Wizards to make their decision. With the first pick in the NBA draft, Stern's weathered voice carried immense weight that night. After double-checking the name on the slip in his hand, he made the official announcement. Yao Ming, center from the Shanghai team of the Chinese League. Stern drew out the final syllables as he read Yao Ming's name. This marked the very first Chinese player he had announced as a draft selection. With Wang Zhizhi already in the league and Yao Ming taken as the number 1 pick, the future of Chinese basketball looked bright and promising. The large venue screen instantly cut to the live feed from Shanghai. As the camera closed in on Yao Ming's youthful features, he appeared before the NBA audience for the very first time as a drafted player, drawing every pair of eyes in the arena toward the towering big man. Aware that countless viewers were watching him through the lens, Yao Ming snapped out of the joy of being selected. He turned toward the camera from his seat and began introducing himself in halting English. Hi, I'm Yao Ming. I'm really happy. Before he could finish his sentence, his Chinese side agent beside him gently held him back, seeing his limited English vocabulary failing him. He leaned over and whispered, signaling that he would handle the follow-up questions and remarks on Yao's behalf. Yao Ming relayed his true thoughts in a quiet voice to his agent. Through the agent's interpretation, the public heard Yao Ming's genuine feelings about entering the draft for the first time on camera. It is a tremendous honor to be selected with the first overall pick. This is the greatest recognition I could receive. I thank the Washington Wizards for their faith in me, as well as everyone who has helped me along the way. I will join the league and meet you all as soon as possible. The agent delivered Yao Ming's sentiments in fluent English on live television. But shortly after he finished speaking, a staff member backstage handed David Stern a note. Stern unfolded it, glanced at its contents, and his expression shifted instantly. After repeatedly confirming with nearby staff that every detail on the note was authentic, Stern cut off the agent mid-speech and read the news from the note in a solemn, official tone. Moments ago, a trade has been completed between 2 league teams. The Chicago Bulls send Michael Finley plus the 4th overall draft pick to the Washington Wizards in exchange for newly drafted Yao Ming. Everyone present wore stunned expressions, as if what they had just heard was nothing short of fantasy. Far away in Shanghai, Yao Ming could not understand Stern's announcement and looked thoroughly confused. His agent quickly leaned in and told him what had just transpired. Yao Ming's face fell the second he learned the truth. For a young man who had not yet stepped foot into the NBA, this struck like a bolt out of the blue. The gratitude he had just expressed toward the Wizards on camera now felt like a joke, leaving the naturally reserved Yao Ming deeply embarrassed. To many team executives, players were seldom seen as people, but rather as profitable commodities. At its core, this trade laid bare just how business-driven the NBA truly was. That became Yao Ming's very first lesson within the league. This deal threw every franchise's plans into disarray. Executives and draftees throughout the arena remained in shock. The Los Angeles Clippers, holding the second pick, were the first to snap back to reality. Before David Stern could move forward, they immediately phoned their front office to confirm whether they should stick to their original drafting strategy. Yao Ming's bitter, dejected expression stood in stark contrast to the chaotic bustle unfolding at the draft venue. No one spared a thought for the young man's sorrow, who far more pressing matters demanded everyone's attention. Watching from Minnesota, Li Mu was equally astonished. He could not help but marvel at how decisive and swift his former superior was. The instant the original plan hit an obstacle, he pivoted toward other options, refusing to surrender the initiative to anyone else. Everything has been destined by heaven in ways unknown to us. There is no need to dwell on excessive emotions about it. Maintaining a balanced mindset and focusing on being true to oneself is what truly matters at present. Staring at the deeply worried expression onto Yao's face on the big screen, Li Mu pondered for a moment before taking out his phone and composing this message. The recipient was naturally Yao, who had just gone through an emotional roller coaster. His experience coaching Yao over the past 2 years made him well aware that the latter had a tendency to overthink things, yet there was no changing what had already transpired. Moving forward, Yao would have to work through everything on his own. Looking back up at the screen, Stern, now composed, returned to the stage and resumed announcing the next selected player. Under his voice, future stars like Tyson Chandler, Eddie Curry, and Pau Gasol stepped onto the stage, one after another, wearing draft caps and smiling confidently as they shook Stern's hand. After a while, Li Mu rose from the sofa and headed toward the door, making sure to turn off the television with the remote before leaving the room. Ever since Krause had poached Yao using Finley and the 4th pick, Li Mu had lost interest in continuing to watch. The evening's work was coming to a close. With just 2 days remaining until free agency opened, rumors of Duncan's potential departure had forced Limu to delay his return to the Dragon team. At McHale's earnest invitation, Duncan and his agent agreed to include them among the teams under consideration. On the third day of the free agent market, the hottest name in free agency would visit Minnesota, and Limu and his team were preparing to extend their fullest sincerity in welcoming him. As opening day drew nearer, the teams still on Duncan's shortlist began to emerge more clearly. Nearly every franchise in the league showed keen interest in the two-way player, all eagerly hoping he would choose to join them. Yet after careful deliberation, Duncan declined most offers and narrowed his list to 5 teams. Perhaps out of lingering attachment to the City of Stars, he placed the Spurs last on his itinerary for meetings. The New York Knicks, boasting the league's highest attendance figures, became Duncan's first destination on his visitation tour. Following Ewing's departure, the franchise found itself in a rebuilding phase, with Sprewell anchoring the current core and the veteran Houston holding things together in the locker room. Portland's franchise remained on his list, the Blazers having been acquired by Microsoft co-founder Paul Allen in recent years. As the investor with the deepest personal pockets in the league, Allen was ready to splurge in pursuit of a top-tier free agent. Meanwhile, the New Jersey Nets had begun a resurgence under Jason Kidd, who emerged as one of Duncan's few close friends and immediately approached management about pursuing him after learning of his impending departure. At the end of his list came Minnesota and the Spurs, his former team. From Limu's perspective, the fact that they made it onto Duncan's serious consideration list meant their roster held something genuinely compelling. The challenge now was to seize this opportunity and assemble 21 players on the same team. Within an hour of the market opening, news about Duncan flooded the media. Since the Knicks and Nets shared the same state, Duncan completed his visits to both teams on day 1. According to sources tracking his movements, both clubs extended 5-year, $120 million maximum contract offers during those visits, yet Duncan remained non-committal. After wrapping up those visits, Duncan and his team immediately headed to Portland. Upon arrival, Allen and the full executive team welcomed Duncan before escorting him to the arena. Tight security prevented any journalists from entering, keeping the details of their meeting confidential. When Duncan reemerged in public, reporters captured only brief warm exchanges between him and Allen as they parted. Before leaving, Duncan waved goodbye to Allen in a cordial gesture. After enduring a lengthy waiting period, Duncan finally boarded his flight to Minnesota. Unlike the previous 3 clubs, Limu did not organize a grand welcome. Only Garnett accompanied him. When McHale questioned this decision, Limu simply offered a cryptic remark and departed with Garnett. Sometimes quality matters more than quantity. Minnesota in June brings the hottest temperatures of the year, a fact apparently unknown to Duncan. His memories of the region were dominated by snow and ice, and he wasn't accustomed to visiting during summer months. Stepping off the plane, the sun glinted off his sunglasses as he looked down to see Limu and Garnett waiting for him. "Welcome to Minnesota, Tim." Before Duncan could descend the stairs, Limu rushed forward to shake his hand. Garnett followed closely, embracing him warmly with visible excitement. After brief pleasantries, Duncan took the team bus and headed to the Target Center for a tour. "Tim, I'm glad you're considering us. Let me show you the arena first. It's currently undergoing renovations, so some areas may not be accessible. I apologize for any inconvenience. We've also partnered with the local Mayo Clinic, the most reputable sports medicine and rehabilitation facility. We'll be visiting them shortly." "Lee, I'll just call you Coach, that feels more natural." After Limu fell silent, Duncan asked him directly. "To be honest, playing against you was when I was most focused these past 2 seasons. If not for Kevin being here, I probably wouldn't have considered meeting with you at all. I'm curious, though, when I visited the other 3 teams, they brought out everyone to meet me. But today you only brought Kevin to welcome us. Pardon my boldness, but is this your unique approach to hospitality?" Before Limu could respond, Duncan continued, "I also have another question for you. As someone who's been defeated by you and Kevin, have you considered how to convince me to set aside my reservations and willingly join your team?" Duncan's casual question instantly chilled the once harmonious atmosphere inside the car. This topic had been discussed within the team when they first considered recruiting Duncan. Everyone tried to put themselves in his shoes, and without exception, most could not find a plausible reason to convince themselves to join a team that had just eliminated them in the playoffs, let alone a team that already had a member sharing the same position. "That's a question worth pondering, Tim. In a sense, I can't give you an answer that will satisfy you. In my view, the answer lies within your own heart." Others, when faced with Duncan's question, would instinctively scramble to find words, fabricating an answer that flattered him and elevated his stance. But Limu did not believe that was the true answer Duncan wanted to hear. Or rather, Duncan was using this aggressive approach to seize the initiative in the negotiation. "In my homeland there once lived a great man. We now call him the teacher. When faced with similar questions, he left us these words. In the past I often failed to grasp the profound meaning behind them, but today I find them most fitting to answer your question." Limu, sitting in the passenger seat, did not turn to look at Duncan's expression. Instead, he closed his eyes, drawing from the spirit of the teacher's words to explain his meaning to Duncan. "Who are our enemies? Who are our friends? This is the primary question of revolution." Limu tried his best to interpret these words with faithfulness, expressiveness, and elegance, but from Duncan's half-comprehending expression, he could tell the effect was minimal. Even Garnett, sitting beside him, seemed puzzled. After all, the word revolution was not common in their life experience, nor did they understand the profound meaning behind it. Don't dwell too much on the literal meaning, but as the saying goes, there are no eternal opposites in this world. Take your relationship with Kevin, for example. During the regular season, as opponents, you wouldn't go easy on each other because of personal friendship. But when you play together as teammates in the All-Star game or international competitions, you wouldn't hold grudges just because you were once rivals. This proves that even people from different camps can agree on certain things. Don't you think so? Limu turned to look at the back seat. Duncan's face showed a mixture of understanding and confusion. Clearly, Limu's explanation using the teacher's words had given him some insight, which was exactly what Limu had hoped for. Good steel is reserved for the blade. Mr. Glenn and the other executives are at home preparing for your reception, so only Kevin and I came to pick you up. Everything will become clear once we arrive. Compared to the previous clubs that had tried to recruit Duncan, Limu and his Timberwolves felt like a makeshift operation. But unlike the others, Duncan was not put off by this seemingly casual and spontaneous approach. In fact, he didn't mind it at all. For him, the lack of formality and unnecessary procedures was exactly what he hoped for. After confirming the next steps, Limu and his group headed toward the Target Center. After about half an hour, they pulled up smoothly at the main entrance of the Target Center. Duncan looked through the window. The team's owner, Glenn Taylor, was waiting for him not far away, followed by General Manager Mikhail and the rest of the management team. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Limu gestured for Duncan to go ahead, and the three of them stepped out of the car. Tim, welcome to Minnesota. We're delighted to have your interest. Please follow me. Today will be a full day. After Duncan got out of the car, Taylor immediately stepped forward and extended his hand. After a brief exchange, the group turned and began walking into the arena. Mikhail, as the architect of this visit, took over the conversation once they entered the arena. Under his guidance, Duncan gained a comprehensive understanding of the team from the ground up. Mikhail described the city's basketball history from the Minneapolis Lakers to the current Timberwolves. The unique spirit of the land of 10,000 lakes had always permeated the team. New facilities blended with traces of long-standing tradition, all now presented before Duncan. After Mikhail's introduction and a full tour, Duncan and his group arrived back in the arena. The once-packed stands were now empty, with only their group present. In the center of the court, two new banners hung from the rafters, one representing the Western Conference Championship and the other the NBA Championship from the past season. Duncan looked up, filled with emotion. If not for the injury, he might have been on the final stage this past season competing for that championship. Limu noticed the subtle change in Duncan's eyes and seized the moment. He knew it was time to make his final push. Tim, let's talk business. As Limu spoke, Mikhail signaled a staff member to bring out the carefully prepared gift. Limu continued addressing the group. Tim, I don't know what offers the previous clubs made to invite you. To be honest, even now I don't think all this is enough to win your heart. But still, we want to show you our utmost sincerity. With that, Limu pointed toward the entrance. As the spotlight hit the floor, a staff member walked over carrying a white home jersey. Duncan looked closely. On the front was the number 21, the same number worn by Garnett. This left him confused. He didn't understand why they would show him Garnett's jersey at this moment. Puzzled, Duncan took the jersey from Limu's hands. But then everything that followed left him stunned. Because on the back of the number 21 jersey, where Garnett's name should have been, it now read, Duncan. Number 21, Tim Duncan, home white jersey. Everything seemed the same, yet everything had changed completely. Seeing Duncan's confused expression, Garnett, the other party involved, walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Look, asking you to lower yourself to join us doesn't quite fit your stature. So after careful consideration, I took the liberty of offering this number to you. If you really come, I'd even wear number 69 willingly. Tim, I really want to fight alongside you. As for the contract, don't worry. Even if it means paying a huge luxury tax for the next few years, I'm willing. We truly hope you and Kevin can write a legendary story together in this city. Glenn Taylor seized the moment to express his stance as the team owner. Take your time, Tim. I really look forward to having you. On the surface, we're a club team, but deep down, we're more like a family. Not just you, but your family as well. We'll take care of them. If you want, your family can travel with the team plane anytime. Seeing Duncan's already moved expression, Limu played his trump card. Sorry, Rivers. Let me finish what you didn't. That evening, Duncan attended the banquet meticulously orchestrated by Taylor. At Limu's request, everyone present tactfully refrained from mentioning the signing matter. It was easy to read from Duncan's expression upon receiving the jersey that their objective had perhaps already been achieved, and now all that remained was to exercise patience and avoid rushing things. Early the next morning, Duncan and his entourage boarded a flight to return to San Antonio, as today was the communication day they had arranged with the Spurs. As a restricted free agent, Duncan had to first receive the Spurs' approval before joining any other club. In other words, if the Spurs intended to keep Duncan, they only needed to match whatever contract offer any other club presented. Watching Duncan's flight fade into the distance, Limu finally set his mind at ease. The ordeal of the past day had been far more arduous than coaching an entire playoff series, for the human heart remained the most elusive thing in this world. Let's go, Kevin. It's time to get back to work. If Duncan ultimately does not choose us, contact Ben and Chauncey's agents immediately to discuss contract extensions. We must prepare for both scenarios to avoid losing both players and resources. Whether Duncan would ultimately agree to sign with them remained a giant question mark in Lee Moo's heart to this day. But regardless, Lee Moo did not intend to pin all his hopes on Duncan alone. Keeping the initiative firmly in his own hands was his true objective moving forward. Duncan's final visit to the city of Spurs proceeded with minimal media attention. The negotiations regarding his contract extension were handled by general manager and head coach Popovich, with the meeting location set at Popovich's residence. No grand fanfare, no elaborate build-up. Just two men sharing red wine in a spacious room, a master and disciple speaking plainly to each other. This was the intimate moment Popovich had crafted for Duncan. Following Duncan's injury, Popovich had realized that something had shifted within his star player's heart, sowing doubts about his original intention to stay. A revelation Popovich himself had drawn directly from Duncan's words. Having grasped the changes in Duncan, Popovich resolved to act immediately, setting in motion his off-season reinforcement plans. With the front office united behind the strategy, the Spurs intended to spare no effort this offseason in pairing Duncan with a prime elite secondary star. The priority, however, was stabilizing Duncan's wavering commitment before methodically executing the rest of the plan. The talks stretched deep into the night before Duncan finally departed Popovich's home and returned to his residence, bringing his visit tour to a formal close. The initiative now rested squarely with Duncan, who would make the choice capable of reshaping the entire league. Days ticked by without Duncan announcing his decision, which significantly disrupted other teams' roster plans, as every franchise held on to maximum cap space for him. In stark contrast to the aggressive moves elsewhere in free agency, these clubs had remained completely inactive on any signings. As time dragged on, and the free agent pool dwindled, the holdout clubs grew increasingly restless, all hoping to avoid the frustration of walking away empty-handed. "We can't wait any longer. Contact Chauncey and Ben's agents. Tim is unlikely to sign with us, and we can no longer afford to lose roster pieces." Over the past several days, free agents Malik Sealy and Bruce Bowen had signed with other teams, dealing a heavy blow to the still inactive Timberwolves. Watching his championship course slowly disintegrate, even Lee Moo found his composure fraying. He dreaded the possibility that Ben and Chauncey would be lured away by lucrative offers, a scenario he absolutely could not accept. Just as McHale was departing to make those calls, a grinning Garnett burst unannounced into Lee Moo's office phone held high, shouting, "We did it. Tim has agreed to join us." The news jolted Lee Moo from his gloom. He snatched the phone from Garnett and stared intently at every word on the screen. It was a brief text message, but the tone carried in its word choices confirmed to Lee Moo that it came straight from Duncan himself. "Kevin, let's get the contract done." Lee Moo found it hard to believe. The man who had always remained unfazed under pressure was now visibly overcome with jubilation. For him, all his effort and the agonizing weight dissolved in that single message. Overwhelmed by the magnitude of the moment, Lee Moo stammered out instructions to Garnett. Quick, go get McHale. Tell him to stop everything and draft Tim's contract immediately." Before Garnett could even join in the celebration, Lee Moo sprinted from the room to share the news with owner Glenn Taylor. With Duncan's agreement secured, the next step was negotiating with the Spurs to waive their right to match the offer, which would allow them to finalize the signing. Once composed, Lee Moo drove to Taylor's residence to deliver the news in person. Without surprise, Taylor's face mirrored Lee Moo's own elation after thoroughly verifying the authenticity of the news. This marked the biggest free agent signing in Timberwolves franchise history. Upon learning of it, everyone began imagining Duncan and Garnett in matching Timberwolves uniforms, a pairing that would surely make them the league's #1 enemy come next season. By the way, Lee, there's something we haven't discussed yet. What are we doing with Ray A? After securing Taylor's approval, Lee Moo rushed back to the Target Center to prepare a 5-year, $120 million contract offer for Duncan. Keeping his composure, McHale immediately approached and pulled Lee Moo aside for a quiet word. Hearing this, Lee Moo, still clouded by excitement, suddenly remembered. Since preparing for Duncan's signing, Lee Moo had overlooked their current second option, but now it had become an issue demanding immediate attention. Even with the investors' willingness to pay luxury taxes, their finances could not sustain 3 simultaneous max contracts, let alone the ever-mounting tax burden. "Leave it to me. I'll handle the communication and push for a resolution that satisfies both sides." Recalling the player's stubborn nature, Lee Moo offered reassurance, though uncertainty gnawed at him internally. The next day arrived, and Lee Moo boarded a flight to Los Angeles, California. As a native, Ray Allen returned to his hometown every offseason, training intensively with his personal coach to address the weaknesses exposed during the previous season. Ever since the Timberwolves signaled their interest in pursuing Duncan in free agency, Ray Allen had sensed that he might become a trade chip. He had anticipated this, but to say he wasn't angry would be a lie. From a personal standpoint, Ray Allen couldn't understand why he was being cast aside right after helping the team win a championship. It felt utterly unjust. Without his steady performance in the playoffs, the Timberwolves' championship dream would have been nothing short of fantasy. Immersed in training, Ray Allen continued to vent his frustration through the basketball in his hands. But as time passed, he gradually awakened from his resentment. What mattered more now was not indulging in emotional outbursts, but preparing himself for the next team. A few teams, upon learning of the Timberwolves' moves, realized that Ray Allen was being tacitly made available for trade. This stirred the ambitions of several clubs that had long coveted his exquisite shooting skills. They tentatively submitted a few offers to the Timberwolves, probing for a price on Ray Allen. Before Duncan made his decision, Limu rejected all inquiries. He had long declared to his staff Ray Allen was untouchable except as part of a sign-in trade for Duncan. Upon learning of the Timberwolves' stance, the clubs that had shown interest backed off, returning their focus to the free agent market. But everything sparked renewed excitement yesterday when a leak revealed that Duncan, after much deliberation, had decided to sign with the Timberwolves. Limu, at the center of the storm, wasted no time in contacting Ray Allen's agent. With the trade now inevitable, he had to personally step in to handle the matter properly. "Coach, you're here. Have a seat. What would you like to drink? Coffee or red wine?" After arriving in Los Angeles, Limu followed the address given to him and went to Ray Allen's home. Yesterday, they had spoken candidly on the phone about the situation. Ray Allen's reaction on the phone was exactly what Limu had expected: clear-headed, maintaining his own stance without drifting with the tide, and staying calm about the impending trade. "Thanks, but I'll stick with coffee. We still have a lot to discuss, and drinking would cloud my thinking." Limu politely declined the wine. Ray Allen then went into the kitchen to brew coffee, soon emerging with a cup and placing it gently on the table before Limu. Just then the sound of the front door opening echoed again. Limu looked up and saw that it was Ray Allen's agent. In situations where the outcome was already decided, Limu usually cut straight to the chase to avoid unnecessary complications. But this time he found himself unable to speak the words. After all, telling his most prized player, "You're being traded," was something he found genuinely difficult. "I don't want to go to San Antonio, coach. Can you send me to another team like Golden State? Since yesterday, Antoine has been contacting me hoping I'll join him. I thought about it, and their playing style suits me much better than San Antonio's." Seeing Limu hesitate, Ray Allen, sitting nearby, spoke up first. Though he was indeed the subject of trade discussions, he still wanted to join a team that fit him. The Spurs' slow-paced offense and defense clashed with his style, while the Golden State Warriors seemed like a much more ideal destination. "Golden State. I see. Their general manager called me yesterday. I'll consider it and try to meet your wishes. But it also depends on San Antonio's stance. If they insist on you, I'll have to follow their wishes. Still, I'll do my best to send you to Golden State." Ray Allen's remarkable openness about being traded surprised Limu. In this negotiation, their roles had reversed. Now it was Ray Allen who seemed to be steering the discussion about his own future. Limu genuinely felt a sense of guilt toward Ray Allen, so he was willing to put in extra effort and time to negotiate with the Spurs, hoping to reach a three-way agreement that satisfied everyone. "Thank you, coach. My seasons in Minnesota taught me how to be a professional player. I'm also grateful for your patience and support. But next time we meet, we'll be opponents." Having expressed his true intentions, Ray Allen stood up and extended his hand to Limu, signaling the end of their time as teammates. This handshake marked their final exchange under the same team. Perhaps next time they would meet on the court or somewhere else. But one thing was certain: Limu and Ray Allen could never return to the days of long, heartfelt conversations. "Thank you, Ray. I'll cherish the time we spent together. I hope we can still maintain our personal relationship off the court. I'll be in touch with your agent as soon as there's news. Your request will stay on my mind." Taking Ray Allen's outstretched hand, Limu stood up and promised to do his best to honor the request. With agreement reached on the trade issue, Limu's next step was to negotiate the sign-in trade details with the Spurs. Since Ray Allen was unwilling to play for San Antonio, the bond of their coach-player relationship compelled Limu to send him to the team he desired. After 3 days of discussions, Popovich, who had initially wanted to force a matching offer, eventually accepted Duncan's determination to leave. Regarding the sign-in trade for Ray Allen, the Spurs, Timberwolves, and Warriors finally reached a three-way agreement. The Timberwolves sent Ray Allen to the Golden State Warriors in exchange for Rasheed Wallace, who had clashed with the team's management. The Spurs signed Duncan to a 5-year, $120 million max contract and sent him to the Timberwolves in exchange for Rasheed Wallace. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves signed Ben Wallace to a 4-year, $60 million extension and packaged him to the Spurs, forming a formidable frontcourt duo. Once everything was settled, major media outlets scrambled to report the trade details. A wave of discussion swept through the league, with every club viewing the team with its terrifying interior combination as the most threatening opponent. The Timberwolves' journey in the upcoming season would only grow more arduous. Tim is an absolute coward. He actually joined a team that had just defeated him in the playoffs. This is the most spineless act I have ever witnessed. As an MVP caliber player, Tim's actions have undoubtedly brought shame to this award. I suggest the league consider revoking his 2 MVP trophies. His conduct is clearly unworthy of such an honor. He is desecrating this distinction. After the dust settled, there were naturally some who rejoiced and others who lamented. Duncan's move to the Timberwolves was seen by other teams as an operation that shattered the league's balance, while his former team acquired 2 highly sought-after interior players in the free market through this sign-in trade. Looking at this 3-team deal alone, virtually no club emerged as a loser, while the other clubs that had invested time and effort found themselves thoroughly defeated in this futile chase. More importantly, the external public opinion surrounding this deal meant that the fans of these ultimately futile clubs felt disappointment proportional to their earlier expectations. Not only did their teams fail to secure Duncan, but they also missed valuable opportunities to pursue other free agents. To find a reasonable outlet for their frustration, the fans of these teams unanimously turned their anger toward Duncan. Since they hadn't gotten him, biased emotions clouded their judgment, and naturally love turned to hate. For a time, topics about Duncan became the most frequent subject of discussion among fans, and malicious speculation even spread to every aspect of his life, including his wife and children, who also suffered criticism. At his official press conference for signing with the Timberwolves, a reporter from ESPN's sports column posed an awkward question during the highly anticipated live broadcast. Mr. Tim, first of all, congratulations on getting what you wanted this offseason, joining the team of your choice, and being able to fight alongside your close friend in the days ahead. I wish you even greater achievements in the future. The reporter did not start off aggressively. His opening remarks seemed quite sincere. But before Duncan could express his gratitude, the reporter's next question visibly embarrassed everyone present. Mr. Tim, I wonder if you are aware of the considerable criticism from the outside world regarding your recent actions. From a former practitioner's perspective, these operations are all normal business conduct compliant with league regulations. However, it seems the public discourse is not kind to you, and many are quite critical of your choices. Most fans believe that a player of your stature making such a starkly contrasting decision in team selection is truly hard to comprehend. How do you personally view these external opinions? The question he raised was exactly what every journalist present wanted to ask, but dared not voice. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap out of a clear sky, shattering the originally calm and harmonious atmosphere. Duncan, who was the target of the question, did not intend to dwell on this issue. He initially wanted to brush it off with a few casual remarks. However, Lee Moo, sitting beside him, clearly did not want to let these malicious media reporters off the hook. He took the microphone from a staff member, fixed his gaze on the reporter who had just spoken, and prepared to defend Duncan's honor in his own way. Hello, fellow journalist. Regarding Tim Duncan's signing, we have submitted all relevant documents to the league's relevant departments. If you have any doubts, feel free to apply for inspection. I'm sure they will provide you with a satisfactory answer. Here I need to reiterate, the three-team sign-in trade involving Tim was permitted by the league. Regardless of how the outside world views it, we respect everyone's opinions. After all, in competitive sports, strength speaks louder than words. However, I must remind certain ill-intentioned individuals that Tim, as a restricted free agent, joined us only with the permission of his former team. In other words, if the Spurs truly did not want Tim to leave, they could have matched our offer and kept him in San Antonio. But they accepted our trade proposal and completed the deal, which means there were no so-called hidden conditions in this transaction. As for the speculation about Tim's choice before he joined the team, he was first and foremost a free individual. That means he has the right to make any decision without needing anyone's authorization or approval. As for why Tim chose to join us instead of other teams, I believe those who ask this question should look for the answer within themselves rather than stubbornly fixating on others and getting stuck in a rut. As for the speculation and slander from the outside world, as the team's president of basketball operations, I hereby issue a stern warning to these individuals. If these groups continue to report or spread false information causing damage to the team's and individuals' reputations, we will pursue legal action to the fullest extent. You are free to disbelieve, continue to challenge, and provoke us. But I will make you understand the length of prison sentences prescribed by criminal law for such offenses. I have said what needed to be said. What comes next is a choice for some of you here. After all, the initiative is in your hands. I have no right to interfere, only to respond passively. Once again, I sincerely welcome Mr. Tim Duncan to the Minnesota Timberwolves. I look forward to joining forces with the new lineup to deliver even more exciting games and performances to sports fans. Now let the staff present Tim with his new jersey, marking the beginning of a new chapter in his career. The reporter who had just asked the question noticed that Duncan had not elaborated much and thought his inquiry had put the embattled player in an awkward position. Already imagining how he would report this interview to his superiors and draft the headline for tomorrow's front page. Before he could dig deeper, the young president sitting beside Duncan used his thunderous tactics to make him abandon that notion. To this day, rumors still circulated in their department about how that man had once forced a Smith to abandon everything he had and flee from the stage where he once shone, vanishing without a trace. He did not dare and would not dare to provoke him. Lee Moo's verbal intimidation had its effect, and some who had intended to follow the reporter's lead also held back. Seeing no one daring to raise the issue again, Lee Moo signaled a staff member with his eyes to display Duncan's new jersey. Taking it, Lee Moo handed the jersey to Duncan and stood close beside him. Duncan raised his new jersey with both hands, showing it to everyone below, while also bidding farewell to the past 5 years. In the end, Duncan did not accept Garnett's offer to give up his number. He chose No. 13 as his back number for the new team. This number held special meaning for him. Duncan had left the swimming pool at the age of 13 and transitioned to professional basketball. It was the starting point of his basketball career, and also the number he would wear on the Dream Team. Under the camera, Duncan smiled radiantly. All the emotions caused by attacks and insults vanished like smoke, thanks to Lee Moo's strong defense. He began to look forward to the time he would spend playing under this young coach. On his first day with the new team, Duncan felt from the bottom of his heart that he had not made the wrong choice. Now that you're here, set all the pressure aside. I won't let my players suffer from such baseless attacks. If I don't show these people real force, they'll think we're easy to push around. Welcome to Minnesota, Tim. I look forward to working with you. After the press conference, Li Mu, seeing the relieved expression on Duncan's face, spoke to him with an unusually firm tone after a moment of thought. After the press conference for Duncan concluded, Li Mu promptly completed the handover of responsibilities with Mikhail and then flew back to Beijing without pause. With less than 2 months remaining until the Sydney Olympics, the roster of the Dragon team and the coaching staff were not yet finalized. Li Mu, unable to rest, immediately plunged into another task. He was not the only one returning to China. Angelina, having finished the promotional work for Tomb Raider, was temporarily free. Li Mu intended for her to accompany him back home, not only to experience the grandeur and beauty of the Eastern Power, but also to satisfy his parents. Even now, his parents across the ocean frequently called, expressing their desire for grandchildren. Upon landing in Beijing, he met Lao Sheng again at the airport. Lao Sheng had risen to a crucial managerial position within the Basketball Association, largely due to having discovered Li Mu in the first place. After brief pleasantries, Lao Sheng arranged for a special escort to take Angelina to the hotel for check-in, while Li Mu followed him to the training center. His return undoubtedly reassured the higher-ups, and the formation of the Dragon team would commence in earnest. After navigating the tedious social obligations, Li Mu finally turned his attention to the real work. In just 1 year, the domestic basketball scene had undergone a complete transformation. From the roster lists provided by various parties, Li Mu saw many young names, most of whom he had faced in his previous life. He distinctly remembered that they were still a considerable distance from entering professional basketball. Seeing them on this list now could only mean one thing: basketball's popularity in China had expanded far beyond his previous life, leading many to embark on a professional path earlier. Wang Zhiji's entry and Yao Ming's #1 draft pick inspired many young basketball dreamers to reshape their futures. Li Mu believed that in the near future the path of Chinese basketball would be even more glorious than before. After reviewing the list, Li Mu made slight adjustments to the original roster. Zhang Jinsong had to withdraw from the Olympics due to an injury. After careful consideration, Li Mu selected the 18-year-old rookie Zhu Fangyu from Guangdong to join the roster. The young player had debuted in the league the previous year, and over 2 seasons his outstanding performance had made him one of the league's hottest rising stars. Li Mu valued Zhu Fangyu's robust physique and precise shooting, believing his addition would provide a solid insurance on the forward line in international competitions. Once the roster was finalized, the Basketball Association immediately sent invitations to clubs and players. Eager athletes rushed to Beijing upon receiving the invitations, and the new generation of the Dragon team officially assembled. As the players arrived one by one, Li Mu soon met his team. Every face was filled with anticipation for the upcoming games. This time they would represent China in the pursuit of the highest honor in basketball. Every player felt their blood boil, eager to start the competition in Sydney. Everyone, long time no see. I'm delighted to see you all again. This time I will lead you into the Olympics. Do you have the confidence to deliver outstanding performances and rewrite history? Yes. For the nation it is our duty. Standing before Li Mu, every player's face bore a resolute expression. Their voices echoed powerfully in the vast training hall, firm and clear. In the league they were rivals competing for their respective club's honor. But now, wearing the same jersey, their goal was unified: to deliver brilliant performances and surpass the best historical record. The teammates' determined responses stirred Li Mu's own blood. He made a bold promise to the players before him. This may be the last tournament I coach you. Due to work commitments, I will step down after these Olympics and no longer serve as head coach of the Dragon team. But before that, I will stand with you through thick and thin, striving to lead you onto the Olympic podium. Moreover, this tournament also concerns the future of one of our teammates. Yao Ming set a new historical record for Chinese players in this year's NBA draft. The higher-ups have already given the green light for his next journey. As long as we reach the semifinals in this tournament, Yao Ming can go to Chicago without any obstacles. I hope everyone can work together to send our #1 pick to a higher basketball league, showcasing our nation's might and style. After Yao Ming was selected, the Chicago Bulls sent a team to Shanghai and Beijing to secure authorization from his home club and the Basketball Association, allowing him to join the NBA the following season. After some back and forth, the higher-ups promised that if Yao Ming could lead the Dragon team to a historic breakthrough in this tournament, they would allow the Bulls to take him to Chicago. To ensure Yao Ming's arrival next season, the Bulls dispatched a private team covering training, nutrition, and rehabilitation to serve as his support. Meanwhile, Krause privately contacted Li Mu, expressing his eagerness to acquire Yao Ming. After negotiations, the Bulls support team was authorized to become the backup force for the Dragon team, accompanying them to the Sydney Olympics. Coach Li, we are genuinely happy for Yao Ming being drafted. We brothers feel it from the bottom of our hearts. After so many years, more and more of our players are going abroad. This is something our generation never accomplished. This will likely be my last chance to wear this jersey. Let us old-timers pave the way for the young ones so they can become better versions of themselves. Hu Weidong stepped forward from the crowd, taking the lead to express his stance to Li Mu, embodying the pioneering spirit of the veteran players. Sun Jun and other veterans followed suit in agreement. As representatives of the golden generation, they were now older and their physical condition could no longer support another Olympics. This made them cherish this hard-won opportunity even more. Everyone understood it would be their farewell performance, and they hoped to deliver a splendid series to leave a legacy for the younger generation. Good. It seems we old-timers still have the drive to fight one more time. As the old saying goes, flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns. Coach Lee, let us send Yao Ming to the NBA. We want to see him and Wang Zhizhi stage a Chinese derby over there. High morale and a united front. This was the impression the players gave Li Mu. With that thought, he waved his hand and set the tone for the tournament. Very well, since we are all on the same page, the tone is set. Break the historical record and send Yao Ming to the NBA. After reaching a consensus on the objective, Li Mu promptly led the players into intense training. This tournament was of unparalleled significance to everyone, and the responsibilities each individual bore were unlike any before. This edition would directly determine the future prospects of the rising star Yao. To ensure this promising new talent could smoothly make his way to the NBA, all team members trained with exceptional diligence. Time passed swiftly, and the opening of the Olympic Games drew near. According to the Basketball Association's arrangement, at the end of August, the Dragon team would travel to Europe for warm-up friendly matches against several participating teams, also to help the players quickly adapt to the differing rules under the FIBA system. As the date approached, the team packed their belongings and embarked on their journey to Europe. Upon arrival, the Dragon team immediately plunged into training matches. Influenced by the former Soviet Union, European basketball at that time largely favored a team-based system, which diverged from the core-driven offense prevalent in the world's mainstream systems. Upon their first arrival in Europe, the players directly experienced the distinct styles and game approaches of these teams during the warm-up matches. Unaccustomed to them, they quickly lost their first game against the opponent. Fortunately, Li Mu's adjustments were prompt. After rearranging the tactics, the Dragon team, centered around Yao, swiftly regained their momentum, gradually adapting to the game's intensity and rules. Relying on Yao as the pivot on the court, the entire team found their precise positions within the pass-and-cut system, marking Yao's official transformation from a former interior blue-collar player into the core leader on both offense and defense. The 2-week warm-up matches soon concluded, during which the Dragon team achieved an impressive record of 4 wins and 2 losses, greatly boosting the players' confidence. Filled with anticipation, they prepared to board a flight to Sydney to join the main contingent and prepare for the upcoming opening ceremony. Upon reaching Sydney, the members of the Dragon team, weary from the journey, headed to the Olympic Village to check in. Having crossed multiple continents, everyone struggled with jet lag. Seeing this, Li Mu granted the players a 2-day break to adapt to the local life and time difference in preparation for the dense schedule ahead. Under immense pressure, Li Mu himself felt physical and mental fatigue. Yet before he could rest properly, an event that would alter the world's landscape occurred without warning. Late that night, Li Mu was in his room chatting with Yao about the matters to be mindful of in the NBA. Yao had long since digested the humiliation of being traded by the Wizards. His demeanor showed he was fully prepared, eagerly anticipating the next season when he would don the Chicago jersey and display his true prowess. In his own words, getting emotionally upset over a team that didn't treasure him was simply not worth it. He was now gradually learning everyday conversational English and the customs of Chicago, and Li Mu, who had lived in Chicago for 3 years, was the most accessible and reliable source he could turn to. As the two were engrossed in their conversation, the television, which had been airing Olympic promotional clips, suddenly switched to a solemn-faced anchor. From his expression, it was clear this might be a serious breaking incident. A premonition of dread began to creep into Li Mu's heart. Could it be? No, what's the date today? Before Li Mu could verify his suspicion, the anchor on the television announced the breaking news. We interrupt this broadcast with an urgent news flash. The current time is September 12, 2001 Sydney time. A horrifying incident has just occurred. A group of terrorists attacked New York City, hijacking 4 commercial airplanes and crashing them into the city's iconic landmark, the World Trade Center. As of now, both Tower 1 and Tower 2 of the World Trade Center have been destroyed in this aerial assault and have collapsed. Casualty figures have not yet been released, and rescue operations are underway. No organization has yet claimed responsibility for this attack. For citizens of a peaceful era, this incident is undoubtedly a devastating blow. It threatens every one of us. May this catastrophe pass quickly, and may the departed rest in peace, while the living remain strong. As the anchor delivered the news in a somber tone, Yao, sitting before the television, was still processing the information. He stammered, pointing at the repeatedly replayed images of the attack, and asked Li Mu, "Coach Lee, what did the anchor just say? It looks like a serious attack, doesn't it? Did this just happen?" Not yet proficient in spoken English, Yao had only caught fragments of the broadcast. Li Mu, still in shock, remained silent for a long moment. Gazing at the television screen, which resembled a scene from hell, his heart ached. He struggled to find words to convey the shock of witnessing such an event. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "This is not an attack. This is a demon's heinous crime upon humanity." After the incident, the once peaceful Olympic Village fell into a deathly silence. American members rushed out of their rooms, frantically dialing their most important contacts in the hallway. Their faces were tense with anxiety. Those who got through to their loved ones sighed with relief and broke down crying in public. Those who heard only endless busy signals felt their hearts tighten with each unanswered ring. The next morning, the event organizers lowered the stars and stripes to half-staff in the athletes' residential area. This was not only a desecration of existing human civilization, but also a severe violation of the hard-won peace. In the Olympic Village, people from around the world embraced one another, praying for the calamity, while also cherishing the fact that they could still stand there and enjoy the beauty of life. At that moment, the spirit of sportsmanship reached its zenith, transcending borders and stances. Everyone shared a single wish: may this catastrophe end soon, and may life return to its normal course. The impact of the September 11th attacks on the world was multi-layered and all-encompassing. Its occurrence seemed to forcefully press the pause button on every individual's life. The once vibrant center of this international metropolis had now become a scorched wasteland where the mottled traces amidst the rubble seemed to relentlessly narrate the harrowing experiences of the past 24 hours. Such a tragic event occurring on the eve of the competition's opening would inevitably cast a shadow over every participant's mindset and performance. This disaster claimed the lives of many competitors, beloved family members, and close friends, stripping away their motivation to continue competing on the field in a certain sense. Recognizing the profound harm inflicted by this incident, the organizing committee urgently convened leadership from each competing team for emergency discussions. Given that there was no question of canceling the games, today's meeting aimed to conduct a show of votes among representatives to determine whether their teams would continue participating, while also providing an opportunity for the organizing committee to adjust the competition format. The lengthy deliberations extended throughout the morning before yielding their conclusions in the afternoon. Aside from athletes from the United States and Canada, competitors from other nations remained largely unaffected by the tragedy. Following consultations, both countries elected to continue their participation, while those directly impacted could withdraw from the games. Should both nations' team entries be forced to pull out of a particular event, they would forfeit their involvement in that discipline for the remainder of the Olympics. Only after these consultations concluded could the Olympic Games proceed as scheduled. Li Mu found himself compelled to shift his focus back toward Minnesota, promptly reaching out to his team to verify whether any members had been affected by the tragedy. Subsequent communications and investigations revealed that none of his team members had been impacted, allowing the tension he had carried to finally ease. The repercussions of this attack extended far beyond surface-level damage, with unquantifiable economic losses and a profound blow to national confidence that would echo well into the future. From the NBA's perspective alone, teams received torrential requests for ticket refunds within 2 days of the attack. The sudden violence made everyone acutely aware of life's fragility in the face of catastrophe, and no one wanted to risk watching a game while an uncontrollable aircraft could descend from above, endangering their very lives. Consequently, the league had to postpone its planned October startup, shifting focus toward implementing robust security measures and emergency response protocols to address the fear that had gripped fans following the attack. The collapse in ratings, combined with these unforeseeable emergencies, threatened the league's very survival, forcing them to deliver a morale-boosting announcement before the new season began to stabilize the precarious situation. Fate once again placed the burden of saving the league squarely on Michael Jordan's shoulders. In the wake of the incident, David Stern immediately reached out to Glenn Taylor and Michael Jordan, his appeal delivered with remarkable sincerity. The league had been searching for a new face since Jordan's retirement, but 3 years had passed without finding anyone who could satisfy that void. Reluctantly, Stern turned his attention back to Jordan, believing that if he could return as a player, it would reignite fan enthusiasm. Since retiring, Jordan had paid little attention to his physique, noticeably gaining weight in public appearances. Years away from the court had dulled his passion for the game, and aside from occasional sessions with the Timberwolves, he had no real desire to pick up a basketball again. Yet Stern's invitation carried genuine weight. As Stern had articulated after careful deliberation and honest assessment, only Jordan's involvement offered a slender chance of rescuing the league's precarious situation. Jordan found himself caught between competing obligations. With no other recourse, he dialed Li Mu's number in Sydney, hoping to find guidance. "Are you busy? I wanted to talk to you about something." After confirming their participation, Li Mu had devoted himself entirely to rigorous preparations. Jordan's untimely call fractured his concentration, and his response carried an edge of irritation. "If you're calling to ask whether you should return to the court, my answer is straightforward. If you want the desired outcome, there's no one else for this role. No one in the league commands the public influence you do. Simply accept your role as the savior of basketball. You're the undisputed god of the sport in people's eyes." Li Mu switched his phone to speaker mode and tossed it onto the nearby bed, keeping his eyes fixed on the television screen showing Gasol's game footage. With Dragon Team facing Spain in their group stage opener, he was already working through tactical adjustments tailored for Yao Ming to gain an edge over the Spanish center. "You genuinely believe that? As my former coach, you know my physical condition better than anyone. To be honest, I don't oppose returning to the game, but my body might not cooperate so readily." Jordan wasn't surprised that Li Mu had anticipated his intentions. Since Stern had already prepared to persuade him back, it was inevitable that he would have spoken with Li Mu beforehand. On both personal and logical grounds, returning with the Timberwolves was the most sensible option before him. "Put all your concerns to rest. If you decide to come back, I'll arrange a comprehensive physical evaluation at Mayo Clinic and develop a recovery plan tailored to your condition, ensuring you're game ready before the new season begins. Remember that year? I was the one who brought you back to peak form, so you should trust me on this. After Li Mu finished speaking, Jordan fell silent on the other end of the line. Li Mu recognized this as an internal struggle, so he stepped back to let Jordan make his own decision. After hanging up, Li Mu refocused on the television screen. Time passed swiftly, and before long the opening ceremony arrived. As the head coach, Li Mu conducted his final preparations. That evening, Yao Ming would serve as the flag bearer for the Chinese delegation, stepping onto the world stage with renewed purpose. While giving his players final instructions, a news bulletin interrupted from the television. Breaking news: NBA star Michael Jordan has announced his return next season. Li Mu glanced up just as Jordan's face appeared on screen, addressing the world from an impromptu press conference to announce his decision. This move ultimately rescued the NBA's precarious ratings. Well, this old guy slots right into Ray Allen's vacancy, Li Mu remarked. Jordan's comeback announcement not only revitalized the sluggish market, but also reinvigorated the members of the Dream Team who were heading to the Sydney Olympics. Following the attack incident, the Dream Team members had discussed withdrawing from the competition. However, under head coach Tom Janovich's persuasion, everyone ultimately abandoned the idea and stayed in Sydney to continue participating in the event. Most members of this Dream Team grew up watching Jordan's games. As the most influential basketball star of the 1990s, his return was not merely a personal endeavor, but a legendary figure shouldering the responsibility of saving the struggling league. As he stated at the press conference, he would donate all his salary to charity to demonstrate his personal accountability. Jordan's return came at just the right moment. The Dream Team members were particularly shocked upon hearing the news, to the point where they completely set aside their long-standing security concerns. At this moment, they regained their pride as Dream Team members and refocused their sights on the gold medal. Clearly, the Dream Team hoped to help fans recover from the trauma and impact of this incident as swiftly as possible. After everything settled, the Sydney Olympics officially kicked off under the watchful eyes of the world. As the flag bearer for the Chinese delegation, Yao Ming marched at the forefront of the athletes, proudly holding the 5-star red flag. His youthful face appeared sharply defined under the stadium lights. Li Mu stood at the rear of the delegation as a coach, raising his hand to greet the spectators. This was something he had longed for throughout his past life, and now in this new body, he had finally fulfilled that decades-old dream. After the opening ceremony concluded, the competitions began in an orderly fashion. The Dragon team's first group stage match would face Spain, a team that would become the future European powerhouse, but currently appeared somewhat inexperienced among the participating squads. With the newly minted 3rd overall pick Pau Gasol as the cornerstone, the roster also featured numerous future NBA stars. Familiar names such as Calderon and Navarro, known as Bomb, all made their tournament debuts. Facing this formidable opponent, Li Mu had clearly made thorough preparations. What they relied on most was Pau Gasol. This European player, who had gained early prominence, had not yet grown a beard. His clean-cut appearance might lead opponents to underestimate him as a mere showpiece, but his outstanding performance on both ends of the court would shatter all preconceived notions. The coaching staff had conducted extensive analytical reports on the Spanish team prior to the match. From past games, Gasol had shouldered significant offensive responsibilities for Spain. His versatile scoring ability ensured he could finish plays from every angle, whether through individual isolation or team coordination. The dominance he displayed instilled deep reverence in every opponent he faced, which is precisely why scouts identified Sabonis as his comparative template in draft reports. The Vancouver Grizzlies selected Gasol with the 3rd overall pick precisely because they saw the limitless potential he embodied. The Mavericks had already reaped the dividends of European players through Nowitzki's example. The emergence of another talented big man years later proved to be exactly the foundational cornerstone this young franchise had been desperately seeking. For Yao Ming's Olympic debut representing China, he naturally felt some nervousness in such a grand setting, especially since the player across from him was someone Li Mu had specifically highlighted for pre-game preparation. Yao Ming felt a deep sense of anxiety as the tip-off approached. Li Mu, who was delivering final pre-game instructions, accidentally caught sight of the expression on Yao Ming's face. He was taken aback as it diverged from the towering, resolute figure he remembered from the court. "Yao Ming, don't be nervous. That big man across from you won't be your match. I'm not just saying this to comfort you. As long as you play at your normal level, he simply won't be able to handle you." Li Mu approached Yao Ming with his tactical board, bending slightly to crouch in front of him. Everything he had just said was indeed not mere filler meant to soothe. With Yao Ming's development modeled after Jokic, his abilities had far surpassed all interior players of his draft class. Frankly speaking, a confident Yao Ming could hold his own against O'Neal for at least one quarter on the court. From Yao Ming's facial expression, it was evident that what he lacked most was confidence. And this was precisely something Li Mu could not simply bestow upon him. To help Yao Ming adapt to elite-level competition as quickly as possible, Gasol standing before him served as the perfect litmus test. "It's all right, Coach Lee. This is my first time representing the Dragon team at the Olympics, so I naturally feel a bit nervous. But rest assured, no matter how exceptional that guy is, it won't change the fact that his draft position trails mine. When we face off, I'll make him understand why I'm the #1 pick, and he's merely the third. I'll do my absolute best to secure this opening victory for us. Li Mu was deeply satisfied with Yao Ming's response. Young men should be ambitious. That is what makes them young. The reason Yao Ming remains an unconquered figure in Chinese basketball history is not without merit. If Yao Ming had shown timidity and lacked fire before stepping onto the court, it would only have emboldened the opponent to further underestimate him. Now he represented not just himself, but as an Asian player who had never been favored, he was announcing his arrival to the entire basketball world. Good lad, having that competitive spirit is exactly right. Don't hold back. You have so many reliable teammates beside you. Believe in your abilities and trust that every one of your teammates is a seasoned warrior. After the tip-off, your first priority should be to strike first and catch Gasol off guard in your matchup against him. Li Mu patted Yao Ming's shoulder with earnest encouragement. After Yao Ming nodded in response, he rose to his feet and walked to the sideline to observe the opponents on the other side of the court. The Spanish players were gathered around Gasol, with their head coach making final pregame preparations. Taking advantage of Li Mu's observation, Yao Ming stepped up behind him to watch the opponents together. Sensing someone from across the court was watching him, Gasol suddenly looked up, his gaze locking onto Yao Ming's. Thus their first encounter on the basketball court took place. Gasol's eyebrows had been furrowed, then suddenly a smile played at the corner of his mouth. He turned to face Yao Ming directly and raised his arm in a bring-it-on gesture. Clearly caught off guard by the provocation, Yao Ming was about to respond when Li Mu cautioned him from nearby, "Don't do anything. There's no need to engage with him. He will naturally pay the price for such arrogant behavior. Stay composed. Responding with action on the court is the most powerful reply." Before the match, the increasingly intense hostility between the two sides did not escape the attention of the spectators. Without question, this would be a battle fought without gunfire. Yao Ming and Gasol, the starting centers for their respective teams, took their positions at midcourt for the tip-off. Neither bore the tension-stricken expressions from moments before, like nothing had happened at all. Yet everyone on and off the court could feel the fierce fighting spirit simmering behind their gazes. It was precisely beneath such seemingly calm exteriors that surging emotions would intensify the most. As the referee tossed the ball high into the air, Yao Ming and Gasol simultaneously raised their heads, eyes locked on the basketball hovering above. Their hands never grew still. In fact, both men were aggressively jostling for advantageous positioning, each striving to gain leverage for a stronger jump and a better chance at possession. Towering advantage on his side, Yao Ming secured the ball for Dragon Team. After tipping it toward the backcourt, he immediately sprinted toward the opponent's restricted area. Lu Wei, quick-eyed and quick-handed, immediately located Yao Ming amid the chaos. Before the opposition could set their defense, he fired a precision-guided pass. The ball flew with blistering speed, threading past every player in its path, before landing securely in Yao Ming's hands. The Spanish players had yet to organize their retreat. Yao Ming appeared in their backcourt like an uninvited guest. Without hesitation, Yao Ming gathered himself and soared from beneath the basket. Against the late-arriving Gasol, he drove the ball home with maximum force. Yet the finish did not seem to satisfy him fully. After the rim shook, both hands gripped the hoop and yanked down hard. A visceral response to Gasol's earlier challenge to bring it on. The speed of the sequence left everyone in disbelief. Grant Hill, seated in the front row, rubbed his eyes as though unwilling to trust what he had just witnessed. Then he locked his gaze onto his new teammate, who had already retreated to his own half. Everything just witnessed shattered his traditional understanding of the center position. From the tip-off to the fast break to the finish, all within a mere 5 seconds. No opponent in Hill's long career had ever displayed such exceptional mobility. He had carried some lingering resentment over failing to become teammates with Big Ben. This scouting assignment had come only because Klaus personally tasked him with it. But witnessing Yao Ming's play right before his eyes instantly washed away most of his discontent, replaced by a burning curiosity about this remarkable new teammate. Gasol's expression darkened after allowing that dunk in his face. Among the towering European big men, his lateral movement and agility were already among the upper tier. Yet his opponent shattered his self-perception in a single possession. Several executives from his new franchise sat courtside that night. That dunk felt like a public slap across his face delivered in front of them all. Desperate to salvage his dignity, Gasol received the ball from Calderon. Pushing it past half-court, he pulled up for a shot one step beyond the three-point arc. Yao Ming had not recovered to contest in time. He could only watch as the ball arced through the air and dropped through his own net. After the basket, Gasol exhaled with visible relief. Had he missed, or allowed another fast break, he could easily imagine the mortified expressions on the faces of those executives and his head coach. Fortunately, he had risen to the occasion. Gasol turned his gaze back to Yao Ming, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. Since Nowitzki was selected by the Mavericks and gradually elevated to franchise cornerstone, extended shooting on the offensive end became a focal point for European big men. It was precisely this skill that Gasol held most dear. He was certain his developed shooting game absolutely far exceeded whatever Yao Ming possessed. But ideals are often so full, while reality proves so cruel. Yet Gasol's attack left Dragon Team utterly unmoved. By now, Yao Ming had routinely incorporated the three-pointer into both practices and games. Li Mu had even designed set plays with Yao as the finishing option. To them, Gasol's smug expression appeared nothing short of comical. Yao Ming's evolution on the perimeter had grown so routine that his teammates barely batted an eye. Lu Wei advanced the ball past half-court. Instead of setting up in the paint as expected, Yao Ming read Lu Yudong's hard roll and immediately flared toward the three-point line. Sensing trouble, Gasol abandoned his interior position and chased after Yao Ming's figure. But God of War, Lu Yudong's low-post foundation had survived NBA-level testing. His screen forced Gasol a step too late. Receiving the ball from Lu Wei, Yao Ming found himself unguarded. Standing firm, rising on his toes with minimal effort, he released the shot. Before everyone's eyes, Yao Ming delivered the perfect answer to Gasol's earlier bucket. Gasol's complexion darkened even further this time around. Pre-game scouting reports showed no indication that Yao Ming possessed such refined shooting on the international stage. There was no way to know of the transformation he had undergone under Li Mu's guidance. That response to Gasol's shot trampled his pride right there on the court. After the basket, Yao Ming slowly walked back down the court. Passing beside Gasol, he deliberately threw his arms wide and shrugged. A gesture that spoke volumes, just a jump shot, an effortless task for him. A flush crept across Gasol's fair complexion, not from the arena's temperature, but from genuine embarrassment stirred by Yao Ming's actions. Yet it did not drive him to lose his composure. Regaining his focus, he received the ball and faced Yao Ming directly. This time he would confront the man himself and reclaim what had been lost. Trained as a guard since childhood, Gasol's ball handling far exceeded the norm for his position. Combined with his nimble post footwork, he frequently orchestrated dazzling displays against opponents. He began with a back-to-the-basket feel for Yao Ming's defensive intensity, then finding his comfort zone, executed a wide arc behind the back dribble to glide past him. The maneuver drew gasps from many fans on the sidelines. Gasol's handle and agility had surpassed everyone's expectations and imagination. As Gasol faced an open rim, a figure suddenly flashed from behind. A pair of iron-tongued hands slammed the released basketball firmly against the backboard, erasing the scoring attempt entirely. What should have been a guaranteed bucket was denied by Yao Ming's emphatic reject. The confidence in his eyes vanished, completely replaced only by profound apprehension toward the power Yao had displayed. Watching from the sideline, Li Mu had not fully grasped Yao Ming's rapid evolution. That block alone exceeded his expectations. Yao now possessed complete offensive skills alongside his innate mobility and quickness, qualities that would become his greatest weapon in dominating the NBA for years to come. That move completely broke Gasol's spirit. Kill the body, destroy the heart. The ancients spoke truly. As Zhu Fengyu beside him began asking why that white big man would perform so poorly in future matchups, Li Mu paused for a long moment before slowly sharing his understanding. In doing so, he confirmed that Yao Ming had already seized complete dominance in this rivalry. As a prodigy who rose to fame at a young age, Gasol had rarely encountered worthy opponents in Europe. Even when facing veteran players much older than himself, he could handle them with ease, using his exquisite skills to secure victories and carry the game for his team. This gave him ample reason to be proud. Being selected with the 3rd overall pick in the draft was proof enough. To date, he was the highest drafted European player in the history of the NBA draft, surpassing even the likes of Nowitzki, Sabonis, and Kukoc, all of whom were renowned figures in the league, but had never achieved such a high draft position. He had long been hailed as a genius by the outside world, and from the moment the Grizzlies selected him, his mind was already crafting visions of how he would dominate the league and showcase his true abilities. But tonight his pride was trampled into the dirt by the towering player he was matched against. This defeat was a rare blemish on his career, yet it would become the first major Waterloo he had ever encountered. With Gasol's confidence shattered, the Dragon team did not let up. Under Yao Ming's leadership, they quickly widened the gap. When the final buzzer sounded, the scoreboard on the scorer's table displayed the final result, 85-67. The Dragon team's first group stage match in this Olympics ended in a resounding victory, an 18-point triumph that marked a perfect start. Yao Ming, the hero of the victory, posted an outstanding stat line of 18 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 blocks. Even more astonishingly, aside from 2 missed three-point attempts, he did not miss a single shot. After the game, he attended the press conference alongside head coach Li Mu. When the reporters saw the player off the court, he did not exude the same imposing presence as during the game. His seemingly casual demeanor and easygoing nature made it hard for them to connect him with the dominant figure who had just torn through the competition. Some quick-witted reporters realized that this player, who had been heartlessly discarded as a trade chip by the Wizards in the draft, might put up a stellar performance in the new season, making the Wizards regret their decision. The towering big man from the East had engaged in a spectacular duel with one of the best players in his draft class, proving with his performance why he was the No. 1 pick. The interview questions were mostly centered on Yao Ming. Reporters fired off a barrage of questions, hoping to uncover the secret behind his extraordinary performance within his massive frame. But Li Mu had no intention of revealing too much about Yao's training regimen, brushing off most inquiries with a curt, no comment. Unwilling to give up so easily, the reporters saw that digging out Yao's training secrets was a lost cause. One of them turned to the two men on stage and posed another question. First, congratulations on delivering a brilliant game for the fans today and showing us the true strength of this new Dragon team. But we've also heard some news concerning Yao. It is said that after Yao was selected as the No. 1 pick, your country did not immediately release him to the NBA. Instead, they demanded that he create new history in this year's Olympics before allowing him to play in the league. I'd like to ask Yao, if in the end you fail to meet that requirement, what will you choose? Neither Li Mu nor Yao Ming had anticipated that the reporter would raise this question in public. Few people knew the full details of the matter. But secrets never stay hidden forever. Now that it had been brought out into the open, the reporter's move effectively put the two men on the spot. Yao, who had been elated by the victory, now felt cold sweat beading on his forehead. If he had known this question was coming, he would have gladly disclosed the private training sessions with Li Mu. He knew all too well which was more important. In this situation, he had to unconditionally uphold the dignity of the higher-ups, yet his answer would also affect his own career. The little giant who dominated the court was now panic-stricken. I don't know where your information comes from, but this is utter nonsense. Yao is a talent our country has cultivated with the utmost effort. His selection was the long-awaited expectation of hundreds of millions of Huahua people. As for the topic you just mentioned, it is indeed one of our major goals for this campaign. Creating new historical records for Huahua basketball is the mission of every Dragon team member. Our collective goal is to revitalize Huahua basketball. I believe that under Yao's leadership, we will become a new world-class powerhouse. Li Mu's response was flawless. It refuted the reporter's question head-on while preserving Yao's dignity. As for the content of the reporter's question, Li Mu did not see it as an obstacle. Even if they ultimately failed to create history in this tournament, public pressure from the fans would eventually force the higher-ups to allow Yao to go. But that did not mean they would slacken their pace. Li Mu's ultimate goal was to face the dream team in the knockout stage. Going head-to-head with the strongest was the best touchstone for this team. The reporter who had hoped to dig up some juicy stories left dejected, and the press conference fizzled out. In the following group stage matches, the Dragon team swept through their opponents, advancing as the top seed in their group. In the quarterfinals, they were regrouped and faced another formidable opponent, the French team. What was expected to be a closely contested battle turned into Yao's best performance of the tournament so far. He recorded a massive double-double of 25 points and 17 rebounds, leading the team to victory in this do-or-die elimination match. This victory also created new history for Huahua basketball, meaning that Yao Ming's destination for the next season was now set. But before they could celebrate, an even more daunting challenge awaited them. The Dream Team, led by Vince Carter, Jason Kidd, Ray Allen, and Kevin Garnett, would be their next opponent. This game would determine whether they could reach the final podium. No matter how strong the opponent, Li Mu knew that the situation did not allow any sign of retreat. Even if they were to lose, they would leave the stage standing tall. Everyone, congratulations on creating new history together. But now is not the time to celebrate, because we have an even tougher opponent waiting for us. I want to ask you all, are you afraid? No, no, no. The team members' responses were resounding, stirring even Li Mu's blood. Excellent. That's the fearless spirit we need. So perk up and let those arrogant bastards know that the Dragon team is not a soft touch they can just squeeze whenever they want. I'll bet 5,000 that I can dunk over that big guy in the first quarter. I'll bet 10,000 that within 5 plays I'll stuff it through from behind him. I'll bet 12,000. Within 3 plays I'll have him on the floor because of my dunk. Inside the Dream Team's locker room, the members were heatedly discussing the semifinal match that would tip off in an hour. For these NBA-level players, tonight's game brought little pressure. They could even be described as having it in the bag. Even though their opponents hadn't lost a single game so far, that didn't stir any anxiety. In a sense, the Dream Team and the word championship were always intertwined. Vince, aren't you coming to place a bet? This is your specialty. Vin Baker, the instigator of this wager, was making his first appearance with the Dream Team. Once a renowned forward in the league, his undisciplined lifestyle and lazy attitude had led to physical decline after the new collective bargaining agreement. He was only on this Dream Team because no other suitable player could be found. Vince Carter, absorbed in his headphones, was suddenly interrupted. He looked up at Vin Baker standing behind him with a hint of confusion. After understanding the invitation, Carter pondered for a moment, then pulled a duffel bag from his locker. From it, he withdrew 5 neatly stacked bundles of American dollars, and without even glancing, tossed them onto the table in front of the group. I'll put 50,000 on the line. On the first play, I'm going to fly right over that rookie, just like I did over that guy. That single sentence radiated the extreme confidence and dominance of a dunker. During the group stage against France, Carter had posterized it too. 18-meter center in front of the entire world, a death-defying dunk that was destined to be the best play of the tournament. No contest. Seeing Carter join the bet, the surrounding players erupted in cheers, as if the image of Yao Ming being humiliated was already before their eyes. The locker room was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. In the Dragon Team's locker room, on the other side, the mood was far less cheerful. The players were busy preparing their game plan for the upcoming clash. They knew nothing of the Dream Team's wager, but it was clear that these determined players were also plotting how to bring down their opponents. The Dream Team we've seen is strong on both ends, but that doesn't mean they're without weaknesses. Unlike the teams we've faced before, these players value individualism. Once they get the ball, they don't communicate much with their teammates. If we shut down their guards and force them into isolation, we can take the lead. Li Mu pinned the opponent's already published roster to the blackboard, clearly pointing out their lineup characteristics and playing habits. He knew tonight would be a fierce battle, so he had to boost his players' morale before the game to prevent any fear before the fight. But Li Mu had clearly underestimated the Dragon team's spirit. After exchanging glances, the players showed no signs of fear. Seeing their fiery determination, Li Mu decided not to say more. He pounded the blackboard with the roster and then addressed the group. Let's go. This game was the most anticipated of the tournament. On one side, the established champion team, on the other, the dark horse that had risen this year. The direct confrontation between the two teams was to the outside world like a collision of Mars and Earth. No one could give a definitive prediction, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the start of the game. Until the jump ball players from both sides exchanged handshakes with a semblance of friendliness, but the motions in their hands clearly didn't match the expressions on their faces. The Dream Team players looked relaxed as if going through the motions. In contrast, the Dragon Team showed no expression on their faces, their eyes fixed on the players in front of them, as if saying, "This is a life and death battle." Vince Carter turned his head to study the giant on the opposing side, who towered over everyone else. He was clearly taller than the player Carter had dunked over before. But instead of feeling daunted, this only ignited his fighting spirit. If I can dunk over this rookie, I'll surely be the most eye-catching player in this tournament. Carter's mind was racing with calculations as if he had already made Yao Ming his prey. The player tasked with jumping against Yao Ming was Kevin Garnett. During pre-game warm-ups, he found Li Mu on the court and exchanged a few cordial words about recent events. Now that they were on different sides, they didn't talk long. Out of respect for Li Mu, Garnett, though not explicitly mentioning the bet among his teammates, hesitated, but eventually advised Li Mu to stay alert. Garnett's puzzling gesture left Li Mu momentarily confused, but he still took note of the warning. Li Mu believed Garnett must have his reasons, and the warning would soon prove not to be groundless. Garnett's exceptional athleticism helped him win the jump ball against Yao Ming. After Jason Kidd received the ball, Carter immediately approached him, spreading his arms to signal for the rock. Kidd didn't make him wait, tossing the ball over and then running in the opposite direction to clear the space. After receiving the ball, Carter signaled for his teammates to spread the floor. The defender in front of him was Hu Weidong. But Carter's next move puzzled Hu Weidong. Instead of attacking immediately after the space was cleared, Carter seemed to be looking for something else. His target was not Hu Weidong. Carter dribbled leisurely beyond the three-point line, his eyes never directly on Hu Weidong. In his mind, Carter was calculating the distance between himself and Yao Ming, figuring out where to take off to execute a flying dunk and what pose to strike for the cameras after landing. An opportunity flashed and Carter seized it. His feet exploded, driving straight toward the paint. Carter vanished from Hu Weidong's sight in an instant. Turning around, Hu Weidong saw Carter already a step ahead, his eyes locked on Yao Ming in the restricted area, his legs already coiled for the leap. As Carter soared, his body arced gracefully through the air. Spectators on the sidelines gasped involuntarily, never expecting the Dream Team to deliver such a thrilling moment right from the start. All eyes were fixed on that flying figure, as if Yao Ming's humiliation was inevitable. But what followed stunned everyone even more. Yao Ming did not surrender in the face of Carter's ferocious attack. He raised both hands high, determined to block the ball. As their bodies collided, the crowd realized that Carter, so adept at dunking, was stopped by Yao Ming's massive palms. Carter fell from the air after the failed dunk, and Yao Ming, having given his all, was not much better off. Though Carter didn't get his wish, the force of the ball was far beyond anything Yao Ming had faced before. The momentum of the block sent Yao Ming tumbling backward. Only then did Li Mu understand why Garnett had urged him to be careful. He had been observing the opponent's every move since the tip-off, and clearly Carter's intention was to humiliate them in front of the world. But Yao Ming's fierce resistance had thwarted him. Damn, you want to use my man as a poster? You're not ready yet. Wang Zhizhi, go out there and beat them. Even the usually gentle and refined Li Mu couldn't help but curse. These guys clearly didn't take them seriously. In that case, his mission was to teach them a lesson, to show them exactly why they were the ones facing them today. Yao Ming's block sent the ball out of bounds, and the referee signaled a front-court possession for the Dream Team to restart the offense. Having already discerned the opponent's intentions, Li Mu, disregarding the game's early stage, immediately signaled the referee for a timeout. After calling the timeout, he promptly summoned the players back to the bench, intending to rearrange the strategy and ensure the opponent's plan would be completely thwarted. Listen, the opposing team clearly has a different plan today. If I'm not mistaken, they want to dunk over Yao just like they did against the French team. Now we scrap all previous arrangements. Regardless of the outcome of this game, we will never allow these guys to ride roughshod over us. Whoever dares to attempt another dunk, go for the kill. Even if it means a hard foul, as long as we don't get ejected, I'll handle the referees. These guys are used to their lofty status. Let's show them that not everyone is a pushover and make them fear us when they face us. Yao, on defense, you just stay in the paint. The FIBA system has no 3-second rule in the key, which is a huge advantage for you. Everyone else crank up the intensity. If they want to take flight, then make them crash hard. Li Mu's words were fears ignited by the opponent's actions. Although he knew his team still lagged behind significantly, that didn't mean they could be trampled upon. In Li Mu's coaching philosophy, there was never the word retreat. No matter how outrageous the opponent's actions, his counterattack would only be more vehement. Li Mu's explanation enlightened the players. Hu Weidong finally understood why Carter had been fixated on Yao Ming earlier, which filled him with a profound sense of being undervalued by the opponent. Now, without Li Mu needing to fan the flames, the already incensed players were eager to return to the court and retaliate against their adversaries. On the other side, the players seated on the Dream Team's bench were chattering animatedly about what had just transpired. They had expected Carter to replicate his miraculous performance from the previous game, but the rookie had fought tooth and nail to block what seemed a surefire basket. Carter's face was ashen. The blocked shot not only cost him $50,000, but also humiliated him publicly as a dunker. Damn it, I won't let this guy get away with it. I swear I'll dunk over him. Seeing Carter thwarted, his once confident teammates no longer bragged about their earlier boasts. If even Carter couldn't do it, the others knew they stood no chance. When the game resumed, the Dream Team players noticed something off about their opponents. A fierce hostility radiated from their eyes, suggesting that during the timeout they had figured out the plan. Still, it didn't faze them. Emotions counted for nothing against absolute strength. After the restart, the teammates willingly ceded the ball to Carter, allowing him to continue orchestrating the offense. The opponent was still stewing over the previous play. If Carter wasn't allowed to vent his frustration, he would likely carry that emotion throughout the game. Hu Weidong shot a glance at Lu Wei, who immediately understood. Lu Wei gradually closed in on Carter, preparing to form a double team, with Hu Weidong to contain the ready-to-explode Carter. Carter caught a glimpse of Lu Wei approaching from the corner of his eye and sensed the opponent's intent. He dribbled toward the other side, attempting to break free before the trap could close. Carter's evasive move gave Hu Weidong a fleeting opportunity. As Carter's attention focused on Lu Wei, who lunged for the ball in Carter's hands. His movement combined power and speed, catching Carter off guard. Carter tried to shield the ball, but it was too late. Hu Weidong's hand sliced through like a precise and swift scalpel, stripping the ball from Carter's grasp and securing possession. Seeing the ball back in their hands, the Dragon Team members instinctively sprinted toward the opponent's territory. Hu Weidong led the charge with the ball, with Jason Kidd closing in from behind. Kidd's defense was seasoned, and a single misstep could result in a steal. "Dong, I'm here. Pass me the ball." Just as Hu Weidong prepared to muscle through for a layup, Wang Zhiji's voice rang out from behind. Wang Zhiji closed the distance in quick strides, his gestures signaling readiness to receive the pass. Hu Weidong whipped the ball behind him with precise force and angle, landing perfectly in Wang Zhiji's hands. After the pass, Hu Weidong sidestepped to give Wang Zhiji space, leaving Kidd isolated under the basket to defend Wang one-on-one. Seeing the 2-on-1 advantage, Wang Zhiji accelerated, shielding the ball to one side and making a move to dunk over Kidd. He picked up speed, launching into the air before the trailing defender could arrive, holding the ball aloft like a torch. Boom. Swish. Clap, clap, clap. Kidd couldn't dodge in time and was posterized by Wang Zhiji's thunderous dunk. The teammates on the bench erupted in cheers. Not only had they foiled the opponent's plan, but they had also returned the favor by dunking over them. A perfect dose of their own medicine. Now it was the Dream Team's turn to be stunned. What was happening? Wasn't this moment supposed to be theirs? How had the opponents stolen the spotlight? The arrogant Dream Team had been dealt a harsh lesson by the underdogs, and before a global audience their halo began to shatter. But the Dream Team's strength was undeniable. Enraged and humiliated, they immediately ratcheted up the intensity. Before the Dragon Team could set their defense, the opponents unleashed a scoring spree, widening the gap. As time wore on, the game's intensity escalated on both sides. Notably, the Dragon Team's young player Zhu Fengyu showed no fear in this match. After Li Nan exited, he stepped into the small forward role and even traded three-pointers with Ray Allen in the second quarter. His outstanding performance kept the deficit within reachable range, preserving the Dragon Team's hope of a comeback. "Damn it, you want to fight." Vin Baker shoved away Zhu Fengyu's arm that was draped over him. The player a head shorter than him was getting on his nerves. Throughout the defense, Zhu had been using small tricks to irritate him, steadily stoking his anger. Having reached his limit, Baker finally shoved the arm away and growled at him. Zhu Fengyu's English was poor, and he didn't understand what the other was saying. He only sensed the irritation from the expression. But Wang Zhiji understood clearly. He stepped in front of Zhu and confronted Vin Baker in English. "Men, I suggest you think before you speak, or you'll be in trouble." "Oh yeah, what can you do about it?" Vin Baker showed no fear, stepping forward and shoving Wang Zhiji with a dismissive attitude. But what happened next made him regret it. "You're asking for it." Wang Zhiji stumbled from the shove, but was quickly steadied by nearby teammates. Before Baker could revel in his triumph, a fist suddenly shot out from behind Wang Zhiji, hurtling straight toward Baker's face. With a classic Chinese curse, Zhu Fengyu's massive fist connected squarely with Vin Baker's face. When Beak, holding his head with both hands, was clearly stunned. What was happening? Weren't they just exchanging words? How could the guy just throw a punch like that? Wasn't he afraid of being ejected? Although the young man before him was a head shorter, his strikes were exceptionally ruthless. When Beak, who initially intended to fight back, was overwhelmed by a barrage of punches, leaving him unable to retaliate and forced into a defensive position. Could it be that he was a martial artist hidden under the guise of a player? Combined with his Chinese background, Wen Beak boldly speculated that this was the truth. Zhu Fengyu's fists rained down on Wen Beak like a storm, while he muttered incessantly under his breath. It was evident that the opponent's earlier actions had greatly displeased him, otherwise he wouldn't have suddenly erupted and beaten Wenbeek in front of the entire audience. The members of the Dream Team initially wanted to step in and rescue Wenbeek, but the Dragon Team clearly had no intention of letting them succeed. Liu Yudong and Li Nan blocked their path, assuming the stance of military boxing, as if ready to open a new battlefield. The Dream Team members who had never witnessed such a spectacle dared not advance further. This scene involuntarily linked the image of Bruce Lee in their minds to the figures before them. No wonder many people in the past would take a detour when encountering Chinese on the streets. It turned out that the rumor of every Chinese person possessing martial arts heritage was no joke. Before long, the head referee arrived with security personnel. After a Herculean effort, they finally managed to separate Zhu Fangyu and Wenbeek. Li Mu, who had been watching from the sidelines, then stepped onto the court. With a protective demeanor, he pulled Zhu Fangyu over and carefully examined him from head to toe, as if Zhu were the one who had been beaten. Fortunately, aside from slightly swollen knuckles, there were no serious injuries. Li Mu deliberately glanced at Wenbeek behind him. It was better not to look, but when he did, he almost burst out laughing. At this moment, Wenbeek had been battered beyond recognition under Zhu Fangyu's unilateral assault. His already somewhat plump face, after Zhu's meticulous care, was now a mess. After being separated, he was carried off the court in a disheveled state, supported by his teammates. This day's experience made him fully realize two things. 1. Never provoke a Chinese person casually. They truly possess martial arts skills. 2. Even more, never provoke a young Chinese person, because they are the real reckless ones holding back no punches. With the brawl brought to an end, the game could finally return to normal order. Before restarting, the referees reviewed the footage of the incident to determine the final penalties. On the other side, the Dragon Team members gathered around Zhu Fangyu, each giving him a thumbs up. The sudden eruption had indeed startled everyone else. None had anticipated Zhu Fangyu's decisive action. And the opponent clearly hadn't expected it either, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. Xiao Zhu, well done. No matter what the outcome, you are a great hero to our team. Although your ejection is inevitable, that guy won't get off easy either. Don't worry, he'll have to leave with you to satisfy our anger. Li Mu patted Zhu Fangyu's shoulder firmly, gazing with satisfaction at his youthful face. Little did he expect that this casual decision to find a reliable backup for Li Nan would accidentally forge the iconic moment of the player's career. He was confident that this time the fame would spread even more, for the man he beat was no ordinary player, a genuine NBA-level athlete. Li Mu's words clearly resonated with Zhu Fangyu. He shyly scratched his head, then glanced at Wenbeek sitting on the opposite bench and posed a question to Li Mu. Coach Li, even if that guy isn't ejected, he probably can't continue playing, right? I recall that I didn't hold back when I struck. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into knowing laughter. As Li Mu had said, regardless of the final outcome today, they had already achieved their goal. From this day forth, no team would underestimate them. The Dream Team's experience served as a warning to others on the court. They might have a chance to win, but in a fight, they would never lose. Soon the referee removed his headset and announced to the entire audience, "White teams know. 8 player has assaulted another player, disrupting court order, deemed a serious violent act, and is ejected. Black teams know. 11 player provoked others with words and actions during the game, directly causing the conflict, and is penalized for unsportsmanlike conduct, also ejected." After the public announcement, the two benches displayed starkly different expressions. The Dragon Team was clearly satisfied with this outcome. Even if they had favored their own player, the fact that Zhu Fangyu had resorted to violence was undeniable, and his ejection was a foregone conclusion. Having Wenbeek ejected alongside him was the best result they could have hoped for. In contrast, the Dream Team expressed obvious dissatisfaction with the ruling. They were the ones who had been beaten, so why were their players being ejected? Coach Tang approached the scorer's table, attempting to argue with the referee, but it was clear the referee was not going to change the decision. With a raised hand and a gesture of invitation, he signaled Coach Tang to return to the bench. The two ejected players experienced vastly different scenes. Zhu Fangyu, escorted by security, left the court through the player tunnel, receiving spontaneous applause from the audience. Wenbeek, still reeling from the beating, had to be helped off the court by security. The crowd had no sympathy for his earlier provocative behavior, some even applauded his beating. Amidst jeers, Wenbeek was unceremoniously helped off the court. After the ruling, the game resumed its proper order. Under Coach Tang's earnest persuasion, the Dream Team members finally regained their composure, abandoning their earlier unrealistic ideas and focusing all their energy on the game itself. They stopped insisting on individual plays and instead approached the game with teamwork. A serious Dream Team was clearly beyond the current Dragon Team's capacity to resist. Under a relentless assault, the Dragon Team quickly succumbed, falling behind in the second half and ultimately being eliminated in the stage, just one step away from the finals. However, it was worth noting that the Dream Team failed to complete a single dunk against the Dragon Team's defense, marking the first time this had happened in the tournament. Lift your heads. Let's walk off the court with pride. Although they ultimately did not stand on the podium, Li Mu and the Dragon Team members could still say they had no regrets. They had set new historical records and also allowed Yao Ming, just before his departure to the NBA League, to showcase his uniqueness through action. During the exit, there were still many Chinese fans on the stands who had traveled thousands of miles to witness the Dragon Team's performance. As the team was about to leave the court, a chorus of cheers erupted from behind. Dragon Team. Well done. The fans' reactions spoke volumes. Though they fell short of the light, at least they could face their supporters with a clear conscience. In this World Championship that everyone had been awaiting, they had at least achieved what no one had before, setting a precedent for future generations. This tournament granted people a fresh perspective on the Dragon Team. Under Li Mu's leadership, they were no longer the team of perpetual regret. Now they were a rising force capable of contending with the world's elite. If given more time to settle and improve, to what heights might they ascend? No one knew for certain, but it was evidently a topic worthy of deep discussion. As the Dream Team once again ascended the podium adorned with the championship gold that symbolized the highest honor, the Dragon Team's Olympic journey came to a close. This time they would return to Beijing with an impressive fourth-place finish, yet their ambitions reached far beyond. When the Dream Team stood on the podium to receive their awards, every gaze was fixed on the gleaming gold medal, the supreme symbol of World Championship glory and the most cherished token for every player representing their nation. For this they would dedicate their entire careers. After the journey concluded, the Dragon Team prepared to return to Beijing. On the flight back, the members were unexpectedly no longer as relaxed as before. A somber mood pervaded the cabin. Everyone knew this would be Li Mu's final tournament as their coach. For the mentor who had breathed new life into the Dragon Team, every member felt a profound reluctance to part. Coach Li, are you really not going to continue? You're still so young. The Dragon Team has achieved its best historical results under your guidance. Can you truly bear to give all this up? We believe only with you leading us can we keep moving forward. After a long silence in the cabin, a voice suddenly rang out. Li Mu turned to see that it was De Yao who had spoken. De Yao's proposal quickly garnered approval, and the others chimed in support. Though they spent little time with Li Mu each year since his appointment, he had implemented a sweeping reform of the team. The young core now on the roster had all been nurtured by him. The players sincerely hoped Li Mu would stay and lead them to the top 3 in the next tournament. I know you all have regrets, and you're not satisfied with this result. Like you, I wish to stand on the podium and win the first medal for Huaxia. But not everything can go as we wish. Life always leaves us with some regrets. For me, it has been an honor to work with you all for 3 years. All good things must come to an end. My primary career no longer allows me to devote more attention to other matters. But I can promise you this: whenever you need me, I will support you unconditionally. I hope to see every one of you on the NBA court someday. That is my greatest wish. Li Mu understood the team's feelings deeply. After all, assembling the Dragon Team had been one of the proudest achievements of his career. Now that his departure was imminent, it would be false to say he felt no regret. For the Dragon Team, standing on the highest podium of basketball was the eternal dream of all members. Yet this journey was etched in Li Mu's heart, and it would remain the most cherished memory of his career. Li Mu's explanation plunged the cabin into a heavy silence. Through his peripheral vision, he saw that everyone's expressions were still downcast, but no one continued to persuade him to stay. Each person was trying to process the impact in their own way. After a smooth landing in Beijing, everyone rose from their seats to depart. The Dragon Team's journey in this tournament had come to an end. Leaving the airport, Li Mu led the team back to the headquarters to report. There someone had been waiting for a long time, and a grand welcome banquet had been prepared for them. At the banquet, everyone congratulated them on setting a new historical record. The lively atmosphere temporarily made everyone forget the displeasure of Li Mu's impending departure. After several rounds of drinks, many members leaned back in their seats, closed their eyes, and drifted into a doze. Coach Li, I raise a toast to you. When I recruited you to be the head coach of the Dragon Team, it was somewhat of a gamble. But thankfully you didn't let me lose everything. On the contrary, you gave me a great opportunity. Li Mu was not in high spirits that evening. Aside from necessary socializing, he had drunk little, so he remained clear-headed. Hearing someone offer a toast in his direction, he turned to see that it was Sheng Diqing. The Dragon Team's successive record-breaking performances had laid a solid foundation for Sheng Diqing's political career. His influence among the higher-ups was now considerable, a testament to their mutual success. Li Mu had always been grateful to this mentor who had recruited him. It was Sheng Diqing's insistence that had given Li Mu the chance to shine as the head coach of the Dragon Team. So when Sheng Diqing offered the glass, Li Mu did not refuse. The older man gazed at the composed young man before him and drifted into memory. Years ago, he had first met Li Mu in a Chinese restaurant. His first impression was of a young man with an old soul. Both his speech and demeanor had left a profound impression. Sheng Diqing knew he must not underestimate him, but instead treat him as a peer. Because when presented with the offer, Li Mu did not immediately accept, after weighing the pros and cons, he decisively refused. Remembering this, Sheng Diqing couldn't help but wonder. After a moment of contemplation, he posed a question to Li Mu, hoping to hear his answer. If when we first met in that Chinese restaurant you had agreed to become the assistant coach of the Dragon Team, would everything that followed have still happened? Li Mu was taken aback by the question. He had never thought about it before. Seeing the curiosity in Sheng Diqing's eyes, he too sank into reminiscence. But soon Li Mu arrived at an answer and replied without hesitation. Yes or no? That question will never have a definitive answer. But for me, the present is the best outcome. Sheng Diqing, my departure is imminent. I raise a toast to you, and I hope the Dragon team will scale new heights under your leadership, setting new records. Opinions varied among the higher-ups regarding Li Mu's resignation. Most hoped to sign a renewal agreement and keep him on staff. But Sheng Ducheng stated at the meeting that he firmly supported Li Mu's decision as Li Mu was not a member of the system and had the right to pursue his own goals. You've worked hard all these years. How about this? You can make one request of me. If it's within my power, I will definitely grant it. When Li Mu brought up his resignation, Sheng Ducheng remembered that he hadn't come solely to congratulate him. He generously offered to do whatever he could as a parting gift. Really? You can't take it back? Big Ba, come over here. With Sheng Ducheng's repeated assurance, Li Mu called over Ba Tayer, who was competing in a drinking game with others. As the only man from the grasslands on the team, Ba Tayer's alcohol tolerance was legendary. Even after drinking almost all night, Ba Tayer showed no signs of intoxication. Seeing Ba Tayer approaching, Sheng Ducheng felt a sense of dread and immediately wanted to retract his offer and ask Li Mu to make a different request. But Li Mu was quicker. Before Sheng Ducheng could speak, Li Mu stated his true intention. My request is simple, let Big Ba come with me. Back to Minnesota to play in the NBA. It was only when Bader clutched his passport, dragging his single suitcase, and boarded the flight to Minnesota alongside Li Mu and Angelina that he truly realized he had become part of the current wave of Chinese immigrants to America. Recalling that evening when Li Mu had pointed at the executive and demanded to take him away, everyone else present had been intoxicated to the point of celebration. Except for Li Mu and Lao Sheng, the rest had essentially collapsed onto the table unconscious. If time could be reversed, Lao Sheng would willingly pay the price of 2 slaps. He had initially proposed this matter only out of private friendship, hoping to benefit Li Mu before his impending resignation. But evidently Li Mu had no intention of letting go of this golden opportunity to exploit the situation. When he voiced his idea of taking Bader away, both Lao Sheng and Da, sitting nearby, were visibly shocked by his audacious plan. As a member of the Dragon team, Da had always performed diligently within the squad. As one of the most seasoned interior players, he never felt resentful about being a backup for Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi. On the contrary, he used his own experience to guide Lu Wei and Zhu Fengyu, helping them adapt quickly to the rhythm of the game. Having already turned 26, Bader had actually received a trial invitation from the Denver Nuggets several months earlier. The Beijing team, citing preparations for the playoffs, had not allowed him to go, and the national team's commitments eventually caused the matter to fizzle out. Deep down, Da yearned to venture into the NBA. Watching younger juniors establish themselves in the league, it would be an outright lie to say he wasn't envious. Yet Da never uttered a single no to the team's demands. In his eyes, by diligently completing the tasks at hand, other opportunities would naturally present themselves later. Taking Da to the NBA was precisely one of Li Mu's objectives for this return to China. Bader, known in later generations as harder to shake than a mountain, harder to move than Da, was the ideal candidate for the Timberwolves' backup center. Ben Wallace's departure had left a gap in the center position for a power-oriented interior player. Incorporating Da into the lineup would fill this shortcoming. No matter how reluctant Sheng Ducheng was, he could no longer take back his promise. With Da's consent, Lao Sheng went to great lengths to communicate with the Beijing team. Eventually, 3 days later, Li Mu successfully waited at the airport for Da, who was fully prepared, and together, they returned to Minnesota. Da, once we arrive at the team, I'll immediately arrange your trial. I believe with your ability, this will be a piece of cake for you. Just relax and enjoy your NBA journey. On the plane, Li Mu noticed Da's apprehension and empathized deeply. After all, not everyone can leave behind everything they have, venture alone into a foreign land with a different language and culture, and start their life anew. I'm fine, Coach Li. I'll do my utmost to stay in the NBA. Please continue to guide me. Da, who had been lost in thought, gradually raised his head upon hearing Li Mu's encouragement. He turned to gaze at the scenery outside the cabin, realizing he was drifting farther from his homeland. Only then did he resolve to cease his restless thoughts and focus entirely on the upcoming trial. After approximately 4 hours of flight, Li Mu and his party finally landed smoothly in Minnesota. More than 3 months had passed since his last departure from here. During this interval, both the entire NBA league and the United States had undergone earth-shaking changes. Arriving in Minnesota in the afternoon, Li Mu first arranged for Bader to stay at a hotel near the Target Center, and they agreed that the trial would officially begin at 10 o'clock the next morning. After settling Da, Li Mu took Angelina home, and then immediately headed back to the Target Center. 3 months was enough to change many things. The current league was no longer what he remembered. He needed to gather information quickly to digest the impact of these transformations. He reached the arena at 8 in the evening. To his surprise, the training facility on the first floor was still brightly lit. Li Mu was momentarily puzzled. Who could be practicing at this hour? Curious, Li Mu made his way to the training court. From a distance, he spotted 2 figures. Upon closer inspection, it was Jordan practicing shooting, while the one retrieving balls for him was unmistakably Artist. Michael, why are you still shooting here so late, and you've even dragged Ron along as your training partner? Li Mu's inquiry interrupted the two on the other end of the court. They turned around, their eyes meeting his. Similarly, Jordan was also surprised by Li Mu's unexpected appearance. Logically, he should still be in China and hadn't yet returned. Sharing mutual curiosity, the three silently walked to the sideline, sat down, and began exchanging recent events. I can't afford not to practice. The Mayo Clinic's physical report showed my body fat percentage is much higher than before. To return to the court with this body, I have to train hard. Training alone can be monotonous, but fortunately this kid volunteered to stay and practice with me every day. He's a great training partner. Jordan began recounting his own situation. Ever since he publicly announced his comeback and signed a one-year, $1 million veteran minimum contract with the Timberwolves, he had been training day in and day out. For him, the most important thing was to expedite the recovery of his physical condition and ensure he could return in a brand new form for the new season. Having said that, he patted Arteist on the shoulder with satisfaction, expressing his gratitude. You mean Ron has been training with you for a while? Has anything happened? Stand up, let me see. Looking at the two seemingly inseparable individuals before him, Limu couldn't help but worry about Jordan's ribs. But after a thorough check, Jordan's body appeared unharmed. On the contrary, the high-intensity training had begun to restore his previously out-of-shape physique. It wouldn't be long before Jordan could recover to game-ready condition. What the hell? If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you back at this hour? Shouldn't you still be in China? Jordan was baffled by Limu's actions, utterly unable to comprehend his seemingly nonsensical behavior. Even Arteist looked bewildered. Good, nothing's wrong. My contract with the Dragon team has officially expired. After finishing the handover, I rushed back immediately. I also brought a player back from China, and I've arranged his trial for tomorrow. You can meet him then. Barring any surprises, he'll be your new teammate. I heard that since that incident, many changes have occurred in the league. I came back this time to communicate with Kevin as soon as possible, get up to speed on the latest situation, and then prepare for the new season. After hearing Limu's account, Jordan paused, his expression turning somber. It seemed some aspect of the topic had touched a sensitive memory of his. After a moment of contemplation, Jordan spoke slowly. It seems you really haven't been following the league's developments. But it's time for you to catch up. The league has undergone countless changes recently. Our path to defending the championship next season will not be easy. As you can see, since you signed him, a multitude of different voices have emerged throughout the league. But without exception, they have all identified us as their imagined rival. In the time since you departed, reinforcement trades from various teams have emerged endlessly. One could say our signing directly altered the entire free agency market. After catching his breath, Jordan began recounting recent events to Limu. That incident also subtly impacted the entire league. Kevin even traveled to New York specifically to pay respects to those who tragically perished in the event on behalf of the organization. I was no idle observer either. I donated my entire income from next season to charitable organizations for disaster relief and reconstruction efforts. Recently, the league convened a special executive summit regarding this matter, and I heard they signed a memorandum afterward. The schedule for the new season still hasn't been announced. I estimate the season won't begin until at least mid-October, if not later. Jordan couldn't help but fall into reminiscence, but the content he had just mentioned was clearly not what Limu wanted to hear. Seeing him about to continue, Limu had no choice but to interrupt. Get to the point. We can discuss these matters later. Prompted by Limu, Jordan finally realized he had strayed off topic. Limu's expression seemed to convey that the content he wanted to hear was certainly not these long-forgotten tales. My mistake. Getting older means my mind sometimes wanders uncontrollably. Returning to the matter at hand, there's something you'll find most intriguing regarding Phil. Feel free to guess. Upon hearing Jordan shift the topic to Phil, Limu was quite surprised. Since Phil took over the Lakers last season, their private communications had gradually diminished. The last time they exchanged calls was long ago. Limu was completely unaware of the recent changes in the league. Observing his bewildered expression, Jordan decided to abandon the guessing game. Alright, I can tell from your expression you won't guess it. The Base family has recently promoted Phil to president of basketball operations while he continues to serve as head coach. Yes, you heard correctly. That old fox has returned to the same starting line as you. Since assembling the OK combination, the Lakers had yet to achieve any respectable playoff results. Their only finals appearance was eliminated by Phil, who was coaching the Bulls at that time. After another finals heartbreak in the Western Conference Finals last season, the Base family decisively fired Kupchak during the offseason. Jeannie Base, responsible for basketball operations, overruled all objections during an internal meeting and forcefully promoted her current boyfriend, Phil Jackson, from head coach directly to the management tier. You mean Phil became the Lakers' president of basketball operations? Good heavens, with that kind of authority, he'll have a field day. This is something he's never been able to accomplish throughout his entire career. The saying, orange trees grown south of the Huai River become bitter oranges, applies perfectly to Phil. As the most influential head coach in the league today, he possesses formidable advantages in this role. Yet not everyone who succeeds in one capacity can seamlessly transition to another. Clearly, Phil and Jordan stand as the most compelling examples. Phil Jackson, who had retired gracefully, assumed the role of Knicks operations president in the twilight of his career. Within just 2 years, his embarrassing mismanagement directly destroyed his reputation, ultimately resulting in a disgraceful end and hasty retirement. Now granting Phil control over a franchise's operations more than a decade earlier, whether fortune or doom awaits remains uncertain. You're right. Whether driven by excessive excitement or a premeditated plan, that old fox has stolen the limelight this summer. While retaining Kobe and Shaq, he also acquired Karl Malone and Gary Payton via trades. That's it. Only this much. What did those two trades you just mentioned cost them? Even without Phil's appointment, these events would have occurred in due course. Hence, Lee Moo felt no particular surprise upon learning of them. He believed that a man of Phil's temperament would never be satisfied merely adding two aging veterans to the roster. The price included several backup players, Tony among them, all traded away. Their bench now consists entirely of undrafted free agents and fringe players. For the next 3 years, you won't hear David calling out their names at the draft combine. As for other moves, merely some free agent signings. If anything stands out, it's the trade completed with Oakland. Their second-round pick, a young man named Gilbert, was acquired by Phil in exchange for 2 second-round selections. They even held a press conference for him, declaring this transaction would be the highlight of his career. The name immediately brought to Lee Moo's mind only one person besides the general, Armstrong. He cautiously posed a question to Jordan. Gilbert Arenas, are you referring to this player? Jordan recalled for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's him. It appears Phil holds him in high regard, even holding a special press conference. I never saw him show such enthusiasm for anyone back in Chicago. After receiving Jordan's confirmation, Lee Moo became convinced that Phil's actions were far from a momentary impulse. This decisive Phil, operating within the basketball administration realm, was his true nature. Yet his approach appeared highly risky. Although his moves restored the Lakers to championship contention, their title window had at most 2 years remaining. At this moment, Phil was essentially gambling the entire fate of the Lakers on an uncertain tomorrow. If he led the Lakers to reclaim the championship, he would continue writing his legendary chapter. But if he ultimately failed to reach the summit, Phil Jackson's name would become the primary target of fan vilification. Lee Moo might be able to fathom the root cause hidden behind Phil's reckless maneuvers. His former disciple and trusted ally had become a serious threat to him. His actions, though seemingly illogical, actually followed a traceable pattern. Treating Lee Moo as his imagined enemy, Phil made 2 blockbuster trades for Karl Malone and Gary Payton, yet simultaneously acquired Arenas in an overlooked corner, planting a seed of revival for the Lakers' future. Lee Moo could vaguely foresee that in the near future he would face a decisive confrontation against Phil. Under Jordan's detailed explanation, Lee Moo gained a general understanding of the league's current realignment. Mac Tyson in Toronto joined the Orlando Magic as a free agent. Pippen exercised his final player option and, lured by Popovich, signed with San Antonio. The New Jersey Nets invested heavily to acquire last season's draft first pick power forward Kenyon Martin from the Los Angeles Clippers, forming the inaugural Alley-oop City with Kid. Jordan emphasized the changes that had unfolded in the league over these past months. Upon hearing the account, Lee Moo broke into a cold sweat. During the months he had been absent, the league had undergone earth-shattering transformations. The league had formally entered an era of competing powers, and the Timberwolves' new journey had only just begun.